Having transmigrated to a cultivation world, Wei Tu awakened to the latent potential of a late-blooming destiny. 1. A late bloomer. Zheng State, Qingfeng Prefecture, Qingmu County, the Li Estate. The night was steeped in darkness. At the hour of the third watch, Wei Tu, guided by his internal clock, roused himself from a drowsy slumber. He rose from the earthen bed, fumbling in the dark for an outer garment. He then made his way to the stables, where he lit a lamp and began preparing feed for the horses. The aroma of hay and beans mingled with the sound of crushed eggs. The young black horse in the stables snorted contentedly, nudging Wei Tu's coarse cloth tunic. When will this drudgery of feeding horses come to an end? To think I'm a modern man. It's hard to rise above one's station. Wei Tu settled on a bluestone outside the stables. From his waist, he produced a long-stemmed pipe, packing the brass bowl with dried tobacco leaves. After igniting it with a tinder, he took several puffs. As two plumes of thick smoke billowed from his nostrils, he leaned back against the earthen wall, his eyes half closed. In his former life, due to strict upbringing, he had abstained from tobacco and alcohol, let alone the strong tobacco smoked by the older generation. But now he enjoyed it, for no other reason than it alleviated fatigue. After a smoke, most of his weariness would dissipate. After a moment, seeing that the black horse had finished its feed, Wei Tu tapped the pipe against the sole of his soft satin shoes. Then he dusted off his buttocks and prepared to wash up and go to sleep. Horses do not thrive without midnight forage. The horses of the Li Estate must be fed once at the third watch, so he dared not sleep too soundly before. To ruin a good horse would surely earn him a reprimand from Master Li. Drawing a pail of refreshingly cool well water, Wei Tu quenched his thirst with several gulps, then hoisted the bucket to pour it over his bare torso, relishing the delightful chill that permeated every inch of him. Soon, streaks of grime rolled off his body and onto the ground. Am I really this aged? Only 17, yet I appear to be a man in his 30s. As he squatted to wash his legs, Wei Tu caught sight of his reflection in the muddy water of the wooden basin, illuminated by the stable's light. His face was swarthy, his brow etched with premature wrinkles, and his temples streaked with gray, giving him a prematurely aged appearance. Only his clear, black and white eyes hinted at his youth. However, at that moment, the face in the basin shifted once more, Wei Tu's visage growing even older, transforming from a weathered youth into a frail, wizened old man. Witnessing this, Wei Tu recoiled in alarm, stumbling backward. After a long pause, he touched his face, brushed back the wet strands of hair that fell to his shoulders, and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that they were still black. Did I imagine it? Wei Tu wondered skeptically. He refilled the basin with clean water and peered into its depths. The reflection mirrored his current appearance exactly. But after a moment, as before, his face began to change once more. The wizened old man, bearing a resemblance to him, reappeared. This time, Wei Tu did not retreat in fear, but instead scrutinized his unusual reflection in the water. Moments later, the surface of the water rippled gently. An elderly man, with skin resembling chicken skin and hair like a crane's, felt a radiant golden-purple light emerge from his brow, gleaming brilliantly. Simultaneously, a similar golden glow began to flicker at the center of Wei Tu's forehead. Suddenly, a golden seal inscribed with the words "Great Achievements Come Late" appeared vividly in his mind. A fate of great achievements come late? Wei Tu pondered in astonishment. In his previous life, he had nurtured a fondness for reading tales of immortals and the supernatural, aware that traditional culture spoke of fates. These fates, shrouded in mystery, dictate the course of a person's life whether one experiences wealth or poverty, honor or disgrace. The fate that now manifested in his consciousness, shimmering in gold and purple, was undoubtedly the legendary superior fate. However, it was unfortunate that this fate, great achievements come late, seemed unlikely to alleviate his current impoverished circumstances. As if sensing Wei Tu's thoughts, the golden seal radiated a brilliant light, transforming into two lines of text that floated in his mind. Fate, great achievements come late. Attributes, tenacity and resilient success is inevitable. Tenacity and resilient success is inevitable. Wei Tu's lips twitched in response. Success is inevitable felt excessively enigmatic, and to achieve greatness at the age of 70 or 80 seemed of little consequence. In old age, with teeth long gone, even if he were to be celebrated and wealthy, he would still find it impossible to consume a meal, not to mention indulging in the pleasures of life. Since there is a fate, could there also be legendary immortals? Those who live forever, wandering the North Sea in the morning and the Kangwu Mountains at dusk? Wei Tu felt a surge of excitement within. If this world allowed for the cultivation of immortality, then his fate of great achievements come late would transform from a mere liability into a priceless treasure. Though the Qingfeng Manor does not possess the celestial beings who take apprentices, it is home to martial artists who gather disciples and cultivate martial arts. These warriors, in their youth, are driven by their sheer audacity and bravado. Yet as they age, hidden injuries frequently emerge, often leading to their untimely demise. Few manage to live beyond their 60th year. However, the secrets of martial arts are not solely confined to combat techniques. There are also practices for nurturing life that can prolong one's existence. Those who engage in these life-nurturing methods, eschewing reckless bravado, often thrive into their 70s and 80s. The texts recount the tale of the miraculous Master Miaoying, who practiced such life-preserving arts and lived to over 100. As Wei Tu contemplated this, he resolved to seek opportunities to cultivate these life-nurturing practices before venturing to find the dwelling of the celestial being to seek apprenticeship. With the auspicious destiny of great achievements coming late to guide him, as long as he persevered in practicing the life-nurturing arts, he would undoubtedly witness their intended effects in his later years. An extended lifespan would significantly enhance his chances of attaining the path of the celestial. As for the combative techniques of martial arts, in this time of peace, their utility is rather limited. Nevertheless, should the opportunity arise, Wei Tu would not hesitate to learn. His previous reluctance to pursue martial arts stemmed from 3 additional factors beyond the disparity between scholarly pursuits and martial prowess. Firstly, the difficulty of martial arts is considerable without the requisite innate talent. True accomplishments are elusive. The appeal of life-nurturing practices lies in their accessibility and low entry barrier. Secondly, martial prowess is relatively constrained. A fighter capable of defeating 10 adversaries is already celebrated as a formidable warrior, while vanquishing 100 or 1,000 is the stuff of legends. Lastly, those who gamble their lives on the edge of a blade are often idlers, leading lives fraught with peril and uncertainty. In the esteemed residents of Qingfeng, the warriors are predominantly swordsmen, wielding the renowned Hengshan sword forged in Hengshan town. They descend from their steeds to engage in agriculture and ascend to ride as bandits. Tomorrow, I shall first seek out my second aunt. She is the concubine of Lord Huang, and the Huang residence employs martial artists as guardians. It is highly likely that they possess knowledge of health-preserving techniques. Upon returning to the Kong, Wei Tu stifled his astonishment upon discovering the golden ring, and after tossing and turning several times, succumbed to slumber due to fatigue. Morning arrived with the faintest hint of dawn. Wei Tu rose to tend to the horses and took up a broom to sweep the courtyard of the Li residence. As the master of the house began to stir, he made his way to the kitchen to assist the cook in kindling the fire for breakfast. Feeding the horses and attending to the household chores constituted the entirety of his daily labor. In the 15th year of Qinggan, which was 6 years prior, his father, Wei Bao, sold him into servitude at the Li residence, reducing him to a tenant farmer. Yet, through years of diligent effort, Wei Tu learned the art of horse husbandry from the old horseman, Lu, and successfully ascended from being a tenant farmer to the new horseman of the Li household. As for old Lu, he passed away last year. Though both tenant farmers and horsemen are considered servants, the former endure hardship and toil without remuneration, subjected to the master's will. Conversely, as a skilled laborer, the horseman receives a monthly wage and shares the same kitchen as the master, albeit with slightly lesser provisions. While the master feasts on meat, Wei Tu subsists on broth with a meager amount of meat. In this era, indulging in meat has become a luxury. Being able to savor a broth enriched with meat is a privilege that surpasses that of many affluent households. The radish stew with meat is nearly ready. Wei, do take a taste to ascertain its seasoning. The flames of the stove danced fervently as Wei shifted his seat on the stool, stepping back a few paces and pausing to add more firewood. At that moment, the cook, Xinghua, beamed at Wei and ladled out a bowl of vegetables, offering it to him. As the saying goes, a cook does not steal, nor do the grains go unharvested. It is nearly impossible for a cook to resist the temptation of sampling their own creations. Xinghua, too, would partake in a bit of pilfering, and the matriarch of the Li family would turn a blind eye, knowing that the theft would amount to little. Gazing at the remnants of cooked pork at the bottom of the bowl, Wei felt his throat constrict as he quickly glanced outside to ensure no one was watching before devouring the contents with great enthusiasm. In a mere moment, the radish and meat were licked clean from the bowl. What occasion warrants such a feast of radish stew with meat? Wei placed the bowl on the table, curiosity piqued. and inquired of the cook, Xinghua. The Li household does not often partake in meat, typically indulging only twice a month, which amounts to once every 5 days. Moreover, it has only been 2 days since Xinghua last prepared meat, while the Li family possesses the means to afford frequent indulgence. Such practices are deemed a disgrace to their lineage, inviting the ire of their ancestors posthumously. The Li family has only been established for about a century. Their wealth amassed through the industrious endeavors of their forebears who began as itinerant merchants. The eldest son has returned from his studies in the capital, and the matriarch was so pleased that she sent me to the butcher yesterday to procure 2 pounds of meat, Xinghua replied. The eldest son? A flicker of recognition ignited within Wei's heart as he recalled his youthful companion. Alas, time has transformed their lives irrevocably. The distinction between master and servant gradually became apparent. Despite the past camaraderie, upon encountering the young master, he still addressed him with the respectful title of young master to maintain the boundaries of their roles. Please inform the madam that I shall be taking a leave. I have matters to attend to, said Wei Tu, after adding a few logs to the fire and brushing off the ash that had settled on his clothes. Although the matriarch of the Li family was known for her strict household management, as long as one fulfilled their duties, taking a brief respite was not considered a significant transgression. Wei Tu's request for leave was merely a formality, a gesture of courtesy towards the family. No problem at all, replied the cook, Xinghua, as she grasped her iron ladle and began preparing the next dish. However, just as she finished speaking, she let out a soft gasp. Her face flushed crimson, casting an indignant glare at Wei Tu, who was already stepping away from the kitchen. Earlier, he had playfully pinched her backside. In their rural upbringing, notions of propriety and decorum were often disregarded. They had exchanged glances of affection years prior, merely awaiting the matriarch's consent to wed and establish a family. Upon leaving the Li residence, Wei Tu did not hasten directly to the Huang family. Instead, he retrieved the wages he had saved over the years and made his way to the cosmetics shop. In the initial years after his second aunt, Wei Hong, married into the Huang family, she maintained close ties with his family, returning home periodically for visits. However, in the past decade, their interactions had dwindled significantly. Since the passing of their grandparents 4 years ago, she had only returned to the Wei household twice, one of which was for a funeral. This time, as he sought assistance from his second aunt, Wei Tu wished to avoid any disdainful glances, believing it better to present a gift rather than arrive empty-handed. The Huang household lacked for nothing in terms of rice and cloth. The only contribution he could offer was a token of cosmetics for women. He pondered briefly before resolutely entering the shop, inquiring about the prices of the various cosmetics available. The value of rouge has always been considerable. The savings he possessed made him reluctant to even touch the high-end cosmetics. As for the cheaper options, the shopkeeper scrutinized Wei Tu for a moment, noting his patched coarse gray garments, and immediately understood. He retrieved a brocade box from the shelf and remarked, "This is golden rouge, priced at 5 taels. Sufficient for 2 months. If you intend to present a gift, this golden rouge would be more fitting." After a brief pause, the shopkeeper added, "We also have more affordable options, such as purple rouge, which is 3 taels per box, but that would be ill-suited for a gift." Wei Tu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, placing 5 large coins on the counter. His second aunt, Wei Hong, was a lady of the Huang residence, having frequented the rouge shop far more than he. Should he choose the purple rouge, even if she did not voice her discontent, she would certainly be displeased. A substantial gift conveys deeper feelings. Furthermore, given that purple rouge was the most inexpensive option available, the likelihood of Wei Hong using it would be exceedingly low. Any gift of purple rouge would likely be relegated to a high shelf. As for haggling, they were fellow villagers, and if the rouge shop were to deceive its customers, it would not thrive for long. In this ancient time, the only aspect that pleased Wei Tu was the trustworthy nature of the environment. Apart from the despicable outsiders, it was rare for locals to engage in deceitful behavior. Such large establishments seldom allowed customers to negotiate prices, as everything was clearly marked. Wei Tu was short on coins, but not to the extent of wasting time over a few copper pieces. "Allow me to pack that for you," the shopkeeper cheerfully said. Shortly thereafter, Wei Tu, carrying the gift box, found himself on a street lined with official residences. In comparison to the Li residence, the Huang estate, presided over by the affluent Mr. Huang, boasts superior financial resources and greater prosperity, situated within the Xingye Lane, a dwelling for the esteemed officials of Qingshan County. Upon discovering the plaque inscribed with the character Huang, Wei Tu rapped upon the side door and articulated his purpose to the attendant. "Is this the home of the second madam's family?" he inquired. "Please wait in the sedan chair hall while I inform the maidservants in the inner courtyard." The attendant stepped aside, allowing Wei Tu to take a seat in the sedan chair hall before proceeding towards the inner chambers of the Huang residence. The sedan chair hall serves as the designated area for the placement of sedan chairs, typically located in the front courtyard. After a brief interval, he was escorted by a maidservant named Qing He to a side room in the front courtyard, where he awaited the arrival of his second aunt, Wei Hong. The decorum of such affluent households is stringent, forbidding the entry of outsiders, particularly men, into the inner quarters. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a strikingly beautiful woman, her skin as smooth as mutton fat, entered the room through the wooden door. Following her were two maidservants, one of whom was the aforementioned Qing He. "Why have you come to seek your second aunt, Wei Tu? Has something happened at home?" Wei Hong asked, as she settled onto a stool beside the table and sipped the tea poured by the maidservant, her expression warm and inviting. "There is no calamity at home," Wei Tu replied, rising from his seat and bowing slightly. "I have come to request a favor from my second aunt." Despite being sold to the Li residence by Wei Bao, his ties with his family remained unbroken. Wei Bao's decision to sell him was born of desperation 6 years prior. When the Red Dragon rebelled, the Qifeng prefecture suffered a severe drought, resulting in near-total crop failure. Seeking sustenance at the Li residence was certainly preferable to perishing from hunger at home. Wei Hong's smile faltered as she set her teacup down on the table, her gaze piercing as she regarded Wei Tuesday. Though no harsh words were uttered, her demeanor conveyed everything. Wei Bao had his own matters to attend to, and as his sister, she could offer some counsel, mindful of their sibling bond. However, when it came to a nephew, this was a gift of rouge from her nephew. She hoped her second aunt would accept it. Wei Tu produced a beautifully wrapped gift box and placed it on the Eight Immortals table, pushing it towards Wei Hong's direction. Upon seeing the present, Wei Hong's expression softened, recognizing that Wei Tu was not one to lack decorum or understanding of etiquette. After years of marriage into the Huang family, she had become a Huang matron, no longer a member of the Wei household. "What is it you seek?" she inquired. "If I can assist, I shall do my utmost, but if I cannot." Wei Hong shook her head, leaving her words unspoken, hinting at the limitations of her position. Wei Tu grasped her implication. His second aunt was advising him to tread carefully in his requests. She would offer small assistance, but anything substantial would be beyond her reach. His visit was intended to solicit her help in acquiring some martial arts skills from the guards at the Huang residence to bolster his health. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Tu replied, "To practice martial arts? Historically, those who are scholarly remain impoverished while those who are martial flourish. You are no longer young. Pursuing martial arts may not yield fruitful results." Wei Hong frowned slightly. She had hoped her nephew would seek her assistance in securing a decent position within the Huang household. But considering that Wei Tu had already been sold into the Li family, she refrained from voicing that thought. With family connections, her status as an outsider would be fortified. Yet regrettably, the Wei family was incapable of providing her any substantial support. Nonetheless, practicing health-preserving techniques to strengthen one's body was indeed commendable. Wei Tu's words softened slightly in response. In comparison to unique martial arts, the practice of health cultivation is rather commonplace among martial artists and lacks rarity. "Since you are insistent, I shall greet Master Wan and request that he impart some skills to you." Wei Hong, observing Wei Tu's stubbornness, sighed and acquiesced. After this exchange, she lacked the inclination to linger in the chamber for idle conversation with Wei Tu, casting a sidelong glance at the maidservant. She casually fabricated an excuse and prepared to depart. Second aunt, the gift. Wei Tu, noticing Wei Hong about to turn and exit the room, hastily interjected. "Qing He, take the gift." Without turning back, Wei Hong issued a directive to the maidservant and continued her stride toward the corridor. Moments later, it dawned upon Wei Tu within the chamber that Wei Hong's failure to directly take the gift upon her departure subtly conveyed her message to refrain from seeking her out in the future. The bond of affection had reached its limit. The second madam had already made her introductions to Master Wan, and Wei Gu'er had been invited here. In the afternoon, a maid named Chui Lu arrived at the chamber, escorting Wei Tu to another residence in the front courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Wei Tu beheld a robust man with a sword at his waist instructing two young gentlemen clad in exquisite garments. One appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age, while the other was merely 7 or 8. He mused that this imposing figure must indeed be Master Wan, as mentioned by Wei Hong. "Are you Wei Tu?" Master Wan cast a fleeting glance at Wei Tu, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, yet his words remained unvoiced. "Yes, Master Wan," Wei Tu replied with a respectful clasp of his fists, bowing slightly. The guardian martial artists were esteemed guests in affluent households, not mere subordinates. "The second madam has entrusted me with the task of teaching you a set of health cultivation exercises. Here, I happen to possess the ancient technique of turtle breathing, which I received in my youth. Take good care of it." Master Wan retrieved a yellowed manual from his sleeve and tossed it to Wei Tuesday. "Remember the moves of this turtle breathing technique. In 7 days, present it to the doorkeeper to be returned to me," he instructed. Upon finishing his words, Master Wan waved his hand, signaling Wei Tu to depart, showing no inclination to impart further teachings. Noticing the disdainful gazes of Master Wan and the two young gentlemen of the Huang family, Wei Tu felt no anger. He merely expressed his gratitude and stepped away. At that moment, he overheard a conversation between the two elegantly dressed young men behind him. Yuan Shan, was that your cousin just now? Why didn't you greet him? He is not my cousin. My mother has never allowed me to meet him. The conversation faded into the distance. As the flush of embarrassment gradually faded from Wei Tu's face, he lifted his head and straightened his posture, only to realize he had been outside the Huang residence for a while. Was this newfound courage and sense of self-worth instigated by this fortuitous opportunity? No longer numb. Wei Tu chuckled at himself. Having contemplated visiting the Huang residence to see his second aunt, Wei Hong, he had anticipated the possibility of today's scenario. However, there was little choice. Apart from the Huang family where Wei Hong resided, he had no access to any form of health cultivation, let alone martial arts. While health cultivation may be commonplace, it is so only among the wealthy and martial artists. Even if it were accessible, the price he would have to pay far exceeded the sting of their cold mockery. Step by step, with the cultivation technique in hand and perseverance, he would eventually rise above the ordinary. Wei Tu clutched the manual tightly, quickening his pace towards the Li residence. He was eager to practice the turtle breathing technique. Although this method of cultivating health may not possess the lethal prowess of conventional martial arts, it does not imply a complete absence of combat capability. A strong and robust physique is undoubtedly superior to that of an average individual. Furthermore, achieving proficiency in this health-preserving discipline before delving into other martial arts can yield remarkable results with less effort. Upon returning to the Li residence, Wei Tu fed the half-grown black horse and then lit the oil lamp in the stable. Retreating to his side room to begin studying the book on the turtle breathing technique that Master Ruan had bestowed upon him. The technique itself was not intricate, comprising merely 7 foundational stances illustrated in 32 diagrams. After a couple of hours, Wei Tu began to stand in the prescribed postures, following the illustrations, with his feet apart. He first embraced a posture of openness, drawing in his chest and straightening his back while allowing his shoulders to relax and his elbows to drop. He then engaged his abdomen, controlling his inhalations and exhalations. His movements were initially rigid, lacking the essential balance of emptiness and fullness inherent in the turtle breathing technique, which required an interplay of both. However, the simplicity of the stances allowed him to gradually grow more accustomed to the motions through repeated practice. Once, twice, and by the 32nd iteration, a flicker danced before his eyes, revealing a line of script inscribed upon his golden purple fate. Turtle breathing technique, 100 practice 9 times daily. Mastery achieved in 5 years. 5 years, a span of time that feels interminable. It is only after 5 years that I may master this art of wellness to its fullest potential. Wei Tu could hardly contain his astonishment at this fate's revelation. Yet his expression darkened, despite his prior suspicions regarding his own aptitude. The notion that it would take 5 years merely to achieve a foundational level of this practice stirred within him a sense of dissatisfaction. Typically, one might attain proficiency in wellness techniques within a matter of months. 5 years seems excessive. But wait. The essence of the matter lies not in the duration of 5 years, but rather in the word achieve. As Wei Tu perused the manuscript, he came across a phrase in the preface of the tortoise breathing and qi cultivation technique. When the qi cultivation is accomplished, the qi rises from the meridians, allowing entry into the realm of sensing qi. Coupled with the concept of great vessels maturing late, it suggests that although his journey with the tortoise breathing and qi cultivation technique may take longer than that of others, it will undoubtedly yield results, culminating in the sensation of qi. Alternatively, it could be posited that his practice may not be inferior. Rather, while others may appear skilled, they have yet to reach true mastery. Yet, the nature of this realm of sensing qi within the martial arts remains a mystery to him. Wei Tu sighed, acutely aware of the limitations imposed by his background, which has left him with scant knowledge of this world, gleaned only through hearsay. Nevertheless, he surmised that this realm must be extraordinary, for it is emphasized in the preface of the tortoise breathing and qi cultivation technique. 5 years may not be a protracted time. When the moment arrives, it will be evident whether this golden opportunity aligns with his expectations. Wei Tu possesses the patience to wait. At this juncture, he is merely 17. In 5 years, he will be a mere 22. Thus, he resolves to cherish the present. Despite his anxiety, it avails him nothing. The rigidity of social classes in this world surpasses that of modern society, making it exceedingly difficult for him to transcend his station alone. Were it not for the assistance of his second aunt residing in the Huang residence, he would never have encountered the elusive practices of health cultivation, which are scarcely accessible in the outside world. Upon arriving in this foreign realm and awakening to his past, Wei Tu had contemplated altering his fate. Yet, In a society where official positions reign supreme, engaging in minor trades might be feasible, but once it comes to significant business endeavors, powerful clans will invariably vie for dominance. Without the protection of an appropriate status to safeguard his assets, he would be courting disaster. As for pursuing an official career, one must first attend a private academy to attain a respectable identity, secure a patron from the ranks of scholars, and then compete in the imperial examinations, emerging victorious from a sea of competitors to earn a title. In his 2 lifetimes, Wei Tu, endowed with innate wisdom, possesses a certain cleverness. However, when truly compared to the prodigies within a 10-mile radius, he pales in comparison. These local geniuses often toil throughout their lives, struggling to achieve the status of a scholar, frequently culminating in the dismal fate of lifelong students without success. Memorizing Confucian classics for the imperial examinations is merely the foundation. The real challenge lies in comprehending the extensive commentaries on Confucian texts, which far exceed the original works in volume. Without a good memory, one may find it nearly impossible to attain success in the examinations. If the principles were straightforward, the various means of cheating in the examinations would not have emerged. Moreover, education requires financial resources. Sustaining a scholar who does not engage in productive labor poses a significant challenge. Had it not been necessary to support 2 young masters in their studies, the Li family would not be enduring such financial strain, having meat only twice a month. Lacking any extraordinary advantage, Wei Tu is acutely aware that he is merely of average capability and finds it exceedingly difficult to rise above his circumstances. Indeed, over the years, Wei Tu has not remained idle. He has ascended from a mere tenant farmer to the esteemed position of horse caretaker for the Li family, becoming a role model for many in the countryside. He enjoys a comfortable life and holds a respectable status before his masters, a lifestyle fervently desired by numerous rural inhabitants. Time swiftly elapses. The 7 days quickly pass, and in accordance with their agreement, Wei Tu presents the manual for the turtle-breathing qi cultivation to Huang Zimensi, entrusting him to deliver it to the martial artist of the Ruan family. While Wei Tu has memorized the contents of the manual thoroughly, he prudently transcribes it by hand, creating a personal copy for safekeeping. After completing this task, his life returns to its tranquil routine, feeding horses, chopping firewood, and tidying the courtyard. The only deviation from this monotony is that during his leisure moments, he diligently practices the stances of the turtle-breathing qi cultivation. Not merely adhering to the prescribed 9 sessions a day, he ambitiously stretches his practice to 10 or even 11 sessions. This endeavor represents his singular opportunity to transcend social strata and alter his destiny, a chance he is determined not to overlook. He exerts effort, leaving the rest to fate. Hard work does not go unrewarded. Whenever he feels the urge to abandon his practice or succumb to laziness, Wei Tu silently encourages and admonishes himself. 1 month, 2 months, until 3 months have elapsed. On one particular evening, after completing the movements of the turtle-breathing qi cultivation, he finally perceives a subtle change within his body. It is late autumn, nearing winter, with the night frost heavy and biting. Yet, Wei Tu feels no chill. Instead, he experiences a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones, invigorating his being. This sensation is akin to soaking in a hot spring. Although he has not yet mastered the qi cultivation, the emergence of warmth within him suggests that his cultivation journey is indeed promising. Wei Tu is filled with joy. In recent days, he had inquired about the training of martial artists, discovering that those renowned swordsmen in the village merely possessed some proficiency in martial arts and could wield a large blade. Yet none approached the state of fearlessness he had achieved in the face of the biting cold. His progress in cultivating health was notable. Wei Tu remained steadfast, diligently practicing his stances until he was utterly exhausted, at which point he returned to the warm bed to rest. Tortoise breath qi cultivation, 21-100 practice 9 times daily. Mastery achieved in 5 years. Before slumber, Wei Tu closed his eyes and glanced at the progress of his health cultivation, pleased to observe it had surpassed 1/5, and soon drifted into a deep sleep. The following morning, Wei Tu rose early and busied himself at the Li residence, feeding the horses, chopping firewood. After nearly an hour of labor, he noticed a refreshing coolness enveloping him, with not a single bead of sweat upon his brow. His physical condition had improved significantly. "Young Master Wei, the madam is looking for you," called a plain-looking girl dressed as a maid, emerging from the inner chambers. "The madam is calling for me?" Wei Tu paused in surprise. As an outsider, he was permitted to roam the inner quarters in his youth, but such liberties had been curtailed with age. Otherwise, he would not have needed Xinghua to request leave for him last time. In a household of prominence, etiquette was paramount. Even if the madam summoned him, it warranted a valid reason. "I heard from Cai Xiao that last night the madam and the master spoke of you and Xinghua, and it seems she might grant her consent," Chunlan said with a giggle, leaning closer to Wei Tu and lowering her voice. When the time comes, you must give me a wedding gift, she teased. Really? The madam is willing to approve my union with Xinghua? Wei Tu's heart swelled with joy. He did not anticipate that, with his breakthrough in health cultivation, another fortunate event would soon unfold. Wei Tu set aside the axe used for chopping firewood and rose to follow Chunlan as she stepped through the moon gate into the inner courtyard of the Li residence. 3 months prior and 3 months hence, despite the significant transformation in Wei Tu's fortunes, bestowed with the fate of late blooming greatness, he was destined to achieve prominence and would no longer remain merely a horse attendant. Yet, Wei Tu did not regard the kitchen maid, Xinghua, with disdain, believing that this maid of the Li household was unworthy of him. It is a commonality of the world to elevate oneself while belittling others. However, Xinghua had been kind to him since childhood, providing him with care and companionship, making her the closest person to him in this life. Wei Tu's nature had not become so callous. Additionally, he did not overly inflate his own worth. Mastery of health cultivation did not guarantee that he would encounter immortals or embark on a path to transcendence. While health cultivation may extend life, it could not prevent the inevitable end after a century. Embracing the present moment is the true wisdom. Aspiring too high is unwise. As he traversed the courtyard and walked through several corridors, Wei Tu finally arrived at the parlor of the Li residence. Upon entering the inner quarters, he kept his head bowed out of respect for the customs. Once inside the parlor, he raised his gaze slightly to observe the individuals present. Noticing only the womenfolk and the absence of the master, he let out a sigh of relief. The master, the Yuzu, was notorious in the surrounding areas for his sharp tongue, often speaking with harshness and being notoriously stingy, turning even the most unreasonable matters into seemingly justified ones, making him difficult to interact with. In contrast, the matriarch, Madame Li Tong, was gentle in nature, adept in managing her household, and widely regarded as a virtuous woman. Seated upright in the honored position, Lady Li donned a simple attire of coarse fabric, complemented by a deep indigo outer robe, and on her feet, she wore cloth shoes adorned with white ribbons. Her appearance was remarkably unadorned. She lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, then addressed Wei Guer. You have been part of the Li family for 6 years now. During this time, the Li family has treated you well. In the 15th year of Qing'an, as the Red Dragon of Qingfeng Mansion surged forth, countless individuals in Qingshan County resorted to selling their children. 6 years ago, the Li family provided me with sustenance, allowing me to survive. This kindness has always lingered in my heart. Upon hearing these words, Wei Tu displayed a look of surprise, bowing his head even lower than before. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke earnestly. His words rang true. During the years of famine, the Li residents offered him food, which indeed constituted a significant favor. The gift of life. In comparison to mere survival, becoming a servant seemed trivial. When the granaries are full, one knows etiquette. When one's needs are met, one understands honor and disgrace. For a peasant, becoming a servant to a wealthy family is not seen as a humiliation. Upon hearing this, Lady Li nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in her eyes. Although Wei Tu did not utter the customary pledges of loyalty to the Li family, the gratitude embedded in his words was unmistakable to her. That alone sufficed. Xinghua entered the Li family 2 years before you, making her 3 years your senior. I have watched her grow. As Chunlan had mentioned, Lady Li began to discuss the marriage prospects between Wei Tu and Xinghua. As the saying goes, a girl older by 1 year brings fortune, by 2 years, she brings wealth, and by 3 years, she brings prosperity. The parents of Xinghua passed away early, and I can be considered half a family member to her. Thus, I have consented to your marriage with her. Li Taoshi spoke slowly. As her words fell, the several maidservants standing behind her instantly beamed with joy, extending their hands toward Wei Tu to solicit a wedding gift. Kaixia, you may go to my room and fetch the red silk hidden beneath the bridal dowry, and deliver it to Xinghua's chamber as my congratulatory gift. Additionally, prepare a room to serve as the wedding quarters for Wei Tu and Xinghua. Yes, madam, Chunlan replied with a slight bow before exiting the parlor. The following day, in a hall of the Li residence's outer courtyard, Wei Tu stood beneath the eaves, slightly intoxicated, rubbing his brow to regain clarity. He then cast a glance at the red silk flowers nailed to the doorframe, straightened his posture, and forcefully pushed open the unbolted wooden door. With a creak, he entered the room and immediately noticed the bride, half-seated at the edge of the bed. Through the partially veiled red bridal canopy, Wei Tu perceived that Xinghua's beauty appeared even more exquisite than usual, transforming from ordinary to enchanting. Turning his gaze, he surveyed the other corners of the hall. The once dilapidated new home had been remarkably restored. The window with its cross-shaped panes was adorned with freshly pasted paper, and a wooden table supported by 2 long benches held a small copper mirror and a sewing box for women. In the corner of the hall, 2 solid wooden chests had been added, their paint partially chipped away. Wei Tu surmised that these chests likely contained bedding and garments. Wei Gur. Upon seeing Wei Tu dazed in the new room, Xinghua could not help but feel a swell of pride within her. This space had been meticulously cleaned and redecorated by her own hands. She called out to Wei Tu, but upon seeing that he remained unresponsive, she hesitated to speak again. Internally, she lamented how, despite Wei Tu's playful demeanor towards her in their everyday interactions, he now adhered so strictly to decorum on the eve of their marriage. The night passed in silence. As dawn's light filtered through the papered windows into the main room, Wei Tu lay in bed, holding Apricot Blossom close. Conventionally, as newlyweds, they ought to have suspended their duties at the Li residence for a day, allowing themselves to rise only when the sun was high in the sky. However, both Wei Tu and Apricot Blossom were accustomed to rising early, and even at this moment of indulgence, sleep eluded them. Brother Wei, in a few days, let us request a few days' leave from the mistress and return to your home to inform our father of our marriage, Apricot Blossom whispered softly. Having entered the Li household as a servant, their union did not require the customary considerations of matchmakers or parental consent. The master and mistress of the Li family could decide the matter themselves without objection. Nevertheless, it was essential to notify Wei Bao and share this joyous news. Indeed, Wei Tu nodded in agreement. His hometown was quite distant from Qingmu County, necessitating a journey of 1 or 2 days, which was why he had not informed Wei Bao beforehand. Apart from the distance, there was another reason for his silence regarding the marriage. The ceremony had been orchestrated by the Li family, and it would not have been appropriate for Wei Bao, as an outsider, to come to the Li residence. Additionally, the Li family was unable to provide accommodations for Wei Bao during his visit. Beyond wishing to see their father, there was also, as they spoke, Apricot Blossom rose from the bed, retrieved the sewing box from the table, and began patiently mending Wei Tu's old jacket that had seen better days. While engaged in this task, she and Wei Tu discussed the various matters that awaited them in their married life, including taking leave and visiting friends and family, renting land to cultivate crops, and a series of related matters. The main hall is a temporary refuge for the 2 unfortunate servants of the Li family, who have graciously allowed them to reside there. Although the Li family has not stipulated a return date, prolonged stay inevitably feels inappropriate. It would be wiser to save money to purchase a modest home near the Li residence. Furthermore, it is one thing for the 2 of them to become servants, but it is entirely unacceptable to let their children follow in their footsteps, growing up in subservience. All of this requires funds. Currently, the only way to earn money is through the arduous labor of renting land from the Li family, working as stable hands while also serving as tenant farmers. This way, they can accumulate some silver each year. Understood, Wei Tu nodded in agreement with the plans devised by his wife, Xinghua, for their small family. In 5 or 6 years, acquiring a house would not be an insurmountable challenge. Once they have children, he would send them to a private school, and if they excel, he would support their pursuit of official titles, ideally guiding them to become an accountant. Xinghua smiled. With a benevolent master and a reliable, capable husband, she felt that her life was already sufficiently blessed. The notion of private schooling. Upon hearing these words, Wei Tu fell into a moment of silence, grasping his pipe and taking several deep puffs after lighting it. Education, the key to altering one's fate. This was a memory ingrained deep within him. With the cultivation of health and the fate of late bloomers, although Wei Tu could not be certain of ascending to immortality or achieving eternal bliss, he was confident that his generation would surely rise above the rest. Resolving to continue his health cultivation, Wei Tu refrained from idling in bed any longer. Swiftly donning his garments, he raised his hands to practice the foundational stances of the tortoise breath and qi cultivation technique, repeating the motions time and again. After their marriage, he seemed to possess a newfound sense of purpose. Observing this scene, Xinghua felt a mix of surprise and curiosity, but refrained from asking further questions. The martial prowess of the Qingfeng manor was not to be underestimated. Many impoverished farmers resorted to banditry when mounted and returned to civility when dismounted, earning their livelihood as mercenaries. It was no extraordinary tale that her husband possessed a few combat skills. Withdrawing her gaze, Xinghua resumed her needlework. Yet she contemplated making Wei Tu's clothing a tad looser for comfort. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. On the very day following their nuptials, Wei Tu and Xinghua returned to their duties, diligently attending to the affairs of the Li household without a hint of laziness. Their industriousness had notably intensified compared to before. The matriarch of the Li family, Mrs. Li, observed their efforts keenly, and every few days, she would commend them, expressing her satisfaction with the union she had orchestrated. In contrast to Wei Tu, Xinghua underwent significant transformation. Previously, she had occasionally indulged in meat while cooking, but post-marriage, her demeanor changed entirely. When a pound of meat cooked down to 7 taels, She dutifully served all 7 taels at the dining table of the inner quarters, devoid of any slyness or secret indulgence. Sensing that Mrs. Li's approval of her had reached an unprecedented peak in the past decade, Xinghua cautiously approached in the afternoon to greet Mrs. Li, delicately expressing her and Wei Tu's intention to take leave and visit their family. As the saying goes, flattery without reason is often a sign of deceit. Mrs. Li was in the sitting room, crafting shoe soles, the coarse hemp twine producing a soft rustling sound as it threaded through the layers of fabric. She glanced at Xinghua and, with a smile, uttered those very words. Although her words were rather harsh, when paired with Li Tong's gentle smile, the tension in Xinghua's demeanor dissipated significantly in the presence of the mistress. I have been observing your efforts these past few days. Rest assured, I shall not seek anyone to fill your position before your return, Li Tong assured her. Thank you, my lady, Xinghua replied, her eyes reflecting gratitude. There is one more matter. After a moment of hesitation, Xinghua resolutely shared her intention to have Wei Tu rent the grain fields of the Li residence as a tenant. Once winter passes, we can begin planting wheat, beans, and rapeseed. By then, it won't be easy to find an unclaimed plot within the Li fields. Young Master Wei will not delay in tending to the horses. Noticing Li Tong's silence, Xinghua lowered her gaze and added, aware that her request was somewhat excessive. It is indeed true that one individual, no matter how industrious, cannot match the productivity of 2 working in tandem. Balancing agricultural duties with equine care would inevitably lead to losses for the Li estate if either task were neglected. Furthermore, the Li residence's location within the county would necessitate Wei Tu renting land along the riverbank nearby, as he would need to attend to the horses. The riverbank fields, unlike the dry slopes, are of the highest quality, capable of yielding a bountiful harvest even with minimal care, even in times of drought. We shall discuss the rental of the fields when you and Wei Tu return from visiting your family. Li Tong neither declined nor agreed. Yes, my lady, Xinghua responded, feeling somewhat disheartened as she left the inner courtyard. That evening, after hearing Xinghua's account, Wei Tu comforted her, since the mistress did not outright reject your request. It suggests she harbors a favorable inclination. However, as the head of the household, she cannot grant 2 requests at once. He did not utter another word. Li Tong's approach is indeed justified. Excessive indulgence towards subordinates will inevitably lead to them becoming presumptuous. The orderly management of the Li residence by Li Tong demonstrates her adeptness as a matron who understands the principles of household governance, as her subordinates both respect and fear her. Though she did not acquiesce this time, there will be future opportunities. After several petitions, the kind-hearted mistress will eventually yield, having achieved her intended purpose. Wei Tu expressed his perspective. Even if this endeavor does not succeed, in 5 years, when he has perfected his cultivation, the meager earnings from renting and farming land will seem trivial. Currently, he feels invigorated, with a surge of warmth coursing through his limbs, granting him the strength of over 100 pounds. Once his cultivation reaches completion, his physical fitness will undoubtedly surpass his present state. With such enhanced capabilities, after practicing martial techniques and studying military texts, he could either participate in the martial examination to attain the title of a martial scholar or become a martial instructor, enjoying the company of affluent patrons. In Zhenghua, the martial examination prioritizes martial skills, followed by strategic acumen. Mastery in martial arts, even with a lesser understanding of military tactics, can still secure honors. Very well, upon my return, I shall make further appeals to the mistress, he concluded. Upon hearing Wei Tu's incisive analysis, Xinghua felt both astonished and elated. The following day, at the break of dawn, Wei Tu and Xinghua prepared their belongings and stealthily departed the county town, heading towards the countryside. Wei Tu's native place is Weijia village in Changming Township of Qingmu County. The journey to Changming Township from the county town entails traversing over 20 li of official road, followed by 7 or 8 li of mountain paths. They traveled partway along the route. On the official road, there was a mule cart traveling in the same direction. Wei Tu and Xinghua spent a modest sum of silver to board it. By the time they reached the end of the official road, it was nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with approximately 2 hours remaining before dusk. In an effort to conserve funds, Xinghua planned to forego lodging at an inn and instead continue along the mountain path to Changming Township. The cold weather had driven hungry tigers and wolves down from the mountains, making the journey perilous at this hour if they did not make it home in time. The cart driver, a warm-hearted individual, overheard Wei Tu and his wife discussing their visit home and interjected with a warning. Besides the wild beasts of the mountains, there were also bandits lurking about. If only your husband were to return, there would be little concern. However, with an additional woman, those ruffians would show no mercy. After stopping at the inn, The driver spat a thick phlegm onto the ground and added another word of caution to Wei Tu and his wife. Heed the advice of others, and you shall be well fed. Noticing the number of travelers staying at the roadside inn, who were dressed modestly rather than opulently, Xinghua relinquished her stubbornness and produced some silver to rent a room. That evening, the couple fell asleep in their clothes. Around the fourth watch of the night, due to his habit of tending to horses, Wei Tu awoke briefly. At that moment, he heard a faint, chaotic sound of hoofbeats outside. Approaching the window, he opened it slightly and soon discerned the source of the noise in the bright moonlight, spotting a troop of several dozen cavalrymen several hundred meters away. Clad in helmets and crimson leather armor, the leading rider bore a banner embroidered with the character Zheng. Zheng state soldiers? Wei Tu was taken aback. Cavalrymen were a rare sight among official troops, and he had scarcely encountered them even in the city of Qingmu. The appearance of events outside the inn undoubtedly harbors reasons unknown to him. As Wei Tu attentively observed, the sounds of combat erupted among the soldiers, only to gradually subside after a brief interval. Soon after, the cavalry departed one by one, vanishing upon the main road. On the ground, however, there emerged several swordsmen wielding horizontal mountain knives. Were the soldiers engaged in bandit suppression? Wei Tu speculated. Could it be that a calamity had struck somewhere, giving rise to these outlaws? There exist two types of bandits: those who are inherently wicked, the road robbers, and those who, during times of disaster, are driven to banditry out of desperation. Bandits roamed freely in Qifeng Prefecture, particularly during the tumultuous times of the Red Dragon's resurgence in the 15th year of Qing'an, where in severely afflicted areas, it was common to find that out of every 10 households, 3 men had turned to a life of banditry. It is to be hoped that such matters do not encroach upon the county town. When disaster strikes, and the populace turns to banditry, they may lay siege to cities and strongholds, leaving us, the wealthy families, to see our servants conscripted into civil service. A look of concern crossed Wei Tu's face. The bandits slain by the soldiers were likely those who had come from neighboring Baiyang County, which had suffered calamities this year. The following day, upon returning to his rural home and conversing with Wei Bao, Wei Tu finally grasped the origins of these swordsmen. Although he had witnessed the soldiers slaying bandits the previous night, he dared not speak of the matter or inquire further from others, fearing it might bring misfortune. Only upon reaching home did he feel emboldened to broach the subject. 6 years prior, in a desperate attempt to save his family, Wei Bao had not only sold his eldest son, but had also parted with a portion of the family estate. In the years since, to support the household, he had taken to working as a hired hand in the neighboring county alongside acquaintances from their village. Baiyang County is situated to the northwest of Qingmu County, characterized predominantly by arid slopes, where wheat matures earlier than in Qingmu County. Wei Bao, the wheat merchant, was among the first to learn of the calamity afflicting Baiyang County, even before anyone in Qingshan County. Yet, the current state of affairs seems to be on the brink of chaos this time. The relief supplies for Baiyang County revealed that the grain in the benevolent granaries was a staggering 70% less than what was recorded in the ledgers. Wei Bao remarked. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu nodded. Although the villagers lacked formal education, their position at the grassroots level granted them a deeper understanding of the profound societal transformations occurring around them, akin to ants relocating under an overcast sky. After discussing the unusual events of the previous day, the father and son fell into silence, uncertain of what topic to broach next. Wei Bao noticed the tobacco pipe at Wei Tu's waist, prompting him to rise from his stool. He approached the windowsill and gathered a small package of the sun-dried tobacco leaves, offering it to his son. Try this. It's from our own cultivation, he said. Soon, the two of them were sharing puffs, and the room was soon enveloped in a hazy mist reminiscent of moonlit gauze. Forgive me, my son, Wei Bao said. This is some money I have saved over the years. Take it, whether to establish a household elsewhere or to redeem your contract, it will serve you well. Later that evening, Wei Tu was summoned outside by Wei Bao. The widower refrained from uttering any affectionate words. Instead, he stood in the shadow of the eaves and produced a somewhat worn floral cloth bag from his chest, handing it to Wei Tuesday. After a moment of silence, Wei Tu accepted the bag, feeling its heavy weight. Despite being filled with mere copper coins, the bag contained at least 5 or 6 coins. Besides the coins, Wei Tu also discerned several uneven, hard lumps, each about the size of a soybean. He understood that these were the accumulated silver coins of Wei Bao over the years. However, the subsequent words of indifference from Wei Bao shattered the warmth that had just begun to rise in Wei Tu's heart. You sold yourself, unless you redeem your contract. A household servant, according to the rules, cannot enter the ancestral hall to pay respects to the ancestors, including your wife. Wei Bao articulated each word deliberately. Indeed, the villagers did not regard selling oneself as a disgrace, yet they would never allow a servant to pay homage to their ancestors in the ancestral hall. For the clan leader, this matter was of great significance. Having a servant claiming kinship would bring shame upon his lineage. I understand. Wei Tu felt a burning sensation on his face, akin to being scalded. He was grateful to be hiding in the dimly lit cottage, where no one could discern the expression on his face. He clenched the money pouch tightly, his throat constricting as he said, "I will leave soon, so the villagers do not see me." At that moment, he realized that for a household servant, returning home with a wife was not a glorious homecoming, but rather a disgraceful affair that would bring shame to the family, no matter how one tried to accept it. Being looked down upon was never pleasant. Wei Bao's act of giving him money stemmed not only from a sense of guilt, but also from a desire to prevent him from making his return to the village known. Leaving Wei family village early was preferable to enduring scorn and embarrassment. All right, Wei Bao's lips twitched slightly. After a brief pause, he uttered a word of agreement. In the morning, the mountain path was damp with morning dew, making it somewhat slippery. Wei Tu and Xing Hua walked slowly. Suddenly, Xing Hua stumbled and fell against the mountain wall, rubbing her ankle. "Wei Guer, do you think your father looks down on me?" I called him father, yet he remained silent. Tears welled in the corners of Xing Hua's eyes. Moreover, within the ancestral hall, she expressed her lingering regret over her inability to pay homage at the Wei family shrine. Wei Tu remained silent, gently caressing Xing Hua's head and enveloping her in his embrace, allowing her tears to dampen his garment. He silently vowed that there would come a day when this would change. During their marriage, he had forewent the customary 3 invitations and 6 gifts, opting for simplicity, which was acceptable. However, upon returning home to visit family, he had denied Xinghua even entrance to the ancestral hall, resulting in their early and disheartened departure from Wei family village. This weighed heavily on his conscience. It was impossible for him to remain indifferent. Upon returning to the Li residence, Wei Tu resumed his tranquil existence. The matter of renting land for farming was never again broached by Li Tong. As if it had been forgotten, Wei Tu speculated that the Li family intended to keep him and Xinghua at a distance, employing both kindness and severity as a means of control. He continued to encourage Xinghua to remain patient. As half a year passed and the time for spring planting approached, it became evident that Li Tong had still not mentioned the subject, leading Xinghua to lose hope that this year would allow Wei Tu to become a tenant farmer and save money. It had been over a year since he had obtained the turtle breathing and qi cultivation technique. On this day, as Wei Tu diligently practiced his health cultivation, he suddenly perceived a gentle sound within his body, akin to the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore, while the stance beneath his feet seemed to take on an inexplicable and unique charm. Moments later, a more potent warm current surged from within him, flowing through his limbs and enhancing his physique. Could it be that he had made a small breakthrough in his health cultivation? Wei Tu glanced at the progress of the technique inscribed upon his fate. As far as he knew, martial arts are fundamentally categorized into 4 stages: beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. At this moment, his progress in the cultivation of health has reached 1/3. Taking into account the recent changes in his physique, it can be deduced that he has entered the minor achievement stage of health cultivation. He decided to attempt lifting a 200-pound stone lock. After the internal warmth dissipated, he took a moment to regulate his breath and then turned his gaze towards several stone locks at the corner of the courtyard. The stone locks were not prohibitively expensive. After deciding to practice martial arts, he spent a modest sum to purchase this set for strength training from a nearby farmer. Approaching the stone locks, he placed one hand upon the 200-pound lock and, with a vigorous effort, effortlessly lifted it to his chest, aligning it with his shoulders. Success! A smile spread across his face. While an adult could muster the strength to lift 200 pounds, the distinction between lifting it with one arm and with both is vast. Being able to lift the 200-pound lock with one arm qualifies him to participate in the martial arts examination. However, mere physical strength is insufficient for him to attain a martial arts title. The martial arts examination encompasses not only the stone lifting, but also swordplay, archery, horse stance shooting, and strategy. He must practice archery while amassing silver coins, seeking ways to free himself from servitude. For one in bondage cannot participate in the martial arts examination. Weighing down the stone lock, he contemplated his next steps in life. Given his current circumstances, the fastest and most effective route to transcend social class is to partake in the triennial martial arts examination of the state of Zheng. Although the title of martial arts is not as esteemed as that of scholarly pursuits, for the common folk, it represents a significant leap across social strata. However, the prerequisite for participating in the martial examination is that he must first extricate himself from the status of a slave in Qingshan County. Yet, shedding such a status is often no easy feat. Firstly, one must possess sufficient silver for redemption to purchase one's freedom from the master. Secondly, It is necessary to carry the master's letter and the certificate of status to the government office to process the release. The authorities would not obstruct the increase of taxpayers under their jurisdiction, but the true challenge lies in negotiating with the master who holds the certificate. After years of toil at the Li residence, where he has learned the art of horse husbandry, the market price for his redemption would be no less than 10 taels of silver. As Wei Tu contemplated this, a pallor crept across his countenance. He had risen from a mere tenant farmer to the position of a groom at the Li household, enjoying a significant elevation in status, receiving wages, and savoring meat dishes, all while holding a respectable position before his master. The master had even arranged a marriage for him, if he does not seek to redeem himself. All of this remains favorable. Yet, redemption, all that he has consumed and utilized must be repaid. His identity as a groom would also enhance the value of his certificate. Furthermore, skilled laborers are as valuable as gold. When the government calls for conscription, he, as a groom, could fulfill the obligation, sparing his master considerable sums in substitute labor fees. Under these conditions, even if he manages to save enough silver for redemption, the Li household would not easily let him go, especially since Master Li is known for his shrewdness and avarice, sparingly lighting only a single wick to avoid wasting oil. When his father sold him years ago, he received merely 5 coins and 2 dough of wheat. Wei Tu sighed inwardly. In just 6 years, his worth had escalated 20-fold. An unfathomable transformation. However, in years of famine, life held little value. For him to sell himself to survive was, in those times, considered a stroke of fortune. As for the amount of money he possessed, that evening, when Xinghua returned to her chamber, Wei Tu inquired about the private savings she held. Though they were now wed, according to tradition, the private savings Xinghua had accumulated were her dowry, and as her husband, Wei Tu had no right to touch a single coin without her consent. Why do you ask? A hint of wariness flickered across Xinghua's face. The savings she had amassed during her years of labor at the Li residence were her lifeline. Even though Wei Tu was her husband, without a legitimate reason, she would not part with a penny. I intend to renounce my status and take the military examination. I am considerably short on funds. Wei Tu spoke without hesitation, revealing his plans. Now that he and Xinghua were married, they were the closest of companions, relying on one another. Though he felt a twinge of discomfort about using her dowry, the matter of renouncing his status was crucial for his future, and thus the sooner, the better. He would not indulge in sentimentality. What he owed Xinghua today, he would repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold tomorrow. As a couple, they were meant to weather hardships together and share in blessings. Renounce your status? Wei, have you lost your mind? Upon hearing Wei Tu's words, Xinghua sprang to her feet, her face etched with fear. In a hushed tone, she admonished him. If you leave the Li residence, where else would you find such a good livelihood? This autumn, I will test the waters with the eldest mistress once more. Perhaps this year we can rent land. Once we secure the land, our lives will improve, and we can move out of this hall. After murmuring a few words, Xinghua's eyes welled with tears, which she gently dabbed away with a handkerchief. She had believed she had married a man of steady disposition, envisioning a hopeful life ahead. However, it became evident that Wei Tu was inherently restless. A martial examination? Such a pursuit was hardly meant for commoners. Those who emerged from such examinations commanded respect, compelling ordinary folk to bow and address them as Master Martial Scholar. Noticing Xinghua's distressed demeanor, Wei Tu did not approach her to offer comfort. Instead, he stepped out of the main hall and hefted a 200-pound stone lock from the corner of the courtyard, returning it to the room. Before Xinghua's gaze, he demonstrated his strength with it, showcasing irrefutable evidence of his potential. He indeed possessed the capability to pursue the martial examination. Was this not a fact? Wiping her tears, Xinghua approached Wei Tu and attempted to lift the stone lock herself. Soon, her expression transformed into one of disbelief. Her eyes sparkled brighter than the flickering light of the oil lamp within the room. The weight of the 200-pound stone lock was beyond her grasp. Yet her husband wielded it with ease. She was no delicate flower, incapable of bearing burdens. As she drew closer, her hand brushed against Wei Tu's chest, and she quickly felt the firm, muscular contours beneath his summer garment, along with his robust, sturdy arms. Wei Gur, do you truly intend to take the martial examination? A flicker of belief ignited within Xinghua regarding Wei Tu's words. At that moment, she not only began to hope for a prosperous future for their offspring through education, but also aspired for her husband to achieve greatness in his own generation. With diligent archery practice, it seemed plausible for him to succeed in the martial examination, becoming a distinguished martial scholar. Although Wei Tu himself harbored doubts, he nonetheless assured Xinghua of his intentions. With over a year remaining until the martial examination at Qingfeng Mansion, his physical prowess would undoubtedly surpass what it is now. Moreover, devoid of servitude, he found it far more convenient to engage in pursuits. even if the modern notions swirling in his mind did not yield substantial wealth. Earning a modest sum was certainly within reach. Presently, endowed with formidable martial strength, he could effectively safeguard the assets he rightfully deserved, free from the trepidation of petty thieves. As for my private funds, I possess 3 taels and 7 chien, accumulated from years of labor, alongside the occasional rewards from my household. Xinghua hesitated briefly before retrieving her savings from a redwood chest in the corner of the room and laying it upon the bed, counting it once. Having served for 2 years in the Li household, first as a maid and later as the cook, her earnings had been considerable, not to mention the slight overages she had managed to amass. Of course, she was cautious, refraining from excessive greed, only daring to negotiate a little extra when purchasing vegetables and meat. The lower servants' penchant for wealth was widely acknowledged by their masters, as long as one did not overstep. Scrutiny was minimal. Otherwise, given Lady Li's astuteness, Xinghua would not have held her position for so long. I possess merely over a tael, and with the funds bestowed upon me by my father, I calculate that I have around 3 taels. To reach the goal of 10 taels, there remains a deficit of 3 taels and 3 chien. Wei Tu calculated the combined sum of their finances and remarked, 3 taels and 3. If I can persuade the eldest lady this year to rent 3 or 4 acres, after deducting the rent, we might earn 5 or 6 chien. I could also seek a loan from Chunlan and Saixia, and together with our future earnings, the shortfall should not be insurmountable. In a moment of desperation, Xinghua clenched her teeth and contemplated exploiting her authority to embezzle a substantial sum of money. However, Wei Tu discerned her intentions and promptly intervened. Small-scale financial manipulation, conducted within the bounds of regulations, could be overlooked by Li Tongshi. Yet, should she entertain nefarious thoughts, misrepresenting subpar goods, or employing deceptive measures, Li Tongshi would not be so accommodating. Should Xinghua falter, the authorities would not pursue the matter excessively. A mere monetary fine would suffice. If you succeed, I would not mind becoming a brothel keeper. Upon seeing the concern etched on Wei Tu's face, Xinghua felt a surge of emotion and vowed with fervor. Such words should not be uttered, Wei Tu admonished, furrowing his brow. As the seasons changed, a year swiftly passed. During the spring planting season of the 23rd year of Qingyan, Li Tongshi finally relented and rented 3 acres of riverside land on the outskirts of Qinshan County to Wei Tu and his wife. Nevertheless, in terms of rent, Li Tongshi remained steadfast, demanding a 6/10 share of the harvested grain, akin to other tenants. Fortunately, the rent from the Li family included the land tax imposed by the government, unlike other landlords who required tenants to bear the tax burden. In other words, after paying the rent, Wei Tu would retain 4/10 of the yield from the 3 acres. Additionally, while cultivating wheat, he could also sow soybeans in the intervals, providing another avenue for increased income. In the fortnight preceding the golden ripening of wheat, Master Li Yaozu, accompanied by his servant Wei Tu, ventured into the city to remit the tuition fees for his eldest son, Li Xingye, at the local academy. The academy's instructor was indeed a scoundrel. Despite the wheat being 10 days away from harvest, he insisted on collecting the fees at this juncture, clearly aiming to extort a bit more silver. As they made their way, Li Yuzu rode his horse, with Wei Tu leading the way towards the city, frequently glancing back at the mule cart laden with grain. Lamenting the premature timing of this year's tuition payment, which he believed would result in an unnecessary loss of silver, Wei Tu remained silent, listening intently to Li Yuzu's sighs and murmurs. Each year, before and after the grain collection, prices fluctuated, although the tuition appeared the same. The academy profited significantly from the variations in grain prices, seizing the opportunity to resell at a marked-up rate. Wei Tu had heard Li Yaozu voice these grievances about the academy's sordid dealings no less than 8 or 10 times. It was a refrain he knew all too well. In another fortnight, once the grain was harvested, the shortfall would be rectified. What remained was persuading Li Yaozu and Li Tong to redeem his contract. Wei Tu reflected that, after more than a year of frugality, he was nearing his goal of raising the 10 taels required for his release. The only obstacle now was convincing Li Yuzu and Li Tong to agree to his redemption and to provide a written confirmation. However, as Wei Tu pondered how to broach the subject of purchasing his freedom, Li Yaozu, having finished his complaints about the academy's instructor, unexpectedly initiated a conversation. Wei Tu, he said, you possess a robust physique and considerable strength. Why not consider remaining with Xingye as a small servant? Protect him. As a father, I can finally feel a sense of relief. Li Yaozu tightened the reins, compelling the horse beneath him, Wei Tu, to halt. From his elevated position, he cast a glance down at Wei Tu, stroking his goatee, his eyes glimmering with intelligence as he spoke. The young master has attendants by his side. My presence would merely disrupt his study and spoil his mood. Wei Tu paused momentarily, seeking an appropriate rationale, and replied, in just over half a year. The county's preliminary examinations will take place. He added, the schedule for the civil and martial examinations is staggered by about half a month, with the civil exams occurring first, followed by the martial ones. Thus, I am well aware of the timeline for the preliminary assessments. Indeed, it is vital not to hinder the young master Xingye's academic pursuits. Li Yaozu hesitated for a brief moment, then nodded solemnly, choosing not to broach the subject again. However, while Li Yaozu remained silent, Wei Tu etched the matter into his memory. During the busy autumn season, what intentions did Li Yaozu harbor in wanting to divert my attention? After delivering the tribute and en route to the Li residence in Qingshan County, Wei Tu pondered the motives behind this incident. Master Li Yaozu was known to be a difficult man to engage with, a consensus shared among the household staff. This, in turn, underscored Li Yaozu's astuteness. He was not easily deceived. If he could foresee that altering the attendance would impact the young master Li Xingye's studies, would he truly be oblivious to such an implication? That seemed implausible. Upon returning to the Li residence, Wei Tu sought out Saixia, the chief maid, confiding his perplexities to her and inquiring about her insights. Saixia, having entered the Li household alongside him, shared a cordial rapport with Wei Tuesday. The news of his marriage with Xinghua being approved by Li Tongshi was conveyed to me through Saixia, who relayed it via Chunlan. In my opinion, it seems that the master has taken a fancy to Sister Xinghua. Saixia pulled Wei Tu to a secluded corner of the corridor, where no one could see them, and quietly articulated her suspicions. The recent discontent of the mistress is palpable. Just a few nights ago, I overheard a quarrel between the master and the mistress, where accusations were thrown about the master's entanglements with the tenants' wives. The master dismisses you, leaving the land you rent unattended, and Sister Xinghua is left at his mercy. Saixia spoke deliberately. Such a sinister intention. Upon hearing Saixia's words, Wei Tu's expression darkened instantly, filled with an urge to tear Li Yaozu apart, piece by piece. Previously, he had heard of tenants offering their wives to sleep with landlords for favorable land, but he never imagined that this seemingly benevolent Li residence was rife with such schemes. Being made a mere attendant to the young master surely was not Li Yaozu's true intention. Rather, it was a means to coerce him into submission, with the ultimate goal of seizing Xinghua. If he does not comply, the grain he toiled for all year would remain wasted in the fields. If he does not yield, the prospect of renting such prime land next year would be utterly unattainable. As for why Li Yaozu does not directly pressure the unmarried Xinghua to comply, he could surmise the likely reasons. Firstly, Li Tongshi is strict in her household management and somewhat jealous, forbidding Li Yaozu from taking concubines or making advances towards the maids. Even Saixia, having been a favored maid for so long, still retains her virtue. Both parties, influenced by familial traditions, could not allow rumors of Li Yaozu, the esteemed master, indulging in frivolous pursuits with maidservants to circulate within the walls of the Li residence, for such scandal would tarnish their reputation. Li Yaozu himself harbored no desire for such matters to transpire. The complications of trifling with maidservants, whether to grant them legitimacy or not, proved to be a daunting task. However, compelling the tenant women to submit would alleviate any lingering concerns. The peasant folk, bound by the stringent feudal moral codes that deemed death trivial, yet infidelity grievous, would find solace in the notion that as long as the matter remained undisclosed, it could be easily brushed aside. I am aware of this. Thank you, Saixia. Moments later, Wei Tu gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fists, bowing in gratitude to Saixia, remarking that it was not a significant issue. Saixia smiled, recalling how, during her punishments from the matriarch, Sister Xinghua had secretly brought her food, a kindness she had long cherished. Upon returning to the main hall and tending to the half-grown black horse, Wei Tu practiced his health exercises several times to warm himself up. With his current prowess, attaining a degree of martial distinction was not merely a distant aspiration but rather within reach. He contemplated directly approaching Li Tongshi to negotiate for his emancipation. Confident in her intelligence to not impede him, Wei Tu mused that shallow waters cannot nurture true dragons. He believed that Li Tongshi must comprehend the potential repercussions of harboring a martial artist with rebellious inclinations. Should matters not unfold favorably, Li Tongshi would be lacking in wisdom. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Wei Tu's eyes, and with a heart steeled for confrontation, thoughts of violence stirred within him. Given his current strength, annihilating the entire Li household would pose little challenge. However, out of gratitude for the Li family's mercy towards his life, he would refrain from such actions. Nonetheless, fleeing from the Li residence and becoming an outlaw or a bandit remained a viable option. He has grown weary of being subservient. There are two paths before him. Either he redeems himself by participating in the martial examination or he resorts to becoming a bandit, embracing the life of a swordsman. He raised his head to discuss the matter of redemption with Li Tong, and after careful contemplation, Wei Tu resolved that delay was inadvisable. He feared that time would bring unforeseen changes. According to Kaixia, Lord Li Yaozu intended to leverage the autumn harvest of the tenant fields to coerce him and his wife, Xinghua, into submission. The wheat harvest in Qingshan County was imminent. Within the next 10 days, if too much time elapsed and he encountered Li Yaozu's threats, the bond between master and servant would swiftly disintegrate. Should he propose redemption then? Li Yaozu would undoubtedly seek to obstruct him by any means necessary, even resorting to slander and treachery to rid himself of what he perceived as a menace within the Li household. However, to redeem himself in advance, even though he still lacked sufficient silver, was prudent. Currently, the relationship between master and servant had not soured, and given Li Yaozu's awareness of his strength, it was likely he would reconsider his initial plans and refrain from harboring animosity towards him. That evening, Wei Tu shared his plans with Xinghua and sought her counsel. "You are my man. I shall abide by your decisions," Xinghua replied. She understood her own limitations and thus refrained from contesting Wei Tu's overarching intentions. "Your words suffice," he acknowledged, before advising Xinghua to return to the Li residence a bit later after purchasing provisions in the county town the following day. "If anything changes, you must leave the county swiftly and hide outside the city," he cautioned. "Brother Wei, are you intending to?" Xinghua's heart sank at this point, and she instantly envisioned the worst. Yet, as the words teetered on her lips, she silenced herself, softly murmuring in acknowledgement. She extricated her legs from the cotton quilt and began to gather their belongings under the cover of night. As he departed, "Do not leave me behind." When the lights extinguished, the couple embraced each other in slumber. In the dead of night, Xinghua gently stirred Wei Tu's eyes open and whispered this phrase. Wei Tu, still enveloped in the haze of sleep, took a moment to awaken fully. In his drowsy state, he grasped her words, yet found himself at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, in a flurry of confusion, he could not assure himself whether he would be burdened by an encumbrance that might lead to his own demise. "I still need you to prepare my meals. I have grown accustomed to your cooking, and the taste of another's fare is unpalatable." After much contemplation, Wei Tu uttered a response that lacked finesse. However, as his words fell, Xinghua had already succumbed to sleep, her breath coming forth in a hurried warmth. The following morning, as was his custom, Wei Tu rose early. He busied himself with his tasks, mixing feed for the horses and meticulously chopping the hay that had accumulated over the past days. He filled the water barrel to the brim, leaving no space unoccupied. Upon completing his chores, Wei Tu observed as Xinghua stepped out of the Li household with her basket. He then settled onto a stone stool, waiting until the sun's heat on his back became unbearable before he stood and made his way towards the inner courtyard. As a man without orders from the master of the house, he was prohibited from entering the inner quarters. Remembering his place, Wei Tu stood at the entrance, requesting the passing maidservants to inform Lady Li Tong. Soon, a maid returned with Lady Li's command and led Wei Tu into the parlor. "Wei Tu, what urgent matter brings you here? Is there something lacking in the household, or is there discord between you and Xinghua?" Lady Li Tong inquired, her brow furrowed as she regarded Wei Tu, who stood at the center of the hall. Li Tong's voice was calm, devoid of any trace of arrogance. Yet those familiar with her understood that she was deliberately suppressing the fury and discontent simmering within her. When a male servant entered the inner residence, it was customary to speak plainly in the outer quarters. There was no need to enter the inner sanctum for discussion. In Li Tong's view, Wei Tu's presence in the inner residence today was a breach of decorum. Without rules, there can be no order. As the matriarch, Li Tong felt compelled to extinguish any potential sparks that could ignite turmoil within the Li household. She sipped her tea, the scalding liquid causing her lips and tongue to ache, yet she maintained the composure befitting her status, her cold gaze fixed upon Wei Tu, awaiting his response. However, Wei Tu's words took Li Tong by surprise. Bowing slightly, he said, "Madam, I have come to the inner residence to redeem my contract. I intend to participate in next year's martial examination." The moment his words fell, silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere chilling to an unbearable degree. One could hear a pin drop. Li Tong was taken aback. Even the maids standing behind her were equally astonished. In a prominent household, the topic of contracts was a taboo. It was not to be mentioned. No one spoke of the bond of servitude. And both the inner and outer servants performed their duties as if it were their inherent destiny, rather than a condition imposed upon them. "Wei, you have been with the Li family for several years. Surely, the Li family has treated you well." Li Tong's expression remained unchanged. Yet the fingers hidden within her sleeves tightened around the fabric. The emancipation of servants often occurs within the confines of troubled households, particularly among affluent families. Having overseen the internal affairs of the Li residence for many years, she harbored no desire for a blemish, a mark that would provide fodder for the other women in the county to criticize. "The Li family had granted me the gift of life." Wei Tu nodded in agreement, responding accordingly. The hall, oriented north to south, basked in the gentle embrace of sunlight. casting soft shadows. Lady Li's demeanor softened slightly. But is the wage insufficient? She inquired with a gentle tone. At that moment, Lady Li recalled that Wei Tu's remuneration had not increased in quite some time, and it was likely due to this financial concern that he had broached the subject of his emancipation. No, my lady, Wei Tu resolutely shook his head. I previously mentioned that I intend to seek my freedom to participate in next year's martial examination. Wei Tu was puzzled. He had enunciated his words clearly. Yet it seemed Lady Li had not grasped the latter part of his statement. The martial examination? Those 4 words echoed in Lady Li's mind once more. After this reflection, she finally comprehended the significance they held. She lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the young man before her, whose skin bore a slight tan. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she said, "Raise your head." Since her entry into the parlor, she had observed that Wei Tu had kept his head bowed, never once lifting it. Indeed, from the moment the Li family acquired him as a servant, she had never witnessed him raise his head. His unwavering adherence to propriety had always pleased her, yet today, she felt a sense of miscalculation. The most dutiful individual, it seemed, harbored an inner restlessness, contemplating emancipation, aspiring to take the martial examination, and ultimately departing from the Li household. Yes, my lady. Upon receiving the command, Wei Tu raised his head and met the gaze of the mistress of the Li household. Why do you wish to take the martial examination? It is no easy feat. Upon observing Wei Tu's appearance, Lady Li felt a sense of calmness wash over her and gently inquired. Wei Tu's visage did not possess the extraordinary features akin to the renowned dragon countenance she had encountered in literature. On the contrary, his looks were rather unremarkable, indistinguishable from that of a rural peasant. Unbeknownst to her, Wei Tu had sought out a tome on health cultivation from his second aunt 2 years prior, and after diligent practice over these years, he had significantly increased his strength, now meeting the requirements for the martial examination. After pondering for a moment, Wei Tu candidly recounted his experience with the health cultivation techniques, mentioning his second aunt, Wei Hong, in passing. 2 years had elapsed since he had shed his status as a servant. The words of his cousin, Huang Yuanshan, still echoed in his mind from the time he departed the Huang family. The sting of disdain was not easily forgotten. Nevertheless, this was a critical juncture in his life. A matter of life and death. Wei Tu would not allow a mere dispute of pride to overshadow the one reliable connection he had. Wei Hong. Lady Li pondered upon this name, deep in thought. Though Wei Hong was a concubine of the Huang family, having borne a son, her standing within the household was not insignificant, setting her apart from ordinary maidservants. This she understood well. Although her status might not directly influence the internal affairs of the Li household, retaining Wei Tu's contract and fostering enmity with him could ultimately prove unwise. The Huang family wielded immense power and wealth in Qingshan County, their influence extending far beyond what the Li family could rival. However, it was clear that the Li family did not find themselves in a position of fear. If Wei Tu were truly as closely related to his second aunt Wei Hong, he would not have fallen to the status of a servant in the Li family. Li Tongshi contemplated this notion, yet soon suppressed it deep within her heart. An ordinary male relative from her family would not attract Wei Hong's attention or assistance. However, a male relative with the potential to excel in the martial examinations would be an entirely different matter. As the matriarch of the Li household, Li Tongshi understood the mindset of a concubine from a prominent family like Wei Hong. Having family ties provided confidence, support, and protection against being looked down upon by the husband's family. After a brief moment, as Li Tongshi gently set down her teacup onto the nearby table, the people in the hall recognized that she had made up her mind. Your release. I cannot decide alone. I must consult with the master. Li Tongshi cast a glance at Wei Tu and continued, the master has always been open-minded. If your heart is set on the martial examinations, the Li family should not obstruct your path. She had internally agreed to Wei Tu's release, but given the matters concerning the household, it would be inappropriate to make a decision without the approval of Li Yuzu, the master. Kaixia, please summon the master, Li Tongshi instructed, directing her gaze towards the maid standing to her right. Yes, madam, Kaixia responded and promptly exited the parlor. Before long, Master Li Yaozu arrived from the living quarters. He took a seat on the chair beside Li Tongshi, smoothing out the hem of his robe before fixing his gaze upon Wei Tu, who stood before him. Release? Li Yuzu furrowed his brow. Do you have sufficient silver? Unlike Li Tongshi's gentle and empathetic tone, his inquiry was direct, demanding Wei Tu to present the requisite sum for his release. However, this demeanor precisely reflects the familiar perception of the Li family regarding their patriarch, Li Yaozu. With limited family resources, Wei Tu implored the master and the mistress for leniency, hoping for a reasonable reduction. The 10 taels of silver he proposed were merely an estimation based on market value, not the actual sum required for his release. The price set by the Li family could potentially exceed or fall below this amount, yet it must remain within a reasonable range to maintain credibility. An unreasonable offer could lead Wei Tu to report the Li family to the authorities, though it is commonly understood that the courts favor those with wealth over those with mere grievances. As Li Yaozu prepared to speak, Li Tongshi rose and discreetly gestured for him to accompany her to the inner hall to deliberate on the matter. Time gradually passed. From the moment Wei Tu entered the inner residence until now, the hour had long since passed noon. Finally, at 1:15 noon, Li Yaozu and Li Tongshi emerged from the inner hall, taking their respective seats, in a businesslike manner. Since you wish to sever ties with the Li family and redeem your contract, the payment for your release is indispensable. Over the years, you have dined and lived within the Li household, where they have also imparted to you the skills of horse care and provided you with wages. All these constitute expenses. Li Tongshi produced the account book and calculated the figures. Hearing this, Wei Tu did not contest. Had he expressed his desire for redemption years prior, the Li family would not have nurtured him with such care, nor facilitated his marriage. After the calculations, the sum amounted to approximately 11 taels and 5 coins. Young Master Wei, is this amount for your release acceptable? Li Tongshi inquired. I kindly beseech the mistress for mercy and a reduction, as Wei Tu shall surely repay your kindness in the future. Upon hearing the sum of the ransom, Wei Tu was astounded. The calculations of the Li family far exceeded his own. The additional 2 taels and 5 coins constituted no trifling amount, sufficient to procure another servant during a year of calamity. Suppressing his discontent, he performed a deep bow and lowered his tone. Li Yaozu, observing Wei Tu's respectful demeanor, revealed a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. He remarked, Young Master Wei has grown up within the Li household. While we speak of commerce, we must also take into account some degree of sentiment. The price for the ransom may be adjusted. How does 8 taels and 8 coins sound? Consider it a token of goodwill. Thank you, esteemed sir. Wei Tu expressed his gratitude. After his thanks, he retrieved his savings accumulated over the years, counted the coins, and handed them to Chunlan, who stood nearby. Madam, it amounts to 8 taels and 8 coins. Chunlan placed the silver pieces upon the lacquered table and leaned closer to Li Tongshi, whispering, It appears you have come prepared. Here are your contract and the letter of proof. Earlier, the master had already pinned the necessary documentation in the inner hall, which accounted for the delay. Li Tongshi smiled, producing an unsealed envelope from her sleeve and placing it upon the tea table. She further elucidated the reason for her prolonged discussion with Master Li Yaozu in the inner hall. It was due to the drafting of the letter confirming Wei Tu's release, which had consumed time. Wei Tu expressed his gratitude once more to both the master and the madam, bowing deeply again. However, after his thanks, he inhaled deeply, straightened his posture, and met the gazes of Li Yaozu and Li Tongshi with unwavering resolve. At that moment, he was no longer a servant of the Li household. From this moment on, once he sheds his status as a slave at the yamen, he shall become a rightful citizen of the state of Zheng, rather than a mere private servant raised by a wealthy family. Witnessing this scene, Li Yaozu and Li Tongshi felt an inexplicable discomfort, their brows furrowing in discontent. They believed that Wei Tu should at least have maintained the requisite respect before departing from the Li residence, thus honoring their previous kindness. Brother Wei, go to the outer residence and gather your belongings. You are free to leave. Although Li Yaozu felt a surge of anger within, his visage remained adorned with a courteous smile, refraining from any display of rudeness. Despite not having assessed Wei Tu's capabilities as meticulously as he did with Xinghua, he understood that a servant bold enough to renounce his slave status was driven by motives far beyond a mere desire for greatness. The words spoken by Wei Tu were likely grounded in truth, even if he did not succeed in the martial examination this time. It was prudent to avoid offending a martial artist whenever possible. Over the years, there have been instances in Qingshan County where landlords had met their demise at the hands of skilled swordsmen. Upon hearing these words, Wei Tu nodded, accepting the deed and letter from Chunlan, before turning to exit the inner residence. Once Wei Tu departed, tranquility returned to the Li family's abode. Why has today's lunch not yet been served? It is well past noon, Li Tongshi remarked, tucking away the account books. Her displeasure evident as she noted the emptiness of the dining table. She sighed inwardly, pondering whether the household servants and maids had grown increasingly audacious due to her lenient management. Xinghua went out to buy groceries this morning and has yet to return. A maid whispered, What? Xinghua has not returned? Upon reaching the dining table, the venerable Li Yaozu heard these words, and his countenance immediately turned cold. Yet, in an instant, a thought seemed to cross his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. It must be my overthinking, he mused. Rubbing his forehead, he settled onto the stool beside the table. He convinced himself that he was merely frightening himself. Since Wei Tu had joined the Li family, there had not been a single incident that warranted any wrongdoing towards Wei Tu. Thus, it was improbable that he would act recklessly over such trivial matters. The matter of forcing Xinghua's submission had yet to unfold. During his journey to the capital, he had merely suggested that Wei Tu accompany Li Xingye as a retainer. Any further connections drawn were mere coincidences. Li Yaozu repeated the word should in his mind, attempting to soothe his troubled thoughts. However, tranquility eluded him as he recalled the unwavering gaze Wei Tu had fixed upon him upon his departure. Such a look was not befitting that of a mere servant, nor did it resemble the demeanor of one who bore gratitude. I shall take a stroll, Li Yaozu decided, yearning for a moment of respite. After exchanging pleasantries with Lady Li, he lifted the hem of his long robe and stepped out of the hall. Following the corridor and traversing the courtyard and moongate, he arrived at the outer residence. Pausing beneath the eaves, he cast a glance towards the stable. A half-grown black horse snorted, consuming the remaining fodder, which was scarcely an inch thick. Nearby, piled against the stone wall, lay a supply of dried grass, roughly enough for 10 days' worth of feed. Li Yaozu approached the stable and, on tiptoe, glanced inside to observe its cleanliness, noticing the absence of the large black horse's nocturnal waste from the previous night. A weight lifted from his heart, and a hint of admiration sparkled in his eyes. I was overly concerned. Wei is indeed a commendable young man, Li Yaozu mused. As he returned to the inner courtyard and passed by the kitchen, the enticing aromas of meat and vegetables wafted through the open window, alleviating yet another burden from his shoulders. He felt lighter as he walked, his right hand at ease. Seeking paper and pen, Li Yaozu resumed his place on the stool and instructed the maid beside Li Tong, "Fetch me paper and ink." "What do you intend to write, my lord?" Li Tong inquired, puzzled. Li Yaozu was not known for whimsically composing poetry, especially during mealtime when he seldom put pen to paper. "I have a long-standing friend in Sanyuan Township who comes from a martial lineage. Since Wei intends to pursue martial examinations, let us aid him fully," Li Yaozu explained. "My lord, have you come down with some sort of affliction? Are you confused?" Li Tong expressed her astonishment. Earlier in the inner hall, when discussing the redemption fee, it was she who had negotiated a concession, reducing the fee for Wei Tuesday. If the redemption fee were exorbitant, the wealthy ladies would gossip about the Li family's low status, claiming they were driven solely by greed. At that moment, Chunlan had returned from the inner hall with the necessary writing supplies and began to grind the ink for Li Yaozu. Affliction? Li Yaozu paused, his hand momentarily still, a shadow of displeasure crossing his face as he furrowed his brow and muttered, "Short-sighted woman." Subsequently, Li Yaozu paid no further attention to Li Tongshi. Instead, he carefully inscribed the content along the blue vertical lines of the letter. Upon completion, he retrieved his personal seal and affixed a crimson impression upon the parchment. Should the observations hold true, this correspondence would forge a benevolent connection. If otherwise, its profound sentiment could alleviate a calamity. Li Yaozu scrutinized the letter, stroking his goatee, his eyes shimmering with a keen light. The gratitude for his patronage weighed heavily, akin to a mountain. If Wei Tu were to repay kindness with enmity, he would forfeit even the chance to become a blade master. A swordsman values loyalty above all. "Go, deliver this to Brother Wei," he instructed, placing the letter into an envelope and handing it to the maid beside him. Soon, Wei Tu, who was busy preparing his luggage in the main hall, received yet another letter from Master Li Yaozu. This envelope, akin to the one that contained the contract and certificate, was unsealed, allowing Wei Tu to effortlessly read its contents. Sanyuan Township. The humble scholar Shanju requests that I work there as a laborer while learning martial arts to prepare for next year's martial examination. Upon finishing the letter, Wei Tu's reaction mirrored that of Li Tongshi, both astonished as if the sun had risen from the west. Had Li Yaozu truly changed his nature? This letter, seemingly mere correspondence, was, in fact, a favor from a martial exam master, an act not lacking in significance. Relationships of favor are reciprocal. One cannot simply take without the expectation of return. Sanyuan Township lay not far from the county seat, merely a day's journey on foot. Now that I have redeemed my bond, Li Yaozu would not intentionally lead me astray in this matter. The authenticity of this proposition seemed overwhelmingly likely. Wei Tu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved to heed the letter's advice and work as a laborer at the home of the Dan family in Sanyuan Township, while seeking counsel on examination strategies from the esteemed martial arts scholar. With summer just beginning, there remained over half a year until the martial arts examination in February of the following year. He deviated from his original plan, opting for an early redemption of his contract. This remaining half year could very well mean a period devoid of income, leading to a precarious situation. In the county town, during the agricultural off-season, there was no shortage of laborers coming from the countryside seeking work. Even positions that offered only food and shelter in exchange for labor were difficult to secure. Otherwise, Xinghua would not have reacted so strongly upon hearing of Wei Tu's intention to redeem himself. The true challenge, however, lay in the fact that once one had redeemed themselves, opportunities for work often vanished entirely. Thank the deities for their blessings. Thank the deities for their blessings. That evening, upon reading a handwritten letter from Liaozu, Xinghua's face lit up with a smile. Kneeling in a corner, she bowed 3 times towards the direction of the county town city god temple. Throughout the earlier part of the day, she had been filled with trepidation, fearing that Wei Tu might be harmed by the enraged Liaozu or cast out from the Li residence. Alternatively, she dreaded the thought of Wei Tu rebelling against the Li family, which could lead to the constabulary scouring the town all night in search of a runaway slave. Yet, the deities had indeed bestowed their grace. With the day now behind them, her husband Wei Tu not only successfully redeemed his contract, but also received a letter of recommendation from the esteemed Master Liaozu, which filled her with immense joy. I shall prepare your garments and provisions, dear Wei, so that you may set forth to Sanyuan Township early tomorrow after attending to matters at the county office. After expressing her gratitude to the celestial beings, Xinghua busily began to pack Wei Tu's travel attire and provisions. In just over half a month, the harvest season will commence. Yet I find myself absent from the county town. Wei Tu sighed. He had taken up long-term work at Shanju's residence, and during the harvest, he would undoubtedly be occupied, leaving no time to return to the county to reap the wheat. As for Xinghua, a woman of the household, she was preoccupied with preparing meals for the Li family during the day, and even if she had time in the evening, venturing outside the city posed considerable danger. How can you not discern the priorities in this matter? The 3 acres of grain, even if left untended, are far less significant than your future. Xinghua's face tightened in displeasure, resembling a quarrelsome housewife. Even if I cannot harvest the wheat myself, I can certainly hire other tenants to do so. Albeit at a greater cost, she retorted. This statement completely alleviated Wei Tu's concerns. He nodded in agreement with the decision to depart for Sanyuan Township the following day. The next morning, Wei Tu rose early and, with his belongings in tow, made his way to the county office to await the day's proceedings. As midday approached, the large doors of the county office were finally pushed open by a group of porters. The front courtyard and the rear residence of the county office had fallen into disrepair over the years, appearing rather dilapidated. However, as Wei Tu navigated around the screen wall, crossed the ceremonial gate, and reached the stone archway, he glimpsed through the courtyard wall the towering 3-story wooden structure of the inner residence. The building was exquisitely constructed, with eaves elegantly curving upward and the roof's ridge adorned with decorative dragon-like creatures and auspicious motifs such as koi transforming into dragons and cranes in flight. Wei Tu marveled at the sight. Having arrived beside the hall where the household registry was kept, he noticed the absence of others. Save for a clerk in a black robe engrossed in drafting official documents, oblivious to his presence. Summoning his courage, he stood on the platform and peered over the courtyard wall. The stone-paved ground, the white walls, and the dark-tiled roofs, the pavilions and towers. The architectural style of the inner residence starkly contrasts with that of the outer court. A true gentleman ought to embody such essence, Wei Tu mused to himself. Although the Li and Huang families were affluent, he, at that time, occupied a humble position and dared not to gaze too long or too closely. Now, having redeemed himself, his state of mind had transformed. Upon witnessing the ancient charm of the buildings, he felt an unexpected aversion and disdain, yet simultaneously, a burgeoning appreciation and yearning arose within him. In his past life, despite the distinctions between towering edifices and modest dwellings, the disparity in social status among individuals was negligible, thus precluding any unusual sentiments. In this life, however, with a different status and a different abode that demanded adherence to societal norms, his experiences were inherently distinct. After taking in the sights, Wei Tu composed himself, retrieving his release certificate and proof of identity from his bosom. He gently knocked on the door of the household office. "What matter brings you here?" inquired the clerk, pausing his writing and lifting his gaze towards Wei Tu succinctly articulated his desire to emancipate himself from servitude. Emancipation? The clerk exclaimed with surprise, deftly placing his brush at an angle on the stand and scrutinizing Wei Tu with renewed interest. Though the household office managed registrations and oversaw the emancipation of servants, he had never encountered a servant who voluntarily approached the office to seek freedom since inheriting his father's position. "Do you possess your release certificate? A letter from your master?" The clerk's tone softened slightly. While he was unfamiliar with Wei Tu, anyone capable of achieving emancipation at such a young age must possess some merit, warranting his attention. "Indeed," Wei Tu replied without further ado, stepping into the office, bowing slightly, and presenting his release certificate and letter with both hands to the clerk before him. 19? The clerk raised an eyebrow. Upon first laying eyes on Wei Tu, he had assumed he was a robust man in his 30s, only to discover he was merely a youth under 20. The clerk silently noted Wei Tu's name and place of origin, then opened the contract and correspondence, meticulously comparing the handwriting and seals with the records at the household registry. Once assured of their accuracy, The clerk retrieved a booklet inscribed with the words civil registration on the cover and inscribed Wei Tu's name on the final page. Having attained civil status, Wei Tu would be required to pay a fixed annual tax. If he possessed land, he would also need to pay land tax. Furthermore, for the annual corvée labor, should he wish to avoid serving, he would need to pay a substitute labor fee. The clerk elaborated. Hearing this, Wei Tu nodded, indicating his understanding. His status as a commoner was but a temporary condition. Should he succeed in the forthcoming martial examination and attain a degree, he could transition from civil registration to military registration or even official status. At that time, he would be exempt from both the tax and the substitute labor fee. After 3 years of civil status, if he had no outstanding taxes or labor fees and possessed no land, the government would, at its discretion, allocate him permanent farmland. This, you must remember, the clerk advised. Thank you, sir. Wei Tu bowed in gratitude. Departing from the county office, Wei Tu did not linger in the town. After consuming a pancake made from yesterday's apricot blossoms, he followed the flow of people out of the county seat. For safety, he refrained from taking the main road, traveling day and night, and instead sought refuge at an inn midway, resuming his journey the following day. After walking for half a day on the second day, Wei Tu finally spotted a village named Danjiazhai near the river at the foot of a slope after navigating around a hillock. After inquiring among the villagers, Wei Tu arrived at the only Qing brick residence in Shanjiatai village that still possessed 3 hitching posts. Liaozu? It was rather peculiar. Shan Wuju sat upon a stone millstone in front of the house, his gaunt visage framed by a slender face, attired in a brownish-purple cotton summer garment, with a brass water pipe adorning his waist. Upon perusing the letter, Shan Wuju flicked the ashes from his water pipe and invited Wei Tu inside, then strolled into the abode with hands clasped behind his back. The Shan residence comprised 3 courtyards. In the first courtyard, several fine horses were kept, all of which raised their necks and neighed upon seeing Shan Wuju enter. Upon reaching the main room in the second courtyard, Shan Wuju seated himself and said, I shall accept you as an apprentice. As for teaching you the martial arts, that will depend on my mood and whether you possess the aptitude for it. Moreover, once you achieve success in the martial examinations, you are obliged to show me filial piety and present gifts during the seasons. Can you comply with this? Shan Wuju continued. If you succeed, Master Shan will be my benefactor, and it is only right for a disciple to honor his teacher. Wei Tu pondered for a moment before responding with a somewhat diplomatic remark. That sounds splendid. Upon hearing this, Shan Wuju did not dispute and a smile crept across his face. Outside, you will find stone locks for strength training and sturdy bows. Give them a try to see if you truly have the makings of a capable apprentice. Shan Wuju gestured towards the door. Wei Tu nodded and made his way outside. Upon entering the courtyard, he had already noticed the array of weaponry in the second courtyard, with every kind of armament present, alongside life-size statues of copper and wooden dummies. Shortly thereafter, Wei Tu arrived at the corner of the courtyard, flexed his right arm, and lifted a stone lock marked with a weight of 300 pounds. Over the course of more than a year of diligent practice, his progress in the art of health cultivation has indeed improved, though he has not yet attained mastery. He has surpassed the initial stages significantly. His strength has increased from being able to lift 200 pounds with one arm to 300 pounds. His foundational skills are commendable. The martial arts instructor, Shan Wuju, nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in his gaze. In martial arts, the emphasis is always on one's foundational abilities. Without a solid foundation, no amount of practice can lead one to proficiency. To lift a 300-pound stone lock with one arm is a testament to Wei Tu's exceptional talent among ordinary individuals, in the eyes of Shan Wuju. However, when it came to drawing a heavy bow, Wei Tu shook his head and candidly admitted his lack of proficiency in archery. Lack of skill in archery? Shan Wuju furrowed his brow, recognizing that mere strength would not suffice to achieve distinction in the martial arts examinations. Yet, he did not dwell on this matter too heavily. If he did not succeed this time, he could always try again in the future. Archery skills could certainly be honed further, especially since Wei Tu was still quite young. What forms of martial arts have you practiced? Fist techniques? Blades? Shan Wuju pondered aloud. The fist techniques he referred to were not mere flashy movements, but rather authentic. Traditional practices that encompassed various stances, forming the foundation of external martial arts. These techniques could be practiced throughout one's life. The myriad forms of blade techniques among martial artists largely evolve from these foundational skills. Only, the turtle breathing and energy cultivation technique, Wei Tu replied honestly. The turtle breathing and energy cultivation technique. What kind of practice is that? Shan Wuju clearly recognized the name of this health cultivation method and quickly expressed his disdain for it in his words. Upon the conclusion of his words, Shan Wuju suddenly recalled the mention of Wei Tu's background by Liaozu in his letter, and everything began to fall into place. The household servants of the Li family would most likely have only been exposed to the commonplace practice of health preservation techniques. True mastery in martial arts is characterized by a clear lineage. One cannot feign it. A practitioner need only state the name of their style, and the masters within the community can discern from which esteemed household and renowned teacher the student originates. This martial arts circle is neither excessively large nor excessively small. One must first endure labor and serve long-term. If one performs well, a few techniques may be imparted. Noticing the late hour, Shan Wuju glanced at the sky and spoke. Hearing this, although Wei Tu felt a tinge of disappointment, he did not dwell on it excessively. If Shan Wuju were to impart martial skills to him at this moment, it would signify that he truly regarded him as a personal disciple. He did not believe that a single letter from Li Yuzu could wield such considerable influence. If it could, Li Yuzu would not have simply bestowed this favor upon him. Then, reclining in a chair beneath the eaves, Shan Wuju squinted his eyes and directed his lips toward the mouthpiece of the water pipe, blowing forcefully. Ashes fell onto his robe, which he promptly brushed off before igniting the tobacco leaves with a piece of fire paper, taking a few puffs before stepping into the inner courtyard. At this moment, Wei Tu still held the stone lock he had just tested for strength. Seeing Shan Wuju leave, he paused, uncertain of how to proceed. The inner courtyard was the private residence of the Shan family, where the family's womenfolk resided. The customs of affluent households were universally stringent, forbidding men from entering without permission. However, before Wei Tu could contemplate further, a young woman in her 20s, strikingly beautiful, emerged from within the courtyard and greeted him. This maiden possessed fair skin, adorned in a dark fabric trimmed with blue, her long oval face framed by flowing hair, complemented by a pair of silver earrings that exuded an air of affluence. "My surname is Shan. You may address me as Third Madam," she said. "Come with me, and I shall arrange your accommodation. I oversee the laborers in this courtyard, as the First Madam has not been involved for quite some time." After this succinct introduction, Shan Gao gestured for Wei Tu to follow her, leading the way. Upon learning that this young woman was the concubine of Shan Wuju, Wei Tu's gaze momentarily fell, refraining from any further indiscreet observations. Shortly thereafter, Shan Gao guided him to an inner courtyard, arriving at the west room. Upon pushing the door open, they found a laborer in his 40s already residing there. The laborer quickly rose from the earthen bed upon seeing Shan Gao, exclaiming, "Third Madam, Dingen, you have been here with the Shan family for some time. Please look after Wei Tu," she instructed. "This year, only you two have been hired as laborers. In a few days, the wheat harvest will commence. Take care to conserve your strength during these days and avoid any tricks." After imparting her admonitions, Shan Gao gracefully departed from the west room. Once Shan Gao left, Dingen descended from the earthen bed and inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of the space she had just occupied. Observing this, Wei Tu remained silent, neither intervening nor pursuing Shan Gao to report Dengen's disrespectful behavior. It was only natural for a young woman like Shan Gao, married to an older man, to attract the attention of others, much like a young widow in a village of bachelors. Although Shan Wuju appeared sprightly and agile, Wei Tu could discern that he was likely in his 60s or 70s. His dedication to martial arts had somewhat masked the signs of aging. After a brief moment, Dingen regained his composure and greeted Wei Tuesday. The two exchanged names and places of origin. People from Changming Township? This was quite a distance from Sanyuan Township. Dingen was somewhat taken aback. It was rare for someone from Changming to travel to Sanyuan for long-term work, as laborers typically remained within their own villages. It was a 2-day journey. Wei Tu nodded in acknowledgement, casually responding. He chose not to disclose his intention to participate in the martial arts examination to Dingen. One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Based on the earlier interaction, Wei Tu sensed that Dengen's intentions were not entirely sincere. He needed to be cautious. Some individuals may not be capable of success themselves, but are certainly adept at undermining others. After settling his belongings, Wei Tu stepped outside, taking advantage of the moonlight to practice the tortoise breathing and qi cultivation technique. Despite the fatigue from travel over the past few days, he understood that mastery is achieved through diligence, while negligence leads to decline. Wei Tu was determined that his cultivation practices would not fall into disuse. Furthermore, the regimen required 9 sessions daily, and although he was uncertain if this was a prerequisite for entering the realm of qi perception, he dared not take the risk. Each day, he aimed to complete the requisite 9 sessions of his health cultivation practice. The thought of failure was unsettling. Even though he had made substantial progress in the past 5 years, the feeling of having squandered his efforts would be unbearable. In the courtyard, Wei Tu stood in a stable posture, commencing with the initial movements of the health cultivation practice. His movements were deliberate and meticulous. If Master Wan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that Wei Tu's movements were identical to those depicted in the turtle breathing and qi cultivation manual, with not a single deviation. After repeating the motions once, twice, and then 3 or 4 times, Wei Tu began to instinctively execute the postures of the health cultivation technique. While his mind delved deeper into the essence of the practice and the subtle currents of warmth coursing through his body, gradually, Wei Tu's thoughts began to empty. His steps intertwined, the speed of his movements increased, and the warmth within his body coalesced into a powerful force, flowing from his spine to his legs and back through his chest and abdomen, with each alternating strike of fist and foot. The air around Wei Tu resonated with a thunderous roar, akin to the sound of a tiger or leopard. Turtle breathing and Qi cultivation, 81-109 practices a day. Mastery achievable in 5 years. Had he truly achieved mastery? A quarter of an hour later, upon completing his health cultivation practice, he instinctively glanced at his progress. To his astonishment, the percentage for turtle breathing and Qi cultivation had surged from 63 yesterday to an impressive 81 now, representing a remarkable leap of over 10 percentage points. This meant that his brief practice session had equated to months of diligent effort. Perhaps this was a result of cumulative progress. He wondered if he could reach perfection in the art of health cultivation within 5 years, entering the realm of Qi perception ahead of schedule. A smile illuminated Wei Tu's face. Since he began his practice of turtle breathing and Qi cultivation, he had not faltered even for a day in his dedication to the foundational postures. Rather than merely practicing 9 times a day, he had exceeded that, often practicing over 10 times, far surpassing the expectations of a late bloomer. At this moment, having traversed only half of the 5-year time frame, he had already reached an impressive 81 progress. How could he not feel elated? Yet, he knew he must not relax. As one delves deeper into the practice of health cultivation, the true challenge begins. It is entirely possible that after months of diligent effort, there may be no discernible progress in one's mastery of health cultivation. Wei Tu remains vigilant, aware that in all professions, the entry point is relatively accessible, yet ascending to the pinnacle of one's field is a formidable endeavor, demanding even greater dedication and arduous effort. Becoming an artist may be straightforward, yet evolving into a renowned painter is a vastly different journey. This notion of health cultivation being easy to learn but difficult to master has led to its disdain among martial artists, resulting in a scarcity of practitioners. Days after the teachings of Shan Wujiu, Wei Tu's concerns materialized. Observing Wei Tu's unwavering commitment to practicing health cultivation in the evenings, which garnered recognition from the household due to his industriousness, Deng En's demeanor grew increasingly sour. The rapport between the two had irrevocably changed. Taking advantage of his long tenure with the Shan family and his former position as the head worker, Deng En began to exert his authority over Wei Tu during the day. However, to Deng En's astonishment, Wei Tu did not engage in any retorts or quarrels upon receiving his commands. Instead, he promptly and efficiently completed the tasks assigned to him. Whether sweeping the courtyard, cleaning the latrines, feeding the horses, or harvesting the wheat, Wei Tu executed each task with remarkable finesse and diligence. Both Shan Gao and Shan Wujiu observed this and praised Wei Tu's cleverness and capability, simultaneously reprimanding Deng En for his laziness and cunning. This left Deng En utterly deflated. On the 3rd day of the wheat harvest, he ventured into town, procured a jug of wine, and purchased several seasonal cold dishes. That evening, while the laborers and tenants gathered beneath the elm trees in the village to enjoy the cool night air, Deng En approached Wei Tu to extend his apologies. It was my fault. I should not have harbored resentment towards Wei Guer. Deng En expressed a sincere demeanor as he spoke. After a few cups of wine, he divulged the reasons behind his exclusion of Wei Tuesday. You, Wei Guer, are excessively diligent and spirited. If you were to remain at the Shan family, I fear I would be dismissed by next year, leaving only you employed. A person like you would be detested wherever you go. Initially, I believed you sought to drive me away, but it turns out you are genuinely this industrious. Deng En sighed. After several days of relentless toil, harvesting wheat from the front of the river to the back, even the strongest of men would struggle to endure. Yet, Wei Tu persevered, appearing invigorated each day, even finding leisure to practice his skills at night. This realization dispelled Deng En's earlier thoughts of animosity towards Wei Tuesday. Ultimately, he lacked the audacity to engage in nefarious acts. The conventional means of undermining Wei Tu would not suffice, compelling him to reconcile. If the Shan family dismisses me next year, I shall seek employment elsewhere, Deng En added. Brother Deng, you jest, Wei Tu replied with a shake of his head. Taking a few bites of food, he still refrained from disclosing his true purpose for being at the Shan household. Should he pass the examination of Shan Wujiu, it would not be long before he would receive instruction in martial arts from him, at which point Deng En would surely feel reassured. Even if he were to fail the examination, by February of next year, he would depart from the Shan family to participate in the county's martial arts examination. Wei Tu remained unaware of whether Shan Wujiu was indeed testing him or the nature of such a test. However, He understood that those with a composed and discreet nature are often favored by others. Moreover, the reason he refrained from retorting against Deng and during the day was not due to a benevolent heart, but rather because, after mastering the art of health preservation, his vitality indeed surpassed that of an ordinary person. The laborious tasks that Deng deemed burdensome were, for him, not particularly daunting. Lastly, considering that Deng was merely a foreman, engaging in a verbal dispute held little significance. Observing that Wei Tu remained taciturn, Deng sighed softly, opting not to inquire further. 5 days later, the wheat harvest in Shanjiatai finally concluded. As Wei Tu laid out the last sack of fresh grain in the sun-drying area, Shan Wuju approached on his chestnut steed, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. "After I take a leisurely ride, I shall teach you the art of archery," he declared. With that, Shan Wuju galloped away, becoming a mere silhouette against the horizon. It was not until dusk that Shan Wuju returned, leading his horse home. The martial examination encompassed 3 components related to archery: drawing a sturdy bow, mounted shooting, and standing shooting. It can be said that to achieve distinction in the martial examination, proficiency in archery was essential. Shan Wuju clapped his hands, and soon, a maidservant entered, carrying a lacquered wooden tray. Upon the tray rested 3 bows of varying designs: a short bow for mounted shooting, a long bow for standing shooting, and a sturdy bow for measuring strength. "This is the 5-stone sturdy bow," Shan Wuju exclaimed, taking it in hand. Fixing his gaze upon the grass target in the corner of the courtyard, his aura shifted, becoming remarkably fierce in that instant. With a resounding twang, the 3 feathered arrows knocked on the sturdy bow were released, piercing through the air and embedding themselves directly into the bullseye of the grass target. 1 stone weighs 100 pounds. Thus, the 5-stone rigid bow demands a formidable force of 500 pounds. Provided you can draw this 5-stone bow, participating in the martial examination, you will assuredly secure at least a first-class rank in the bow drawing segment. After exerting himself in the martial contest, Shan Wuju gently placed the rigid bow back onto the lacquered wooden tray. Drawing the 5-stone bow had indeed taken a considerable toll on his physique. At that moment, another maid standing by poured a cup of cool tea and presented it to Shan Wuju. He sipped a small amount, still feeling unsatisfied, and proceeded to tilt the pot directly to his lips. As the tea spilled from the corners of his mouth, beads of fine sweat began to form on his forehead, cheeks, and neck. Drawing the bow requires the bow stance. "I shall demonstrate it a few times for you to memorize," Shan Wuju stated, not rushing to let Wei Tu try the bow. Instead, he positioned himself into the bow stance, shifting his feet deliberately. As he moved, his legs seemed to root themselves instantly into the courtyard's green bricks, his body standing tall and unwavering like a pine tree. Establishing a solid bow stance not only benefits archery skills but will also enhance future training in swordplay and boxing, yielding greater results with less effort. The bow stance focuses on the lower body. When solidly established, your legs become as strong as bronze and iron, with a stable foundation, even if others strike you. "It feels like a gentle breeze brushing over the mountains," Shan Wuju articulated slowly. Upon finishing his words, he relaxed from the stance, took a towel from the maid to wipe his sweat, and gestured for Wei Tu to begin practicing in accordance with his movements. Wei Tu nodded, steadying himself as he mimicked Shan Wuju's stance, adopting the bow position. Having practiced health-preserving techniques for over 2 years, Wei Tu was no stranger to the stance known as zhuanggong. The bow stance performed during his solo martial arts practice was also depicted in the illustrations of the 32 stances from the tortoise breathing and qi cultivation technique. However, there were slight discrepancies in the finer details. Soon, Wei Tu adjusted his posture, restoring the bow stance from his solo martial arts practice to about 70 or 80% accuracy. This stance was surprisingly comparable to that of my youth, just as I intended to identify the flaws in Wei Tu's execution of the solo martial arts form. My eyebrows arched slightly in astonishment after observing his completion of the bow stance. I recalled that, over half a month ago, Wei Tu mentioned he had only practiced health-preserving techniques. Indeed, the tortoise breathing and qi cultivation technique also encompasses stances. It was not surprising that he could execute the bow stance. Solo martial arts pondered this revelation. Yet, he soon shook his head, dismissing his earlier thoughts. The stances in health-preserving techniques are often rather superficial, regarded by martial artists as mere children's illustrations, practicable, yet lacking in substantial utility. Relying solely on health-preserving techniques would not yield such formidable stances. Wei Tu, have you perhaps practiced any other forms of martial arts? To speak candidly, otherwise. Solo martial arts cast a glance at Wei Tu, his expression suddenly turning icy. Stealing knowledge from other martial schools is a grave taboo. The consequences can be dire, ranging from the loss of skills to even death. Besides, as a dignified martial arts master, how could he allow himself to be deceived? Wei Tu claimed to be here to work, yet upon entering the San family, he had become akin to a half-disciple. Otherwise, he would not have required Wei Tu to present annual gifts of respect once he achieved success. 16. A prodigy of martial arts. For an ordinary person to offer him a gift is quite beyond their means. He was hardly in need of a few coins. I have exclusively practiced the turtle-breathing Qigong and have not engaged in any other martial arts. However, I have diligently devoted myself to this health-preserving technique, training day and night without interruption. If Lord Shan doubts my words, I am prepared to demonstrate it for you. After a brief silence, Wei Tu articulated the statement he had long prepared. As he spoke, he retrieved the manual for turtle-breathing Qigong from his bosom and presented it to Shan Wuju with both hands. During his time at the Li residence, after achieving a modest proficiency in this health-preserving practice, he felt confident enough to participate in the martial arts examination, ultimately attaining recognition. This was not born out of arrogance or aimlessness, but rather a reflection of his awareness of the disparity between himself and the typical martial artist in the county. With a strength of 300 jin, it is true that most martial artists do not possess such power. They merely exhibit a modicum of courage and proficiency with weapons, nothing more. While conventional martial artists may enhance their strength through rigorous training, this is merely the result of relentless practice, lacking the subtle transformative currents that the health-preserving practice offers. If passing the martial arts examination were so effortless, most martial artists would not find themselves relegated to the role of guardians for wealthy households. Additionally, with his modest proficiency in the health-preserving practice, Wei Tu's strength had already reached 300 jin. Just a few nights ago, he achieved a breakthrough to a higher level, and his current strength undoubtedly exceeds 300 jin. According to Wei Tu's estimation, his strength now hovers around 400 jin. Through relentless training in the health-preserving practice, Shan Wuju's demeanor softened at these words. As he accepted the manual on health-preserving techniques, he also uttered a word of commendation. In recent days, he had taken note of Wei Tu's dedication, indeed observing signs of his nightly practice, albeit the dim light in the front courtyard made it difficult to see clearly. With the permission granted by Dan Wuju, Wei Tu no longer hesitated. He positioned his feet in a stance reminiscent of both male and female forms, took a moment to regulate his breathing, and assumed a posture to begin practicing the turtle breathing and Qi cultivation technique. The 32 stances of this technique were already ingrained in Wei Tu's memory, practiced tirelessly day and night, allowing his body to move with an inherent fluidity. As he executed the stances, there was not a hint of stagnation. Rather, his movements flowed seamlessly. In the courtyard, Dan Wuju furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting with the ebb and flow of Wei Tu's practice, eyes unblinking. Just as he had previously assessed, each stance Wei Tu now performed rivaled the prowess of his youth. Indeed, youth is a formidable ally in martial arts. In his younger days, he had been a renowned martial artist in Qingmu County. Remarkably, a mere regimen of health cultivation had led to such impressive results after relentless dedication. Once Wei Tu completed his practice, Dan Wuju casually flipped through a manual of techniques in his hands, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Initially, he had presumed that Wei Tu's claim of only mastering health cultivation was a mere ruse, a deception masking deeper teachings. However, after witnessing Wei Tu's stances firsthand, Dan Wuju dismissed those earlier thoughts. Genuine mastery of the stances cannot be feigned. Achieving such proficiency in health cultivation demands years of arduous practice. Understanding his own background, Dan Wuju acknowledged that he had overthought the matter. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to cast aside his doubts. Very well, I have observed enough. There is no need for further practice of the health cultivation technique. He called a halt to Wei Tu, who was in the midst of executing the second round of the technique. How many years have you devoted to practicing this health cultivation? He inquired with curiosity. It has been over 2 years, approximately 2.5, Wei Tu replied candidly. To achieve such proficiency in just over 2 years is not solely attributed to your innate talent, but also to your unwavering dedication. Shan Wuju nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face as he offered a compliment. Judging solely by his mastery of health-preserving techniques, Wei Tu's talent and temperament are exceptional, making him a rare martial arts prodigy within Qingshan County. From today onward, you shall be my disciple. There is no need for you to continue working as a laborer in the front yard. The tasks of drying grain and feeding the horses will be entrusted to Dangan, Shan Wuju pronounced solemnly. Upon finishing his words, Shan Wuju cast a glance at Shan Gaoshi, who had just exited the hall, and instructed, prepare tea for the teacher and sought a few dishes. Today I am taking on a disciple. During his time at the Shan household, Wei Tu's obedience had not gone unnoticed. It was duly acknowledged. To serve well as a laborer without inciting the family's ire would ensure that, even with future accolades and a career, he would not encounter significant missteps. Of course, His decision to accept Wei Tu as a disciple was not solely based on his obedience. More importantly, Wei Tu possessed the aptitude for martial arts and the potential to excel as a martial scholar. A disciple of martial scholarship could inherit his teachings and also provide for his descendants. What better opportunity could there be? Yes, sir, Shan Gaosha responded, summoning a maid from the courtyard to accompany her to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, the maid brought forth the teacher's tea. Presenting a bowl of tea, Shan Wuju stated, "You are now my disciple. I shall teach you the art of combat, and you must ensure my well-being in my later years." He added, "Of course, as I, Shan, have children of my own, I do not require your concern in that regard, but you must harbor that sentiment. Do you understand?" Shan Wuju sat in a straight-backed chair, gazing at Wei Tu, who knelt before him. His voice was deliberate and measured. "The disciple understands." Wei Tu nodded in affirmation. The martial arts techniques, akin to the craftsmanship of artisans, are the treasured skills of a martial master. Once mastered, they can sustain one for a lifetime. However, there exists a saying, "Teach a disciple, and the master may starve." According to the ancient teachings and societal morals of the time, a disciple, having learned the craft from their master, bore the responsibility to provide for their master in their twilight years. This principle held true regardless of circumstance. Given Shan Wuju's circumstances, Wei Tu did not believe he would ever have the means to offer even a morsel of sustenance to his master. Yet, as Shan Wuju stated, one must always uphold a measure of filial piety. Thus, presenting the tea of respect to his master would suffice as a gesture of reverence. Upon hearing Wei Tu's response, Shan Wuju displayed a look of satisfaction. Without further hesitation, Wei Tu took the large porcelain bowl filled with tea from the maid and, kneeling on the ground, respectfully presented it before Shan Wuju. The tea was consumed in one gulp by Shan Wuju. Subsequently, he led Wei Tu into the inner courtyard, arriving at his living quarters. The living room, positioned against the wall, housed an altar table flanked by two straight-backed chairs. Upon the altar, 2 incense candles burned, accompanied by a blackwood tablet inscribed with the gilded characters Master Shi Ming. "In my youth, I was a disciple under the renowned Golden Blade hero, Shi Ming, and learned martial arts at his side. The Golden Blade hero was my master and your ancestral teacher," Shan Wuju said. Lighting a stick of incense and placing it in the incense burner, his expression turning nostalgic as he recounted the lineage of their masters and disciples. The renowned swordsman, Shi Ming, had been etched into Wei Tu's memory. It was inconceivable that a man capable of mentoring a martial arts disciple could be anything but extraordinary. "Offer a handful of incense," commanded Dan Wuju, gesturing for Wei Tu to step forward. "Yes, master," Wei Tu acknowledged with a nod, taking a handful of incense, igniting it upon the altar, and bowing respectfully. He then knelt and performed 3 deep bows. After completing these rituals, he placed the incense into the burner. Observing Wei Tu's respectful demeanor, Dan Wuju felt a swell of satisfaction. Once the formalities of apprenticeship concluded, the evening had descended. To avoid any misunderstandings, Wei Tu took his leave from the inner courtyard. Along the path, he encountered several maidservants, who, evidently aware of his recent initiation, shed their previous haughty airs. They humbled themselves, stepping aside and offering polite greetings. One particularly voluptuous maid even addressed him as young master, her voice melodious and sweet, akin to honey. This left Wei Tu momentarily dazed. It was not until he exited the secondary courtyard that he regained his composure. "Young master? Have I truly become a young master?" Wei Tu pondered, feeling a delightful disorientation as he returned to the western chamber. He repeatedly reflected on the phrase young master, his face occasionally breaking into a smile, starkly contrasting the solemnity he had displayed during the apprenticeship rites. Should anyone have witnessed him, they might have suspected he was afflicted with a whimsical delirium, lost in laughter. In the 15th year of Qingyan, he had been sold into servitude to the Li family. Though he had earned the family's favor, he remained merely a stable boy, tethered to the mundane tasks of horse care. And now, it was the 23rd year of Qingyan. Not only did he redeem his contract, but he also became a disciple of the esteemed Dan Wuju, which significantly elevated his social standing. Despite this, Wei Tu, possessing a calm disposition, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his usual composure, free from pride or joy. He knew he must not become complacent. "The respect I receive from the servants of the Dan household stems from my identity as a disciple of Dan Wuju. This status is as precarious as floating weeds, lacking true stability." A quarter of an hour later, Wei Tu rose from his bed, drew a bucket of cool well water, and washed his face, restoring the tranquility he was accustomed to. This joyous occasion warranted a letter to Xinghua. "Tomorrow, I shall seek out Dan Wuju to borrow paper and ink to write to Xinghua," he contemplated. His quarters in the West Room served as a laborer's abode, furnished solely with a bed, a table, and bedding. No other trinkets of life, let alone the paper, ink, and brushes that the affluent and literati might possess. Just then, a series of light footsteps echoed from outside the west room door. After practicing his health cultivation for so long, Wei Tu not only gained strength but also enhanced his auditory and visual acuity. He discerned that the footsteps did not belong to a man. Shortly thereafter, a knock resounded. "Wei Gur, may I disturb your rest?" It was Dan Gao's voice, inquiring. "Is it third madam?" Wei Tu was taken aback. In a prominent household, not only must male outsiders exercise caution, but the inner womenfolk must do the same. At this hour, deep into the night, it would seem rather inappropriate for Dan Gao to visit a laborer's quarters where a lone man resided. However, before Wei Tu could ponder further, Dan Gao's next words dispelled his reservations. "The west room is too humble. My husband has instructed me to take you to the guest room in the second courtyard," Dan Gao declared. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu felt a shift in the atmosphere. Wei Tu felt a sense of relief wash over him as he exhaled softly. Shortly thereafter, he dressed and descended from his bed, tidying himself before he opened the door. Upon doing so, he discovered that not only was Shan Gao standing outside, but also Deng En, who had just returned from the threshing ground. Deng En, perhaps intimidated by Shan Gao, stood at a distance of about 10 paces from him, peering cautiously at the unfolding scene and hesitating to return to his quarters. "Come with me," Shan Gao said with a cheerful demeanor as he noticed Wei Tu had emerged. In a brief moment, the two of them entered the inner courtyard, with Shan Gao handing a key to Wei Tu, stating, "This is the key to the inner courtyard gate. Keep it safe, do not lose it." Wei Tu nodded, secured the key to his waist, and then quickly maintained a respectful distance of 5 paces from Shan Gao. In affluent households, to prevent any untoward encounters or indiscretions during the night, the courtyard gates are typically locked, restricting movement within the premises. Before long, Shan Gao led Wei Tu to a room within the inner courtyard, instructing a maid to arrange the bedding and tidy up. "Wei Gur, it is evening now. I shall take my leave," Shan Gao said, standing at the door. After a slight, somewhat awkward bow to Wei Tu, she vanished into the corridor. Witnessing this, Wei Tu was initially taken aback, but after a moment of contemplation, he felt a sense of understanding. In the Shan household, as Shan Gao had managed the domestic affairs, he had regarded her as an equivalent matriarch, akin to Li Tong. However, it was only today that he recalled Shan Gao was merely the third consort of Shan Wujiu, childless, and simply a favored concubine. In reality, his status was not particularly high. Yet, after becoming the apprentice of Shan Wujiu, his standing within the Shan family had effectively equaled that of the esteemed Shan Gao clan, if not surpassed it. Although Shan Wujiu did not explicitly articulate these disparities in rank, the servants and concubines of the Shan household were acutely aware of this distinction. Such is the nature of the transient and capricious world. Wei Tu silently admonished himself. Previously, while in the western chamber, he had grasped this notion but had not fully comprehended its depth, as he was still basking in the immense joy of his recent elevation. It was only upon witnessing the former matron, Shan Gao, bowing in deference to him that he could no longer remain oblivious. Should his martial training progress not meet Shan Wujiu's expectations, or should he falter in the upcoming martial examination, his identity as an apprentice might not be revoked. But his standing in the Shan family would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Once the maid had arranged the bedding, Wei Tu began to survey his new quarters. The room featured a wooden bed against the eastern wall, draped with a printed summer fabric canopy. To the west of the bed stood a half-table adorned with 2 elongated porcelain vases. Further to the west, separated by a curtain, was a lacquered wooden table, upon which lay a stack of old books and a brush holder. Wei Tu lifted the fabric curtain and approached to examine the brush holder, which contained several brushes of varying sizes, comprising both wolf and goat hair. The essentials of paper, ink, brushes, and inkstone were all present. As for the old books, Wei Tu flipped through them and discovered that they were rare military texts not often found in bookstores, including records of military training and the strategy treatise Taigong's writings, along with the Yingfu classic. The master is indeed considerate. Upon seeing this, Wei Tu felt a deep-seated gratitude towards Dan Wuji for accepting him as a disciple. If one were to suggest that his chances of succeeding in the martial examination post-redemption were a mere 30%, then with the comprehensive guidance of Dan Wuji at this moment, Wei Tu felt confident that he could elevate those odds to over 50%, perhaps even 60 or 70%. Soon, Wei Tu composed himself and began to grind ink, setting pen to paper to write a letter. In this correspondence, he conveyed to Xinghua the joyous news of his acceptance as Dan Wujiu's disciple, advising her that there was no need to wait for his return home for the new year. He intended to expedite his efforts to address all his shortcomings before the examination in February, thus ensuring a better chance of success in the martial examination. This letter, composed with care, was not delivered through the Dan family but entrusted to a courier who frequently traveled between the county town and Sanyuan Township. to be sent to the Li residence. The courier's fee was modest, merely a handful of copper coins, roughly the cost of a meal. After approximately 7 or 8 days, Xinghua entrusted the same courier to return with a letter of her own. In her reply, she expressed her delight at Wei Tu's acceptance as Dan Wuju's disciple and encouraged him to diligently serve this esteemed mentor who recognized his potential. She reassured him not to worry about returning home for the new year. Furthermore, Xinghua detailed the arrangements for the family's 3 acres of rented wheat harvest this year. The considerate Lady Li Tong had organized several tenants to assist with the harvest without charging a fee. At the end of her letter, Xinghua mentioned that she had sewn a winter garment from cotton cloth and inquired whether it fit Wei Tu properly, asking if any adjustments were necessary. She expressed uncertainty regarding the waist measurement, leaving it to Wei Tu to decide. After reading this heartfelt letter from home, Wei Tu felt a mix of warmth and resolve. Wei Tu pondered for a moment before unwrapping the package delivered to him. Inside, he discovered a violet woolen jacket along with 2 pairs of newly crafted satin shoes. Following Xinghua's instructions, Wei Tu rose to try on the winter attire and footwear. However, upon donning the jacket, he realized that it was rather ill-fitting, pinching at the waist. Seeking to remedy this, he fetched a pair of scissors to cut the stitching. Yet, as he began to work, he stumbled upon a folded note concealed within the jacket, accompanied by several silver coins. The note, penned by Xinghua, contained a few brief words indicating that she had tucked away 4 silver coins within the winter garment, amounting to a total of over 1 tael. She instructed Wei Tu to use this money to purchase a token of respect for his mentor, Dan Wuju. Carefully extracting the 4 silver coins from the cotton lining of the jacket, he held the weight of the money in his palm, feeling its warmth. The saying, "A woman 3 years older than you brings wealth," uttered by Li Tasher, resonated true. With a sigh, Wei Tu felt a renewed sense of indebtedness towards Xinghua. Being 3 years her junior and having entered the Li family 2 years later, he had always been under her attentive care, especially given her early maturity. Although Xinghua conformed to her husband's decisions in significant matters after their marriage, she had not entirely shed her inclination to guide him. A bride remains a mother. With a wry smile, Wei Tu shook his head, gathered his thoughts, and resolved to heed Xinghua's advice by using the silver coins to procure a suitable gift for Dan Wuju. In the days since becoming his disciple, Dan Wuju had indeed treated him with the respect befitting a true apprentice rather than merely a nominal title. Skills such as pole technique, archery, equestrianism, and military strategy were all part of his training. In this examination of martial arts, Shan Wuju imparted nearly all his knowledge to Wei Tu, even sharing the preferences and dislikes of the county examiners while guiding him in the art of military strategy. Recently, Wei Tu had contemplated presenting a token of gratitude to Shan Wuju for his mentorship. However, having just redeemed his freedom, he found himself financially constrained, with all spare funds entrusted to Xinghua, rendering him unable to make a distant offering. Unexpectedly, Xinghua had also recognized this need and made her decision with far greater resolve than Wei Tu's day. After all, having completed the formalities of apprenticeship and established their master-disciple relationship, the absence of a gift would seem trivial in the eyes of the unobservant. Exiting the courtyard, Wei Tu briefed the laborer Dangin, who was preparing feed for the horses, before leading one of the steeds out of the stable and departing from Shan's residence. In the days that followed, Shan Wuju had informed him that, besides his own steed, the 4 horses in the stable were available for him to practice his equestrian skills. Observing this scene, Dangin's face reflected envy as he gazed at Wei Tu's departing figure, lost in thought for quite some time. Just days prior, both he and Wei Tu were laborers in the western quarters, with Wei Tu still under his direction. Yet, in this brief span, Wei Tu had transformed into a figure of equestrian prowess, while he remained ensnared in the toil of cleaning latrines and sweeping courtyards, tending to fodder, a routine unchanged for decades. Journeying southward, Wei Tu arrived at the town of Sanyuan Township, leading his horse along the bustling streets, his gaze wandering over the shops lining the roadside, pondering what would constitute an appropriate gift of thanks for Shan Wuju. Tailor shops, blacksmiths, and apothecaries dazzled his senses, leaving him in a state of indecision. The 1 or 2 silver coins in his hand were indeed a considerable sum for the impoverished, enough to sustain him for several months through frugality. However, when it came to selecting a gift for his master, he found himself somewhat constrained. The expensive items were beyond his means, while the cheaper options might be dismissed by his master, perceived as insincere. Indeed, his master had once remarked that one should have children to support them in their old age. All he needed was to harbor this sense of filial piety. Feeling weary, Wei Tu halted, recalling a phrase uttered by his master. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and stepped into a pastry shop, purchasing 3 boxes of popular pastries. He then proceeded to a grocery store to acquire some seasonal fruits. Finally, he arrived at the butcheress, where he requested 2 pounds of fatty meat. "Young Master Wei, what brings you out to procure so many items today? Is there a celebration in the air?" greeted the curious maidservants at the Dan residence, having grown familiar with Wei Tu over the past few days. In response, Wei Tu shared the letter from Xinghua and the silver beans sewn into his coat. He had not presented a gift to his master before. Now he sought to rectify that oversight. After all, he needed a justification. Furthermore, Wei Tu did not believe that Xinghua was unworthy of recognition. He could not disdain his former wife simply because his status had risen. He remembered well that half of the ransom for his freedom had come from her. Young Master Wei has a wonderful wife, one who knows how to navigate life's intricacies. The people of the Dan household praised him in unison. Meanwhile, in the main hall, San Wujiu, who was enjoying tea in the coolness of the day, paused in surprise at the sounds of commotion outside, followed by a smile spreading across his face. However, when Shan Wujiu approached Wei Tu, he wore a stern expression, insisting that the gifts, both grand and modest, were unnecessary. It was the thought that counted. "Master, this is my wife's intention. She wishes for me to present the formal apprenticeship gift," Wei Tu said, bowing to Shan Wujiu. Upon hearing this, Shan Wujiu ceased to protest, nodding in agreement as he allowed Shan Gaoshi to accept the apprenticeship gift from Wei Tu's hands. One should marry a wise partner, as it can influence the family for 3 generations. "Your wife is commendable," Shan Wujiu remarked, offering praise for Xinghua's virtues. "If your matron were to return and hear your words, she would surely treasure you." Shan Wujiu chuckled softly at this. Hearing this, Wei Tu felt a stir in his heart. When Shan Wujiu spoke of his matron, he did not refer to the third wife, Shan Gaoshi, but rather to Shan Wujiu's true and legitimate spouse, Shan Min. Having spent considerable time at the Shan household, Wei Tu had gleaned some insights into the esteemed first wife of Shan Wujiu from the conversations of the servants and maidservants. Shan Wujiu had married Shan Min before achieving prosperity, making her his original partner, his steadfast companion through hardship. Shan Wujiu held great respect for his first wife, seldom engaging in quarrels or raising his voice against her. However, as Shan Min grew older and her health declined, she could not bear to witness the frequent intimacy between Shan Wujiu and Shan Gaoshi, and thus, several years prior, she had moved out of the Shan residence to live in the city with their son. Yet, Shan Min did not remain estranged from Shan Wujiu indefinitely. During the festivities of the Dragon Boat Festival, New Year, and Mid-Autumn Festival, she would return to the Shan household. Given Shan Wujiu's comments, Wei Tu speculated that perhaps Shan Min had sent word that she would soon return. After presenting the apprenticeship gift, the demeanor of Dan Wujiu towards Wei Tu has not undergone significant change. It remains consistent with the past, albeit with a somewhat softened tone compared to before, lacking the previous urgency. After a fortnight, following a remarkable enhancement in Wei Tu's archery skills, Dan Wujiu ushered Wei Tu into his private quarters. He instructed the maidservants to withdraw, then bent down to pry open a piece of blue brick beneath the offering table, retrieving a 7-inch long redwood box from beneath it. "You possess the foundational postures of health cultivation. Engaging in martial arts and enhancing your physique is commendable. However, a warrior must not only boast a robust physique but also master the art of lethal combat." Dan Wujiu cast a reflective glance at Wei Tu and spoke earnestly. In truth, taking Wei Tu as his disciple was a fortunate stroke of luck for him. With Wei Tu having achieved remarkable proficiency in health cultivation and being well-versed in the 32 foundational postures of the tortoise breath and qi cultivation technique, his martial foundation was already solidified prior to becoming Dan Wujiu's disciple. What was lacking was merely the practical application of combat techniques. These techniques translate into archery, boxing, and swordplay, among others. The bow stance is the foundation of archery as well as boxing. Your month of practicing archery has inadvertently allowed you to grasp a portion of my boxing techniques, Dan Wujiu articulated slowly. Upon concluding his words, he opened the redwood box in his hands and retrieved a yellowed tome, extending it towards Wei Tuesday. "This is the manual for the Tiger Crane Double Form Fist, which serves as the foundational skill of our lineage. Mastery of the Tiger Crane Double Form Fist is essential before progressing to the subsequent techniques of blade work. My expectations of you are modest. Within a month, I wish for you to attain proficiency in the Tiger Form Fist. At that point, I shall impart to you some related blade techniques. When the time comes for the sword dance examination, should you practice diligently, you could reasonably aspire to achieve a second-class merit in the Dao examination." Second-class merit in the Dao examination? Upon hearing this, Wei Tu's eyes sparkled with hope. The martial examinations, akin to the literary ones, are divided into county, prefectural, Dao, and provincial tests. Completing the county and prefectural examinations merely grants one the status of a martial student. This status does not confer any scholarly title but qualifies one to participate in the Dao examination. Success in the Dao examination, coupled with commendable results, earns one the title of a martial scholar. The provincial examination bestows the title of a martial graduate. At this moment, merely mastering a portion of the blade techniques presents a genuine opportunity to achieve second-class merit in the Dao examination. Such a distinction is indeed commendable. If the current cohort of martial examination candidates exhibits lesser capability, they may still secure the title of martial scholar with a second-class merit. Thank you, Master. Wei Tu expressed his gratitude, accepting the weathered tome with both hands, and bowed deeply to Shan Wujiu. Go and practice, Shan Wujiu replied with a smile of encouragement, patting Wei Tu on the shoulder and gesturing for him to leave. Master, wait a moment. The disciple hesitated, suddenly recalling something. He paused at the doorway, deliberated for a brief moment, then turned back, bowing once more to Shan Wujiu and inquired, "What is it?" Shan Wujiu regarded Wei Tu's demeanor with a look of mild surprise. After several months of companionship, he had come to understand Wei Tu's character quite well. Recognizing that this disciple was courteous, even to the point of being somewhat deferential. In the chamber, the oil lamp was meticulously tended, the vegetable oil used sparingly, and the supplies of paper and ink were similarly conserved. When they were exhausted, Wei Tu did not summon the maidservants for more, but instead took it upon himself to purchase them in town. It would be inaccurate to claim that Wei Tu did not confide in him. Whenever he encountered perplexities in military strategies or difficulties in archery and horsemanship, he would unhesitatingly seek out his master for guidance. The maidservants, too, replenished the oil and supplies in the chamber without any refusal. Eventually, Dan Wujiu came to realize the reasons behind Wei Tu's actions. Having lived as a poor man for so long, he understood moderation and recognized that such behavior would spare him from disdain. At that moment, he had just handed a martial arts manual to Wei Tu, and one would assume that this naturally deferential disciple would not turn back to inquire further, but rather delve into the study of the manual and practice the stances in silence. Master, are you familiar with the realm of qi cultivation? Wei Tu finally voiced a question that had long lingered in his mind. After becoming Dan Wujiu's disciple, he had anticipated that his master would mention the realm of qi cultivation in his daily teachings. However, to his astonishment, several months had passed without hearing those three words from Dan Wujiu. The realm of qi cultivation? Dan Wujiu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Wei Tu's inquiry was related to this concept. After a brief moment of contemplation, he carefully chose his words. In martial arts cultivation, there exists a distinction between internal and external practices, namely, the difference between genuine internal mastery and external techniques. The realm of qi cultivation is the first minor stage of genuine internal mastery. Was it merely the first minor realm of true internal cultivation? Upon hearing this, Wei Tu felt a profound sense of desolation. He had devoted considerable time to practicing the art of health cultivation, and according to the guidance of his fate, which suggested that great achievements come to those who persevere. He would need to practice diligently 9 times a day for 5 years before he could attain the realm of sensing energy. Yet, this was merely the initial stage of internal energy cultivation. If the realm of sensing energy proved so arduous, how much more challenging would the subsequent realms be? He chided himself for indulging in self-doubt. Dan Wujiu seemed to perceive Wei Tu's thoughts and shook his head, saying, "The manual on health cultivation you possess speaks of cultivating internal strength through external means. It does not imply that external martial arts are inferior to internal methods. On the contrary, when external martial arts are perfected, the robust internal force they generate can surpass the internal force produced by internal cultivation techniques by a significant margin." At this revelation, Wei Tu felt a quiet relief and inwardly scolded himself for his previous ignorance. The art of health cultivation only encompassed foundational stances and lacked the legendary methods of internal cultivation that facilitate the transport and expansion of internal energy through the meridians. It was evident that this was not true internal cultivation. Moreover, it is generally understood that internal martial artists are often far weaker than their external counterparts. An internal practitioner may meditate for decades, yet still fall short of the formidable prowess achieved by an external martial artist who hammers and tempers their body for just a few years. Otherwise, all martial artists in the world would have embraced internal cultivation. Thus, it was the external practitioners who garnered the foremost accolades. Dan Wujiu continued, however, should one attain the realm of sensing energy, it would be beneficial to cultivate both internally and externally. After a moment of contemplation, Shan Wujiu remarked, external martial artists, due to their early years of rigorous body training and reckless bravado, often suffer from diminished vitality and incur hidden injuries. However, should one ascend to the realm of internal martial artists, they would possess the ability to channel their inner energy to heal such wounds. The tiger and crane double form fist I have given you, akin to your health cultivation techniques, offers the potential to cultivate inner strength through persistent practice, ultimately reaching the state of qi perception. Continuing, Shan Wuju elucidated the stages of cultivation following the Qi perception realm for internal martial artists. Beyond Qi perception lies the realms of true Qi, innate, and grandmaster. In the true Qi realm, an internal martial artist could rival an external martial artist, with weapons infused with true Qi capable of inflicting harm even through the delicate act of plucking flowers or leaves. However, achieving such a level requires an unwavering dedication of 3 to 5 decades in meditation. For even the most gifted individuals, it is simply unattainable without such commitment. By the time one reaches old age, even possessing that strength becomes futile. Fame must be seized while one is still young. As for the innate realm at this juncture, a hint of nostalgia flickered in Shan Wuju's eyes. The innate realm is a stage accessible to both external and internal martial artists. External practitioners refine their essence to the marrow, cultivating a breath of innate vitality. Your ancestral master, in pursuit of transcending this realm, ventured far to Qifeng Prefecture. His whereabouts subsequently unknown. Later, an old acquaintance delivered his golden blade, revealing that he had perished in seclusion. Since ancient times, the innate state has been elusive. Should one attain it, as your ancestor asserted, it bestows a lifespan of 200 years. 200 years? Wei Tu, standing by, felt a profound shock resonate within him upon hearing this proclamation. He once believed that martial artists were fierce and bold, often meeting untimely ends rather than dying of old age. However, he was astonished to discover that upon reaching the innate realm, martial artists could extend their lifespans to 200 years, effectively living a second life. If this holds true for those in the innate realm, what then for the celestial path? The prospect of longevity seems far from a mere fantasy. Possessing a fate of late blooming, perhaps, I might attain the innate realm and enjoy a lifespan of 2 centuries. Wei Tu instinctively touched his brow. Where lay his greatest secret, the golden purple fate of late blooming. The realm beyond the innate mastery was never mentioned by his esteemed ancestor, and even during exchanges with peers in martial arts, none were aware of the mysteries that this realm might hold. Shan Wuju sighed deeply. Although respected as the esteemed master of martial arts, in the realm of martial knowledge, he felt akin to a child, just beginning to learn to speak and walk. Life is finite, yet knowledge is boundless. Now, having reached his 60s, his body gradually weakened, with hidden injuries emerging frequently. His intimate encounters dwindled from 3 times a 10-day period to twice, and eventually to once. At this state, to live another 20 years would be a blessing. The prospect of advancing in martial arts seemed utterly impossible now. Upon returning to his room, Wei Tu immersed himself in contemplation, gazing upon his late blooming fate. Within his consciousness, the golden purple fate shimmered brilliantly, emanating an aura of vast and distant time. Beside it, the progress of his cultivation and restorative practices was inscribed. Tortoise breathing technique. 83, 100 practicing 9 times a day, mastery achieved in 5 years. In the past 3 months, my progress in the practice of health cultivation has only increased by a mere 2. During this period, I was somewhat hindered in my training due to my pursuits in archery and equestrianism. Nonetheless, I have diligently maintained a regimen of at least 9 practices daily. It appears that my suspicions have been confirmed. Achieving mastery in health cultivation and attaining a state of inner harmony is no trivial endeavor. Wei Tu glanced at his progress in health cultivation and sighed silently. However, there is solace in knowing that, within a maximum of 2 years, the 5-year period will come to fruition, at which point he may enter the realm of inner awareness. With this thought, the feelings of despondency within Wei Tu dissipated entirely. With the auspicious fate of great vessels maturing late accompanying him, as long as he remains steadfast and resolute, he is bound to achieve success. His master, Shan Wuju, had trained in martial arts for many years without transcending to the inner realm of awareness. Yet he, having devoted merely 5 years to mastering health cultivation, is left with little to desire. Now, with the manual of Tiger Crane double form fist in hand, he may also explore some of his conjectures regarding the fate of great vessels maturing late, particularly concerning that warm current. Lighting an oil lamp, Wei Tu opened the time-worn tome, meticulously studying each stance of the Tiger Crane double form fist. Compared to health cultivation, the stances of the Tiger Crane double form fist are considerably more intricate. In addition to the 45 fundamental stances, there are a further 104 minor stances derived from the tiger and crane forms. According to his master, I have already achieved great proficiency in my stances, and my martial foundation is solid. While these stances may appear convoluted, they pose no difficulty for me. Several hours later, Wei Tu finished studying the martial arts manual and began to clumsily practice the depicted movements. Once, twice, and by the 17th attempt, much like the tortoise breathing cultivation, the characters and progress of Tiger Crane double form fist emerged before him. Tiger Crane double form fist, 100 practice 7 times a day, Mastery in 3 years. 3 years. That was 2 years shorter than the 5 years required for tortoise breathing technique. Wei Tu was astonished. The tiger crane double form fist was a quintessential martial skill, far superior to the common health practices among martial artists. The intricate stances alone revealed the difficulty and complexity of mastering the tiger crane double form fist. It seemed implausible that the time he would spend on this practice could be shorter than that of tortoise breathing technique, especially by a span of 2 years. The only rational explanation was that upon achieving proficiency in the health technique, he had established a solid foundation in martial arts, allowing him to practice the tiger crane double form fist with greater efficiency, thus reducing the time needed for mastery by 2 years. Wei Tu pondered. In the following days, apart from honing his archery skills and military strategies, he dedicated the remainder of his time to practicing the tiger crane double form fist. Efforts bore fruit. This time, Wei Tu sensed the warm flow within him, akin to what he experienced while practicing the health technique, after merely 10 days of diligent practice. This clearly indicated, this warm current is not exclusive to health cultivation techniques. Rather, it emanates from within my own being, or more precisely, from the auspicious golden-purple destiny of great vessels maturing late. Although this destiny may not catapult me to great heights instantaneously, with unwavering perseverance in practicing the corresponding techniques, the golden-purple fate will unleash this warm flow, transforming my body to better suit the cultivation of these arts. In an instant, Wei Tu comprehended the significance of his great vessel's maturing late destiny and its remarkable applications. In essence, for me, there is no such concept as innate talent or corresponding thresholds for cultivation, as my aptitude is not fixed, as long as I possess sufficient longevity. The golden-purple fate will metamorphose me into the most suitable practitioner of these techniques. A smile graced Wei Tu's face. The predominance of martial artists who practice external styles, comprising a significant majority, is not due to the superiority of external techniques over the true inner arts. Rather, it is because the true inner arts are exceedingly challenging, requiring practitioners to possess a certain aptitude to sense the energy and channel internal power through the meridians, even when fortunate enough to encounter opportunities and successfully sense the energy. Advancing further remains arduous. In contrast, external techniques are tangible and visible, naturally appearing to surpass the inner arts in the eyes of the common folk. However, Wei Tu is different. With the blessing of the great vessel's maturing late destiny, as long as he acquires the true inner arts and embarks on the pathway of cultivation, he would be able to progress continuously. The principles of martial arts, it seems, also apply similarly to celestial methodologies, Wei Tu mused. Continuing, Wei Tu reminded himself that the pursuit of martial arts was far from an ultimate goal. While it was acceptable to leverage martial prowess for the attainment of fame and social standing, one must remain mindful to avoid conflict and preserve life. He possessed a promising future and saw no necessity to engage in life-and-death struggles over trivial matters. Nevertheless, though the sword remained sheathed, its presence was essential. The art of killing served as a means of protection, and thus, it warranted study. Time flew swiftly, in the blink of an eye. It was the first day of the 24th year of Qin Gong, coinciding with the joyous celebration of New Year's Day. Early in the morning, after completing his ablutions in the guest chamber and donning his winter garments, Wei Tu grasped the festive gifts he had procured in town a few days prior. Under the guidance of a maidservant, he proceeded into the inner residence. Navigating through the corridor, he arrived at the living quarters of Shan Wujiu. In the courtyard stood a middle-aged scholar clad in a long robe, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Shan Wujiu. However, despite the similarity in features, the scholar exuded a distinctly different aura, his frame lean and exuding an air of elegance. Yingwagu. Wei Tu stepped forward and performed a respectful bow to the middle-aged scholar. The gentleman before him was none other than Shan Wujiu's only son, Shan Yinghua. Due to his inherent frailty, Shan Yinghua had not followed in his father's martial footsteps, but had instead pursued the scholarly path, achieving commendable success in the imperial examination over a decade ago, thus earning the title of a second-class stipend student in Qifeng Prefecture. Just a month prior, Shan Yinghua had returned to the family residence with his mother, Shanmin Guer Wei. Shan Yinghua responded, turning to see Wei Tu, a smile gracing his features as he adjusted his robe and inclined his body in a courteous return bow. Shortly thereafter, the door to the room swung open. Wei Tu followed Dan Yonggong into the sitting room, where they both bowed to pay their respects to Dan Wujiu and Dan Misher. The child, ever so formal, offered his greetings with great decorum. Upon noticing Wei Tu's gesture, Dan Misher, who was holding a festive gift, chuckled softly and remarked, "This is your New Year's money." After a brief moment of contemplation, the elderly Dan Misher, with her hair now streaked with gray, rose with a gentle stretch and retreated to the inner chamber, returning with a stack of red envelopes which she handed to Wei Tu. "Thank you, esteemed madam," he responded without hesitation, graciously accepting the envelope from her hands. Although he had already taken a wife and was no longer among the children who received such gifts, he felt it was impolite to refuse a bestowal from an elder, especially when the amount was modest. This was merely a token of Dan Minchi's heartfelt kindness. After exchanging pleasantries, Wei Tu and Dan Yonggong stood attentively on either side of Dan Wujiu and his wife, awaiting the arrival of the other women in the household to pay their respects. "Why has the youngest daughter not yet arrived?" Dan Wujiu inquired, a frown marring his brow as he observed the vacant entrance. "Perhaps she is fatigued from yesterday's festivities and arose late this morning," Dan Mincher replied, her expression equally displeased, though she attempted to temper her words with understanding. Wei Tu too felt a twinge of discontent at the apparent rudeness of the Miss Dan Fong, yet being an outsider, he stifled his feelings, concealing them deep within. In this era, it was customary to rise early during the new year to greet one's elders and pay respects, a practice held in high regard in the ancient world, which placed great emphasis on propriety. Especially within affluent families, every word and action was expected to adhere strictly to the established courtesies, with no room for deviation. The impropriety of Dan Fong could be significant or trivial, yet if confronted by a pedantic elder, it would surely warrant a reprimand for her apparent lack of filial piety. After a brief wait, a stunning woman clad in red appeared at the door, followed closely by a robust gentleman in fine attire. The gentleman held the hand of a young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, whose hair was styled in a high topknot. Upon seeing the boy, Shanmin's expression softened. She gently patted the child's head and handed him a red envelope she had previously taken out. "Why are you so late today?" At that moment, Shan Wujiu slammed his hand on the tea table, his voice rising in anger. The onlookers in the living room seemed unperturbed by this familiar scene, including Wei Tu, who displayed no signs of surprise. Shan Wujiu was courteous to all, even to the laborers, exhibiting a generous spirit and an indifference to minor grievances. However, he reserved his ire solely for Shan Fong. Since Shan Fong's return to the Shan residence, Wei Tu had witnessed Shan Wujiu's temper flare 6 or 7 times over the past month. Last night, Ye Wuj was making a fuss about wanting to ride horses. I had to soothe him for quite a while, telling him those horses are your treasures and cannot be touched. Shan Fong lamented. Upon hearing this, Shan Wujiu's face betrayed his impatience. Familiar with the ways of women, he sensed her intentions to encroach upon his possessions. Nevertheless, he refrained from reprimanding her, allowing her to save face. "Father, you seldom ride those horses in the stable, and given your recent health issues, why not gift Yewij one of them?" "He has been pestering me for quite some time," Shan Fong interjected, stepping forward slightly, lowering her head, and adopting a soft demeanor as she spoke hastily. As they spoke, she noticed that Shan Wujiu had tightened his lips, gripping the armrest of the chair with his left hand, his body rigid with tension. Instantly, she understood the gravity of the situation and stepped closer, leaning against Shan Wujiu's left arm, reiterating her previous words. This time, there was an added tone of earnestness in Shan Fong's voice. "Yiwu is still quite young and cannot ride a horse, the old horse in the stable. Please take it with you when you leave." Shan Wujiu closed his eyes for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. After a brief pause, he began to speak in a halting manner. Once he finished, he released his grip on the armrest, his body slumping into the chair as if all the air had been let out of him. A fine horse, to a warrior, represents a second life. Each horse in the stable had been meticulously cared for by Shan Wujiu, their coats gleaming and spirits high. Yet, confronted with the pleas of his daughter and grandson Yi Wu, he found himself unable to utter a word of refusal. "Yi Wu, did you hear that? Your grandfather has agreed to give you a horse. When you return home, you shall have one to ride." Shan Fong did not express gratitude for Shan Wujiu's generosity. Instead, she cradled Shan Yi Wu in her arms as she spoke those words in front of him. "Little sister, that's a bit excessive," remarked Shan Yangong, standing behind Shan Min, his expression darkening as he rebuked her. "Brother, we haven't even divided the family assets yet, and you are already disparaging me for asking father for a horse. The horse is for Yiwu to ride, not for me." Shan Fong retorted with a pout. "Besides, you are a scholar, not one who wields weapons. Is it too much to allow your nephew a chance?" She added, "By the way, father, Yiwu is approaching the age to practice the art of stance training. I wish for his father to learn our family's martial arts. With his father's guidance and instruction, Yiwu will undoubtedly excel in martial prowess and attain distinction in his future endeavors." Shan Fong first cast a glance at Wei Tu, then shifted her gaze back to Shan Wujiu, smiling as she spoke. "Of course, if Wei Gu'er agrees to teach Yiwu martial arts in the future, it would be no trouble for him to inherit our family's skills, all for the sake of Yiwu." A smile graced Shan Fong's lips. Upon hearing this, Shan Wujiu fell silent, clearing his throat softly as he awaited Wei Tu's response. As Shan Wujiu remained mute, The atmosphere in the living room gradually grew hushed, with even the subtle rustle of birds in the courtyard audible through the window. All eyes instinctively converged upon Wei Tu, eager to hear how this apprentice of Shan Wuju would respond. The majority, or rather 99%, bore expressions of anticipation, hoping that Wei Tu would acquiesce to Shan Wuju's wishes. This sentiment extended even to Shan Yingong, the sole heir of the Shan family, who had previously been at odds with Shan Fang. The Shan family discerned that the elder was refraining from speaking out of a desire not to pressure Wei Tu into compliance, lest it strain their mentor-student relationship. His unspoken rejection of Shan Fang's request was evident. Even without this context, the Shan family could surmise the elder's intentions. As one ages, there is an innate yearning for the legacy one is built to endure, for the skills one takes pride in to be inherited by future generations. Shan Yiwu is the descendant whom Shan Wuju holds dear, as he embodies the continuation of the family's martial legacy. The individuals within the room were acutely aware that Shan Wuju, having taken Wei Tu as his disciple, undoubtedly harbored aspirations for Wei Tu to attain fame and fortune, thereby safeguarding the Shan family's legacy. Although Wei Tu's agreement to instruct Shan Yi in martial arts appeared only tangentially related to this ambition, it nonetheless served as a litmus test for Wei Tu's filial piety. If he refrained from assisting in minor matters, one might question whether he would rise to the occasion should the Shan family's existence hang in the balance. After a brief silence, Wei Tu finally spoke, slightly bowing as he declared, "This matter is entirely at the behest of my master." Upon his words, the others exchanged furtive glances, their brows furrowed. Over the past month of acquaintance, they had discerned that while Wei Tu possessed a respectful demeanor, he was far from a simpleton incapable of discerning flattery or understanding the subtleties of human nature. They collectively believed that Wei Tu's response could have been articulated in a more flattering and engaging manner, one more likely to please Shan Wuju. Even a refusal could have been couched in more gracious terms. For instance, he might have said that his master possessed greater wisdom and was therefore more suited to teach Yiwu, and that the disciple would not wish to intrude upon his master's enjoyment of leisure with his grandchildren. Such a response would have sufficed. Entirely at my command. Shan Wuju raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards Wei Tu's day. As Wei Tu bowed his head, Shan Wuju's eyes met his, albeit the former was looking downward towards his own feet and the ground, while the latter was focused elsewhere. Their eyes did not meet. "I understand your thoughts," Shan Wuju eventually remarked, retracting his gaze and allowing Wei Tu to rise, indicating that there was no need for him to remain bent over. Recognizing a person's character by their visage, Shan Wuju was acutely aware that he had not yet attained such capabilities. However, after spending considerable time with Wei Tu, he discerned the essence of his character and could intuit a fraction of his thoughts. Wei Tu harbored no desire to remain perpetually dependent on his master or the Shan family. This was evident in his conduct within the Shan household. He never solicited any material gain aside from knowledge. His assertion that he would adhere solely to his master's directives implied that while he would repay the affection shown to him, he was not a mere servant of the Shan family, unwilling to be commanded or directed by its members. Furthermore, this statement bore a deeper implication. Only his master possessed the authority to instruct him, while the rest of the Shan family lacked such privilege. After my demise, Wei Tu would undoubtedly become a pillar upon which the Shan family could rely. Shan Wuju contemplated in silence. Having lived for so long, he did not consider himself particularly adept at reading people, yet he could discern the shades of good and evil within their hearts with reasonable clarity. Moreover, even someone as miserly as Li Yaozu recognized Wei Tu's potential, willing to forego personal connections to entrust him to Shan Wuju for tutelage. Shan Wuju did not believe that Li Yaozu was blinded by folly. "If he wishes to learn martial arts upon your departure next year, place him in my care. I shall personally instruct him." Wei Tu remains preoccupied with matters pertaining to martial arts and cannot spare the time. After a brief pause, Shan Wuju inhaled deeply and addressed Shan Fang in an authoritative tone. "Father?" Shan Fang exclaimed in astonishment, unable to restrain herself. This time, her intentions regarding the family's treasured martial arts manual were genuine, as was her desire for Shan Yiwu to become a disciple of Wei Tu's day. The true transmission of knowledge is encapsulated in a single phrase, while the false can be conveyed through a multitude of texts. The family heirloom of the single-family martial arts manual holds immense value, not merely commonplace merchandise, whether it is sold or preserved as a familial legacy. Both options are viable. As for having San Yiwu apprentice under Wei Tu, San Fang is not blind. During her stay at home over the past month or two, she has recognized the lofty expectations that San Wuju has placed upon Wei Tu's day. Should Wei Tu succeed in his martial pursuits, he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure within Qinshan County, serving either as a protective ally for her family or as a means to rejuvenate their declining fortunes through his connections. both paths promising significant returns. However, this hinges on her establishing a connection with Wei Tu, and Sandy Wu presents an excellent intermediary. Yet, her aspirations faltered at this crucial juncture, for San Wuju declined. Father, there is no need for hasty decisions. We can discuss it after Wei Ji's examinations, and Yiwu will have grown stronger in 2 years. San Fang's voice softened again, taking on a tone reminiscent of supplication as she implored San Wuju. She could not fathom that San Wuju was oblivious to the implications of this situation. Should they remain disconnected from Wei Tu, once San Wuju departs, the distance between the San family and Wei Tu would inevitably widen, leaving the possibility of their old ties uncertain. I am not yet old. If Yiwu truly wishes to practice martial arts, he doesn't require Wei Tu's stay. In a rare departure from his usual demeanor, San Wuju resolutely rejected San Fang's pleas, remaining unmoved by the bond of father and daughter. Upon hearing this, San Fang pressed her lips together in silence, rifling through her thoughts in search of a suitable counterargument, and thus turned her gaze towards San Min, who sat beside San Wuju, hoping to persuade him through her. She was aware that San Wuju held San Min's opinion in high regard and would be less likely to oppose it. However, an unexpected turn of events befell Shan Fang once again. Shan Min did not adhere to the script she had envisioned. Instead, he merely uttered a soft sound, furrowed his brow, and spoke a few amicable words. Very well, my dear girl, there is plenty of time. If Yiwu and Wei Gu grow close, we can always have Wei Gu instruct him later. Though this statement appeared conciliatory, Shan Fang understood that her son, Shan Yiwu's apprenticeship to Wei Tu, had been thoroughly dismissed by the elderly couple. Despite having gifted a horse, she could not fathom why they were so reluctant to agree to this arrangement. Standing in the parlor, she found herself perplexed. The horses in the Shan family stable, even the older ones, were of fine pedigree, uncastrated stallions of considerable worth. One could fetch nearly 100 taels of silver. Her request seemed undeniably beneficial to the Shan family, costing little more than the old couple's words, which barely amounted to 100 taels of silver. Furthermore, do not even think about the matter of the boxing manual. Unless Yiwu can master 5 foundational stances or learn martial arts from me directly, this discussion is moot. Shan Wuju added. Upon finishing, Shan Wuju gestured with his hand, signaling Shan Fang and her husband to withdraw. As Shan Fang stepped out of the parlor, her countenance immediately darkened. In a fit of frustration, she vehemently kicked the snow piled against the wall with her embroidered shoes and loudly scolded the maid who was clearing the courtyard of snow. Her sharp and caustic words were intentionally loud, ensuring that the couple inside could hear her. Subsequently, Shan Fang took her son, Shan Yiwu, by the hand and turned to leave, not even sparing a glance at her skirt, now soiled by the melting snow. The imposing figure of a man in splendid attire followed closely behind. From the moment of entry to the moment of departure, apart from uttering a few auspicious words while bowing in greeting, Shan Fang's husband, Shan Wuju, had not spoken a single word more. Misfortune had befallen the family. With Shan Fang's departure, a rare expression of desolation appeared on Shan Wuju's face. He stared blankly at the entrance. Decades had passed, and the once newly built residence had become yellowed and dilapidated. The sun-kissed courtyard walls were now adorned with creeping moss and ivy, while withered tendrils entwined a few patches of yellowing wild grass. Shan Wuju's gaze shifted slightly, revealing several sections of peeling corridor railings. The wood within darkened and decayed beyond recognition. This old residence, which should have stood as a testament to the family's prosperity for nearly a century, a place to boast of accomplishments to ancestors after passing, had become an object of envy among the local families. Yet, at this moment, Shan Wuju felt no joy within him. Master, I shall take my leave now. Wei Tu, witnessing this scene, understood that it was not appropriate for him to linger here any longer, and thus bowed in farewell. Shan Wuju nodded in acknowledgement. On the first day of the new year, when families gather, it was indeed unsuitable for an outsider like Wei Tu to remain. After all, a disciple is not the same as a biological son. Exiting the living room, Wei Tu inhaled a few breaths of the cold air outside. The chill seeping into his chest awakened him. Moments ago, while expressing those words, he had been conflicted, as he was, after all, living under someone else's roof. And it felt inappropriate to voice his rejection. Yet deep within, he truly yearned to break free from the shackles of servitude. On the day he sought redemption, he had contemplated 2 paths, one leading to the examination for a martial scholar, and the other towards the life of a swordsman. The contract of servitude stored in the Li household had been redeemed by him and Xinghua, who pooled their silver. In the Shan family, he was reluctant to sign another invisible contract that would bind him firmly to this place. With just over a month remaining, Wei Tu glanced up at the snowflakes dancing in the wind and made his way toward his chamber. Today's events were merely a minor interlude. He would not allow them to derail his future. He would continue his practice of the Yang Gong and the tiger crane double-formed fist. Days later, Shan Fong concocted an excuse to depart from the Shan household, accompanied by her son Shan Yiwu and her husband. As per their previous arrangement, they took with them a fine horse from the Shan stables. A few days later, Shan Yangong and Shan Min also left the Shan residence. Unlike Shan Fong, Shan Yangong exchanged a few words with Wei Tu before departing, inviting him to stay at his home in the capital city during the upcoming martial examination without any need for formality. Wei Tu accepted the offer. While he held no fondness for Shan Fong, he bore no ill will toward Shan Yangong, and if circumstances permitted, he wished to mend ties with the Shan family. He had never forgotten the kindness of Shan Wuju, who had guided him. Time passed, and finally, in February of the 24th year of Qingyan, as the martial examination in Qingshan County approached, Wei Tu bid farewell to Shan Wuju, preparing to leave the Shan household and attend the examination. However, just as he shouldered his belongings and stepped out of the courtyard, Shan Wuju rode up on horseback and blocked his path. Without a reliable horse for the archery portion of the examination, how can you expect to achieve a commendable result? Shan Wuju dismounted and tossed the reins of a fine green horse to Wei Tuesday. I understand that you do not wish to covet my family's wealth. This fine steed I shall lend to you. Once you have completed your examination, you may return it. However, by that time, with your newfound status, you may very well be able to purchase this horse yourself. Shan Wuju smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, tightening his grip on the reins as a sign of consent to Shan Wuju's proposal. Within the Shan household, he did not feel overly estranged. He accepted the daily necessities offered by the maidservants without any reluctance. However, the warhorse was indeed a precious commodity. He had only redeemed his freedom for 8 taels of silver, and this fine steed was worth at least 10 of him, a capable and strong servant. He could not accept such a valuable gift lightly, yet the importance of the martial examination loomed large. Lacking a familiar horse could jeopardize his performance, leading to a significant loss for a trivial reason. I am aware that our master-disciple relationship has been strained due to the words of my daughter. Shan Wuju approached Wei Tu and patted him on the shoulder. He then exclaimed, but as martial men, how can we be so petty? It is rather ungracious. When you achieve success and return, I shall host a grand banquet in your honor. We shall drink heartily and feast liberally, disregarding the opinions of women and children. His words were bold and resonant, filling the air with a commanding presence that nearly rendered Wei Tu momentarily deaf, the sound echoing in his ears. It is the master. After a brief pause, Wei Tu regained his composure and glanced at Shan Wuju, replying with a smile. Over the course of more than half a year, Shan Wuju appeared to have aged a decade. His hair had grown significantly grayer. Though still robust, he was markedly different from the man Wei Tu had first encountered. Having concluded his words, Wei Tu once again offered a deep bow to Shan Wuju, then mounted his steed and departed from the river valley where the Shan family's stronghold lay. After riding for approximately 7 or 8 li, Wei Tu gradually slowed his pace, letting out a gentle sigh as he reflected upon Shan Wuju's earlier remarks. He was not merely a martial man. His pursuit of martial arts, participation in contests, and rigorous training were all efforts aimed at transcending his social class. Yet, should he be able to forget his past grievances over a hearty drink with Shan Wuju, he would willingly embrace it. He pondered whether his future children with Xinghua might resemble Shan Fong. If so, he would find himself in a position of helplessness. Shaking his head, Wei Tu suppressed these distracting thoughts deep within his heart, then flicked his whip and urged his steed onward. Upon returning to Qingmu County, Wei Tu intended to first locate an inn to rent a room, and then place his steed in the stable of the inn, awaiting the upcoming martial examination in a few days. No longer was he the horse attendant of the Li family. It would be inappropriate for him to seek refuge there again. However, as soon as Wei Tu stepped into an inn, he was taken aback by the proprietor's rates. The cost of each room had skyrocketed, being several times higher than before. Even the price for the storage room had become several multiples of what it had previously been. Upon hearing the innkeeper's explanation, Wei Tu recalled that just a few days prior, the county's literary examination had taken place, drawing many scholars from the rural areas of Qingmu County to the county town for the imperial examination. At this moment, securing a room at an inn was exceedingly difficult. The county examination comprised a main test and 3 supplementary tests. Only yesterday had the list of successful candidates been posted at the county office, and in 3 days, the supplementary test would commence, with many candidates likely to be eliminated. At that time, the price will be somewhat lower. Why not rent it first? The shopkeeper continued. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu shook his head, exited the inn, and turned to lead his horse towards the Li family, intending to impose upon them for a temporary stay of a few nights. He already owed Li Yuzu a favor, and incurring another minor obligation at this moment would not be of great concern. The county examination was approaching, and he was eager to see Xinghua. who worked as a cook in the Li household. He felt compelled to visit her regardless of the circumstances. Naturally, he had not forgotten the unsavory intentions Li Yuzu had harbored towards him years ago, yet he recognized that this was not the appropriate time to dwell on such matters. He was well aware of the distinction between what was trivial and what was significant. To the outside world, he remained a mere servant of the Li family, a beneficiary of their generosity. Although he had shed his previous status, the stain of his origins was not easily erased. As he led his horse down the familiar streets, Wei Tu observed the scenery around him, the sights and sounds, the flora and fauna. His state of mind was markedly different from that of 6 months prior. There was a newfound tranquility and composure within him. He surmised that this transformation was linked to the recognition he had received from Shan Wuju during his time in the Shan household, which had instilled in him confidence regarding the county and provincial martial examinations, as well as a burgeoning self-assurance in his martial prowess after learning the art of combat. Turning a corner, he soon arrived at the front gate of the Li family estate. As he approached, however, he was momentarily taken aback by the bustling scene before him. Carriages and horses crowded at the entrance. The Li family, which had risen from humble beginnings as itinerant merchants a century ago, was merely a prosperous household within Qingshan County, without any distinguishing features. It stood to reason that such a gathering of gentry should not be drawn to visit them. At the side entrance stood Chunlan and Saixia, welcoming guests, while Wei Tu tethered his steed, a fine blue stallion, to the hitching post beside the main entrance before approaching. After a brief inquiry, Wei Tu discovered that the commotion at the door was due to the announcement of the county examination results yesterday, in which Li Xingye had achieved remarkable recognition, securing the 7th place among the candidates. The significance of this accomplishment was not lost on Wei Tu in Qingshan County, where nearly 1,000 candidates competed in the imperial examination. To rise above such a multitude and earn a place on the list was no small feat, particularly with the honor of 7th place in the final assessment. The examination only recognized the top 50, and those who did not make the list faced disqualification. For Li Xingye, at such a tender age, to have made his mark in the county examination is indeed commendable, even if he may not rival the prodigies or top scholars of previous years. Nevertheless, achieving the 7th rank indicates that his capabilities are not to be underestimated compared to those ranked higher, as the evaluation of essays can be influenced by personal preferences of the officials. Should the candidates of Qingshan County prove to be of good caliber this year, Li Xingye stands a good chance of securing the title of Xiuzai this autumn. With this realization, Wei Tu finally understood the influx of carriages from affluent families gathered outside the Li residence today. While the title of Xiuzai may not be exceedingly rare, the distinction of a young scholar of such promise is indeed noteworthy. It implies a potential trajectory of swift advancement, with opportunities to excel in the imperial examinations and ultimately ascend to the highest echelons of power. After his astonishment subsided, Wei Tu conveyed his intentions to Saixia, requesting her to enter and notify Lady Li that he wished to meet with Xinghua and would be staying at the Li residence. After the county examination for the martial arts was completed, I departed from the Li residence and made my way to the capital city. Wei Tu had mentioned a specific time. Upon hearing this, Kaixia nodded and proceeded towards the inner courtyard. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Kaixia returned, shaking her head at Wei Tu's day. She remarked, "The eldest lady is currently receiving guests in the parlor, and I have waited quite a while without finding an opportune moment to approach her. Perhaps, Wei Gur, you might wait at the entrance for a little while longer. In a short while, around the hour of you, the visiting guests should be departing." Kaixia glanced upward at the sky, noting the sun's descent towards the western horizon, and continued, "Very well." Wei Tu nodded, exited through the side door, and took a seat on the hitching post where the dark steed was tied. He gently groomed the horse's mane while awaiting the departure of the guests from the Li residence. After a considerable time had passed and the sky had begun to darken, activity finally stirred at the side entrance of the Li mansion. A maid carrying a lantern emerged, followed by gentry and noblewomen, moving like serpents of fire. As the carriages and horses rumbled away, tranquility returned to the entrance of the Li residence, accompanied by the rising chorus of cicadas. Wei Tu observed Li Yazu and his wife standing at the doorway to bid farewell to the departing gentry. He approached, leading his horse, bowed respectfully, and conveyed his purpose. "Madam, Wei Gua arrived early this morning, but as you were occupied earlier, I did not find the opportunity to inform you." After Wei Tu finished speaking, Kaixia interjected. "Wei Gur." Li Tongshi scrutinized the young man before her, her expression revealing surprise. Just now, she caught sight of Wei Tu standing outside the door, but due to the darkness, she could not immediately discern his identity, mistaking the young man by the hitching post for a servant of some noble family waiting nearby. Li Tongshi's lips moved, as if preparing to utter something. However, at that moment, illuminated by the light at the entrance, She finally recognized Wei Tu's appearance and the unique vigor characteristic of a warrior that emanated from him. After a moment of contemplation, she swallowed her words. Had it not been for the purple woolen cloak he wore, an item she had bestowed upon Xinghua, Li Tongshi would hardly believe that the Wei Tu before her was the same robust servant who had redeemed himself at the estate over half a year ago. I apologize for the oversight. It is our Li family's failure to host you properly, Li Tongshi conveyed to Wei Tu, echoing the words she had spoken to the distinguished guests they had entertained today. Indeed, the time for the county martial examination is fast approaching. No wonder you have come to the county, having come from the single martial examination. After Li Tongshi expressed her apologies, Li Yuzu greeted Wei Tu with a broad smile. In his eyes, it was only right to support Wei Tu and advocate for his learning at the single martial examination. He considered himself Wei Tu's rightful benefactor, and as a benefactor, Wei Tu ought to feel a sense of gratitude towards him. A scholar is willing to sacrifice for one who truly understands them. He must cultivate this relationship diligently. Yes, Master Li, Wei Tu nodded, responding succinctly. As for the matter of lodging, it is a trivial concern. After all, you are from my Li family, and I have always been loyal. I promise you this. Li Yaozu feigned familiarity, patting Wei Tu on the shoulder with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Loyalty? He sensed that there was a hidden meaning behind Li Yaozu's words. Is he still regarded as a mere household servant? However, Wei Tu did not refute this notion. Instead, he suggested a sense of ease within himself, perhaps due to his heightened sensitivity upon arriving at the Li family residence. A gentleman observes actions rather than intentions. Once Li Yuzu distanced himself slightly, Wei Tu inclined his body ever so slightly and expressed his gratitude. They proceeded to the inner quarters for dining. Lady Li entered through the side door, leading the way while warmly addressing Wei Tu's day. Meanwhile, the azure steed that Wei Tu had been leading was taken by the newly hired stableman of the Li household, who tugged at the reins and guided it to the stables in the side courtyard. Within the dining hall, a young scholar dressed in a scholar's robe raised his eyebrows ever so slightly upon seeing Wei Tu being ushered in by Li Yaozu and his wife. Li Xingye was well acquainted with Wei Tu's day. In his youth, when a tutor was engaged to impart the teachings of Confucian classics to him, he also took the opportunity to educate a few of the household maids and servants in literacy, with Wei Tu being one of them. Additionally, he was among the few companions of Li Xingye during his formative years at the Li residence. The imperial examination system is divided into several stages: the county examination, the prefectural examination, the provincial examination, the metropolitan examination, and the palace examination. One must pass the county, prefectural, and provincial examinations to attain the title of Shotsai. The provincial examination bestows the title of Jiren, similar to the martial examinations, where one must succeed in the provincial martial examination to achieve the title of Wujin. Before long, Li Yuzu, his wife, and the guest Wei Tu were seated together on the stools at the dining table. Brother Wei. Li Xingye initiated the conversation with Wei Tu, addressing him as Brother Wei rather than Wei Ger, and there was not a trace of arrogance upon his countenance. His demeanor was humble and serene. Adhering to the etiquette of hospitality with utmost propriety, Wei Tu slightly raised his eyebrows, feeling a newfound admiration for Li Xingye. Internally, he could not help but sigh, realizing why the gentry of the county flocked to the Li residence upon learning of Li Xingye's results in the county examination, eager to establish connections with the family. If he, too, held such a demeanor, then Li Xingye must surely engage with those gentlemen with grace and courtesy, his discourse imbued with elegance. I have been home less often, spending most of my time studying at the academy, thus my encounters with Brother Wei have been few. I never anticipated that even in his humble abode, Brother Wei still harbored grand aspirations. After hearing about this extraordinary tale from my father, I found myself filled with admiration for Brother Wei. Li Xingye smiled, and while speaking, raised his hand, gesturing towards Wei Tu in a respectful salute. With your martial prowess, Brother Wei, you are certain to shine brightly in the martial examination this time. When the moment comes, it would be beneficial for us to go together to the capital, providing each other support, he said earnestly. Upon hearing Li Xingye's request, Wei Tu appeared momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, feeling a sense of awkwardness. Aside from his interactions with Shan Yonggong, he had yet to engage with the scholars of this world. And Li Xingye's enthusiasm left him uncertain whether it was perfectly timed or overly exuberant. While it would indeed be advantageous to accompany Li Xingye to the capital, he was reluctant to impose further upon the Li family's kindness, were it not for his financial constraints this time. In the presence of the apricot blossoms at the Li residence, he would prefer not to knock on their door. My master's eldest son runs an academy in the capital, and their home is quite expansive. Upon departing from the Shan household, Yonggong had already invited me to stay with him during the provincial examination, thus I would not trouble Brother Xingye any further. Wei Tu pondered for a moment, shook his head, and politely declined. With that, his words hung in the air. Li Xingye's smile appeared somewhat strained, only softening after he heard the words of Li Yaozu. Upon hearing this, Li Yaozu remarked, Scholar Dan has long resided in the capital, since Wei Guo has departed from the Dan family, with Scholar Dan's disposition. He would undoubtedly invite Wei Guo to stay at his place. I have acted thoughtlessly. I hope Brother Wei will not take offense. Li Xingye was uncertain whether his father's words were an attempt to provide him with a graceful exit or were genuinely spoken. Nevertheless, he concealed any sign of being perturbed by the matter during the gathering. Once the dishes were served at the dining table, the individuals present ceased their conversation, adhering to the etiquette that dictates silence while eating and resting. After dining in the inner residence, Wei Tu, displaying awareness, did not linger unnecessarily. And after offering a respectful salute, he followed the maid Chunlan out of the inner quarters. As he was about to exit, Wei Tu seemed to hear something. He paused momentarily, lifting his gaze toward the tall, upright ancient cypress deeply rooted within the inner compound. The courtyard wall concealed the main trunk of the cypress, yet its lush branches and leaves extended above the eaves, gently swaying under the moonlight. Wei Tu shook his head, a look of relief and relaxation spreading across his face as he stepped through the courtyard gate. Having successfully cultivated his health regimen, his senses were exceptionally sharp, far surpassing those of ordinary men. Otherwise, he would not have noticed the massacre of the knife-wielding men from Baiyang County by the Zheng state soldiers outside the inn during his visit home. Wei Tu had heard the ancient cypress in the inner compound being kicked, a forceful blow. From his conjecture, the origin of that kick was likely none other than the seemingly humble and courteous Li Xingye. Indeed, the son resembles the father in this regard. Wei Tu pondered as he arrived at the Li residence. In the hall where he had resided 6 months prior, he beheld Xinghua standing at the threshold, holding a lantern. Wei Guo, you have returned. Upon seeing Wei Tu, Xinghua refrained from rushing forward to embrace this man she had known since childhood. She lifted her foot slightly, only to withdraw it again. Her gaze lowered, seemingly penetrating through his dark woolen coat to his bare torso. Over the past months, Xinghua could discern that Wei Tu's pectoral muscles had become more defined, a bit larger than when he had departed, and his waist had broadened. The stitches she had sewn had been undone and reworked, now tighter and more intricate, familiar yet unfamiliar. Particularly striking was the robust aura of a seasoned warrior that emanated from Wei Tu, captivating and intimidating. Most would instinctively recoil, harboring a sense of trepidation in his presence. Their words softened with deference. Xinghua was certain that she too felt intimidated by the aura surrounding Wei Tu. After all, she was but a delicate maiden, unaccustomed to the grander spectacles of life, a mere servant in the inner chambers. Wei Tu paused in the courtyard, observing Xinghua's slight retreat and the fear evident in her eyes upon his arrival. The meal in the inner chambers was too refined. I did not satiate my hunger. Are there any pancakes left in the house? Bring me a few, and prepare some bathwater, for I have traveled all day. Wei Tu commanded Xinghua in the tone of a master issuing orders to a servant. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of disappointment stirred within Xinghua's heart, yet simultaneously, she sensed that in Wei Tu's presence, she was no longer an inconsequential being. At the very least, she could serve as a humble maid, attending to her husband, who harbored aspirations of martial success. To this, Xinghua resigned herself, accustomed to the situation. She turned and walked towards the inner chamber, seeking the flatbread that had just been cooked a quarter of an hour earlier. However, at that moment, Wei Tu silently approached from behind and pinched her backside. Instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she turned to glare at Wei Tu with evident displeasure. This time, the pinch was far more forceful than before. Prepare yourself for bed. I have been cooped up in the Shanjia for far too long, Wei Tu unabashedly expressed, uttering words that made one blush with discomfort. You should eat first, Xinghua retorted, shoving the steaming flatbread into Wei Tu's embrace before stomping her foot and departing the main hall, obediently making her way to the washroom to bathe. This, perhaps, encapsulated her homesickness and trepidation. Wei Tu observed Xinghua's retreating figure, shaking his head in contemplation. He was fundamentally different from her, having received a modern education. He could see through the layers of her concealed thoughts that she believed were deeply hidden. At that moment, Xinghua was apprehensive, fearing that once he achieved recognition and success, he would no longer acknowledge her as his humble wife. A little over half an hour later, Xinghua re-entered the main hall, deliberately shrinking her neck to hide her neck, which had turned crimson from the scrubbing. From Wei Tu's view, her worries proved unfounded. Once Wei Tu closed the door and extinguished the candle, he lifted her onto his shoulder and tossed her onto the neatly made bed. Shortly thereafter, the bed was a flurry of movement, swaying gently. As the night deepened, the two emerged from their weariness, embracing each other tightly. The earlier awkwardness between them dissipated. Wei Guo, As Xinghua opened her eyes and gently kissed Wei Tu's forehead, she contentedly drifted back into slumber. Days later, the martial examination of the 24th year of the Qing'an era had finally arrived in Qingshan County. Unlike the civil examination held in tents near the county office, the martial examination took place outdoors. The venue was set in the square in front of the main hall of the city god temple on West Street of the county town. On the elevated platform before the main hall, a middle-aged official clad in a green robe occupied the central seat, flanked by the county's officials, including the county captain, county assistant, and other subordinate officials, arranged according to their ranks. The materials of their robes varied according to their positions, making it easy to distinguish them. The square was filled with elegantly dressed gentry and wealthy merchants from Qingshan County, their gazes fixed upon the 200 to 300 martial artists standing in the center, their eyes brimming with anticipation. It has always been the case that wealth favors martial prowess over literary talent. While ordinary affluent families might save diligently to support 1 or 2 scholars, it is far more challenging to sustain a martial practitioner who has trained since childhood. Thus, among the nearly 300 martial artists in the square, more than 60% hailed from the families of these gentry and merchants, while the remaining 20% had intricate ties to them, often serving as guardians of their estates. Only the final 20% of martial artists came from impoverished backgrounds. What? He has also come? In a corner of the square, a table was set up specifically to verify the martial artist's origins and credentials. Behind the table sat the clerk in a black robe, whom Wei Tu had encountered previously in the county office. After meticulously examining the stack of credentials before him, the clerk suddenly spotted Wei Tu's name among them. He displayed a look of astonishment as he flipped to the last page of the household registration book in his hands. After comparing the details of Wei Tu's lineage and age, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. At this moment, it had only been a little over half a year since Wei Tu had severed his ties with the household. As the first servant to redeem himself since he had inherited the position of scribe, his impression of Wei Tu was undeniably profound. Aspiring to alter his fate through the martial examination was no simple endeavor. He silently hoped that Wei Tu would not meet his demise on the examination platform. The scribe in his black robe pondered quietly. Every 3 years, the county office was required to conduct a review of hidden households, and individuals like Wei Tu, who had recently entered the registry, constituted a significant part of his performance metrics. He certainly did not wish for Wei Tu to perish here. In the square, it was not only the scribe in the black robe who recognized Wei Tu. There was also a beautiful woman seated among the gentry. This enchanting woman was Wei Hong, who sat behind Lord Huang, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she cast several glances at Wei Tu standing in the square. Although it had been many years since she had last seen her own nephew, the bond of blood allowed her to instantly identify him among the throng of martial practitioners. What could he possibly be doing here? Was he aiming to take the martial examination? Indeed, he appeared significantly stronger than he had 3 years ago. However, among this crowd of martial artists, he seemed rather ordinary, perhaps even inferior to Yuan Shan. Wei Hong's emotions were conflicted. She hoped for Wei Tu to stand out amidst the martial practitioners, envisioning a future where he could assist her as a member of her family. Yet, her instincts led her to believe that he was not capable. Her own nephew was lacking. In the span of over 3 years, Wei Tu had only acquired a rudimentary understanding of health preservation techniques, which paled in comparison to the expertise of martial artists from affluent families. These masters, hailing from affluent families, have practiced martial arts since childhood, enjoying hearty meals, receiving guidance from esteemed mentors, and occasionally indulging in nourishing medicinal cuisine. How could the common folk possibly compare with them? It is simply unfeasible. Soon, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air, signaling the commencement of the martial arts examination. Wei Tu received the token marked as being 13 and awaited his turn amid the crowd. Compared to the prefectural and provincial examinations, the county martial arts test was relatively straightforward, consisting of merely 5 events: skill and bravery, standing archery, mounted archery, sparring, and finally, military strategy. The skill and bravery segment was further divided into stone lifting, drawing a heavy bow, and wielding a large saber. As Team Bing assembled, a sudden gunshot echoed, and the supervising martial officer bellowed a command. Hearing this, Wei Tu steadied his mind and joined the martial artists in the front row, positioning himself before a series of stone locks of varying sizes: 200 pounds, 300 pounds, 400 pounds, and 500 pounds, 4 stone locks in total. In the county martial arts examination, the stone lifting test commenced with a daunting 200-pound lock, a weight that ordinary individuals could scarcely hope to lift. Wei Tu's gaze fixated on the heaviest and largest stone lock. With a solemn expression, he gathered his energy, grounding himself in a horse stance. With all his might, he placed his right hand on the stone lock and lifted it. The weighty stone lock soared upward, pausing momentarily at his knee, then at his elbow, and ultimately raised above his head. After a brief suspension above him for 4 or 5 breaths, Wei Tu could no longer maintain the lift and gently lowered the 500-pound stone lock to the ground. As it struck the earth, a subtle tremor reverberated through the plaza, akin to the stirring of a dragon beneath the surface. The entire square was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility, with all eyes converging upon Wei Tu, filled with astonishment. To lift a 500-pound stone lock with one arm during the stone lifting assessment is a feat that occurs only once every few decades in Qingshan County. In a century, it has happened merely thrice. The previous 3 martial artists, without exception, secured the top position in the county's martial examination. And now, Wei Tu is the 4th. This signifies that the champion of this year's martial examination is already predetermined at this very moment. Yet, the path to victory is fraught with challenges. Upon observing Wei Tu's attire, the gentry smiled, quickly reaching a conclusion. His garments were threadbare, his single-layer clothing washed to a pale hue, unmistakably indicating a humble background. Such martial artists often falter in the equestrian and strategy assessments, resulting in failure. Equestrian skills require a fine steed, though the county examination provides horses. They are typically of inferior quality. Riding a poor horse for archery limits one's ability to concentrate, making it exceedingly difficult to hit the target, no matter how skilled one is in archery. The other subject, strategy, has a similarly high implicit threshold. Without a capable mentor, crafting an exceptional essay is no simple task. At this moment, the examiner responsible for the stone lifting assessment announced Wei Tu's results. According to regulations, to achieve a first-class rating in stone lifting, one must lift a 300-pound stone lock with one arm, hold it above their head, and pause for 30 breaths. Alternatively, lifting a 400-pound stone lock with both arms, suspended overhead for 20 breaths, is also required. However, Wei Tu defied expectation, lifting the 500-pound stone lock with one arm, holding it aloft for 4 breaths. This display of strength surpassed the capabilities of a typical first-class martial artist by a significant margin. The disparity between lifting 300 pounds and 500 pounds is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth, a fact well acknowledged by all. With a single arm capable of lifting 500 pounds, Wei Tu now stands a good chance of earning the title of scholar in the provincial examination. In other words, at this moment, Wei Tu has attained the prowess required for martial examinations in the art of stone lifting. Though achieving first place may be a rarity, he is nonetheless qualified for recommendation to the prefectural test based on his performance in stone lifting. Wei Tu is still quite young, perhaps only 20 or 22 years of age. Should he enlist the guidance of a renowned master? He should be able to compensate for his shortcomings in horseback archery and military strategy in the upcoming examination. Within the circle of gentry, Wei Hong observed Wei Tu's remarkable achievements, her expression once again reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as she pondered internally. The martial examination spans 4 days, with today marking the first session dedicated solely to physical prowess. After the assessments conclude, I shall pay him a visit, Wei Hong resolved. Much like Lady Li's initial expectations, an ordinary male relative from her family had little appeal for her. However, a male relative with the potential to attain distinction in martial examinations presents an entirely different prospect. As for the events of the past, a mere apology would suffice. A flicker of determination gleamed in Wei Hong's eyes. Her ascent among Lord Huang's numerous concubines to become a favored secondary wife, blessed with a son, was not solely due to her beauty, but also her cunning. She was confident that by offering Wei Tu considerable benefits, this nephew would not only dispel any lingering grievances, but would also harbor heartfelt gratitude towards her, thereby forging a steadfast bond. Naturally, Wei Hong harbored no regrets regarding her past decisions. She deemed it a prudent strategy to discard the unworthy and ensure that those from the Wei family seeking to benefit from her would enhance her own standing within the Huang household. Had it not been for her, she would have been like those foolish concubines, despised by their husbands for bringing losses to their families, utterly defeated. Unbeknownst to Wei Tu, who was participating in the next assessment of martial prowess, he found himself momentarily dazed upon receiving a note from Wei Hong during his wait. He had not anticipated that among the gentry present, his second Aunt Wei Hong would be seated. After perusing the contents of the note, he pondered for a moment before rolling it up and tucking it into the inner side of his coarse cloth belt. The message was simple, urging him to wait in the square after the assessment and, if possible, to visit the Huang residence. The adage came to his mind, in poverty, one finds no friends in the bustling market. In wealth, distant relatives emerge from the deep mountains. Nevertheless, Wei Tu harbored gratitude towards Wei Hong. Had it not been for her assistance years ago, he would have found it nearly impossible to obtain a complete manual of the nourishing art 3 years prior. Without the tortoise breathing technique, he would likely not be standing here today. Perhaps it would have taken him much longer to extricate himself from the Li residence, obtain citizenship, and become a martial master. Soon, the second assessment of martial skill commenced. The gentry focused their attention largely on Wei Tu, the dark horse of the county's martial examination. The sword and saber are mere extensions of the hands and feet. Typically, a martial master with exceptional swordsmanship also possesses formidable hand-to-hand skills. Conversely, one adept in combat must have had a capable master guiding them, with a clear lineage of instruction. This was their prime opportunity to uncover the background of this remarkable contender. Wei Tuesday, including the martial examination officials, they gazed at Wei Tu with an expression of anticipation, hoping that this martial artist capable of lifting a 500-pound stone lock would shine brilliantly in this assessment. In the civil service examination, there exist unspoken rules among the master, seat holders, and instructors, with examiners holding a mentor-disciple relationship with the candidates. The martial examination bears a resemblance to this. Should Wei Tu emerge victorious, this examiner would also reap the benefits of fame and fortune. However, in the next moment, the examiner found himself somewhat taken aback. Although Wei Tu's blade dance was fierce and imposing, exuding an air of power, it paled in comparison to the previous candidates, appearing rather mediocre, or perhaps lacking. It seemed he had not received proper mentorship. A pity for such natural strength. The examiner shook his head inwardly. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Being 13, Wei Tu, blade dance grade B." Reflecting on Wei Tu's earlier commendable performance, the examiner, swayed by a hint of personal bias, elevated his score from B to B. Regrettably, he had hoped that Qinshan County could produce another martial champion, only to realize that he was merely astonishing in strength. On the high platform, Chen Jixian shook his head upon witnessing the results. While a martial artist with remarkable strength is rare, it bore no significant impact on his official career or on Qinshan County, rendering it unworthy of his extra attention. Meanwhile, upon seeing Wei Tu score in the blade dance, the gathered gentry finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. A lack of finesse and swordsmanship indicated insufficient training, and in other subjects, they need not worry about Wei Tu overshadowing their own sons and nephews. Grade B. Upon hearing the results, Wei Tu felt no disappointment. Rather, a sense of joy welled within him. He had only been instructed in the Tiger Crane double form fist by Dan Wuju in mid-October of the previous year, and his study of the corresponding sword techniques had commenced even later, approximately just 2 months prior. Achieving a B-level rating in the sword assessment within such a brief span is a testament to his exceptional talent. After exiting the stage, Wei Tu awaited the next evaluation. Soon, the third and final assessment of martial prowess commenced, featuring the demanding task of drawing a hard bow. This segment tested both strength and the foundational skills of martial arts. Insufficient strength would hinder one's ability to draw the hard bow, while a weak foundation would prevent the effective concentration of force. Thus, even with ample strength, if one's power lacked unity, drawing the bow to its full moon shape would prove challenging. Wei Tu had perfected his health cultivation technique, and his entire being exhibited no weaknesses. When it came time to draw the hard bow, he executed 4 draws with a 4-stone bow on each arm, culminating with the most challenging maneuver of drawing the bow from behind. This assessment concluded successfully for Wei Tu, earning him a grade of A. However, to achieve an A rating, one would need to draw a 5-stone bow, which equates to the formidable strength of 500 pounds. For Wei Tu, lifting 500 pounds was already a considerable effort, let alone drawing a 5-stone hard bow while performing various intricate movements. To masterfully draw a 5-stone hard bow, one would require at least 600 to 700 pounds of strength. With the 3 assessments of martial prowess concluded, the onlookers dispersed like birds and beasts, and the officials on stage exited one by one, followed by the constables who raised signs of silence, clearing the way for the dignitaries. Soon, the square of the city god temple was left with only the visiting gentry. As the martial artists participating in the competition departed in small clusters to reunite with their families, the space previously occupied by the others was soon left desolate, with only Wei Tu standing solitary. Fortunately, Wei Hong did not keep him waiting long. She approached alongside a robust middle-aged man, followed by 2 or 3 servants clad in blue. "Brother Wei." Upon closing the distance to approximately 30 paces, Wei Hong suddenly quickened her pace, her face lighting up with a smile as she warmly greeted Wei Tuesday. Wei Tu replied, slightly apprehensive, bowing in respect. He had always felt uncomfortable with such exaggerated displays of formality, whether in the presence of Li Yaozu or now with Wei Hong. However, he was no longer the same person he once was. Endowed with influence in Qin County, he felt no compulsion to feign servility. He resolved to conduct himself naturally. Wei Tu was well aware that gratitude and interpersonal relations were distinct matters. Wei Hong, unbothered by his response, cast him a knowing glance, gesturing towards the stout middle-aged man beside her. "Brother Wei, this is your uncle. You should greet him," she urged. "Later, you may visit the Huang residence. Your uncle and I wish to celebrate with you. After all, in this county, I am your only family." Her words flowed swiftly, each syllable articulated with clarity. Her expression tinged with a touch of sympathy, as if lamenting Wei Tu's past misfortunes. Wei Tu was well aware of his second Aunt Wei Hong's temperament, so he was not overly surprised. After casting a glance at the venerable Lord Huang before him, he clasped his hands in greeting and accepted the proposed kinship. According to customary practices, given Wei Hong's status, even if she had previously disregarded wealth for affection, her nephew by a concubine had no rightful claim to address Lord Huang as uncle. Only her direct nephews by marriage could rightfully do so. To call Lord Huang uncle without proper standing would be a breach of decorum and propriety. Although Wei Tu personally did not mind whether he was associated with Lord Huang, he was willing to address him as uncle if it would benefit his second Aunt Wei Hong. This was merely a trifling gesture that would cost him little. Throughout history, it has been easier to embellish the prosperous than to provide aid in hardship. The investments and assistance he received from the Li family and Li Yuzu primarily fell into the former category. While he held a sense of gratitude, it was not substantial. Once he repaid the favors owed, he would have no further ties with the Li family. Despite Wei Hong's previous disdain for her maternal nephew 3 years ago, even hinting at the conclusion of their familial bond, she nonetheless acquiesced to his request, allowing Master Wan to teach him the art of health preservation. This gesture was akin to providing warmth in the cold. At the very least, when Wei Hong made that decision, it was out of consideration for their kinship, rather than any expectation of recompense from him. At the city god temple, in the square before the main hall, Lord Huang's face broke into a subtle smile upon hearing Wei Tu call him uncle, and he responded warmly, "Wei Guer, accompany your uncle to my home. I shall host a banquet in your honor." Lord Huang echoed the words previously spoken by Wei Hong. He had initially believed that Wei Tu would be difficult to deal with after achieving success, harboring resentment due to the previous estrangement from the Huang family and Wei Hong. However, he was taken aback by how swiftly Wei Tu had chosen to acknowledge their kinship. Indeed, those who recognize the times are the true heroes, Huang Leoi mused. A martial artist hailing from a humble background, despite possessing remarkable strength and physical prowess, often finds it challenging to reach the pinnacle of success in martial examinations and attain fame. The notion that Wei Tu lacked a renowned mentor had become a shared understanding among the gentry. According to Huang Leoi's speculation, Wei Tu's attempt to curry favor with his uncle was likely aimed at securing a promising future from the Huang family or leveraging their financial resources to hire a distinguished instructor, thereby addressing his shortcomings. Nevertheless, Huang Leoi did not mind this at all. Wealth could always be replenished, but encountering a martial artist who shared blood ties and possessed commendable potential was a rarity. Nurturing such talent could, in the future, bolster the Huang family's strength when he achieves martial success and earns recognition. With this thought in mind, Huang Leoi invited Wei Tu into his carriage. Was this the same rustic individual who once sought the secrets of health cultivation? Meanwhile, upon witnessing Wei Tu enter the carriage and feeling overlooked by Huang Leoi, Master Wan finally recalled his memories of Wei Tu's day, furrowing his brow. He found it challenging to associate the martial artist who had just excelled in the stone-lifting contest with the impoverished youth from his recollections. The disparity between the two was indeed vast. Even in every category, my own achievements pale in comparison to his, even in the discipline of wielding the saber, where I had previously faltered. Contemplating this, Master Wan felt a surge of frustration, his fists instinctively clenching tighter. After the astonishing spectacle of Wei Tu at the martial arts competition, the onlookers, including common folk, gentry, and officials, were captivated. The martial artists participating in the competition also became greatly invested in Wei Tu's subsequent achievements. Had Wei Tu been a stranger to him, he would have simply felt envy towards the accomplished martial artist rather than resentment. Yet, he was acquainted with Wei Tu's day. Furthermore, he regarded Wei Tu, who had sought his guidance, with a disdainful demeanor, neglecting to personally instruct him on the art of health preservation as instructed by Wei Hong. Instead, he casually handed him a booklet on health practices, dismissing him. Regrettably, Master Wan lamented, "Had I known this day would come, I should have taken him as my named disciple and taught him a few techniques." The events of 3 years ago, if made public, would render him a target of ridicule among the martial artists of the county, and he might even risk dismissal from the Huang family. Observing the esteem with which Lord Huang regarded Wei Tu, it was likely that any hint of disrespect or complaint from Wei Tu would result in his swift expulsion from the Huang residence, with nothing but a hasty retreat. He hoped to acknowledge his faults and not dwell on them. Master Wan followed the Huang carriage, pondering quietly along the way. Half an hour later, at the Huang residence, in a finely appointed loft, Wei Hong hastily returned to her room and commanded, "Qing He, where is the gift that Wei Gui sent me 3 years ago? I must see it." "Second, madam, who is Wei Guer? And what gift?" Qing He inquired, sensing Wei Hong's urgency. "It is." Wei Hong pondered briefly before continuing, "A gift box sent over 3 years ago, likely from the brocade shop in the west of the city. The brocade shop in the west? Xinghe murmured softly to herself before stepping into the inner room, rummaging through the cabinet. After a brief interval, akin to the time it takes to brew a pot of tea, she seemed to have a revelation. Rising onto her toes, she retrieved a dust-laden brocade box from the top of the wooden cabinet and placed it upon the table. Is this it, second mistress? Xinghe inquired. Indeed, this is the one, Wei Hong replied, her face lighting up with delight. She took the brocade box from Xinghe's hands, tore open the wax paper seal, and revealed a small container of rouge. To her astonishment, it was golden swallow rouge. Upon observing the hue of the pigment and taking a gentle whiff, she was utterly taken aback. This time, she returned to her chamber to fetch the gift that Wei Tu had presented to her previously, primarily to gain a clearer understanding of the item, thus avoiding any potential awkwardness during their forthcoming conversation. However, upon opening the gift box, she discovered that the rouge Wei Tu had gifted her was far from being a mere trinket. Rather, it was the rather costly golden swallow rouge. A box of this rouge priced at 5 coins was roughly equivalent to the wages of her maidservant for 2 months. Undoubtedly, this was a significant present. Wei Hong felt a twinge of shame, realizing that she had perhaps been excessively harsh towards her family of origin in the past. Meanwhile, in the Huang residence's parlor, Master Huang was entertaining Wei Tu, having instructed a maid to brew a pot of fragrant tea, inviting Wei Tu to partake in the tasting. This tea, a premium cloud mist variety, when steeped thrice, released vapors that floated like mist above the teacups. This exquisite tea could only be procured for several taels of silver. Had it not been for your visit today, my dear nephew, I would never have permitted the maid to brew such fine tea for our guests, Master Huang remarked, lifting his teacup and gently skimming off the froth with the lid, savoring a few sips before speaking with a smile. For those like Wei Tu, who are driven by avarice and seek to extract wealth from the Huang family, the elder Huang has long possessed a set of strategies to counter such aspirations. His approach involves displaying opulence to showcase his financial prowess, thereby enticing others to pledge their allegiance. As these words fell, Wei Tu furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted the teacup he had been holding, took a brief sip, and then placed it back upon the tea table. Subsequently, his gaze wandered, fixating on the calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls of the living room, revealing his disinterest in the elder Huang's discourse. In contrast to the residence of Li, the Huang family's living quarters exuded a far greater air of affluence. The furnishings appeared remarkably exquisite, with porcelain ornaments bearing the red seals of official kills, and the calligraphy displayed on either side was crafted by contemporary masters. Notably, the grand central painting, a landscape rendered with artistic finesse, was the work of the renowned scholar Ouyang, celebrated in both court and society. Wei Tu was confident that his demeanor would convey to the astute elder Huang that he harbored no desire to cling to the Huang family's prosperity. Was Wei Guo truly interested in art and calligraphy? The elder Huang smiled at this thought, fully aware that many impoverished martial artists harbor a particular fascination for refined pursuits, even if they lack understanding. Wei Tu shook his head, recognizing that at this moment, the elder Huang had likely formed a stubborn prejudice against him, much like the time when Li Tongshi, upon hearing his intentions to take the martial examination twice, finally grasped the meaning behind his words. At that moment, his speech had been clear and methodical. Lord Huang's expression darkened slightly as he set down the teacup in his hand. Wei Gur, do you wish to engage a renowned master to learn martial arts and military strategies, hoping to remedy your shortcomings in future examinations? Lord Huang admired Wei Tu's ability to discern the weight of fame and fortune at a glance. Indeed, material wealth paled in comparison to the honor of martial achievements. With such accolades, the sky would be the limit, and material possessions would naturally follow. However, Wei Tu's avarice caused a slight discomfort in Lord Huang's heart, suggesting that the Huang family would need to sacrifice even more to satiate his desires. As dusk fell in the western outskirts, the cold northern wind began to howl, causing the withered bamboo branches in the courtyard to creak ominously. The waning sunlight filtered through the slats of the window, illuminating Wei Tu's astonished countenance. Visible even to the maid standing outside the door, Wei Tu fixed his gaze upon the portly gentleman seated in the main chair and earnestly stated, "There is no need for uncle to worry about this matter. I have a master to guide me, and there is no need for the Huang residence to hire another." He truly could not comprehend why Lord Huang would consider engaging a distinguished teacher for him. It seemed rather peculiar. A master? Surely not a celebrated one. After all, one could not hone their martial skills without guidance. Lord Huang was not at all surprised by Wei Tu's reaction. The gentry's consensus was that he lacked a renowned teacher, not a master. The distinction between renowned master and teacher was but a single character, yet the implications were vast. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu rose solemnly and performed a respectful bow to Lord Huang. Uncle, my master is indeed a renowned teacher. I hope you will choose your words with care. If Lord Huang were to belittle him, it would be of little consequence. It is not uncommon for relatives to be at odds. However, to insult his master, Dan Wujiu, is a grave transgression. The repercussions could range from mere animosity to an irreconcilable feud. In an instant, silence enveloped the room. Outside, the maid Shui Lu, who was on watch, felt a surge of anxiety. Wei Tu's words directly implicated Lord Huang. She understood that her mistress, Madame Wei Hong, must have exerted considerable effort to have Lord Huang acknowledge Wei Tu as his nephew. In terms of status, Wei Tu was utterly incomparable to the financially robust Lord Huang. His acceptance of Wei Tu as a nephew was a hard-won concession by Madame Wei. Yet now, Wei Tu's remarks had undoubtedly squandered all of her efforts and could even bring trouble upon her. How could she not feel anxious and concerned? Indeed, I have been disrespectful, Lord Huang said, his eyes narrowing, his expression darkening, though he maintained decorum and refrained from any overt rudeness. He lifted his teacup, took a delicate sip, and then signaled to the maid beside him to indicate that it was time to see their guest out. However, just as the maid was about to speak, using Lord Huang's frail health as an excuse to usher Wei Tu away, he interjected once more. Uncle, my master is Dan Wujiu from Senyuan Township. Master Dan is indeed a distinguished teacher, Wei Tu spoke gently. In the hall, the maid, who had been preparing to speak, halted in her tracks, standing obediently to the side with her head bowed. The identity of a martial scholar, while significant, is often overshadowed by the multitude of higher ranks in the presence of officials. However, Mr. Huang is not an official, he is merely an ordinary merchant. While his financial standing is commendable within the county, he is not the sort of affluent magnate capable of engaging in discourse with officials. Furthermore, unlike the literary candidates who must await the Ministry of Personnel for appointment, a martial scholar can directly receive an official title upon passing the examination and assume a position in the local administration. In the presence of literary candidates, Mr. Huang must maintain a courteous demeanor. How much more so should he with a martial candidate? It turns out that Wei Guer is a disciple of a singular martial scholar, and my uncle has misjudged the situation, nearly causing a well-intentioned blunder. Mr. Huang's expression shifted once more, a smile plastered upon his face. He raised his teacup again, sipping the precious cloud and mist tea worth 3 taels of silver per liang, moistening his throat to mask his embarrassment and trepidation. A martial disciple is not particularly formidable, especially since he is not a direct descendant of a martial scholar, unable to inherit their wealth and prestige. Yet, a disciple who can lift 500 jin is an entirely different matter. He embodies the potential of a future martial official, a martial official who is not yet 30, and even more youthful. Since time immemorial, commoners have not dared to confront officials. Mr. Huang is acutely aware of the repercussions of offending a future local martial officer. Even if that officer's authority does not extend over him, the bonds of officialdom are strong, and power can be mutually advantageous, should the time come. Even if Wei Tu cannot obliterate the Huang family, he can certainly inflict significant harm upon their vitality with relative ease. As for the authenticity of Wei Tu's apprenticeship under a singular martial scholar, Mr. Huang does not believe that Wei Tu would dare to fabricate such a matter in jest. Moreover, had it been otherwise, Wei Tu would not have so readily declined his proposal to engage a renowned master. My uncle is being overly courteous. Wei Tu resumed his seat and also took a sip of the cloud and mist tea. Upon arriving in the county town, he faced the calm demeanor of the Li and Huang families, which not only stemmed from his confidence in his martial prowess, but also from the assurance derived from his background. This lineage was sufficient to enable him to engage in equal discourse with the master of the Li residence and Lord Huang. Young Wei, do you possess the confidence to achieve distinction in the upcoming martial examination? Lord Huang inquired, his expression regaining composure as he smiled amiably. It is hard to say. With my performance in the county examination already securing a position, even if my subsequent subjects falter, I could still be recommended for the prefectural examination. However, given the fierce competition there, I find it difficult to be optimistic about obtaining the status of a candidate, Wei Tu replied, shaking his head. As he spoke, he consciously adjusted his terminology, referring to himself as nephew to express intimacy. Within the hall, the two engaged in lively conversation, their words filled with mirth. Shortly thereafter, Wei Hong entered briskly, accompanied by a young lad clad in blue, and approached Wei Tuesday. She admonished the youth, saying, Yuan Shan, quickly pay your respects to your cousin. A quarter of an hour prior, she had learned from the maid Shui Lu about Wei Tu's recent decision to apprentice under the martial examination, prompting her to act without delay. She hurried to the inner quarters, rousing the sleeping Huang Yuanshan to introduce him to her promising nephew. Cousin, Huang Yuanshan called out, his expression slightly reluctant. You wretched child, Wei Hong chided, pinching Huang Yuanshan's ear in mild frustration at his lack of ambition. Second aunt. Yuanshan is yet to understand, Wei Tu chuckled softly. At that moment, he noticed that Wei Hong had altered her appearance. Differing somewhat from the visage he had observed earlier at the city god temple. Wei Tu was unaware that this golden yin-shi makeup was intentionally arranged by Wei Hong to please him. He merely assumed it was customary for affluent families to change their makeup upon meeting. After a brief glance, he averted his gaze. As the brisk spring breeze continued, Wei Hong engaged in some polite conversation, inquiring about Wei Tu's living arrangements, daily sustenance, and his interactions with the Li family. Wei Tu felt little need for concealment in response to these queries, yet he paused momentarily to ponder his words before replying. For instance, he chose to withhold information about Li Yuzu's previous covetousness towards Xinghua. Your second aunt has some private savings. She can temporarily lend it to you as a ransom for Xinghua's freedom, or perhaps she might visit in person. It would be unseemly to have Xinghua remain a maid at the Li residence indefinitely. As for accommodations, there are plenty of guest rooms available at the Huang residence. I shall take the liberty of selecting one for the two of you. At this juncture, Wei Hong raised an eyebrow and delicately grasped her handkerchief, her expression suddenly sharpening with a spirited intensity. She huffed and remarked, Li Yuzu is quite shrewd. You cannot expect to negotiate such a high ransom. Would he dare to demand as much as 11 taels and 5 coins? Even if it were 8 taels and 8. He stands to profit from this arrangement while hoping to leave you indebted to him. Having spent several years in the Huang residence as a merchant's wife, Wei Hong had become acutely aware of the market value of servants, and she immediately discerned the cunning of the Li couple. Master Li and Lady Li graciously agreed to my redemption without any hassle, even recommending me to Master Dan afterward. Such trivial gains hardly warrant excessive consideration. Wei Tu shook his head, unwilling to allow Wei Hong to delve further into this matter. 3 years prior, he estimated that the sum required for his redemption was approximately 10 taels, perhaps slightly more or less. The exact amount eluded him, as it entirely depended on the conscience of the Li family. Unlike purchasing goods from a shop, he possessed no bargaining power when it came to determining the redemption fee. He could only acquiesce to the price set by Li Yuzu and his wife. Very well, let's not dwell on this matter any longer. Regarding Xinghua's redemption, what are your thoughts? Wei Hong inquired with a smile. This is not something for my second aunt to worry about. Wei Tu shook his head and replied, if my nephew wished to borrow money to redeem Xinghua's contract, he would have approached Master Dan about it while at the Dan household. The fine steed was valued at 100 taels, and Master Dan was willing to lend it to him. Thus, the sum needed to redeem Xinghua would likely fall short of 10 taels. Wei Tu was confident that, should he express his need, Master Dan would surely lend him the money. Not only would Master Dan be willing, but even those who bore animosity toward him, such as Dan Fong, would be most eager to assist upon learning of the situation. Redeeming his wife was an immense favor. His second aunt was rather impulsive. Upon hearing Wei Tu's words, Wei Hong's smile faltered, her earlier bravado dissipating entirely. She discerned the underlying sentiment of estrangement in Wei Tu's remarks. The implication was clear. He would sooner borrow from Master Dan than from her, indicating that she, his second aunt, held far less significance in his heart than Master Dan did. All day long, one may pursue the wild goose, only to find oneself pecked blind by it. Wei Hong sighed inwardly. At the conclusion of the martial arts examination today, she had believed that Wei Tu's acceptance of their kinship was devoid of any reluctance, merely a means to affiliate with the Huang family's affluence. However, upon learning that Wei Tu's master was a martial arts champion, that notion dissipated from her mind, vanishing without a trace. The resources of a martial arts champion, even if not on par with the Huang family, would be scarcely inferior. The connections cultivated in the realm of governance could hardly be compared to those of the Huang family. As a disciple of a martial arts champion, Wei Tu had no need to ingratiate himself with the Huang family. His willingness to acknowledge their kinship likely stemmed from her past decision not to sever ties completely. Brother Wei, the kitchen has prepared the dishes. You and second aunt should come. This feast is specially made to celebrate your joy. Wei Hong skillfully concealed her embarrassment, using the impending celebration as an excuse to conclude the conversation. Even if her maternal nephew was not particularly close to her, once kinship was acknowledged and he attained a certain status, her own standing within the Huang family could benefit, rising with the tide. After the celebratory feast, Wei Tu did not linger at the Huang residence, citing the necessity to prepare for his examinations as a reason for bidding farewell to old Master Huang. Faced with this, old Master Huang found it challenging to devise an appropriate reason to retain Wei Tu, thus instructing the steward to arrange a carriage to return him to the Li residence. After pondering for a moment, Wei Tu did not decline. Li Yuzu, known for his miserly disposition, believed that allowing him to stay overnight would be an immense favor. And with the Huang family's carriage accompanying him, it might quell any misguided notions that lingered in Li Yaozu's mind. The charity of affluent households providing shelter to the impoverished is indeed a kindness. However, extending hospitality to those of equal standing is merely a matter of social etiquette and decorum, rather than an act of benevolence. Master Wei, please stay. Outside the Huang residence. Just as Wei Tu was preparing to depart in a carriage, a sudden, robust voice resonated from beyond the curtain. The tone was unmistakably that of a martial artist. Filled with vigor. It was Master Wan. Wei Tu lifted the curtain of the carriage and glanced outside, swiftly recognizing the identity of the speaker. Although he had only met Master Wan once, the significance of the health-preserving techniques Ruan had imparted to him was too profound to forget, even after 3 years. Ruan's visage remained vividly etched in his mind. In the past, Ruan had often regarded the aspiring martial artist Wei Tu with disdain. In the aftermath, Ruan frequently chastised himself. It was my folly. Failing to recognize greatness, I hope Master Wei will not hold my past transgressions against me. Master Ruan's face flushed crimson, and after a moment of hesitation, he clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Wei Tu, earnestly offering his apologies. Warriors are known for their valor and ferocity, and given the humiliation he had inflicted on Wei Tu 3 years prior, Ruan could scarcely fathom what fate would have befallen him had they crossed paths in the third competition, where Wei Tu might have unleashed devastating blows upon him. The thought of his reputation being utterly tarnished and the possibility of being grievously injured, perhaps even rendered permanently incapacitated, filled Ruan with dread. Thus, for the sake of his honor and life, he halted the carriage and, with a boldness akin to audacity, extended his apologies to Wei Tuesday. On the other hand, upon witnessing Master Ruan's profound gesture, Wei Tu was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he replied, "This matter is of no concern to me, Master Ruan. Please rise. There is no need for such formalities." In truth, he had not held Ruan's previous insult in high regard, as they were merely strangers to one another. What truly weighed on his heart was the disdainful remarks made by his cousin Huang Yuanshan regarding him. The sting of being looked down upon is not a pleasant experience. Yet, while forgiveness was granted, Wei Tu was not magnanimous enough to dismount and personally assist Master Wan, who had bowed in deference, nor did he utter any comforting words. He was neither a sage nor a gentleman, nor did he aspire to the grand ambitions of kings. There was no necessity for him to show deference to those beneath him. Upon finishing his thoughts, Wei Tu lowered the curtain and signaled to the coachman to proceed without delay. Matters that once troubled him have, in the passage of time, become less burdensome. As the carriage traveled a fair distance, Wei Tu lifted the curtain. The night was as cool as water, the chill somewhat intensified. He extended his right hand, fingers splayed, to feel the brisk spring breeze rushing past outside, then caressed his cheek. It felt slightly cold, a far cry from the intense heat he had felt 3 years prior. As Wei Tu had anticipated, upon learning that he had borrowed the Huang family's carriage upon returning to the Li residence, a subtle change occurred within Li Yuzu. His tone when speaking to Wei Tu became more egalitarian, devoid of those frequent praises for Wei Tu's loyalty and diligence during his time at the Li household. The Huang family? Had it not been for our family's acquisition of him back then, would he even be alive today? And what of his second aunt? Where was she at that time? In the study of the Li residence, Li Xingye and Li Yaozu engaged in conversation, rife with dissatisfaction. A mere servant. Sitting at the same table during this period, often faced admonitions from Li Yuzu and his wife, urging him to cultivate a good relationship with Wei Tu, suggesting it would serve him well in the future. Though he complied with his parents' wishes, outwardly treating Wei Tu with equal respect and courtesy, inwardly, his dissatisfaction grew ever more profound. It is evident that Wei Tu has been bestowed everything by the Li family, yet he still assumes an air of equality, which is utterly unbecoming. Furthermore, as a distinguished candidate among the top 10 in the county examination, he is poised for success in the upcoming imperial examination. Must he truly consider the sentiments of a mere servant before taking action? He managed to tolerate it for a few days, but today, Li Yaozu exhibited a noticeably more courteous demeanor towards Wei Tu, bowing to the former servant. This display is intolerable to Li Xingye, who perceives it as a humiliation towards his parents. Good heavens, lower your voice, lest the servants overhear, Li Yuzu exclaimed, startled by Li Xingye's words. He quickly approached the door, scanning the surroundings, and upon ensuring no servants were present, he promptly secured the doors and windows. What does it matter? Li Xingye replied dismissively, taking a seat in the straight-back chair near the writing desk. Nevertheless, he heeded Li Yaozu's advice and lowered his voice slightly. Let us endure for a few more days. Soon enough, father will send him away, Li Yuzu reassured Li Xingye. Very well, Li Xingye raised an eyebrow, refraining from further argument with Li Yaozu. By the way, father, have the maid bring me some pastries. I am feeling hungry. Hungry? But did we not just have dinner? Li Yuzu remarked, inwardly cursing Li Xingye for his extravagant ways. Lamenting the expense. A late-night snack? How much will that cost? The dishes I have touched, how can they be served again? Li Xingye scoffed, clutching a Confucian classic. The following day, the second round of the martial examination commenced in the square before the city god temple, focusing on equestrian archery, foot archery, and combat trials. The conclusion of the three subjects' examinations signifies the end of the external trials, leaving only the final challenge of the martial arts examination, the internal strategy. With the results swiftly announced, Wei Tu achieved an exceptional rating in both mounted archery and foot archery, placing him among the foremost martial artists. Who would have thought he possessed a fine steed? Outside the venue, a gathering of gentry expressed their astonishment, for they had not anticipated that Wei Tu, hailing from humble origins, would ride a quality steed into the archery test rather than the inferior horses provided by the county. What is the true background of this Wei Tu? Was he merely feigning his lowly status during the previous assessments? The crowd's expressions turned contemplative. But soon they dismissed such notions. To intentionally disguise one's humble beginnings in the martial arts examinations would serve little purpose and could, in fact, lead to disdain from the examiners and lower scores. The evening before, I had observed Brother Huang and his concubine visiting Wei Tuesday. Could it be that Wei Tu has a connection to Brother Huang? A curious gentleman inquired. The Huang family holds considerable wealth in Qingmu County, and every action is closely scrutinized by peers. Although the scene of Lord Huang acknowledging Wei Tu remained unseen, rumors of Wei Tu's visit to the Huang residence had circulated among certain gentry. After a moment of hesitation, Lord Huang replied, "He is my concubine's nephew." "Thus also my nephew, so this means Wei Tu hails from the Huang family?" The gentry nearby pressed for clarification. If Wei Tu indeed belongs to the Huang lineage, their earlier speculations regarding his skills in the first round of martial prowess may very well have been misguided. In this county martial examination, it is highly likely that Wei Tu will emerge as the top candidate, although he did not become the county champion. His performance in the external examinations was more than satisfactory, placing him among the top contenders. At this moment, in the three external assessments, aside from his somewhat lackluster performance in the swordsmanship test, where he merely achieved a grade of B, his other results were all at the esteemed level. Now, only the final combat trials and the internal strategy examination remained for the county martial arts selection. The combat trials involved duels among martial masters, and given Wei Tu's demonstrated valor, securing an A grade seemed quite attainable. Thus, the only thing left to determine his ranking in the county martial arts examination was the strategy test. However, in the Zhengguo martial arts examination, martial prowess was prioritized over strategic acumen. This meant that the strategy test results had a minimal impact on the overall ranking of the martial arts candidates. As long as Wei Tu refrained from scribbling nonsensically during the strategy examination, his score would likely place him within the top 5, or even the top 3, of this county's martial arts test. Moreover, for these gentry, it was possible to procure the examination questions from the county magistrate. Had Wei Tu belonged to the Huang family, his success in the strategy exam would have been almost guaranteed, with a high probability of claiming the top position. Upon hearing the inquiries from the gentry, Old Master Huang shook his head. Although he wished for Wei Tu to become a member of the Huang family, unfortunately, Wei Tu had employed an esteemed mentor, and the promises of benefits he offered appeared insubstantial to Wei Tu, failing to sway him. This was reassuring. The gentry sighed in relief, feeling a weight lifted off their shoulders. Just like the county top scholar in the civil examination, the champion of the martial arts examination would also be directly recommended for the provincial test. Entering the provincial examination significantly increased the chances of achieving official recognition. Although Wei Tu is not a member of the Huang family, his identity as a disciple of the esteemed martial arts champion from Sanyuan Township is noteworthy. At this moment, Lord Huang added a poignant remark, expressing that even if the gentry did not inquire, he would nonetheless reveal Wei Tu's identity to the public today. This act was not motivated by a desire to elevate his own status through Wei Tu's position. Rather, it stemmed from his apprehension regarding Wei Tu's future. Currently, a mere disciple of martial arts holds insufficient sway over him. Lord Huang feared that the gentry, in pursuit of academic accolades, might resort to bribing county officials with wealth, thereby jeopardizing Wei Tu's performance in the county's martial arts examination. What should have been a position of prominence could easily devolve into second, third, or even fourth place, a fate that was all too plausible. As a member of the gentry, Lord Huang was acutely aware of the sordid dealings surrounding the martial arts examination. What? A disciple of a martial arts champion? The expressions of the gentry shifted subtly, stirred by Lord Huang's timely disclosure. Generally, when determining the rankings of candidates, the county magistrate would consider the backgrounds of the examinees. Should they remain oblivious to Wei Tu's connections and attempt to bribe the county magistrate or the chief examiner, they risked a futile endeavor, potentially alienating this dark horse in the martial arts examination. Given this context, it seemed highly probable that the coveted top position in the county would belong to Wei Tu, thereby sparing them the needless expenditure of silver coins. The gentry exchanged glances, engaging in a silent dialogue. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the drowsy county magistrate Qin received a letter from a servant. Upon realizing it was from his wife, Qin furrowed his brow slightly and opened the letter. The content of the letter is quite straightforward. It merely states that today, Lord Huang transported a cluster of coral scenery to his home, and Mrs. Huang gifted her a gilded pearl hairpin. Towards the end of the letter, Madame Qin casually mentioned that Wei Tu is Mrs. Huang's nephew and a disciple of the martial arts examination in Sanyuan Township. As Qin County Magistrate stroked his 3-inch beard in contemplation, he instructed the clerk to bring the list of candidates for this martial arts examination to his desk. At present, the Zheng dynasty has enjoyed a reign of 263 years, yet the administrative atmosphere has become notably corrupt, much inferior to that of the previous dynasty. Instances of malfeasance in the imperial examinations have repeatedly surfaced across various provinces, prefectures, and counties, not confined merely to Qing County. However, if Wei Tu's performance were to be subpar, it would be easy to find an alternative justification to dismiss him, as the risk remains excessively high. As Magistrate Qin perused the list, he pondered quietly. In literature, there are no absolute firsts, and in martial arts, there are no absolute seconds. The martial arts examination differs from the literary one. The depth of writing is not comparable. The proficiency of martial candidates is readily apparent, even to an outsider. The 3 categories of skills, horse archery, foot archery, and the like, are not susceptible to fabrication. Remarkably, Wei Tu excelled in the martial arts categories, achieving top marks across various subjects, except for a slightly lower score in the sword dance category, which fell into the 2nd tier. Upon discovering Wei Tu's results, Qin County Magistrate was momentarily taken aback. With such accomplishments, he was undoubtedly a strong contender for the top position. This implies that the Huang family's intent in bestowing gifts was not merely to secure Wei Tu's name on the list of candidates qualified for the provincial examination, but rather to have him designated as the martial arts champion of the county examination. Now, only the external trials and the internal military strategies remain, both of which could be subject to manipulation. Qin Zhixian tapped the roster placed upon the wooden desk, instructing the clerk to summon the examiners for the county martial arts competition. In the afternoon, the competition commenced outside. This contest represented the sole practical evaluation for the martial arts candidates, pairing them in duels. Those who triumphed and secured a place among the top 10 would be deemed first-rate. However, the specific rankings of martial prowess among the top 10 would not be scrutinized during the county or prefectural examinations, for in the realm of martial arts, where strikes are unpredictable, it was unnecessary for candidates to sustain serious injuries, apart from the champion who would be guaranteed passage to the prefectural examination. The remaining candidates listed bore no distinction among themselves. The second and last places received equal treatment, rendering further differentiation superfluous. During the civil examination, the martial scholars would receive varied treatment, and it was at that juncture that true rankings would emerge. As the examiners began to form groups and call out names, Wei Tu silently prayed he would not encounter those formidable martial instructors adept with their blades. He had trained in swordsmanship for no more than 6 months, devoid of any real combat experience. Consequently, whether in choreographed performances or the actual duels, he found himself at a considerable disadvantage compared to those affluent martial instructors who had practiced since childhood. Soon, the examiners announced the martial instructor designated to duel with Wei Tuesday. This instructor was unfamiliar to him, evidently not among the first-rate. Wei Tu regarded the instructor briefly, mentally cross-referencing him with the list of martial artists in his memory. Prior to the competition, vendors at the city god temple would procure each martial artist's scores from the clerks, compiling them into volumes for sale. Among them, those who qualify as first-class martial artists are referred to as first-class martial artists, making them popular candidates for the ranking. Ma Hong, a native of Wangdu Township, requested that Wei Wushi hold back. Soon, Wei Tu and his opponent ascended the arena, exchanging names. However, Ma Hong evidently recognized Wei Tu upon his arrival. His expression subtly shifted, and he clasped his fists, introducing himself as Wei Tu from Changming Township. Wei Tu reciprocated the gesture. After the formalities, the two immediately engaged in combat. Shortly thereafter, after several exchanges, Wei Tu compelled Ma Hong to descend from the arena, securing his first victory. The performance of the second-level sword dancers was not unimpressive, yet he harbored a fear of the mere dozen or so martial artists who could achieve first-class sword dancing results. Following this, several more bouts took place. To Wei Tu's slight surprise, each time he faced an opponent, the examiners assigned him a series of relatively weaker martial artists. Could it be? After the 5th match concluded, Wei Tu seemed to have realized something. He paused on the stone steps of the arena, instinctively directing his gaze towards the gentry, particularly towards Lord Huang. Extraordinary circumstances often hint at underlying anomalies. In attending the county martial examination, Wei Tu had only revealed to the Huang family that he was a disciple of the single martial examination without widely disclosing this identity. He entered the county martial examination without confidence in attaining the top position, deeming it unnecessary to mention his single martial examination background. This suggests that the examiners were not merely leveraging connections from the single martial examination to alter his opponents, but rather that there was another force at play assisting him. The identity of such an influential figure capable of swaying the county martial examiners and willing to offer him aid becomes apparent. Apart from Lord Huang, who had familial ties to him, no one else meets such criteria. Was there corruption in the examination? Wei Tu furrowed his brow. He was not averse to witnessing such sordid affairs. Rather, he feared that someone might exploit this situation to bring him harm. For a martial artist of his caliber, engaging in petty schemes would yield far more disadvantages than advantages. I have formed a bond with Lord Huang, even if I have not accepted his overtures. He should not wish me ill. With this thought, Wei Tu shook his head, burying these distractions deep within his mind. Soon enough, another series of contests commenced. In the absence of formidable county martial scholars, Wei Tu faced no pressure and triumphed effortlessly, securing a place among the top 10 competitors. The subtle maneuvers he had observed went largely unnoticed by the martial artists present and the onlooking crowd. After all, Wei Tu's prior achievements were commendable, making him a strong contender for the title of martial champion, which rendered his victories over other martial artists rather uncomplicated. Among the top 10, a young man with prominent eyebrows cast a disdainful glance at Wei Tu, standing beside him. Though the possibility of Wei Tu's foul play eluded the others, he was not so oblivious. Out of caution for Wei Tu's strength, he kept a close watch on him, hoping to devise a strategy. However, during this time, he discerned what appeared to be signs of cheating in Wei Tu's performance. Ultimately, he decided that escalating the situation would not bode well for him either. Wei Fei shook his head, withdrawing his gaze from Wei Tuesday. Reporting examination fraud would not only target Wei Tu but also implicate numerous officials from Qingshan County. He lacked the audacity to engage in such actions during the examination. Furthermore, even if he succeeded in his allegations, his future prospects would be irrevocably tarnished. The mutual protection among officials has never been mere rhetoric. After the gathering, Wei Tu sought confirmation from Lord Huang regarding his suspicions during the examination. As anticipated, during this martial arts examination, Lord Huang indeed had a word with County Magistrate Chen. Although the title of County Champion appears to serve no purpose beyond the examination itself, in reality, when in office, the government would consider your status as the county champion and may allocate favorable martial positions accordingly. Furthermore, even if my uncle refrained from such actions, other gentry would undoubtedly do the same for their own kin. Informing Magistrate Chen in advance was merely to prevent your rightful achievements from diminishing due to a lack of bribery. In the carriage, Lord Huang sat across from Wei Tu, softly elucidating his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu felt a sense of helplessness. When others resort to bribery and you abstain, a decline in ranking is inevitable. In a word, this is the nature of society. Nevertheless, I hope my uncle will inform me before making similar decisions in the future. Otherwise, Wei Tu spoke in a grave tone. He did not believe that Lord Huang's assistance was entirely selfless. Lord Huang's maneuvering to elevate him to the position of martial champion was advantageous for the Huang family for two reasons. First, it placed him in debt to someone. Second, becoming the martial champion would inevitably render him compromised due to the scandal of examination malpractice. At this moment, Lord Huang felt a tightening in his chest and smiled in response. He realized that he had perhaps underestimated Wei Tu. Instead of elation upon securing the title of martial champion, Wei Tu's demeanor conveyed a warning. From beginning to end, Wei Tu maintained a serene expression, devoid of any trace of anger. As he spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the Li residence. Wei Tu lifted the curtain of the carriage and alighted, effortlessly accepting the reins of the azure stallion from the servant of the Huang family. He then approached the side door of the Li residence and knocked several times. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Old Master Huang observed Wei Tu's back for a moment before lowering the curtain and addressing the coachman. However, after a brief period of swift travel, Old Master Huang sneezed several times in quick succession, mistakenly attributing it to the chill of the night. Consequently, he draped a soft blanket over his legs to ward off the cold. The following day marked the military examination for the candidates. This time, the venue was not the square of the city god temple, but rather the examination tents designated for the literary candidates. The questions were straightforward. 3 queries concerning the records of efficacy, along with an essay prompt regarding the long-ago battle between the state of Zheng and the state of Jing. Thanks to the bribes from Old Master Huang, Wei Tu had acquired the questions prior to entering the examination hall, enabling him to answer the 3 queries with ease. For the final essay, Wei Tu gathered his thoughts and articulated his responses according to the strategies taught by his martial arts instructor. Before long, he completed the examination paper. However, when it came time to submit, he lingered at the back, turning in his paper as the fourth to last. 2 days later, the results of the county's military examination were announced. Wei Tu, you are the top candidate of the county examination. A throng gathered before the county office, and the excused from duty Xinhua eagerly pulled Wei Tu to secure a prime position for viewing the results. Upon witnessing the announcement by the government clerk, she immediately discerned Wei Tu's name atop the list. He was none other than the foremost champion of the martial examination. Once the civil examination concluded, and upon achieving official rank and wealth, I shall return to the Li residence to secure your freedom. After a moment of exuberance, Wei Tu departed the government office with Xinhua, making a solemn promise to her along the way. Despite his remarkable achievement as the champion, his heart was not filled with elation. It paled in comparison to Xinghua's ecstatic joy. After all, his title of champion was procured through the unscrupulous machinations of the Huang family. In the provincial examination and the civil examination, the Huang family would no longer have any influence, and the accolades earned would be entirely legitimate. Wei Tu clenched his fists. Xinghua's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and nodded softly, oblivious to the peculiar demeanor of Wei Tu's day. Following the announcement, Wei Tu did not linger long in the county seat of Qishan. After expressing his gratitude to the Li family for their hospitality, he mounted his steed and hastened towards the capital of Qifeng Prefecture, eagerly anticipating the provincial examination in April. Upon arriving in the capital, he made his way directly to the residence of Shan Yanong, guided by the address provided by Shan. Wei Tu, it has been quite some time, Shan Yanong remarked with a wistful expression. 2 months prior, when he departed from Sanyuan Township, Wei Tu was merely a disciple of his father, his reputation yet to be established. But now, 2 months later, Wei Tu had risen to the esteemed position of champion in Qingshan County. Given his evident prowess, securing the title of a martial scholar in the civil examination was a foregone conclusion. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shan Yanong led Wei Tu into the inner residence to pay respects to Shan Min, introducing his wife to Wei Tuesday. The inner chamber was frail, and due to long-standing grievances with her younger sister, she had opted to remain home managing household affairs during the new year to avoid causing any discontent. Shan Yanong remarked on this. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu nodded. Indeed, Shan Fang's temperament was not particularly agreeable. She had taken in a son-in-law who had become part of the family, thus acquiring the right to contest for the family fortune against Shan Yanong. Over time, this would naturally lead to a lack of cordiality between the sisters-in-law. After introducing his family, Shan Yanong guided Wei Tu to his separate courtyard, assigning a maid and a servant to tend to his needs during this period. In the evening, Shan Yanong hosted a banquet to welcome Wei Tu and offer a cleansing of dust. Once the wine had flowed and the dishes had been savored, Shan Yanong, filled with curiosity, inquired, Wei Tu, since you have attained the title of martial champion of Qingshan County, why do you seem somewhat displeased? His expression displayed surprise. The notion that Wei Tu was unhappy did not stem from actual discontent, but rather from his failure to exhibit the joy and pride typically associated with such an achievement. Shan Yanong pondered that even if Wei Tu were exceptionally mature for his age, it was unlikely he would behave in such a manner. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Tu proceeded to share the details surrounding the manipulations of the Huang family. Shan Wujiu, his master, was also the biological son of Shan Yanong. Thus their fates were inextricably linked. To put it plainly, should the Zheng court investigate the recent examination fraud scandal, both Shan Wujiu and Shan Yanong would inevitably face repercussions ranging from the loss of their titles to the dire consequences of imprisonment, leading to their entire family being reduced to the status of official slaves. Thus, Wei Tu harbored no concerns that Shan Yanong would disclose this matter. Lord Huang, indeed, epitomized the cunning nature of a businessman. Upon hearing this, Shan Yanong sighed and remarked, it is easy to evade a direct assault, yet it is the hidden arrows that prove most perilous. The familial ties between Wei Tu and Lord Huang would inevitably entangle Wei Tu himself, not to mention the underhanded tactics employed by Lord Huang to aid Wei Tu in cheating. However, dear Wei, there is no need for excessive worry. As long as you excel in the martial examination, even with this incident of examination fraud, others will merely regard it as idle gossip, he consoled. The martial examination is far more brutal than the county examination, with the intensity increasing tenfold. Ultimately, one's ranking will solely depend on personal martial prowess. I shall take care of this matter, Wei Tu replied affirmatively, eager to redeem himself in the forthcoming martial examination. As time swiftly passed, it was soon June, the month of the martial examination. During the preceding 4 months, Wei Tu, leveraging his status as the martial champion, effortlessly navigated the provincial examination, achieving an impressive 6th place. Regrettably, he had yet to perfect his longevity technique, failing to enter the realm of chi perception. Otherwise, he could have easily claimed the title of provincial martial champion. In the residence of the Shan family within the provincial city, after practicing his longevity technique numerous times, Wei Tu wiped away his sweat and delved into the recesses of his mind, casting a glance at his fate of late blooming. Gui Shiyang Qi Gong, 91-109 practices daily, mastery achievable in 5 years. Shuing Xing Chu In, 33-107 practices daily, mastery achievable in 3 years. However, it is fortunate that the Tiger Crane double form fist has achieved a breakthrough, and my proficiency in swordsmanship has also improved, thereby filling the last gap in my skills, Wei Tu pondered. The county examination is in February, and the provincial examination is in April. During these 2 months, he has dedicated himself to refining his sword technique. Consequently, prior to the commencement of the provincial examination, through his relentless efforts, the Tiger Crane double form fist has finally advanced to a small success. His foundational training has also seen a breakthrough, and as a result, he has excelled in both the swordsmanship and combat sections of the provincial examination, achieving top marks. As for the rural examination in August, I shall not participate in this session. I shall wait until the next rural examination to take part, Wei Tu mused. In the short term, it will be challenging for him to make significant advancements in his health cultivation in the Tiger Crane double form fist. Unlike the Taoist trials, the rural martial examinations are more brutal, as they not only involve the current martial scholars but also past martial scholars as references. These seasoned martial scholars are formidable and may not be inferior to some martial exam graduates. Even if Wei Tu were to participate in this rural martial examination, attaining a commendable ranking would be difficult. Rankings are crucial, as they influence the appointment of local martial officials. This opportunity is singular. Waiting 3 more years to try again means that by then, he will have practiced health cultivation for 5 years, inevitably entering the realm of chi perception, thus enhancing his internal martial arts. In the rural martial examination, he is likely to secure a position among the top 10. 5 days later, within the martial examination hall of Qingfeng Prefecture, on the arena platform, Wei Tu of Qingfeng Prefecture faced off against Deng Sandao of Tonglan Prefecture. Wei Tu and his opponent exchanged respectful bows, introducing themselves to one another. After the bow, the two individuals approached the weapon rack beside them, selecting their preferred armaments. The ferocity of the blade was palpable. Just as Deng Sandao had taken the 9-ringed saber from the rack, Wei Tu charged forward, barreling toward him like a fierce tiger sprinting through the forest. As he lunged, his black long knife, measuring 3 feet and 7 inches, arced into a formidable semicircle, aimed directly at Deng's shins. Deng Sandao felt a slight twitch in his eyelids and swiftly retreated 2 steps, creating distance before raising his blade in defense. The two unsharpened knives clashed with a sudden impact. Deng felt a tingle in his right hand from the shock, but seized the moment to lower his body and roll to the left, thrusting the 9-ringed saber upward at an angle, aiming for Wei Tu's vulnerable left leg. However, Wei Tu seemed to have anticipated this move. Without flinching, he executed a somersault, soaring into the air, and altered his technique, gracefully dancing above the surface like a white crane. The knife techniques derived from the Tiger Crane style not only possessed the tiger's ferocity, but also embodied the crane's agility. After a series of exchanges, Deng Sandao, caught off guard by the shift in Wei Tu's tactics, found himself exposed, resulting in a kick that sent him flying off the stage. His skills had evidently advanced since the county and provincial examinations. Below the stage, Wei Fei, a fellow countian of Wei Tu, furrowed his brow at the sight, uncertain whether his initial assessment during the county examination had been accurate. The rapid progression in Wei Tu's technique over just 2 months was almost beyond belief. Meanwhile, on another side, on the elevated platform to the south of the Wugong Academy, a purple-robed official among a group of red and green-robed officials smiled and nodded upon witnessing the splendid combat display by the martial artists below. This year's martial examination features practitioners of significantly higher caliber than in previous years, the purple-robed official remarked with a sense of reflection. This is all due to your efforts, Governor Wang, since your appointment to the Shannon Circuit. Were it not for your insistence on selecting and nurturing martial talents across the various prefectures and counties, we would not witness the current flourishing martial spirit in Shannon, praised a nearby red-robed official. Under the rule of the Zheng State, there are 2 capitals and 13 circuits, and Shannon is among them. The Governor Wang mentioned is the second-rank circuit supervisor responsible for military and civil affairs in Shannon, even in Zheng. He is considered a person of considerable authority and a genuine official of the court. I believe I can only claim 30% of the credit, while the remaining 70% belongs to the Martial Fate Pavilion. Governor Wang glanced at the red-robed official, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he continued. I have heard that several martial scholars selected during the last examination were not appointed to official positions but instead entered the Martial Fate Pavilion as disciples. The Martial Fate Pavilion has a notable presence in Qifeng Prefecture, Might you be aware of this matter, Governor He? He inquired. This matter. I truly do not know. Governor He, the prefect of Qifeng and the highest official in Shannon, felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow and immediately shook his head in denial. In truth, as the prefect of the capital of Shannon, he possessed some understanding of the martial fate pavilion. However, that sect operated independently of governmental control and had accepted numerous martial practitioners. Since ancient times, it has been understood that heroes often defy the law with their martial prowess. The existence of the Wuyun Tower serves as a provocation and a threat to the Zheng government. Should he acknowledge his awareness of the Wuyun Tower, it would imply an admission of his inadequate governance of the territory, suggesting negligence on his part. Well, since Governor He claims ignorance, I shall refrain from pressing further. Commissioner Wang shook his head, redirecting his gaze to the arena where the martial arts competition was held. I do have a method to glean some intelligence regarding the Wuyun Tower. Upon hearing Commissioner Wang's words, Governor He felt a sudden tightening in his chest and hurriedly inquired, "What method?" Commissioner Wang squinted, casting a glance at Governor He, whose imposing stature and square face, adorned with a short beard, exuded an air of authority cultivated over many years. His demeanor, while serious, was not overtly menacing, yet it instilled a sense of trepidation. Since the Wuyun Tower delights in inviting martial scholars from various eras to join their ranks, we could entice promising martial scholars with substantial rewards, encouraging them to infiltrate the Wuyun Tower, to gather intelligence for us. The martial artists, loyal to their country and emperor, should know how to discern wisely. Governor He pondered for a moment before speaking. Loyalty to the emperor and patriotism are paramount virtues, and combined with the allure of official status and fame, he doubted that these martial scholars would choose to betray the government by aligning themselves with the Wuyun Tower. This approach holds merit. Commissioner Wang nodded slightly, stroking his short beard in agreement with Governor He's proposition. Since sects in the martial world have historically posed a threat to the court, if we can eliminate the long-standing martial arts stronghold of the Wuyun Tower in the southern mountains, it would indeed be a notable achievement during my tenure in this region. After participating in the martial arts examination, Wei Tu returned to the Shan family, awaiting the results from the Martial Arts Academy. He felt confident in his performance, believing that even if he did not rank among the top 10 to become a first-class martial scholar, he would at least achieve the status of a second-class martial scholar. After all, during the provincial examination in Qingfeng Prefecture, he had secured the 6th position. Qingfeng Prefecture, being the capital of Shannon Road, is a hub of elite talent, with both literary and martial scholars of the highest caliber emerging from its ranks. The top martial artist of the provincial examination had been claimed by the martial practitioners of Qifeng Prefecture for 3 consecutive years. On the final day of the results announcement, in the evening, Shan Yonglong knocked on Wei Tu's door, his face etched with concern. Historically, the common folk have feared the officials. The gates of the magistrate's office open southward, and without money, one should not enter, even with a valid reason. This fear is amplified when one finds themselves in the wrong, as Wei Tu did. He had been summoned by the officials of the magistrate's office, and it was highly probable that this was not a matter of good fortune. Shan Yonglong worried that this might be an inquiry into Wei Tu's alleged cheating during the county examination, prompting the officials to visit the Shan residence for questioning. Upon hearing Shan Yingong's words, a wave of panic washed over Wei Tuesday. Given his current status and strength, he was not afraid of the Li or Huang families, but he certainly did not possess the audacity to confront the authorities. Yet, after a moment of anxiety, Wei Tu regained his composure. If the government office truly intended to apprehend him, they would not have sent such an elegant envoy to notify him, allowing Shan Yonglong the time to reach the secondary residence. Instead, they would have dispatched soldiers to encircle Shan's household directly. Moreover, while instances of examination fraud are not uncommon, there has been no notable case brought to light in decades. This suggests that the government office is not here to capture him, but rather has other pressing matters to discuss. What matters could those be? Wei Tu furrowed his brow. His only connection to the government office lay in the martial examinations for the provincial and metropolitan tests. Beyond that, as an ordinary commoner, he found himself entangled in matters beyond his reach. Yonglong, there is no need for alarm. This should not lead to anything grave. Wei Tu tightened his grip on Shan Yingong's trembling hands, attempting to instill calm. Many criminals reveal their guilt through their own anxiety rather than by the observations of others. Moments later, Shan Yonglong winced in pain, his complexion returning to normal. He nodded, signaling his understanding, and urged Wei Tu to proceed to the parlor to meet the scribe from the government office. After all, he was a scholar, someone who had witnessed the world. Once composed, he began to grasp the intricacies of the situation. A quarter of an hour later, Wei Tu arrived at the back residence of the government office. Upon seeing a dozen martial scholars of his own age standing in the parlor, he felt an immense sense of relief wash over him, his spirit finally at ease. He began to speculate on what kind of riddle the magistrate was playing, summoning them, the martial scholars of the current examination, to the government office on the eve of the results. Wei Tu, do you have any idea why magistrate has called us here? After a brief moment of waiting, Wei Tu felt a gentle nudge at his elbow. Turning to his left, he noticed a martial artist from the same county named Wei Fei, and he furrowed his brow in confusion. I don't know, Wei Tu replied succinctly. Upon entering the government office, he adhered to 3 guiding principles: to listen more, observe less, and speak sparingly. Observing Wei Tu's reticence, Wei Fei lost interest in further inquiries and, mirroring Wei Tu's demeanor, took a position in a corner of the hall, awaiting the arrival of the person in charge. After a short while, as the clamor in the hall began to subside, Wei Tu lifted his gaze towards the official seat where Governor He, clad in scholarly attire, sat. The reason I have summoned you esteemed talents to the government office is to discuss a matter of significance, Governor He stated, taking a sip of tea to clear his throat. Following this, he gestured discreetly to a servant nearby to fetch chairs for the assembled martial artists. The martial artists promptly seated themselves. A few days ago, the provincial chief delivered a speech, mentioning the emergence of a sect called Wuyan Tower within the boundaries of our Shan province. Wuyan Tower has taken to recruiting martial scholars from each session of the martial examination to become its disciples. This action undermines the foundation of the court and poses a threat to the stability of our state, Governor He elaborated slowly. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu subtly raised an eyebrow, contemplating the governor's intention in mentioning Wuyan Tower in relation to them, the martial scholars. This was the first time he had heard of a formidable martial sect spanning across the realm of Zheng. During his time in Qingshan County, he had encountered various martial arts schools, yet these establishments were not particularly influential, often teaching only superficial techniques. At the county martial arts examination, he had scarcely encountered a handful of disciples hailing from martial academies or schools who managed to advance to the provincial examination. At this moment, when Governor He mentioned the Wuyun Tower, which absorbs talented martial scholars from all walks of life as disciples, it implied that the prowess of the top masters within the Wuyan Tower should not be underestimated. Although the title of martial scholar appears to be the most rudimentary of distinctions, in truth, each martial scholar is a formidable figure in their respective counties and villages. It would not be an exaggeration to say they are among the best of the best. Could it be that there are internal energy realm martial masters within the Wuyun Tower? Perhaps even innate martial masters of a higher caliber? Wei Tu pondered silently. After a brief pause, Governor He continued, I have chosen you for the magistrate's office, and I believe, given your intelligence, you have surmised why I sought you out. This matter has already been deliberated with the prefect, and should you be willing to infiltrate the Wuyun Tower as undercover agents, those who contribute to its eradication shall be duly rewarded, while those who do not shall still ascend 3 ranks and be granted 100 acres of fertile land. Furthermore, the prefect is prepared to offer a volume of internal cultivation techniques as a token of appreciation to all of you. Official titles: Internal Cultivation Techniques, 100 acres of fertile land. These 3 monumental temptations lay bare before Wei Tu and the assembled martial masters. The mention of such generous rewards stirred their hearts, including Wei Tu's. The government's lavish rewards also implied that the task of infiltrating the Wuyun Tower would be anything but easy, perhaps even fraught with mortal peril. Yet soon, Wei Tu recalled another consideration. Unlike other martial masters who emerged from affluent families, he had a family to support, necessitating a stable income to redeem his wife, Xinghua. He could not afford the luxury of risk. These 3 alluring benefits may seem immensely tempting. However, for Wei Tu, they do not hold significant value. Positions of power and wealth. Wei Tu possesses the confidence to attain the title of martial scholar in the forthcoming rural martial examination. Once he secures this title, these advantages will naturally follow. As for the internal cultivation techniques, although Wei Tu harbors a certain envy, the avenues to acquire such techniques are not limited to infiltrating the martial fortune tower. The fact that Governor Wang can offer the internal cultivation techniques as a reward suggests that, following his appointment as a military officer, there may be further opportunities to obtain these techniques from the authorities. Moreover, Wei Tu recalls the tale of his master, the sword hero, who failed in his attempt to transcend the innate realm and extend his lifespan. Perhaps his master has access to relevant internal cultivation techniques through the martial examination, rendering any perilous endeavors unnecessary at this moment. Lastly, one must maintain a vigilant heart against treachery. With a dozen individuals acting as undercover agents, Wei Tu cannot guarantee that none will leak confidential information. Should he delve deeper into the martial fortune tower, he may find himself in dire straits. As for Governor He, can we refuse to partake in this matter? Soon, a martial artist who shared Wei Tu's sentiments stepped forward. Positions of power, wealth, and internal cultivation techniques are not in short supply for everyone. Even if they are lacking, It is unlikely that anyone would risk their life to become an undercover agent at the Marshall Fortune Tower. Of course, they could choose to do so. Governor He set down his teacup, nodded slightly, his expression remaining unchanged. While the Marshall scholar may not hold a rank equal to that of the governor, upon earning his title, his status will undoubtedly elevate him above the common populace, rendering him beyond the governor's control. To bring a Marshall scholar to justice, one must have a reasonable charge, and the official documentation must be submitted to the Ministry of Justice for their adjudication. As this statement hung in the air, a group of martial instructors seemed inclined to express their dissent, wishing to follow the example set by the previous martial artist who openly refused. Should they proceed to the Martial Operations Tower, beyond the rewards presented, this official would also be willing to bestow an additional 100 gold pieces to facilitate the marriage of his legitimate daughter. Observing this, the prefect he could no longer maintain his composure. He gritted his teeth and spoke. With the pressure from the Commissioner Wang, failure to execute this task could jeopardize his position. Moreover, marrying off his daughter to a martial scholar would not be deemed a disgrace. At that juncture, the martial scholar, upon achieving merit, would ascend several ranks upon returning to the Southern Mountain Road, and the recognition from Commissioner Wang would elevate his status beyond that of a mere martial scholar. Thus, marrying his daughter would not be a loss. Under the allure of generous rewards, valiant men would surely emerge. Soon, 3 or 4 martial instructors expressed their willingness to comply with the government's arrangements, agreeing to infiltrate the Martial Operations Tower as undercover operatives. At this moment, Wei Tu cast his gaze upon the martial instructor Zhisho, who had initially led the descent. Noticing that he remained unmoved, Wei Tu felt a sense of relief wash over him. The promise of 100 gold pieces and the prospect of marrying the prefect's daughter, however, did not sway Wei Tu's resolve. He recalled the admonition he had set for himself during his training at the Shan family residence. It was permissible to pursue fame and elevate one's status through martial prowess. Yet one must steadfastly avoid conflict and strive to preserve one's life. He had a promising future ahead and deemed it unwise to jeopardize it over trivial matters. At this moment, the rewards offered by the prefect, though substantial, seemed insignificant in light of the potential risk to his life. Among the dozen or so martial instructors entering the hall, Wei Tu recognized each one. They were all notable figures who had participated in the martial examination, especially Fu Zhizhou, who was a prominent contender for the title of this year's martial arts champion. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Wei Tu approached Fu Zhizhou and, employing the same method as Wei Fei earlier, nudged the martial artist's elbow, inquiring, "Master Fu, do you still hold to your previous thoughts?" "I share the same sentiments. If Governor He sweetens the rewards and any martial artist remains obstinate, refusing this task, the consequences are all too predictable. This would incur the wrath of a high-ranking official, the Duke of Qianli. Thus, if Wei intends to decline this matter, he must ally with a few others to jointly apply pressure, thereby mitigating Governor He's resentment towards him." Fu Zhizhou's reaction mirrored that of Wei Tu. Upon witnessing the unfamiliar man's actions, he slightly furrowed his brow. However, upon hearing Wei Tu's subsequent remarks, his expression softened, and his gaze towards Wei Tu grew more amiable. "I share the same perspective as Master Wei. I refuse this task. Firstly, conspiring with a dozen others poses substantial risks. Even though both you and I come from reputable backgrounds and have promising futures, with our families established locally, the potential for leaks remains. Yet, the risks persist. Secondly, I have no interest in the rewards. Thirdly, as for Governor He has but a year remaining in his term at Qifeng Prefecture." After pondering for a moment, Fu Zhizhou drew Wei Tu to a corner of the hall and lowered his voice. "I think the same as you, Master Wei." Recognizing their shared ideals, Fu Zhizhou had no qualms in expressing his thoughts, prompting Wei Tu to address him more familiarly as Brother Fu. Upon hearing Wei Tu refer to him as Brother Fu, Fu Zhizhou's face broke into a subtle smile, prompting him to reciprocate with the address of Brother Wei. The two engaged in a brotherly exchange, their camaraderie solidified as they stood together against Governor He, akin to comrades entrenched in a shared battle. Furthermore, they both shared the same academic status, being distinguished martial scholars of the current examination, which naturally fostered a bond of kinship between them. "We should gather a few more individuals, ideally 4 or 5, Fu Zhizhou suggested. At this, Wei Tu nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words. The more allies they had, the lesser the dangers and pressures they would encounter together. Wei Wushi. Wei Tu scanned the room. Noting that Wei Fei was one of the few martial scholars not aligned with Governor he approached Wei Fei and shared the plan he had discussed with Fu Zhizhou. "All right, count me in," Wei Fei responded without hesitation, affirming his commitment. Shortly thereafter, Fu Zhizhou also recruited a friend from their county, making his way towards Wei Tu and Wei Fei. This martial scholar, named Ko Liang, was another formidable contender in the current examination. With 4 of them united, they represented a third of the martial scholars present. Wei Tu felt a surge of confidence in resisting Governor He. Their achievements stood as a shield behind them, as the results of their examinations rendered them less susceptible to the governor's ire. Even if Governor He harbored resentment, it would be challenging for him to exert influence over these martial scholars. At most, he could attempt to reassign them to remote posts during their official duties, a threat that paled in comparison to the perils of the martial arts tower. The four of us shall collectively refuse Prefect He, for fear of incurring his wrath. Once we leave the yamen, we shall bond as brothers. In times of difficulty, we shall assist one another. Fu Zhizhou. As the foremost among us who voiced the refusal to Prefect He and having excelled in martial examinations, rightfully assumes the role of our leader. He cast a serious glance at Wei Tu and the others, solemnly declaring, "Very well. Upon our exit, we shall unite as brothers." Wei Tu and the others were stirred by his words, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. Same year, same hometown, same school, these are the most conducive ties for forming alliances for personal gain. At that moment, each of the four had friends from their home county, all of whom were newly minted martial scholars. Thus, forming a faction for self-serving purposes in the face of Prefect He seemed utterly natural. In the Yamen's rear parlor, Prefect He surveyed the gathering of martial artists surrounding him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mused that the situation was well in hand. He knew that if even one person were to yield, the others would inevitably follow suit, a lesson learned from years of experience in governance. As for the few dissenters, he would entice them with promises of gain and threats of danger, compelling them to comply. However, just as Prefect He reveled in his apparent triumph, the four martial artists strode forth with heads held high, saluting him with clasped fists, uttering a statement that brought him considerable displeasure. Prefect He, we four are inherently unsophisticated and ill-suited for the role of undercover agents at Wuyun Tower. We respectfully request your understanding in this matter. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence. All eyes in the hall converged upon Wei Tu and his three companions, including those of Governor He, the martial artists, and the various servants and maidens present. Aside from the astonishment displayed by Governor He, the rest wore expressions of disbelief and surprise. The governor's countenance darkened as he cast a cold gaze upon the quartet. It would be one thing if a single individual had refused, akin to a wayward sheep straying from the herd. Yet, the simultaneous and united dissent of all four was another matter entirely. Their synchronized voices betrayed a prior conspiracy. As the ancients wisely stated, if a sovereign lacks discretion, he risks losing his ministers, and if ministers lack discretion, they jeopardize their very existence. Sir, gathering so many martial artists here presents an undeniable risk of information leakage. Should any mishap occur, we beseech you to understand our inability to comply, spoke Fu Zhizhou, taking the lead. Fu Zhizhou? It was evident that Governor He recognized him, scrutinizing Fu Zhizhou with intent, though he remained silent. The palpable anger emanating from him was unmistakable to all present. The authority of his office loomed large. Was he unaware of the potential for a breach of confidentiality in gathering so many martial artists to deliberate on such matters? Yet, it was precisely this maneuver that ensured he would not bear the brunt of any ensuing missteps. Should there be a failure in their endeavors or a leak of information, it would be the other martial scholars who had accompanied him to this place that would face the repercussions, leaving him with little more than a mark against his diligence. In a year's time, he would be reassigned, free from the burden of the chaos surrounding the martial arts tower. At 37, Wei, though merely a humble stableman, had just heard the official state that this matter allowed the esteemed talents to refuse. Now, as Master Fu sought to withdraw, the official would not go back on his word. However, after a moment of visible anger, Governor He suddenly smiled, refraining from punishing Fu Zhizhou for his insubordination, and instead uttered this remark. The assembled martial artists in the hall were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of surprise and uproar. They had not anticipated that Governor He would be so accommodating. Had they known, they would have stood alongside Wei and others, boldly voicing their refusal. Except for a few martial artists blinded by greed, the remaining warriors consented to go to Wuyun Tower not out of willingness, but rather due to the oppressive authority of Governor He, fearing that a refusal would offend the current head of the province. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The martial artists fell silent, their gazes drawn towards the direction of Governor He's seat. At that moment, the governor lifted a teacup from the table and rose to his feet. Dressed as a scholar, he appeared feeble among the assembly of martial artists, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Yet, Governor He exhibited no signs of trepidation. He surveyed the surrounding martial artists with a cold gaze. Those who met his eyes were immediately chilled, bowing their heads and bending their bodies, too intimidated to maintain direct eye contact. Such is the authority of an official. With a single word or gesture, the atmosphere in the hall could shift to one of suffocating tension. At this moment, silence enveloped the hall, and it seemed as though everyone could hear the heavy rhythm of their own breathing. Finally, The gaze of Governor He traversed the top knots of the martial artists in the hall, skimmed over Fu Zhizhou's face, and landed upon Wei Tu, Wei Fei, and Ko Liang. All the pressure in the room, at that instant, tilted towards the trio. The martial artists, holding their breath, exhaled in unison, feeling a sense of relief. However, Fu Zhizhou was unlike the three of you. His uncle held the position of a captain in the Sini Prefecture's army, a 7th-rank official. Even if he were to forego this opportunity for promotion today, he could still rely on his uncle's patronage for advancement tomorrow. But what about the three of you? Surprisingly, the words uttered by Governor He were gentle, akin to a warm teacher guiding his unruly students. He offered no reproach towards Wei Tu and his companions. Instead, he spoke with honest rhetoric, reminiscent of a discourse on moral principles. Yet, when these words reached the ears of the martial artists, they carried a chilling resonance. This statement validated the suspicions of the martial artists. To refuse this task could invite Governor He's oppression and targeting. The implication was clear: Fu Zhizhou could decline because he had the protection of his 7th-rank martial official uncle. Even if he faced suppression, he would merely endure a couple of years of hardship before rising again. But what of Wei Tu and his companions? After facing oppression, they might find themselves forever stagnant, languishing in the lower ranks until the end of their days. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhizhou felt a lump in his throat. Eager to speak out and dissuade Wei Tu and the others from succumbing to Governor He's insidious persuasion, under the penetrating gaze of Governor he found himself compelled to swallow the words he had intended to voice, silencing himself. Moreover, Governor He spoke the truth. His earlier audacity to stand forth and openly refuse was intrinsically linked to the presence of his uncle, a 7th-rank military officer. It is only with such connections that one possesses the liberty to be willful. A mere martial man, he was easily subdued by a few spoken words. After a brief moment of silence, observing that Wei Tu and the others had yet to respond, Governor He could not suppress a sneer of disdain. Pondering to himself, I lack the backing of the Fu family and the 7th-rank military officer uncle of Fu Zhizhou. Yet, the clumsy comb might inadvertently disrupt the governor's plans. I beg for your forgiveness, esteemed governor. At that moment, an incongruous voice pierced the heavy atmosphere of the hall, emanating from Ko Liang, who stood beside Fu Zhizhou. Instantaneously, the ambience once again succumbed to a profound silence, with no one daring to raise their voice or even breathe audibly. However, before anyone could react, after a brief pause, Wei Tu, positioned alongside Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang, began to speak. In contrast to Ko Liang, Wei Tu exhibited a far greater sense of decorum. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Governor He and stated, "My station is humble. Prior to participating in the martial examination, I was merely a stable ant, regarded with disdain. Now, even as a low-ranking military officer, I can only surmise that my current existence surpasses my former life significantly." Having interacted for less than a day, he had not yet developed fraternal feelings towards Fu Zhizhou and the others, but he understood that he must fervently evade any misfortune, even if it meant becoming a target for Governor He. After all, could it possibly be worse than the day he sought to redeem himself? Soon enough, as Wei Fei spoke, he clenched his teeth and uttered a single phrase, "I feel the same." This solitary statement already conveyed his stance. The quantity of words held little significance. After listening to the three individuals, Governor He comprehended the sentiments of Wei Tu and his companions. He refrained from pressing them further, silently noting their names in his mind. He then shifted his gaze to the other martial artists and remarked, "What concerns you is merely the confidentiality of this mission. The fact that you have accepted my invitation signifies your honorable backgrounds and promising futures as martial artists. I trust that none of you would easily divulge the secrets of this gathering. As for the maids and servants within, they are my trusted confidants and will not speak indiscreetly." Upon hearing these words, those martial artists who had contemplated emulating Wei Tu and deposing Governor He began to waver, halting their steps, hesitant to proceed further. There was some merit to the governor's argument. The martial artists present were not ordinary individuals and were unlikely to betray such confidences. Moreover, the maids and servants, being close associates of Governor He, were even more reliable in terms of discretion than the other martial artists. Unbeknownst to Wei Tu and his companions, these martial artists were filled with trepidation. After exchanging glances, the four of them clasped their hands in a gesture of respect and bid farewell to Governor He, under the watchful eyes of the other martial artists. They exited the parlor and departed from the Qifeng manor. That was a close call. I nearly succumbed to Governor He's persuasion and dared not mention a refusal again. Outside the manor, Ko Liang patted his chest, inhaling deeply before chuckling. "Brother Ko, I am grateful to you." Fu Zhizhou patted Ko Liang's shoulder, his face betraying a look of gratitude. Just moments ago, had Ko Liang faltered and failed to voice those crucial words, Fu Zhizhou would have faced ruin and disgrace. And to Wei, their kindness goes unspoken. Turning to Wei Tu and Wei Fei behind him, he chuckled softly, his rough hand enveloping theirs in a firm grip. While he shared a bond of hometown friendship with Ko Liang, his connection with Wei Tu and Wei Fei was merely one of fleeting acquaintance. This time, their willingness to accompany him, a young master, on this perilous venture stemmed largely from self-interest, yet it also bore the weight of their goodwill towards him. At the Yamen, we spoke of brotherhood, pledging to support one another in times of trouble. How could Governor He suppress us brothers for long? At most, he could exert his influence for a year. Once this overbearing dragon departs, I shall leverage my connections to assist you. Fu Zhizhou thumped his chest heartily. Let us first head to Xuanhe Tower for a drink. By dawn, the results of the provincial examination will be announced. We shall see what tricks Governor He can employ then. Ko Liang remarked with a smile. Having weathered this ordeal together, the four of them, despite their initial unfamiliarity, inevitably forged a deeper trust than with other acquaintances. The provincial examination was a grand event for the Shannan region. What power could a mere governor wield? Martial examinations reveal strengths and weaknesses with utmost clarity. Upon hearing Ko Liang's words, Fu Zhizhou laughed heartily, expressing his disdain for Governor He's abilities amidst their conversation. Outside the government office, a few young attendants waiting for their masters in the adjacent alley witnessed this scene and hurriedly approached, clasping their fists in salute. They inquired about the unusual gathering of martial artists at such a late hour. Young Master Fu, is there any danger for my young master entering the government office? Both the master and the madam are quite worried, the leading attendant asked earnestly, recognizing Fu Zhizhou. The governor summoned us martial artists merely for acquaintance and camaraderie. Your young master shall emerge shortly, Fu Zhizhou replied evasively, exchanging glances with Wei Tu and the others. Although they had firmly declined involvement with Governor He, they were cautious not to divulge any information regarding the matters of the martial arts building, fearing calamity for themselves and their clan. They understood the principle that secrecy is paramount. Otherwise, they would not have risked offending Governor He by outright refusal. Upon hearing this ambiguous response, the attendants dared not press further, yet they felt a measure of relief, reassured that their young master's entry into the government office posed no significant danger. At that moment, the attendants from Fu Zhizhou's household and those dispatched by Shan Yanggong arrived to assist. After instructing the attendants to return home and report safety, the four of them set off, strolling down the main street towards the Su-Nh building. Half an hour later, at the Su-Nh building, after several rounds of drinks as dawn approached, Fu Zhizhou observed that Wei Tu and the others were thoroughly satisfied. Without hesitation, he summoned the shopkeeper through the waiter, requesting the preparation of an incense altar and the necessary items for a brotherhood ceremony. Are we truly going through with this? Witnessing this scene, Wei Tu was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated that Fu Zhizhou spoke no empty words. Upon exiting the government office, he forged a brotherhood with the three of them. In that era, the value of trust and loyalty was paramount, particularly among martial artists. The bond of sworn brothers, sealed with blood, was often deemed closer than that of one's own flesh and blood. To violate such a sacred oath would invite scorn from society and condemnation throughout the ages. After all, one is born with siblings, but those who become sworn brothers do so through shared sentiments and mutual understanding. Nonetheless, this development held considerable advantages for Wei Tu, and he chose not to intervene. Rather, he welcomed the outcome with delight. The fact that Fu Zhizhou and his companions recognized the dangers associated with the Wuyun Tower incident within the government office and withstood the pressures imposed by Governor He undoubtedly attested to their discernment and resilience. Moreover, like him, all three were distinguished martial artists, ranked among the top in the current imperial examination, indicating their substantial potential. With their shared beginnings and aligned aspirations, alongside a foundation of trust against Governor He, it could be said that no one was more suited to become sworn brothers and collaborate toward their shared future. Shortly thereafter, within a private room of the Xuanhe building, a fragrant altar was arranged, adorned with 3 offerings, an incense burner, a live chicken, a jar of wine, and a ledger. The cover of the ledger bore the grand inscription, Brotherhood Register. Subsequently, the 4 arranged themselves by age to establish their hierarchy. Among them, Ko Liang, at 24, was the eldest and was regarded as the elder brother by Wei Tu and the others. Wei Fei, at 23, took the position of the second brother, followed by Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. Upon the announcement of Fu Zhizhou's age, Wei Tu and Wei Fei were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that the most skilled martial artist, Fu Zhizhou, was still yet to reach the age of 20, being merely 18. No wonder he possessed such youthful vigor. Witnessing this, Wei Tu silently reflected on the fact that his younger brother, during his time at the Filial Piety Manor, had already earned a reputation as a martial arts prodigy. Initially, he believed his brother would compete in the next martial examination, yet unexpectedly, he found himself participating in the current one alongside him. Noticing the expressions of Wei Tu and Wei Fei, Ko Liang offered a faint smile and spoke briefly. Following his words, Ko Liang remained silent, retrieving a dagger from his waist. He seized the wing of a live chicken on the incense table and swiftly made a decisive cut. In an instant, the chicken's neck snapped, and blood splattered into the wine jar. Subsequently, Ko Liang used the knife to make a shallow incision on his palm, allowing the crimson blood to drip from the blade into the wine jar. Thereafter, Wei Tu, Wei Fei, and Fu Zhizhou each took the dagger and replicated Ko Liang's actions. The sanguine mixture in the wine jar was stirred and poured into 4 coarse porcelain bowls. The 4 of them then partook in the blood wine, initiating an oath of brotherhood. We, the 4 of us, hereby pledge our bond in this moment, with heaven above and the earth beneath as witnesses. We establish our brotherly ties, entrusting our lives to one another, aiding each other in fortune and misfortune, sharing both blessings and calamities, enduring hardships together. As each oath was recited, the 4 addressed one another with respect and formally named their alliance the Asia, a title proposed by Wei Tu, which received unanimous approval from Ko Liang, Wei Fei, and Fu Zhizhou. As the final words fell from their lips, the sky outside brightened considerably, marking the moment the results of the current martial examination were announced. Outside the Xuanhe building, a sudden commotion arose as numerous martial artists emerged from their rooms, eagerly making their way to the Wugong Academy to witness the rankings. Congratulations poured in for Master Fu, who had secured the esteemed 2nd place in the martial examination, earning the title of first-class martial scholar. At that moment, the proprietor of the Xuanhe building knocked on the door of the private room and extended his heartfelt congratulations to Fu Zhizhou. The Xuanhe building, a renowned establishment in Qingfeng Prefecture, offered comprehensive services, catering not only to basic lodging and dining needs, but also assisting scholars and martial artists in the ranking process. 2 hours prior, Fu Zhizhou had entrusted the proprietor with a sum of money to facilitate the announcement of the rankings. Consequently, upon learning of Fu Zhizhou's remarkable standing, the proprietor promptly ceased his tasks and made his way to the private room of Wei Tu and his companions to convey his congratulations. Congratulations, 4th brother, for achieving the 2nd place in the martial examination and earning the title of first-class martial scholar, he proclaimed. Wei Tu and the others reciprocated the congratulatory sentiments. Although they were already aware of Fu Zhizhou's commendable performance in the examination, the official confirmation of his ranking was indeed a moment worthy of celebration. Yet, an air of uncertainty lingered among them. Wei Fei's expression turned grave. He did not believe that Governor He possessed the influence to manipulate the examination results. But what if Fu Zhizhou failed to attain a degree, losing his chance at distinction? This thought cast a shadow over Wei Tu's mind as well. Rest assured, Governor He would not dare to act recklessly. His position demands stability, even if he had the means to interfere with the examination results. He would not risk it. Fu Zhizhou, suppressing his smile, offered words of reassurance to his newly recognized brothers. Proprietor, please take care. Just then, the voice of a young attendant from the Xuanhe building resonated from outside. Breathless, he exclaimed, I haven't finished announcing the ranking for room number 3 yet. What? Are there others among the 3 who have entered the Dao examination rankings? The manager of Xuanhe Tower displayed a look of astonishment upon hearing this. Although he did not vocalize his thoughts, his expression conveyed his disbelief. The Dao examination is no trivial matter. The selection of even one individual from the 4 is already a stroke of fortune, let alone the possibility of a second. The guests in room 3 of the Tianzi building are all listed on the Dao examination rankings posted by the Martial Examination Institute. The waiter promptly replied, then recited the rankings of Wei Tu and his companions. Wei Tu, a martial scholar, ranked 12th in this year's martial examination, earning the title of 2nd-class martial scholar. Ko Liang, ranked 17th, also a 2nd-class martial scholar. Wei Fei, ranked 34th, receiving the title of 3rd-class martial scholar. At this moment, as the waiter continued to speak, the hearts of Wei Tu and his companions, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled. With their newly acquired titles of martial scholars, they were no longer mere commoners. Should the governor wish to deal with them, it would not be a simple task. From this point onward, they would soar high like birds in the sky and leap freely like fish in the sea. Having endured a year under Governor He, the 4 of them now had a bright future ahead. As the eldest brother, Ko Liang, after presenting a celebratory gift to the manager of Xuanhe Tower and sending off the waiter, patted Wei Tu and the others on the shoulder, lifting their spirits. There are no everlasting feasts in the world. As noon approached, the 4 exited Xuanhe Tower, bidding each other farewell and exchanging their contact information, looking forward to their next meeting. After the Dao examination concludes, those who have attained scholarly titles may report to the local authorities to receive their official appointments. The 4 individuals would not linger long within the confines of Qifeng Mansion. However, as both Wei Tu and Wei Fei hailed from the same mansion and county, they agreed to journey together upon their departure. Brother, Were your words true while you were at the magistrate's office? Wei Fei inquired, his curiosity piqued. Did you truly once serve merely as a stable hand? If Wei Tu's origins were indeed humble, then his speculation during the county martial examination would have been unfounded. Wei Tu had not engaged in any form of deceit during the trials. Rather, he had fortuitously avoided encountering formidable opponents. Subsequently, his performances in both the prefectural and provincial examinations further corroborated this assertion. Indeed, it is so, Wei Tu affirmed with a nod. Observing this, Wei Fei's desire to delve deeper into how Wei Tu had attained such remarkable achievements from such a modest background was stifled by the latter's reluctance to elaborate. My brother hails from the same county. It won't be difficult to learn more about him, for he is not an unknown figure, Wei Fei mused. As they approached the solitary residence near the mansion, Wei Tu and Wei Fei parted ways, having arranged to depart the city together in 3 days, returning to Qishan County. Wei Guer, the examination office has sent word of congratulations to your family. You have ranked 12th in the provincial martial examination, attaining the status of a second-tier martial scholar. Upon encountering Shan Yanggong, the latter, brimming with excitement, shared the news with Wei Tuesday. That is indeed a second-tier martial scholar, Shan Yanggong exclaimed with admiration. Within the realm of literary scholars, distinctions such as these exist, categorized into first, second, and third-tier students, each enjoying varying degrees of privilege. After years of study, he had, like Wei Tu, achieved the rank of a second-tier scholar. Now, after just 3 years of martial arts training, Wei Tu has achieved remarkable accomplishments, stirring profound emotions within him. He expresses his gratitude to Yin Gong for the congratulations. Upon hearing Yin Gong's words, a smile graces Wei Tu's face as he bows respectfully and replies, in life, there are 4 great joys: a timely rain after a long drought, the wedding night, encountering an old friend in a foreign land, and the moment of being listed among the top scholars. Attaining the title of martial scholar belongs to the last of these joys. Subsequently, Yin Gong invites Wei Tu into the parlor, where the two engage in light conversation for a brief period. During this time, Yin Gong inquires about the summons from the yamen the previous night. After a moment of contemplation, he states, I heard from Zhang Li that you were not the only martial artist summoned by the yamen. When you left, you departed with several others, one of whom was named Fu Zhizhou. Zhang Li, of course, refers to the servant who waited for Wei Tu at the yamen's entrance last night. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu falls silent for a moment, then shakes his head at Yin Gong, indicating that he cannot divulge any information. The matter concerning the martial arts tower is of great significance and involves governmental secrets, potentially entangling innate martial artists. It is said that these legendary innate martial artists not only possess lifespans extending to 200 years, but also wield various mysterious techniques, such as the ability to understand spiritual secrets. According to Fu Zhizhou, innate martial artists can easily confuse the will of ordinary people through these spiritual methods, compelling them to reveal hidden knowledge. After leaving the yamen, Wei Tu engaged in discussions with Fu Zhizhou and the others regarding the events at the yamen. During this exchange, Fu Zhizhou candidly shared what he knew about the innate martial artists, suggesting that the martial arts tower may house such beings. Furthermore, the government is also involved. Due to this matter, the 4 individuals agreed to never divulge the experiences from last night at the magistrate's office to outsiders, even to close friends or family members. Currently, the situation regarding Scholar Wu's undercover operation at Wu Yun Tower remains undisclosed. But what of the future? Should the information be leaked? The dozen martial artists who visited the magistrate's office last night would undoubtedly suffer the consequences, facing direct interrogation from innate martial artists dispatched by the authorities. Their relatives and friends would also endure similar fates. Therefore, for the safety of all, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou must resolutely keep this matter buried deep within, revealing it to no one. Could this incident possibly be of greater significance than the affair involving the Huang family during Wei Gu's county examination? Noticing Wei Tu's expression, Shan Yanggong was slightly taken aback, quickly forming certain conjectures regarding the confidentiality of the magistrate's affairs. Being a perceptive individual, he promptly shifted the topic, inquiring about the 3 martial artists who left the magistrate's office alongside Wei Tuesday. In this regard, Wei Tu felt no need for concealment and recounted the oath of brotherhood to Shan Yanggong in detail. This was indeed a positive development. Shan Yanggong expressed his admiration for this matter, acknowledging that the 4 forming a brotherhood and working together was far superior to fighting alone. The two conversed until dusk. At an opportune moment, Wei Tu mentioned his impending departure to return home, stating, in 3 days, I shall return to my hometown. If Brother Yanggong and Master's wife have any items they wish to send to Master, I kindly ask you to prepare them early, so I may take them with me. You are thoughtful, Shan Yanggong replied, nodding in agreement. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. increasingly convinced that his earlier doubts about Wei Tu during the new year were utterly unfounded. A scholar, without stepping outside, can discern the affairs of the world. After witnessing the rise of his fortunes, Shan Yangong observed that individuals like Wei Tu, who remained true to their principles and did not succumb to arrogance or impatience, were exceedingly rare among those who once held him in esteem. He then decided to inform his mother and wife, inquiring if they had received any correspondence from his father. Shan Yangong stood, bowed respectfully to Wei Tu, and turned to leave the parlor. 3 days later, Wei Tu, accompanied by Wei Fei, rode swiftly towards Qingshan County. During their journey, through conversation with Wei Fei, Wei Tu gleaned some insights into Wei Fei's family background. On the surface, Wei Fei was the young master of the Wei family in the county town, but in truth, he was an adopted son of the leader of the Qinghu gang, a local gang in the county. This was the first time Wei Tu had heard of such gang influences in Qingshan County, prompting him to inquire further. When I was in the county town, I had not heard of the Qinghu gang. Is it because these gangs operate in secrecy, or? Wei Tu casually asked. The Li residence imposed certain restrictions on the comings and goings of its servants and maids. They could only leave after requesting leave and specifying their destination. Thus, Wei Tu had little knowledge of the specific powers within the county town. The government holds substantial authority. What courage do gangs possess to oppose it? Our Qinghu gang merely serves as enforcers for the officials. If we were to brazenly appear in the county town, it would be akin to slapping the face of county magistrate Chen. Wei Fei tightened the reins of his swift steed and paused on the official road, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features as he spoke. The distance between the capital city and the county town was nearly 100 miles. As dusk approached, Wei Tu and Wei Fei arrived at the gates of Qingshan County just 15 minutes before they were to close. The two bid farewell at the crossroads. Each returned to their respective homes. Wei Tu did not linger in the county town and took his fine steed towards the Li residence. This time, the entrance of the Li house was markedly different from his previous visit. It was devoid of the bustling crowd and the throng of carriages, appearing somewhat desolate. After waiting a brief moment at the side entrance, he was ushered into the inner quarters of the Li household by the maid, Chun Lan. Wei Gur, did you achieve a ranking in the Dao examination this time? She inquired softly, halting her steps and glancing back at him with a lowered head. As he followed her gaze, Wei Tu observed Chun Lan's expression. He detected neither jealousy nor joy on her face, which remained serene, though her fingers fidgeted slightly with her handkerchief. Having honed his martial skills, he had become adept at perceiving subtle movements and micro-expressions in others. I ranked 12th in the Dao examination, securing the title of second-class martial scholar, Wei Tu replied. He surmised Chun Lan's thoughts. She likely felt a twinge of discomfort upon witnessing his rapid ascent, considering they had all once been servants of the Li household. However, he bore no resentment towards her feelings, acknowledging them as a natural human reaction. Were he in her position, he would likely feel the same, provided that Chun Lan harbored no malicious intent. Second-class martial scholar. Chun Lan exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment, though upon further reflection, she deemed it only fitting. 2 months prior, she and the other maids who were close to Xinghua had already learned from her about Wei Tu's achievements in the provincial examination, 1st in the county and 6th in the provincial. Thus, attaining a degree of distinction in the Dao examination was not an inconceivable feat. After a brief moment, Chun Lan regained her composure, her face displaying a hint of apology as she offered a slight bow to Wei Tuesday Master Wei. She adjusted her address. Although Wei Tu was currently without wealth, having acquired the title of a scholar elevated him to a position of distinction, rendering it inappropriate for her, a mere servant of the Li family, to address him casually. Just call me Wei Gu. We have known each other since childhood, Wei Tu replied, shaking his head with a somewhat displeased expression. At this, Chun Lan felt a flicker of joy in her heart. She nodded, no longer insisting on the formality, and continued to address him as Wei Gu. Wei Gu. The young master has returned this morning after failing the imperial examination. Please be mindful when you visit the inner courtyard, and try not to mention this matter. Chun Lan instinctively offered her counsel to Wei Tu, but as she spoke, a sudden realization struck her, and she smiled brightly, saying, I spoke out of turn. You are different now, and there is no need to overly concern yourself with the thoughts of the master and madam. People are not the same. A servant who displeases the master may face scolding and punishment, but a guest of equal standing is treated differently. Even if the master harbors discontent, they will suppress their dissatisfaction. Li Xingye has failed? Unlike Chun Lan's focus, Wei Tu was more concerned with the implications of Li Xingye's failure. No wonder the Li household felt so desolate. It was because Li Xingye had not succeeded. Wei Tu felt a sense of relief. The announcements of the civil and military examination results were only days apart, and the news of the civil examination rankings had just reached the county town of Qingshan within this short span. If Li Xingye were to achieve recognition on the Dao examination list, The atmosphere at the Li residence would undoubtedly be tenfold more vibrant than that of the county examination results. After all, the county examination is merely an assessment, whereas succeeding in the Dao examination would confer a tangible title of merit. Given Li Xingye's age, attaining the status of a scholar before turning 30 should not pose a significant challenge. However, society often elevates some while diminishing others. Should he fail this time, his potential in the eyes of the world would diminish considerably. Contemplating this, Wei Tu felt a pang of melancholy. Should he falter in this examination, his plight might surpass even that of Li Xingye. The prospects of the Shan, Li, and Huang families regarding his future remain uncertain. He was grateful for Sister Chunlan's reminder. After a brief moment, Wei Tu composed himself and expressed his gratitude to Chunlan. Upon entering the parlor and encountering the esteemed Li couple, he made a note to be cautious. He added a simple acknowledgement as he stepped into the parlor. Before Wei Tu could utter a word, Li Yuzu spoke first. Wei Guo has returned from the capital. Shall he not stay with our Li family for a few days? There was no objection to this arrangement. Upon hearing these words, a subtle frown crossed Wei Tu's brow. He perceived a hint of condescension in Li Yaozu's tone, as if he were bestowing a favor upon him. Wei Tu had not come to the Li residence merely to seek lodging. His purpose was to share joyous news about Xinghua and to discuss her redemption with the Li couple. During his time in the capital, aside from honing his martial skills, he had also taken on the task of ghostwriting letters with the assistance of Shan Yanong, accumulating a modest sum of silver. This amount, however, was insufficient for redemption, though it would certainly cover his stay at an inn. Moreover, the military examination's inner circle required proficiency in calligraphy from martial instructors. Although minor discrepancies in writing may not lead to outright disqualification in an examination, they nonetheless exert a certain influence on one's results. Just as Wei Tu was about to elucidate this point, he suddenly recalled Chunlan's earlier admonition, and thus restrained his inclination to retort. After all, the Li family had rendered him assistance in the past. It would be unnecessary to provoke the couple during their moment of disappointment. He had not sunk to such pettiness. The matter of Xinghua's redemption could be addressed at a more opportune time. There was no need to bring it up during this sensitive moment. Furthermore, having just attained his degree, it would not bode well for his reputation to exhibit arrogance towards his former benefactors. Regarding the matter of lodging, he was grateful to Master Li for his generous hospitality. After a brief contemplation, Wei Tu rose and bowed to Li Yaozu in gratitude, stating, "I shall not impose further upon your rest today." He then turned to leave, only to unexpectedly encounter Li Xingye making his way toward the living room. At that moment, Li Xingye appeared disheveled, his face haggard, and his scholar's robe in disarray, with neither his collar nor sash properly tied. "What on earth are you doing in such a state?" Li Yaozu exclaimed in a fit of anger, rising to reprimand him. The essence of propriety begins with proper demeanor and attire, aligning one's appearance and speech. Should outsiders witness Li Xingye in this condition, it would reflect poorly on our family values, suggesting a lack of decorum and diligence. What of it? Li Xingye yawned, carelessly sinking into one of the upright chairs arranged in the living room. Seeing this, Li Yaozu could only shake his head helplessly, assuming his son was still despondent over his failure in the imperial examination, and thus refrained from expressing his anger once more. At that moment, a disheveled maid, weeping uncontrollably, rushed over and knelt before Lady Li, her lips tightly pressed together, remaining silent. Wei Tu halted at the entrance, retracting his right foot that had been poised to cross the threshold, turning instead to regard the maid kneeling in the hall. It was now evening. The oil lamp in the hall cast its light upon the table near the southern wall, beside Mr. and Mrs. Li, illuminating their garments and hairpins, creating vast shadows that stretched from the table to the doorway, enveloping the weeping maid. After pausing, Wei Tu stepped cautiously onto the shadow on the tiled floor and returned to the living room, standing beside the maid without uttering a word. Having spent many years at the Li residence, Wei Tu was well acquainted with the maids and servants, able to deduce their identities merely by their silhouettes, even without seeing their faces. If this maid were merely a casual acquaintance, he would have swiftly turned away and departed, lacking the strength to challenge societal norms. However, regarding Kaisia's words, he found it exceedingly difficult to take that step, to choose to ignore and exit the Li household's parlor. Although Kaisia's kindness was not enough to incite him to act against the Li family, it was sufficient for him to stand by her side. Had it not been for Kaisia's timely reminder, he would not have redeemed his contract prematurely, thus evading Li Yaozu's potential wrath. At this moment, he has likely descended into the depths of banditry, becoming a rogue hiding within the mountains. Perhaps he has even met his demise at the hands of the officers, his life extinguished by their blades. How has he returned? In the living room of the Li residence, upon seeing Wei Tu standing beside Kaisia, the couple, Li Yuzu and his wife, found themselves in a tumult of emotions. utterly uncertain how to address this trivial matter. Although the humiliation of a maid by her master is expressly forbidden by the laws of the Zheng state, the penalties for such transgressions amount to little more than a fine. Thus, to the couple, these so-called laws seemed nothing more than empty rhetoric. Ordinarily, after such an incident, Li Tongshi, as the mistress, would scold Li Xingye, impose a period of reflection upon him, and then offer some financial compensation to Kaixia, allowing the matter to pass. Should they wish, it would also be feasible for them to discreetly arrange for Li Xingye to take Kaixia as a concubine. However, the pressing concern now lies in Wei Tu's support for Kaixia. Even in silence, his stance has spoken volumes. Considering Wei Tu's own prowess and the backing of the Shan Wuju and the Huang family of the county, Li Yuzu and his wife found themselves compelled to deliberate carefully on how to provide Wei Tu and Kaixia with an appropriate resolution. As for Kaixia, the event has transpired, and even if I were to further chastise Xingye, it would yield no remedy. You may present your demands, and I shall consider them judiciously. After a brief pause, Li Tongshi finally broke the silence in the otherwise tumultuous living room. Aside from the fact that I cannot grant you the position of a legitimate wife, I am willing to take your other requests into account. She added with a firm tone. Kaixia is the favored maidservant of Li Yaozu, although he has not laid a hand on her under her watchful gaze. The mere existence of this designation allows Li Xingye to take Kaixia as a concubine, which fundamentally contradicts propriety and is exceedingly inappropriate. Her words implying that Kaixia should not covet the position of the legitimate wife are, in essence, a caution against her aspirations to become Li Xingye's concubine, thereby placing her in a difficult situation. Kaixia, once her sobs subsided, she pressed her lips tightly together, and after uttering those two words, she fell silent once more. Mother, I am but a maidservant. Father has no need for me, and since I am not married, my presence in the household holds little significance. Li Xingye, rubbing his drowsy eyes, interjected. Upon hearing this, Kaixia seemed to reach a decision. She lifted her gaze first to Wei Tu and then turned her eyes toward Li Tongshi, saying, I humbly request the esteemed madam to grant me my freedom and provide me with gold to return to my hometown. Is that all? Li Tongshi, taken aback by Kaixia's request, displayed a look of disbelief. Had it not been for Wei Tu's support, Kaixia's demands would have been excessively audacious and entirely unthinkable to concede. The master's favor towards a maidservant is a privilege bestowed upon her. After all, everything belonging to a maidservant is the property of the master. However, the circumstances have changed. Li Tongshi had already prepared herself for the possibility of being extorted by Kaixia. Parting with a small sum to keep the family disgrace from being aired publicly is, indeed, the duty of a matron. If the family scandal were to be exposed, it would not only tarnish the reputation of the Li family and their community, but also hinder Li Xingye's scholarly pursuits. I hope for your gracious permission, esteemed madam. Kaixia bowed twice. Since you are resolute in your intentions, I shall grant you this request. Li Tongshi let out a sigh of relief and spoke. Before long, she emerged from the inner hall with a lacquered wooden tray, upon which lay 2 ingots of silver and an unsealed envelope. Each ingot weighed a full 5 taels, totaling 10 taels of silver. Please accept this, she stated. Inside the envelope is your contract of servitude and a letter of redemption written by the master. Li Tongshi articulated each word with clarity. Thank you, madam, Kaixia replied, continuing to bow deeply, her face radiating gratitude. At this juncture, Wei Tu felt there was no further reason to linger. He sighed quietly and prepared to take his leave. Everyone possesses their own choices, and in his view, Kaixia's decision was not unfavorable. She had secured her contract and 10 taels of silver, rather than remaining in the Li residence. With her newfound freedom and wealth, if her parents were not of the unscrupulous sort, Kaixia could indeed look forward to a promising future. However, just when everyone believed the matter settled, Kaixia suddenly rose to her feet. She promptly grasped the 2 ingots of silver from the lacquered tray and declared, Madam, I have always held a close bond with Sister Xinghua, who has been of great assistance to me within the household. I wish to redeem Sister Xinghua's contract. May I have your permission? As her words echoed in the air, all eyes in the parlor turned to Wei Tu, standing beside Kaixia. Xinghua was Wei Tu's wife, and the act of Kaixia redeeming her contract inevitably involved Wei Tu's daily Yuzu and his wife exchanged glances, their expressions keenly focused on Wei Tu, eager to discern his reaction. They are acutely aware that, given Wei Tu's current identity and status, he could have redeemed Xinghua's contract 6 months prior if he had wished to borrow money for that purpose. The reason for his inaction is not due to a forgetfulness regarding his humble wife, but rather the overwhelming debt of gratitude that would accompany borrowing money to redeem her. At this moment, Saixia's intention to use funds to reclaim Xinghua's contract from the Li residence undoubtedly places Wei Tu in a position of indebtedness to her. However, To the disappointment of Li Yaozu and his wife, Wei Tu seems to tacitly approve of this course of action, remaining silent upon hearing Caishia's proposal. The redemption of a contract requires the consent of the individual involved. Li Yaozu deliberates, formulating words of refusal. He still harbors intentions of leveraging Xinhua to exert pressure on Wei Tu. If Caixia were to redeem Xinhua, all gratitude would then be directed towards her. The principle of a woman marrying into her husband's family is one that Wei Tu, acting on behalf of Xinhua, has already acquiesced to. At this juncture, Wei Tu speaks. Yes, the ungrateful person consents on behalf of Xinhua, he states, marking his first utterance since Caixia entered the Li household's parlor. This statement is delivered calmly and succinctly. Yet Li Yaozu and his wife discern an underlying tone of defiance. From the perspective of a servant who has escaped from the Li household, or as a guest within it, Wei Tu's words are undeniably rude. No, it is more accurate to say that he was already discourteous the moment Caixia stepped into the parlor. Li Yaozu, seated in his chair, clenches his right hand hidden within his sleeve, struggling to contain his dissatisfaction. Initially, he had anticipated that Wei Tu would approach him first to propose the redemption of Xinghua's contract, leading to a mutually agreeable arrangement whereby the Li household would release her, and the Wei household would welcome her back, transforming this matter into a celebrated tale for Qin County, perhaps even for the entire Shannan region. In this manner, the Li family would garner immense prestige. When Li Xingye took the imperial examination, he would surely be regarded favorably by the examiners, thus ensuring his success. At that time, the Li family's status would ascend, becoming the foremost benevolent household in Qinshan County. However, Wei Tu's remark shattered his illusion. Wei Tu readily acquiesced to Caishia's proposal, failing to consider the situation from the perspective of the Li family. How could he be so ungrateful? Li Yaozu ground his teeth in frustration. He could not passively witness the fruits of his investment in Wei Tu over the past 6 months dissipate into nothingness. The enthusiasm he once held for Wei Tu had now transformed into profound anger. Although Li Tongshi did not contemplate the matter as deeply as Li Yaozu, she instinctively felt that Wei Tu's words were somewhat inappropriate upon hearing them. Yet, she could not quite grasp the root of this impropriety. Did Master Li believe that Wei could not act on behalf of Xinhua? Noticing that the couple had remained silent for an extended period, Wei Tu's brow furrowed slightly, and his tone took on a sharper edge, exuding a sense of intensity. Initially, upon entering the Li household earlier that day, he had recalled Chunlan's words and decided to postpone the matter of redeeming Xinhua for another occasion, hoping to avoid provoking Li Yaozu and his wife out of a sense of gratitude. Yet, plans often fail to keep pace with unfolding events. The incident involving Caixia had transpired, immediately revealing to Wei Tu that the Li residence was not a suitable place for Xinhua and that she needed to leave at the earliest opportunity. He has not forgotten the day in February when he encountered Li Xingye, particularly the forceful kick Li delivered to the ancient cypress in the courtyard after the banquet. Now, with Li Xingye's failure to pass the examination driving him to madness, should he learn of his own success and harbor resentment, one cannot guarantee the safety of Xinhua. Such matters are beyond control. By that time, even if he were to achieve fame, he would find it difficult to intervene in the affairs concerning Xinhua. After all, the deed of sale binding Xinhua resides within the Li household. She is but a servant bound to them. Thus, the timely words of Caixia have indeed alleviated a pressing concern for Wei Tu's day. After contemplation, Wei Tu resolved to take advantage of the situation, to reclaim the deed of sale for Xinhua from the Li family without further delay. He surmised that the Li family would not publicly denounce him afterwards, as the matter involved Caixia. Publicizing such an affair would bring shame upon the Li household. The moment has come. Wei Tu would not hesitate. Of course not. Li Yaozu sighed softly, shaking his head. Wei Tu, being Xinghua's husband, possesses the rightful authority to decide whether to redeem her. No amount of further argument would be of any avail and might even lead to a rift with Wei Tu's day. He did not wish for animosity to develop between the Li family and Wei Tu's day. However, as soon as Li Yaozu's words fell, Li Xingye sprang to his feet, pacing back and forth in the hall, scrutinizing Caixia and Wei Tu before stating, Wei Tu, are you truly willing to oppose our Li family for the sake of this girl? In the 16th year of Qingyan, when the Qingfeng prefecture suffered a severe drought, and crops failed, the Li family sheltered you, granting you the gift of life. Do you not consider repaying this kindness? Last year, you redeemed your contract of servitude. My father, moved by your plight, set aside the Li family's reputation and wrote a letter of recommendation for Shan Wuju. Such kindness is meant to be wielded against my parents today? Li Xingye scoffed several times and spoke. Earlier, he had resolved to let Caixia depart and to free Xinhua from servitude, but he did not expect Wei Tu to speak so audaciously, to humiliate and pressure his parents in such a manner. Unable to contain himself any longer, he hurled a few words, feeling an unexpected sense of relief, as if all the resentment from his failure had been expunged. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall abruptly turned cold and silent. Li Yuzu and his wife fell silent, and Kai Xia was taken aback. The three gazes turned towards Wei Tu, uncertain of how he would respond to such an outright affront. Yet, Wei Tu remained composed, as if he had anticipated Li Xingye's outburst. The kindness of the Li family has never escaped Wei's memory. Given the opportunity, Wei shall repay it. Wei Tu directed his gaze towards Li Xingye, his tone slightly frigid. With that, he turned his attention back to Li Yaozu and his wife, awaiting their response regarding Xinghua's redemption. Xingye's recent failure has left him somewhat irritable, and his words may have been disrespectful. I hope Wei Gu will not take offense. Li Tongshi offered an apology. Following this, she nudged Li Yuzu, saying, "My lord, please fetch Xinghua's contract. Today, both women are redeeming themselves. It is a cause for celebration. I am delighted for them." Very well, very well. Seeing an opportunity to defuse the tension, Li Yuzu did not hesitate and turned to retrieve Xinghua's contract from the inner hall. The price for Xinghua's freedom is not more than 10 taels of silver. 7 taels will suffice. Li Tongshi retrieved 3 taels from her purse and placed them on the side table. Having completed this task, she, like the earlier colorful clouds, pressed her lips tightly together, leaned back in the straight-back chair, and gazed vacantly at the beams and columns of the hall, lost in thought for a brief moment. The contract for Xinghua's servitude was secured. Wei Tu cupped his hands in gratitude towards the Li Yaozu couple and remarked, "Madam, I believe today is not an appropriate time for a stay. If I find leisure on another day, I will come with Xinghua to visit you at the Li residence." Upon hearing this, a habitual smile graced Li Tongshi's face as she nodded in response. Meanwhile, Li Xingye, witnessing this scene, was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Wei Tu's composure, and the handling by his parents deviated from his expectations. However, after the outburst, he realized his earlier words were inappropriate, his anger having clouded his judgment, and thus he chose to feign indifference, awaiting the conclusion of the matter. Soon, Wei Tu and Kai Xia departed from the parlor. Outside, Chunlan watched them leave, then trembled as she carried the evening's meal for the Li family inside. "Chunlan, the events you witnessed earlier must remain unspoken. Otherwise, you shall face the family's discipline," Li Tongshi admonished, her smile vanishing and her expression taut. The maid understood. Chunlan nodded like a chick pecking at grain, placing the dishes upon the 8 immortals' table. Yet, there was something the maid hesitated to voice. After a brief pause, Chunlan cast a glance at Li Tongshi and whispered, "What is it that you wish to say?" Li Tong's expression was far from pleasant. The grievances she endured today eclipsed all the indignities she had suffered in her more than 20 years since marrying into the Li family. Wei Gur. He has distinguished himself in this year's provincial examination, achieving the rank of a second-tier martial scholar, Chunlan hastily remarked. Upon hearing this straightforward proclamation, Li Yuzu and his wife, along with Li Xingye, instinctively held their breath. Unlike literary scholars, martial scholars could assume official positions in local government, becoming regional military officials. Even if it were merely a minor post, it signified a substantial elevation in status compared to their household, which was merely a commoner family. Li Yuzu and his wife had not anticipated that, despite Li Xingye's humiliation and coercion towards Wei Tu would remain composed, refraining from declaring his success in the martial examination. How could he possibly achieve such recognition? Li Xingye was filled with resentment and bitterness. The frustration he had just vented now surged back within him, intensifying. After years of diligent study, he found that he was overshadowed by a mere household servant who had trained in martial arts for only a few years. How could he easily reconcile with this situation? After achieving success, remaining humble and composed in the face of humiliation, this individual, Li Yuzu, shook his head. He resolved to discipline Li Xingye strictly from now on, ensuring that he would never offend Wei Tu again. Otherwise, the goodwill would eventually dissipate. At that point, the fate of the Li family would be uncertain. After leaving the inner courtyard of the Li residence, Wei Tu waited for Xinghua and Cai Xiao at the residence. And once the 2 young ladies had finished packing their belongings, he finally led them away from the Li household. "This time, I am truly grateful to you, Wei Gur, for providing me support, had it not been for your assistance." On the journey, Cai Xiao seized an opportunity to express her gratitude to Wei Tuesday. Confronting one's former benefactor was no small burden for Wei Tu, a fact that Cai Xiao was keenly aware of. Mutual aid is essential. "You have once aided me as well," he replied with a faint smile. Reputation was indeed a matter of concern for him. Yet the thought of witnessing Cai Xiao endure humiliation while remaining passive was a burden he could not bear. Moreover, he had already stood up to the prefect. Amir Li Yuzu was hardly worthy of his apprehension. Upon hearing this, Cai Xiao felt her worries dissipate, clutching her bundle and quietly following behind the couple. The trio arrived at a nearby inn and secured 2 rooms. In the evening, Xinghua inquired about Saixia's future plans. You, like Wei Gur, are a victim of circumstance. Forced to sell yourself to the Li household, yet now you are free and may return home. The plight of selling children during times of famine for survival differs vastly from doing so in peaceful times for wealth. My own story mirrors this. My family sold me to the Li family for financial gain, resulting in a gradual severance of ties with my own kin. However, she continued, times have changed. Your father has children and is impoverished. Should you return home, not only might the meager silver you possess slip through your fingers, but you too could risk being sold once more. Xinghua reflected. The fate of those servants sold into affluent households was starkly different from that of young ladies raised in opulence. They were often painfully pragmatic when it came to matters of wealth. Had it not been for the day when Wei Tu proved his worth, Xinghua would never have entrusted her private savings to him, allowing him to squander them heedlessly. Sister Xinghua, I plan to accompany you for now. Once Wei Gu officially assumes his position, he should come to know a few respectable gentlemen. When the time comes, I wish to marry and establish a family. After pondering her circumstances for a moment, Saixia articulated her intentions. You have shown me kindness, and it is only natural that I stay by your side, which would also provide me with companionship. Xinghua nodded in agreement. Unmarried women are not permitted to establish independent households. A servant girl who redeems her contract, upon acquiring civilian status, must return to her original domicile if no alternative is available. At this moment, Saixia expressed her desire to follow the couple and place her civilian status under Wei Tu's household. The following day, Wei Tu brought Xinghua and Saixia to the county office, presenting the 2 women's contracts and letters of proof to the clerk in the household department. The clerk, taken aback, could hardly contain his astonishment as he retrieved the household registration book, inscribing the names of the 2 women beneath Wei Tu's name. Having served as a clerk in the household department for quite some time, he found it remarkable that Wei Tu was the first servant to redeem his status, and today, both maidens were connected to him. It was indeed a rare occurrence. I wonder if the official documents for the martial examination have arrived at the county office? After the 2 women had their registrations completed, Wei Tu lingered, not in haste to depart, and bowed to the clerk, inquiring, "Martial examination documents?" The clerk, momentarily astonished, glanced at Wei Tu and remarked, "Have you indeed passed the current examination?" He was aware that Wei Tu had excelled in the county martial examination. However, he was also one of the few in the county office who recognized the embellishments surrounding Wei Tu, the martial champion. Thus, he held little faith in Wei Tu's prospects of succeeding in the upcoming Dao examination, which was notoriously more challenging than the county test. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother Wei, it seems we shall be colleagues henceforth." The clerk, upon hearing this, immediately broke into a smile and greeted Wei Tu warmly, his demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier coldness. Simultaneously, he introduced himself. "I am Jian Liang, hailing from a family of hereditary clerks, employed in the household registration office." "Brother Jian," Wei Tu replied with a courteous nod, acknowledging the introduction. He refrained from disclosing his own identity, as Jian Liang, serving in the Qingshan County Household Office, was likely already well aware of his background and status. The document validating Wei Tu's status as a martial scholar had been issued by the government office 2 days prior. "I shall now amend your household registration to reflect your martial status." Jian Liang volunteered, understanding the significance of the document Wei Tu had mentioned, which served as proof of his identity and was typically safeguarded by the county office. "Thank you, Brother Jian." Once Jian Liang completed the registration amendment, Wei Tu expressed his gratitude and, accompanied by the 2 young ladies, Xinghua and Kaixia, exited the household office. However, after taking just a few steps, he spotted Wei Fei approaching from the direction of Jieshifang. Wei Tu surmised that Wei Fei was also there to amend his registration with Jian Liang. After all, once these martial scholars completed their registrations, they could await their appointments to martial positions by the county office with peace of mind. Therefore, such matters were best addressed promptly. "Second brother, third brother," they greeted each other. "This is my wife, and here is my sister." Wei Tu introduced Xinghua and Kaixia to Wei Fei. "Sister-in-law, Kaixia." Wei Fei greeted somewhat awkwardly, mistakenly believing that the 2 young women, Xinghua and Kaixia, were mere servants of Wei Tu's day. To his surprise, one of them turned out to be Wei Tu's wife. After the initial astonishment, Wei Fei felt a surge of admiration for Wei Tu, even after achieving great success. He remained devoted to his humble spouse, a rarity among men in this world. "I came in haste, and have nothing of value to present. But I shall bring a proper gift for you and Kaixia on the morrow," Wei Fei said with a smile. With that, Wei Tu bid farewell to Wei Fei, leading the 2 ladies away from the county office to seek a new residence at the pawnshop. Under the guidance of the pawnbroker, Wei Tu soon selected a modest courtyard, spending over 5 taels of silver to acquire it. I shall borrow your money. Once my military salary is dispersed in due time, I will repay you, Wei Tu assured Kaixia. Due to his financial constraints, most of the 5 taels were contributed by Kaixia. She lowered her head and softly assented, not refusing, for this silver comprised nearly all her fortune. Yet, uncertainty loomed over when the county office would issue the appointment, and he hoped fervently that he would not fall prey to the suppression of Governor He. Wei Tu felt a mounting anxiety. As time passed slowly, Wei Tu awaited the county office's appointment document, but instead received a letter from Fu Zhizhou. In the letter, Fu Zhizhou mentioned that shortly after departing from Qingfeng Mansion, an elder from Wuyan Tower approached him, seeking to invite him to join their ranks, an offer he resolutely declined. At the conclusion of the letter, Fu Zhizhou cautioned Wei Tu, urging him to resist temptation and not to succumb to the allure of the benefits promised by the Wuyan Tower. Upon reading the letter, Wei Tu felt a twinge of surprise. The 4 brothers had previously united against He Zhifu and had resolutely decided against joining the Wuyan Tower, enduring considerable pressure in the process. Having already offended He Zhifu, joining the Wuyan Tower now would undoubtedly seem rather unwise. Why, then, did Fu Zhizhou mention this matter? Could it be that the elders of the Wuyan Tower had set their price too high? After much contemplation, Wei Tu found this hypothesis to be the most plausible. Each session of martial scholars consists of the elite of the county, with promising futures ahead. If not for the exorbitant offers from the Wuyan Tower, it is unlikely that other martial scholars would align themselves with such a formidable sect, becoming thorns in the side of the authorities. To waver indecisively would surely bring calamity. Regardless of how high the Wuyan Tower's price may be, I shall resolutely decline. Wei Tu reaffirmed his determination. After pondering the letter for a short while, he tossed Fu Zhizhou's correspondence into the charcoal brazier, promptly incinerating it. The following day, Wei Fei paid a visit, and the two engaged in clandestine discussions for half a day. Initially, they aligned their stance on rejecting the Wuyan Tower, and then they deliberated briefly on the matter of the appointment credentials, deciding to jointly present gifts to inquire about insider information from Jian Liang, the official in charge of household affairs. Since the two had changed their martial registration, it had been nearly a week, yet they had not received the county office's appointment credentials. This delay was notably longer than in previous years. While presenting the gifts, Wei Fei discerned Wei Tu's financial predicament and proposed that he would cover the expenses for the gifts this time. Once Wei Tu received his official salary, he could treat Wei Fei to a sumptuous banquet to settle the matter. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu did not persist, and after expressing his gratitude to Wei Fei, he accompanied him to the western market of the county town to procure gifts. Thus, the two of them each purchased 3 pounds of mutton, 2 pounds of pork, and several boxes of pastries, and proceeded to visit the Jian family. Upon seeing the generous gifts, Jian Liang was amiable and promptly revealed the reasons behind the county office's delay in bestowing them their official titles. Brother Wei, being a second-class martial scholar, was traditionally expected to be appointed to the position of deputy officer, a minor civil post within the military that, while not ranking among the higher echelons, was considered a respectable position within the local army, shielded from the elements. As for Brother Wei Fei, being a third-class martial scholar, his appointment, though not as prestigious as Wei Tu's, would still grant him a military role with the authority to reward and punish. However, at this moment, Jian Liang shook his head and gestured towards the direction of the prefectural city. Have you two offended some significant figure in the prefectural city? He inquired in a lowered voice. The ironclad clerks are ever flowing with officials. The Jian family has been a lineage of clerks in Qishan County for generations. Although they are not considered a wealthy household in the county town, their intricate connections render them unafraid of the high-ranking officials in the prefectural city. Therefore, Jian Liang spoke without much reservation. Offended someone? We have not wronged anyone. Wei Tu and Wei Fei had already speculated about Governor He's suppression of them. Thus they had prepared a response well in advance. While conversing, they feigned ignorance. Observing this scene, Jian Liang immediately understood their situation. He subtly nodded, indicating a clear path for Wei Tu and Wei Fei. In Qishan County, the militia was managed by the county magistrate Su, whose wife was notoriously avaricious. Brothers Wei and Wei sought out Steward Liu of the Su residence, offering him a sum of money. However, this monetary gift merely facilitated the issuance of appointment credentials for the two of them. The specific titles of their positions as deputy officers or military envoys remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu and Wei Fei promptly expressed their gratitude to Jian Liang, with Wei Fei retrieving a silver ingot from his pouch and placing it in Jian Liang's hand. Thank you, Brother Jian, for illuminating a path for us. Wei Fei bowed in appreciation. Having connections within the officialdom is advantageous. Without the route pointed out by Jian Liang, It would have been challenging for us to find the appropriate channels, even if we were to offer gifts. Jian Liang smiled, returning the silver ingot to Wei Fei. I accept your gratitude, but the silver is unnecessary. After departing from Jian's residence, Wei Tu and Wei Fei resolved to act promptly. They hastened to the county town's jewelry shop, selected their gifts, and then proceeded to the Su residence. After settling matters with Steward Liu, they requested him to deliver their chosen offerings to the county magistrate's wife. That afternoon, they received confirmation that Mrs. Su wished for them to wait at home, assuring them that the appointment credentials from the county office would be forthcoming shortly. Thus, the following day, while Wei Tu was practicing his stances at home, he received the appointment credentials delivered by the militia soldiers. Upon opening the document, he discovered it bore the illustrious title of military envoy. The official S rank has been demoted by 1 level, a clear response from the county office to the prefectural authority. It cannot afford to truly disregard prefect he. Wei Tu pondered. A third-class martial scholar is typically appointed to the rank of military envoy, while he, being a second-class martial scholar, is entitled to the position of deputy officer. The granting of titles is secondary. The county office cannot indefinitely delay matters. The true suppression imposed by prefect he upon the 4 of us is the stifling of our promotions. Wei Tu sighed softly. Those like us, who participated in the martial examinations and achieved recognition, are highly sought after within the local militia. Once appointed to minor official positions, the pace of promotion is swift. Within 10 years, one can aspire to become a 9th grade official. Within 20 years, the prospect of attaining the 8th grade is not far-fetched. Yet, due to prefect he's interference, if we are deprived of opportunities, we may languish at the bottom of the militia for the entirety of our lives, with no hope of advancement. Even if prefect he is reassigned from Chifeng Prefecture a year later, it would be of little consequence. Within the system, inaction does not incur blame. Moreover, remnants of prefect he's old allies remain entrenched in the Qingfeng officialdom, and thus, although he may have departed, his lingering influence continues to suppress us martial scholars from humble backgrounds, condemning us to obscurity. However, I am different. As long as I succeed in the next round of the provincial martial examinations and become a martial laureate, the officialdom of Qingfeng cannot hold me back. Wei Tu's eyes sparkled with determination as he emphatically struck a willow tree in the courtyard, splitting it in 2. The appointment of provincial martial laureates bestows the rank of 7th grade military officer, equivalent to that of a county magistrate. The top 20 are granted the 8th grade position, akin to that of assistant officials in the county office. Once he has perfected his health cultivation, cultivating internal energy from the outside in, entering the realm of sensation, achieving a position within the top 20 of the martial arts examination will not pose a challenge. First, he must endure for 3 years. Wei Tu entered the house, allowing Xinghua to carefully safeguard his appointment certificate. Commander, Brother Wei, you have finally risen to prominence. Xinghua's reaction to the appointment certificate differed from Wei Tu's. She was unaware of the intricate politics surrounding military appointments. Indeed, I have attained recognition. Observing the smile on Xinghua's face, Wei Tu felt a significant portion of his inner turmoil dissipate, restoring his peace of mind. Yes, he had endured the suppression from Governor He. However, compared to the previous year, his status and class had markedly elevated, and his life had undergone a profound transformation. There was no need to be overly concerned with trivial matters. After all, he possessed the fate of late bloomers, and in a few years, he would rise again. Worrying over these minor issues served only to add to his own distress. The next day, Wei Fei sought out Wei Tu, bearing his own appointment certificate and seeking solace. After reviewing Wei Fei's certificate, Wei Tu felt that Wei Fei's situation was more unfortunate than his own, having only secured the position of a chief trainer. The role of chief trainer entailed instructing the soldiers on drills every 3 days, which was not only troublesome and exhausting but also regarded as a lower rank among the military officials. I am merely waiting for my younger brother to rise in rank and uplift me. I only hope he does not forget the words spoken during our oath of brotherhood. Wei Fei offered a self-deprecating smile. In contrast to Wei Tu's open-mindedness, he found it difficult to reconcile the suppression he faced from Governor He. After all, his family is not lacking in wealth. In the face of a bleak future, a mere position as a coach would evidently fail to elevate his status significantly. The 4th brother is a man of integrity. He is unlikely to forget the bond between us. Wei Tu reassured him, understanding that Fu Zhizhou is the linchpin of their alliance among the 4 brothers. Should Fu Zhizhou go back on his word, this alliance would fade into a mere jest among the 3 over time. Let us wait a year or 2 and observe. The true nature of a person is revealed with time. Wei Fei, shaking off his despondency, smiled. Compared to Fu Zhizhou, he evidently placed greater trust in Wei Tu, his fellow townsman. 2 days later, Wei Tu and Wei Fei assumed their posts, serving as military officers in the county's garrison. Everything proceeded smoothly within the garrison. Neither faced ostracism from their peers nor hostility from the soldiers under their command. This was not due to a commendable military culture, but rather a consequence of disarray. The number of officers and soldiers present at roll call was often less than half, sometimes even a third. The world is descending into chaos. Wei Tu reflected as he witnessed this scene, recalling the words of his father, Wei Bao, from 3 years ago regarding Baiyang County. 70% of the grain from the public granaries had been embezzled by local officials, leaving only a stale 30%, which was not the fresh harvest of the previous year. A glimpse through a narrow tube reveals the leopard. If civil unrest were to erupt in Qingshan County, Wei Tu could hardly believe that these garrison troops would be capable of repelling an assault from rebel forces. The unrest in Qingshan County is merely a disaster waiting to happen. This matter does not concern me. The entrenched issues within the Zheng state are not within my solitary capacity to amend. To act recklessly may very well lead to my own indictment handed over by Governor He himself. Wei Tu shook his head, beginning to turn a blind eye to the dilapidation of the Qingshan County militia. He was well versed in history and was acutely aware of the fates that befell those officials of past eras who aspired to reform. After 5 days of service in the militia, Wei Tu finally encountered the esteemed elder mentioned in the letter from Fu Zhizhou over a fortnight ago. Are you the esteemed Master Wei? A venerable elder, with hair and beard as white as snow, obstructed Wei Tu's path in a narrow alley, greeting him with a warm smile. Though he appeared aged, with slightly prominent temples, every gesture he made exuded remarkable vigor. And you are? Despite having some inkling of the elder's identity, Wei Tu refrained from making any assumptions. If such a remarkable figure resided in the county, he would surely not be an inconspicuous person. I am Wei Tu, elder of the Martial Fortune Pavilion. The elderly gentleman smiled slightly, revealing his identity without reservation. I have come to Qingshan County to extend an invitation to you, Master Wei, to join our esteemed Martial Fortune Pavilion. Should you consent, we would dedicate ourselves entirely to your cultivation. I can assure you, should you join our ranks, it is plausible for you to become an innate master before the age of 50. An innate master lives for 200 years. Each word spoken by Wei Tu delineated the conditions offered by the Martial Fortune Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu felt a surge of temptation. In that moment, he finally comprehended why Fu Zhizhou had repeatedly urged him not to accept the pavilion's offer for the sake of personal gain. The terms proposed were indeed exceedingly generous. An innate master, with a lifespan of 200 years. Joining the Martial Fortune Tower offers the promise of extending one's life. Who could possibly resist such an enticing proposition? Especially for Wei Tu? His destiny of great achievements in later years implies that the longer his lifespan, the more significant his impact will be. After attaining the status of an innate martial artist, he may well aspire to pursue the celestial path that might exist in this realm. As an official of the court, having entered the bureaucracy, Wei Tu felt compelled to decline the allure of the Martial Fortune Tower. After a brief pause, he managed to suppress his inner desires. Inhaling deeply before speaking, is this truly an innate martial artist? Wei Tu furrowed his brow, pressing further with his inquiries. 3 years of martial training have led to this accomplishment. He was reluctant to let go of such a promising candidate in martial arts. Thank you, Elder Wei, for your recognition, but I have no fervor for martial arts. It merely serves as a means to pursue fame and fortune, Wei Tu stated, shaking his head in continued refusal. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu could only relent with a sigh, casually tossing a token to Wei Tuesday. If Master Wei ever changes his mind, this token will grant you passage to Copperpot Mountain, where our sect's envoy awaits. With that, Wei Tu dramatically swished his robe and leaped effortlessly onto the wall, resembling a cloud crane, ascending to the rooftop 2 zhang high before vanishing from sight. Lightness of body? Witnessing this spectacle, Wei Tu raised an eyebrow, forming a tentative assessment of Wei Tu's prowess. While external martial artists often possess superior strength compared to their internal counterparts, they fall short in certain aspects. For instance, the agility demonstrated by Wei Tu in his lightness technique. Though Wei Tu could leverage momentum to leap onto the 2 zhang high rooftop, his posture lacked the grace and ease exhibited by Wei Tu moreover. According to Wei Tu's observations, Wei Tu was not only an internal martial artist, but also practiced a certain level of external stance techniques. However, there were likely inaccuracies in his assertions. At his age, having yet to enter the innate realm, it was implausible for us, the newer disciples, to effortlessly attain the status of innate martial masters. Furthermore, the authorities had already set their sights on the Martial Fortune Tower, which was no longer a place of safety. Wei Tu shook his head, burying his concerns about the Martial Fortune Tower deep within. Yet, as he departed, he contemplated and discreetly concealed the token that Wei Tu had previously thrown at him beneath a large catalpa tree in the alley. The following day, Wei Fei informed Wei Tu that Wei Tu from the Martial Fortune Tower had sought him out as well, but he had firmly declined. Wei Fei's reasons for rejecting the invitation were in line with Wei Tu's thoughts, aside from their prior agreement at the government office. There was an additional factor. Both had discerned that the Martial Fortune Tower was destined to be a sinking ship. Boarding it at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. Despite being a prominent martial sect, the Martial Fortune Tower could not rival the authority of the Zheng state, a consensus shared by both men and all martial artists. Otherwise, why would the Martial Fortune Tower seek to recruit talented martial scholars like themselves? Rather than establishing its own court to cultivate disciples, their attempt to enlist martial scholars only underscored their inferiority to the Zheng state, forcing them into such a desperate strategy. After firmly rejecting the Martial Fortune Tower's invitation, Wei Tu's life fell back into the monotony of daily existence until the conclusion of the local examination for martial selections. When the results were delivered to the county office of Qishan, Fu Zhizhou surprisingly ranked 9th in the Jinku provincial examination, securing a position as a martial scholar. After reviewing the list, Wei Tu and Wei Fei felt a mixture of joy and concern. Originally, Fu Zhizhou's background surpassed that of their 3 sworn brothers. Now, having achieved success in the provincial examination and poised to be appointed as an 8th-grade military official, his status had significantly outstripped theirs. Whether he would remember their past vows and choose to honor them remained uncertain. "Let us first go to Ziyun Tower for a drink." Wei Tu broke the silence. Glancing at Wei Fei, "I owe you a meal, brother, and have yet to find the time to repay it. Today is a day of rest, and I recently received my salary." As for Fu Zhizhou's willingness to uphold their pact, Wei Tu feigned indifference, acknowledging that having an ally in the bureaucratic landscape of Shanandao was far preferable to facing the challenges alone. However, unlike Wei Fei, Wei Tu felt confident that he could distinguish himself in the next provincial examination and emerge as a martial scholar. Even without Fu Zhizhou's support, he believed he could navigate the pressures from the faction of Governor He Ji of Qingfeng Prefecture and achieve recognition. Without Fu Zhizhou, the most promising of the 4 brothers, he still had Wei Fei, a friend from the same county, with whom he could weather the storm together. "Very well, 3rd brother," Wei Fei replied. His initial disappointment lightened considerably by Wei Tu's words. He smiled and dressed simply before accompanying Wei Tu towards Ziyun Tower. During their 2 months in the military office, Wei Tu, serving as the military officer responsible for rewards and punishments, had not spent much time with the soldiers, resulting in a lack of deep connections. However, Wei Fei was different. He was the chief instructor of the local militia, responsible for training the troops, spending his days among the soldiers. In the entire Qishan County, there were hardly any individuals who did not recognize the figure of Wei Fei. Upon arriving at Ziyun Tower, Wei Tu spared no expense, investing 7 coins of silver to arrange a sumptuous feast. As a gesture of gratitude for Wei Fei's generosity during their previous visit to deliver gifts to the Jianyang family, the banquet featured an array of exquisite dishes, including scallion braised sea cucumbers, braised pork knuckles, for happiness meatballs, and stir-fried kidney, complemented by seasonal cold dishes and fresh fruits. Additionally, Wei Tu spent 2 extra coins to procure a fine jug of peach blossom wine from the innkeeper. Witnessing Wei Tu's extravagant hospitality, Wei Fei's esteem for him rose significantly, affirming that he had not erred in choosing Wei Tu as his sworn brother. As the two indulged in their revelry, with wine flowing and dishes savored, Wei Fei, his face flushed and tongue heavy, declared, "Brother Ko Liang and 4th brother Fu Zhizhou, even if I were to forsake them, I would still acknowledge you, 3rd brother." With those words, he threw his arm around Wei Tu's shoulder and succumbed to slumber at the table. Wei Tu, upon hearing this, shook his head, gently extricated Wei Fei's arm from around him, and, overcome by the effects of the wine himself, lay down beside him. He understood that Fu Zhizhou's achievements had, in fact, fortified the bond between him and Wei Fei, as they had both weathered adversity together, making it all the more natural for them to seek comfort in one another. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was the year of the 25th anniversary of Qing'an. On this New Year's Day, Wei Tu, accompanied by Xinghua, visited the residence of the Shan family to pay his respects, opting not to return to the Wei family stronghold in Changming Township. During the past 6 months in his official capacity, the chief of the Wei family village has repeatedly sent young men from the village to seek out Wei Tu, urging him to return to his ancestral roots and participate in the ancestral worship in Changming Township. However, Wei Tu consistently declined these invitations. A few years ago, when he left Wei family village, he felt a deep-seated regret about his and Xinghua's inability to pay homage at the ancestral hall, but over time, he has come to terms with it. Nonetheless, despite his acceptance, Wei Tu is not a naive fool. He is acutely aware of the underlying motives behind the chief's insistence on his return primarily. The desire to capitalize on his status as a military officer to elevate the standing of the Wei family clansman. Of course, Wei Tu does not harbor resentment towards his biological father, Wei Bao. He has written to Wei Bao, intending to invite him to come live with him in his later years. In this era, the impoverished populace has little choice. Wei Tu understands this reality. He does not hold a grudge against Wei Bao for selling him to the Li family or for urging him to leave quickly during his visit home, actions taken out of necessity for his survival during the years of famine, and to spare him humiliation in Wei family village. Without the small sum of silver that Wei Bao secretly slipped him during that visit, his redemption may have been significantly delayed, a sum that represented nearly all of Wei Bao's meager wealth. What Wei Tu did not anticipate, however, was that his father, Wei Bao, made a decision that starkly contrasted with that of the village chief. Rather than clinging to his influential son, he chose to establish a clear boundary between them. Wei Bao sent a message stating that he has a child and that there is no need for Wei Tu to continue raising him. He advised Wei Tu to live well with Xinghua and simply send some gifts during the festive seasons. Upon receiving this, Wei Tu had no choice but to acquiesce. He chose to honor Wei Bao's wishes, sending him yearly offerings of gifts, clothing, and provisions. After being appointed as the military envoy, his finances, though relatively comfortable, still required him to repay Kaixia. The combined sum of Xinghua's ransom and the purchase of a small courtyard was no trifling matter. Given his means, it was feasible to support one Wei Bao, but sustaining two younger brothers became somewhat burdensome. A young lad could drain his father's resources. Therefore, unable to return to the Wei family village for a visit, Wei Tu could only accompany Xinghua to pay New Year's respects to the family of Dan Wu. A master is akin to a father. Last year, upon departing from Changming Township, Dan Wu had mentioned lending Wei Tu a steed valued at 100 taels. Yet the distinction between lending and gifting was rather negligible. After Wei Tu completed his martial examination, Dan Wu had never requested the horse back. This time, the youngest daughter did not come, likely still feeling the sting of last year's incident. Dan Min sat in the living room, observing Dan Yongong, Wei Tu, and Xinghua, and let out a silent sigh. Despite her slight disdain for Dan Feng's avarice, she felt a void in the absence of Dan Feng's incessant chatter. Moreover, with Dan Feng's absence, she naturally did not see her and Dan Wu's only grandson, Danny Wu. Yongong, if you're unable to conceive, perhaps you should take a concubine. It is not ideal for your wife to remain childless, Dan Min remarked, her gaze shifting towards the hesitant Dan Yongong, her brow furrowed in concern. During their time in the capital, due to considerations for Dan Yingong's wife, she refrained from speaking much. However, upon arriving in Sanyuan Township, such concerns were no longer necessary. Mother, regarding this matter, Dan Yingong's face was tinged with hesitation. Listen to me. In a few days, I shall find you a suitable match in Sanyuan Township, declared Dan Min firmly. Upon hearing this, Dan Yongong let out a sigh, feeling it futile to persuade further, and silently chose to accept. The absence of heirs was indeed the reason he felt diminished in front of Dan Feng. Wei Gur, we must have a son. Observing this scene, Xinghua was stirred and gently pinched Wei Tu's wrist, inquiring softly. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow in response, suggesting they postpone this discussion for a few years. As there was no rush, over the past 6 months, he had engaged in conversations with Dan Wujiu about the extraordinary qualities of innate martial masters. It was revealed that innate martial masters possessed not only the ability to interrogate through spiritual techniques, but could also assist unborn fetuses in undergoing an esoteric cleansing. A child nurtured in such a manner would emerge with exceptional martial aptitude, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, allowing for rapid advancement in martial arts. If feasible, Wei Tu intended to contemplate matters of progeny after attaining the status of an innate martial master, for he could not bear to see his gray hair send off the young. 2 years had passed since returning from the New Year visit to the Dan family. After a month and a half, Wei Tu received an invitation to the wedding of Dan Yongong's concubine. Upon examining the invitation, which indicated the venue was at the Dan residence in the capital, he could not help but admire Dan Min's remarkable prowess. Pondering how she had managed to convince Dan Yongong's wife to consent to his taking a concubine, during the months he spent lodging at the single residence last year, he discerned that although Shan Yingong's wife appeared gentle and mild-mannered, lacking the fiery temperament of Shan Feng, she possessed an inherent strength of character. Otherwise, Shan Yongong would not have delayed until now to take a concubine. Coincidentally, his elder brother, Ko Liang, had sent a letter inviting him and Wei Fei to a gathering at Xuanhe Tower to reminisce about old times. Wei Tu glanced at the date on the invitation, pondering silently. Nearly a year had passed, and as Fu Zhizhou mentioned in the magistrate's court, it seemed the governor was approaching a transfer. In recent days, Whispers of this rumor had circulated throughout the county office. Wei Tu surmised that Ko Liang's letter was a summons for their four brothers to convene, likely to discuss this matter. Wei Tu found Wei Fei, and the two agreed on a time to travel to the capital together. A few days later, at Xuanhe Tower. Room number 3. Upon overhearing the conversation between Wei Tu and Wei Fei outside the door, Ko Liang eagerly stepped out to greet them. With a smile, he patted the shoulders of both Wei Tu and Wei Fei, exchanging pleasantries. "Elder brother," they said in unison, exchanging a glance before slightly bowing and clasping their fists in a gesture of respect towards Ko Liang. Over the course of more than a year, Ko Liang had not undergone significant changes. He donned a fitted white martial outfit, tall and robust, exuding an air of vitality. However, Wei Tu and Wei Fei perceived a subtle hint of despondency in Ko Liang's demeanor, a trace of frustration and unfulfilled aspirations. In that moment, they understood that Ko Liang, like themselves, had also been subjected to the oppressive tactics of the local officials at the filial piety office. Yet, in contrast to their camaraderie and mutual support, Ko Liang appeared considerably more solitary. "Where's the fourth brother?" Wei Fei entered the private room and glanced around, noticing the absence of Fu Zhizhou, which caused his brow to furrow with concern. Throughout the journey, he and Wei Tu had scarcely paused, arriving at Xuanhe Tower ahead of the appointed time. Given that Fu Zhizhou was the fourth brother of their sworn brotherhood, it was unreasonable for them, the three elder brothers, to be kept waiting while he delayed. The fourth brother had earned the favor of Governor Wang and was now a member of his personal guards, rarely finding leisure in ordinary times. Thus, they could afford to wait a little longer. Ko Liang, seated on a stool, shook his head and suggested, "Second brother, let us drink first to quench our thirst." Wei Tu also took a seat, casting a glance at Wei Fei to signal him to remain patient and wait calmly. He understood the source of Wei Fei's impatience. Ever since they received the first letter from Fu Zhizhou, they had not received a second missive in the past 6 months. It seemed as though Fu Zhizhou had forgotten the oath of brotherhood they had sworn that day, neglecting his two elder brothers. The three men waited with bated breath as the attendants of Xuanhe Tower continued to bring in jug after jug of wine. It was not until evening that the soft sound of armor clinking echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing this sound, the three in the private room instinctively lifted their gazes towards the entrance, finally catching sight of the long-awaited Fu Zhizhou. Adorned in gleaming silver armor and wearing a helmet adorned with red tassels, he appeared imposing and exuded the aura of a great general. The contrast between him and the three in the room was stark. The former radiated triumph while the latter exuded disappointment. "Big brother, second brother, third brother." Fu Zhizhou removed his armor, revealing a dark ensemble beneath, and bowed respectfully to Wei Tu and the others, his demeanor humble and devoid of any arrogance. Upon witnessing this, Wei Tu and the other two felt an unspoken relief, gradually beginning to embrace their fourth brother who had taken flight ahead of them. The four exchanged greetings. At this moment, Ko Liang instructed the long-waiting attendants of Xuanhe Tower to serve the dishes and warm the wine. "I apologize for the prolonged wait, esteemed brothers. I have been occupied with duties at the governor's office. In the interest of confidentiality, I refrained from sending word, and thus, if there has been any oversight, I hope for your understanding." Fu Zhizhou seemed to perceive the unspoken concerns of Wei Tu and his companions, and took the initiative to disclose the reason for his neglect over the past half-year. "Duties?" Upon hearing this term, Ko Liang's expression shifted, revealing a glimmer of curiosity in his gaze towards Fu Zhizhou. If he were merely a guard at the governor's office, Fu Zhizhou would not have severed ties with the three of them. Since the elder brother inquired, "I, as the fourth brother, shall speak candidly. I only hope that my esteemed brothers will keep this matter private." Fu Zhizhou pondered for a moment, then resolutely spoke. He understood that if he did not clarify today, their fellowship would likely dissipate after this gathering. While he believed that his bond with Wei Tu and the others had not yet reached the point of life and death loyalty, they had sworn an oath of brotherhood, and thus should share both fortune and adversity. Emotions could be nurtured over time. If the fourth brother harbored unspoken burdens, he could choose to conceal them without self-reproach. Observing this scene, Wei Tu hurriedly intervened, aware that sometimes knowing too much could prove to be a double-edged sword. He certainly did not wish to suffer an undeserved calamity that could lead to his demise. The words of the third brother resonated with him. If the fourth brother harbored any unspeakable burdens, there was no need to confide in us. Upon hearing this, Ko Liang and Wei Fei immediately grasped the implications of Wei Tu's words, nodding in agreement. Should any secrets be divulged, the innate martial artists would employ their spiritual techniques to manage the aftermath, resulting in consequences that would extend beyond merely punishing Fu Zhizhou. It would inevitably entangle all three of them. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhizhou shook his head and explained, This matter is intricately linked to the futures of the three esteemed brothers. If you remain unaware of this intelligence, you may find yourselves at a loss in the future. Moreover, given my current standing, as long as the three esteemed brothers keep this confidential and refrain from indiscreet remarks, the authorities will not easily trace the matter back to me. As his words settled, Wei Tu and the others exchanged glances, ultimately consenting to Fu Zhizhou revealing the secrets he possessed. Last year, the four of us united in brotherhood over the affairs concerning the martial fort, standing against Governor He, thus forging a pact of loyalty, pledging to support one another in the future. The secret I wish to disclose is also tied to this martial fort. Governor Wang acquiesced to the deployment of Scholar He's undercover agent at the martial fort last year. This was merely an open strategy. The true covert maneuver has already been set in motion by Governor Wang, awaiting the day the martial fort commits its transgressions, when the net will be drawn tight. At that time, the Southern Mountain District will likely mobilize local troops to jointly assault the martial fort, where the three brothers, being skilled martial artists, will undoubtedly be within the scope of recruitment. Governor Wang's Imperial Guards will serve as the elite forces in this campaign against the martial fort. At this juncture, whether swiftly in 3 to 4 months or slowly in a year or two, Fu Zhizhou spoke slowly. The assault on Weiyun Tower? This intelligence fell upon Wei Tu and his companions' ears, and it was not unfamiliar to them. As early as last year, they had anticipated that the officials would inevitably target Weiyun Tower, which was akin to a sinking ship. However, they had not foreseen that Governor Wang would involve the local militia in the attack on Weiyun Tower. The nature of the local militia was well known to Wei Tu and the others. They were mostly mere traders and commoners, and should they encounter a formidable opponent, they would undoubtedly crumble. With the local militia being summoned, the military officers among them had no choice but to join as well. This presented an opportunity for us to achieve merit. If we returned to the county town and diligently trained the soldiers, perhaps we could earn a promotion. Ko Liang and Wei Fei were filled with martial zeal and optimism. In contrast, Wei Tu felt a sense of apprehension. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to tread upon the battlefield, for after all, blades and guns are indiscriminate. The prospect of dying on the battlefield was far from pleasant. Upon receiving this news, the three sworn brothers would return to secretly train their soldiers and procure fine armor, confident that when the war erupted, they would surely achieve distinction. Fu Zhizhou smiled, stating that providing this intelligence was also his way of honoring the promise made last year to support Wei Tu and his companions when the opportunity arose. Thank you. Fourth brother, Wei Tu sighed softly, tempering his emotions as he, along with Ko Liang and Wei Fei, expressed their gratitude to Fu Zhizhou. Although he held the title of military envoy and had a few soldiers under his command, he was not truly in command of a military unit, and thus training soldiers was beyond his purview. This endeavor of achieving merit bore little relevance to him. However, being forewarned of this intelligence proved to be a blessing for me, as it allowed me to prepare my exquisite armor in advance, potentially saving my life in a critical moment on the battlefield. Wei Tu mused quietly. Half an hour later, Fu Zhizhou donned his shimmering silver armor, offered an apology, and stepped out of the private chamber, leaving the Xuanhe Tower to return to the governor's residence for duty. Subsequently, the three of them departed one by one. After returning to the single residence in the city, Wei Tu remained for 2 or 3 days. And only after the joyous banquet for Shan Yinggong's marriage was concluded did he and Wei Fei return to Qingshan County. Upon their return to the county seat, this time, Wei Tu did not dwell on the matter of borrowing money or owing favors in pursuit of a set of exquisite armor. He approached Wei Fei and borrowed 50 taels of silver from him. Next, Wei Tu sought out the Huang family, wrote an IOU, and borrowed 30 taels of silver from his second aunt, Wei Hong. In total, he amassed 80 taels of silver. Wei Tu then delivered these funds to the military blacksmith's workshop, requesting the smith to forge him a set of meticulously crafted armor. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 26th year of Qing'an. This year marked the 5th year of Wei Tu's cultivation of the turtle-breathing and qi-nourishing technique. In the small courtyard, after completing the 12th iteration of his health-preserving stance, he suddenly sensed a faint, wandering breath within his meridians. This ethereal sensation was distinctly different from the warm currents he had previously experienced during his training. It seemed that he could will these wandering breaths to exit his meridians and manifest outside his body. Realizing this, Wei Tu understood that he had finally, through his health-preserving practice, cultivated his first strand of internal qi from the outside in. Upon contemplating this, Wei Tu immediately immersed his thoughts in the concept of his late-blooming destiny, observing the fluctuations of the inscription upon his golden-purple fate. Tortoise breathing technique, 100-100 practice 9 times a day, mastery achieved in 5 years. Success. Not only had he entered the realm of qi perception well ahead of the 5-year mark, But he had also significantly enhanced his strength just before the government launched an offensive against the martial Fate Tower. A smile graced Wei Tu's face. He distinctly recalled commencing his cultivation of the health-preserving technique in the late autumn of the 21st year of Qing'an. And now he had entered the Qi perception realm in the summer of the 26th year. Although only a few months had elapsed, it was sufficient to demonstrate the efficacy of his efforts. The progress of his late-blooming fate could be completed ahead of schedule, not necessarily bound to the fixed timeframe suggested. Furthermore, regarding the progress of the tiger crane double form fist, Wei Tu shifted his gaze to another inscription upon the golden purple fate. Tiger crane double form fist, 94-100 practice 7 times a day, mastery achieved in 3 years. Just yesterday, the progress of the tiger crane double form fist stood at a mere 72, but today, with the health-preserving technique fully realized, the progress surged to 94, an increase of 22. This implied that the time required to achieve mastery in the tiger crane double form fist would also be condensed to within 3 years. He mused that it might be perfected in just 2.5 years. In comparison to cultivating the health-preserving technique, the reduction in time for mastering the tiger crane double form fist was strikingly evident. In the span of 3 years, the time has been condensed to 2.5. A reduction of 1/6. The master stated that external martial artists cultivate internal energy that is born from the external to the internal, which is more formidable than the internal energy cultivated by true practitioners of the internal schools. A single strand surpasses 10 strands of internal energy produced by the internal practitioners. Reflecting on this, Wei Tu once again sensed the few strands of internal energy within his meridians. He gradually circulated it, directing it towards the meridians in his hands. Subsequently, he gazed ahead, his eyes radiating brilliance, and with a swift motion, clenched his right fist and forcefully struck forward. A thunderous sound erupted as dust swirled around him. The earthen wall of the courtyard instantly bore a fist imprint half an inch deep, while Wei Tu's fist remained 2 inches away from the wall. Is this the rumored power of striking from a distance that the martial world speaks of? Now, I too can manifest it. Wei Tu stared at the scene before him, panting and inhaling the fresh air deeply. The effort of that punch had nearly drained him of all his strength. Yet, he felt an overwhelming joy within, for this seemingly simple punch held extraordinary significance for him. Firstly, it validated the words of the solitary martial practitioner. Indeed, the internal energy cultivated by external martial artists is far more vigorous. External martial artists are not to be underestimated. According to Wei Tu's knowledge, an internal martial artist lacking over a decade of meditative practice could not possibly unleash such distant punching force. Secondly, this distant punching force signifies that he has truly embarked upon an extraordinary path. Previously, his stances and strength were tangible, but the internal power that now resides within him is something that exists solely in the realm of common folklore. As the county office had yet to receive the military order for the eradication of Wei Tower, there remained time for a visit to Sanyuan Township to confer with his master regarding the current state of affairs. Wei Tu contemplated. He surmised that Shan Wuju possessed genuine internal martial arts skills, specifically designed to cultivate the internal energy derived from external training. Years ago, his grandmaster, the renowned swordsman Ming, had met his untimely demise due to a failed breakthrough into the innate realm. Without subsequent techniques, Ming would have been unable to attempt such a breakthrough. The following day, at dawn, Wei Tu requested leave from the military office and rode to Sanyuan Township. Upon arriving at the Shan residence, he announced his purpose and was invited by a maid into the parlor of the inner courtyard. Shortly thereafter, he heard a series of coughs from outside. He quickly rose and stepped outside, where he took Shan Wuju's arm from Shan Gao and assisted him to the main seat in the parlor. Wei Tu's expression turned to one of surprise as he glanced at Shan Gao, his gaze imbued with curiosity. Over a month prior, when he had brought gifts to visit Shan Wuju, the elder's health, while somewhat diminished compared to years past, was still on par with that of a robust man of his age, far from requiring assistance. 5 days prior, while riding for leisure, the elder had suffered a hidden injury that caused him to fall from his horse and sustain severe injuries, Shan Gao explained, pressing her lips together. It is but a minor ailment. A few days of rest and some nourishing tonics will suffice. Shan Wuju waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Wei Tu need not be overly concerned. At that moment, Shan Gao stepped forward to drape a robe over Shan Wuju. Wei Gur, what brings you here on this occasion? After taking a sip of hot tea to soothe his throat, Dan Wuju smiled and inquired. Under ordinary circumstances, Wei Tu would not arrive so early. He typically came after noon, often carrying 2 gifts. However, today, Wei Tu hastily rode over at dawn, disturbing Dan Wuju's rest, indicating there must be urgent matters at hand. This matter. Wei Tu's voice grew slightly somber as he glanced at Dan Gao and the few maidservants attending in the living room. Observing this scene, Dan Wuju immediately understood, clearing his throat to signal Dan Gao and the maidservants to withdraw. Shortly thereafter, only Wei Tu and his master, Dan Wuju, remained in the living room. The disciple had come to seek his master's guidance because he had finally entered the legendary realm of the Qi sensation. While practicing yesterday, Wei Tu began. What? The expression of astonishment crossed Dan Wuju's face as he was sipping his tea. He fixed his gaze on Wei Tu several times, questioning, "Is what you say true? The Qi sensation?" After decades of martial arts training, he had yet to cultivate his internal energy from the external, while now, Wei Tu, who had only trained for 5 years, claimed to have reached the Qi sensation. How could Dan Wuju not be astonished? "Master, please observe." Wei Tu wasted no words. He focused his gaze on the teacup on the table and, employing the technique he had practiced the previous night, struck it with a punch. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed. The teacup standing on the table was instantly shattered into countless fragments by Wei Tu's air punch, rendered unrecognizable. The air punch. Dan Wuju murmured, watching Wei Tu strike, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. With a moment of silence, Dan Wuju collected his thoughts and turned his gaze towards Wei Tu, a glimmer of admiration evident in his eyes. He remarked, "This ethereal fist technique. I have only witnessed it performed by your grandmaster many years ago. After 39 years, I never anticipated encountering it once more through you. Your intent in seeking me is clear. You wish to inquire about the next steps in your martial path and how you ought to cultivate your skills." Dan Wuju chuckled softly, understanding Wei Tu's eagerness to consult him. "Your master possesses keen insight." Upon hearing this, Wei Tu offered no rebuttal, acknowledging Dan Wuju's perception with a respectful nod. He recognized the urgency. It was wiser to begin training early rather than delay. Given the imminent military assault on Wuyun Tower by Governor Wang, which he surmised would occur within the next month or two, he could not afford to squander time in enhancing his strength, lest he find himself facing death on the battlefield. Currently, his control over the internal energy within him was rudimentary at best, and if he could receive guidance from Dan Wuju, his abilities would undoubtedly flourish in the short span of time, a most foreseeable outcome. Your grandmaster did indeed leave behind a tome for me upon his departure, detailing the cultivation of the internal energy that gives rise to martial practitioners such as ourselves. Dan Wuju continued, rising with the aid of his cane and gesturing for Wei Tu to accompany him. Shortly thereafter, in the living quarters, Dan Wuju cast a glance at the memorial tablet of the late master on the offering table. After lighting a stick of incense and bowing 3 times, he removed the tablet and, with a firm motion, broke it. Within, a thin sheet of silver paper was revealed, measuring 5 inches in length and 2 inches in width, inscribed with the locations of the body's meridians and acupoints, in addition to the acupoint and meridian diagrams. The top left corner of the silver paper bore several lines of small script, the first line revealing the name of this sacred text, the Sutra of Bone Refinement. "In those years, when your revered ancestor departed, he harbored the intention of death, bestowing upon me this spirit tablet, stating that I should unlock it only after I had transcended the realm of Qi perception. Regrettably, I, being of limited aptitude, have yet to break through in my twilight years." Shan Wuju, cradling the shattered tablet of our esteemed predecessor, wore a countenance of melancholy. "Had I not taken Wei Tu, this prodigy of martial arts, as my disciple, it is likely that I would never have unveiled this tablet in my lifetime, nor retrieved the secrets it contained. After you secure the practice of marrow refinement, remember to guard it closely and reveal it to no one lightly." Shan Wuju handed the silver paper from the tablet to Wei Tu, emphasizing the importance of discretion. "This matter, the disciple understands." Wei Tu nodded solemnly. The Tiger Crane Double Form Fist is a rare martial arts masterpiece, both within Qingshan County and even in Qingfeng Prefecture. At this moment, Shan Wuju entrusted him with the practice of marrow refinement, a text that could lead one directly to the realm of innate martial artists. It is undoubtedly of exceptional value. Should its contents be divulged, not only would he attract unwanted attention, but the Shan residents would also suffer consequences. However, Master, do you not wish to glance at the contents of this text? Wei Tu inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. The fact that Shan Wuju showed no inclination to transcribe or peruse the manual was indeed perplexing. Without cultivating internal energy, merely reading the practice of marrow refinement would only invite distress. Shan Wuju shook his head. Mastery of external techniques, refining marrow to strengthen the bones, and nurturing a breath of innate energy is the pathway to entering the realm of innate martial artists. However, this all hinges on first entering the realm of Qi perception through external training. Without internal power, the marrow within a martial artist's bones remains unseen and untouchable. How could one practice? It would be futile to even look. Wei Tu ceased his persuasion, contemplating for a brief moment before resolutely declaring, from this day forth, should anyone from the Shan family enter the realm of martial arts, I shall, like my master did today, impart the Lian Sui Jing without reservation. I shall not hoard it for myself. The grace of a master is as profound as a mountain. It is rare to encounter a master like Shan Wuju, who selflessly shares knowledge, unlike many who treat their disciples as mere servants, only bestowing their ultimate teachings in their twilight years. Of course, these masters have their own considerations. Yet it is precisely this aspect that highlights the extraordinary nature of Shan Wuju. Wei Tu understood that if Shan Wuju truly desired to impose difficulties upon him, there were myriad methods at his disposal, such as compelling him to swear an oath or write a letter assuring the welfare of the Shan descendants for many years to come. Such measures were indeed feasible. Should he falter, his standing both locally and within official circles would be irreparably damaged. This, however, need not be insisted upon. Upon hearing Wei Tu's words, Shan Wuju chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "When your ancestor entrusted this secret manual to me, he asked for nothing in return. How could I be so demanding of you? Your intent is what matters." At that moment, while his words conveyed one sentiment, his heart harbored another. Had it not been for the past 2 years, during which Wei Tu had regarded him as a father, often visiting and showing filial respect, and the amicable relationship he shared with Shan Wuju's son, Shan Yangong, he would not so readily bestow the Lian Sui Jing upon Wei Tu today. Previously, he had sought Wei Tu's stance on Shan Yiwu's matter because their acquaintance had been brief, leaving him unaware of Wei Tu's true disposition. Yet, over the passage of 2 years, one can indeed come to discern the essence of a person, carefully securing the Lian Sui Jing. Wei Tu assisted Shan Wuju in returning to the parlor, where the two engaged in a light-hearted conversation. A few days prior, Yin Gong had sent a letter announcing the birth of his new concubine-esque child. The girl had a pointed belly and a penchant for sour foods, suggesting she was likely expecting a boy. Shan Wuju chuckled, acknowledging that his son, Shan Yin Gong, had resolved one of his concerns. A grandson, no matter how dear, could never rival the closeness of a legitimate heir. Congratulations on the addition to your household, master. I shall have Xinghua prepare a gift and pay a visit to Yin Gong to extend my felicitations, Wei Tu replied. I heard from a friend at the county office that you forged a fine set of armor recently. Has something significant transpired? After a few exchanges of trivialities, Shan Wuju redirected the conversation. Noticing the expression on Wei Tu's face, he surmised the gravity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Military matters are not to be divulged. You need not share with me. When you depart later, please take the few sturdy bows from the residence. Also, bring along my gold-backed mountain-cutting knife. One cannot possess exquisite armor without a suitable weapon to accompany it. Quality weapons are invaluable. That gold-backed knife alone would cost no less than 100 taels of silver to forge. I can only imagine the sacrifices you have made to create that armor." "Thank you, master," Wei Tu sighed inwardly, expressing his gratitude once more to Shan Wuju. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to his mentor, a debt he believed he could never fully repay. In the afternoon, as he departed from the Shan household, compared to his earlier light and unencumbered journey, Wei Tu now bore a golden-backed dagger at his waist and 3 bows of varying lengths upon his back. These bows consisted of a foot archery bow, a mounted archery bow, and a formidable 5-stone hard bow intended for long-range kills. While Wei Tu had managed to acquire the first 2 bows with some effort, the latter proved to be a more elusive treasure. The greater the draw weight of a hard bow, the rarer and more precious it became. Wei Tu estimated that this 5-stone hard bow could be exchanged for 2 warhorses akin to the esteemed Qing Tsung steed. Upon returning to his home in the county town, Wei Tu took 2 feet of patterned cloth, smeared it with pig fat, and meticulously wrapped the 3 bows along with the golden-backed dagger, stowing them safely in his wardrobe. After completing this task, he finally found the leisure to examine the page of the secret manual left by his master, the legendary sword hero Shi Ming. This cultivation of marrow manual indeed bore the aura of a mythical martial arts scripture. As he breathed and focused, refining essence into energy and cultivating strength into marrow, Wei Tu reflected upon the cultivation of marrow. The manual was divided into 3 sections: the breathing techniques, the essence refinement, and the marrow cultivation. The first 2 sections served as the foundation of the cultivation of marrow, akin to the inner teachings of true martial arts, designed to accumulate internal strength. The final section, marrow cultivation, contained the essence of the manual, guiding one to channel internal energy into the marrow, thereby birthing a primordial qi and attaining the innate realm. Pondering the duration required to reach this innate state through his practice, Wei Tu began to engage in the breathing techniques of the cultivation of marrow. Time flowed gently by as he practiced from the afternoon until the witching hour of midnight. The internal energy within Wei Tu finally began to flow along the meridian paths outlined in the breathing techniques time and again. Within his inner vision, the initially faint thread of internal energy gradually burgeoned into a second, a third, and increasingly more. At this moment, Wei Tu beheld a line of text slowly emerging from his golden purple destiny. Practice the Mero Sutra, 115 sessions a day, mastery in 30 years. For the mediocre, it indeed takes 30 years to achieve mastery through 15 sessions a day. This implies that it may require 3 decades for me to become an innate martial master. Upon reading this line, Wei Tu's expression was a blend of complexity and joy. The complexity stemmed from the fact that his previous cultivation of health practices only spanned 5 years, whereas this Mero Sutra demanded a daunting 30 years. Moreover, he was merely 22 years old at present. The joy arose from the knowledge that, if he adhered to the prescribed regimen, by the age of 52, he would have a considerable chance of becoming an innate martial master, thereby extending his lifespan to 200 years. An innate martial master in his 50s would still be considered young, even within the realm of the Zheng Kingdom. After all, Elder Shui, during his attempts to recruit Wei Tu into the Martial Fortune Pavilion, had proposed that he could achieve this status before turning 50. Yet, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. If it is only after 50 that I can become an innate martial master, then the matter of progeny with Xing Hua must be expedited. Wei Tu sighed softly. After successfully extending his life past 50, he would still be a vigorous young man. But Xing Hua may not share the same fortune. 30 years hence, the apricot blossom will be nearing its 60th year. By then, even if it desires to bear fruit, it may find itself unable to do so. Even should it bequeath offspring, the sorrow of a parent bidding farewell to a child may loom large, yet it must not forsake the apricot blossom, depriving it of the chance to nurture its progeny. As the apricot blossom ages, the child shall become the sole vestige of connection between it and the blossom. In the future, should the offspring fail in martial pursuits, there will still be grandchildren. And there is no need to be shackled by such constraints. Wei Tu resolved firmly. One cannot abstain from procreation merely because the child may not amount to much in the future. With his current standing, providing a life of abundance and stability for his offspring is already sufficient. Contemplating this, Wei Tu rose from his meditative state, leaving the training chamber behind. He drew a bucket of well water, cleansing himself thoroughly before entering the living quarters, where he nestled into the embrace of the apricot blossom's bedding. Wei Tu, there is still the fish maw we bought today in the kitchen. The apricot blossom's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her voice trembling slightly as she nudged Wei Tu to remind him. No need for that anymore, he declared resolutely, including pig bladders. Wei Tu, have you come to a decision? The apricot blossom's face lit up with joy at his words. They had been wed for nearly 5 years, yet her womb had remained silent. Subject to the covert ridicule of neighbors, and even Saixia had discreetly suggested she procure some fertility medicine from a traditional Chinese medicine shop. However, the truth was that she had her own unspoken struggles. It was not that she had lacked the desire for children over these 5 years, but rather that Wei Tu had continuously urged her to wait. They had long resorted to contraceptive methods such as pig bladders and fish moss. Fortunately, after today, she would no longer have to wait. The situation unfolded just as Wei Tu had surmised. Less than a month since his return from Sanyuan Township to the county town, the barracks issued a military order to assault the Wuyun Tower Division. This was an urgent command, requiring the conscripted soldiers to depart within half a day without fail. Those who delayed would face execution. Wei Tu and Wei Fei, both skilled martial artists and former champions of the martial arts examination, fell within the ranks summoned by the barracks. Thus, in the dead of night, a contingent of several hundred elite soldiers, under the command of County Captain Su, streamed out of the county gates, racing through the night. Though these soldiers appeared formidable, they lacked combat experience, and it was feared they would suffer greatly on the battlefield. Governor Wang was merely a theorist. As they journeyed, Wei Fei and Wei Tu rode side by side. Casting a glance at the soldiers hurrying alongside them, Wei Fei shook his head and remarked, "The registered strength of the county's barracks is purportedly over 3,000, yet the actual number is barely above 1,000. Most of these men, disillusioned by the meager rations and unpaid salaries, have turned into mere porters within the county town, seeking alternative livelihoods." The hastiness of this military order left the barracks with no time for preparation. Consequently, many of the conscripted soldiers are but household servants and martial instructors of local gentry. While they may seem more valiant and robust than the barrack soldiers, they will crumble at the first clash. As for the Wuyun Tower, it cannot be much stronger than us. They are merely practitioners of martial arts, not seasoned foes on the battlefield, akin to bandits. Moreover, we are only dealing with a division. After pondering for a moment, Wei Tu offered words of comfort. Had Sioux County Wei led this ragtag group into a formidable battle, he would surely have fled in fear midway. However, he was convinced that the martial fortune tower was not significantly stronger than their faction. It might even be worse. On the battlefield, it was a matter of mutual deterioration. As long as their side made fewer blunders than the martial fortune tower, victory was within reach. Indeed, they were merely contending with a division of the martial fortune tower, a mere branch, which likely did not boast a substantial number of personnel. A formidable foe. Upon hearing this, Wei Fei nodded and chuckled softly. Subsequently, Wei Tu and Wei Fei maintained a silence, conserving their energy in anticipation of the imminent clash. An hour later, the swift march halted at a mountain ridge. The commanding Sioux County Wei ordered the troops to sit and rest, extinguishing their torches and preparing their armor. Was this Baiyang County's Forgoat town? Was the division of the martial fortune tower concealed here? Wei Tu spurred his horse forward, utilizing the luminous moonlight to observe the terrain beyond the ridge. After comparing it with the map in his hand, he pondered silently. As mid-ranking military officers in the rear guard, he and Wei Fei were not privy to the detailed military orders. Thus, they only learned of their specific target upon reaching their destination. From his elevated position, Wei Tu surveyed the entirety of Forgoat Town, correlating it with the map to estimate where the division of the martial fortune tower might be hidden among the various structures. However, after scrutinizing for quite some time, he could not discern anything particularly remarkable about Forgoat Town. Like many small towns of this era, it lay shrouded in darkness at night, with only a few affluent households illuminated by lanterns. It seemed I possessed no extraordinary military talent, Wei Tu mused, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. In the examination for military strategy, he had memorized several military texts to perfection. Yet, upon facing the realities of battle today, he found himself at a loss, unable to skillfully apply the principles of these texts to devise suitable tactics based on the circumstances. At that moment, he felt quite helpless. Were it not for the auspicious fate of great talent emerging late, which could enhance his abilities, he feared he would still be languishing in mediocrity. Wei Tu reflected inwardly. After just 5 years, he had perfected his cultivation technique and entered the realm of energy perception, achieving what his master, Shan Wuju, could not accomplish in a lifetime. This inevitably sparked a sense of pride within him. However, at this juncture, Wei Tu suddenly realized his own insignificance, apart from the great talent emerging late aspect. He seemed no different from the average person, merely a man of mediocrity. Wei Tu mounted his horse and rejoined the ranks of the swift march. Soon, Sioux County's lieutenant informed their party of the hiding place of the Wuyan Tower branch. Lu's fort, built against the mountains, was easily defendable yet difficult to assault. Situated in the northwest corner of Xiang Town, with the Laozhui River flowing by, an ideal, natural moat. Sioux County's lieutenant spoke softly. After a quarter of an hour, the swift marched on their armor, and under the lieutenant's guidance, descended the ridge. They passed through the earthen walls of Xiang Town and reached the nearby dwellings of Lu's fort, where they concealed themselves. Are there any sharpshooters? Eliminate the 2 martial artists on the watchtower, Sioux County's lieutenant remarked, glancing back at the dozen or so martial officials behind him. At this moment, they were approximately 600 to 700 paces away from Lu's fort. This distance could only be traversed by a sharpshooter from the military, who could draw the formidable 5-stone longbow to strike down the 2 martial artists stationed at the watchtower. Even if an ordinary person possessed sufficient aim, they would struggle to muster such extraordinary strength. The dozen or so military officials exchanged glances, aware that while their martial skills were commendable, their archery and strength fell short of the 600 paces required to take a life. The 5-stone longbow was a weapon that typically only those who had excelled in martial examinations could wield with such proficiency. I am willing to undertake this task, said Wei Tu, who, upon seeing this, wasted no time. He saluted Sioux County Magistrate with a respectful gesture before accepting the mission. After parting ways at the Sioux NH Tower, Fu Zhizhou had instructed his 3 sworn brothers to refine their martial arts and secretly train soldiers, all for the purpose of this very day, to achieve merit and establish their legacy. Wei Tu dismounted from his steed, retrieving the 5-stone longbow. He drew the bowstring back and aimed at the 2 martial artists atop the Lu family fortress watchtower. With a swift release, he loosed his first arrow. In the fleeting moment of the bowstring's twang, he executed a dramatic roll, repositioning himself to draw the bow with his left hand while releasing another arrow. The 2 arrows flew in quick succession, striking true to the chest of the patrolling martial artist in the watchtower. Wei Tu's archery skills were nothing short of exceptional. Once Lu family fortress was captured, I shall commend Wei Tu for his remarkable achievement. Sioux County Magistrate's eyes gleamed with admiration as he witnessed Wei Tu's prowess, unable to suppress a word of praise. Once a martial artist himself, he had excelled in martial examinations. Yet, years spent in office had dulled his practice. leaving him unable to draw a strong bow now. With the sentinels dispatched, the dozen military officials, seeing the situation unfold, did not hesitate to follow Sioux County magistrates' earlier orders, commanding their respective soldiers to advance towards Liu family fortress, including Wei Fei. Wei Fei, the commander, still held a modicum of respect in front of Sioux County's officer, leading a contingent of soldiers. After loosing 2 arrows, Wei Tu's gaze flickered momentarily upon witnessing this scene. Drawing upon his internal energy, he forced beads of sweat from his brow, subsequently gasping for breath, feigning exhaustion as he lagged behind the others. The exertion required to draw the robust 5-stone longbow was considerable, and his display would not raise suspicion. It was only after a dozen martial officials charged into Liu's stronghold that Wei Tu grasped his golden-backed knife and followed the soldiers in. Having successfully dispatched the 2 martial masters at the watchtower, he had earned significant merit, comparable to the honor of being the vanguard during a siege. However, joining the other martial officials in the assault on Liu's stronghold to claim further accolades could invite envy. Furthermore, with the provincial examination approaching next year, excelling in it would elevate him to the rank of a martial scholar, granting him the titles of 7th or 8th grade official. The achievements of the current martial officials would, at best, result in a mere 2 or 3 ranks of promotion, still relegating them to the status of minor officials, nowhere near the distinction he sought. Lastly, in the chaos of battle, the outcome at Liu's stronghold remained uncertain. Remaining behind the throng afforded him the advantage of adaptability, should formidable adversaries emerge. He could retreat at a moment's notice to safeguard his own life. Wei Tu understood that his ambition in serving as a martial official was to elevate his status, not to sacrifice himself for the Zheng dynasty. As the commander faltered, he resolved to stay back with the officer. Upon breaching Liu's stronghold, Sioux County's officer observed Wei Tu's labored breathing and remarked with a smile, "Thank you, county officer." Hearing this, Wei Tu no longer sought to appear resilient. He immediately stepped back to stand behind Sioux County's officer, assuming the role of protector. At this moment, Wei Tu finally had the leisure to observe the battlefield within Liu family fort. Although the rapid march comprised a disorganized multitude, under the leadership of a dozen military officials, they advanced steadily, shields in hand, inching closer to the heart of Liu family fort. From within the dwellings of the fort, a few burly figures occasionally emerged, brandishing weapons as they charged into the fray. Yet, despite their formidable strength, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards and defeating galloping horses, they gradually succumbed to exhaustion amidst the relentless assault of the shield formation after engaging a few soldiers. The advance of the auxiliary troops was as unstoppable as a raging torrent, encountering scarcely any formidable opponents. However, just as the officials believed the dust had settled, a massive figure, his muscles bulging and clad in dark armor, emerged from the hall, wielding a great iron hammer. He surveyed the assembled soldiers and exclaimed, "The imperial court is truly declining, resorting to treachery under the cover of night, a blatant deviation from righteousness." Without waiting for a rebuttal, he unslung the hammer from his back and swung it down upon the shield formation of soldiers positioned a mere 10 paces away. Bang, bang, bang. The round shields were instantly shattered by the overwhelming force, and the foremost soldier was struck down, his skull crushed, blood and brains splattering across the ground. Any soldier who barely brushed against the hammer was sent soaring over 10 feet into the air. Within moments, 3 to 4 dozen elite auxiliary troops lay dead, suffering even greater losses than those incurred during the initial assault on Liu family fort. Beyond the physical toll, the morale of the troops was shattered. The several hundred auxiliary soldiers from Qingshan County were merely a hastily assembled group. Had they achieved victory, the distinctions between them and true elite forces would have remained obscured. At this moment, having been thwarted and sustaining significant injuries, the morale of the troops wavered precariously. Numerous soldiers, gripped by terror, fled the scene. "Reform the ranks. Any who dare to flee shall be executed without mercy," Sioux County Lieutenant bellowed, drawing his long blade and swiftly dispatching a soldier attempting to escape. Soon, a dozen of the fleeing soldiers met their demise at the hands of the discipline enforcers, restoring a semblance of order among the ranks. They steeled themselves once more to confront the formidable hammer-wielding giant before them. "If we do not eliminate the commanding officer, I shall inevitably be worn down here today," thought the giant, who stood wielding his hammer, panting slightly, realizing that the officers and soldiers were indeed formidable opponents. Moments ago, he had slain 30 or 40 armored shield bearers, depleting nearly half of his strength, intending to instill fear among them. However, he was taken aback to find that their leader was no fool. Instead, he had managed to stabilize the troops' morale. Has the guard regained his strength? Wait for the opportune moment, Sioux County Lieutenant whispered to Wei Tu, who was now beside him. To confront a heavily armored infantryman like the hammer-wielding giant, there were only two strategies. One was to expend lives to exhaust him, and the other was to strike him down with a well-placed arrow from a concealed position. "I shall attempt it," Wei Tu replied with a sense of resignation, gritting his teeth. His archery skills were decent, yet to slay the hammer giant, he would need to aim for the exposed eyes. The battlefield was in constant flux, far more challenging than the earlier task of shooting the two sentinels from 500 paces away. Focusing intently on the giant's movements, Wei Tu cleared his mind, drew his bow, and aimed for the giant's eyes, releasing 3 arrows in quick succession. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The sound of the bowstring snapping echoed. Yet the outcome was utterly unforeseen. The 3 arrows released by Wei Tu missed the iron hammer giant by mere inches with the first 2, failing to strike their target. However, the final arrow, as it was about to find its mark, was thwarted by the giant's powerful hand, snapping it in 2. "What a remarkable marksman! Behold my hammer!" roared the iron hammer giant, hurling his mighty weapon in the direction of Wei Tu with great force. The giant's thunderous shout reverberated through the air, causing the eardrums of those present to tremble and ring. In that moment, the crowd stood momentarily dumbfounded. At this juncture, having just loosed 3 arrows and preparing to catch his breath, Wei Tu was startled by the sound of a heavy object slicing through the air beside him. Instinctively, he rolled swiftly to the left, desperate to evade the impending blow. In the next instant, a deafening crash echoed as the colossal hammer struck the ground with a resounding clang. Simultaneously, Wei Tu felt a dull ache emanating from his right side. Peering down, he silently acknowledged his narrow escape. He had not fully evaded the giant's devastating strike. Fortunately, his pre-battle preparations had equipped him with sturdy armor. The reinforced gear he wore, combined with his padded clothing, had absorbed the brunt of the impact. He resolved then to refrain from such reckless displays in the future, vowing to exercise utmost caution. Realizing how close he had come to losing his life, Wei Tu admonished himself. Had it not been for his quick reflexes and thorough preparations beforehand, that fateful blow from the iron hammer giant could have not only cost him his life, but rendered him a cripple for the remainder of his days. In the midst of the battlefield, the colossal figure known as the hammer giant, having failed to strike down the sharpshooter Wei Tu, began to contemplate retreat. With Wei Tu still alive, he was compelled to retain a portion of his focus to guard against the threat of being shot through the eye. With a thunderous roar, he seized 2 soldiers from the auxiliary troops and hurled them into the ranks. Seizing the moment when the officers were distracted to make a sudden dash towards the southeastern wall of Lu's stronghold. Despite his seemingly cumbersome stature, the hammer giant moved with astonishing agility, akin to a nimble pangolin navigating through the courtyard. At last, seizing the opportunity, the hammer giant took a bold step and leaped to the corner of the wall, grasping the edge of the tiles with his right arm, preparing to ascend. However, at that very moment, a dozen officers discerned his moment of weakness and swiftly unleashed their flying tiger claws. The claws soared through the air, ensnaring the hammer giant's legs, arms, and the junction of his dark armor. In unison, the officers exerted their strength, and the hammer giant, along with a chunk of the wall, came crashing down to the ground with a resounding thud. The auxiliary soldiers swiftly formed a shield wall, encircling the hammer giant, and thrust their long spears into his vital points. In an instant, the earth was drenched in blood. The hammer giant let out a whimper, impaled like a porcupine, meeting a tragic end on the spot. Finally, he was no more. The officers, witnessing the demise of the hammer giant, breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had yet to fully breach Lu's stronghold, they understood that this formidable foe had been the most challenging adversary within. If there were indeed more capable individuals, it would be inconceivable for them to stand idly by while the formidable hammer giant faced the onslaught of these soldiers, only to be gradually worn down. They must pursue victory relentlessly, ensuring that no remnants of the Wuyun Tower remain. At this moment, a perceptive military officer bellowed, leading his unit into the heart of Lu's fort, manifesting an intention to eradicate the Wuyun Tower entirely. I, too, made my way forward. Other keen-eyed officers quickly grasped the situation. The individual who had just entered Lu's fort was undoubtedly seeking to seize the spoils of war. According to the unspoken rules among the soldiers, after this victory, anything they retrieved from Lu's fort would be divided, with half allocated to their respective officers, while the remainder was theirs to keep. Witnessing this, Wei Tu was no exception. He brandished his golden-backed knife and pressed into the fray. 2 years prior, due to armor forging, he owed Wei Fei and Wei Hong a total of 80 taels of silver, relying solely on the meager salary of a military officer. It would take him nearly a decade of abstinence from food and drink to repay that debt. As for drawing a salary while doing nothing, he was not even qualified for that. At most, he received a small sum to keep quiet each year. Thus, he certainly would not let this opportunity for wealth slip away lightly. There was no need for pretense. More than an hour later, a hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. The soldiers regrouped outside Lu's fort. In contrast to their earlier solemnity, the faces of each officer and soldier now radiated joy, each returning with their arms laden. Although Lu's fort, as a branch of the Wei Tu Tower, did not possess a vast fortune, it still represented a notably substantial amount for the soldiers of Qingshan County. 72 individuals were injured, while 113 martial masters from the Martial Fate Tower were slain, which could indeed be considered a significant victory. After counting the numbers, County Lieutenant Su subtly nodded in approval. Had it not been for the formidable strength of the hammer-wielding giant, causing chaos, the losses among the troops would not have been so considerable. Subsequently, County Lieutenant Su turned his attention to Wei Tu, stating, Wei Junshi, as our military commander, you are responsible for rewarding merit and administering punishment. The merits and faults of the soldiers this time shall be determined by you. In Qingshan County, there were 3 military commanders. One remained outside the county town while the other 2 accompanied him to Xiyang Town. However, compared to Wei Tu's notable achievements, the performance of the other was rather unremarkable. Entrusting Wei Tu with the assessment of merits and faults would ensure fairness among the ranks. As for the suppression by Governor He, County Lieutenant Su had long since cast that aside. Over 2 years had passed, and Governor He had faded into obscurity. Furthermore, this time, he was not promoting Wei Tu but merely allocating some power to him as a reward for his accomplishments. Understood, Wei Tu replied, not surprised by County Lieutenant Su's decision, and he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, accepting the command. County Lieutenant Su nodded, and then turned his gaze towards the military officers and soldiers, instructing, convey my orders, temporarily encamp at Lujiobeo, and continue the search for the remnants of the Martial Fate Tower. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a tinge of astonishment. Yet they instinctively respected their superior and acknowledged the orders. This time, their sudden mobilization had surrounded Lujiobeo, leaving not a single fly to escape. How could there possibly be any remnants of the Martial Fate Tower left in Xiyang Town? Even if there were, it was likely that they had already fled the town during the course of the search. However, Wei Tu observed everything with clarity. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, Su County Lieutenant likely intends to extort the gentry of Xiyang Town, wielding power only when needed, and discarding it when it becomes obsolete. Although he possessed mediocre talents, akin to the common populace, his insights were broader than those of the townsfolk, thanks to the information explosion of his previous life, allowing him to discern the intentions of Su County Lieutenant with clarity. That evening, at Lu family fort, Wei Fei brought a fine jug of wine, a roasted chicken, and a plate of edamame to enjoy with Wei Tuesday. This time, my brother, I truly struck it rich. I snatched at least 200 taels of silver, Wei Fei exclaimed, his face alight with excitement after several cups of wine. Although he was the adopted son of the Qing Tiger Gang's leader in the county, and thus could be considered affluent, the silver he could actually access was quite limited. The 50 taels he borrowed from Wei Tu previously were facilitated by his adoptive father to foster a connection with Wei Tuesday. 200 taels of silver is the extent of liquid assets for an ordinary affluent household in the county, aside from their real estate. I am not doing poorly either. I managed to acquire about 80 or 90 taels, Wei Tu replied, smiling as he picked at some dishes with his chopsticks. Since entering the realm of perception, his agility had increased significantly. Not only could he outpace ordinary soldiers, but even martial officials found it difficult to match his keen eyesight and swift hands. Thus, even though he entered the fray later, he still managed to seize a considerable amount of wealth. Beyond mere riches, Wei Fei leaned closer, pulling out an old tome from his bosom, and whispered, I obtained this secret manual from that iron-fisted giant. As sworn brothers, we shall study this manual together. A secret manual? Wei Tu was momentarily taken aback, and then recalled that after the death of the hammer giant, a number of military officials, driven by greed, sought to plunder his possessions. At that moment, Wei Fei lingered briefly beside the hammer giant, contemplating the idea of scavenging his body. However, he found himself too close to the County Lieutenant Su, guarded by his personal attendants, making it difficult for him to act swiftly. By the time an opportunity arose, the hammer giant had already become unrecognizable, his belongings stripped away by the soldiers. To his surprise, Wei Fei had acted upon his intentions earlier than anticipated. Could it be that the secret tome contained knowledge of unconventional martial arts, such as the Iron Shirt or Golden Bell Shield? Wei Tu speculated about the contents of the manuscript. The hammer giant had evidently practiced such martial arts, exhibiting formidable techniques that even unarmored, ordinary soldiers struggled to penetrate. Unconventional martial arts are indeed a form of external cultivation, yet they are more extreme compared to orthodox practices. These practitioners often develop rigid muscles and stagnant vital energy. leading to frequent hidden injuries and a propensity for sudden death in their 50s or 60s. The legendary tales of martial artists he had previously encountered primarily revolved around these unconventional masters. No, Wei Fei shook his head, placing the manuscript on the table. The yellowed pages bore the inscription 5 elements cultivating spirit body, which bore no resemblance to the unconventional martial arts Wei Tu had envisioned. After obtaining this manuscript, I managed to glance at a few pages, yet it felt like deciphering a celestial scripture, utterly incomprehensible. Wei Fei sighed. Had the contents of this tome been within my grasp, perhaps I would not have sought your companionship and study, but rather absorbed its knowledge in solitude. Wei Tu was blissfully unaware of Wei Fei's subtle thoughts. After a brief moment of guilt for independently studying the Lian Sui Jing, he picked up the aged book before him and began to peruse its contents. As he flipped through the pages, he pondered in his heart. If only Wei Fei could reach the realm of sensing energy, he could then beseech Dan Wuju to become his mentor. And with the master's consent, teach him the Lian Sui Jing. A gesture of kindness would surely be returned with gratitude. Wei Tu harbored no intention of hoarding the Lian Sui Jing for himself. Rather, he feared that revealing its secrets might bring calamity upon the Dan family and himself. Spiritual power. Essence of spirituality. 5-element spiritual body. Upon completing his reading of the 5-element spiritual body, Wei Tu discovered that this secret tome bore no resemblance to the techniques of the Lian Sui Jing. Instead, it employed a unique force known as spiritual power, distinct from the inner strength born from one's own vitality. Could this be the legendary celestial path? Have I stumbled upon a tome of immortal secrets? As this thought crossed his mind, Wei Tu's heart began to race with exhilaration. After awakening his fate of late bloomer, he had surmised that this world must indeed harbor the existence of immortals. After all, martial arts could not elucidate the existence of his fate. Only through the path of immortality could he fully realize the potential of his late bloomer destiny. Yet, he could not be certain. It might merely be an internal mastery, with inner strength rebranded as spiritual power. Wei Tu suppressed his elation and regained his composure. What he is currently encountering in the Lian Sui Jing is merely the outer practice of martial artists on their path to becoming innate martial masters, rather than the true inner mastery that genuine internal practitioners possess. Wei Tu carefully examined the Wu Yuan Yunling Ti and discovered that this secret tome only covers a fraction of the subject, specifically detailing how to condense the thick earth body, while neglecting the other 4 types of 5-element spirit bodies. Furthermore, it fails to address the practical applications of these 5-element spirit bodies. Third brother, have you comprehended the secret tome? Wei Fei, witnessing Wei Tu's deep contemplation, felt a surge of joy and promptly inquired. I have discerned certain insights. Wei Tu pondered for a moment, choosing his words with care, and with a serious expression, he remarked, this Wu Yuan Yunling Ti is very likely a legendary celestial technique. The internal energy I cultivated bears a significant disparity from the true essence of this work. Given Wei Fei's trust in him and his willingness to share the teachings of Wu Yuan Yunling Ti, Wei Tu felt no need to conceal his speculations regarding the secret tome. Moreover, should Wei Fei be unaware of the gravity of the matter and inadvertently disclose the existence of this tome, Wei Tu, as Wei Fei's sworn brother, would inevitably be implicated. Both emotionally and rationally, Wei Tu deemed it necessary to articulate his thoughts. Celestial technique. Upon hearing this, Wei Fei's face registered astonishment, a look of incredulity crossing his features. Having heard tales of celestial beings since childhood, he had always regarded them as mere fabrications, believing that such immortals did not exist. However, upon hearing Wei Tu, who was typically composed, utter such words, he found himself compelled to believe at least a portion of it. Third brother, wait a moment. After a moment of astonishment, Wei Fei recalled the latter part of what Wei Tu had just said, and he exclaimed in shock, Third brother, you have entered the realm of chi perception and become a master of internal energy? He understood all too well the difficulty of attaining the realm of chi perception. Having been taught by esteemed masters since childhood, it is a level that even those aspiring to become martial scholars would find difficult to reach. Third brother, you have concealed this from me quite profoundly. Wei Fei let out a wry smile. He had presumed that both he and Wei Tu, alongside their fourth brother Fu Zhizhou, were of similar talent, all at the level of martial scholars. However, to his surprise, Wei Tu's innate ability surpassed even that of Fu Zhizhou. Fu Zhizhou had become a martial scholar at the age of 18, yet throughout his life, he might never find the opportunity to transcend from the external to the internal and break into the realm of chi perception. It is not that I have hidden this from you, second brother. Rather, I have only recently broken through to the realm of chi perception, just a month ago. Furthermore, there are teachings from my master. Wei Tu offered an explanation. This was something that Wei Fei understood well. Soon, Wei Fei came to terms with it. nodding as he remarked, "A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be struck by the wind. If word of your entering the realm of chi perception at such a young age were to leak out, I shudder to think of the troubles that might come your way. It is only natural that you would choose to keep this matter under wraps." Earlier, Wei Tu had confided in him about his level of mastery and had mentioned that the five-element spirit body was most likely a celestial technique. Just this information alone assured Wei Fei that he had not erred in choosing Wei Tu as his sworn brother. Had Wei Tu not been forthright, even if he had discovered the remarkable nature of this secret manual, he would have struggled to discern its true essence. "Thank you for your understanding, second brother." Wei Tu expressed his gratitude with a nod. The two individuals gathered their thoughts anew and engaged in a discussion about the enigmatic tome titled 5 Yuan Spiritual Body, which is rumored to contain the secrets of celestial martial arts. However, the question arose, do we truly possess the opportunity to cultivate and become the legendary immortals? Wei Fei expressed his uncertainty, admitting that he had yet to reach the realm of perception, let alone condense the elusive thick earth body. The prerequisite for forming the thick earth body is to sense the ethereal energy in the cosmos and subsequently transform this energy into spiritual power. It's hard to say. Wei Tu shook his head. He had been practicing the Essence Refinement Sutra for over a month, but had only sensed inner strength, without any trace of spiritual energy or power. Fourth brother has been tasked with eliminating the headquarters of Wuyun Tower. Perhaps he possesses some secrets regarding the 5 Yuan spiritual body. I propose that second brother lend this celestial technique to elder brother, and fourth brother might glean some insights from them. This would also serve to deepen the bonds of brotherhood among us. Wei Tu spoke solemnly. No matter how profound a technique may be, it is rendered useless without a practitioner, were it not for his entry into the realm of perception. The Essence Refinement Sutra would likely have remained ignored by his master, Shan Wujiu, for many more years. Among the 4 brothers of their righteous society, Fu Zhizhou exhibited considerable martial talent, and he was now tasked with collaborating with the governor's elite guards to dismantle the Wuyun Tower headquarters. He might well uncover valuable information there. After exchanging intelligence, both he and Wei Fei would undoubtedly benefit. Furthermore, since their last encounter at Shuana Tower, a foundation of trust had been established among the 4 of them. Elder brother, fourth brother. Upon hearing this, Wei Fei fell into contemplation, uncertain of how to proceed. Among the 4 brothers, due to their shared hometown and their service in the Qing County Military Yamen, he felt the closest bond of trust with Wei Tuesday. The other 2 brothers were mere acquaintances, their meetings infrequent. "I shall ponder this further and make a decision in a few days," Wei Fei finally replied to Wei Tuesday. Although he could not comprehend the enigmatic tome, the 5-elemental spirit body, he surmised its considerable worth. Had he not been aware of Wei Tu's character, he would likely have concealed the precious manuscript and sought a means to decipher it gradually. Now, with the addition of Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou, he felt the risks had become somewhat unpredictable. "This concerns our second brother. I merely offer a suggestion," he added. Wei Tu, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement with Wei Fei's decision and refrained from pressing further. 3 days later, the county magistrate announced that remnants of the Martial Fate Tower had been apprehended in Xiyang Town and its surrounding villages, while the remaining factions continued to elude capture. He urged the populace to assist the authorities in apprehending the rebels. Subsequently, before the gathered citizens, he executed several martial masters from the Martial Fate Tower in the grain-drying yard. The onlookers fell silent, and the gentry among the crowd trembled with apprehension. That evening, those who had previously resisted the enforcement of the law, the gentry and wealthy households, hastily pushed wheelbarrows to deliver their valuables to the military encampment at Lijiabao. "These riches are not solely for my own possession. We all serve in official capacities with the aspiration of advancement and wealth. I shall take 50%, and the remainder shall be distributed among you as per the established protocol." The treasures lay amassed in the parlor. Sioux County Magistrate summoned the assembly of military officials. He surveyed the expressions on their faces and then weighed the jade scepter in his hand, smiling as he spoke. Among this assembly were Wei Tu and Wei Fei, who exchanged discreet glances and nodded in silent accord. Although these riches were acquired through unscrupulous means, extorted from the gentry and common folk of Xiyang Town, altering this prevailing circumstance was beyond their reach. After all, one cannot forsake what is offered without recompense. Furthermore, should they pride themselves on being honorable military officials and decline this wealth, they would undoubtedly be regarded as thorns in the side by Sioux County Magistrate and their fellow military officials, jeopardizing their futures and lives. Moreover, as minor officials, they had no standing to claim the mantle of integrity. "Thank you, Master Sioux," they expressed, their faces brightening with gratitude after a brief pause. Sioux County Magistrate. satisfied with this display, turned his gaze toward Wei Tu and another middle-aged military official, declaring, Wei Junshi and Chu Jushi, you shall be responsible for the allocation of these treasures. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu and the middle-aged official clasped their fists in acknowledgement and began to determine the distribution based on the hierarchy of the military officials present and their contributions in the assault on Lu family fortress. An hour later, the two had successfully allocated the treasures within the room. Each military official departed with satisfaction, having found no fault in Wei Tu and the Chu Junshi's distribution. As the commander of the army, Wei Tu himself received over 40 taels of silver. In addition to the treasures seized during the assault on Lujiabao, Wei Tu's recent visit to Xiang Town yielded over 130 taels of silver. This sum was sufficient to settle his previous debts, leaving him with a considerable surplus. Tomorrow, he would dismantle the camp, depart from Xiang Town, and return to the county city. As the gathering drew to a close, County Lieutenant Su addressed the assembly of military officials. However, just as Wei Tu was about to step out of the hall, Su called him back, requesting that he pause for a moment. Surprised, Wei Tu remained in the hall. Once the military officials had departed one by one, Su retrieved a gold ingot from his pile of treasures and pressed it into Wei Tu's hand. Commander Wei, you have accomplished great feats on 2 occasions. It would be remiss to overlook your share of the spoils. This is not a commendable habit, Su remarked with a smile. Wei Tu was taken aback upon receiving the gold ingot. 1 tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver, and this ingot weighed approximately 5 taels, meaning it was worth around 50 taels of silver, a substantial amount, indeed, equivalent to the share of a military officer. Thank you, Lord Su, Wei Tu said. After a moment of contemplation, as he clasped his hands in salute, he was aware of his 2 significant contributions when the spoils were distributed. However, he had been concerned that receiving a larger share might incite animosity from his peer, the Chu army commander, which prompted him to accept an equal amount of silver. Following Su, the commander Wei would no longer need to tread so cautiously within the military. Su stepped beside Wei Tu, patting him on the shoulder, and said this with a smile. Without allowing Wei Tu a moment to grasp the implications of his words, Su County Lieutenant waved his hand, signaling Wei Tu to withdraw. Could it be that Su County Lieutenant harbors ulterior motives? Is this act of kindness merely a ploy to win my allegiance? As Wei Tu exited the parlor, he mulled over Su County Lieutenant's statement. Distributing funds to the military officials was a customary practice within the barracks. It was unacceptable for Su County Lieutenant to monopolize the benefits, should he choose not to distribute the funds. Commanding the troops of Qingshan County would prove to be a formidable challenge for Su County Lieutenant in the future, inciting dissatisfaction among the military officials. Nonetheless, after the military officials departed, Su County Lieutenant discreetly offered him money, which transformed the meaning of the gesture entirely. This was a direct attempt to win him over and recruit him as a confidant. Such actions to curry favor with military officials and sway their loyalty are grave transgressions in the military realm. Even if the higher-ups were to become aware of the earlier distribution of funds, they would likely overlook it. Given that the court had not allocated substantial provisions for the assault on the Wuyun Towers branch. However, the subsequent clandestine offering shifted the narrative significantly. It was evident to anyone that Su County Lieutenant's intentions were far from innocent. This matter does not concern me. A mere 50 taels of silver hardly warrants the sacrifice of my life. Wei Tu contemplated the gold ingot at his waist, intending to savor the superficial sweetness while avoiding any explosive consequences. The gold bar Su County Lieutenant had slipped him was ill-gotten wealth. Accepting it bore no moral burden. If he were to serve, it would be in the name of the Zhenghua court and the citizens of Xiang Town, not for Su County Lieutenant's benefit. Moreover, given his position and status, a mere 50 taels was insufficient to entice him. The following morning dawned. After Su County's Wei meticulously counted his soldiers, he commanded the troops to dismantle the encampment, departing from Xiang Town to return to the county seat. As the auxiliary army left Xiang Town and ascended the hillside where they had awaited battle, Wei Tu heard a cacophony of gongs and drums resonating from within the town. He sighed softly, shook his head, and without further ado, mounted his steed and followed closely behind the main contingent. The journey back to Qingshan County was remarkably smooth, devoid of any hindrances. Upon returning to the county seat, Wei Tu arrived home, removed his gleaming armor, refreshed himself, and then took 30 taels of silver to visit the Huang family. 30 taels? Had he gathered such a sum so swiftly? Wei Hong was taken aback upon learning of Wei Tu's intentions, finding it hard to believe. 30 taels of silver, based on Wei Tu's salary, would take him 3 to 4 years of abstaining from all expenses to amass. Yet, how long had it been since she borrowed money from him? Not even 2 years had passed. The 4 of them reunited. This time, under the auspices of Su County's Wei. Our auxiliary army went to Xiang town to quell the unrest. My nephew, during this period, has made a modest fortune, Wei Tu casually explained. Thus it was. Wei Hong pondered upon hearing this. A few days prior, the auxiliary army had departed the city under the cover of night, and some guardians from prominent families had also been reassigned. She had heard whispers of these events, yet she had not expected that Su County's Wei would lead Wei Tu and his companions to Xiang town to restore order. Did my brother sustain any injuries? After a brief moment, Wei Hong regained her composure and expressed her concern. Wei Tu shook his head, clarifying that his nephew, holding the title of commander, had not engaged in battle and thus had not been harmed. Thank you for your concern, second aunt. In truth, the force of the hammer strike from the burly man had inflicted a slight injury to his right abdomen. Fortunately, due to his mastery of internal martial arts, he was able to invigorate his vital energy, and within a few days, he had nearly fully recovered. This, however, was a matter that Wei Tu found unnecessary to disclose to his second aunt, Wei Hong. You are the pillar of our Wei family. It is a rare blessing that our family has produced such a star of military prowess in you. You must take great care of yourself and cannot afford any injuries. She earnestly advised as she saw him off from the Huang residence. In conclusion, she added, Wei Guer, if you find yourself short of funds again, do not hesitate to approach your second aunt and your uncle. Your uncle's business is prosperous. He can spare those few coins. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu clasped his fist in gratitude. Amid his appreciation, he couldn't help but reflect. The first time he visited the Huang family, he had waited for a quarter of an hour in the outer chambers before finally meeting Wei Hong, who had been impatient and disdainful, even refusing the gifts he had brought. This time, however, upon entering the Huang residence and returning 30 taels of silver, Wei Hong did not even bother to count it, casually handing it over to a maid while personally escorting him to the door. Such was the passage of time and the changes it wrought. After leaving the Huang residence, Wei Tu returned home and retrieved an additional 50 taels of silver to visit the Wei family. Logically, since he and Wei Fei were to quell the unrest in Xiang town together, he could have repaid Wei Fei directly on the road. However, Wei Tu had his own considerations. Initially, both he and Wei Fei were in need of forging fine armor and could not muster the 50 taels between them. The 50 taels of silver lent to him were solicited by Wei Fei from his adoptive father, the leader of the Qinghu gang, Wei Jinghai. An adoptive father is distinct from a biological one. Indeed, in the context of the gang, an adoptive father often holds less regard than a typical one, as the acceptance of an adopted son primarily serves to nurture the gang's enforcers. Wei Jinghai, the leader of the Qinghu gang, is not without his own biological sons. Wei Fei's actions thus bore considerable weight, as he sought to repay the debt publicly. Not only would this enhance his reputation, affirming that his friendship with Wei Tu was well-founded, but it would also elevate his standing within the Qinghu gang. A half-hour later, Wei Tu left the Wei residence after repaying the debt. In the main hall of the Qinghu gang, Wei Jinghai, dressed as a scholar, surveyed his adopted and biological sons before his gaze settled on Wei Fei, displaying a look of admiration. Feier, you have proven your capabilities in the martial examination, and now you have also achieved success in forging friendships. After a century, the position of the leader of the Qinghu gang may well fall to you. Indeed, adoptive father. Wei Fei replied, his face brightening with joy as he nodded. Although the Qinghu gang serves as enforcers for the authorities and shares its illicit earnings with them, the financial gains involved are substantial. The benefits of becoming the leader are, without a doubt, considerable. Upon returning to the county town 2 weeks later, Wei Tu received word from the local military office that the plan orchestrated by Governor Wang against the Wuyun building was progressing smoothly and met with great success. The headquarters of the Wuyun building, along with its 7 branches, had been nearly eradicated entirely. In the span of merely half a month, this martial arts sect was utterly eradicated by the authorities in the southern region of the mountain. My elder brother, Ko Liang, has sent word, proposing a reunion at Shuana Tower on the 13th of this month. The 13th, which is merely 7 days hence. Second brother, have you contemplated the matter regarding the 5-element spirit body, this celestial technique? That evening, Wei Tu and Wei Fei ventured to Tsuiyan Tower in the county town, where they sought a private room to engage in a confidential discussion. I have given it considerable thought, Wei Fei sighed. In the fortnight since my return home, I have been delving into the intricacies of this celestial technique. However, despite my exhaustive examination of various texts, I remain perplexed. Rather than allowing this celestial technique to languish in my possession, it would be more prudent to share it among us 4. If any among us succeeds, it will undoubtedly benefit the other 3. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu silently nodded, fully endorsing Wei Fei's decision. After returning to the county town, he discreetly commenced his own practice of the 5-element spirit body. Yet, in contrast to the techniques of tortoise breathing, tiger crane double form, and mirror refinement scripture. His fate of great achievements emerging late had yet to reveal any signs of progress in mastering the five-element spirit body. This implies that the technique possesses certain thresholds. Without grasping its essential principles, entry into its practice is exceedingly arduous. One person's wisdom may be limited, but the collective ingenuity of many is boundless. Our collaborative study will surely prove more advantageous than solitary endeavors, Wei Tu remarked with a smile. 7 days later, the four of them reconvened at Shuana Tower. This time, Fu Zhizhou arrived punctually, even 15 minutes earlier than Wei Tu and Wei Fei, at box number 3. I had invited these three brothers not for any pressing matter, but rather because it had been 2 years since our last gathering, and it was high time for us to convene. Furthermore, our previous pact stated that we would support one another in our official endeavors. With the recent eradication of the Wuyun Tower, we are all poised for promotions in our respective positions, and we should deliberate on which roles would best serve as mutual support for the four of us. After exchanging pleasantries, Ko Liang, Wei Tu, and Wei Fei swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. Typically, promotions are determined by the government offices and are unrelated to military officials. However, exceptions exist. With the right connections and influence, one can indeed secure a favorable transfer from a burdensome post to a more desirable one. Your words hold merit, elder brother. We ought to devise a plan regarding this matter. Fu Zhizhou concurred, nodding thoughtfully. With my contributions in dismantling the Wuyun Tower headquarters, I expect to be assigned to a local county office as the chief. I will strive to position myself near a few of my sworn brothers. Upon concluding his thoughts, the others began to share their own aspirations. Their attention soon turned to Wei Tu, who remained silent, prompting curiosity about his reticence. Elder brother, my situation differs, Wei Tu replied, shaking his head at Ko Liang. Having made significant strides in my martial prowess, I intend to sit for this year's provincial examination to secure a degree, which will pave the way for my official appointment. Recently, I have broken through to the qi gathering stage, thus awakening my internal energy. Wei Tu spoke the truth. In comparison to the celestial techniques that Wei Fei would later describe, his martial arts realm truly rendered any need for concealment from Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou unnecessary. Inner strength? At these words, Ko Liang inhaled sharply, and his gaze towards Wei Tu shifted significantly. Among the four sworn brothers, he had initially believed the most pivotal figure to be Fu Zhizhou, who became a martial champion at the tender age of 18. He and Wei Tu, along with Wei Fei, were merely supporting characters to Fu Zhizhou, relying heavily on there for future guidance. However, at this moment, his perspective was entirely overturned. After all, a martial master who cultivated inner strength at the age of 22 possessed a far greater prestige than an 18-year-old martial champion. Should Wei Tu desire it, the title of martial champion in the provincial examination would be easily within his grasp. This exemplifies the disparity among martial geniuses. Upon hearing Wei Tu's words, it was not only Ko Liang who was astonished, Fu Zhizhou shared in the shock as well. 2 years prior, driven by his valiant spirit, he had sworn brotherhood with Wei Tu and the others in defiance of Governor He. As time passed, though he had steadfastly upheld their pact and supported his three, he could not help but feel a twinge of regret deep within. The disparity in their respective statuses had inevitably become a burden for him. Yet, Fu Zhizhou no longer harbored such thoughts. He felt grateful for the decision he had made years ago to forge bonds with Wei Tu and the others. A martial master in the realm of vigor, at just over 20 years of age, held a substantial chance of advancing to the innate martial master stage before the decline of his vitality. During the recent mission to eliminate the headquarters of the Wuyun Tower, as the elite guard of Governor Wang, Fu Zhizhou witnessed the amiable exchange between the governor and the innate martial artists within the government. A scene marked by utmost respect and decorum. This glimpse into their interactions led Fu Zhizhou to surmise that these innate martial artists undoubtedly held a status within the Zheng court that rivaled that of Governor Wang. In light of this, the achievements he had attained at this moment paled in comparison to those of Wei Tuesday, drawing from my experiences in the previous rural martial examination. It is evident that since my elder brother has reached the realm of qi perception, securing a position among the top 10 in this year's rural martial examination should pose no challenge. At that juncture, the official title bestowed upon my brother would be that of an 8th rank official, akin to my own. Fu Zhizhou took the initiative to speak, congratulating Wei Tu while also imparting some insights regarding the rural martial examination. He explained that the candidates participating in the current martial competition were distinct from those in previous examinations. These contenders had all attained the title of martial scholar in prior years, most of whom were in their prime and possessed considerable strength, particularly the seasoned scholars. Driven by their relentless pursuit of fame, often resorted to rigorous training in unorthodox martial arts, sacrificing their health in exchange for enhanced power. Thank you for the reminder. Fourth brother, I shall discuss this matter with you in detail after the banquet, Wei Tu acknowledged with a nod of gratitude. With the guidance of Fu Zhizhou, a veteran of the rural martial examination, his path to participating in the current martial contest would be considerably less convoluted. Among the candidates in the rural martial examination, his martial prowess was expected to be unparalleled. However, when it came to actual strength, that was not necessarily the case. As Fu Zhizhou had pointed out, the unorthodox martial artists who sacrificed their health for power would indeed pose formidable challenges. Wei Tu had already experienced the prowess of the Iron Hammer Giant during his time in Xiong Town. After the banquet, Fu Zhizhou was momentarily taken aback. What could possibly be of greater significance at this gathering than Wei Tu's participation in the upcoming martial arts examination in Jinka Township? It is well understood that given Wei Tu's martial prowess, with sufficient preparation, he stands a formidable chance of claiming the title of martial champion in this local competition. Should he succeed, he would be bestowed with the rank of a 7th grade official, though the distinction between the 8th and 7th grades may seem slight. In the realm of bureaucracy, the gulf is as vast as a chasm. Ascending from a miscellaneous grade official to an 8th grade rank can be achieved through mere perseverance and longevity. However, advancing from 8th to 7th grade is a different matter entirely. Without fortuitous circumstances, one might toil in vain for a lifetime without attaining such elevation. A 7th grade martial officer, when assigned to a locality, would possess the authority to command a military unit. Among civil officials, the county magistrate also holds the 7th grade title. Fu Zhizhou fell silent, directing his gaze towards Wei Fei, who sat beside him, awaiting his companion to speak. He had no desire to overshadow Wei Fei at this gathering. Wei Fei. Both Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou were taken aback as they noticed Fu Zhizhou's attention shift to Wei Fei. Could it be that Wei Fei had experienced a significant breakthrough, enhancing his capabilities? Despite being the second among the 4 brothers, ranking just below Ko Liang, both Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou held a degree of disdain towards Wei Fei. Firstly, during their collective efforts against Governor He, Wei Fei had been the last to voice his thoughts, thus bearing the least pressure from the governor. Secondly, upon the release of the examination rankings, Wei Fei was merely designated as a 3rd grade martial scholar, the lowest among the 4. A brief silence enveloped the room as all eyes converged upon Wei Fei, eagerly anticipating his words. Wei Fei did not speak immediately. Instead, he lifted the wine flask and poured himself a glass. After consuming it, he finally said, "During my recent expedition with my 3rd brother to eradicate the branch of Wuyun Tower in Xiong Town, we discovered a manual of martial arts from the possession of a Wuyun Tower martial artist. According to my 3rd brother's speculation, this manual is highly likely to be the legendary celestial martial arts." As his words fell, Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang's eyes widened in astonishment, staring intently at Wei Fei, their breaths becoming noticeably rapid. Celestial martial arts? They murmured, both being martial artists themselves, keenly aware that they had not misheard. The final 4 words spoken by Wei Fei unequivocally indicated celestial martial arts, confirmed by the 3rd brother. Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang exchanged glances, their belief in Wei Fei's assertion reaching an 80% certainty. Wei Tu had entered the realm of perception and was already on the cusp of becoming a congenital martial artist. If this manual were merely a martial arts technique, Wei Tu would have recognized it at a glance, rather than firmly asserting it to be the legendary celestial martial arts. If such celestial martial arts were indeed genuine, it seemed that what my uncle spoke of years ago was not mere fiction. Moments later, a complex expression crossed Fu Zhizhou's face as he spoke. Regarding the legends of celestial beings, this martial officer from a lineage of martial generals was well acquainted, his knowledge far exceeding that of Wei Tu and Wei Fei. In his youth, he had inadvertently heard tales of celestial beings from his uncle, the vivid descriptions leading him to mistakenly believe that such beings truly existed in the world. Now, upon hearing that Wei Fei had acquired celestial martial arts, and with Wei Tu's affirmation, Fu Zhizhou's conviction in the existence of celestial beings grew ever more credible. Upon acquiring this celestial technique, my 3rd brother and I deliberated, intending for the 4 of us to study this art together. Should one of us attain mastery, he would assist the others. Wei Fei then inquired, "2nd brother, is this assertion genuine?" Although Ko Liang had previously surmised that Wei Fei would unveil the celestial technique upon hearing its mention, the reality of Wei Fei's willingness to share this esteemed art and engage them in collective study left him both astonished and deeply moved. This is indeed a celestial technique. Even if its entry proves challenging, its intrinsic value, accentuated by the celestial moniker, renders it priceless. Of course, the 3 great vows hold true, Wei Fei declared with unwavering certainty. However, he cast a glance at Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou, pausing momentarily before continuing. The celestial technique is exceedingly precious and pertains to the matter of longevity. I hope that my three brothers will solemnly vow not to divulge this technique upon witnessing it. Although he trusted that Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang were not reckless individuals who would indiscriminately share the technique, the unpredictability of human emotions posed a potential risk. Should either of them, swayed by familial affection, disclose the celestial technique to their kin, leading to its exposure, he, as the disseminator of this art, would inevitably face dire consequences. This risk must not be underestimated. A vow serves as a safeguard, far superior to the absence of one. Hearing this, Wei Tu promptly responded, raising his right hand and declaring, I, Wei, vow with utmost sincerity that if I were to disclose the celestial technique without consulting my brothers, I shall meet a most unfortunate demise. After swearing the solemn oath, Wei Tu recounted his prepared thoughts, urging, elder brother, fourth brother, should we successfully cultivate this celestial technique, we need not fear the repercussions of revealing it, nor the potential harm it might bring to our kin. Conversely, if we fail in our cultivation and entrust it to others, the likelihood of their success would be exceedingly slim. As his words settled, Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, and, without further hesitation, they too vowed solemnly. This celestial technique, much like the previous affair involving the martial fate tower, was a matter of great significance to them. They understood the gravity of the situation. Should any secrets be divulged, the repercussions could jeopardize their family, given the mental secrets of innate martial artists. After the oath was taken, Fu Zhizhou shook his head and sighed. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu and Wei Fei nodded in understanding. Their willingness to share the celestial technique with Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou was intrinsically linked to the trust established through their earlier experiences with the martial fate tower. Each of them demonstrated clarity of purpose and foresight, proving themselves to be far from short-sighted fools. At that moment, Wei Fei decided to reveal his own knowledge. He retrieved 3 tomes from his bosom and placed them upon the 8 immortals' table. One tome was weathered with age, while the other 2 appeared pristine. The aged tome was the original, while the newly bound copies were transcriptions made by myself and the third brother. Elder brother and fourth brother, please peruse at your leisure, Wei Fei offered, pushing the volumes towards Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang. Without further ado, Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang picked up the tomes and began to examine them meticulously. An hour passed, and as the sun neared its descent, they reluctantly set aside the celestial techniques they had been engrossed in. In my family, we possess a hereditary internal martial art that distinctly differs from traditional practices, potentially validating third brother's assertion that this text pertains to celestial techniques. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Zhizhou articulated his insights regarding the technique known as 5 Elements Essence Body. In response, Ko Liang remained silent. Although his family is of a respectable status, it merely aligns with that of an average affluent household. Thus, the pursuit of external martial arts is already a considerable challenge, let alone the opportunity to encounter true internal arts. This celestial technique was acquired from Master Xie of the Martial Fate Tower. Did fourth brother gather any insider information during his recent mission to quell disturbances at the Martial Fate Tower's headquarters? Wei Tu inquired. Upon witnessing the celestial technique, he had urged Wei Fei to relinquish it so that the 4 brothers could study and comprehend it together. An important reason for this was that Fu Zhizhou held a high official position and had ventured to the headquarters, undoubtedly possessing more information than the 2 of them. After exchanging information, they would not suffer any losses. As for the name of the burly hammer-wielding man, Wei Tu and his companions had already learned it during their interrogation of the captured martial artist from Lu's Manor while in Xiyang Town. Xie? Fu Zhizhou furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. After a brief moment of reflection, he remarked, the headquarters of the Martial Fate Tower comprises a principal master, 2 deputy masters, 12 elders, and 7 branch leaders. Among them, there are 3 high-ranking members with the surname Xie. There exists a vice master and 2 elders. If my conjecture holds true, Xie from the Xiyang Town branch should be related to these 3 individuals, or perhaps he hails from the same lineage. On the eve of the siege against the Wuyun Tower headquarters, the governor's office disseminated intelligence regarding the upper echelons of Wuyun Tower, instructing the imperial guards to memorize it. At this moment, it proved to be quite useful. Thus, it can be inferred that other segments of this celestial cultivation technique might reside within the 3 individuals you mentioned. My fourth brother, Ko Liang, pondered for a moment, and then inquired, are those 3 alive or dead? He hastily pressed for an answer. They have already perished. Fu Zhizhou replied with a shake of his head. After the military order was issued by Governor Wang, he swiftly commanded the army to besiege Wuyun Tower. Even if the 3 members of the Xie family possessed extraordinary abilities, they would find it impossible to escape. Moreover, to eradicate the Wuyun Tower headquarters, Governor Wang had specifically summoned 3 innate martial masters. Fu Zhizhou divulged this piece of information. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu and the others let out a quiet sigh. If they could locate these 3 high-ranking members of the Xie family from Weiyun Tower, there might still be a chance to complete their 5-element spirit body. However, upon receiving news of the demise of the Xie family members, that hope was undeniably extinguished. At this juncture, Fu Zhizhou turned his gaze towards Wei Tu and mused. The upper echelons of Weiyun Tower were largely eradicated by these 3 innate martial masters. If my third brother could attain the status of an innate martial master, perhaps we would have the opportunity to complete our cultivation techniques, or even catch a glimpse of other celestial methods. He speculated that these 3 innate martial masters might also possess celestial techniques akin to the 5-element spirit body. Innate martial masters? Upon hearing these words, Wei Tu felt a surge of hope within him. According to the auspicious sign of great talents maturing late, he believed that by practicing the bone refining sutra 15 times a day, he could attain perfection in this skill and ascend to the realm of the innate martial master. 30 years may seem a lengthy period to him, yet it was not entirely insurmountable. Furthermore, upon becoming an innate martial master, he would possess a lifespan of 200 years, leaving him with a substantial 150 years to pursue the so-called path of immortality. After accounting for the time spent achieving this status. Additionally, although he had yet to embark on the journey of mastering the 5-element spiritual body, this did not imply that he would remain stagnant over the next 30 years. Subsequently, the 4 individuals engaged in further discussions regarding the nuances of cultivating these ethereal techniques and established 3 new pacts. The first pact stipulated that on June 13th of each year, the 4 would reconvene at the Xianyue Tower to share their insights on cultivation, which would encompass, but not be limited to, the techniques of the immortal practitioners. Should any of them achieve a breakthrough, they would immediately notify the others, rather than waiting for the annual gathering. The second pact involved, alongside their attempts to cultivate the immortal techniques, leveraging their positions to investigate legends of the immortals, compiling their findings into a shared manuscript for mutual benefit. The third pact declared that if any among them were to meet an untimely demise while safeguarding their secrets, the remaining 3 must ensure the well-being of that individual's descendants. Moreover, if any suitable candidates emerged among the descendants, they could be welcomed into their fellowship to partake in the cultivation of the immortal techniques. With the 3 pacts established, Wei Tu and the others exchanged knowing smiles and raised their cups in celebration. The 4 understood that their previous gathering at the Xianyue Tower had solidified the foundation of their trust. In this reunion, the sharing of celestial techniques truly solidified the bond among the 4, transforming their brotherhood from mere appearance into genuine camaraderie. As the city now observes a curfew, venturing outside could lead to unfortunate encounters with patrolling officers. It would be prudent to spend the night within the confines of Xianyue Tower. After the banquet, Ko Liang glanced at the darkening sky and surmised that it was already past the second watch of the night. Thus he proposed the idea. Although their brotherhood was not a secretive affair, it would not bode well if too many were to become aware of it. Earlier, the third brother had mentioned seeking my counsel regarding the local martial examination. Tonight, I shall share a room with him. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhizhou's eyes sparkled with interest, and he readily agreed. While Xianyue Tower offered multiple accommodations, they were merely common quarters, unsuitable for men of their stature. The only available private rooms were doubles. Shall we share a room with Wei Tu? Upon Fu Zhizhou's suggestion, Wei Fei's brow slightly furrowed, his heart tinged with discontent. He feared that Wei Tu's closeness to Fu Zhizhou might overshadow his own standing as the least esteemed among the 4 brothers. Then I shall room with the second brother, Ko Liang remarked, oblivious to Wei Fei's sentiments. He nodded and arranged the accommodations accordingly. Given that Ko Liang was the elder brother, this arrangement was deemed appropriate, and no objections were raised. In the evening, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou shared a room and rested side by side. During this time, they engaged in discussions about the local martial examination and methods to attain a state of internal resonance. The former was Fu Zhizhou assisting Wei Tu in formulating examination strategies, while the latter involved Wei Tu imparting his martial arts experience to Fu Zhizhou. Both individuals have garnered certain achievements. The 4th brother has already perfected his martial arts skills, and what remains is merely to grasp the ethereal sense of qi. When I first experienced this sensation, it was after I had practiced my punches several times, followed by a state of mental emptiness. Wei Tu patiently guided me. Fu Zhizhou, having secured the 9th place in the previous rural martial arts examination, possesses formidable martial prowess, having honed his skills to perfection. Now, the only aspect separating Fu Zhizhou from him is the comprehension of the elusive qi and the cultivation of internal energy. I am grateful to third brother for his guidance. Fu Zhizhou took up his brush and meticulously inscribed every word spoken by Wei Tu onto the paper. Witnessing this scene, Wei Tu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It was no wonder Fu Zhizhou achieved recognition in the martial arts examination at the tender age of 18. Besides his extraordinary talent, his diligence and meticulousness played an equally significant role. I would appreciate it if fourth brother could recount the details of the rural martial arts examination once more for me to note. Emulating his example, Wei Tu sincerely requested. As his words fell, Fu Zhizhou couldn't help but smile, handing the paper and brush to Wei Tuesday. In that moment, his esteem for Wei Tu ascended to a higher level. He had seldom encountered individuals who, unperturbed by the opinions of others, were willing to humble themselves and learn from others. Over the years, Wei Tu was the only one he had seen adopt such a habit and subsequently emulated. The following day, the four bid farewell. As was customary, Wei Tu made a visit to the residence of the Shan family, paying respects to Shan Yangong and Shan Min, and took with him letters addressed to Shan Wujiu. Afterward, he galloped back to Qingshan County with Wei Fei. Upon returning to Qingshan County, a fortnight later, the military rewards concerning the recent extermination of the Wuyun Tower branch were finally announced by the local military office. Wei Tu, having rendered 2 significant services, was elevated 2 ranks in official status and promoted 1 position, transitioning from the role of army commander to that of an officer in the auxiliary army office. The position of officer, while still categorized as a minor rank, conferred upon him a status that far surpassed that of an army commander within the auxiliary army office. Concurrently, Wei Fei, likewise recognized for his contributions, was appointed to succeed Wei Tu in the previous role of army commander. Observing the office's arrangements, both Wei Tu and Wei Fei could not help but shake their heads. 2 years had elapsed, and after their meritorious deeds, they had only managed to counteract the suppression imposed by Governor He, restoring their former positions. Had it not been for Governor He's interference, their official ranks would have reflected their current titles from the outset. Were it not for the pacification efforts at Xiyang Town and the merits accrued therein, it is likely that both would have languished in their original posts for the entirety of their lives. On the afternoon of receiving their appointment letters, Wei Tu and Wei Fei visited Suiyin Tower, where they indulged in a splendid feast and engaged in leisurely conversation over drinks, reflecting on their journey. Amid their discourse, they expressed profound sentiments, pondering how, without Fu Zhizhou's timely counsel 2 years prior, they might not have prepared their exquisite armor or honed their martial skills, thus securing their achievements during the turmoil at Xiyang Town and facilitating their promotions. It can be asserted that, had it not been for the unexpected intervention of Fu Zhizhou, Governor He's oppression could have condemned them to a lifetime of stagnation in their original roles. This underscores the severity of Governor He's vendetta against the 4 of them. However, this premise does not take into account the advancements Wei Tu would achieve in martial arts 2 years hence, considering only the trajectory of normal progression. The group of men under my command, upon hearing of your recent promotion, third brother, have been stirred with desire to propose marriage to Kai Xia, Wei Fei jested. 2 years prior, Wei Tu had attempted to arrange a marriage for Kai Xia at the barracks, seeking a suitable suitor to bestow her hand. However, the soldiers at the barracks, being rather pragmatic, were well aware that Wei Tu and Wei Fei had likely offended a superior and faced demotion. Thus, when Wei Tu broached the subject of marriage, not a single soldier consented, fearing repercussions. Of course, there were those among the soldiers who harbored intentions to marry Kai Xia, but the candidates were either advanced in age or from impoverished backgrounds, rendering them unsuitable. Consequently, Kai Xia's matrimonial prospects languished for 2 years. Are there any suitable candidates? Wei Tu inquired eagerly upon hearing Wei Fei mention the matter. Kai Xia had shown him kindness, and they shared a bond since entering the Li household in the same year. Naturally, he wished for her to wed into a good family. There are 2 suitable individuals. Wei Fei, noting Wei Tu's interest, pondered briefly before elaborating. One is named Quan Shan, a man of unblemished reputation, engaged in the tea trade. You have patronized his tea shop previously. The other is Yu Jing, a diligent worker at the barracks, known for his cleverness. You have also had dealings with him. Third brother, Wei Tu trusted Wei Fei's judgment. He nodded and replied, I will discuss this with Kai Xia and let her decide which suitor she prefers. As a former chief instructor, Wei Fei had a keen understanding of the soldiers' characters, ensuring that there would be no significant discrepancies. 5 days later, Kai Xia had the opportunity to meet both Quan Shun and Yu Jing, ultimately choosing the latter, who, though not particularly wealthy, possessed a promising future. In no time, the couple was on the verge of finalizing their engagement, with the matchmaker poised to propose. Observing this, Wei Tu pondered and summoned Yu Jing to his chambers within the military office, stating, My sister possesses a commendable character. She has cherished herself within the Li household and has never served the master. Unfortunately, she has since faced degradation. Wei Tu briefly recounted Kai Xia's past, deliberately omitting the identity of the master responsible for her plight, thus preserving a semblance of dignity for the Li family. He remarked, as common folk, "We do not hold chastity in such high regard. It is well known that a beautiful maid released from a prominent family likely has associations with her master. Yet, these maids, once free, are often in high demand." Upon hearing Wei Tu's candid account of Kai Xia's history, Yu Jing hesitated for a moment but then expressed his thoughts without reservation. "For someone of my humble means, merely being able to marry is a blessing. I have no right to be choosy. A delicate and charming maid, in my eyes, is far preferable to a plain daughter of a well-off family. Moreover, considering Kai Xia's connection to you, Wei Tu, I would gladly accept her, even if she were not conventionally attractive." "Very well," Wei Tu replied. "I shall arrange for the matchmaker to visit your home for the proposal. Prepare yourself. I can lend you some funds to help establish a new residence, which you may repay later. I cannot allow my sister to suffer any indignities." Wei Tu scrutinized the expression on Yu Jing's face, noting his demeanor remained composed, and thus nodded in agreement, proceeding to arrange the details of their impending nuptials. 2 months later, on the 9th day of the 8th month, a propitious date for marriage, Yu Jing and Kai Xia joyfully exchanged vows. Wei Tu and Xinghua, as the matchmakers, attended the ceremony, bearing gifts of congratulations. In light of Wei Tu's involvement, numerous military officials from the auxiliary military office sent their own tokens of goodwill. Although the gifts from these officers were modest and comprised of inexpensive trinkets, the sheer weight of their collective presence left the Yu family astounded. The members of the Yu household, once dismissive of the bride Kai Xia, now treated her with utmost respect in their words and actions. Nevertheless, Kai Xia remained humble, showing no signs of arrogance. On the very next day following their wedding, she dutifully arrived in the main hall to present tea to her in-laws, demonstrating her unwavering respect. Upon hearing of these events, the soldiers from the auxiliary military office privately expressed their admiration for Yu Jing. In the 3rd month following their marriage, Wei Tu found an opportunity to leverage his position and promoted Yu Jing to the role of officer in charge of provisions within the auxiliary military office, a lucrative post that promised considerable financial benefits. Having accomplished this, Wei Tu, aside from encouraging Xinghua and Kai Xia to maintain their camaraderie, chose to withdraw his attention from the couple, recognizing that he was not Kai Xia's father. Having reached this point was deemed sufficient. However, he noted that Yu Jing was overly ambitious and prone to scheming, unlike Quan Shan, who was diligent and steadfast. Wei Tu had provided substantial assistance to Yu Jing, significantly elevating his status, which may not bode well for Kai Xia. If help were to be given, it should be cultivated over time to truly discern one's character. As time flows, a year later, it reached the 27th year of Qing'an, in the autumn of August. This year marked the commencement of the local martial examination in the southern mountains. Nearly 600 martial scholars from various prefectures and counties in the southern mountains flocked to the capital of Qingfeng to partake in this martial assessment. These scholars, akin to those from previous years, ranged in age. The youthful martial masters, aged between 20 and 30, comprised approximately 70% of the participants. The remaining 25% were middle-aged martial masters in their 40s and 50s, while the elderly masters over 50 made up the final 5%. During the external competition, Wei Tu even encountered an octogenarian martial master among the contestants. Although this venerable master moved with a certain agility, he was swiftly overpowered by the younger martial masters after just a few exchanges due to his sluggish reactions. Fortunately, he sustained no serious injuries and, upon leaving the stage, remained lively and sprightly. In terms of martial prowess, Wei Tu did not perceive this old scholar as significantly inferior to the younger masters. However, it is well known that youth in martial arts often prevails, and as martial practitioners age, their physical condition tends to deteriorate markedly. A few days later, after the preliminary and secondary rounds, only 50 martial masters remained on the stage to vie for positions in the local martial rankings. The over 500 other masters had been eliminated in the preceding competitions, failing to reach the finals. Among these 50, naturally, was Wei Tu, the one with the highest martial cultivation. In the following 3 consecutive days of competition, the 50 contenders dwindled to the final 10, who would contend for the top 10 positions in the local martial examination. The champion of the martial examination would be conferred the rank of a 7th-grade martial official. In the realm of martial prowess, one could achieve the rank of an 8th-grade military official among the top 10, while the rest would be relegated to the 9th grade. Standing upon the arena, Wei Tu silently contemplated the regulations governing official appointments following the provincial martial examination. With his current martial capabilities, bolstered by the competitive experience imparted by Fu Zhizhou, he harbored confidence in claiming the title of the foremost martial champion in the upcoming examination. However, Memories of his encounter in Siyang town, where he was targeted by the formidable hammer-wielding giant, surfaced in his mind. Had it not been for his protective armor and timely evasion, that battle could have resulted in grave injury or even death, with the most favorable outcome being a lifespan in paralysis. In that moment, he had vowed to refrain from drawing attention to himself and to exercise utmost caution in his actions. Was it truly imperative to strive for the coveted 7th grade official status? His younger brother had once remarked that even the provincial governor must exhibit deference towards innate martial masters, often displaying a degree of reverence. In 30 years, he could ascend to the rank of an innate martial master. At that juncture, his status would undoubtedly experience a significant elevation. The relentless pursuit of a 7th grade military official title bestowed by the provincial martial examination seemed, in retrospect, unnecessary. Wei Tu's thoughts meandered as he began to analyze his present and future circumstances. The provincial governor was a true official of the Zheng royal court, adorned in a purple robe and holding a rank within the 2nd grade. Clearly, attaining the 7th grade position would not facilitate his rapid rise to a status akin to that of Governor Wang within a mere 30 years. Furthermore, he needed to dedicate himself to mastering martial arts and the mystical technique of the 5-element spirit cultivation, leaving little time or energy to squander on the trivialities of officialdom. Once he achieved the rank of an innate martial master, his status would soar, placing him on equal footing with Governor Wang, rendering any further struggles within the bureaucratic sphere unnecessary. The illustrious figure of the rural martial champion shines too brightly. Within the entirety of the Zheng kingdom, across the 2 capitals and 13 provinces, merely 15 martial champions emerge from the local examinations every 3 years. Once one attains the status of a martial champion, fame will inevitably flourish nationwide, accompanied by an avalanche of ensuing troubles. The benefits gained from such a title, it appears, do not outweigh the risks involved. After contemplating for a quarter of an hour, Wei Tu ultimately resolved to forego the pursuit of the martial champion title, instead aiming for a position within the top 10. The rank of an 8th grade martial officer suffices for him, sufficiently elevating his status. Although a 7th grade martial officer holds a superior rank and promises even greater prospects within the officialdom, the risks accompanying such a title are undeniably substantial, clearly surpassing the advantages associated with being a 7th grade officer. With a clear objective, Wei Tu approached the final competition with noticeably greater ease, no longer preoccupied with his opponent's sects, techniques, weapons, or martial arts. After a half-day, the dust settled. Through Wei Tu's deliberate leniency, he secured 7th place in the current rural martial examination. This ranking is neither too high nor too low, unlikely to attract excessive attention from the public. His elder brother's considerations were prudent. Indeed, for the sake of attaining a 7th grade martial officer title, it was unnecessary to invite undue risks. After the competition, Fujizhou drove to fetch Wei Tu from the gates of the martial examination hall. Along the way, upon learning of Wei Tu's ranking, he initially displayed astonishment and confusion. However, after listening to Wei Tu's explanation, he instantly developed a profound respect for him, acknowledging Wei Tu's broad perspective. From Wei Tu's standpoint, making this logical choice seems entirely reasonable. Yet, who can truly disregard the fame and fortune that accompany the titles of rural martial champion and 7th grade martial officer? Fujizhou pondered that, were he to find himself in Wei Tu's position, he would likely be incapable of making such a resolute decision. After all, you and I possess the skills of the celestial realm, and thus, our actions necessitate a degree of discretion. It is prudent to avoid drawing too much attention. Wei Tu remarked, shaking his head. The reason he chose to relinquish the title of martial champion was significantly influenced by the possession of celestial techniques. Were he without such skills, attaining the position of a local martial champion, and thus being in the public eye, would pose minimal risk for someone of his background as a martial artist. However, with celestial techniques in his repertoire, ascending to the rank of martial champion and a 7th grade official would render the risks unmanageable, ultimately endangering everyone involved. Your words hold merit, third brother, Fujizhou agreed, nodding in acknowledgement. He possessed a clear understanding of the preciousness of celestial techniques. Despite being an 8th grade official and hailing from a family of martial generals within the house of filial piety, he had previously regarded the existence of celestial beings as mere fantasy until encountering the 5 elemental spirit body. It became evident that the Zheng dynasty's court, or perhaps celestial beings themselves, exercised stringent control over celestial techniques, strictly prohibiting their dissemination. Should such knowledge be discovered, the repercussions could very well entail the annihilation of entire families. Thus, it was imperative for them to proceed with utmost caution. Fourth brother, is your position as a military officer relatively unencumbered? If I were to be appointed, I too would seek a role of leisure within the carriage. Wei Tu deftly shifted the topic, inquiring about Fu Zhizhou's situation. Following last year's pacification of the martial destiny tower, the four brothers had all experienced promotions, and Fu Zhizhou had been granted the opportunity to serve in the local government. In order to assist Wei Tu and his companions, Fu Zhizhou utilized his connections, opting not to return to his hometown of Shaoyi Prefecture to serve as a local military official. Instead, he remained in Qifeng Prefecture, taking on the position of an 8th-rank military officer. As a military officer, he was responsible for the military affairs of Qifeng Prefecture. In this era of peace, with no wars occurring, his role was rather leisurely. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhizhou smiled and responded. After acquiring the celestial arts, his aspirations shifted from seeking fame and fortune to wholeheartedly pursuing immortality through cultivation. Consequently, during his tenure in office, he chose the position of military officer. When the provincial examination results were announced and appointments were made, he hoped his fourth brother would assist him in leveraging connections to secure a leisurely position for himself. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu nodded, entrusting Fu Zhizhou with the matter of his appointment. Fu Zhizhou, besides having family connections at his disposal, was also a current 8th-rank military officer, possessing his own network within the governor's office of Shannon Road. I have already secured a position for our third brother through Jin Jijun of the governor's office. As soon as the rankings are released, Jin Jijun will be able to appoint your third brother accordingly, Fu Zhizhou remarked with a smile. The four brothers had truly become sworn siblings, and this small favor, even without Wei Tu mentioning it, would be attended to by Fu Zhizhou in advance. Thank you, fourth brother, Wei Tu expressed his gratitude, secretly noting Fu Zhizhou's kindness. A few days later, the results of the martial examination were published. Wei Tu visited the Martial Examination Institute, and upon seeing his name ranked 7th, the anxieties regarding his ranking finally dissipated. The issue of examination fraud had become increasingly prevalent. The determination of rankings is not solely based on the competitive prowess displayed in martial contests. It is also significantly influenced by the strategic maneuvers within the inner circle. The distinction between 7th and 8th rank military officials and those of lesser ranks is pronounced, as it would be unthinkable to appoint an ignorant novice to such a position. The victor of this provincial martial examination is none other than Yu Hong. Upon confirming his own results, Wei Tu raised his gaze to discern the identity of the martial champion. However, upon seeing the name of the champion, a look of astonishment crossed Wei Tu's face. He recalled that while Yu Hong's performance in the martial contest was commendable, it only placed him third. Such a standing might justify the position of the second place. But to ascend to the rank of champion seemed rather improbable, even with a first in military strategy. It appears that this provincial martial examination has been tainted by corruption. Fortunately, he had not aspired to draw attention to himself by vying for the champion title. Relieved, Wei Tu mused that had he achieved first place only to be ultimately disqualified, he would have likely borne a grudge against the unseen puppeteers manipulating the results. To thwart one's future is indeed a grave enmity. Furthermore, the title of martial champion holds immense significance, conferring not only the rank of 7th-grade military official, but also attracting the court's favor for further advancement. How could the esteemed families of the Shan-Nan region allow this coveted title to fall into the hands of another? Wei Tu soon grasped the underlying reasons with clarity. Before participating in the competition, Fu Zhizhou had warned him about Yu Hong, who hailed from a prestigious family and possessed considerable strength, advising him to proceed with caution. In the eyes of the court, both the martial champions and the literary laureates were regarded with special favor. Those who had achieved the titles of martial champion and literary laureate would undoubtedly receive priority in promotions during evaluations and rewards for their contributions. Regrettably, Wei Tu cast a glance at the second-ranked Shizhen and mused to himself. He was certain that after Shizhen was appointed to office, he would face oppression from the Yu family and their associated network. Such suppression would be far more severe than the constraints he had endured 3 years prior under Governor He. Governor He, being a civil official, had limited reach within the military system, thus his attempts to undermine Wei Tu and Ko Liang were rather restricted. In stark contrast, the Yu family, being a prominent clan of military officials, could easily exert their influence to suppress Shizhen with a mere word. Henceforth, unless under special circumstances or when sufficient benefits were at stake, he resolutely decided against vying for the top position. Wei Tu felt a sense of relief for his prudent retreat 5 days prior, having silently resolved his course of action. Had he not recalled past events and chosen to withdraw decisively, it would have been he, rather than Shizhen, who would have been usurped by Yu Hong today. With the rankings finalized, Wei Tu had no desire to linger in the capital. After bidding farewell in the single residence, he returned to Qingshan County. Soon after, a few days later, news of Wei Tu's new appointment was dispatched from the provincial governor's office to the military office in Qingshan County. The post at the western gate of the capital? Upon reading the significant characters inscribed on his appointment letter, Wei Tu fell into contemplative silence. To be precise, his official position was that of an 8th-rank guard of the capital, equivalent to Fu Zhizhou's rank as a military officer. He was specifically responsible for guarding the western gate of Qingfeng Prefecture. Hence he was referred to as the Western Gate Sentinel. This official position, in the absence of warfare, was relatively leisurely, allowing him to collect taxes at the city gate and reap some benefits. Wei Tu thought to himself. However, before leaving the county town, he must pay a courtesy visit to his superior, County Lieutenant Su. After securing his appointment documents and acquiring several exquisite gifts with 10 taels of silver from the western market of the county town, he proceeded to Su's residence to pay his respects. Previously, when Wei Gu had resigned from his position to participate in the provincial examination in the capital, I had assumed he was merely youthful and impetuous, destined to fail. To my surprise, he achieved the remarkable rank of 7th in the martial examination and was awarded an 8th grade title. This truly left Su envious. Upon learning of Wei Tu's visit, County Lieutenant Su immediately commanded the kitchen to prepare 12 dishes. After donning his formal attire, he stepped out to greet Wei Tuesday. Once they were seated in the parlor, Su stroked his beard and expressed his sentiments. An 8th grade military official, that was his current rank, a position he had attained after over 30 years of diligent service, accumulating experience and military achievements. Yet Wei Tu, at just over 20, had reached the pinnacle of his career this year. How could Su not feel a sense of nostalgia and profound envy? Last year, after pacifying the turmoil in Xiang Town, he had considered taking Wei Tu under his wing as a trusted confidant. However, times had changed. Now, Wei Tu held a rank equivalent to his own, yet his prospects appeared far more promising. In the realm of officialdom, it was generally expected that Su's standing would be overshadowed by that of younger officials like Wei Tuesday. The two engaged in idle conversation for a while. At that moment, County Officer Su suddenly shifted the conversation to the Li residence. Su was somewhat aware of the connection between Brother Wei and the Li family, although I did not wish to speak ill of them in front of Brother Wei. Considering his future and our camaraderie, I felt compelled to express a few words. Su County Officer cast a glance at Wei Tu, pondered his words for a moment, and remarked, "The Li residence?" Wei Tu was taken aback by this. Ever since he had departed from the Li household with Xinghua, his communication with them had ceased. Aside from the annual customary gifts, a gesture of gratitude for past kindnesses, he had not engaged with anyone from the Li family. Yet, what troubles had befallen the Li residence? Wei Tu inquired further. The Li family is not in dire straits. Su County Officer shook his head, however. Several of our brothers encountered a number of former tenants of the Li family who had turned into swordsmen during recent bandit eradication efforts. He paused, choosing not to elaborate further. In recent years, Qingfeng Prefecture had been free of disasters, experiencing over a decade of bountiful harvests. The common folk were not yet at the brink of despair. The fact that tenants of the Li family had been driven to become bandits was not merely the plight of one or two individuals. Su County Officer trusted that Wei Tu would grasp the implications of this situation. Thank you for the information, Brother Su. After a brief pause, Wei Tu regained his composure and expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist. He understood the underlying message in Su County Officer's words. He was advising him to sever ties with the Li family promptly, lest their affairs tarnish his reputation. The Li family has shown me kindness. Once I have repaid their debts of gratitude, I shall have no further association with them. Wei Tu pondered for a moment before addressing Su County Wei with a thought-provoking remark. The gratitude owed to the Li family is not merely about the repayment of the 10 taels of silver he borrowed. It transcends the monetary value. The Li family does not lack for such trivial sums. What they truly seek is the goodwill accrued during the period of indebtedness. When the Li family eventually calls upon him to repay this favor, only then will he be liberated from his obligations to them. Earlier, Su County Wei subtly broached the subject of the Li family, not only advising him to sever ties to avoid compromising his own interests, but also discreetly inquiring whether he intended to regard the Li family with a different perspective. The matter of the tenant farmers and the bandits hardly warranted concern for Su County Wei, the second most influential figure in Qingshan County. Thus enlightened, Su County Wei nodded, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. He smiled and remarked, should the opportunity arise, Su shall assist Brother Wei in repaying this favor. By aiding Wei Tu in settling his debt to the Li family, he would, in turn, incur a minor obligation from Wei Tuesday. Unlike the Li family, however, this debt would not weigh heavily. It was merely a mutual assistance between two officials of similar rank. After departing from Su's residence, Wei Tu visited Wei Fei once more to bid farewell. Yet, upon learning of Wei Tu's official appointment, Wei Fei did not offer congratulations. Instead, his demeanor darkened, and he indignantly exclaimed, "Third brother, You have soared to great heights, ascending to the capital to serve as an 8th-rank guard, while I remain here, alone in the county, burdened with this trivial position. Is this what brotherhood means? Hearing this, Wei Tu could only shake his head and smile wryly. He was acutely aware that Wei Fei's close relationship with him was the reason for such candid remarks. Were it a mere acquaintance, such as Sioux County Lieutenant, he would meticulously contemplate his words before speaking. Thus, his resentment towards Wei Fei was fleeting, and, in fact, he felt a tinge of joy. Wei Tu offered a few words of consolation to Wei Fei, assuring him that whenever he found leisure, he would bring along his 4th brother, Fu Zhizhou, back to the county to share a drink. Upon hearing this, Wei Fei's face lit up with a smile, and he laughed heartily, expressing his delight with a respectful gesture towards Wei Tuesday. However, if you intend to return to the county to drink with me, there is no need to insist on bringing Fu Zhizhou along. Just the 2 of us would suffice, Wei Fei insisted, waving his hand. Among the 4 brothers, he initially had a strained relationship with both Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou. Now that Ko Liang found himself in a similar predicament, Wei Fei bore no ill will towards him. Yet, the situation was different when it came to the ever-aloof Fu Zhizhou. Particularly after Wei Tu's journey to the capital and his collaboration with Fu Zhizhou, the possibility of his estrangement from this fallen brother loomed large. Given these intertwined factors, Wei Fei naturally wished for Wei Tu to refrain from introducing Fu Zhizhou into their drinking escapades in Qingshan County. Upon hearing Wei Fei's sentiments, Wei Tu initially contemplated encouraging him to accept Fu Zhizhou. However, after some reflection, he swallowed his words, smiled at Wei Fei, and nodded in agreement with his request. Attempting to reconcile Wei Fei and Fu Zhizhou would likely prove futile, and could, in fact, dishearten his friend. Actions speak far more eloquently than words. Half a month later, Wei Tu departed from Qingshan County with Xinghua and relocated to a newly purchased villa in Fuqing. This villa, valued at 13 taels of silver, was more than double the price of the smaller courtyard in the county. With the wealth he acquired a year prior, Wei Tu comfortably acquired this residence. Soon after, he assumed his position as the guard of the West Gate in Qingfeng Prefecture. As time flowed, 5 years swiftly passed, bringing us to the 32nd year of Qing'an. Every year on the 13th of June, Wei Tu and his companions would gather at Xuanhe Tower, as per their agreement, to discuss their progress in cultivating the celestial techniques. Unfortunately, without exception, all 4 of them encountered failures in their cultivation endeavors, with none managing to grasp the fundamentals of the Wu Yuan Yunling body. Aside from Wei Tu, the other 3 were collectively overwhelmed by a sense of frustration regarding their inability to cultivate the celestial methods. After all, how many 5-year spans does one experience in life? However, in July of that year, Fu Zhizhou experienced an unexpected breakthrough. Although he had not mastered the celestial techniques, he successfully sensed the flow of qi. And internal energy began to manifest within his meridians, allowing him to enter the realm of qi sensation. At the age of 26, Fu Zhizhou, days later, sent a message inviting Wei Tu and the others to meet him in the Tianzi No. 3 private room at Xuanhe Tower. He explained that his ability to sense internal energy was not only related to the experiences shared by Wei Tu but also connected to the celestial techniques themselves. On the day he sensed his internal energy, he had not been practicing his martial forms, but was instead earnestly cultivating the Wuyan Yunling body. I surmise that Xie Qing harbors the celestial cultivation method not merely to initiate his training, but rather to utilize this esoteric technique to discover his vital energy and enter the realm of qi perception. Fu Zhizhou made a reasonable conjecture. Can this celestial cultivation method, 5-element essence body, assist external martial artists in sensing their qi and entering the qi perception realm? Upon hearing this, Ko Liang and Wei Fei exchanged glances. Their earlier feelings of disheartenment from failing to embark on the path of celestial cultivation dissipating, replaced by a surge of excitement within. At this moment, among the 4 brothers, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, the 2 youngest, had both successfully entered the qi perception realm, cultivating internal energy and becoming qi perception martial artists, mastering both internal and external disciplines. Yet, the older siblings remained stagnated outside this realm, grappling with a sense of frustration, feeling overshadowed by Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. However, this sense of disparity was about to be alleviated, for they too now had the opportunity to enter the realm of qi perception. Even if this opportunity is slim and hope appears faint, it is certainly an improvement over the previous utter lack of prospects. Moreover, upon entering the qi perception realm, their martial prowess would undoubtedly enhance, allowing them to follow in Wei Tu's footsteps and participate in the local martial arts examination, potentially earning the title of 8th-grade martial official. For them, this represents a chance to ascend to great heights. Thus, it is evident that the 2 elder brothers must not neglect their cultivation of the celestial technique. Even if we fail to become immortals, Attaining the status of innate martial artist grants us a lifespan of 2 centuries. After articulating his speculation, Fu Zhizhou's tone softened, and he turned his gaze towards Kou Liang and Wei Fei, encouraging them earnestly. 5 years have passed, yet there has been no progress in the cultivation of celestial techniques. Until the sensation of qi is discovered, he has often contemplated the drastic measure of tearing apart the celestial scriptures, wishing to no longer squander his time. Considering others by his own standards, Fu Zhizhou believed that if his resilient spirit had led him to such a plight, it was needless to say that Wei Tu and the others were likely in a similar state, teetering on the brink of despair. This was precisely why he hastened to send word at the slightest breakthrough, inviting Wei Tu and the others to reconvene at Xuana Tower. As for third brother, after advising Kou Liang and Wei Fei, Fu Zhizhou turned his gaze towards Wei Tu, momentarily at a loss for words. While he could justify encouraging Kou Liang and Wei Fei to pursue celestial cultivation by citing the discovery of qi, the situation with Wei Tu was different. He had already surpassed Fu Zhizhou by 6 years in martial arts and had discovered the sensation of qi long before him. The necessity of cultivating celestial techniques seemed to have dissipated. His foolish brother was determined to pursue immortality, and a little time lost would not weigh heavily on his heart. Observing Fu Zhizhou's expression, Wei Tu, who had been his companion for many years, instantly discerned the thoughts swirling in his mind. He shook his head with a smile, responding that he possessed a fate of great accomplishments coming late and was destined to achieve innate mastery. With at least another 150 years of life to pursue the path of immortality, he would not allow a momentary setback to extinguish his ambition. That is reassuring, Fu Zhizhou replied, his face brightening with a smile, feeling a sense of relief. It then struck him that despite Wei Tu's typically stern demeanor, he had never sought solace in taverns or places of indulgence. Clearly, he bore little burden on his mind. Reflecting on such places, Fu Zhizhou glanced at Wei Fei, shaking his head in disbelief. Over the past 5 years, he and Kou Liang have embarked on the journey of family life, marrying and welcoming children into the world. Yet, Wei Fei remained unmoved, even when Wei Tu urged him. He simply stated his reluctance to witness the scene of his wife and children aging and passing away after achieving great mastery in his craft. Without the constraints of a wife at home, and being alone in Qingshan City, Wei Fei gradually developed the habit of frequenting places of indulgence, showing signs of depletion from wine and carnal pleasures. His elder brother was aware of the delicate balance. Now, with the opportunity to enter a realm of deeper understanding, he should be able to abstain from the allure of women and return to his martial pursuits. As the banquet at Xuanhe Tower concluded, the afternoon had arrived. Wei Tu, noticing a table laden with untouched delicacies, felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of waste. He instructed the innkeeper to package the food, and thus he carried the box of wine and dishes back home. Upon entering the courtyard, he heard the familiar sound of his wife, Xinghua, singing a lullaby and the sweet cooing of their daughter. 5 years had passed since that moment in the 28th year of Qingyan 4 years ago, when Wei Tu and Xinghua, after 7 years of marriage, finally welcomed their first child, a son. Regrettably, the child was frail and did not survive beyond his first month. After nurturing her health for over a year, Xinghua conceived again, this time giving birth to a daughter. Once she reached her first birthday, following tradition, Xinghua bestowed upon her the affectionate name of Yan Yan. "You're back?" Inside, upon hearing the familiar footsteps, Xinghua paused the cradle and rose to greet him, offering Wei Tu a warm towel to wash his face and wipe away the sweat. Wei Tu replied briefly, accepting the warm towel and cleansing himself of the sticky perspiration. 7 years of marriage brings its own challenges. He and Xinghua have been married for 11 years, and the fervent passion of their early years has long since faded. Their interactions have transformed into a bond reminiscent of inseparable kin. With a mere gesture or glance, they can intuitively discern each other's unspoken thoughts. A few days ago, Xiao Fang visited our home once again, hoping to arrange a betrothal for her child. In the evening, as Xinghua was gently rubbing Wei Tu's back, she hesitated for a moment before confiding in him about the private matters between sisters-in-law. A betrothal? Upon hearing this, Wei Tu furrowed his brow, falling into contemplation. Xiao Fang is the concubine that Shan Yangong took on the recommendation of Shan Mincher 7 or 8 years ago. Fortunately, shortly after entering the Shan family, she bore a son. This infant was initially cherished by Shan Wujiu and his wife, regarded as the heir to their lineage. However, 2 years later, Shan Yingong's legitimate wife also gave birth to a son. The rivalry between legitimate and illegitimate offspring has existed throughout history. The pragmatic Shan Wujiu and his wife soon shifted their affections from the grandson to the second grandson born of the legitimate wife. While I have no objection to the betrothal with the Shan family, I am decidedly against Xiao Fang's son. Without waiting for Wei Tu's response, Xinghua let out a sigh, her words laced with discontent. Times have changed, as Wei Tu was granted the title of an 8th-rank military official. The social standing of the Wei family and the Shan family has diverged, given the Shan family's status, disregarding Wei Tu's connection with Shan Wujiu. To marry off a daughter to an 8th-rank military official would be considered an elevation in status. Now, a mere illegitimate son of the Shan family dares to propose a union with her daughter. Xinghua is understandably reluctant. I suspect that it is indeed the deliberate orchestration of Yan Gong's wife to summon Xiao Fong, with the intention of arranging a betrothal between her son and Yin Yin. Her son is 5 years old, while Yin Yin is 3, making their ages quite suitable for such an arrangement. Wei Tu shook his head, helping Xinghua to unravel the intricacies of the situation. What are your thoughts on this, Wei Guo? Do you agree to the betrothal with Xian Shou? Xinghua pressed eagerly. Xian Shou is the name of Shan Yanggong's second son, bestowed upon him during the grand celebration of Shan Wujiu's 70th birthday. Thus, Shan Yanggong took the opportunity to honor his father by naming his son Xian Shou as a gesture of congratulations. If the Shan family proposes this matter, even if I disagree, I cannot refuse, Wei Tu sighed. Possessing memories of a previous life, he naturally wished for his daughter to experience love freely and find happiness. Yet, regrettably, societal norms did not permit such aspirations. While he could decline proposals from ordinary families, he could not possibly reject a betrothal from the Shan family. I hope that my master and Yin Gong do not broach this topic, as it would place me in a difficult position, Wei Tu shook his head, burying this concern deep within. After Shan Wujiu's century mark, regardless of whether his daughter marries or becomes betrothed, he would ensure to look after the descendants of the Shan family and provide assistance. He did not wish for his daughter's lifelong happiness to be dictated by a debt of gratitude he owed, leaving her unable to resist such a decision. That is manageable, Xinghua said, moving closer to the cradle and gently pinching Yin Yan's tender cheek, smiling as she added, "You should post a notice outside, declaring your deep affection as a parent and stating that no marriage proposal will be considered until Yin Yin reaches maturity." Upon learning of this announcement, the Dan family would likely refrain from provoking you and would not easily voice their concerns. Furthermore, it is merely Xiao Fong who has come to test the waters. It is not yet time for the master, the mistress, or brother Yin Gong to speak. This indeed presents a viable solution. Wei Tu nodded in agreement. Holding an 8th-grade official rank, he was accustomed to many seeking to forge connections with him for the purpose of arranging marriages. Thus, posting this announcement was entirely within reason and would not lead the Dan family to feel as though they were being specifically targeted. After concluding the serious matters, Xinghua's cheeks flushed slightly as she extinguished the candle and beckoned Wei Tu to the bed. Wei Guo, some days ago, I sought out pregnancy herbs at the apothecary. This year, we shall surely conceive again. After giving birth to Wei Yin, she took a year to recuperate before becoming pregnant once more. Unfortunately, that pregnancy ended in miscarriage. It was not until April of this year that she had fully regained her health and was able to conceive again. This time, she was determined to bear a son, ensuring that Wei Guo's lineage would continue. After their intimate encounter, Xinghua arched her back, elevating her pelvis, and silently contemplated. Since Wei Tu had married her, he had not taken any concubines. She remained his sole legitimate wife. Now, having surpassed 30 years of age, she realized that if she did not bear a son in the coming years, even if she were to conceive later, the likelihood of a successful birth would diminish. She was acutely aware of the dangers faced by older mothers. As Xinghua anticipated, after the announcement was posted at the Wei residence, neither Xiao Fong nor the Dan family sought her or Wei Tu again to discuss the betrothal of Wei Yin. 2 months later, through Wei Tu's diligent efforts in cultivation, Xinghua finally achieved her wish and became pregnant with her 4th child. This time, Xinghua, possessing newfound wisdom, invested silver to rent a modest courtyard near the medical establishment, seeking tranquility for her unborn child. Meanwhile, Wei Tu, during this period, relinquished a portion of his internal energy to aid Xinghua in nurturing her body, striving for her to attain optimal health for childbirth. After 10 months of gestation, with the moment of fruition at hand, upon witnessing the arrival of their child, Xinghua, despite her own exhaustion, tightly embraced Wei Tu, overwhelmed with joy and tears. "Wei Guo," she exclaimed, "is a baby boy." After uttering this phrase, she fainted in the delivery room. It is not uncommon for mothers to lose consciousness during childbirth. Upon assessing Xinghua's condition, Wei Tu found no severe issues and then turned his attention to the infant cradled by the midwife. The child's organs appeared healthy, and his breathing was steady. It seemed that this child would thrive and not succumb prematurely. Wei Tu sighed. The first child born to Xinghua was frail by nature. Had he not exerted himself to transfer his internal energy to her, that child would likely have survived no more than 3 days, let alone reach the cusp of a month before passing away. Now, with their fourth child, although the infant's constitution was average, carrying some risk of untimely death, Wei Tu remained confident that, with his abilities, as long as the child avoided any grave illnesses, he would flourish. Soon, the eldest son of Wei Tu, or the second son of the Wei family, was celebrated with a full-month banquet and a first birthday feast. During the first birthday celebration, Wei Rang grasped a small brush made of goat hair, prompting Wei Tu to bestow upon him the name Wei Xiuwen, signifying that this son would achieve great things in the realm of literature. Half a month after Wei Xiuwen's coming-of-age ceremony, a tragic piece of news reached the Wei residence. Finding its way to Wei Tu's ears, "My father is nearing his end." The bearer of this somber tidings was Shan Yangong, who, looking weary from travel, wore a countenance marked by sorrow. Just a few days prior, my father could still indulge in wine and meat, consuming 3 bowls of rice in one sitting. However, by noon yesterday, his voice had suddenly faltered, and his complexion had darkened ominously. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu refrained from asking unnecessary questions. He promptly exited his chamber, made his way to the front yard stable, mounted his horse, and set off with all his might towards Sanyuan Township. Just before departing, he instructed Xinghua, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, to seek out Fu Zhizhou and request his assistance in notifying the governor's office of his absence. As the western gate guard of the capital, although his position was relatively leisurely, he was not permitted to leave his post without just cause. To do so recklessly could invite dire consequences. After half a day, Wei Tu arrived at the Shan residence in Sanyuan Township. "Where's my master?" Outside the entrance to the courtyard, he spotted Shan Gaosher pacing back and forth within, her face etched with anxiety. A frown creased his brow as a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire urgently. Logically, as the concubine who had accompanied Shan Wuju for nearly 2 decades, it was improbable that she would abandon his side in his hour of need. Once Shan Wuju passed away, if Shan Yangong or Shan Fong were to show some compassion, they might allow Shan Gaosher to remain in the household for a meal. If not, she would be promptly sent back to her family. Thus, for Shan Gaosher, it was only sensible to stay by Shan Wuju's bedside while he still drew breath, serving him to garner some benefits, rather than lingering here. The young lady has returned. Accompanied by her martial artist husband, she blocked the living room door and forcibly expelled me. Upon seeing Wei Tu inquiring, Shan Gaosher lowered her head and bit her lip in explanation. Thus, it became clear. Wei Tu nodded slightly, instantly understanding. Given Shan Fong's bold and domineering nature, it was entirely unsurprising for such an event to occur within the Shan household. At that moment, Wei Tu also noticed a faint imprint of a slap lingering on the right cheek of Shan Gaosher. This mark had been skillfully concealed with powder. Wei Tu surmised that this slap likely originated from the tempestuous Shan Fong, the young mistress of the Shan family. "Come with me," Wei Tu said, hastily striding towards the living room while casually addressing Shan Gaosher. Ordinarily, it would be inappropriate for an outsider to meddle in the affairs of the Shan family. However, refraining from interference did not equate to turning a blind eye to Shan Fong's oppressive behavior, which even denied Shan Gaosher the right to enter the living room. Over the past decade, he had observed Shan Gaosher's meticulous care for Shan Wuju and was well aware of Shan Wuju's affections for her. "Thank you." Upon hearing Wei Tu's words, a flicker of joy illuminated Shan Gaosher's previously pained expression. She fell and stepped behind Wei Tu, offering him a half-bow before closely trailing after him. Soon, Wei Tu led Shan Gaosher through the courtyard and arrived at the entrance of the living room, where Shan Wuju was located. "Are you blocking the door to prevent my entrance?" Wei Tu stood before Qiao Tai, Shan Fong's husband, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the imposing figure, a chill emanating from his countenance. The well-dressed man remained silent, steadfastly obstructing the wooden door to the living room. The air crackled with tension. Wei Tu let out a cold snort and, without hesitation, drew the riding whip from his waist, striking fiercely at the brocade-clad man. When it came to dealing with Shan Fong, he was cautious due to his connection with Shan Wuju, but against this son-in-law of the Shan family, he would show no mercy whatsoever. As the whip soared towards his face, the brocade-clad man, Qiao Tai, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the usually mild-mannered Wei Tu would unleash such ferocity in this instant. Realizing his misjudgment, Qiao Tai felt a surge of anxiety. He swallowed hard, pushing his fear of Wei Tu deep into his mind. He sidestepped and reached out with his right hand to grasp the whip's end. Although he did not consider himself a match for Wei Tu, he was confident that he could seize the whip and evade its strike. However, in the next moment, Qiao Tai found the whip's end slipping past his outstretched hand like an illusion, landing squarely on his right cheek. Instantly, he felt a searing pain and the prickling sensation of blood oozing from the wound. The sound of the whip slicing through the air followed, a thunderous crack that resonated ominously. What terrified Xiao Tai was that he could only hear the sound in his left ear. His right ear had, in that moment, succumbed to a brief deafness. No, it had been rendered useless. The eardrum, surely, had been shattered by the residual force of that whip. As Xiao Tai touched the throbbing area of his ear, he was horrified to see blood on his fingers, and in that instant, he understood all too well. Brother Xiao, do you still intend to block Wei at the door? Wei Tu cast a glance at Xiao Tai, his tone somewhat frigid. The earlier strike of his whip had already inflicted a slight injury upon Xiao Tai, yet at this moment, Xiao Tai exhibited no intention of relinquishing his position, resolutely blocking the doorway. Witnessing this scene, Wei Tu comprehended the underlying truth. The Shan couple was convinced that he would not dare to wield his official status and martial prowess against them with true severity. After all, breaking bones still connects to tendons. He had received a favor from his master, Shan Wuju, regardless of the Shan couple's ingratitude. He could not exploit his own power to oppress them. This was the foundation of the Shan couple's audacity to obstruct him, an 8th-rank military official. For he was not merely an 8th-rank official, but also the disciple of Shan Wuju. Xiao Tai pressed his wound and remained silent, refraining from responding to Wei Tu's words. The situation of the master had only unfolded in this brief span of time. At that moment, Shan Gaoshi, standing behind Wei Tu, stepped forward and quietly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu's expression darkened. He understood the implications of Shan Gaoshi's words, or rather, he had surmised the intentions of the Shan couple when Xiao Tai obstructed the doorway. The Shan couple had barred others from visiting the dying Shan Wuju. Firstly, they could fabricate stories about other relatives in front of Shan Wuju, compelling him to draft a new will. A person on the brink of death often lacks clarity of mind and is susceptible to deception. Secondly, even if Shan Wuju did not draft a new will or was not deceived, should he only encounter the Shan couple in his final moments, they could easily claim to speak on his behalf to establish a new will. Given Xiao's stance, Wei Tu could not be blamed for his ruthless resolve. Wei Tu, consumed by his thoughts, pondered for a moment before resolutely fixing his gaze upon Xiao Tai, speaking in a cold tone. He wished to avoid causing any disgrace before his master, Shan Wuju, departed this world. Thus, after delivering a lash of the whip to Xiao Tai, he hoped to allow him the wisdom to retreat without further obstruction. Moreover, by granting Xiao Tai a moment for reflection, he was also awaiting the arrival of Shan Yangong. Although Shan Yangong had departed the capital simultaneously with him, Wei Tu's superior equestrian skills afforded him the advantage of arriving at the Shan residence in Sanyuan Township ahead of Shan Yangong. As the eldest son of the Shan family, Shan Yangong possessed the authority to make decisions on matters that were beyond Wei Tu's purview. Wei Tu mused that Shan Yangong could have easily dispatched a servant to inform him, rather than personally undertaking this journey, thus allowing the Shan couple some respite. With this thought, Wei Tu shook his head. He speculated that perhaps Shan Yangong had not anticipated the depths of the Shan couple's depravity, as they had expelled the ailing Shan Gao, blocking the entrance to the living quarters. As these words lingered in the air, a chill coursed through Xiao Tai. The whip that Wei Tu had just cracked had rendered him deaf in his right ear, leaving him disabled. Should Wei Tu choose to act with malice, even if Xiao Tai were to preserve his life today, he would undoubtedly suffer further injuries that could lead to lasting disabilities. The more he contemplated, the more his heart raced with dread. Setting aside his familial ties to Wei Tu, he was merely a son-in-law of the Shan family, with little standing both within and outside the residence. Wei Tu, a mere 8th-rank military official, could easily slay him in the street, facing nothing more than dismissal and financial restitution, without the specter of imprisonment looming over him. Upon contemplating this, Xiao Tai relinquished his stubbornness, swallowing hard as he stepped aside, allowing Wei Tu passage into the room. Should he become incapacitated, given Shan Fang's temperament, it was unlikely that she would offer him any favorable treatment. She might very well seek solace in another. Observing this, the icy glint in Wei Tu's eyes softened slightly. He turned to Shan Gaoshi, nodding to indicate that she should accompany him inside. As Shan Gaoshi entered the living quarters, Xiao Tai contemplated intervening but hesitated, ultimately refraining from taking that step. Once inside, Wei Tu lifted the room's curtain, revealing Shan Wuju lying on the sickbed, his complexion pallid and his demeanor vacant, exuding an unpleasant odor of age. Shifting his gaze, Wei Tu then focused on Shan Fang, who sat upright on a stool. Upon sensing Wei Tu's attention upon her, she felt a surge of anxiety, her countenance paling slightly. Moments ago, from the sounds drifting in from outside, she had surmised the nature of the conflict between Wei Tu and Xiao Tai, along with Wei Tu's domineering presence. Should she reveal it, or should she withhold it? Shan Fang's heart was torn. At that moment, her right hand, concealed within her sleeve, clutched a letter densely inscribed with words. As time passed, The letter became increasingly dampened by the sweat of her palm. She feared that if she did not present the letter soon, the newly inked characters would blur and smudge, rendering them illegible and void. Just as Shanfang pondered this, she heard Wei Tu's voice beside her. Is the master well? This inquiry was gentle, in stark contrast to the earlier assertiveness displayed outside. Shanfang was momentarily taken aback. She suddenly understood that Wei Tu did not wish to cause her father distress in his final moments, allowing him to depart without regrets. Fortunately, a smile flickered across Shanfang's face. However, feeling that her previous statement was inappropriate, she quickly added, "Father, just half an hour ago. He could still manage to speak a few words, but now he cannot utter a single one, as if he has fallen into a stupor. I fear that soon he will breathe his last." Shanfang sighed. As she spoke, her expression shifted from one of tension to a calm demeanor, tinged with a hint of sadness. At this moment, she was uncertain whether her emotions were genuine or a facade for Wei Tu's benefit. After inquiring about Shanfang's situation, Wei Tu approached the sickbed to feel the pulse of Shan Wuju. The realms of medicine and martial arts are intertwined. Having practiced martial arts for many years and also taken care of Xinghua's health, Wei Tu's understanding of medical principles, though not profound, allowed him to be considered a third-rate physician. As Yin Gong had mentioned, in the twilight years, no medicine could remedy the inevitable decline. Wei Tu sighed softly and began to channel his internal energy to stabilize Shan Wuju's condition. While he was powerless to extend his life, he possessed the ability to sustain Shan Wuju's breath, preventing his immediate demise. Time flowed slowly. A quarter of an hour later, Shan Yingong burst into the living room. Upon seeing Shanfang, his face twisted with anger, yet he did not explode in rage immediately. Instead, he cast several fierce glances at her. The two sat at opposite ends of the bed, silently observing Wei Tu's actions. After a moment of silence, Shan Yingong broke the stillness and furrowed his brow as he addressed Wei Tu. "Wei Gur, what is it that you are doing?" He could not quite comprehend why Wei Tu persistently placed his palm upon his father's chest. "I am channeling my inner energy to nurture Master Rest's body," Wei Tu briefly elucidated. At this juncture, he had reached the age of 30, holding the rank of an 8th-grade military officer, with a certain degree of influence and power within the confines of Qingfeng Prefecture. A martial artist of 30, possessing internal energy, could be deemed a prodigy of the martial arts, yet such prowess was typically confined to a single jurisdiction. Over the years, he and Fu Zhizhou, among others, had sought tales of celestial beings, as well as knowledge regarding innate martial artists, acquiring a modicum of common understanding. It was known that many martial artists who attained the title of martial champion often discovered their sense of energy and internal force between the ages of 30 and 40. Naturally, this notion of many was limited to the top 20 contenders of each local martial examination. Thus, when tallying, it was evident that within the southern mountains, external martial artists endowed with internal energy were not a rarity, with no fewer than 100 such individuals. Wei Tu, in fact, was the 7th-ranked contestant in the martial examination of the southern mountains in the 27th year of Qingyan. Therefore, his possession of internal energy at the age of 30 was not surprising, and there was no need to fret about standing out in a crowd. Internal energy? Shan Yangong was taken aback. As the sole progeny of Shan Wuju, he understood that his father's lifelong aspiration in martial arts was to cultivate external techniques to attain a sense of energy and enter the realm of perception. However, he had never anticipated that what his father had failed to achieve throughout his life, Wei Tu had accomplished at the tender age of 30. It was no wonder that Shan Wuju treated Wei Tu with such kindness, nearly raising him as a second son. Wei Tu is the one who has fulfilled his father's martial aspirations. The treasured steed and the intricately crafted bow, the two prized possessions of his father, Dan Wuju, have been bestowed upon Wei Tu. The value of these treasures is undoubtedly substantial, easily amounting to 300 or 400 taels of silver. On another front, upon hearing Wei Tu's first mention of his martial prowess, Dan Fang was taken aback, relieved that she had refrained from acting impulsively moments before. Although she had not witnessed the miraculous applications of internal energy firsthand, she had gleaned insights from various tales and rumors. While lacking the ability to revive the deceased, it was indeed within reach to temporarily restore the flickering life of those on the brink of death. As a brief moment passed, an elderly cough resonated, causing the siblings, Dan Yangong and Dan Fang, to collectively refocus their attention on Dan Wuju. In that instant, their expressions were starkly contrasting. Dan Yingong's face lit up with surprise, while Dan Fang's complexion paled, revealing a hint of anxiety in her eyes. "Father," Dan Yangong called out, swiftly rising to assist Wei Tu in propping up Dan Wuju's frail form into a semi-reclined position. "Thank you, Wei Ge." Dan Wuju expressed his gratitude before directing his gaze towards his beloved children. Thanks to your assistance, I still have the chance to utter a few words. A sigh escaped Dan Wuju's lips, his countenance betraying disappointment. Father, I have erred, Dan Fong exclaimed, unable to contain herself any longer. She lifted her skirts and knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. I do not scold you, Dan Wuju gasped, his chest heaving. It is I, as your father, who have failed to guide you properly. He took upon himself the weight of responsibility. Shan Wuju did not reprimand Shan Fong. Instead, before a gathering of onlookers, he commenced the arrangement of matters concerning his posthumous affairs. First, he addressed the matter of Wei Tu, stating that he had once bestowed upon Wei Tu the prized steed, the golden-backed saber, and 3 exquisite bows, under the guise of a loan, but in truth, as a gift. He asserted that the descendants of the Shan family should not seek to reclaim these possessions from Wei Tu's day. Upon this proclamation, Shan Yanggong and his sister raised no objections. Financial matters were trivial in comparison. The favor owed to Wei Tu was of far greater significance, serving as a genuine assurance for the Shan family's prosperity to endure for decades. This understanding was clear to both siblings. Furthermore, even were they audacious enough, they would not dare to confront Wei Tu and attempt to seize what was his. Subsequently, Shan Wuju spoke of arrangements for Shan Gaoshi, the woman who had cared for him for over a decade. He presented her with 2 options. One was to remarry and return to her homeland with gifts of gold. The other was to allow Shan Yanggong to provide for her in her old age until her demise within the Shan household. After a moment's hesitation, Shan Gaoshi opted for the first choice, to leave the Shan family through remarriage. Shan Wuju did not express anger at her decision. Rather, he instructed Shan Yanggong to select a suitable family for her and, upon her departure, gifted her 50 taels of silver. Finally, Shan Wuju turned to the arrangements regarding his own estate, specifically concerning the siblings Shan Yanggong and his sister. Yanggong as the eldest son. You shall inherit the family lands and residence. As for the silver in our accounts, you shall receive 30%, with the remainder allocated to your sister. Yiwu is a good child, he remarked. Upon hearing this arrangement, Shan Yanggong uttered a word of approval and then turned to Shan Fong, awaiting her response. This allocation plan was advantageous for him, so he would not decline. His daughter acquiesced, tightly grasping the letter in her hand, tears streaming down her face. At present, Shan Wuju, considering the bond between father and daughter, did not reproach her excessively. Instead, he allocated her 70% of the family's wealth. Naturally, she would not refuse. That is well, Shan Wuju smiled, directing his gaze towards Wei Tuesday Wei. It is time to withdraw my inner energy. I must take my leave. Having lived over 70 years, he embraced his demise with joy rather than sorrow. Yes, master, Wei Tu nodded, retracting his hand from Shan Wuju's shoulder. In the next moment, as Shan Wuju reclined on the bed, the vitality swiftly drained from his face. His raised arm fell limply, landing on the bed's drapery. Father! A heart-wrenching cry erupted, not from Shan Yanggong, but from Shan Fong, who knelt on the ground. She rose from her knees and threw herself upon Shan Wuju, clinging to his arm in profound grief. Father, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please come back. If you scold me just once, it would ease my heart. Days later, Shan Wuju was laid to rest in the mountain hollow of Shanyuan village, interred alongside the late Shan Min. Before departing from the Shan household, Wei Tu sought out Shan Yanggong, requesting Shan Wuju's memorial tablet and incense burner used for honoring their ancestral master, Shi Ming. Shan Yanggong, of course, readily consented to Wei Tu's request without hesitation. Upon returning to the city, Wei Tu once again entrusted a carpenter to carve a spirit tablet for Shan Wuju. He placed the 2 tablets side by side on the offering table in the outer hall of the living room, where he devoted himself to daily reverence. Much like Shan Wuju did in his lifetime. As time flowed onward, 2 years swiftly passed. Notably, during these 2 years, as the eldest of the 4 brothers, Ko Liang finally discovered his qi perception at the age of 36, advancing into the realm of qi awareness. Shortly after the gathering at Xuanhe Tower that year, Wei Tu sensed a new breakthrough in his martial arts cultivation. At the age of 32, he transitioned from the qi awareness realm to the true qi realm of an internal martial artist. This progress could be deemed commendable. Gazing inward, Wei Tu observed delicate strands of white true qi, as fine as silken threads, gradually converging within his meridians, entwining, compressing, and solidifying. After a few breaths, a strand of pale yellow, more resilient than before, emerged, enveloped by several strands of pure white true qi. This was the true qi of martial arts, Wei Tu mused. From the external to the internal, he had entered the qi awareness realm. Following the path of external martial arts, the next stage required stimulating the body with true qi, honing strength to the marrow, and ultimately cultivating a strand of innate qi to achieve the realm of an innate martial artist. However, matters are not absolute. The realms of external and internal martial arts are intertwined. They are not distinctly separate. He could cultivate innate qi through external martial arts, and he could also pursue the path of internal cultivation to achieve the same. Both paths represented avenues of unbounded potential for him. The internal energy, transformed into a higher grade of true energy, represents the realm of true energy within the practice of martial arts. The external training realms encompass sensing energy, refining strength to the marrow, innate abilities, and mastery. The internal training realms consist of sensing energy, true energy, innate abilities, and mastery. After over a decade of practicing the Marrow Refinement Sutra, he has correspondingly honed his internal energy in the process of refining strength to the marrow, facilitating its transformation into true energy. It is said that the true energy of martial masters predominantly appears as a pure white hue. However, his true energy manifests as a pale yellow. Could it be? Wei Tu subconsciously recalled the celestial technique 5-element spirit body, which necessitates the condensation of the thick earth element. He speculated that the pale yellow hue of his true energy must be linked to his cultivation of this celestial technique. Aside from this factor, he could not conceive of anything else that could alter the color of his true energy. This celestial technique must have imperceptibly modified the attributes of my true energy, just as it influenced Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang, guiding them to sense energy and enter the realm of energy perception. Wei Tu conjectured. Furthermore, atop the pale yellow true energy, he sensed a weighty aura reminiscent of the earth itself. This aura imparted to him a feeling as if his physique had been tempered, enhancing it to a degree. Although this change was subtle, after completing his stance training, he felt an almost complete mastery over every inch of his body. Let me give it a try. Perhaps this pale yellow true energy could accelerate my progress in refining strength to the marrow, Wei Tu mused. Cultivating inner strength is a meticulous endeavor that cannot be rushed. Even with a desire for rapid mastery, it demands a decade or more of arduous practice. Should one become impatient, the failure of a particular aspect of this cultivation could render all previous efforts futile, and in the worst-case scenario, one might meet a dire fate akin to that of his master, Shi Ming. However, if one's physical constitution is significantly enhanced, it allows the body to endure greater levels of inner strength cultivation, thereby shortening the required duration. Some martial artists with exceptional innate abilities may achieve mastery in mere years, rather than decades. With this understanding, Wei Tu acted decisively, channeling a pale yellow energy throughout his body. Shortly thereafter, he observed that his internal organs and limbs were indeed being tempered by the flow of this pale yellow energy, rendering them more resilient and robust than before. Over the next fortnight, Wei Tu diligently employed the pale yellow energy to refine his physique, enhancing his physical condition. Subsequently, when he attempted to resume his inner strength cultivation, he discovered that the difficulty had eased by approximately 30% compared to before. Inner Strength Sutra, 43-115 practices a day will culminate in mastery within 30 years. At this moment, Wei Tu immersed himself in the contemplation of his golden purple destiny, glancing at the progress of the Inner Strength Sutra. From the 41 progress recorded half a month prior, it had now ascended to 43. My hypothesis was correct. The pale yellow energy indeed accelerates my progress in cultivating the Inner Strength Sutra. A smile spread across his face. He decided to bestow a name upon this pale yellow energy, calling it the earthly essence. The name is derived from the profound earth technique of the immortal sect. Several days later, Wei Tu dispatched a messenger to summon Ko Liang and 2 others to a gathering at the Shuana Tower. During this encounter, both Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou exhibited no significant changes. They remained as composed and serene as ever, their enthusiasm for the art of cultivation undiminished. However, the other 2 displayed notable transformations. After months of absence, Ko Liang radiated vigor and confidence, his demeanor devoid of the previous despondency. In stark contrast, Wei Fei appeared dejected. Sequestered in a corner, drinking alone, his presence now tinged with an unmistakable scent of feminine perfume that clung to him. Observing this scene, Wei Tu furrowed his brows and shook his head. He distinctly recalled the spirited demeanor Wei Fei had exhibited during their last gathering months prior. For years ago, upon learning that Fu Zhizhou had attained an understanding of qi through the immortal sect's techniques, Wei Fei had renounced his indulgence in women and devoted himself to martial cultivation. Yet, at this pivotal moment, Ko Liang had managed to surpass Wei Fei, achieving an understanding of qi and entering the realm of qi perception, while Wei Fei remained stagnant. Though they were nearly the same age, with Wei Fei merely a year older than Ko Liang, the sting of failure was amplified by the success of a peer. Wei Fei's spirit had deflated. Fu Zhizhou, witnessing this, exchanged glances with Wei Tu, silently inquiring whether they should extend another invitation to Wei Fei for future gatherings. In response, Wei Tu remained reticent. He withdrew his gaze from the assembly, contemplating for a moment before articulating his recent discoveries following his breakthrough into the true Qi realm. Profound Earth True Qi? Fu Zhizhou exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before his expression transformed into one of joy, urgently pressing Wei Tu for further details regarding the characteristics and transformations of the profound Earth True Qi. This was perhaps the most exhilarating news the four of them had encountered in their decades-long pursuit of celestial cultivation. At this moment, as Wei Tu consolidated the essence of the thick earth, it implied that the subsequent body of thick earth might also have the opportunity to coalesce. There lay the prospect of transcending to immortality. In response to Fu Zhizhou's inquiries, Wei Tu carefully deliberated his words and provided thorough answers. After achieving inner energy, Fu Zhizhou chose not to continue down the path of external training. Instead, he opted for the cultivation of internal martial arts, amassing his internal strength. The realm of true energy was the next threshold Fu Zhizhou, as an internal martial artist, needed to transcend. While Wei Tu spoke, Fu Zhizhou took notes meticulously, documenting every detail. Regarding the realm of true energy, Ko Liang and Wei Fei found themselves unable to interject, relegated to mere listeners in the exchange between Fu Zhizhou and Wei Tuesday. Fortunately, Fu Zhizhou's inquiries were comprehensive and addressed many of their lingering questions. After the banquet, the four bid farewell to one another. Second brother, please hold on for a moment, Wei Tu said, his gaze fixed on Fu Zhizhou as Ko Liang departed. He then rode swiftly, catching up with Wei Fei, who was returning to Qingshan County. Third brother, what is it? Wei Fei reined in his horse, glancing back at Wei Tu with feigned surprise. He understood that Wei Tu had stopped him here to offer comfort to the second brother, who had fallen behind among the quartet. After spending over a decade together, he was well aware of Wei Tu's character. The chance of immortality is upon me, yet alas, this path to transcendence is one I can no longer tread. Wei Fei's gaze dimmed. He had been the first to acquire the celestial cultivation techniques, yet he had become the last among the four brothers to progress. The weight of such psychological disparity was nearly unbearable for him. Moreover, he had been the first among them to boldly proclaim his intentions to marry and start a family after achieving immortality. But what was the result? He achieved nothing. Not only did he fall behind in his cultivation, but at over 30 years of age, he found himself without a wife or children, utterly alone. Second brother, pass me your wine. Wei Tu dismounted and reached for the gourd of wine that Wei Fei carried at his waist. Wei Fei, taken aback by this request, wondered if Wei Tu had not come galloping over to offer him comfort. Shaking his head, he suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind, dismounted, and casually handed the gourd to Wei Tuesday. However, what transpired next left Wei Fei in a state of shock, staring blankly for quite some time. Upon receiving the gourd, Wei Tu did not drink. Instead, he crushed it in his palm. The gourd shattered, its contents spilling onto the ground and splattering both Wei Fei and Wei Tuesday. Second brother, this celestial cultivation method was discovered by you. You possess greater affinity for immortality than the three of us. Your current shortcomings are merely temporary at this point. Wei Tu paused, intending to provoke Wei Fei. Do you not wish to surpass fourth brother, Fu Zhizhou? He has shown you considerable disdain at today's banquet. Fourth brother? Upon hearing this, Wei Fei couldn't help but smile. Third brother, there is no need to provoke me over this. I understand fourth brother's nature. Even if he looks down upon me, he would not express it overtly, especially not in your presence. Although I am discontent with fourth brother, it is not that he is lacking. It is simply that he has had an untroubled journey since birth. Having known each other for over 10 years, he was well acquainted with Wei Tu's character and also understood Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang's natures. Neither Fu Zhizhou nor Ko Liang was lacking in character. Wei Tu fell silent at these words. After a brief moment of silence, he apologized, saying, "It was my misunderstanding of you, dear brother. However, have you truly decided to abandon the path of immortality? Perhaps it is merely that this particular cultivation method is not suited for you. If you were to find a more compatible technique, you might indeed achieve enlightenment. It is not the individual that is lacking, but rather the method," Wei Tu earnestly advised. Had it not been for Wei Fei sharing the 5-element spirit body technique with him after the incident at Xiyang Town, he might never have had the opportunity to engage with immortal cultivation practices again. Over the past decade, the four brothers had not been idle. They had exerted their influence throughout the southern mountain region in search of other immortal techniques. Yet, regrettably, they had found nothing. This alone testifies to the rarity and value of the cultivation methods shared by Wei Fei. It is not the individual that is lacking, but the method, Wei Fei murmured to himself, his dim eyes suddenly sparkling with renewed light. Indeed, it could be that the earthly body is not suited for me, which is why I have struggled to sense the aura. Not wishing to burden Wei Tu with worry, he feigned confidence, forcing a smile as he replied, "When I return to Qingshan County, I shall search for other techniques. Perhaps I will make some progress. After concluding his words, Wei Fei clasped his hands in farewell to Wei Tu and rode off. Moments later, the dust kicked up by his horse on the official road slowly settled to the ground. Meanwhile, Wei Tu, as he continued along the path, found it increasingly difficult to catch a glimpse of Wei Fei's lingering presence. Do your utmost and accept your fate. This phrase, seemingly simple, has been difficult to embody for those throughout history. Wei Tu cast a glance at the golden-purple destiny lingering in his mind, pondering deeply. Were it not for the late bloomer fate that accompanied him, he could hardly be certain of his ability to endure for over a decade without any advancement in martial arts, just as Wei Fei had done. In terms of perseverance, Wei Fei had already surpassed more than 90% of the people in this world. Once Wei Fei departed, Wei Tu did not linger on the official road for long. He turned his horse around and returned to the capital. As he prepared to take his post at the west gate of the city, he encountered his long-waiting companions, Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou, inside the room. How fares our third brother? Has our second brother regained his spirits? Fu Zhizhou inquired. Although he had not witnessed Wei Tu pursuing Wei Fei, he could easily surmise that, given the bond between Wei Tu and Wei Fei, Wei Tu would undoubtedly seek to comfort him. It is difficult to say, Wei Tu replied, shaking his head. He approached the tea table, poured himself a cup of cool tea, and continued, Our second brother is somewhat disheartened. Despite my attempts to console him, mere words cannot possibly offset the erosion of ambition wrought by time. In pursuing Wei Fei, he was acutely aware of the limitations of his persuasive power. Years of futile perseverance had fostered feelings of dejection and disappointment that could not be easily dispelled by a few casual remarks. He acted out of brotherly affection. Doing something was certainly better than doing nothing. If you and I were to reach the innate realm, perhaps we could assist our second brother in regaining his sense of purpose. If that fails, we could support his descendants in the future. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhizhou sighed. It can only be this way. Wei Tu nodded. Innate martial masters possess various mysterious abilities. Among them, the ability to help martial artists sense their qi has become widely recognized. After uttering these few brief words, a profound silence enveloped the three. When the three major pacts were established at the Xianyuan Pavilion, they anticipated that some would inevitably fall behind, drifting farther away from the others. Yet, they never expected that the individual to do so would be Wei Fei, who had shared the teachings of the immortals. Several months passed, drawing near the next reunion at Xianyuan Pavilion. As per routine, Wei Tu extended an invitation to Wei Fei, requesting him to come to the capital and stay with the Wei family to engage in martial arts training. Wei Tu initially believed this letter would vanish without a trace, assuming Wei Fei would decline the invitation. After all, since their parting, Wei Fei had significantly reduced their correspondence, seemingly intent on distancing himself from his sworn brother. However, to Wei Tu's surprise, Wei Fei responded this time, and the content of the letter was not markedly different from before. Had his second brother had a change of heart? Wei Tu speculated, believing that Wei Fei had come to terms with their situation. Days later, Wei Fei arrived at the Wei residence, riding alone on horseback, where he was welcomed by the family servants. 6-year-old Wei Yan's eyes sparkled upon seeing Wei Fei, and she rushed over, pleading for him to buy her some pastries. Yin Yan, why don't you go play with your brother first? I need to discuss some matters with your father, Wei Fei said, gently tousling Wei Yan's braided hair with a smile. With that, he stepped into Wei Tu's study and knocked on the door. Third brother, I have not failed my mission. I, Wei Fei, have succeeded in sensing qi, he said, as he walked straight up to Wei Tu, embracing him tightly, tears streaming down his face. A man does not easily shed tears. After years of relentless effort, the moment of fruition has finally arrived. How could he not feel joy? This is a moment of overwhelming emotion. Second brother, have you sensed success? Wei Tu, taken aback for a moment, had previously assumed that Wei Fei had abandoned the cultivation of celestial techniques. However, he was astonished to learn that, after more than half a year, Wei Fei had persevered and taken that crucial step forward. Quickly regaining his composure, Wei Tu expressed his congratulations to Wei Fei. Subsequently, he inquired about the details of Wei Fei's newfound sensation of energy, for it was customary for them to share their cultivation experiences, a pact established among the four brothers. This time, I discovered the sensation of energy not through the text 5-element spirit body, but rather through another celestial technique, Wei Fei replied, his excitement palpable. I owe my gratitude to you, third brother, for suggesting that perhaps I was not suited for that particular celestial method. The issue lies not with the individual, but with the technique. What? Another celestial technique? Upon hearing this, Wei Tu was utterly astonished, unable to remain still. His initial comment had been a mere expression of comfort for Wei Fei, and he never imagined that Wei Fei would take it seriously. Reflecting on this, He pondered whether Wei Fei truly possessed some celestial affinity, considering that both celestial techniques had been discovered by him rather than by himself or the others, Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang. However, Wei Tu swiftly dismissed this notion. While the idea of possessing celestial affinity was conceivable, it seemed rather far-fetched. To be precise, five-element spirit body was not solely discovered by Wei Fei. Rather, he had seized it from the deceased Xie Qing during the chaos of battle. Thus, Wei Fei had merely found a single celestial technique throughout this entire process. His affinity for the celestial realm was marginally superior to that of both Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou, merely a matter of fortuitous convergence. In truth, if one were to make a comparison, he possessed the fate of great potential blossoming late, making him the one among the four with the most profound celestial connection. This was the technique I discovered. Before Wei Tu could inquire further, Wei Fei retrieved a tome from his bosom and placed it upon the table. The cover of the tome bore the inscription Minor Solar Absorption Technique. Subsequently, Wei Fei recounted to Wei Tu the tale of how he acquired this celestial method. After parting ways with Wei Tu, he did not find his spirits buoyed. Rather, he returned to the city of Qingshan to continue his days in indulgence, occasionally visiting establishments of pleasure. However, during this time, he did not forget the vow made at Xuanhe Tower and endeavored to gather tales of celestial beings. This time, he unearthed a legend in Hejia village, situated on the outskirts of Qingshan County. True to form, he personally embarked on the journey. Fortune favored him this time, as he did not leave Hejia village empty-handed. Within the ancestral hall, he discovered a wooden box that contained a celestial technique. Hearing this, Wei Tu silently nodded, affirming his earlier thoughts. Had Wei Fei truly been blessed with celestial affinity over the past decade, he might have unearthed a suitable celestial technique years earlier, rather than waiting until now to find one. His eventual success was a result of persistent trial and error, culminating in a stroke of luck. After their conversation concluded, Wei Tu picked up the minor solar absorption technique that Wei Fei had placed on the table and began to examine it with great care. Half an hour later, Wei Tu articulated his judgment, which proved to be prophetic. Initially, I consoled my second brother by asserting that it was not the individual who faltered, but rather the cultivation technique. However, I did not anticipate that, in our pursuit of celestial cultivation, there truly exists a distinction in one's constitution. After perusing Shaoshi Rigong, he discerned that its cultivation philosophy closely resembles that of Wu Yuan Yunling Ti, both focusing on the condensation of corresponding spiritual bodies. The former concentrates on the fire attribute, forming the sun-eating body, while the latter pertains to the earth attribute, manifesting the thick earth body. By observing a single leaf, one can foretell the arrival of autumn. Through a narrow tube, one can glimpse the leopard. Wei Tu deduced that Wei Fei's constitution likely inclined towards the fire attribute, lacking the qualifications for earth attribute cultivation, which is why he has been unable to harness the qi sensation through Wu Yuan Yunling Ti and enter the qi sensation realm. However, this celestial cultivation technique differs slightly from Wu Yuan Yunling Ti, being excessively domineering and lacking in balance and harmony. Wei Tu pondered and then turned his gaze towards Wei Fei, suggesting with subtle implication that Shaoshi Rigong, in addition to detailing the cultivation methods for condensing the sun-eating body, also referenced an elixir called blood food pill in the appendix. It is said that this pill can benefit the practice of Shaoshi Rigong and shorten the cultivation period. He speculated that Wei Fei's ability to enter the qi sensation realm within a mere 6 months was not solely due to the compatibility of this celestial technique with his attributes, but also closely tied to the blood food pill mentioned therein. Wei Fei discerned the implications behind Wei Tu's words. He nodded and responded, within that wooden box. Aside from the Shaoshi Rigong, there are 3 dark red elixirs. They must be the blood food pills mentioned in the cultivation technique. Upon seeing the blood food pills, I too hesitated to consume one. Yet, in comparison to the pursuit of immortality, trivial aftermaths hold little significance. A self-deprecating expression crossed Wei Fei's face. In his relentless quest for the path of immortality, he had squandered countless years, transitioning from youth to middle age, devoid of a home or family. How could he, for the sake of minor repercussions, willingly abandon the pursuit of immortality? Upon hearing these words, Wei Tu fell into a moment of silence before nodding in understanding. Were his circumstances akin to Wei Fei's, he too would likely make the same choice. To forego the blood food pills and continue practicing Shaoshi Rigong would render over a decade of hard work utterly futile. Conversely, by choosing this path, there might be ways to address any future consequences. Perhaps, as their horizons broadened, they would discover that this technique posed no repercussions or that any potential aftermath was minimal. I have consumed 1 blood food pill, successfully stepping into the qi sensing realm, and I still have 2 remaining. At this juncture, Wei Fei spoke again. Retrieving a palm-sized brocade box from his sleeve and placing it beside the Xiao Shi Gong cultivation technique. After swallowing the blood food pill, I immediately felt a warm sensation enveloping me. This pill should also benefit you, third brother. However, a look of difficulty crossed Wei Fei's face. Upon reaching this point, he refrained from continuing, yet Wei Tu grasped the unspoken implications. Wei Fei's intentions are twofold. First, the origin of the blood food pills remains ambiguous, potentially posing a threat to human health. Thus, Wei Tu ought to exercise caution in their consumption, despite his promising future. Second, the remaining 2 blood food pills may be pivotal for his own subsequent breakthrough in cultivation, as he wishes to reserve them for his solitary use. After pondering for a moment, Wei Tu chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "Second brother, I have already cultivated the 5 yuan spirit body, and my vital energy has transformed into the robust earth vitality. If I were to consume the blood food pills, I fear the attributes may not align, jeopardizing my path to immortality." Given the camaraderie between the two, he is confident that if he expresses his desire for the blood food pills for cultivation purposes, Wei Fei would undoubtedly not refuse him. Otherwise, Wei Fei would not have sought him out at this juncture to inform him of his discovery of the minor solar eclipse technique and 3 blood food pills. Furthermore, his words ring true. He harbors no covetous thoughts towards the blood food pills. With his fate of great achievements coming late, he requires no more than 20 years to break through to the innate realm. This is a span he can afford to wait. To seek a potentially detrimental blood food pill for cultivation now could imperil his path to immortality, rendering it an unworthy endeavor. Upon hearing Wei Tu's response, Wei Fei felt a weight lift from his heart, his anxieties alleviated. He nodded, retrieving the brocade box from the table and tucking it back into his bosom. A few days later, on June 13th of another year, the 4 reconvened at the Xuana Tower. Following the order of seniority, they commenced with the eldest, Ko Liang, who shared his gains from the past year. Since the previous gathering at Xuanhe Tower had occurred merely half a year prior, Ko Liang had little to report in terms of achievements. Soon it was the turn of Wei Fei, who did not conceal his discoveries in the ancestral hall of Hejia village, revealing the existence of the minor solar eclipse technique and 2 blood food pills. However, in stark contrast to his generosity in sharing the celestial techniques, Wei Fei was resolute in safeguarding the blood food pills. "These pills are crucial for my future breakthroughs in cultivation. I cannot afford to be careless. I hope my 3 brothers can understand and not hold it against me," he stated. Upon hearing the mention of the blood food pills, Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang exchanged glances, both contemplating the possibility of persuading Wei Fei to share one. After all, these pills had the potential to directly enable Wei Fei to achieve a significant enhancement within half a year. Even if they refrained from using one due to potential repercussions, acquiring one for research could still be a viable option. However, they were unprepared for Wei Fei's unexpected defensiveness regarding the blood food pills, which was quite out of character for him. Observing this scene, Wei Tu pondered for a moment before stepping forward to voice his support. "Elder brother, 4th brother, I believe there is nothing inappropriate about the 2nd brother's decision. Although the 4 of us have sworn brotherhood and committed to cultivating the celestial techniques together, establishing our agreements during our initial foray into cultivation may have been somewhat rudimentary. The 3 blood food pills hold immense significance for our 2nd brother, as they are pivotal to his future breakthroughs. If we were to shamelessly seek them, it might inadvertently hinder his path to immortality. Such an outcome would not bode well for any of us." Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang were not oblivious to worldly affairs. As local martial officials, they possessed considerable experience in navigating matters of interest. Upon hearing Wei Tu's heartfelt words, Fu Zhizhou and the others nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of shame yet acknowledging Wei Tu's perspective. After a stick of incense had burned, the 4 added a new clause to their existing 3 pacts concerning the distribution of elixirs, treasures that could not be shared. They agreed that in the future, should they encounter rare items akin to the blood food pill, the discoverer could retain possession without the obligation to share with the others, unless the remaining 3 offered sufficient conditions or benefits. Swiftly, the 4th pact was formalized. Wei Tu, observing this development, sighed inwardly. Compared to the previous 3 agreements, this 4th pact was entirely about the distribution of interests. It marked the first crisis of division since their alliance more than a decade prior. While it is true that even brothers must delineate their shares, it is even more pertinent to note that these 4 were merely sworn brothers. However, once shares are delineated, it often leads to discord rather than maintaining their bond. Wei Tu suppressed his wandering thoughts. Establishing this 4th pact, though fraught with drawbacks, also bore advantages. A more equitable distribution of interests would enable their alliance on the path of immortality to flourish further. The blood food pill was merely a pretext. Next, it was time for Wei Tu, the 3rd brother, to share his recent gains. After cultivating the true qi of the earth, He had been diligently practicing the technique of penetrating the marrow, yet had achieved little. Wei Tu shook his head. The others had anticipated this outcome and shifted their gazes toward Fu Zhizhou, the fourth brother, whose martial aptitude was second only to Wei Tu's. At the age of 26, Fu Zhizhou had already discerned the sensation of qi and entered the qi-sensing realm, and now 6 years had passed since that moment. Moreover, there exists the martial arts experience imparted by Wei Tu last year. In this past year, if one were to speak of the individual who has made the most significant progress, it would undoubtedly be Fu Zhizhou. Unlike Wei Tu, who previously squandered his internal energy in the arduous process of honing his skills, Fu Zhizhou has devoted his time to cultivating his inner energy into genuine martial essence. A process that he has accomplished in a remarkably shorter duration than Wei Tu's day. Indeed, over the past 6 months, I have successfully transformed my inner energy into the essence of solid earth. Seated in the last position, Fu Zhizhou nodded, extending his hand to grasp the wine cup resting on the table, then channeling his internal power. In an instant, the white porcelain cup was enveloped in a faint yellow aura, indistinguishable from Wei Tu's solid earth essence. At this rate, it is possible that my fourth brother will surpass me in reaching the innate realm. Observing this scene, Wei Tu felt a surge of unease. He understood his own limitations. In terms of martial arts aptitude, he lagged significantly behind Fu Zhizhou, contrary to the beliefs of Ko Liang and Wei Fei, who thought his martial talent was superior. Wei Tu's abilities, although enhanced under the auspices of a late-blooming fate, had only improved to a level comparable to Ko Liang and Wei Fei, far from Fu Zhizhou, who, at the age of 18, had already achieved recognition as a martial scholar. Yet, this is not an absolute certainty. Wei Tu shook his head again. If he were to endure for another 20 years, he would undoubtedly attain the status of an innate realm martial master. Conversely, Fu Zhizhou merely possesses the potential to become such a master. Should fortune not favor him, he may find it exceedingly difficult to reach this realm within his lifetime. The three individuals focused their minds. Ko Liang and Wei Fei suppressed their envy and promptly extended their congratulations to Fu Zhizhou, wishing him an enduring path in the realm of immortality. "Two elder brothers, your day will come as well," Fu Zhizhou remarked. Upon hearing these words, Ko Liang and Wei Fei experienced differing sentiments. Ko Liang, lacking the exuberance of the previous year, though no longer appearing dejected, seemed somewhat desolate in contrast. Conversely, Wei Fei brimmed with determination, buoyed by the 2 remaining blood-nourishing pills, convinced that he would soon catch up to Fu Zhizhou. After exchanging insights on their cultivation, the 4 gradually departed. 2 months later, Ko Liang and Wei Fei left their official posts to participate in the local martial examination of the second year of the Jiayuan era in the Southern Mountains. Following Wei Tu's precedent, they, like him, deliberately refrained from competing for the top 3 positions in the local trials, ultimately securing 6th and 8th places respectively. The next month, they were appointed as 8th-rank military officials, and with the support of Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, they were reassigned to the capital of Qingfeng Prefecture. Ko Liang, sharing the same official rank as Fu Zhizhou, was appointed as a military advisor, while Wei Fei became the commander of a cavalry unit. Over a decade passed, during which Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, devoted to the pursuit of immortality, remained unenthusiastic about fame and fortune, resulting in their stagnation in their respective positions. Moreover, residing in the same capital fostered a close familial bond among the 4, with their households frequently communicating and visiting one another. Notably, it seemed that with Wei Fei's discovery of a second volume of immortal techniques, the 4 of them shed their previous misfortunes, enjoying a streak of good luck in the ensuing years. In the second year, Wei Tu heard a rumor regarding the secrets of the immortals and set out to investigate. Along the way, he fortuitously stumbled upon a tattered book titled Initial Insights into Talismans, which detailed 3 types of immortal talismans. These talismans bore a significant distinction from the rudimentary symbols drawn by mere practitioners of the Jianghu. Unfortunately, due to the absence of any celestial spiritual power among Wei Tu and his companions, they found it exceedingly difficult to reproduce the talismans, leaving the book set aside for future use. In the 5th year, Fu Zhizhou learned of a mystical tale, rumored to speak of immortal traces on Danqiu Mountain in the Luonan region. This mountain is perpetually shrouded in mist, ensnaring any mountain dwellers who venture within, often leaving them stranded for several days. Fu Zhizhou expressed his desire to journey to Danqiu Mountain in search of the immortal presence. "Brother, if these traces of immortals prove to be genuine, do you believe the immortals would truly show compassion towards us and bestow upon us their divine arts? If such were the case, the practices of the immortals would not be so elusive among the common folk." Upon hearing this, Wei Tu intercepted Fu Zhizhou, urging him to reconsider. "Have we not previously sought after these legendary traces of immortals?" Fu Zhizhou replied, somewhat puzzled. For nearly 2 decades, the four brothers had relentlessly pursued the paths of the immortals, scarcely allowing themselves a moment's respite. Why, then, had Wei Tu suddenly changed his stance today? This time is different. The traces on Danqiu Mountain are likely to be authentic, which is why I must stop you, Wei Tu carefully articulated. In the past, their searches had mostly been mere pursuits of shadows, and upon learning of them, they had swiftly discerned their lack of credibility. Yet, the legend of Danqiu Mountain possesses a higher degree of credibility. Otherwise, Fu Zhizhou would not contemplate embarking on a personal journey to Luonan Dao for further inquiry. The distance between Nanshan Dao and Luonan Dao spans 1,000 miles, requiring at least 1 or 2 months for such a venture, not to mention the subsequent inquiries. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhizhou was initially taken aback, but after re-evaluating Wei Tu's words, he nodded in agreement. His brother's counsel was indeed wise. The closer one approaches success, the more one must exercise caution and vigilance, avoiding any semblance of negligence. In his eagerness to seek the divine, Fu Zhizhou had overlooked the meticulousness that Wei Tu had considered. Now, with a calm demeanor, he recognized the recklessness of his previous actions. However, the prospect of witnessing the celestial abode right before his eyes, yet refraining from exploration, felt somewhat unsatisfactory to him. Fu Zhizhou sighed, reflecting on the nearly 20 years spent in pursuit of the divine, during which they had yet to behold even a glimpse of an immortal. And how many 20-year spans does one encounter in a lifetime? Observing this scene, Wei Tu understood that Fu Zhizhou could no longer contain his impatience. His desire to uncover the mysteries of Danqiu Mountain was not born from ignorance of the dangers involved, but rather from a selective disregard for those risks. At 37, and still in the prime of his youth with considerable talent, Fu Zhizhou's anxiety was palpable, and one could only imagine the urgency felt by their elder brothers. Wei Tu pondered, although 20 years may seem insignificant in the grand scheme of a 100-year life, this particular 20 years was distinct, representing the most vibrant and promising phase of youth. To witness the precious years slip away in vain is a burden none could bear lightly. Fu Zhizhou's impulsiveness could be subdued temporarily, but not indefinitely. In a few years, should Fu Zhizhou find no progress in his pursuit of immortality, he is likely to plunge once more into Danqiu Mountain in search of traces of the celestial. This course of action mirrors that of Wei Fei, who, in his desperation, consumed blood food pills, unwilling to witness his efforts dissipate into nothingness. Contemplating this, Wei Tu resolved to disclose his current martial arts progress to reassure those around him. After 5 years of diligent practice, aided by the essence of thick earth, he had successfully completed the critical phase of refining his strength to its core, a necessary step for any martial artist aspiring to transcend the innate realm. Now, he merely awaited the cultivation of a breath of innate qi within his dantian to break through into the fabled realm of innate martial artists. Within 5 years, I am 60% confident of breaking through the innate realm. Within 7 years, my confidence rises to 80%, Wei Tu stated solemnly. This assertion bore truth. During his initial training in the Refining Marrow Sutra, the golden purple fate indicated that 30 years would be required to attain perfection and transcend the innate realm. However, with the acquisition of celestial techniques, his inner energy had transformed into thick earth essence, consequently shortening the time frame needed for this breakthrough. Once my foolish brother attains the innate realm, we shall explore Danqiu Mountain together, Wei Tu added. Innate? Fu Zhizhou was taken aback. Nurturing innate qi, akin to discovering the sensation of qi and the awareness required to break through the qi realm, necessitates both arduous effort and fortuitous circumstances. He and Wei Tu shared the same level of mastery, both residing within the realm of true qi. Yet he lacked Wei Tu's unwavering certainty regarding a successful breakthrough within a specified time frame. Reflecting on this, Fu Zhizhou hastily inquired whether Wei Tu had recently acquired some newfound insights into his training that could account for his steadfast belief in achieving a breakthrough within 5 years. Wei Tu shook his head, expressing that he lacked any relevant experience in cultivation, merely acting on a whimsical notion, convinced in the depths of his being that he would achieve a breakthrough within 5 years. He had said all he could. If Fu Zhizhou chose to disregard his advice and insisted on venturing to Danqiu Mountain before he attained the innate realm, then he had no other recourse. After all, they were all adults, each with their own considerations of benefit and detriment. One admonition sufficed. Whimsical notion. Upon hearing this explanation, Fu Zhizhou fell into silence. In the realm of martial arts, records of whimsical inspirations leading to breakthroughs in realms were not uncommon, and many had indeed ascended to new heights, crafting martial techniques as a result. It was entirely possible that Wei Tu could be one of those fortunate few. I shall heed third brother's counsel and wait another 5 years. Fu Zhizhou nodded resolutely. In 5 years, he would be 42, a comparable age to the present Kouyang. He had yet to reach the age of decline in vitality. He could afford to wait, for years slipped by in an instant. On this day, after concluding a lesson with Wei Erlang on the foundational stances of the Tiger Crane double form fist, Wei Tu suddenly felt a warm current surge from his dantian, invigorating his entire being. As he closed his eyes once more, he sensed the external spiritual energy that had eluded him during his previous practice of the celestial technique. This energy manifested in 5 distinct colors, dispersed within the atmosphere, albeit in exceedingly sparse quantities. Within the expansive Wei residence, Wei Tu discerned only a handful of wisps of spiritual energy wafting about. Realizing this, he understood that he had finally transcended to the long-desired innate realm. It turned out that celestial techniques could only be cultivated by martial artists who had reached the innate stage. No wonder the 4 of us had practiced celestial techniques for over 20 years without making any progress. In the secluded chamber, Wei Tu sat cross-legged, once again channeling the celestial cultivation techniques. At that moment, the dense earthy true energy residing in his dantian began to attract the multicolored spiritual essence from the external environment, integrating it into his being. However, to Wei Tu's dismay, the only essence that lingered in his dantian was a soil-hued energy, identical to the dense, earthly true energy. The other attribute essences dissipated almost entirely with his every breath. Simultaneously, Wei Tu sensed a new line of text inscribed upon his golden purple fate. 5-element spirit body, earthy body, 108 practices a day, completion in 40 years. 40 years? Merely a decade longer than the time required to master the refining marrow scripture? It seems that the completion of this earthy body is not regarded as a formidable realm within the path of immortality, Wei Tu mused, shaking his head. Having borne the late bloomer fate for quite some time, he had gained some understanding of its characteristics, realizing that as one's realm ascends, the journey becomes increasingly arduous, and the time required lengthens. Achieving the innate realm grants a lifespan of 200 years, Danqiu Mountain. There is no immediate rush regarding Danqiu Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Tu retrieved the introduction to talismans, which he had fortuitously acquired 7 years prior. Now endowed with innate true energy, he could draw upon the external spiritual essence, making it possible to inscribe the talismans depicted within. He intended to fortify his array of protective measures before embarking on the exploration of the immortal traces of Danqiu Mountain. In his view, conventional martial arts techniques would likely prove ineffectual against beings of the celestial realm. Wei Tu now exudes confidence, believing that with his martial prowess, even if he lacks the ability to decapitate a general amidst a sea of 1,000 soldiers, he can effortlessly stand against 1,000 foes. He does not consider the innate martial masters, who have trained longer than he, or the celestial beings to possess greater strength or fewer techniques than he does. The nature of the immortals of Danqiu Mountain remains ambiguous. Should they prove to be malevolent entities, approaching them recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. The most prudent course of action would be to consult the innate martial masters within the government to seek their guidance. As Wei Tu pondered these thoughts, he opened the tome Fundamentals of Symbolism, and, following the celestial symbols inscribed within, he channeled his innate true energy to manipulate the spiritual essence and began to draw symbols. Fundamentals of Symbolism is a fragmented text, recording only 3 types of celestial symbols: the water symbol, the earth spike symbol, and the tranquility symbol. Lacking the water attribute spiritual energy necessary for the water symbol, Wei Tu turned his attention to the earth spike and tranquility symbols. The earth spike symbol resonated with his own attributes, as it required earth attribute spiritual energy, while the tranquility symbol could be drawn with any attribute. In a short while, following the design of the earth spike symbol, Wei Tu successfully created an identical celestial symbol. Over the years since acquiring Fundamentals of Symbolism, he had committed the intricacies of the 3 symbols to memory, practicing them countless times. However, to Wei Tu's astonishment, the instant the symbol was completed, the symbol paper spontaneously ignited without any wind, emitting a flickering light. Undeterred by this occurrence, Wei Tu resolved to continue drawing the earth spike symbol. Yet the results were unexpectedly disappointing. Over the course of half a month, he had drawn nearly 70 earth spike talismans, yet each one, like the very first, spontaneously ignited without a breath of wind, none achieving success. Was it the materials, talisman paper, vermilion, and brush, or was it a flaw in my technique? Wei Tu stroked his chin, pondering the reasons behind his failures in crafting the celestial talismans. He speculated that the primary cause of his unsuccessful attempts lay in the talisman paper's inability to withstand the pressure of spiritual energy, leading to its self-ignition. During his practice of celestial techniques, he had also felt the overwhelming force of spiritual energy, Without the protection of innate true qi, he might have been utterly devastated, leaving his meridians in ruin and rendering him a mere shell of a man. It is essential to note that he had attained his innate realm through external cultivation techniques, and his meridians had long undergone rigorous tempering. The principles are interconnected. Spiritual energy is too formidable for ordinary martial artists to bear, and naturally, standard talisman paper would struggle as well. His confidence in his talisman drawing technique not having significant flaws stemmed from a particular awareness. Wei Tu's consciousness immersed. He gazed at the luminous inscription within his mind, "Great achievements come late." At that moment, a new line of text appeared on the "Great achievements come late" fate line. Earth Spike Talismans, 32-100 practice 5 times daily, and mastery will be achieved in 7 years. With a progress rate of 32, he reached a stage of modest accomplishment. This level should suffice to allow me to successfully draw 1 or 2 talismans. After half a month without a single success, it could only be attributed to material issues. Wei Tu shook his head. A few days later, the gathering at Xuanhe Tower reconvened once more. As Wei Tu was about to express his own breakthrough into the innate realm, Fu Zhizhou preemptively spoke up, revealing his own achievement. Wei Tu, taken aback, suppressed the words ready to escape his throat, patiently awaiting Fu Zhizhou's explanation. Although he had previously entertained the notion that Fu Zhizhou might surpass him in this endeavor, that thought had originated 9 years ago. For months prior, during a martial arts exchange, Fu Zhizhou had candidly admitted that his martial energy was still in the process of accumulation, requiring at least another year or 2 to fully consolidate before he could even hope to nurture innate energy. In the brief span of 4 months, Fu Zhizhou had not even completed the accumulation of his martial energy. How could he possibly have achieved a breakthrough to the innate realm? Under Wei Tu's scrutinizing gaze, Fu Zhizhou explained, "The breakthrough to the innate realm was made possible because I obtained a blood food pill from my second brother. It was through that pill that I managed to transcend to the innate level." Upon hearing this, Wei Tu furrowed his brows, unsure of how to respond. Each individual has their own choices to make. The potential drawbacks of the blood food pill, which concerned Wei Tu, might not weigh heavily on Fu Zhizhou's mind. After all, Fu Zhizhou was not in the same precarious position as Wei Tu. If fortune did not favor him, he might not achieve the innate realm even within several years, or perhaps throughout his entire life. Therefore, it seemed that Fu Zhizhou's decision to procure a blood food pill from Wei Fei for his breakthrough could indeed be viewed as a fortuitous event. When compared to the longevity of life and the celestial encounters that awaited him, the possible future repercussions of the blood food pill paled in significance. "Congratulations, fourth brother." Suppressing the swirling thoughts in his mind, Wei Tu smiled and clasped his hands in a gesture of congratulations towards Fu Zhizhou. As Wei Tu finished speaking, Ko Liang and Wei Fei also came to their senses, extending their own congratulations in turn. "When borrowing the blood food pill, I promised my second brother that upon breaking through to the innate realm, should the opportunity arise, I would exert every effort to assist him in achieving the same. This matter, I must inform my several sworn brothers. Otherwise, it could lead to unforeseen rifts in the future." Fu Zhizhou continued. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu felt a flicker of surprise within. He had not anticipated that Fu Zhizhou had made such a commitment when requesting the blood food pill from Wei Fei. However, after the initial astonishment, his gaze inevitably shifted towards Ko Liang and Wei Fei. Fu Zhizhou was aware of his martial arts level, and the mention of potential rifts was not directed at him, but rather at the eldest brother, Ko Liang, who had contributed the least among the 4. Among them, the second brother Wei Fei had provided 2 volumes of celestial techniques, granting them the opportunity to pursue the path of immortality. Meanwhile, he himself, possessing the highest martial arts realm, frequently shared his cultivation insights, thereby shortening the training time for everyone. The sharing of celestial techniques was also initiated by his suggestion. The fourth brother, Fu Zhizhou, with the best background and qualifications, facilitated their connections, enabling the 3 to be appointed as 8th-rank martial officials in the capital, a privilege intertwined with the Fu family's connections. Only the eldest brother, Ko Liang, was devoid of celestial fortune, lacked connections, and possessed no martial aptitude. His contributions to the trio were negligible, representing the true essence of a humble path to immortality. Under Wei Tu's scrutinizing gaze, Ko Liang's expression darkened, and he lowered his head for a moment, lost in thought. In contrast, Wei Fei, despite suppressing his emotions, could not conceal the joy radiating from his heart, which was evident to all. After all, he is aided by a congenital realm martial artist, which significantly enhances his chances of breaking through to the innate stage. Witnessing this, Wei Tu hesitated, uncertain whether to salvage this potentially disintegrating alliance. With one individual contributing while the other 3 benefited without reciprocation, Such a partnership was destined to falter. Yet, he soon recalled the actions of Fu Zhizhou in the past. After ascending to the 8th rank as a martial officer, far surpassing them, Fu did not abandon them. Instead, he provided them with intelligence, enabling them to train in secret and prepare their armaments for the impending conflicts. It was indeed true that their elder brother, Liang, took advantage of the three of them, but this was an unavoidable circumstance, not a reflection of his true intentions. If he were to forsake Liang today, who among the four of them would he abandon tomorrow? After a brief moment of contemplation regarding the gains and losses, Wei Tu resolutely decided to extend a hand to his elder brother, Liang, at this critical juncture. Firstly, to honor the oath made during their brotherhood, and to avoid setting a poor precedent by abandoning a brother. Secondly, to uphold the camaraderie that had developed over more than 20 years. After fulfilling this bond, should Liang find it difficult to keep pace with the three of them in the future, then discussions of abandonment could be postponed. It would be unreasonable to deny him even a single opportunity. Moreover, who could predict whether the currently lagging Liang might one day surpass them, leading them in the future? Upon this reflection, Wei Tu's countenance turned solemn as he surveyed the three brothers seated alongside him. He spoke. Since our fourth brother has attained the innate stage and resolved to assist our second brother, it would be remiss of me, as one who has also reached this stage, to remain inactive. Should the opportunity arise to aid our elder brother, Liang, to reach the innate realm, I, Wei, would be willing to extend my assistance to the best of my abilities. The path of immortality is long and arduous, and it is inevitable that some will falter along the way. Nevertheless, I do not wish for those who journey further to coldly cast aside their companions. Even if one falls behind, the four of us can support one another, providing a reliable foundation to prevent anyone from becoming isolated. As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere within the private room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The assembly was taken aback not only by Wei Tu's ascendance to the innate stage, but also by his willingness to take such a step for their elder brother, Liang. It is worth noting that among the four brothers, there exists a spectrum of intimacy. Liang shares the closest bond with Fu Zhizhou, followed by Wei Fei, with Wei Tu being the most distanced. Now, with Fu Zhizhou's words hinting at a desire to abandon Liang, Wei Tu's contrary inclination to offer his support was indeed surprising. This unexpected turn was even beyond Liang's own anticipation. Thank you, third brother, for your assistance. Liang expressed, his emotions a tangled web, taking a moment before he managed to articulate this sentiment. Afterward, he added, for the assistance you have rendered me, I shall be forever grateful and will ensure that you do not bear any loss. Following this brief interlude, under the expectant gazes of Liang and the others, Wei Tu commenced recounting his journey of breaking through to the innate stage and his revelations regarding the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. A quarter of an hour later, the gathering approached its conclusion. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Zhizhou revealed another piece of news. Recently, I have heard that the bandits in Guangyuan Prefecture are ferocious. Having dealt significant defeats to the imperial troops on multiple occasions, there exists a possibility that they may even invade Qingfeng Prefecture. For the sake of safety, we must relocate our families to a different place as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the city is besieged, we can rely on our martial skills to retreat safely, but our families would be in a precarious situation. Upon hearing the familiar term bandits from Guangyuan, Wei Tu's expression darkened. Guangyuan Prefecture is adjacent to Qingfeng Prefecture and falls under the jurisdiction of Shenandoah. Over the past 6 months, he, like Fu Zhizhou, has learned about the bandits in Guangyuan, or rather, the so-called righteous army of Guangyuan, through various channels. However, he had not anticipated that the situation had escalated to such a perilous extent that necessitated the early evacuation of their families. In his more than 20 years of service, Wei Tu had heard of numerous incursions by bandits and rebellions among the populace, certainly at least 30 or 50 instances, but invariably, they were swiftly quelled by the imperial forces. The emergence of a band of marauders capable of sweeping through an entire prefecture was unprecedented. It seemed implausible that the strength of the populace alone could reach such a scale of rebellion. Even an innate martial artist could infiltrate the military and assassinate their leader in secret. Then, a glimmer of insight appeared in Wei Tu's eyes as he turned his gaze towards Fu Zhizhou, awaiting his explanation. If his suspicions were correct, this rebellion in Guangyuan might present an opportunity for both him and Fu Zhizhou, a chance to engage with the realm of cultivation and the innate martial artists of the court. It appeared that his third brother had also come to a similar conclusion. At an opportune moment, Fu Zhizhou spoke, regarding the rebel forces in Guangyuan Prefecture. Led by the Mountain King Wu Yishan, I harbor suspicions that an external force, not aligned with the court, is clandestinely supporting them. This force is likely to be aided by innate martial artists, and perhaps even the fabled immortals. Therefore, we must take precautions and devise a plan in advance. It is prudent to evacuate our families without delay. After the gathering at Xuanhe Tower concluded, Wei Tu returned home and began instructing Xinghua to prepare their belongings. Awaiting the moment for departure, the four of them were military officials wielding a certain degree of military authority, and as such, their families had long been under the watchful eye of government spies, while their comings and goings were generally unimpeded. A complete relocation would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the authorities, prompting inquiries about their intentions. Days later, the four of them finalized their strategy, planning for the families to discreetly depart through the western gate at the hour of the tiger on the evening of the seventh day, escorted by Fu Zhizhou, under the pretense of visiting the filial and righteous Fu family. By that time, once the dust settled, as long as they maintained a low profile during this interim, the authorities would likely adhere to the principle of avoiding unnecessary complications and refrain from troubling them. After all, during this period, several officials had already caught wind of the situation and had evacuated their families from Qifeng Prefecture. However, what Wei Tu could never have anticipated was that on the fifth night of their preparations for departure, a tattered old woman with graying hair unexpectedly knocked on the back door of the Wei residence. "Madam?" Recognizing the old woman, Xinghua gasped in surprise as she was ushered inside by a servant. "I shall fetch Wei Gu'er immediately." After calming down in Xinghua town, Li Tongshi did not readily inquire about the reasons behind the dire predicament that had befallen her family. Instead, she instructed her maid to serve tea before she made her way directly out of the parlor and towards the living quarters in search of Wei Tuesday. With Wei Tu's protective presence, it seemed improbable that the Li family would have fallen into such a tragic state. She surmised that the family must have encountered a great calamity, prompting Li Tongshi to come to the city in hopes of relying on past affections to seek Wei Tu's assistance. Before long, Wei Tu arrived in the parlor and found Li Tongshi seated in the guest area, appearing somewhat anxious. "Madam, your visit to my residence, might I inquire as to its purpose?" Wei Tu bypassed any pleasantries and, after surveying Li Tongshi with a discerning gaze, spoke directly. Nearly 30 years had elapsed, and any ties he had with the Li family had long since been severed, as he had learned through Sioux County's constable, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, 3 years prior, had he not intervened to rescue the Li family from ruin, they would have already succumbed to complete financial collapse. This time, it was still related to the affairs of Xingye. Li Tongshi cradled her teacup, her head bowed, too hesitant to meet Wei Tu's gaze. In a soft voice, she revealed, 2 months ago, Xingye ran away from home and took refuge with one of Mingzhou, serving as an aide under his command. Upon discovery by the authorities, my entire family of 13 was thrown into a dark prison, subjected to relentless interrogation, torture, and torment. Had it not been for the old ties within the county office, I would have found it difficult to escape and stand before you, Wei Guard. Upon finishing her account, Li Tongshi cautiously raised her head, observing Wei Tu's reaction to the unfolding situation. The king of Mingzhou is not a prince conferred by the court of the Zheng state, but rather one of the rebel leaders among the 32 factions of the righteous army from Guanyuan prefecture. Her son, Li Xingye, sought refuge with the king of Mingzhou and became his advisor, which constitutes treason in accordance with the laws of Zheng, warranting the extermination of 9 generations. Typically, upon hearing of such matters, most would deem it a calamity, and instead of offering assistance, they would likely deliver her to the authorities for punishment. Even officials entangled in treason would find themselves unable to escape culpability. What surprised Li Tongshi was that Wei Tu, upon hearing this news, displayed neither shock nor anger, but rather an expression of indifference. He dismissed the guest with a brevity of words. The kindness of the Li family he had already repaid in full over the past 30 years. Should the Li family require a minor favor, he might consider extending his help for the sake of old ties, but when it comes to treason, even if he possessed the capability, he had no desire to invite disaster upon himself. As his words settled, Li Tongshi suddenly fell to her knees with a thud, her face reflecting desperation as she implored, "I, an old woman, come to beseech Wei Shoubei. Not out of a deluded hope for salvation for my entire family, I merely request that you lend a hand to save one of my grandsons. Please do not let the Li family's lineage come to an end." As if recalling something, she hurriedly added, "The old woman has 2 grandsons, the second son S. unrelated to that wretched offspring of Xingye. 1 grandson?" Wei Tu raised an eyebrow slightly, refraining from immediately voicing a refusal. The fact that Li Tongshi managed to escape from the county jail was not due to her own capabilities, but rather thanks to the assistance of his old acquaintances. In other words, the situation is not so dire that assistance is impossible. The charge of treason is indeed severe, yet the officials involved are local. possessing the capacity for partiality. However, the matter at hand is significant, and the officials of Qingshan County are unlikely to act without his endorsement. In other words, aiding the Li family carries the risk of igniting trouble for oneself, yet this danger remains within a manageable scope. Otherwise, Li Tongsher would not have a chance of escape. Additionally, there exists the possibility that a certain official, harboring animosity, may contrive a scheme to ensnare him. Merely one grandson. With my connections, I could extricate him. Yet this would inevitably leave a compromising handle in the hands of the officials of Qingshan County. This handle is no trivial matter, but rather one that pertains to treason. Vigilance is imperative, if one were to rely on martial prowess. Wei Tu pondered quietly. With his martial arts skills, secretly infiltrating the county jail to rescue an individual should not pose a significant challenge. Nevertheless, he did not wish to expose himself to peril by personally venturing into the county jail for this matter. The living room remained tranquil for several moments. Wei Tu shook his head, resolving to first have Xinghua procure 2 ingots of silver as travel funds to present to Li Tongsher. He then informed the maid to see the guests off. Li Xingye seemed indifferent to the plight of his wife and children. As an outsider, why should he concern himself with the lives of the Li family? A single grandson is easier to save, yet the subsequent arrangements and management carry immense risks. He too has a wife and children. How could he allow this affair to entangle his family in danger? Wei Xiaobai, Lord Wei. Could it truly be impossible? At the back door of the Wei residence, the silver-haired Madame Li stepped over the threshold, her heart still clinging to hope. She glanced back at Wei Tu with a steadfast gaze, her lips moving slightly as she inquired. Over the course of nearly 30 years, Wei Tu had invariably responded to the Li family's requests, which was why she regarded him as her lifeline. However, to her dismay, Wei Tu's refusal this time was so resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. After a moment of silence, Wei Tu spoke. If Madame Li had sought my assistance over 20 years ago, despite the potential complications, I would have helped the Li family through this calamity. Yet, circumstances have changed. Affection can indeed be exhausted. Nonetheless, he reflected inwardly, had this predicament befell the Li family 2 decades prior, he would have been equally unwilling to offer aid, to risk his own life for the sake of an old benefactor. Even one who understood loyalty seemed an insurmountable act. Moreover, his interactions with the Li family had not been particularly pleasant. Had he not managed to extricate himself in advance, he would have already become their sworn enemy. Affection exhausted upon hearing these words, Madame Li murmured to herself, letting out several sighs. The Li family claimed to Wei Tu a debt of life. Yet in truth, during times of famine, they had seized the opportunity to purchase slaves when lives were cheap. 3 years prior, her son, Li Xingye, found himself imprisoned for reciting rebellious poetry in a tavern. It was only through Wei Tu's connections that their lives were spared, preventing them from losing their entire fortune. One life for another. If anyone owed a debt, it would be the Li family who owed Wei Tu their lives. The elderly woman took her leave, performing a half-bow before turning to exit through the back door of the Wei residence. In just a few breaths, she vanished into the corner of the alley. After Li Tongsher departed from the Wei residence, Wei Tu remained vigilant, his mind unyielding. He commanded his servant to close the rear gate. Then, with a swift motion, he ascended to the eaves to discreetly follow Li Tongsher. One who receives a favor in rice may seek revenge for a mere handful. This time, he chose not to assist Li Tongsher in rescuing the Li family from peril. Should Li Tongsher harbor resentment and alert the authorities, claiming he too harbored treasonous intentions, he would find himself in dire straits. Was there another trailing Li Tongsher besides himself? Could it be the officials of Qingshan County? After trailing Li Tongsher for a brief moment, Wei Tu suddenly discerned a gaunt middle-aged man stealthily following her from a distance of 50 paces. He surmised that this man was likely dispatched by the officials of Qingshan County. The purpose of sending this middle-aged man, he conjectured, was similar to his own, a shared apprehension that Li Tongsher might seek assistance and, upon failure, turn vengeful and indiscriminately accuse others. A quarter of an hour later, Li Tongsher approached the vicinity of the government office. Observing this, Wei Tu, perched upon the eaves, felt a chill flicker in his gaze. With a subtle gesture, he revealed a verdant leaf between his fingers, an incidental find from a sycamore tree during his pursuit of Li Tongsher. Should she report to the authorities next? He would not hesitate. He would seize the opportunity to eliminate Li Tongsher before she could act. Then, Wei Tu's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man trailing Li Tongsher. Like him, this man bore a fierce glint in his eyes and brandished a dagger, clearly harboring murderous intent. Li Tong stood for a brief moment at the entrance of the government office, ascending the steps several times only to descend once more, refraining from knocking on the imposing door. Once Li Tong departed, Wei Tu exhaled in relief. The act of eliminating someone so familiar to him was indeed a trial. To have avoided such a fate was, in itself, a stroke of fortune. Wei Tu continued to trail behind Li Tong and the middle-aged man. And upon witnessing Li Tong being apprehended by the county constables outside the jurisdiction of the government office, he swiftly devised a plan to retrieve the 2 ingots of silver he had bestowed upon Li Tong, before retreating discreetly. 3 days later, amidst the siege of the city by rebel forces, news reached Wei Tu concerning the tragic fate of 13 members of the Li family, who had perished standing in the market square of Qingshan County. As he absorbed this disheartening news, Wei Tu reflected on the centuries of rise and fall of the Li family, penning a letter to his children, Wei Yin and Wei Xiaowen, to serve as a cautionary tale. Over 100 years prior, the Li family had ascended from humble merchants, gradually amassing wealth and prestige. However, the reckless actions of one unworthy descendant, Li Xingye, had led to the utter collapse of this hard-won legacy, erasing generations of labor in an instant and nearly extinguishing their lineage. This served as a poignant example of what could go awry. Wei Tu was determined that his progeny would not emulate Li Xingye, fully aware of the challenges in preventing such occurrences. The adage that wealth seldom endures beyond 3 generations was not merely an empty saying. Yet, as long as the second generation of the Wei family refrained from producing a similar disgrace, he would find solace. After sending off his letter to the Shaoyi prefecture, a response soon followed. 16th Wei Yin responded, "I shall diligently heed my father's teachings and faithfully uphold the family legacy." Wei Tu had anticipated the content of Wei Yan's reply. Under the tutelage of Xinghua, this eldest daughter had transformed into a genuine lady of refinement, her every word and deed resonating with cultivated grace. After carefully preserving Wei Yan's letter, Wei Tu turned his attention to the correspondence from the second son of the Wei family, Wei Xiaowen. In stark contrast to Wei Yan's rigid response, Wei Xiaowen's letter proved to be far more intriguing. He noted, Li Xingye's folly lies not in being a rebel's advisor, but rather in his failure to navigate matters with meticulous care. It is my duty to adhere to my father's counsel, conducting myself with thoroughness to avert future troubles. Upon reading this, Wei Tu furrowed his brow, his countenance clouded with concern rather than appreciation for Wei Xiaowen's response. After all, Li Xingye hailed from a scholarly background and should have been well aware of the perils of imprudence. Yet, he still found himself embroiled in such unfortunate consequences. Wei Tu surmised that Li Xingye's actions were not deliberate, but rather stemmed from a lofty ambition devoid of practical grounding. Wei Xiaowen's reply only intensified Wei Tu's fears that he might become a second Li Xingye, potentially bringing calamity upon the family. With this thought in mind, Wei Tu took up his pen once more, composing a lengthy letter filled with admonitions for Wei Xiaowen, urging him to temper his aspirations and remain rooted in reality. Advancing step by step, however, this time, days passed 6 or 7, without a single reply. Observing this, Wei Tu, seasoned by years in military service, swiftly grasped that the communication channels in the capital had been severed by the rebel forces, which explained the delay in receiving Wei Xiaowen's response. Indeed, the situation unfolded precisely as Wei Tu had feared. The following day, as the defender of the west gate of Qingfeng Fort, he received an urgent military order concerning the city's defense. The provincial governor issued a command. He was to prepare logs and stones, mobilize laborers, and resolutely guard the west gate, ensuring that not a single rebel infiltrated the city. Simultaneously, the governor's office dispatched a 5th-rank military officer to serve as the chief commander of the west gate defense. He, in turn, was assigned as the deputy general to assist in the city's defense. The 5th-rank officer, Wei Tu recognized, was Deng Jijun from the governor's office. Early the next morning, standing atop the west gate, Wei Tu gazed 5 miles away, where a throng of rebel forces from Guangyuan Prefecture waved banners of various colors. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a rust-colored character emblazoned on the leading banner, instantly realizing that the leader of the rebels attacking the west gate was Lin Quanqing, known as the Green Tiger King among the 32 rebel kings. After noting the main banner, Wei Tu's eyes were drawn to a secondary banner, embroidered in bright yellow with the character for Ming, the king of Mingzhou. Wei Tu squinted. He recalled that Li Xingye had allied himself with the king of Mingzhou, serving as his advisor. The fact that the king of Mingzhou was collaborating with the Green Tiger King to assault the West Gate sparked a suspicion within him. There might be an influence from Li Xingye at play. Otherwise, why would it be the king of Mingzhou among the 32 rebel kings to arrive at the West Gate? It seemed that the rebel kings of Guangyuan Prefecture had indeed gained considerable momentum, standing atop the fortress. As he observed the 2 factions of rebel troops arranging themselves under the command of their banners, a thought began to form in Wei Tu's mind. After a brief moment, Wei Tu entered the command tent and began to deliberate with Deng Jijun on the specific matters of defending the city. organizing the various military officials into designated areas of responsibility. Deng Jijun, not one to belittle others, readily embraced Wei Tu's arrangements and commended him for his military acumen. By afternoon, the western gate of the prefectural city was met with the first probing assault from the rebel forces led by the usurper king. Under Wei Tu's strategic guidance, the rebels suffered significant casualties, losing hundreds of their men, without even grazing the city walls, before they fled in disarray. Ultimately, the rebel forces proved to be of little consequence, far inferior to the elite government troops. Witnessing this resounding victory, Deng Jijun erupted into laughter and addressed the assembled military officials, who, upon hearing his words, felt a wave of relief wash over their earlier fears. Dismissing the threats posed by the insurrectionists, although the Zheng state had enjoyed several centuries of peace, with only occasional minor rebellions, such a blatant siege of the prefectural city was indeed a rarity, a phenomenon seldom encountered in decades. While Wei Tu, seated in a subordinate position, wore a smile akin to that of his fellow officials, an undercurrent of unease stirred within him. Just half a month prior, he and Fu Zhizhou had speculated that the key to victory in the impending conflict between the government and the usurper king lay not in the armies themselves, but rather in the clash of the celestial beings and innate martial masters supporting them. Thus, the ability of these military officials to defend the city would have little bearing on the ultimate outcome of the war. The following day, the rebel forces launched another attack, this time armed with siege ladders, scaling devices, and siege engines, marking a departure from their previous tentative assault. The offensive was executed with remarkable orderliness. Just a few charges nearly overwhelmed the imperial troops, who were on the verge of losing their position to the rebel forces atop the city walls. The counterattack that claimed the lives of the rebel vanguard was orchestrated by none other than Wei Tu, who concealed himself behind the guard camp, occasionally taking aim to release a deadly arrow. Each of his arrows was meticulously aimed at the leaders of the rebel vanguard, and nearly every time he drew his bow, he succeeded in slaying a foe. Without their leaders to direct them, the already disorganized rebel forces found themselves without support, rendering them incapable of survival against the imperial troops' counteroffensive. It was prudent to remain discreet. Inflicting a few casualties while safeguarding the western gate was sufficient. After dispatching 7 or 8 adversaries, Wei Tu ceased his assault, feigning a debilitating injury to his right hand, which he wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage before retreating to the safety of the encampment. He recalled the battle at Xiang Town, where revealing his marksmanship had led Su County officer to order the assassination of Xie Qing, leaving him on the brink of death. Such caution was imperative. Adaptability was crucial. Qingfeng Prefecture was not Guangyuan Prefecture. It was the capital of Shannon Road, and the court would never tolerate its fall to the rebels. There would undoubtedly be formidable martial forces dispatched to confront the power backing the rebel king. As for me, I shall guard the western gate and bide my time until that day arrives. Then, I shall decide my course of action. Wei Tu pondered. The fall of Qingfeng Prefecture would effectively signify the collapse of the entire Shannon Road. The remaining counties yet to be taken would surely abandon their resistance and loyalty to the court upon witnessing the might of the rebels in Guangyuan Prefecture. After the events unfolded, a proclamation could swiftly unify the remaining states and counties. This was evidently difficult for the court of Zheng to accept. A rebel king who occupies a single prefecture is merely a bandit, but a rebel king who commands a territory possesses the legitimacy to establish a new court. Even if, in the aftermath, the Zheng court could rely on extraordinary forces to eradicate the rebel king, the tumult in the hearts of the people would be irreparable. After all, the common folk are unaware that the Zheng court has innate martial masters and celestial beings. 7 days later, in the evening, Deng Jijun arrived at Wei Tu's tent, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He cast a glance at Wei Tu and whispered a few words before leading him to the provincial governor's residence within the city. Upon entering, Wei Tu observed several military officials of similar age to his own. An eyebrow arched in recognition, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with the scene. Suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, he followed Deng Jijun into the parlor. To his surprise, the esteemed figure seated in the main position was not the Governor Liu, who presided over the Southern Territory, but rather a gaunt yet spirited elderly man clad in a green robe. Governor Liu displayed considerable respect, pouring tea and water for the elderly man, peppering his speech with flattery. This revelation both astonished Wei Tu and affirmed his suspicions regarding the elderly man's identity. He must be the innate martial master dispatched by the court to address the current crisis. Please, take a seat, Wei. Deng Jijun instructed a servant to bring a chair, placing Wei Tu at the end of the table. A quarter of an hour later, more military officials began to arrive at the parlor. Among them, Wei Tu spotted Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang. The three exchanged glances, seating themselves apart, feigning unfamiliarity. The bond formed among the four did not reach the ears of the public, apart from their intimate families and close friends. Few were privy to the depth of their camaraderie. This time, the official summoned his colleagues for a matter he wished to discuss. As the military officers arrived one by one, Liu, the governor, took his seat at the second position. He rose, casting his gaze upon the assembly, cleared his throat lightly, and spoke. As his words fell, a military officer promptly responded, saying, "We await your esteemed instructions, Governor." Observing this, Liu nodded in satisfaction and smiled, saying, "This matter requires the guidance of Master Wu Xian. I am merely here to assist him." The mention of Master Wu Xian elicited expressions of astonishment from the military officers present. Though they had surmised that the elderly figure in the blue robe held a distinguished status, they had not anticipated that he belonged to the legendary realm of immortals. This realization extended to Wei Tu and his companions, who had previously speculated that the elder might be a congenital martial artist. They could hardly fathom that he was. In fact, a being from the immortal realm, a pursuit they had sought for nearly 3 decades without ever encountering one. Indeed, the situation at Wuyun Tower was but a minor affliction, yet the court had dispatched 3 congenital martial artists. The current rebellion in Guanyuan Prefecture posed a grave threat. The court would hardly send only congenital martial artists to address it. With this understanding, Wei Tu felt a sense of clarity, dispelling any lingering doubts. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, the elderly figure clad in a green robe, known as the Witch Immortal, set down his cup of tea. A faint smile graced his lips as he declared, "The rebels of Guanyuan Prefecture shall be resolved within 3 days with my presence." However, the Witch Immortal paused contemplatively. "There are others among the Guanyuan rebels who possess support akin to mine. While I, along with 2 innate martial masters from the court, can certainly contend with them, the involvement of the rebellious marauders complicates matters." He continued, "Thus, I require your assistance to accompany me beyond the city and serve as my guardians. The mortals cannot inflict harm upon us immortals. Their interference poses a considerable nuisance." Yet, Wei Tu harbored a differing sentiment. If the Witch Immortal truly possessed the ability to disregard the mortal realm, why would he seek the aid of these military officials for protection? This Witch Immortal seemed to occupy a lowly status among the immortals. Otherwise, he would not be summoned by the Zheng court to extricate them from perilous situations. Wei Tu mused silently. At that moment, a daring thought surged within his mind, while the Witch Immortal and another immortal engaged in battle, leading to their mutual downfall. He could collaborate with Fu Zhizhou to seize one of the immortals and extract intelligence regarding their kind. However, as this notion emerged, he swiftly awakened from his reverie, suppressing the greedy impulse deep within his heart, choosing not to dwell further on it. The methods employed by immortals are unfathomable, even in mutual ruin. They may possess means to severely injure innate martial masters. Once the Witch Immortal concluded his words, Lu Xuanfu's expression hardened, and he spoke in a grave tone. "The tasks assigned by the Witch Immortal constitute military orders. Noble gentlemen, as recipients of the court's stipend, it is your duty to remain loyal to the sovereign and serve the nation. Should any harbor intentions of retreat, those who flee from the battlefield shall face the law's decree, the annihilation of their entire lineage." As these words echoed through the hall, an immediate tension enveloped the atmosphere, laden with oppression and foreboding. This time, refusal was not an option. Wei Tu sighed inwardly. Previously, when governor he had dispatched their newly appointed martial scholar to infiltrate Wuyun Tower, they had the privilege of declining, as the martial scholars held no official rank. However, the circumstances had changed. All present were military officials, bound by duty to heed the court's summons, even if such orders led to certain death. Fortunately, he had managed to send his family away in advance. Thus, even amidst peril, he believed his martial prowess would afford him a chance to escape amidst the ensuing chaos. This moment presented both danger and opportunity. As he pondered, Wei Tu deliberately lowered his head to conceal his expression from prying eyes. The innate martial masters possessed remarkable perception, capable of discerning others' emotions through subtle facial cues. If the innate martial masters could do so, he wondered whether the shamanic master possessed the means to unveil his current thoughts. Caution and prudence were paramount. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, let us act tonight to quell the rebellion in the southern mountains. The shamanic master rose, striking his white cloth pouch at his waist, and in his hand appeared a verdant lotus leaf. Chanting an obscure and unearthly incantation, the palm-sized leaf shimmered with multicolored radiance, expanding as it caught the wind. Moments later, the lotus leaf had grown to several feet in width. "You may ascend now," the shamanic master declared, holding a pale green jade stone, a smile gracing his visage. Upon witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, the attending military officials were instantly imbued with confidence. their hesitation dissipating as one of them resolutely stepped forward and leaped onto the expansive emerald lotus leaf. Once atop the verdant foliage, Wei Tu crouched down, his fingers gliding across its surface. He discovered that the leaf's texture was soft yet resilient, resembling that of an actual plant rather than some extraordinary metal. After a brief interval, once the military officials had collected their weapons at the hall, the sorcerer, with a flourish of his robes, positioned himself at the tip of the lotus leaf and began to chant an incantation, summoning the leaf to take flight beneath him. However, to the disappointment of the assembled officials, the ascent was rather sluggish, moving at a pace reminiscent of a tortoise, even slower than their own running speed. As the minutes passed, they barely managed to clear the city walls, having traversed less than half the intended distance. Sensing the unspoken disdain harbored by the military officials, the sorcerer's complexion flushed slightly, and he clarified, "Were I to travel alone, I would arrive in the blink of an eye. However, this journey is hindered by your mortal presence, hence the delay." The officials, upon hearing this, felt a wave of understanding wash over them. Some of the overly loyal military men even felt a sense of shame for being a burden to the sorcerer. Yet Wei Tu remained unconvinced by their reassurances. As the sorcerer spoke, his gaze lingered on the two innate martial masters standing beside him, scrutinizing them with heightened interest. Most formidable deceptions may fool oneself, yet they seldom deceive those who are familiar. The two innate martial artists, though adept at concealing their expressions, could not entirely mask the subtle twitch of their lips following the words of the witch master. Observing this, Wei Tu swiftly concluded that the witch master was not as formidable as he himself had claimed. His initial suspicions proved accurate. The witch master seemed to occupy a lowly position among the celestial masters, both in rank and in power. Upon achieving success, the witch master declared, "If any among you perform commendably, I shall take you as my servants and impart the celestial arts." Upon hearing this, the martial officials' eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. Their spirits lifted from the earlier gloom. Faced with the high-ranking officials of the court, they were generally inclined to offer their services, especially when the figure before them was one whom even the governor sought to appease. Becoming a servant to the witch master was not a mark of shame. After all, even the ministers served under the chancellor. There was a possibility that by serving the witch master, they too might ascend to the rank of innate martial artists in their later years, thereby extending their lives. Wei Tu remained silent, seizing an opportunity to exchange glances with Fu Zhizhou, subtly shaking his head. Fu Zhizhou understood immediately, discreetly conveying Wei Tu's sentiments to Ko Liang. Having known each other for many years, although they had not yet reached a level of perfect understanding, they could easily discern one another's thoughts through simple exchanges of glances. Soon, the three reached a consensus, deciding to disregard the witch master's dubious words and prioritize their safety upon reaching the battlefield. An hour later, the witch master descended into a lush valley outside the city, placing the group of martial officials in this verdant setting. He remarked, "The distance from here to the main tent of the rebel leader, Wu Yi, is approximately 6 miles. This location is easy to defend, but difficult to assault. Once I lure the enemy's celestial masters here, I need you to assist me in blocking the rebel forces within this valley. Do not allow them to approach me." Upon hearing this, Wei Tu raised an eyebrow and cast a glance toward the rebel camp. Over 20 years had passed since the battle at Xiyang Town, and he was no longer the inexperienced low-ranking officer he once was. He had developed a certain understanding of battlefield formations and terrain. After a brief assessment, Wei Tu found himself more convinced of the wisdom in the choice of this valley by the celestial master. The entrance was narrow, allowing only a few individuals to enter at once, a true choke point that could be defended by a single person against thousands. Even with their meager force of just over 30, holding off the rebel army of 10,000 for several hours should not prove overly challenging. However, should the celestial master fail, he could escape, while they, as military officers, would be left to face the encirclement and annihilation by the rebel forces. Contemplating this, Wei Tu shook his head again. He would not place his life in the hands of the so-called assurances offered by the celestial master. Even in a scenario where the celestial master emerged victorious amidst the assault of a significant army, it was uncertain whether there would be enough strength left to facilitate their departure. Scanning the terrain, Wei Tu began to contemplate viable escape routes for when the time came. This valley was a perilous ground for soldiers, for ordinary individuals. Being trapped here often meant certain death. Yet, he was different as a naturally gifted martial artist. Though he could not fly, navigating the rocky walls of the valley for a brief ascent was within his capabilities. A quarter of an hour later, Wei Tu identified 2 suitable evacuation routes. He meticulously summarized his findings and inscribed them onto 2 pebbles hidden within his sleeve, utilizing his innate vital energy. Seizing an opportune moment, he presented these to Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou. At that moment, the shaman had also completed his preparations within the valley. with a pained expression. He retrieved 2 yellow talismans from his sleeve and handed them to the 2 innate martial artists accompanying him, instructing, "Take these thick armor talismans. It is imperative that you delay the rebel forces." After imparting his brief admonition, the shaman once again summoned the verdant lotus leaves and soared out of the valley towards the central command tent of the mountain howling king, Wei Tu. This flight differed markedly from his earlier one, as he sped forth with the swiftness of a galloping steed. The lotus leaves beneath him now reduced to the size of grinding wheels. After a brief interval, the group of Wei Tu suddenly heard a thunderous explosion emanating from the direction of the rebel forces' command tent. Immediately thereafter, a blinding sea of flames engulfed the scene. "Wuhong Hai, you old rascal, rather than hiding in the spirit realm awaiting your demise, you dare venture to the southern mountain path to ruin my Jia family's endeavors, seeking death," came a stern voice. The concealed Wei Tu and his companions instinctively gazed skyward, noticing 2 luminous orbs the size of lanterns hovering in midair. The yellow orb relentlessly pursued the blue one, punctuated by intermittent shouts of reprimand. Upon closer inspection, Wei Tu discerned that the blue orb was none other than the earlier shaman, while the yellow orb belonged to a scarred middle-aged man wielding a sword. Soon, during the pursuit, the scarred man was lured by the shaman into a carefully laid ambush within the valley he had prepared. Subsequently, the sorcerer ceased his retreat, chuckling softly as he retrieved a gray banner from his sleeve and vigorously shook it. Instantly, the surface of the gray banner emitted a blinding gray light, and simultaneously, a transparent gray jade bowl materialized in the valley, inverted and enveloping both the sorcerer and the scarred middle-aged man. It was the minor spirit sealing array. Upon witnessing this formation, the scarred man's expression shifted dramatically as he identified its name. Although the minor spirit sealing array was not an overwhelmingly powerful formation, it would severely suppress the spiritual energy within his body, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. Moreover, this array possessed the ability to immobilize. Escaping would require considerable effort to shatter the array's protective barrier. Yet, with such limitations, you think to outmaneuver me, Wu Xinghai? You are sorely mistaken, declared the enraged scarred man. He recited several incantations, and a pale yellow shield materialized around him, while a long knife, previously resting on his back, now appeared in his hand. This blade, over 7 feet in length, was entirely blood red, and as he channeled his spiritual energy, a phantom of a blood-colored tiger had emerged, towering nearly 10 feet high, its roar echoing through the heavens and earth. Seeing this, Wei Tu immediately withdrew his gaze. No longer interested in the duel between the 2 sorcerers, his attention shifted towards the valley's outskirts, where he beheld the rebel forces of the anti-king, brandishing torches that resembled a serpentine blaze stretching for miles, slowly encroaching upon their concealed refuge within the shadowy valley. Soon, the drums of war would resound. Under the command of the 2 innate martial artists, Wei Tu and his companions resolutely defended their position, preparing to engage in combat with the hastily assembled elite troops of the anti-king. Before long, within the narrow passage of the mountain valley lay nearly 100 corpses of the rebel forces opposing the king. Upon witnessing this grim sight, Wei Tu seized the opportunity to stealthily remove the armor from a fallen rebel soldier, concealing it beneath his arm. After exchanging a glance with Fu Zhizhou, he stealthily retreated into the valley with Ko Liang. As dusk enveloped the landscape, the accompanying military officers assumed that Wei Tu and his companions were merely engaged in battle, their strength waning, prompting them to temporarily withdraw deeper into the valley for recuperation. Little did they suspect, nor could they have imagined, that Wei Tu and his 2 companions harbored treasonous intentions, daring to risk the annihilation of their families in a bid to escape this deadly trap. Now, with the shaman and the 2 innate martial masters entangled with the enemy, it was indeed the opportune moment for our retreat. Delaying our departure would render our escape nearly impossible once the other innate martial masters from the enemy forces arrived. Without further ado, Wei Tu briefly instructed his companions and tossed the enemy armor to Ko Liang, urging him to change swiftly. Possessing the strength of martial prowess for his own protection, Wei Tu knew that once they escaped the valley, he could easily procure another set of armor. At this moment, it was Ko Liang who required the enemy's armor more urgently. Upon seeing the armor, Ko Liang's eyes filled with gratitude. After expressing his thanks to Wei Tu, he hurriedly donned the armor. Subsequently, without hesitation, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, accompanied by Ko Liang, followed the preordained escape route, descending the steep cliffs of the valley. A quarter of an hour later, the 3 had donned the armor of the elite troops of the Mountain King, Wu Shan, successfully infiltrating the ranks of the rebel forces outside the valley. Elder brother, third brother, wait a moment. Just as the 3 were preparing to retreat and escape with their lives, Fu Zhizhou called out to Ko Liang and Wei Tu's 4th brother. What is it? Wei Tu inquired, somewhat surprised. At this moment, there remained nearly an hour before dawn, their optimal window for departure. Once daylight broke, the risk of their identities being exposed among the rebel forces would increase significantly. Furthermore, their defection had already entailed considerable peril, and they needed to hasten to Shaoyi Prefecture to safeguard their families from impending danger. Thus, time was of the essence. However, Wei Tu believed that Fu Zhizhou's insistence on stopping them was not due to trivial matters. There must be a deeper reason. I recognize the man standing beside King Shaoshan, Fu Zhizhou said in a hushed tone. He is the deputy master of Wuyun Tower, a relative of Xie Qing Xie Yuanshan. He added, following Fu Zhizhou's indication. Wei Tu also discerned an elderly figure, approximately 500 paces away, standing next to the rebel leader Wu Yishan. This venerable man, clad in a gray robe with a wispy beard and a slightly stooped posture, appeared to hold a significant position within the rebel ranks. Having taken only a half step back behind Wu Yishan, the two celestial masters are beyond our reach, but capturing Xie Yuanshan should not pose a challenge for us. Given our strengths, we can interrogate him to uncover the secrets of the celestial realm. Fu Zhizhou's eyes glimmered with intensity, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. This time, they had finally encountered someone from the celestial domain, yet due to their hesitations, they could only watch helplessly as the opportunity slipped away. Fortunately, a glimmer of hope emerged as they encountered Xie Yuanshan, a survivor of the martial fate tower, presenting them with a renewed opportunity to delve into the mysteries of the celestial realm. Very well, we shall proceed as my fourth brother suggested. Wei Tu agreed with a nod. Although they were unable to confront the shamanic masters Wu Xianshi and Jia Xianshi, they felt confident in their ability to intimidate Xie Yuanshan, the survivor of the martial fate tower. Moreover, having previously slain Xie Qing and seized the Xie family's celestial techniques, their enmity with Xie Yuanshan was undeniable. If they could eliminate this potential threat, it would indeed be a fortuitous deed. With a clear objective in mind, Wei Tu and his companions acted with caution. They temporarily distanced themselves from the main forces of the rebel army and, amidst the chaos, captured a subordinate commander of the Howling Mountain King, pressuring him for any intelligence he possessed regarding Xie Yuanshan. Under the cold crescent moon, amidst the dark thickets, the chirping of insects began to resonate. Fu Zhizhou pointed his fingers at the commander's brow, employing the mental techniques of an innate martial artist to extract information. Though Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou had yet to interact with other innate martial artists, they had gradually begun to unlock some capabilities of their innate vital energy after its acquisition. For instance, the mental techniques they once feared were, in truth, devoid of any profound mystery. They merely employed the innate vital energy to induce a hypnotic state by stimulating the brow acupoint of the interrogated individual. Under Fu Zhizhou's hypnotic influence, the rebel commander gradually divulged the limited information he possessed regarding Xie Yuanshan. Although the secrets he held were few, they proved to be sufficient. A smile graced Fu Zhizhou's face. On this fateful night, he found himself unwittingly embroiled in a celestial master duel, nearly falling victim to its perilous consequences. Even though he narrowly escaped, a future of being hunted loomed ominously over him. His life had, in that moment, descended to its nadir. However, should he manage to apprehend Xie Yuanshan and extract the hidden secrets of the celestial realm, all would be deemed worthwhile. After a brief interlude, Wei Tu and his companions devised a strategic plan to confront Xie Yuanshan based on the intelligence they had gathered. Let us proceed, Wei Tu declared, glancing at the sky to gauge the time. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade and severed the throat of the recently hypnotized rebel leader. In an instant, the trio melded seamlessly into the ranks of the rebellious forces led by the king of Shaoshan, vanishing from sight. Master, the young lord seeks your presence. A soldier clad in the garb of a personal guard whispered to Xie Yuanshan a quarter of an hour later. Ji Bai is looking for me? Xie Yuanshan replied, a look of surprise crossing his features. He scrutinized the unfamiliar guard before frowning slightly. Yet, he dismissed his concerns, acknowledging the rapid expansion of the king of Shaoshan's influence, which naturally brought forth individuals he did not recognize among the personal guards. The young lord claims he has accomplished the task assigned by the master and has succeeded in his endeavor, the guard added, lowering his head. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuanshan cast aside all doubt, his face lighting up with joy. He exclaimed 3 words of gratitude before hastily making his way to his tent. A quarter of an hour later, atop a distant hill, Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and Ko Liang gazed into the valley several miles away, observing the clash of powers. While at their feet lay 2 unconscious individuals, bound tightly. The 2 individuals, one aged and the other youthful, included the venerable elder, the septuagenarian Xie Yuanshan, who had just departed from the side of the king of Howling Mountains, Wu Yishan. the sorcerer Wu and the Taoist master Jia. The outcome of their duel remains uncertain. We have already defected. Regardless of whether they triumph or falter, it is imprudent for the three of us to appear before the world, drawing attention to ourselves. Wei Tu's gaze sharpened as he regarded Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang. Analyzing their current predicament, the result of the duel bodes ill for all three of them. The distinction lies in the fact that should the sorcerer Wu prevail, the citizens of the prosperous capital would be spared the horrors of slaughter at the hands of the rebel forces. A successful siege, followed by a cessation of hostilities in 3 days, is no mere idle boast. Brother 3, make a decision. Fu Zhizhou urged as he cast a glance at Ko Liang before fixing his gaze on Wei Tuesday. Initially, the 4 brothers of the righteous society had united under the leadership of the eldest, Ko Liang, respecting his every wish. However, as time progressed, Ko Liang's mediocrity in the realm of cultivation led to a gradual shift of their collective reliance from him to Wei Tuesday. Brother 3, I am all ears. Ko Liang responded, feeling a slight discomfort at Fu Zhizhou's words, yet knowing that once Wei Tu took charge, he harbored no resentment. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu nodded and, taking into account their present circumstances, devised a concrete plan. We shall divide our forces. The elder brother and the 4th brother will escort the venerable Xie Yuanshan and his grandson to Shaoyi Prefecture. The 4th brother will oversee their custody, while the elder brother hastens his journey to Shaoyi Prefecture to retrieve the families of the 3 of us and seek a secluded place for their temporary refuge. Upon the conclusion of our endeavors, the elder brother will await news at the Qingyang post in Shaoyi Prefecture, where the 4th brother will join him. As for me, Wei Tu pondered for a moment and then declared, I shall return to the capital to fetch the 2nd brother, and afterwards, I will rejoin you. This is unfeasible. Returning to the capital is far too perilous. Fu Zhizhou shook his head, though he admired Wei Tu's dedication to brotherly loyalty in this critical moment. The danger of returning to the capital was indeed considerable. Soon, the dawn would break, and the confrontation between the 2 celestial masters would determine a victor. At that juncture, should Wei Tu infiltrate the capital to aid Wei Fei in escaping the battlefield, the obstacles and dangers he would encounter are all too foreseeable. I have procured a deserted private residence within the capital, where I have excavated a cellar for concealment. Wei Tu spoke succinctly. This mission to rescue Wei Fei, while not without its perils, was a risk he felt confident in managing. Moreover, as the defense commander of the West Gate, he was most familiar with the city's garrison forces. Knowledge of both oneself and the adversary renders the task of leading Wei Fei out of the capital far less daunting. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhizhou ceased his counsel. He spoke, 10 days hence, if I do not see my elder brother at the Qingyang post, I shall venture into the city to search for him. Should any misfortune befall him, I shall take utmost care of his family. The final statement was delivered by Fu Zhizhou with unwavering resolve. So shall I. Ko Liang nodded emphatically. Previously, they had allied for mutual benefit, referring to each other as brothers. However, after the recent conflict, they had come to realize that they had forged an unbreakable bond of life and death. Departing from the mountain ridge, Wei Tu hastened towards the western gate of the city, determined to enter before nightfall and rescue Wei Fei. As a practitioner of innate martial arts, his speed, when fully unleashed, rivaled that of a galloping steed, perhaps even exceeding it. Thus, within the span of a mere incense stick-s burning time, Wei Tu traversed from the southern gate, where the rebel forces of the king of Shaoshan were stationed, to the western gate, where the rebel forces of the kings of Qinghu and Mingzhou were encamped. With a graceful demeanor, he leapt atop the tents of the encampment, soaring swiftly, leaving behind but fleeting shadows in midair. In stark contrast to the tightly organized defenses of the king of Shaoshan, the rebel forces of the kings of Qinghu and Mingzhou appeared lax, possibly due to their recent unification, resulting in numerous vulnerabilities throughout their encampments. Hence, his audacity went unnoticed by any guards, be they vigilant or covert. However, as Wei Tu glided past a brightly lit and spacious tent, he unexpectedly heard the voice of a familiar individual from outside. Li Xingye? Wei Tu was taken aback, momentarily faltering as he settled into the shadows of the tent, straining to listen to the commotion within. Though the voice of the individual within the tent was barely audible, his remarkable hearing, honed through innate abilities, allowed him to discern even the faintest of sounds with pristine clarity. With a deliberate exertion of his fingertips, he punctured the felt of the tent, peering through the diminutive aperture to observe the figures within. Inside, apart from Li Xingye, there were 2 others. One was a robust man, tall and broad, with a bushy beard and a coarse visage, clad in gleaming silver armor, draped with a gray cloak over his shoulders. The other bore a resemblance to Li Xingye, presenting himself as a learned scholar. Your Highness, this confrontation between the Shaoshan King's forces and the court's military officials presents a rare opportunity. Given the vulnerability of the capital, It is an opportune moment to seize the city and secure significant merit, Li Xingye urged with a deep bow, his demeanor respectful. Brother Xingye, why the haste? The outcome between the Shaoshan king and the court remains uncertain. If our troops advance through the western gate, we may, in a sense, be usurping the Shaoshan king's achievements. To put it bluntly, we would be slapping him in the face. The middle-aged scholar retorted with a tone of derision. Miao Dashi, do not overstep your bounds. In terms of accolades, you are but an unaccomplished student. What right do you have to dictate terms before me? Li Xingye's countenance darkened with embarrassment and ire as he rebuked. Afterward, he offered an explanation to the Prince of Mingzhou. Your Highness, while there may be a hint of merit theft in this endeavor, seizing the western gate would undoubtedly fortify your position. Given time, you could potentially usurp the Shaoshan king and ascend as the supreme leader. If we do not take risks, our Mingzhou forces will inevitably be devoured one by the Shaoshan king. We might align ourselves with him, but what then for you, Your Highness? How will you find your own standing? He added. This statement holds merit. The king of Mingzhou, visibly moved, cast a deep glance at Li Xingye and nodded. The king cannot, he remarked. The middle-aged Confucian scholar, Miao Dashi, unwilling to concede defeat, gritted his teeth and proclaimed. Has the king forgotten the tragedy that befell Brother Xingye's family a fortnight ago? At this moment, Brother Xingye's eagerness for the king to besiege the western city is not merely for conquest. It is to seek vengeance and redress, to eliminate that Wei guard. Outside. After hearing all of this, Wei narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. He certainly did not regard the Wei guard mentioned by Miao Dashi as anyone other than himself. In the entire capital, he was the sole guard of the western gate bearing the surname Wei. He had not anticipated that the affairs concerning the Li family would invoke the involvement of the king of Mingzhou, merely for his failure to rescue the Li family. He had become a foe in Li Xingye's eyes. The king of Mingzhou's involvement in this matter seemed to aim at using the Li family to implicate me, the western gate guard, into aiding the rebels by opening the city gates. After a brief contemplation, Wei discerned the underlying reasons. After all, his only duty was to guard the western gate, which made him a target of interest for the rebellious forces led by the king of Mingzhou. However, the trio of the king, Li Xingye, and Miao Dashi truly exhibited a fanciful naivety, lacking the support of transcendent masters or innate martial artists. What audacity did they possess to concoct such schemes? Wei felt a moment of silent pity for their short-sightedness. In terms of strategic acumen, both Li Xingye and Miao Dashi were not without merit, yet regrettably, this world is one of the extraordinary. Their strategies would not only prove futile but rather lead them down the path of self-destruction. Since enmity had been established, Wei Tu showed no mercy. He retrieved several willow leaf darts from his waist and, with a swift motion, hurled them towards the treacherous soldiers guarding the tent. A series of soft thuds resonated as the guards fell one by one. Wei Tu charged into the tent, casting a brief glance at King Mingzhou. Before the king could utter a word, Wei Tu, in an opportunistic frenzy, dispatched this rustic hero with a single dart. With the demise of King Mingzhou, the astonished Li Xingye and Miao Dashi, who had intended to summon the royal guards, abruptly stifled the words that were about to escape their lips. King Mingzhou lay dead. Even if they survived, their fate would not be favorable. Wei Tu held little interest in Miao Dashi, and with a casual flick, he sent a dart piercing into Miao Dashi's brow. His gaze then shifted to Li Xingye, who was cowering beneath the table, paralyzed by fear. Initially, contemplating the extinction of the Li lineage, he had contemplated sparing him. However, he discovered that Li Xingye harbored ill intentions. Wei Tu shook his head and sighed. After uttering this sentiment, he no longer withheld his hand. In the midst of Li Xingye's astonished stare, he took the latter's life with a single dart. Had it not been for Miao Dashi's earlier remarks, Wei Tu would not have dealt such a fatal blow to Li Xingye, the last survivor of the Li family. Regrettably, Li Xingye's treachery left no room for mercy. Wei Tu believed it prudent to eliminate potential threats early on, though he had no fear of Li Xingye himself. His kin did. Subsequently, Wei Tu hastily exited the encampment, devoid of any sentiment for the place, and continued his determined march towards the western gate of the city. Just now, from the moment he overheard Li Xingye and Wang Mingzhou conspiring until he entered the tent and dispatched the three men, it took him no more than the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea. The plan proceeded exceedingly well. Before dawn, Wei Tu entered the city unscathed and found Wei Fei, taking refuge in the cellar of a private residence he had purchased years ago. The two awaited the opportune moment to escape. It seemed that the court had suffered a defeat this time. 2 days later, upon hearing the sounds of battle outside the cellar, Wei Tu shook his head and sighed. He was indifferent to which side, the court or the rebel king, would emerge victorious. In the battle within the valley, he had slain at least 40 to 50 elite enemy soldiers. enough to repay the salary the court had bestowed upon him as an 8th-rank military officer over the years. However, he was unwilling to witness the devastation that would inevitably befall the city should the rebel king triumph and breach its defenses. After 4 days of waiting, seeing that the turmoil in the city had begun to subside, Wei Tu and Wei Fei emerged from the cellar at dusk, stealthily escaping the city under the cover of night. As they traversed the streets, they were met with the grim sight of rotting corpses piled high and numerous buildings reduced to ashes. The occasional house they passed echoed with the cries of women being violated by the rebel forces. While officials were corrupt, these insurgents were hardly virtuous either, Wei Fei lamented. Despite his words, Wei Fei did not allow his compassion to overwhelm his sense of self-preservation. He refrained from charging into the residences to confront the rebel soldiers. After their escape from the city, Wei Tu and Wei Fei spurred their horses toward Qinyang Post in Shaoi Prefecture to rendezvous with Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang. 5 days later, within Qinyang Post, the 4 brothers of Wei Tu were reunited. After interrogating the venerable Xie Yuanshan and his grandson, we finally gleaned some clandestine insights regarding the realm of immortals. Fu Zhizhou cast a serious glance at Wei Tu, nodding earnestly while a smile graced his lips. This time, they had faced a life-and-death crisis, transforming from esteemed officials of the imperial court into fugitives, an inconceivable downfall. However, having acquired these secrets from the immortals, such drastic shifts in fortune became somewhat palatable. Without waiting for Wei Tu and the others to inquire further, Fu Zhizhou directly divulged the fruits of his interrogation of Xie Yuanshan, which comprised 4 key revelations. Firstly, Xie Yuanshan possessed the complete technique of the Weiyuan Yunling body. Secondly, he had visited Danqiu Mountain and harbored a certain understanding of it, the specifics of which he had documented on paper and intended to share with his 3 sworn brothers shortly. Thirdly, he was privy to the underlying motives behind the recent rebellion in Guangyuan Prefecture, which stemmed from a power struggle between the Qisong Jia family and the Qiyue Zhao family, both of which are among the 7 prominent immortal families of Zheng State. Notably, the Qiyue Zhao family is the imperial lineage of our Zheng State. Xie Yuanshan's ancestors had once served the Qisong Jia family, and the establishment of the Weiyun building was a means of providing secular support to them. Lastly, the Weiyun building concealed a cache of spirit stones hidden within Tonghu Mountain. Upon hearing these revelations, Wei Tu and Wei Fei, who had just arrived at Qingliang Post, felt their breaths quicken with excitement. The mere mention of these discoveries hinted at the unveiling of a long-hidden facet of the enigmatic world of immortal cultivation. As he spoke, Fu Zhizhou handed a piece of paper to Wei Tuesday Danqiu Mountain Market, one of the gathering places for the scattered cultivators of the Zheng State, was filled with the essence of cultivation. The concepts of spiritual roots and innate martial artists were discussed, alongside the delineation of realms, qi training, foundation establishment, and golden core. Wei Tu gazed intently at the content inscribed upon the parchment, deeply contemplating its implications. Although the text merely conveyed some fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world, it captivated him profoundly. The assertion that a golden core cultivator could live for a millennium left him astounded. After all, the civilization of his previous life endured merely a few thousand years. The thought that a cultivator's lifespan could rival that of a civilization was truly unfathomable. If I were to become a golden core true monarch, attaining a lifespan of 1,000 years, what tremendous power would my late bloomer fate possess? Wei Tu quietly nurtured his aspirations. After perusing the document, he passed it to Wei Fei and began to ponder his next course of action. According to the text, an innate martial artist was equivalent to a cultivator at the 2nd level of qi training. Upon condensing their spiritual body, they could transition into a qi practitioner, wielding equal capabilities to those of cultivators in manipulating spiritual energy. Once the spiritual body was solidified, innate martial artists could effortlessly bypass the minor bottleneck of the 3rd level of qi training, directly advancing to the 4th level. Their inability to cultivate immortal techniques prior to reaching the innate realm stemmed from a deficient sensitivity to spiritual energy attributable to their inferior spiritual roots. Every individual possessed spiritual roots, yet the distinction lay in quality. The vast majority, a staggering 99%, were burdened with inferior roots, while only a select few were graced with medium, superior, or the legendary supreme spiritual roots, the innate precious body. Furthermore, spiritual roots also exhibited varying attributes. As for Wei Fei, he previously found it difficult to cultivate the 5-element spirit body due to his spiritual roots' inadequate sensitivity to Earth's spiritual energy. Subsequently, whether he continued to condense the thick Earth body or ventured to the Danqiu Mountain Market, he found himself at an impasse without spiritual stones. The batch of spiritual stones stored at Tonghu Mountain by the Martial Fate Tower was limited, comprising merely over 100 pieces. barely sufficient for one person to condense a spirit body. The question of allocation thus became a significant issue. In the recent capture of Xie Yuanshan, the escape from the battlefield was reliant on the efforts of the third and fourth brothers. Therefore, the spiritual stones would not be divided with the second brother. Ko Liang was the first to express his stance. He understood his own circumstances, had it not been for Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, the two innate martial artists who aided his escape. He would have likely perished in the Valley of the Celestial Master's decisive battle 10 days prior. Hearing this, Wei Fei nodded in agreement, indicating he had no objections. During the previous blood food pill incident, he had been protective, unwilling to yield an inch. This time, he certainly would not adopt a double standard by allowing Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou to share in his portion of the spiritual stones. Then we shall divide this batch of spiritual stones equally between us, Wei Tu proposed, looking at Fu Zhizhou. Agreed. Fu Zhizhou replied after a moment's hesitation, nodding in assent. He had initially contemplated offering his share of the spiritual stones to Wei Tu temporarily, but after some reflection, he refrained from voicing that thought. Acquiring spiritual stones was no easy feat. Relinquishing them to Wei Tu might cost him the opportunity to ascend the celestial path. Nevertheless, if feasible, he hoped that the third and fourth brothers could procure some spirit testing talismans to evaluate the aptitude of their family members. After Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou had completed their allocation, Ko Liang hesitated for a moment before speaking up. More than a month ago, he believed that his inferior talents were merely temporary, and that in due time, he would embark on the path of immortality. His capabilities no less than those of Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. However, upon discovering the veritable secrets of the immortal realm, he promptly relinquished his aspirations for the celestial path, instead placing his hopes upon his descendants. This was only natural. Wei Tu nodded in agreement. According to Xie Yuanshan's testimony, there exists a fundamental talisman known as the Spirit Testing Talisman in the Danqiu Mountain Market, which serves to assess the cultivation potential of mortals. This talisman is quite affordable, as 3 could be acquired for the price of a single spirit stone. Wei Fei had no offspring, while Ko Liang had 2 sons and 3 daughters. Thus, he and Fu Zhizhou needed to spend merely 2 additional spirit stones to evaluate the entire Ko family's potential. Yet, for a solitary spirit stone, Wei Tu was not so stingy. Half a month later, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou ventured into a cave within Tonghu Mountain, retrieving the spirit stones concealed within the martial fortune tower and dividing them equally. On their journey to Xiaoyi Prefecture, they chanced upon a piece of news from retreating soldiers. On the day of the Valley battle, the Wu Immortal Master had lost an arm to the Jia surname Immortal and fled in defeat. The over 30 martial officials left behind in the valley were encircled and annihilated by the forces of the Howling Mountain King, meeting a tragic end. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou exchanged glances, silently lamenting their fortune. Had they not made their decision in advance, even as innate warriors, they would have likely become mere corpses within the valley. Months later, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou arrived at Danqiu Mountain in Luonan Road. As they reached the mist-laden foot of the mountain, they circulated their innate true energy, concentrating it in their eyes. Soon, the dense fog before them dissipated, unveiling a narrow path leading into the mountains. However, the scene that unfolded was somewhat contrary to their expectations. The peaks towered majestically, adorned with several celestial abodes crafted from white jade and supported by golden beams, reminiscent of the immortal dwellings depicted in ancient texts. Yet, as Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou's gaze shifted from the mountain summit to the ground, they were confronted with the unsightly sight of excrement scattered across the fertile fields, indistinguishable between human and animal waste. A further glance revealed a cluster of shanty houses 100 paces away. Outside these humble dwellings, several enchanting female cultivators sat by the creek, using wooden sticks to wash their garments. Upon noticing Wei Tu and his companion observing them, one of the women chuckled lightly. Addressing them, "Fellow Taoists, are you new arrivals? Care for some amusement?" As she spoke, she stretched languidly, intentionally accentuating her ample bosom and slender waist. She tilted her neck, revealing a glimpse of her snowy white skin. This encounter shattered Wei Tu's idealistic notions of the cultivation world. He had not anticipated that on his very first day in the Danqiu Mountain Marketplace, he would be approached by a seductive temptress. "Never mind. I shall not jest with you any longer. Since it is your first visit, proceed to register with Steward Liu. Once you have settled in, perhaps you may return to indulge in our services." The female cultivator, who had just stretched lazily, approached with a playful smile. She surveyed Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, then spoke. "What are you dawdling for? Follow me." With a glance at the two, she swayed her hips and led the way. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou exchanged a knowing look, feeling somewhat helpless, and decided to accompany her to the so-called Elder Liu. Their only source of information about the cultivation world was through Xie Yuanshan, hence their unfamiliarity with the specifics of Danqiu Mountain. Access to Danqiu Mountain was restricted to cultivators or innate martial artists. Xie Yuanshan had entered Danqiu Mountain over 30 years ago as a servant to a qi refining cultivator. But that was a distant memory. After such a long time, his recollections of Danqiu Mountain had grown hazy, making it impossible for him to share detailed information with Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. Along the way, Wei Tu learned the female cultivator's name, Hu Yao. She had been in the Danqiu Mountain market for 4 or 5 decades and held a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refining, surpassing both of them. Navigating through the makeshift housing area, Hu Yao led them to a tidy street, stopping in front of a pavilion adorned with a plaque bearing the words Taishan Mountain. Upon seeing the plaque, Wei Tu felt a wave of relief. From his understanding, Taishan Mountain was the ruling sect of the Danqiu Mountain market. Hu Yao's guidance seemed genuine, a reflection of her kindness rather than any ill intent. It appeared that one should not judge a person's character based solely on their occupation. As Wei Tu mused. 79. Ice Mystic Locking Charm. Entering the Taishan sect pavilion, Hu Yao approached a counter and, upon noticing an elderly man in a gray robe seated behind it, her eyes immediately sparkled with delight. She rushed forward and tightly embraced the man's arm. Deacon Liu, you have neglected me these past few months. The dual cultivation technique I have recently learned remains unutilized, she playfully chided. All right. The impatience that had flickered in Deacon Liu's eyes vanished without a trace at Hu Yao's affectionate gesture. His complexion flushed as he repeated the word, all right, thrice. Shall I wait for you at your private residence then? Hu Yao inquired, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming with anticipation. Well, let me think. Deacon Liu hesitated for a moment before nodding and replying, very well, you may wait for me at my private residence. Thank you, Deacon Liu. Hu Yao smiled in gratitude. At this juncture, Hu Yao took the opportunity to introduce Deacon Liu to Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. These two are newcomers. I would appreciate it if you could arrange a suitable place for them, she stated. Newcomers? Deacon Liu nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, stroking his beard with a smile as he remarked. Those entering Danqiu Mountain as wandering cultivators have 2 options. One is to rent a cave dwelling from the Taishan sect. However, you do not strike me as individuals capable of affording such a luxury. After all, even the most economical cave dwelling costs 3 spirit stones every 3 years. The other option is to settle in the shanty town on the outskirts of Danqiu Mountain. The shanty town does not charge rent, but each year, one must assist the Taishan sect in cultivating a plot of spirit field. Would you two be willing to accept this arrangement? Wei Tu nodded but refrained from boasting about his considerable wealth of over 50 spirit stones. He intends to first settle in the shanty town of Danqiu Mountain, and later decide whether to lease a cave dwelling from the Taishan sect. Upon witnessing this, Fu Zhizhou aligned his pace with Wei Tu, nodding in agreement. Earlier, Daoist who had entrusted me with the responsibility of looking after the 2 of you, and it would be remiss of me not to do so. After Liu, the steward, registered Wei Tu and the others in the shanty town. He pondered for a moment and produced a token from his sleeve. This is a lease permit for spiritual fields, allowing you to rent 10 acres. You may allocate it as you see fit. Accept it. He tossed the token to Wei Tu's day. Subsequently, Hu Yao, ever the benevolent soul, took Wei Tu and his companion to the 2nd floor of the Taishan sect's office, leveraging her connections to aid them in designating a piece of spiritual land conveniently located near their residence. Even the lowest grade cave dwelling in the Taishan sect is imbued with far more spiritual energy than that of the shanty town. Should you two achieve success in the future, do invite me to visit. She remarked with a charming smile as she bid farewell to Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou upon exiting the loft. Months passed, and Wei Tu established himself in the shanty town. Through his interactions with Hu Yao, he learned that bringing ordinary family members to Danqiu Mountain was not impossible, but it required the annual payment of a certain amount of spirit stones as a fee for the cleansing of marrow and tendons. The abundant spiritual energy of Danqiu Mountain grants longevity to those who reside here for extended periods. For martial artists who have yet to break through to the innate realm, the benefits are even greater. Sensing Wei Tu's thoughts, Hu Yao informed him of a celestial talisman known as the Ice Mystic Locking Spirit Talisman, which could spare him the anguish of losing his loved ones. This celestial talisman possesses the extraordinary ability to encase mortals in ice for a century, during which their lives remain untouched. Upon release, their souls emerge intact. However, the Ice Mystic Locking Talisman comes at a steep price, each piece demanding hundreds of spirit stones, and often, despite its value, it remains unattainable. Upon learning of this celestial artifact, Wei Tu resolved in silence that, should he possess the means, he would strive to procure this talisman for both Xinghua and his 2 children before their mortal days came to an end. To cultivate the thick earth body requires a span of 40 years. However, if the spiritual energy is abundant, this duration might be significantly reduced. Within the confines of his humble abode, Wei Tu contemplated the inscriptions upon his golden purple destiny. 5 elements spiritual body, thick earth body. 8 exercises daily will yield success in 40 years. Yet, to reach the foundation establishment stage, the optimal age is 2 decades, a full 120 years. He lamented that he had lingered too long in the mundane realm. Realizing this, Wei Tu sighed deeply. He had once believed himself to possess a destiny of late blooming, anticipating that upon entering the realm of cultivation, he would navigate his path effortlessly and ascend to immortality. Yet, contrary to his expectations, his progress in cultivation was markedly sluggish compared to martial arts. Akin to a tortoise's pace. Approaching 80 years of age, he had only attained the 4th layer of chi refinement, a mere slight improvement over ordinary low-grade spirit root practitioners, with limited prowess. As for the remaining 120 years of his lifespan, whether he could steadily enter the foundation establishment stage remained uncertain. From another perspective, it was not his aptitude for reaching that level that was lacking, but rather the longevity required to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage and beyond. However, Wei Tu's gaze shifted towards another line of text regarding the golden purple fate. Earth Spike Talisman, 37-100 practice 5 times a day, mastery achieved in 7 years. Compared to his inferior innate talent and slow progression, it appeared that his aptitude for talismans was rather commendable. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. If he could uncover his innate talent in talismans and acquire a particular skill, he could subsequently earn spiritual stones to compensate for his shortcomings in innate talent. Furthermore, to his knowledge, there existed methods and elixirs within the realm of cultivation that could extend one's lifespan and enhance longevity. The path ahead seemed promising. Confidence blossomed within Wei Tu's day. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of his humble abode. "Third brother." Outside, it was the voice of Fujizhou. Wei Tu rose to greet him. "I have procured the spirit testing talismans," Fujizhou announced, producing a stack of talisman paper with a smile. The spirit testing talismans could determine the quality of an ordinary person's spiritual roots. After entering the Danqiu mountain for cultivation, Fujizhou had not forgotten his family left in the mundane world. "Very well, let us descend the mountain," Wei Tu nodded, making slight arrangements to his belongings. After securing his humble dwelling with a copper lock, he and Fujizhou proceeded towards the outskirts of Danqiu mountain. Before long, the two emerged from Danqiu mountain. Outside, they each rented a swift steed and rode towards the capital of Luonan and Dao, Yulong Prefecture. Several months prior, the entirety of the southern mountain region had been seized by the rebel forces of the Howling Mountain King. Consequently, the families residing in Shaoi Prefecture had been relocated to Yulong Prefecture in Luonan and Dao to evade the ravages of war. 5 days later, in a villa within Yulong Prefecture. This is the Ningyue Dan from the Xianjiafang market. Upon consumption, it can accelerate the transformation speed of a martial artist's internal energy, serving as a pivotal elixir for entering the innate realm. Inside the room, Wei Tu retrieved a brocade box from his bosom and presented it to Ko Liang. Last year, he had promised Ko Liang that should the opportunity arise, and if it were within his capabilities, he would assist him in reaching the innate realm. The Ningyue Dan is not inexpensive at the Danqiu Mountains alchemy shop, costing 7 spirit stones for a single pill. Were it not for the unexpected windfall from the Wuyun Tower, his income from cultivating spiritual fields alone, after deducting the daily expenses of cultivation, would require at least 4 to 5 years to accumulate these 7 spirit stones. Low-level chi practitioners predominantly utilize spiritual sand rather than spirit stones. "Thank you, third brother." Ko Liang expressed with palpable excitement, his voice slightly choked. Although he did not believe Wei Tu would renege on his promise or forget their past commitments, witnessing the fulfillment of that promise evoked an entirely different sentiment. Wei Fei, observing this, felt a twinge of envy. "Second brother, this is for you." Fujizhou chuckled softly as he produced another brocade box, placing it before Wei Fei. In the past, he had taken Wei Fei's blood food Dan and made a vow to wholeheartedly support him in becoming an innate martial artist. Unlike the single Ningyue Dan in Wei Tu's box for Ko Liang, his offering to Wei Fei contained not only a Ningyue Dan but also a small gathering Qi Dan. Of course, this was a detail he felt no need to divulge to Ko Liang, as his relationship with Wei Fei was one of reciprocal support, while Wei Tu's assistance to Ko Liang was entirely altruistic. Additionally, this is the spirit testing talisman that my third brother and I procured. Elder brother, second brother, please each take a few for your families, Fujizhou suggested. As he spoke, he placed another stack of yellow talismans on the table. "I shall forego them. I have no family," Wei Fei remarked, shaking his head. "Thank you, third brother, fourth brother." Ko Liang expressed his gratitude, taking 5 spirit talismans. His wife had passed away, and although he later took a concubine, he felt no affection for her. The 5 talismans were just enough for his 2 sons and 3 daughters. After distributing the talismans, Wei Tu did not linger in the living room. He took 3 spirit talismans and proceeded to the separate residence where his family awaited. In a short while, the 3 talismans were affixed to the foreheads of Xinghua, Wei Yin, and Wei Xiuan. A shimmering light flickered from the talismans. The talisman on Xinghua's forehead radiated a pale azure glow, no larger than a thumb. The talisman on Wei Yin's forehead emitted both pale azure and deep blue hues, about the size of a half fist. The talisman on Wei Xiuan's forehead shone with a faint golden light, also roughly half a fist in size. All were classified as inferior spiritual roots. Wei Tu shook his head. The glimmer of hope that had been born during the journey was thoroughly extinguished with each flicker of spiritual light. While the quality of spiritual roots may be contingent on fate, it is significantly influenced by the lineage of one's parents. If a parent possesses high-quality spiritual roots, it is highly probable that their offspring will not fare poorly in this regard. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 brothers reunited. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou displayed expressions of disappointment, shaking their heads with a sigh. Wei Fei, having no offspring, felt no sorrow. Yet, elder brother Ko Liang exhibited an unusual demeanor. Third brother, fourth brother, Honging's spiritual root quality is of medium grade. Ko Liang's expression revealed his excitement as he shared the good news with Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. What? A medium-grade spiritual root? Upon hearing this, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. The cultivators within Danxiu Mountain were predominantly solitary practitioners, and most possessed inferior spiritual roots. In other words, possessing a medium-grade spiritual root qualified one to apprentice under a celestial sect, alleviating the necessity of remaining a solitary cultivator. Congratulations, elder brother, Wei Tu said, suppressing the bitterness in his heart as he clasped his hands in salute to Ko Liang. He sighed inwardly, lamenting his lack of a child with a medium-grade spiritual root. Ko Liang's daughter, Hong Ying, whom he spoke of, was indeed the second daughter of the Ko family, currently only 14 years of age. In terms of talent and age, Ko Hongying was exceedingly well-suited to embark on the path of immortality. The extent of one's journey along this path is often correlated with the age at which one begins, the earlier one sets forth. The more time one can secure for cultivation. With my inferior spiritual root, achieving success in cultivation will be exceedingly difficult. As the congratulations subsided, Ko Liang's smile faded, and he turned his gaze towards Wei Tu and the others, stating, at present, my thoughts are consumed by a singular desire, to see Hong Ying enter a sect and make a name for herself. This, in turn, would fulfill my lifelong aspiration of seeking immortality. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the implications behind Ko Liang's words. Subsequently, one phrase from Ko Liang would completely unravel the doubts lingering in their minds. My intention is to have Hong Ying join our righteous society or this cultivation alliance, where we can mutually support one another. Hong Ying possesses mid-grade spiritual root aptitude, which would not cause any disadvantage to my 3 sworn brothers. Ko Liang spoke in a low voice. At this moment, he had also acquired some fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world. Understanding the arduousness of achieving foundation establishment with his low-grade spiritual root. Essentially, he would have little to no opportunity to advance to the foundation establishment stage in his lifetime. If fortune smiled upon him, he might reach the late stage of qi refinement before the year's end. However, without any fortuitous encounters, he would remain mired in the mid or even early stages of qi refinement throughout his life, rather than lingering in such a state. It would be wiser to make a decisive choice and wholeheartedly support his daughter, who holds promise for foundation establishment. As his words fell, Wei Tu and the others exhibited varied expressions. Wei Tu furrowed his brow, harboring no intention of acquiescing to Ko Liang's request to accept Ko Hongying into their ranks. The 4 of them had once sworn brotherhood, forming their righteous society as a result of fortuitous circumstances. Subsequently, due to Wei Fei obtaining celestial techniques, they evolved into a cultivation alliance. Their bond, cultivated over more than 20 years and tested through trials of life and death, had established a foundation of mutual trust among the 4. Although Ko Hongying had been raised under their watchful eyes, and they possessed some understanding of her character, comprehension and trust are 2 distinct matters that should not be conflated. Lastly, aside from trust, Ko Hongying's youth posed a significant drawback, as it implied that her initial training would inevitably require the support of her 3 uncles. Should Ko Hongying be able to repay this assistance in the future, they would certainly be willing to offer their support, eager for more promising descendants to emerge. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Ko Hongying is not Ko Liang. She lacks the foundation of trust that he has established with them. Why would they lend her the precious resources necessary for their cultivation? The three of them exchanged glances, and after a brief pause, it was Wei Fei, the second brother with only a tenuous connection to Ko Liang, who bravely stepped forward to take on the role of the villain. With a respectful gesture, Wei Fei addressed them. Elder brother, we are aware of Hong Ying's temperament. Yet, the notion of her joining the alliance seems rather ill-timed. Furthermore, since you are already part of the alliance, her inclusion would make little difference. If you genuinely wish for Hong Ying to join, we three must take the time to assess her character before determining her eligibility for membership. While the first two sentences were articulated with subtlety, the latter was rather blunt, conveying a clear message. Indeed, it was my oversight, lacking consideration. Upon hearing these words, Ko Liang displayed a fleeting look of embarrassment, scratching his head in contemplation. As Ko Liang broached the subject of the alliance, Wei Tu and the others began to ponder whether to continue maintaining this cultivation alliance. Initially, the establishment of the three major covenants, which formed the Cultivation Alliance, was driven by the understanding that the pursuit of immortality is arduous and that individual strength pales in comparison to collective power. However, circumstances have changed. Times have shifted. They have now entered the realm of immortal markets, truly stepping into the world of cultivation, and it seems unnecessary to uphold this alliance any longer. After all, their objectives have been realized. Friends who once shared the same aspirations have now achieved their common goals, and it is time to part ways. In this world, no gathering remains unbroken. Moreover, the Xuanhe Tower, where they gathered annually on June 13th, was reduced to ashes amidst the ravages of war, consumed by the flames of the rebel forces. After a brief hour of deliberation, the four individuals resolved to uphold their alliance in the pursuit of immortality, pledging mutual assistance. As the saying goes, it is far better to huddle together for warmth than to face the world alone. However, the quartet deemed it prudent to revise their previous pact in accordance with the changing times. Covenant 1. Every decade, the four shall convene at an agreed-upon location to exchange insights on their respective cultivation experiences, encompassing, but not limited to, the techniques of the immortal realm. Covenant 2. Should one among them foresee a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, the others are obliged to provide unwavering support to the utmost of their abilities. Upon the successful attainment of this stage, they must also lend assistance to the remaining three. Covenant 3. In the unfortunate event of the demise of one of their number, the survivors shall extend their care to the deceased's descendants. Furthermore, if any of the descendants prove to be suitable candidates, they may be welcomed into the brotherhood. With these new three covenants, Wei Tu and his companions set their sights on the foundation establishment stage, rather than their previous quest for immortality. After spending half a month in Yulong Prefecture, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou did not linger long. They imparted the appropriate cultivation techniques to their respective families before returning to Danqiu Mountain. Neither of them chose to bring their offspring along for training at Danqiu Mountain. As the adage wisely states, wealth should not be flaunted. They currently occupy the lower echelons of the cultivation world, and maintaining their own practice is already a formidable challenge, leaving little room to expend spirit stones to facilitate their descendants' training at Danqiu Mountain. Additionally, it is entirely feasible to cultivate the inner martial arts and embark on the path of innate warriors before transitioning to the practice of qi refinement. There is no absolute necessity for them to train exclusively at Danqiu Mountain. Thus, they returned to Danqiu Mountain. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou arrived at the Taishian Sect's office, presenting their descent tokens to Deacon Lu. For loose cultivators registered at Danqiu Mountain, obtaining a descent token from the office is a prerequisite for descending the mountain. Failure to comply may result in capture by the sect's enforcement team, leading to imprisonment. In severe cases, should one commit a transgression in the mortal realm, the enforcement team may even resort to lethal measures. This explains why individuals like Hu Yao, despite being qi refining masters, remain confined within the Shed District, refraining from descending to indulge in worldly luxuries. Registration serves as a means to regulate the movement of personnel, and only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage can one enjoy the privilege of unrestricted mobility. The carefree existence of immortals is of no concern to the lower-tier cultivators. Deacon Lu accepted the tokens and tucked them into his sleeve. After casting a glance at Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou and calculating the dates, he remarked with a smile, "Your brief visit home, lasting merely 21 days in the mortal realm, reflects a steadfast dedication to your cultivation. Thank you for your kind words, Deacon," replied Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou in unison. As they departed from Danqiu Mountain, Hu Yao had cautioned them against misusing their allotted descent time. Any unforeseen emergencies at home could leave them powerless, even with spirit stones in hand, rendering their pleas futile. By the way, if the enforcement team does not seek you out within a month, it indicates that you have not caused any trouble in the mortal realm. During this period, do not concern yourselves with any surveillance directed at you, Deacon Lu reminded them as they made their way back to the Shed District. Wei Tu set down the bag he was carrying and poured its contents onto the table with a clatter. There, on the previously barren surface, lay over 20 pale, diamond-shaped jade stones, alongside various cosmetics. During their last expedition to Danxiu Mountain, he and Fu Zhizhou had prudently brought only a handful of spirit stones, burying the remainder in a concealed hollow nearby. Now, upon returning to Danxiu Mountain, they had unearthed the remaining spirit stones to bring back with them. The cosmetics were specifically carried at the behest of Hu Yao and others after their departure from Danxiu Mountain. For the lower-tier cultivators, like Hu Yao, these items were not exceedingly precious, yet they certainly would not squander their limited resources on such trifles as purchasing cosmetics. While Danxiu Mountain did offer these worldly items for sale, their prices were significantly elevated compared to the secular realm. If one were to possess a storage bag, traversing between the mundane world and Danxiu Mountain could yield lucrative opportunities for trade. A yearning for such a magical storage artifact blossomed within Wei Tu's day typically. Storage bags were spatial artifacts reserved for late-stage qi refining cultivators, holding considerable value, at least several hundred spirit stones. The poorer one was, the more challenging it became to find avenues for earning. Conversely, greater wealth often opened numerous opportunities for profit. With a quiet sigh of reflection, Wei Tu carefully returned the cosmetics to the bag, hoisted it once more, and made his way toward the makeshift dwelling where Hu Yao and the others were located. And what a fellow Taoist Fu! Hu Yao cast a glance at Wei Tu and noticed the absence of Fu Zhizhou, who had long accompanied him, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. The lady has a penchant for charm. Her initial willingness to assist Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou was undeniably linked to Fu Zhizhou's striking handsomeness. Fu, however, had pressing matters to attend to, and thus, this departure from Danxiu Mountain left him with no time to visit mundane shops to help Hu gather her items. Wei Tu shook his head and remarked that Fu Zhizhou, hailing from the noble lineage of the General S house in the house of filial piety, was inherently proud. Although he outwardly treated Hu Yao with utmost courtesy, maintaining decorum, he secretly looked down upon her, viewing her as a mere idle woman who reaped benefits without effort. Assisting Hu Yao in procuring items was not beyond his capacity. But one could conceal the truth temporarily, not eternally. The attitude of Fu Zhizhou was not something Hu Yao, a woman seasoned by the trials of life and bearing a unique vocation, could be deceived by. Then I shall not trouble Brother Fu next time, Hu Yao replied, her keen mind processing Wei Tu's words, forcing a smile. The sting of being looked down upon was not a pleasant sensation. She invited Wei Tu into her abode and personally prepared several dishes to entertain him. As they engaged in casual conversation, she mentioned that in 2 months, the small market in the shanty town would take place, where loose cultivators would set up stalls to sell their spiritual wares. Wei Taoist, you might want to prepare in advance. Hu Yu said with a smile. A small market? Wei Tu inquired, somewhat surprised, and promptly sought the origins of this small market. Hu Yu readily explained, you should know, Wei Taoist, that those of us residing in the shanty town, like you and me, are not permitted to linger in the commercial district without authorization. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu nodded in silent understanding. Last time, Hu Yu seduced Deacon Lu under the pretense of visiting his private residence. In truth, her intention was to linger longer in the market district to absorb spiritual energy and enhance her cultivation. The goods in the market are often exorbitantly priced, as they extract resources from us, the scattered cultivators, only to sell them back at inflated prices. Hu Yu paused momentarily before continuing, over time, the scattered cultivators in the shanty district have discreetly organized a market to trade their spiritual products, thereby avoiding further exploitation by the shops in the market district. This small market convenes biannually and is distinct from the larger markets organized by the district. Hu Yao added, Wei wishes to refine his talisman techniques. I wonder if there are cultivators at the small market selling talisman paper, spiritual ink, and talisman brushes. If so, I would be grateful for your assistance in establishing connections. As he spoke, Wei Tu elegantly flicked his sleeve, placing a dozen grains of spiritual sand on the dining table. One piece of spiritual stone can be exchanged for approximately 30 grains of spiritual sand. Although he possessed substantial wealth, a mere dozen grains would suffice to satisfy Hu Yao. Any more, and she might not respond with gratitude, but rather with avarice. Talisman techniques? Hu Yao expressed mild surprise, fixing her gaze upon Wei Tuesday. Among the myriad arts of cultivation, while talisman techniques may not be as challenging to learn as alchemy, formation, or weapon crafting, it does not imply that they are easy to master. Many cultivators expend hundreds of spiritual stones in their attempts to practice talisman techniques, yet fail to produce a single usable talisman for sale. She had once dabbled in this art, but after investing a considerable number of spiritual stones without success, she was compelled to abandon it, turning instead to the shadowy trade of the shantytown to earn spiritual stones to sustain her own cultivation. Hoping to cultivate a spiritual field for the purpose of refining oneself, one might spend an entire lifetime without accumulating sufficient spirit stones to reach the foundation establishment stage. Among those who practice independently, nearly 99% possess a unique skill or expertise. Very well, I shall assist you, Taoist Wei, with this endeavor. However, once your studies bear fruit, should you achieve success, I require a 10% discount on the sale of my talismans, Hu Yao said with a cheerful smile. If Taoist who can provide me with talisman paper, spiritual ink, and talisman brushes at a price significantly lower than that of the market shops. Wei Tu pondered for a moment before refraining from an immediate agreement, instead contemplating that acquiring the necessary tools for talisman crafting at a reduced price could indeed be a worthwhile investment for Hu Yao. Upon hearing this, Hu Yao clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Then it is settled. For the materials you require for your talisman cultivation, I shall procure them for you at a mere 60% of the original price." 60%? Wei Tu nodded in agreement upon hearing the discount offered. With his experience, he could discern that Hu Yao's mention of fronting the costs was likely a jest. It was evident that there was still ample profit for her in this arrangement. However, this was of little concern to him. Wealth is inexhaustible. By investing a modest amount, he could reap substantial benefits, and he certainly did not wish to appear stingy. After the banquet, Hu Yao emerged from the pavilion and made her way to the vegetable garden in the front yard, where she picked several fresh spiritual melons. Placing them in a bamboo basket, she then thrust the basket's handle into Wei Tu's hands, saying, "These melons, grown by myself, may not be worth much, but consider them a token of gratitude for your assistance, Taoist Wei. I am accustomed to it," she added as she returned to the pavilion. Wei Tu retrieved the talisman brush, spiritual ink, and a dozen sheets of talisman paper he had purchased from the market some time ago. With the stable channel of Hu Yao providing low-cost supplies in the small market, it was imperative for him to swiftly utilize the previously acquired talisman paper and spiritual ink to recoup his funds. Furthermore, he intended to regard the Earth Spike talisman as his spiritual asset, using it to barter for other resources within the small market. This approach would not only subtly showcase his innate talent, thereby enhancing his status in the shantytown and deterring petty intrusions, but it would also afford him the opportunity to establish a profitable outlet for the talismans he crafted. Wei Tu unfurled the talisman paper, dipped the brush in the spiritual ink, and meticulously began to sketch the glyph of the Earth Spike talisman onto the paper. After a span of over an hour, he finally completed the intricate design on the blank sheet. In a moment of pause, the luminous energy of the runes on the paper converged, unlike the spontaneous combustion he had experienced while drawing talismans in the mundane world. At this stage, Wei Tu had achieved a 37 completion rate for the Earth Spike talisman, which could be likened to the minor accomplishment of crafting this talisman. During this phase, his success rate for drawing the Earth Spike talisman stood at approximately 40. This implied that, with sufficient caution and care, he could produce 4 successful Earth Spike talismans from 10 sheets of talisman paper, an encouraging success rate. However, it was worth noting that among these 4 talismans, 1 or 2 might be deemed substandard due to his lack of refinement and technique. While these inferior products could still be utilized, their potency and value would significantly diminish in comparison to a properly crafted Earth Spike talisman. To effortlessly inscribe the foundational Earth Spike talisman, one must possess at least the rank of a first-tier talisman master. I shall proceed cautiously to avoid any wastage. As Wei Tu diligently drew the talisman, he maintained a steady and unhurried pace. After a month and a half, he finally exhausted his previously acquired stock, transforming the talisman paper and spiritual ink into the tangible Earth Spike talisman. Earth Spike talisman, 42-100 practicing 5 times a day, mastery achieved in 7 years. This marked a 5 increase in his progress. It appears that if this pace continues, I will require no more than an additional 2 or 3 years to perfect my Earth Spike talisman, thought Wei Tu, a smile gracing his face. To adeptly master the creation of a foundational talisman opens the door to crafting exquisite versions of this particular talisman. An exquisite Earth Spike talisman can command a price comparable to that of a standard first-tier talisman. The practitioners who utilize first-tier talismans are predominantly in the mid to late stages of chi cultivation. Crafting a premium version of a foundational talisman signifies that he will possess the capability to engage in transactions with these high-end clients, thereby earning spiritual stones from their patronage. Furthermore, after a brief contemplation, Wei Tu retrieved a spirit measurement talisman from within the room and affixed it to his forehead. Simultaneously, his gaze shifted to the copper mirror resting on the desk. In the mirror's reflection, 2 glimmers of light, one a pale azure and the other a warm ochre, gradually emerged upon his forehead, each approximately the size of a half fist. Dual elemental roots, somewhat larger than the previous luminous sphere. It seems my earlier conjecture was indeed accurate. My destiny of late blooming is gradually altering my innate qualities. Wei Tu mused silently. In the mundane realm, he diligently practiced the turtle breathing technique, and the gentle warm current emanating from his golden-purple fate gradually altered the foundation of his martial arts, allowing him to be recognized as a prodigy in the eyes of his master, Shan Wujiu. Upon entering the realm of immortals, he believed that the enhancement of his aptitude due to the transformation of his golden-purple fate would not wane. Consequently, he periodically employed a spirit-testing talisman to reassess his capabilities. As anticipated, after the passage of over a year, his aptitude indeed exhibited notable improvement. At this rate, it was conceivable that in a century, his qualifications might equate to that of a medium-grade spiritual root. Wei Tu mused quietly. According to his initial plan, he would only be able to touch the threshold of the foundation establishment stage upon his life's end, with no hope of truly achieving it. However, with the corresponding enhancement of his aptitude, even an additional decade devoted to preparing for foundation establishment would signify substantial progress for him. A fortnight later, the semi-annual small market in the Shed district commenced. As this market lacked official recognition from the trading district, the lower-tier cultivators refrained from setting up stalls in the streets, instead congregating within several adjacent sheds. The entrances of these sheds bore small wooden signs inscribed with words such as Alchemy House, Equipment House, Beast House, and Herb House. Wei Tu summoned Fu Zhizhou, and together they ventured into this Shed district. Prices here were approximately 20% lower than those at the trading district shops, yet still somewhat steep. Upon entering the talisman shop, Wei Tu discovered a small stall offering talisman paper and spiritual ink for sale. After comparing the prices, he shook his head. The higher prices at the trading district were justified. The quality of their goods far surpassed those available at the small stalls, making the 20% premium quite reasonable. However, if the price could be reduced by 40%, the quality concerns would be negligible. Wei Tu mused, contemplating that there are no unsuitable items, only unsuitable prices. How many spirit stones for a dozen talisman papers? He approached the stall owner to inquire about the price. The stall owner, a gaunt elder, glanced up upon hearing Wei Tu's question. Noting the unfamiliar face, he responded coldly, the price is indicated above. A dozen talisman papers for one spirit stone. Could you lower it a bit? 20 grains of spirit sand. How does that sound? Wei Tu countered, aiming to slash the price by a third. The gaunt elder lowered his eyelids, dismissing Wei Tu as he turned his attention to other customers. What about 23 grains of spirit sand? Wei Tu raised his offer. I want to sell for less than 27 grains of spirit sand, the elder replied tersely, his brow furrowing. Internally, he concluded that this transaction was likely to succeed. The willingness to negotiate indicated genuine interest in purchasing. However, the next moment left him astounded. Wei Tu, upon hearing the counteroffer, did not pursue the purchase, but rather stepped away from his stall and turned towards another vendor to commence a fresh round of bargaining. After a quarter of an hour, Wei Tu had a clearer understanding of the market prices for talisman materials used by the talisman masters in the small market. They were significantly higher than the quote provided by Hu Yao. He could negotiate down to at most 75% of the original price, and any attempt to go below that threshold was met with clear refusal from the stall owners. Some money was destined to be earned by certain individuals. Wei Tu sighed softly, turning to exit the talisman shop, preparing to head towards the hiding place where Hu Yao and others awaited, seeking her assistance in establishing connections. The hiding place was where Hu Yao and her associates engaged in their semi-clandestine business. As Wei Tu stepped out of the talisman house, he noticed Fu Zhizhou, who had parted ways with him at the market, striding into the beast house, engaging in lively conversation with a stall owner at the entrance. The two appeared to be engrossed in their discussion. The beast house serves as a marketplace for magical beast cubs and their meat. As Wei Tu approached, he overheard Fu Zhizhou inquiring about methods to traverse the Demon Wolf Mountain and the precautions necessary for slaying demonic beasts. It seemed that his younger brother could no longer remain idle in the shantytown, yearning for a life beyond mediocrity. In that instant, Wei Tu grasped Fu Zhizhou's aspirations. In the realm of Danqiu Mountain, aspiring cultivators typically have 3 paths to foundation establishment. The first involves possessing a unique skill that allows one to stand out among the myriad arts of cultivation. By advancing step by step, accumulating spirit stones, elevating one's realm, and purchasing foundational spiritual artifacts, this is the path Wei Tu currently treads. The second path is through fortuitous encounters, acquiring precious spiritual herbs, magical treasures, or techniques, and exchanging them at the Taishian sect for opportunities to advance to the foundation stage. The third option is to become a mercenary. Rather than leading a mundane existence in the shantytown, one embarks on perilous tasks in the marketplace, living a life of combat as a battle cultivator. Each individual has their own choices. With his late-blooming destiny, Wei Tu opted for the more prudent path of a talisman master. However, his younger brother's aspirations diverged. To establish his foundation, he could only choose the path of a mercenary. Wei Tu paused momentarily, quietly slipping away, choosing not to intrude upon the conversation between Fu Zhizhou and the stall owner. Each person has their own ambitions. He still needed to assist his mundane family in embarking on the path of immortality. He had neither the strength nor the inclination to aid his sworn brother Fu Zhizhou further. In his heart, family always took precedence. Despite the modest talents of his wife, Xinghua, and their 2 children, making significant progress in cultivation was a daunting challenge. Yet this did not justify abandoning his wife and children. In a single phrase, one should strive to do their utmost while leaving the rest to fate. Just as one treats the formidable Ko Liang, he could not possibly be so unkind as to deny even a single opportunity for spiritual cultivation to his wife and children. Soon, Wei Tu arrived at the secluded dwelling, somewhat distanced from the bustling marketplace. Upon reaching the abode, he chanced upon a gentleman clad in a long robe, who emerged from a shed marked by a wooden plaque inscribed with the character Hu. The moment this individual spotted Wei Tu, he stumbled slightly, his legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Wei Daoyu, the long-robed man, evidently acquainted with Wei Tu, chuckled awkwardly and greeted him. Please, do not mention this to my wife. You know how fierce that tigers can be. He fumbled in his pocket and pressed several grains of spiritual sand into Wei Tu's hand before hurriedly departing. Observing this, Wei Tu could not help but smile. He had not anticipated that his visit to the secluded dwelling would yield such unexpected gains. The gentleman, surnamed Wang, was a renowned alchemist within their cluster of sheds. Although he could only concoct 3 or 4 types of basic elixirs for cultivation, he was nonetheless a figure of considerable repute in the area. During his previous acquisition of the Ningyue Dan, Wei Tu had sought out this alchemist, but out of caution, he opted to purchase the elixir from a shop in the marketplace instead. However, this encounter allowed him to become familiar with both the alchemist and his formidable spouse. Could it be that Hu Yao had leveraged the weaknesses of these male cultivators? Was that the reason she managed to procure talisman paper and spiritual ink for me at a discounted rate? Wei Tu pondered this notion, shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, and continued towards the shed bearing the character Hu. At that moment, Hu Yu happened to emerge, perhaps just finishing her tasks. She wore a sheer, translucent garment that subtly revealed her form, swaying gently with her movements, stirring a palpable excitement. Holding a wooden basin, she emptied its contents and greeted Wei Tu with a smile as she ushered him into her chamber. After closing the door and securing the latch, she turned around and began to disrobe with a rustling sound. Halfway through, she suddenly realized that the visitor was Wei Tu, prompting her to hastily don the garment once more, apologizing. I am accustomed to this. I hope you do not take offense, esteemed friend Wei. No trouble at all. There is no need for such formalities. Wei Tu replied with a smile, signaling her not to take it to heart. Meanwhile, he focused his energy to suppress the discomfort arising from his desires. In the prime of his youth, he was a congenital warrior who had ascended through external cultivation techniques, possessing a robust vigor far surpassing that of his peers in qi cultivation and internal martial arts. By this time, Hu Yao had redressed herself, now adorned with a light red outer robe that offered more coverage than before. Securing her belt, she instinctively cast a glance downward at Wei Tu, teasingly remarking, Have you grown weary of me, friend Wei? There is a new female cultivator next door, untouched by others, and possessing exquisite beauty. Not at all, not at all. Wei Tu responded politely, engaging in a courteous exchange. Having spent considerable time with Hu Yao, he understood that she, like many in her line of work, felt a sense of shame about her profession and sought validation from familiar faces. The two stepped out, one following the other. Hu Yao secured the door to her room, placing her left hand on her hip as she pointed towards the small wooden plaque bearing the character gong that hung on the neighboring shed. Her tone carried a hint of bitterness. Wei Daoyu, that is the dwelling of the innocent one. If you are intrigued, I could serve as a matchmaker. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu continued to respond with indifference, even from a distance of several paces. He could sense the acidity in Hu Yao's words and knew better than to engage with her provocations. Perhaps it was the sharpness of her remarks that prompted the door adorned with the gong plaque to swing open, revealing a strikingly beautiful female cultivator who peered in the direction of Wei Tu and Hu Yao, her brows slightly furrowed. It was no wonder Hu Daoyu had her sights set on her, as Wei Tu beheld the enchanting visage of the cultivator, surnamed Gong. He silently acknowledged the reason behind Hu Yao's fixation. Under the moonlight, the Gong cultivator donned a conical hat adorned with flowing veil, her long skirt brushing the ground. In terms of demeanor, she surpassed Hu Yao, who had long frequented the shed district. Observing her features, one noted her exquisite eyebrows and eyes, accentuated by a solitary beauty mark at the corner of her eye, which added to her allure. Noticing the gong cultivator's gaze upon them, Hu Yu and Wei Tu felt it prudent to vacate the premises, engaging in light conversation as they departed. Along the way, Hu Yu cast a sidelong glance at Wei Tu, a smile lingering on her lips. What is this? Has Wei Daoyu's heart been stirred? My words still stand. Should you truly wish to approach her, I could act as an intermediary. Hu Daoyu, you overthink, Wei Tu responded, breaking from his usual nonchalance. With seriousness, he declared, such a woman is not someone a lowly cultivator like myself could dare to covet. Her presence in this place surely has its reasons. I would do well to keep my distance, rather than pursue her. The allure of desire is fraught with peril, lacking sufficient strength. He understood that to recklessly entangle himself with such breathtaking women would be folly. Even if he possessed 10 lives, it would not suffice to escape their wrath. A woman of exquisite beauty, such as the one bearing the surname Gong, could only be claimed by the powerful. Wei Tu had grasped this truth during his mundane existence. Among the loose cultivators of Danqiu Mountain aspiring to foundational establishment, there existed not only the 3 conventional pathways, but also an unorthodox one, becoming a bandit cultivator. Thus, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Danqiu Mountain, a tempest brewed, concealing a myriad of dangers and bloodshed. To ensure the longevity of his path towards immortality, he must diligently avoid the unpredictable risks presented by women like the Gong surname cultivator, lest he inadvertently invite calamity upon himself. Upon hearing his cautious remarks, Hu Yao withdrew her playful demeanor, nodding seriously in response. Thereafter, she remained silent, leading Wei Tu to a secluded shed, distanced from the bustling marketplace. Do not rush. Wei Daoyu, please exercise patience here for a while, she instructed. Inside the shed, Hu Yao closed her eyes and sat in quiet contemplation. Her demeanor markedly different from her usual flirtatious self. She now resembled a devoted practitioner immersed in arduous training. Witnessing this transformation, Wei Tu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hu Yao concealed such a profound aspect of her character. After meditating for a short while, cultivators began to trickle into the shed. Among them, Wei Tu recognized a familiar face, the emaciated vendor he had encountered at the talisman shop. An hour later, the shed was bustling with a crowd of over a dozen individuals. This is Wei Daoyu, Hu Yao timely spoke up, introducing Wei Tu's background and identity to the assembly. Wei Daoyu comes from an untainted lineage. Character, temperament, and potential have all been assessed. I am prepared to accept you into our inner circle. The term inner circle combined with the composition of the personnel within the shack enlightened Wei Tu's day. The inner circle likely refers to the capable vendors at the small marketplace, engaging in clandestine internal transactions. It is somewhat akin to the alliance he formed with Ko Liang and others in their pursuit of immortality. It is human nature to seek profit and avoid harm. To band together for warmth, cultivators are no exception. What abilities do you possess that have warranted your admission into the inner circle? The gaunt elderly man operating a stall in the talisman shop recognized Wei Tu and scoffed, his tone tinged with disdain. He had encountered cultivators who toyed with him in the market before, but Wei Tu was the first to mock him and subsequently join the inner circle. Friend Wei has already demonstrated the ability to draw the foundational Earthspike talisman with a success rate of approximately 40%. Hu Yao smiled as she revealed Wei Tu's current progress in talisman crafting. Initially, she had no intention of bringing Wei Tu into the inner circle. Her goal was merely to establish connections for profitable transactions while earning some spirit stones through interpersonal favors. However, she was astonished to discover that Wei Tu's proficiency in talismans had far exceeded her expectations, as he could now successfully create the Earthspike talisman. Though the Earthspike talisman is merely a basic talisman, within the confines of the shack area, Wei Tu could indeed be regarded as a talisman master, holding a status comparable to that of Wang Dan. It became clear to Wei Tu that Hu Yao's motivation for introducing him into the inner circle stemmed from this very reason. Upon hearing this, he felt a sense of relief. Before the small marketplace commenced, he had inquired whether he could use the Earthspike talisman as collateral to purchase talisman paper and spirit ink. Inquiring about this matter with Hu Yu was merely an attempt to see if she could assist him in finding a market for sales. Unexpectedly, this became the catalyst for Hu Yao to introduce him to the collective within the shantytown. Surprisingly, a talisman master? Upon hearing Hu Yao's explanation, the gaunt elder cast a glance at Wei Tu, his tone filled with astonishment. I am Che Chulong. Should you, Master Wei, require anything for purchase in the future, I shall offer a discount of 30%. Che Chulong proactively lowered the price, displaying far more enthusiasm than when Wei Tu had encountered him at the talisman shop. A 30% discount? Thank you, my friend Che. Should I have any needs, I will certainly seek out your services, ensuring to support your business. With Hu Yao's 6/10 pricing as a safety net, Wei Tu did not easily fall for Che Chulong's ploy. He smiled and casually responded. The relationships among the cultivators within the collective varied in closeness. What Hu Yao could procure at a favorable rate might not be accessible to him. Thus, when it came to purchasing talisman paper and spiritual ink, he did not intend to hastily abandon Hu Yao in favor of alternative avenues. This fellow is quite astute. Che Chulong mused, a hint of regret crossing his mind. Talisman masters are not mere transient clients. They provide a stable source of business that ensures a continuous flow of patronage. However, his offers to the other two talisman masters in the collective were also at a 30% discount, and he could not forsake the other two for the sake of Wei Tu alone. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze toward the two cultivators seated in the corner of the shanty. One was a male cultivator in gray robes, and the other a female cultivator in red garments. Upon hearing that Wei Tu was also a talisman master, the female cultivator immediately rose and inquired, "What type of spiritual root do you possess, Master Wei? In the future, when selling spiritual talismans, it would be prudent for us to distinguish ourselves and avoid becoming adversaries." The art of talisman crafting is intricately linked to one's innate spiritual root attributes and the cultivation techniques one has mastered. A novice talisman master typically finds it exceedingly challenging to venture beyond their inherent spiritual root properties when creating talismans. For instance, a practitioner with a water spiritual root, who specializes in water-based cultivation methods, would face a difficulty level akin to tenfold or even 100-fold when attempting to inscribe a fire attribute talisman compared to crafting a talisman of the same level that aligns with their own elemental affinity. This matter shall be deliberated upon further once the internal gathering concludes. I kindly ask for your patience, my friend, Wei Tu mused after a moment of contemplation. The attributes of one's spiritual root are considered a secret among practitioners, and he was naturally unwilling to disclose such information to the broader assembly. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator in red realized her indiscretion and promptly apologized before retaking her seat. Following this brief interlude, the cultivators commenced their exchanges, seeking familiar faces to procure the spiritual materials and items they lacked. Before long, the internal gathering dispersed. Wei Tu encountered two other talisman masters from the assembly, and the three engaged in a brief discussion to establish their respective future focal points of practice. Here is the Earth Spike talisman I have in hand. I hope, dear friend Hu, that you will assist in exchanging it for the corresponding talisman paper and spiritual ink. Upon exiting the shed, Wei Tu handed over all the Earth Spike talismans he had accumulated to Hu Yao. Should he find this channel unsatisfactory in the future, he could always seek alternatives. Yet for this initial transaction, it was imperative not to part ways with Hu Yao. This was a matter of principle in their dealings. I knew I was right about you, Wei Dao friend, Hu Yao remarked with a cheerful smile as she accepted the Earth Spike talismans, praising Wei Tu in return. A few days later, the small market concluded. Inside Wei Tu's shed, while more than a dozen Earth Spike talismans had diminished, he had acquired 24 sheets of talisman paper and 4 ounces of spiritual ink. The market price of the Earth Spike talisman hovers around 5 spirit stones for a single piece. A bundle of talisman paper contains 20 sheets, and with a probability of 40%, I can produce 8 Earth Spike talismans. This calculation does not account for the consumption of talisman brushes or spirit ink. For every bundle of talisman paper expended, I can yield 3 Earth Spike talismans. If I disregard the impact of talisman crafting on my cultivation, I can utilize 2 bundles of talisman paper in a month. Thus, my monthly profit amounts to approximately 1 spirit stone, which considerably surpasses the earnings from cultivating spirit fields. After a brief calculation, Wei Tu felt a surge of excitement. To expedite the condensation of the solid earth body, aside from diligent training, there are alternative methods. One of the simplest options is the purchase of medicinal pills. In the marketplace, there exists a pill known as the Earth Origin pill, which aids in accelerating the condensation of the solid earth body. However, the price of the Earth Origin pill is quite steep, at 32 spirit stones per pill. In a few years, once the reputation of talisman masters spreads widely, acquiring this pill will not be a concern. Having made his decision, Wei Tu resolved to waste no more time and continued his talisman drawing, striving to achieve perfection in the Earth Spike talisman as soon as possible. Unlike other talismans, the Earth Spike talisman does not carry the risk of market saturation. It possesses remarkable efficacy in the cultivation of spirit fields, making it an essential item in the Danxiu Mountain marketplace. Therefore, Wei Tu need not seek alternative talismans for practice merely for the sake of profit, as most talisman masters limit their creations to merely a handful of varieties to ensure a higher success rate. In the forthcoming 6 months, the mastery of talismanic arts has steadily progressed, with the Earth Spike talisman advancing from 42 to 51. In the process of crafting these talismans, Wei Tu experienced several moments of inspiration, producing earth-spike talismans of exceptional quality. However, in a bid to remain modest, Wei Tu refrained from boasting about his remarkable creations. He resolved to enhance his reputation in the realm of talisman crafting only after achieving the mid-stage of qi refinement. On this day, Fu Zhizhou once again knocked on the door. Unlike previous visits, he was accompanied by another male cultivator named Helian Xiong, whom Wei Tu recognized as the beast shop owner with whom Fu Zhizhou had conversed amiably at the last small market. Fourth brother, have you made your decision? Do you truly intend to become a knife wielder? Upon hearing Fu Zhizhou's farewell, Wei Tu was not surprised. He sighed softly and regarded Fu Zhizhou earnestly, inquiring further. To become a knife wielder, while not a guaranteed path to certain death, is fraught with peril. The odds are scarcely better. Those who frequently tread by the river cannot escape getting their shoes wet. When misfortune strikes, it often leads to demise. My mind is made up. Fu Zhizhou, unwavering, nodded with resolute eyes and declared, I lack your innate talent for talisman crafting, third brother. Here in Danqiu Mountain, I can cultivate safely, and perhaps one day, I might have the opportunity to establish a foundation. However, if I do not venture forth and take a gamble, I will forever be deprived of the chance to establish my foundation, destined to wither away in Danqiu Mountain. Rather than that, it would be preferable to venture outside with my companion Helian and meet death in the open air. Unlike many mediocre cultivators from the slums who are resigned to their fate, he hails from a martial background and possesses a nonchalant attitude towards life and death. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu ceased his attempts to dissuade him. As early as the last small market, he had surmised Fu Zhizhou's future intentions on the path of immortality. After a brief contemplation, Wei Tu rose and, with a respectful gesture towards Helian Xiong, said, Helian, I must trouble you to step outside for a moment. I have a few words to convey to my fourth brother. He had no intention of interfering with Fu Zhizhou's journey, nor did he possess the capability to do so. However, as a brother in alliance, there were certain forms of assistance he felt compelled to offer. Hearing this, Helian Xiong displayed a look of surprise. After a somewhat awkward bow in response to Wei Tu, he exited the room and stepped outside into the makeshift dwelling. After a few moments, Wei Tu heard the footsteps outside come to a halt. He paused briefly, approached the window, and opened it a crack to glance outside, confirming that Helian Xiong had moved on before returning to the table and resuming his seat. These are two exquisite earth-spike talismans, their power rivaling that of first-tier talismans. Take them for your own protection. Wei Tu retrieved 2 talismans from his sleeve and offered them to Fu Zhizhou. Having known Fu Zhizhou for over 20 years, he was aware that he was not a person to forget kindness. The incident with the blood food pill was a testament to that. Third brother, this gift is too extravagant. Fu Zhizhou initially felt astonished by Wei Tu's profound mastery of talisman crafting, but soon regained his composure and hastily declined the offer. He had spent 2 years in the Danqiu Mountains. He has come to understand the arduous journey of acquiring spirit stones. Though his ambitions from years past have not been entirely extinguished, he now refrains from accepting burdensome gifts, fearing the weight of future debts he may struggle to repay. Previously, he welcomed the assistance of his brothers, confident in his ability to repay them in due course. However, that confidence has since waned. The hides of the beasts from the Demon Wolf Mountain range can be utilized to craft first-tier talisman paper. Should his fourth brother have the fortune to hunt such beasts in the future, sharing some of their hides would indeed establish a mutually beneficial relationship between them. Wei Tu discerned Fu Zhizhou's thoughts at a glance and smiled gently as he spoke. At the small market, the talisman paper sold by Che Chulong and others is primarily made from the blood vine grass harvested from spirit fields, processed through special techniques. These papers are suitable only for drawing basic talismans. For talismans of first tier or above, paper of the same grade spirit material must be used. The well-prepared hides of demon beasts are the most commonly used talisman papers in the realm of cultivation. Thank you, third brother. I shall do my utmost to procure hides from the Demon Wolf Mountain range for you, he declared. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhizhou no longer declined. He nodded earnestly and accepted the 2 exquisite ground thorn talismans from Wei Tu's day. Subsequently, Wei Tu did not insist on holding Fu Zhizhou back. Watching him depart from Danqiu Mountain, I hope this is not the last time I see my fourth brother, Wei Tu sighed. A month later, as Wei Tu was tilling the spirit field, he pinched a ground thorn talisman between his fingers. After reciting a few incantations, the hardened soil of the field began to churn instantly. Once the talisman paper had burned away, the half-acre spirit field had been thoroughly turned from end to end. Continuing, he bore a hoe and began to cultivate this year's spirit rice in the field. After Fu Zhizhou had assumed the role of a scribe, relinquishing his identity as a spirit farmer in the shantytown, the market did not immediately reclaim the spirit fields allocated to him. The lease for these fields was established for a term of 5 years. Only after this period would the market retrieve the spirit fields for redistribution. However, while private fields did not require personal cultivation, the public fields surrendered to the market still needed to be tended to, serving as a form of head tax owed to the market. Naturally, this was advantageous for Wei Tu's day. He had acquired an additional 5 mu of spirit fields, and even without meticulous care, after 5 years, he could expect to gain 6 or 7 spirit stones. Third brother. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from behind Wei Tu's day. Second brother? Wei Tu turned to see Hu Yao approaching with Wei Fei, momentarily taken aback. Soon, he regained his composure, realizing that Wei Fei must have utilized the Ningyue pill and the small gathering qi pill gifted by Fu Zhizhou to break through to the innate realm, thus gaining entry to Danqiu Mountain. Daoist Wei, while I was washing clothes, I heard that Daoist Wei Fei had come looking for you and Daoist Fu. So I guided him to you. I hope you will not take offense, Hu Yu said with a smile. After speaking, she performed a courteous bow and, having concocted an excuse, departed from the spirit fields. Come, let us return to my dwelling. Wei Tu, still wielding the hoe, led Wei Fei toward his humble shack. A quarter of an hour later, as Wei Fei stepped into the shack, he was taken aback by the simplicity of the furniture and the bed within. Third brother, your living conditions are rather poor. They are even inferior to those of ordinary folk. No wonder, during your last return to the mundane world, when I inquired about your life here, you uttered not a word, merely responding with a vague "it's manageable," while residing in the capital city. Wei Tu enjoyed the luxuries of horse-drawn carriages, servants, and maids catering to his every need, with gourmet chefs preparing his meals at fine establishments. The quality of life, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation was remarkably exquisite and grand. Little did I anticipate that upon entering the realm of cultivation, Wei Tu's existence would descend to that of a mere peasant. After a brief pause, seeing Wei Tu's silence and his furrowed brow, Wei Fei realized he had misspoken. With an awkward smile, he chose to remain silent. The makeshift housing area created on Danqiu Mountain was intentionally designed to accommodate lower-tier cultivators. You will come to understand this after some time in the cultivation realm. Wei Tu began to elucidate. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a stringent hierarchy, one that surpasses that of the mundane world. These lower-tier cultivators possess the capability to transform the makeshift housing into opulent palaces rivaling that of a royal residence. However, such actions are strictly prohibited by the marketplace regulations. Firstly, it is essential to maintain the distinction between nobility and commoners. Secondly, should the makeshift housing be transformed into a lavish palace equipped with spirit-gathering arrays and other cultivation formations, to whom would the marketplace's caverns be rented thereafter? These were insights Wei Tu gradually comprehended during his initial months at Danqiu Mountain. This is a letter from my elder brother. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wei Fei produced a letter from his bosom and handed it to Wei Tu's day. A letter from my elder brother? Wei Tu inquired, surprised. Upon opening the letter, he discovered that Ko Liang had written, since their last parting, he had ingested the Ningyue pill gifted by Wei Tu and had ascended to the innate stage of martial arts. Subsequently, he had taken his second daughter, Ko Hongying, to another marketplace in the Zheng Kingdom, the Baishir Lake Marketplace. After numerous trials and tribulations, Ko Hongying successfully joined the esteemed sect of Jingshuai within the Baishir Lake Market, becoming an outer disciple of this revered order. Her master, the illustrious Qin Jinren, is a foundational cultivator of Jingshuai. At the conclusion of the letter, Ko Liang mentions that Ko Hongying was generously bestowed with a considerable amount of spirit stones by Qin Jinren. He took a portion of these spirit stones to purchase a D-Yuan Dan for Wei Tu, hoping he would accept it. The mention of the D-Yuan Dan filled Wei Tu with a delightful surprise. He had initially planned to acquire one after several years of cultivating a reputation, intending to enhance his skills. To his astonishment, Ko Liang had procured a D-Yuan Dan ahead of time as a gift for him. A family that accumulates virtue will surely enjoy continued blessings, Wei Tu mused, placing the envelope down thoughtfully. Had he chosen to abandon his elder brother Ko Liang, deeming his talents insufficient and refusing to lend a hand, today, with Ko Liang's success, would he even be remembered by this prosperous sibling? Both he and Fu Zhizhou cultivated the thick earth body technique, both requiring the D-Yuan Dan. Yet, Ko Liang only offered it to him, making no mention of Fu Zhizhou, which speaks volumes of their respective standings. Jingshuai stands as one of the 3 great sects of Zheng country. To be accepted as a disciple by a foundational cultivator of Jingshuai, Ko Hongying has indeed soared to great heights. Wei Tu cast another glance at the contents of the letter, feeling a pang of envy towards Ko Hongying's apprenticeship. While apprenticing under a foundational cultivator does not guarantee success in reaching that level, it undeniably affords her a more direct path compared to their solitary cultivator status. This is a gift from your eldest brother for you, the third brother, Wei Fei remarked as he observed Wei Tu finishing the letter, producing a jade vial from his robe and placing it into Wei Tu's hands. Upon finishing his words, he cast a few glances around, astonished, and inquired, "Why has it taken so long? Where is our fourth brother?" Wei Tu carefully stored the Earth Origin pill, pondered for a moment, and began to elucidate the current circumstances of Fu Zhizhou while imparting some rudimentary knowledge of the cultivation world. What? The fourth brother has become a blade bearer? Upon hearing this news, Wei Fei's face was immediately filled with lamentation. Back in the day, during their oath of brotherhood, Fu Zhizhou was the youngest, possessed the finest aptitude, and hailed from the prestigious Xiaoyi mansion. His strength, background, and position overshadowed those of his three sworn brothers. Yet, time has transformed circumstances. Eldest brother Ko Liang had a fortunate daughter who became a disciple under a foundational cultivator, thereby securing her own prospects. Meanwhile, the third brother Wei Tu, though lacking the same fortune as Ko Liang, demonstrated considerable skill in talisman crafting and steadily advanced in Danqiu Mountain, harboring hopes of reaching the foundational stage. In stark contrast, Fu Zhizhou, lacking any specialized skills, was compelled to undertake the perilous role of a blade bearer, risking life and limb in pursuit of his own opportunities. Second brother, our discussion is complete. I shall now escort you to Elder Lu to complete your registration. Wei Tu aptly reminded him. The regulations of Danqiu Mountain stipulated that external cultivators could only visit twice within a 10-day period and could not remain on the mountain for more than 1 day at a time. Violators would receive a warning on the first offense, expulsion on the second, and execution on the third. No, third brother. Upon hearing Wei Tu's words, Wei Fei shook his head without hesitation, stating, I do not intend to remain within Danqiu Mountain. What do you mean? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed. Wei Fei is currently a solitary practitioner, with the option to settle in Danqiu Mountain or in the markets of Baisher Lake. However, regardless of the perspective, it is evident that Wei Fei is more suited to remain in the market of Danqiu Mountain. After all, among the four brothers, he shares the closest bond with Wei Fei, a relationship akin to that of sworn brothers. The third brother misunderstood, seemingly perceiving Wei Tu's intentions. With a wry smile, Wei Fei remarked, What my foolish brother means is that he wishes to refrain from joining any market for the time being and to embrace the life of a true solitary practitioner. Before arriving at Danqiu Mountain, he indeed harbored aspirations of stepping into the realm of cultivation. Yet, upon witnessing the tragic downfall of Fu Zhizhou, his resolve wavered, leaving him uncertain if he should become an ascetic and join Danqiu Mountain to continue pursuing the path of immortality. In comparison to Danqiu Mountain, I believe the mundane world is currently more suited for me, Wei Fei added. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu paused for a moment in surprise. He possesses a fate of great accomplishments in later years, allowing him to endure temporary hardships, yet Wei Fei is different. Faced with a seemingly hopeless future, returning to the secular world for enjoyment appears to be the best choice for him. After a brief silence, Wei Tu nodded in agreement with Wei Fei's decision. I shall escort you out of the mountain gate of Danqiu Mountain, my brother, he stated. Wait a moment, third brother, Wei Fei interjected, halting Wei Tu as he prepared to step out. Is there anything else? Wei Tu asked, puzzled by Wei Fei's sudden hesitation. The esteemed Taoist who is both knowledgeable and courteous, guided me here, and I am truly grateful for his kindness. I would appreciate it if you could take me to Taoist Tu's residence, Wei Fei said, patting Wei Tu on the shoulder as he expressed this request. 84. After consuming the Earth Origin pill, the talisman master engaged in a heated debate about recognizing propriety and etiquette. The corner of Wei Tu's mouth twitched. After years of friendship with Wei Fei, he was acutely aware that his companion was infatuated with Hu Yao's allure. Nevertheless, he was not surprised. During his mortal days, Wei Fei frequently frequented the brothels, and now encountering a female cultivator whose grace, beauty, and figure surpassed that of ordinary women, how could he possibly restrain himself? Moreover, indulging in pleasures was not unlawful in this realm. However, Hu Yu was off limits. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Tu spoke up. I am somewhat acquainted with her. If you pursue her, it may lead to awkwardness in my future interactions with her. While Hu Yao might overlook such matters, Wei Tu lacked her psychological fortitude and preferred to avoid potential discomfort. I can introduce you to someone else, he added, somewhat helplessly. During his time at Danqiu Mountain, he had encountered more than just Hu Yao among the hidden courtesans, with others concealed within the Shandy district. My third brother truly understands me, Wei Fei replied, dropping his pretense and scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Though engaging in such activities on his first day in the cultivation world seemed inappropriate, opportunities like this were rare. Once he returned to the mundane world, it would be challenging to encounter a female cultivator of Hu Yao's caliber again. Under Wei Tu's guidance, Wei Fei entered a shanty with a flushed face. After a brief period of time, he emerged, looking fatigued and rubbing his waist, slightly hunched over. That Taoist Yao is quite the enchantress. I feel as though some of my inner energy has been siphoned away. As Wei Fei approached Wei Tu, his legs wavered, nearly causing him to stumble. However, he paid little mind to this, savoring the lingering resonance of the recent encounter before speaking. These female cultivators have all practiced the dual cultivation technique of yin and yang supplementation. Lacking sufficient strength not only squanders spiritual stones, but also depletes their own spiritual energy, leaving them vulnerable. Wei Tu cast a sidelong glance at Wei Fei and remarked casually, "The Yao friend I introduced you to is quite reputable among the discreet courtesans in the shanty town, known for her discretion. Had it been with another, you might have found yourself plummeting below the innate realm, drastically shortening your lifespan after such dual cultivation. I shall be more cautious next time." Wei Fei nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Wei Fei, Wei Tu returned to Danqiu Mountain. Due to Hu Yao's residence being along the main path, he inevitably encountered her by the stream. Washing clothes. "Wei Dao friend, have I perhaps erred in some regard? You introduced business to Yao Dao friend?" Hu Yao shot Wei Tu a glare, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. On the way to deliver Wei Fei to his abode, she had subtly hinted that she had already ignited Wei Fei's interest. Just as the deal seemed poised for fruition, Wei Tu unexpectedly sent Wei Fei to a competitor, leaving her with nothing. "Our familiarity makes it somewhat awkward for me to bring Wei Xiong to you," Wei Tu responded candidly. There was no need for him to deceive Hu Yao regarding his reasons for taking Wei Fei to Yao Dao friend. "Is that so?" Hu Yao's eyes brightened. It appeared that Wei Tu truly regarded her as a friend rather than engaging in mere neighborly pretense. Wei Tu chose not to elaborate further. He was not inept at socializing. Rather, he was unaccustomed to engaging in flattery with someone as bold and cunning as Hu Yao. "From now on, whenever you have Taoist robes to clean, send them my way, and I will assist you without charge," Hu Yao remarked with a smile. Apart from her clandestine dealings, she had also taken on the task of laundering garments for cultivators in the market and those residing in the Shanty district. Though cultivators possessed cleansing talismans, the cost of such talismans exceeded the value of manual labor. "I am most grateful, fellow Taoist Hu," Wei Tu replied, accepting her offer with a respectful gesture. As a talisman master, his time was more precious than that of other cultivators. Thus, delegating the menial task of laundry was indeed a prudent choice. Naturally, he would not let Hu Yao's kindness go unreciprocated. He would ensure that payment was rendered in full. After all, receiving favors often entailed greater obligations. Upon returning to the shanty, Wei Tu finally opened the jade bottle that Wei Fei had entrusted to him. Removing the cork, he gently shook the bottle, revealing a soil-colored pill that exuded a fragrant herbal aroma. Was this the Earth Origin pill worth 32 spirit stones? Wei Tu inhaled the scent of the pill, immediately sensing a yearning for the earthly spiritual energy within him. This Earth Origin pill had traceable origins. Should anyone inquire, he could mention the safety assured by Master Qin of the Mirror Water Pavilion, thus adding an extra layer of protection. Wei Tu contemplated. Although he preferred not to associate with the powerful, the world of cultivation was different. Without a supportive background, one could easily attract misfortune. With his financial means, he could certainly afford an Earth Origin pill. However, the bulk of his wealth was derived from the martial fortune tower, with only a small fraction earned through talisman crafting. 100 spirit stones. One could only speculate the status of the Xie clan's ancestors within the Qi Songjia family. After all, only those in the late Qi refinement stage possessed the strength to casually produce over 100 spirit stones. This thought emerged in Wei Tu's mind, capturing Xie Yuanshan, who was not yet an innate warrior, and obtaining 100 spirit stones from him could be considered a fortuitous windfall in the realm of cultivation, a stroke of great fortune indeed. Yet, overthinking was of no use. It was better to immerse oneself in cultivation first. Wei Tu shook his head, approached his bed, and sat cross-legged, swallowing a Guyuan Dan. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, the dense earth spiritual energy surged forth from his meridians, enveloping the Guyuan Dan and transporting it to the vicinity of his dantian. In the next moment, a torrent of potent medicinal energy erupted from within the Guyuan Dan, rushing through Wei Tu's limbs and vital points. Day after day, several days later, a faint yellow aura began to manifest around his arms. Guided by this ethereal glow, the surrounding earth's spiritual energy swiftly flowed into Wei Tu's body, transforming into dense earth spiritual energy. He had condensed a quarter of the thick earth body. A single Guyuan Dan could condense a quarter of the thick earth body, implying that to fully condense the thick earth body, at least 4 or more Guyuan Dan were required. Wei Tu opened his eyes, glanced at his reflection in the mirror, and shook his head. The spiritual energy needed to condense the thick earth body amounted to around 100 spirit stones. He resides in the shanty town of Tranquil Mountain, where, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy of this locale, one could, through diligent practice over the span of 40 years, reduce the consumption of 100 spiritual stones to merely 30. This exemplifies the advantages of dwelling in a nexus of spiritual veins. However, should one forsake a methodical approach and rely solely on the earth origin pill for cultivation, it would require a minimum of 128 spiritual stones. The additional 28 stones represent the cost incurred by cultivators eager to expedite their training. The faster one progresses, the quicker their advancement. Thus, the younger the practitioner, the greater the likelihood of successfully establishing a foundation. 2 years hence, one could procure another earth origin pill at the market, adhering to a 5-year interval. In doing so, the time required to condense the thick earth body could be shortened to between 10 and 15 years. Wei Tu pondered this and shifted his gaze towards his golden purple fate. 5-element spiritual body, thick earth body, 108 practices a day, culminating in 40 years. With the ingestion of this earth origin pill, his progress in condensing the thick earth body surged by 26, ascending from 6 to 32. 2 months later, under Wei Tu's deliberate efforts, his reputation as a talisman master gradually flourished within the shanty town. Although he could only draw a single earth spike talisman and possessed limited prowess, the multitude of cultivators perceived the merit in befriending a promising talisman master. During this period, Wei Tu also embarked on the study of another talisman from Fundamentals of Talisman Path, the basic talisman, Tranquil Heart Talisman, which, when utilized, alleviates the restlessness experienced during meditation, serving as an auxiliary talisman for cultivation. In just a few short months, Wei Tu has entered the initial stage of crafting the tranquility talismans, yielding 1 talisman for every 10 he draws. This ratio is neither profitable nor detrimental, merely sufficient to break even. The progress of the tranquility talismans, in contrast to the earth spike talismans, is expedited by nearly half the cultivation duration due to Wei Tu's golden purple fate. This is akin to his experience with the tiger crane double form fist after mastering his health cultivation stance. Tranquility talismans, 100 with 7 daily practices. Mastery is achieved in 3 years. Wei Tu deduces that the frequency and duration of progress in his golden purple fate are intrinsically linked to his physical condition. The better his physical state, the more he can practice the same level of techniques, thereby reducing the time required for mastery. With this insight, Wei Tu commenced the cultivation of another spirit body, the evergreen body, from the 5 Elements Spirit Body series. The evergreen body, being of the wood attribute, falls within the realm of his spiritual roots. As anticipated, upon entering the foundational stage of the evergreen body, Wei Tu discerned a distinct difference in progress compared to the thick earth body. 5 Elements Spirit Body, Evergreen Body, 100 with 13 daily practices. Mastery is achieved in 25 years. However, Wei Tu did not hastily shift his focus to the evergreen body. He temporarily set it aside to devote himself fully to the thick earth body. He understands the wisdom of not overextending oneself. During Wei Tu's steady advancement, he stepped out of the Tranquil Mountain, where Fu Zhizhou, the knife wielder, finally returned. Fu Zhizhou brought along 3 pounds of spirit beast meat and a 3-foot-long skin from a demon beast as gifts for Wei Tuesday. Dear brother, during our recent expedition, Hellion and I vanquished a snow hare in the Demon Wolf mountain range. After skinning and processing the creature, we were able to sell it for over 40 spirit stones, exclaimed Fu Zhizhou. In just half a year, this outing has yielded over 20 spirit stones, a sum that far surpasses his earnings as a spirit farmer on Tranquil Mountain. Fourth brother, have you made use of the exquisite earth spike talismans I provided? Wei Tu inquired. The premium earth spike talisman holds a value equivalent to a first-level talisman, and could fetch nearly 10 spirit stones at the very least. If Fu Zhizhou had utilized 2 of these exceptional talismans, coupled with the gifts bestowed upon him, this venture would have been nearly effortless for him. This is a trump card bestowed upon me by third brother. I would not employ it lightly. Fu Zhizhou replied with a smile. That is reassuring, Wei Tu said, feeling relieved. He pondered for a moment and added, Fourth brother, should you exhaust the premium earth spike talismans, do not hesitate to inform me. I have fortuitously acquired another during these past 6 months. I have refrained from embarking on any perilous ventures, thereby rendering it superfluous. In truth, throughout this half-year period, as his talisman crafting skills improved, he had managed to produce 3 premium earth spike talismans. However, one must always exercise discretion and retain a contingency. Third brother, I understand. Fu Zhizhou responded with a smile upon hearing this. A few days later, while engaged in talisman crafting, Wei Tu suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the adjacent shelter. Fourth brother must have exchanged his recent gains for spirit stones to purchase earth origin pills. Wei Tu speculated. This surge of spiritual energy was familiar to him. It was the typical reaction of a cultivator after consuming an Earth origin pill. However, after 4 or 5 days had passed, Wei Tu sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the adjacent shed once more, and this time, the intensity of the energy was notably more pronounced than before. His fourth brother had exchanged all the spirit stones obtained from the Martial Fortune Tower for Earth origin pills? Was this the reason behind his consecutive breakthroughs? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with displeasure. He had entered Tranquil Mountain alongside Fujizhou, and their residences were in close proximity, almost adjacent to one another. This time, Fujizhou had struck it rich, and it was highly likely that he would inadvertently draw Wei Tu into the fray, attracting the attention of certain individuals. However, Wei Tu quickly regained his composure. Unlike him, Fujizhou had no means to cultivate steadily. If he did not convert the spirit stones into tangible strength soon, he risked perishing outside Tranquil Mountain. As for the risks involved, Fujizhou was likely under more scrutiny than he was. With that in mind, what did he have to be concerned about? 5 days later, Fujizhou ceased his cultivation and bid farewell to Wei Tu's daytime flowed on, and more than a year passed. Wei Tu's reputation as a talisman master in the shanty town had significantly improved, becoming increasingly renowned. Seizing the opportunity, he introduced a new type of talisman, the Tranquility Talisman, to generate spirit stones. It was time to visit the market and procure an Earth origin pill for his cultivation. Half a year later, Wei Tu tallied the wealth he had amassed as a talisman master, finding it had exceeded 32 spirit stones. He no longer hesitated and resolved to proceed with his plan to purchase the Earth origin pill for cultivation. Just then, a sudden series of knocks resounded on the wooden door of the shed. Wei Tu frowned immediately. He carefully placed the spiritual stone back into the cloth bag and tucked it under the bed. After completing this task, Wei Tu stepped towards the door and unlatched it. "Tong, my friend, what brings you here?" Upon opening the door, Wei Tu was met with the sight of Tong Pei, a fellow talisman master, which caused his brows to furrow once again. Tong Pei was the same red-clad female cultivator he had encountered during his time in the inner circle. "Wei, did we not agree to avoid competing in the same type of talismans to prevent devaluing the market and becoming adversaries? Yet, here you are, selling tranquility talismans outside." Tong Pei asserted as she squeezed into the shed, produced a stack of tranquility talismans from her bosom, slammed them onto the table, and plopped down onto a stool with an irritable huff. "When did you start selling talismans similar to tranquility talismans?" Wei Tu was taken aback. He did not recall Tong Pei specializing in basic talismans akin to tranquility talismans. "Over half a year ago, I created the Water Heart Talisman for sale. It is only natural that you, who rarely venture out, would be unaware," Tong Pei remarked, her brow furrowing. "Over half a year ago?" Hearing this, Wei Tu's expression soured, and he retorted coldly, "I also crafted the Tranquility Talisman a little over half a year ago." A first-tier talisman master entering the secular world was also over half a year ago? Tong Pei was taken aback. The information she had gathered did not align with this. However, just as she prepared to argue, she locked eyes with Wei Tu's icy gaze. Though not particularly fierce, it sent a chill down her spine, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck. "Dear Taoist Wei, please remain calm." Tong Pei swallowed her words, softening her tone. At that moment, she recalled that Wei Tu was not a local resident of their dilapidated neighborhood, but rather a wandering cultivator who had recently settled there. Such wanderers often acted with far greater ruthlessness than the long-established locals. Was she truly intimidated? Wei Tu found himself at a loss for words. He observed Tong Pei anxiously knocking on the door and demanding answers, initially thinking her to be an unreasonable individual, intent on creating a ruckus. To his surprise, her outward demeanor belied an inner timidity. "How do you intend to resolve this matter, Taoist Tong?" he inquired, contemplating the coincidence of both of them selling the Tranquil Heart Talisman and the Water Heart Talisman simultaneously. Wei Tu tempered his aura, adopting a more conciliatory stance. "It is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. As fellow members of the inner circle, a public quarrel would not serve either of their interests. It would be unwise to offend a fellow talisman maker over a mere sales issue. They could renegotiate and delineate their respective interests amicably. My apologies for my impetuousness. I acted without due diligence in seeking you out," she admitted, her head bowed on the stool. Internally, she was seething, wishing to confront the talisman maker who had initially informed her, contemplating harsh retribution for the embarrassment she had endured. She did not believe Wei Tu's words were deceitful. The truth would reveal itself upon further investigation. Upon hearing Tong Pei's sentiments and observing her demeanor, Wei Tu felt he had a firm grasp of her psychological state. He surmised that Tong Pei, being aware of her own shortcomings, had adopted a noticeably diminished tone and demeanor compared to her initial approach. Yet, Tong's companion wondered how she intended to compensate Wei. Wei Tu's tone hardened slightly. Having navigated the intricacies of the officialdom for over 2 decades, although he had distanced himself from the mundane affairs of the court in pursuit of the celestial path, he was nevertheless well-versed in the art of governance. This was a prime opportunity for him to take advantage of Tong Peipei's vulnerabilities, as he harbored no ill will towards others. However, Tong Peipei's presumptuousness in confronting him without due inquiry irked him. Compensation? At that moment, Tong Peipei resembled a lit powder keg. Raising her chin defiantly and staring at Wei Tu, her expression seemingly emblazoned with the words, "How dare you?" Yet, just as her temper flared, it was swiftly extinguished by the icy glare of Wei Tu, leaving her head drooping like a wilted eggplant, devoid of spirit upon her alabaster neck. "I have heard that you possess an ancestral legacy of talismanic mastery," Wei Tu remarked, pouring a cup of tea for both himself and Tong Peipei before continuing. "Talismanic legacy?" Tong Peipei huffed in response, her dissatisfaction evident. "Wei, while I may entertain the notion of compensation, your demands seem rather excessive. A talismanic legacy is not something one relinquishes without at least 500 or 600 spirit stones. My offense towards you is trivial. It hardly warrants such an extravagant apology," she added, fully aware of her faults but not foolish enough to let Wei Tu lead her by the nose. What Wei desired was not merely the inheritance of the talisman master from Tong, but rather the techniques for curing the hides of monstrous beasts contained within that inheritance. Wei candidly expressed that ever since Fu Zhizhou had become the bearer of the blade, he had consistently returned with a hide from a monstrous beast. Over 2 years, the collection in his abode had amassed nearly a cubic foot. Thus, he found himself in urgent need of the art of curing these hides to transform them into talisman paper. The hides of monstrous beasts cannot be preserved indefinitely. As time elapses, the spiritual essence within diminishes, leading to a significant decline in quality. During a previous gathering, Wei had observed Tong Peipei purchasing such hides for talisman masters. Aside from curing them into talisman paper, there existed no other utility. Upon hearing this, Tong Peipei wavered. After a brief pause, she slowly nodded, consenting to Wei's request. The technique of curing monstrous beast hides to produce talisman paper, while not comparable in value to a complete inheritance of a talisman master, nevertheless held its own preciousness. However, the definition of preciousness is subjective. Since Wei was also a talisman master, with comparable aptitude to hers, this exchange could be deemed fitting as a form of compensation. A quarter of an hour later, Tong Peipei took up her brush and inscribed the method of creating talisman paper from her own inheritance, presenting it to Wei. "I shall take my leave now," she declared, rising and preparing to lift her skirt. "Tong, there remains yet another matter unresolved," Wei interjected, halting her departure. "What is it?" Tong Peipei queried, a flicker of wariness appearing in her eyes as she took a step back. Wei shook his head and pointed to the tranquility talisman that Tong had just crafted, stating, "We have yet to delineate the benefits regarding the tranquility talisman and the water heart talisman." From Tong Peipei's reactions and every prior statement, he surmised that there must be a hidden antagonist deliberately inciting hostility between himself and Tong Peipei. At this moment, he invited her to discuss the distribution of benefits concerning the tranquility talisman and the water heart talisman in the slum area, with the intention of indirectly discerning the identity of that unseen manipulator from Tong Peipei's words. Tong Peipei nodded, resettling herself, and began to articulate the profit division regarding these two similar types of talismans. The Tranquility Talisman and the Water Heart Talisman share comparable effects, belonging to the same foundational category of talismans. The distinction between the two lies in the fact that the Tranquility Talisman is an attribute-free talisman, whereas the Water Heart Talisman possesses the water attribute. In terms of effectiveness and sales, the Tranquility Talisman is superior, outperforming the Water Heart Talisman, Tong Peipei analyzed. The Water Heart Talisman, being of the water attribute, can also be utilized by practitioners of other attributes. However, compared to the attribute-free Tranquility Talisman, its effectiveness inevitably suffers some diminishment. Moreover, due to the Tranquility Talisman being attribute-free and its release coinciding with her own, she was acutely aware of her disadvantage. According to their internal agreement, Wei Tu's future focus would be on talismans of the earth and wood attributes, while she would specialize in those of the water and metal attributes. My proposal is for Taoist Wei to increase the price of the Tranquility Talisman while I maintain the original price in the future. I shall allocate 20% of the profits from the sales of the Water Heart Talisman to Taoist Wei. After a moment's hesitation, Tong Peipei articulated a plan. This plan is overly complicated. Wei Tu shook his head, displaying dissatisfaction. If I raise the price of the Tranquility Talisman, its sales will undoubtedly suffer. Even if you allocate 20% of the profits from the Water Heart Talisman to me, it will hardly suffice. Indeed, the proposal put forth by Tong Peipei is commendable. Following the price increase of the Tranquility Talisman, sales have plummeted, which poses a risk of losing spiritual stones. However, the advantage lies in the fact that by not crafting the Tranquility Talisman, he not only stands to gain a 20% profit from the Water Heart Talisman without effort, but also saves time, allowing for more focus on cultivation. This aspect, even with some loss of spiritual stones, is ultimately tolerable. The crux of the issue, however, is that Wei Tu harbors doubts regarding Tong Peipei's commitment to share the promised 20% of the Water Heart Talisman profits. The two have yet to establish a solid foundation of trust. What are your thoughts, Taoist Wei? Upon hearing Wei Tu's refusal, Tong Peipei remained composed. Understanding that negotiations often involve some back and forth, Wei might relinquish the benefits of the Tranquility Talisman and cease its sales on Danqiu Mountain, but the cost would be. Wei Tu paused for a moment. Feel free to speak plainly, Taoist Wei, Tong Peipei encouraged, her brows slightly raised, instinctively tightening her legs. Wei Tu's closeness to that unscrupulous Hu Yao was evident. He was clearly not a man of good character. Unaware of Tong Peipei's inner thoughts, Wei Tu contemplated and cautiously inquired, since you possess a legacy of talisman crafting, what of your inheritance regarding earth and would attribute talismans? As he broached this subject, he noticed Tong Peipei seemed inclined to decline. Thus, he shifted his approach, suggesting that if she were willing to share the methods for crafting 3 types of first-level talismans, he would gladly forego the profits from the Tranquility Talisman. Although the benefits of the Tranquility Talisman are considerable, he believes that mastering higher-level talisman crafting would render such benefits expendable. He is not like Tong Peipei, whose talent in talisman arts is limited to a few basic types. Upon hearing this, Tong Peipei's brows relaxed, and she let out a soft laugh. Since you, Wei Daoyu, have said so, how could I possibly disagree? I shall deliver the talismans of the 3 earth and wood attributes to your residence tomorrow. Lacking both earth and wood spiritual roots, she was incapable of crafting these 2 types of celestial talismans. Relinquishing them to Wei Tu was not a decision that weighed heavily on her conscience. As for the potential risk of exposing the ancestral talismanic legacy of the Tong family, she had not given it much thought. After all, one does not grieve over selling off one's grandfather's land. By the way, may I inquire about one more thing? Taoist Tong? Who entrusted you with the calming talismans on the table? Wei Tu's mind stirred as he posed the question at an opportune moment. It was Mao. At that moment, Tong Peipei, overwhelmed by the joyous news, beamed with delight, her guard down, and she unwittingly responded to Wei Tuesday. As soon as the words left her lips, she realized her inadvertent slip, quickly silencing herself and refusing to divulge further. Mao Talisman Master? Wei Tu's gaze turned icy, pressing for more information. There were numerous practitioners with the surname Mao in the shantytown. Yet he reasoned that the only one capable of standing against him was another talisman master, also named Mao, from the inner circle. I take my leave, Tong Peipei said, rising to bow respectfully and hurriedly exited the makeshift dwelling. Though the Mao talisman master had displayed signs of deceit towards her, she decided to wait until she could personally inquire before determining the course of action, rather than leaking the matter prematurely. Back inside the shack, Wei Tu took a paper and brush, inscribing the name of the Mao talisman master. Recording details on paper was a habit he had cultivated since his early studies under Fu Zhizhou. The following day, Tong Peipei arrived as promised. He presented the methods for crafting 3 types of first-level talismans to Wei Tuesday. These talismans included the wood attribute Jinglong talisman, the wood attribute Yamu talisman, and the earth attribute Yinshield talisman. Upon observing these talismans, Wei Tu furrowed his brow, silently cursing Tong Peipei for her malicious intent and her miserly nature. In the realm of talismans, auxiliary talismans boast the highest sales and are the easiest to draw, making them the optimal choice for talisman masters to hone their skills and enhance their proficiency. Although attack and defense talismans are considerably more expensive than their auxiliary counterparts of the same level, they are also the most challenging to create. Few talisman masters opt to practice drawing attack or defense talismans while striving to elevate their craft. Had Tong Peipei included an auxiliary talisman among the 3 first-level talismans she gifted, Wei Tu would have said nothing further. However, with 2 attack talismans and 1 defense talisman, it was evident that Tong Peipei held him in disdain, effectively setting a trap for him. He mentally noted this small grievance. The methods for crafting the 3 first-level talismans had been acquired by Wei Tu through a trade involving the market value of the Tranquility Talisman, which far exceeded that of the 3 talisman crafting methods. Otherwise, Tong Peipei would not have readily consented to the exchange. Rising from his seat, he retrieved the blank book inscribed with the names of talisman masters and added Tong Peipei's name to it, subsequently hanging it by his bedside as a constant reminder. Half a month later, Wei Tu successfully processed the beast hides, meticulously cutting them into 34 sheets of first-level talisman paper. Following this, he began practicing the drawing of the first-level Yin Shield Talisman. Over the course of a month, he successfully mastered the fundamentals of the Yin Shield Talisman. The Rock Shield Talisman, 100 with 3 practices a day, one can achieve mastery in 14 years. Crafting the Rock Shield Talisman is far from the ease experienced when drawing basic talismans, often leading to dizziness after just 2 or 3 attempts. Only in the mid-stage of Qi cultivation can one give birth to spiritual awareness, making the creation of first-tier talismans significantly less arduous. Typically, a first-tier talisman master possesses a cultivation level above the mid-stage of Qi. Cultivation is the true path, with unwavering resolve. Wei Tu decided to slow his practice of first-tier talismans and devote more energy to enhancing his cultivation. Time passed. 6 months later, aided by the Earth Origin Pill, Wei Tu's progress in consolidating the thick Earth body increased from 32 to 57. Another breakthrough? On this day, within his humble abode, Wei Tu sensed the surge of spiritual energy emanating from Fu Zhizhou's breakthrough. If my calculations are correct, this marks the 4th Earth Origin Pill he has consumed. Being a cutthroat truly proves lucrative, Wei Tu reflected. As a talisman master, the painstakingly accumulated spirit stones only afforded him 1.5 Earth Origin Pills. In contrast, Fu Zhizhou, after merely 3 years as a cutthroat, has earned enough for 3 Earth Origin Pills. The disparity is undeniably vast. Of course, this does not account for the exquisite Earth Spike talismans Wei Tu has secretly amassed. Should he choose to sell these premium talismans, his earnings would far surpass those of Fu Zhizhou. There is no need for envy. The 4th brother gambles his life for a chance at success, where a moment's carelessness could lead to a tragic demise. Wei Tu shook his head, recalling the scene from a year ago when Fu Zhizhou returned to Danqiu Mountain. On that day, Fu Zhizhou returned to Danqiu Mountain, his body wrapped in layer upon layer of bandages, stained crimson with blood. Were it not for the 2 exquisite Earth Spike talismans he possessed as a safeguard, he might have perished in that encounter. The thought of altering his plans crossed Wei Tu's mind. Perhaps he should part with the exquisite Earth Spike talismans to acquire resources. Initially, his strategy was to wait until he became a first-tier talisman master before gradually selling off the exquisite talismans for spirit stones. However, with Fu Zhizhou's cultivation progress surpassing his own, he felt a tinge of impatience. For the sake of a flourishing path to immortality, he knew he must not act rashly. Soon, Wei Tu shook his head, dismissing the notion that had briefly flickered in his mind. While the exquisite Earth Spike talismans held a value comparable to first-tier talismans, their market was limited. Too many equivalent talismans existed within the same tier. Even if he sold them, he might only manage to part with 2 or 3. Furthermore, the fact that Fu Zhizhou relied on exquisite Earth Spike talismans for survival was well known among Huliang Xiong and the other enforcers. As a talisman master lingering in the slums, it was plausible for him to occasionally create 1 or 2 exquisite talismans within the realm of understanding for fellow cultivators. Yet, producing more would inevitably raise suspicions. Within Danqiu Mountain, if he aspired to elevate his status and cultivation methodically as a talisman master, he could not afford to rush. Patience was essential for grand aspirations. Rising from the grassroots, advancing steadily, would attract the least attention from those with ulterior motives. Once he attained a higher status, and cultivators encountered certain fortuitous circumstances, it would become reasonable for him to slightly overstep, incurring minimal risk. However, every 2 years, the issuance of a high-quality earth-piercing talisman should not raise suspicions, Wei Tu mused. For years later, under Wei Tu's methodical approach, the progress of his thick earth body reached 78. Only a single earth essence pill remained for him to condense his thick earth body and break through to the 4th layer of Qi training. 8 years had passed on this day. Wei Tu calculated with his fingers and realized he had been at Danqiu Mountain for 8 long years, prompting him to reflect deeply. During these 8 years, he had descended the mountain 3 times to visit his family in Yulong Prefecture. During this time, Wei Fei had also visited Danqiu Mountain several times to deliver letters from home. As a result, he had kept a close eye on the well-being of his children, Xinghua and Wei Yin, as well as Wei Xiaowen. In recent years, Wei Yin had harnessed the true power of the inner family and entered the realm of sensing Qi. Wei Xiaowen was not far behind, lagging only a year behind Wei Yin, having entered the sensing Qi realm through external training. As for Xinghua, under Wei Tu's nurturing with spiritual energy, her health flourished, showing great potential to live into her 80s or 90s. In 2 months, after he managed to draw another Rock Shield talisman with multiple life-saving cards in hand, he planned to leave Danqiu Mountain and venture into the mundane world. Wei Tu contemplated. Over the past 4 years, he had practiced extensively with the Rock Shield talisman, and thus, half a year ago, he had inadvertently succeeded in drawing one. This achievement marked his advancement to a first-tier talisman master. However, he chose not to publicize this matter. He intended to wait until he reached the 4th layer of Qi training before gradually releasing this news. 5 days later, Fu Zhizhou returned from hunting demons. Wei Tu inquired if Fu Zhizhou would be willing to accompany him home to visit his relatives. 8 years have passed, and Fu Zhizhou has only returned to the mundane world once, 5 years prior. I shall not go back, Fu Zhizhou declared, shaking his head. I possess no surplus spirit stones to support my offspring. To avoid becoming a target of enmity, it is best we do not meet. At this juncture, Fu Zhizhou also offered a word of advice to Wei Tu. Brother, each child must forge their own path, even if you support them to attain the innate realm. What comes next? Shall you continue to assist them indefinitely? Although he earned a considerable amount as a sword wielder, it was merely sufficient to sustain his daily cultivation. He simply lacked the resources to nurture another child on the path to immortality. Upon expressing his thoughts, Fu Zhizhou felt a pang of regret for his words and fell silent, casting a glance at Wei Tu, awaiting his response. He understood that Wei Tu was the most loyal among the 4 brothers, particularly towards his kin. He mused that if he were as affluent and successful as Wei Tu, it would be challenging to marry a maid he had known since childhood as his primary wife. However, to Fu Zhizhou's astonishment, Wei Tu did not refute his statement. Instead, he nodded in agreement. You speak the truth, brother. Each child has their own journey to undertake, and we cannot support them for a lifetime. Wei Tu replied with a gentle smile. Human effort has its limits. Fu Zhizhou lacked the means to elevate his children to the innate realm. Thus he relinquished the notion of doing so. He shared Fu Zhizhou's perspective, recognizing that he too would not provide perpetual assistance to his offspring. The distinction lay in the fact that his financial resources were far more substantial than Fu Zhizhou's. Without jeopardizing his own cultivation, he could indeed support his children, Wei Yin and Wei Xiuwan, to reach the innate realm. Certainly, upon reaching the innate realm, he no longer possessed the capacity to assist his 2 children in their ascension to immortality. Henceforth, their journey would rely solely on Wei Yin and Wei Xiuwan. His aid would be limited to this singular occasion. The protagonist is characterized by profound loyalty and righteousness, yet he acts with discernment. Thus, in guiding his offspring towards their cultivation, he would merely extend a helping hand to elevate them to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Thereafter, he would refrain from further involvement, and it would be inconceivable for him to assist his son and subsequently his grandson. 86. Encountering the tribulation cultivator, Fu Zhizhou. Upon hearing Wei Tu's response, shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. He relinquished the demon beast meat he had been holding and withdrew. Wei Tu had but 2 children to support. Even if he were to aid them in stepping into the innate realm, the expenditure would amount to no more than 30 or 40 spirit stones. However, he was in a different predicament, with 1 wife and 3 concubines. Begetting a multitude of offspring, 3 sons and 4 daughters, none of whom exhibited distinct advantages and aptitude. It was simply beyond his capacity to assist them all. A fortnight later, from the neighboring chamber of Wei Tu, there emerged a surge of spiritual energy, birthed from the consumption of the Earth Origin Pill. Unlike previous occasions, this time the energy wave bore a subtle pressure. His 4th brother had reached the 4th level of chi refinement, Wei Tu mused. He shook his head, suppressing the envy within, and closed his eyes to continue his rigorous cultivation, refraining from hastily congratulating Fu Zhizhou in his tent. Ascending to the 4th level of chi refinement required Fu Zhizhou time to stabilize his realm. Now is not the moment to be inconsiderate of such needs. A month passed, and once more, Wei Tu successfully inscribed a rock shield talisman. At this moment, he possessed 2 first-tier rock shield talismans and 5 exquisite basic ground spike talismans. It was time to return to the mundane world. Wei Tu rose, concealing 7 talismans within the most accessible folds of his sleeve, before exiting the makeshift dwelling and securing the door behind him. As he departed, he cast a glance at the tightly shut wooden door of Fu Zhizhou's shelter, shook his head slightly, and refrained from intruding. Upon leaving Tranquil Mountain, Wei Tu rented a swift steed at the foot of the mountain and rode away. A mere 15 minutes after his departure, a veiled woman and a tall, slender man emerged from the dense fog enveloping Tranquil Mountain. This fellow certainly values his mundane relatives, making the descent every 2 years on average. The veiled woman smirked slightly, casting a lingering gaze in the direction Wei Tu had taken. Shall we take action against him? Inquired the slender man. If we delay, it will be too late. During his years within Tranquil Mountain, he has refined the Earth Origin Pill twice. Should he achieve it once more, he may very well reach the mid-stage of chi cultivation. It would no longer be so simple to act against him. The veiled woman replied indifferently. Upon finishing her words, she produced a talisman, affixed it to herself, and transformed into a faint red streak of light, pursuing the direction Wei Tu had taken. Observing this, the slender man hesitated not, employing the same technique to follow closely behind. At that moment, on the official road leading from Tranquil Mountain to Yulong Prefecture, Wei Tu abruptly tightened the reins, bringing his steed to a halt. Indeed, As Hu Daoyu had indicated, a bandit cultivator has set their sights on me. Wei Tu glanced back at the two streaks of red light that had appeared unexpectedly behind him, let out a cold chuckle, dismounted, and with a swift motion, vanished into the woods beside the official road. Subsequently, he discovered a muddy area, rolled around within it, and affixed a spell of concealment before hastily making his way towards Danqiu Mountain. These secret techniques for evading pursuers were acquired through exchanges with fellow cultivators during the inner gathering. Has that young man's aura vanished? The masked woman arrived at the abandoned horse area of Wei Tu, and after taking a few sniffs, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. This is bad. The masked woman seemed to have realized something, her expression shifting to one of terror. Quickly, we must return to Danqiu Mountain. This young man has realized we are tracking him and has deliberately lured us out. Stop him, she commanded the gaunt man. Upon hearing her words, the gaunt man's expression altered slightly. He pounded his chest, and immediately, a series of cracking sounds emanated from his joints. His emaciated figure suddenly swelled, muscles bulging as if he had transformed into a giant. Achieving all of this took but a fleeting moment, and the gaunt man raced back to Danqiu Mountain at a speed several times greater than before. At that instant, the masked woman followed the trail of Wei Tu, pushing into the depths of the forest. Wei, my friend, there is no need to hide. I have already detected your presence. The masked woman perched upon a branch of an ancient tree, casting a glance around her before chuckling softly, intending to draw Wei Tu out in this manner. However, after several breaths, the forest remained eerily silent. Has he already fled? The masked woman raised an eyebrow, preparing to set off in pursuit towards Danqiu Mountain once more. Yet, at that very moment, a chill suddenly crept up her back, and the sound of an arrow slicing through the air reached her ears. This is not good. The masked woman's expression shifted dramatically as she lightly treaded from the fork in the tree to the trunk of the ancient tree. Suddenly, two glimmering arrows whizzed past her cheek, landing harmlessly on the ground. Found you, she cackled wickedly, swiftly turning towards the direction from which the arrows had been shot. There, she spotted Wei Tu concealed within the thicket. Simultaneously, in a concealed manner, a silver hairpin radiating with the glow of magical restrictions appeared from her sleeve. The moment she touched the ground, she shouted a command, and the silver pin shot forth from her hand, transforming into a gleaming silver streak that vanished in an instant. However, the outcome did not unfold as the masked woman had anticipated. Wei Tu was not struck in the head by the silver pin, nor did his skull explode like a watermelon. Instead, a yellow square shield, the size of a grinding stone, materialized abruptly before him, blocking the fierce attack. A first-tier talisman rock shield? The masked woman recognized the yellow shield and couldn't help but display her astonishment. This first-tier earth attribute defensive talisman could be likened to a turtle shell at the mid-stage of chi cultivation. Even a late-stage cultivator would require at least 3 strikes to breach the yellow shield formed by the talisman. As for her, being merely at the 5th layer of chi cultivation, she would need over 10 strikes to have a chance of breaking it. To her surprise, Wei Tu had managed to draw a first-tier talisman, well concealed and unexpected. The masked woman felt exhilarated. Instead of harboring a fervent desire to kill Wei Tu, she now wished to abduct him, to imprison him for life, compelling him to draw talismans and support her path to ascendance. However, just as the masked woman pondered how to shatter Wei Tu's formidable earthen shield, a surge of potent earth elemental energy suddenly erupted beneath her feet, piercing upwards. Quality earth spikes? The masked woman sprang to her feet, casting a disdainful glance at the numerous earth spikes rising over 10 feet high from the ground. She had already been aware of Wei Tu's possession of exquisite earth spike talismans as a last resort for self-preservation during her time on Danqiu Mountain. With her defenses against the earth spikes in place, it would not be so simple for Wei Tu to harm her. Yet, in the next moment, the masked woman was left dumbfounded, her face pale with terror as she beheld a dense array of earth spikes jutting up from the ground within a radius of several dozen feet. Following her leap into the air, to soar through the skies was a skill only attainable by those in the foundation establishment stage. Those in the chi refinement stage could only manage brief levitations. No, the masked woman shrieked in alarm, her expression fraught with panic as she watched her body plummet toward the forest of glistening spikes below. With a sound akin to tearing flesh, numerous spikes pierced through the masked woman's garments and flesh, binding her firmly to the earth. Wei Daoist, spare my life. I am willing to offer myself as your concubine. To serve you. I possess hundreds of spirit stones, hidden elsewhere. If you grant me mercy, I will gladly bestow all these spirit stones upon you. Bloodied and battered, her breath shallow, the masked woman cast a pleading glance at Wei Tu, who stood several hundred paces away. Self-offering as a concubine. Hundreds of spirit stones? Wei Tu furrowed his brow, unmoved. The masked woman appeared rather attractive, yet when compared to Hu Yao, she paled significantly. Let alone when juxtaposed with the noble woman he had encountered previously. The matter, easily resolved with a mere handful of spiritual sand, hardly warranted nurturing a potential threat by allowing an enemy to linger nearby. As for the hundreds of spirit stones, Wei Tu scoffed. If the masked woman truly possessed such wealth, she would have long since retreated to cultivate her powers in peace, transforming the stones into strength rather than risking her life as a highwayman. With this thought, Wei Tu ceased holding back, silently reciting a spiritual incantation, utilizing an earth spike to pierce through the masked woman's forehead. Her head burst apart, lifeless beyond any possibility of revival. At that moment, Wei Tu approached her side, retrieving the silver hairpin she had wielded and concealing it at his waist. Subsequently, he rummaged through the woman's lifeless form, discovering 3.5 spirit stones and a palm-sized, meticulously crafted beast hide. The hide was inscribed with numerous characters. Heavenly Fragrance Luo Technique? Wei Tu briefly scanned the text and discerned it to be a common method employed by highwaymen to pursue cultivators. He paid it little heed, shaking his head and nonchalantly tucking it away into his robe. After a moment, the yellow square shield before Wei Tu vanished, transforming into a dimly glowing talisman. He mused that it could still serve him once more. In the recent encounter with the masked female cultivator, he estimated his losses to be around 3 premium earth spike talismans and half of a first-tier rock shield talisman, a significant toll indeed. Following the skirmish, he had expended approximately 30 spirit stones. However, with the acquisition of the silver hairpin, he considered himself fortunate to have broken even, avoiding substantial loss. Wei Tu weighed the silver hairpin in his hand. This silver hairpin, though only 60% new, is still classified as a low-grade magical artifact, with a market value of around 20 to 30 spirit stones. Naturally, acquiring a new low-grade artifact would cost at least 50 to 60 spirit stones. From this perspective, he has indeed profited. Among those pursuing me is a tall, slender man, who has presumably separated from the masked woman to intercept me at the entrance of Tranquil Mountain. Wei Tu retreated from the battlefield, contemplating his next course of action. The division of the masked woman and the tall man has disrupted his strategy for confronting them. Upon returning to Tranquil Mountain, he is bound to encounter the tall man. With his rock shield talisman, he need not fear the masked woman's inability to penetrate it. There is no reason for him to be easily overcome by the tall man. Utilizing the rock shield talisman, he could fight while retreating, making his way into Tranquil Mountain, where he could seek out the law enforcement team to resolve the crisis and bring the tall man to justice. However, this would inevitably reveal his proficiency in talisman crafting. Even within the confines of the shelter, he had faced hostility from rival competitors, such as the instigated Tong Pei Pei, who sought to cause him trouble. At the level of a first-tier talisman master, if any competitors harbored malicious intent towards him, leveraging their previously acquired resources would make him a difficult opponent to contend with, leaving him vulnerable to their exploitation. Moreover, with only 2 earth spike talismans remaining, he was reluctant to take such a risk. Relocating his family near the Baishir Lake Market, he sought out his elder brother, Ko Yang, to procure another piece of earth origin Dan. Subsequently, he planned to seclude himself in the Baishir Lake Market to cultivate and break through to the mid-stage of qi refinement before returning to Tranquil Mountain. Wei Tu contemplated for a moment, deciding to adopt a more cautious approach. The realm of cultivation was rife with countless potential threats. It was imprudent to attempt to eliminate them all. First, he needed to elevate his own cultivation level, and only then could he confront his past adversaries. This was the rightful path. He was merely 1 earth origin Dan away from the 4th layer of qi refinement. Acquiring the earth origin Dan at Tranquil Mountain would likely attract the attention of other cultivators, but in the Baishir Lake Market, such concerns were alleviated. As for Ko Hongying's request, he hoped that this time, Taoist who could discern who had followed him out of Tranquil Mountain, so he could be better prepared in the future. After the 2 individuals had disguised themselves, it became increasingly difficult for him to identify their true identities. Wei Tu narrowed his eyes. Earlier, when he had slain the masked woman, he had refrained from interrogating her, not only to avoid wasting time and triggering unforeseen dangers, but primarily because it was unnecessary. The heartless nature of bandits far surpassed that of mere common thieves. Faced with death, they would not easily divulge their secrets. Furthermore, a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator possessed spiritual awareness, and he feared that approaching the masked woman might lead to his own downfall, should she ensnare his spirit and retaliate fatally. Upon departing Tranquil Mountain, Wei Tu wasted no time and hastened to Yulong Prefecture. Although the cultivation world strictly forbids practitioners from harming ordinary mortals, such regulations were mere formalities to a bandit. Wei Tu dared not gamble with the integrity of the cultivators. Presently, within the Yulong residence, only he and the family of Fu Zhizhou remained. while his elder brother Ko Liang's family had been evacuated early and settled near the Baishir Lake Market. That evening, upon returning home, Wei Tu informed his family of the impending danger, and the entire Wei household unanimously consented to his plan to relocate to Baishir Lake. To Wei Tu's surprise, the Fu family displayed remarkable decisiveness as well. As soon as the Wei family had finished packing, the Fu family had already arrived at their doorstep, prepared to depart with minimal belongings, forsaking the majority of their possessions. Fu Lin, you have performed admirably, demonstrating great resolve. In the living room of the Wei residence, Wei Tu cast an approving glance at Fu Lin, the eldest son of the Fu family, who bore a striking resemblance to Fu Zhizhou. Many individuals, faced with death, cling to the notion of dying with wealth. As the eldest son of the Fu family, Fu Lin's ability to persuade his family to relinquish their riches and shops and embark on this journey with only essential items speaks volumes of his extraordinary courage and eloquence, qualities that are rare among men. Regrettably, he possesses only a low-grade spiritual root. Wei Tu sighed inwardly, believing that had Fu Lin been endowed with a mid-grade spiritual root, his talents would surely shine brilliantly within the realm of cultivation. Uncle San, my father, has he not returned with you this time? Fu Lin glanced at Wei Tu, noticing the absence of his father, Fu Zhizhou, and his face immediately fell with disappointment. Your father is occupied. After a moment of silence, Wei Tu managed to utter these words, knowing he could not reveal that Fu Zhizhou was deliberately avoiding them, having deemed Fu Lin and his siblings lacking in potential. I understand. In this matter, Fu Lin did not linger on Wei Tu. After receiving a precise response, he nodded and exited the living room to assist the members of the Fu and Wei families in boarding their carriages. Half an hour later, both the Wei and Fu residences stood deserted, with even the maids and servants having been dismissed. Concurrently, for the sake of safety, Wei Tu devised a cunning ruse, spending generously to ensure the lives of a few servants who, under the banners of the Wei and Fu families, departed from the southern city, heading in the opposite direction. The journey was uneventful yet tense. After 7 or 8 days, Wei Tu and his companions arrived at the southern part of the Zheng Kingdom in the Zhejiang region, specifically the Baishir Lake Market. Much like the Danxiu Mountain Market, it was situated in a sparsely populated area of the southern Hongfu in Zhejiang. After half a day, Wei Tu found himself alone near the Baishir Lake Market. The dense fog, enforced by prohibitive laws, gradually parted under his spiritual influence, revealing a vast and serene lake. Within the lake, various spirit fish swam gracefully, while several different species of cranes soared in the sky. Surrounding the lake, particularly to the south, stood clusters of buildings. These structures varied in height, yet what astonished Wei Tu was the absence of shanty areas within the Baishir Lake Market. The Jingshui Pavilion primarily housed female cultivators, who favored elegance. Thus, the buildings in the Baishir Lake Market were predominantly tall stilt houses, with very few shanties. Upon arrival, Ko Liang clarified Wei Tu's confusion. The distinction between shanty areas and stilt houses was of little concern to the lower-tier cultivators. What truly mattered were the thoughts and decisions of the upper-tier cultivators. The low-ranking cultivators of Baishir Lake Town reside in stilt houses that appear more lavish than mere shanties, a situation that bears no relation to their capabilities. This arrangement is primarily due to the female cultivators of the Mirror Water Pavilion, who wish to preserve the aesthetic appeal of Baishir Lake by avoiding unsightly constructions. Subsequently, Wei Tu followed Ko Liang to the stilt house where he had taken residence after securing his registration. The mundane relatives of the disciples from the Mirror Water Pavilion predominantly inhabit the western district of Nanjing City, and these individuals are discreetly safeguarded by the pavilion. Third brother could procure a residence in the vicinity of the western district and then, under a pretext, allow his family to reside with us at the Ko household. This way, even if any rogue cultivators harbor malicious intentions, they would think twice before acting, Ko Liang suggested. Thank you, elder brother, Wei Tu replied, nodding in agreement to Ko Liang's proposal, expressing his gratitude. After discussing family matters, Wei Tu broached the subject of his need for earth origin elixirs for his cultivation. My younger brother possesses a commendable understanding of talismanic arts and has accumulated a fair number of spirit stones over the years. However, out of caution, I have refrained from purchasing earth origin elixirs in bulk at the market in Danxiu Mountain, fearing unwanted attention. Yet, despite my vigilance, I find that I have still attracted the interest of rogue cultivators who plan to eliminate me upon my return to the mundane realm. Wei Tu sighed. As he spoke, he retrieved a white cloth pouch from his waist and handed it to Ko Liang. Elder brother, herein lie 19 spirit stones and 2 top-quality earth spike talismans. I would like to trouble Honging to assist me in purchasing earth origin elixirs. Being a disciple of the sect, no one would dare investigate her for a single elixir. Meanwhile, let Honging arrange for me a secluded cultivation cave to facilitate my breakthrough in cultivation, Wei Tu remarked. In truth, the spirit stones he possessed had already surpassed the 32 needed to purchase the Earth Source Stand. At this moment, he intended to use 2 Earth Thorn Talismans to compensate for the 13 spirit stones lacking for the acquisition of the Earth Source Stand. There were 2 advantages to this approach. Firstly, the price difference would allow him to provide a service fee to Ko Hongying for procuring the Earth Source Stand. Secondly, by presenting the exquisite Earth Thorn Talismans, he could demonstrate his worth as the uncle to Ko Hongying. They were indeed uncle and niece, this time leveraging Ko Liang's connections. Even if he did not offer Ko Hongying any benefits, she would likely comply without hesitation. However, maintaining such a rapport in the future might prove challenging, as Ko Hongying might seek to evade obligations. Relationships, after all, require sustenance through mutual benefits. Upon hearing Wei Tu's request, Ko Liang felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Unsure of how to decline Wei Tu, particularly since his previous gift of the Earth Source Dan had displeased Ko Hongying, his daughter. If it were a matter of Wei Tu seeking his assistance, he would brave any peril. However, he felt unable to intervene in matters concerning his daughter. Yet, once he comprehended Wei Tu's underlying intentions, the tension in his brow eased, and he patted his chest, assuring, "Do not worry, third brother. I will have Hongying take care of it. You will have a response within 5 days at the latest." The exquisite Earth Thorn Talismans, each valued at around 10 spirit stones, would not only allow him to uphold brotherly bonds, but also enable Ko Hongying to gain further profit. Why would he not seize such an opportunity? 3 days later, in a secluded, low-grade cave at the Baishir Lake Marketplace. Is this the minor gathering spirit array? The spiritual energy gathered through this formation surpassed that of the shantytown by more than threefold. Wei Tu caressed the intricate patterns of the gathering spirit array embedded in the floor, unable to suppress his admiration. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Hu Yao always seized the opportunity to sneak into Elder Lu's cave abode to absorb spiritual energy. Elder Lu held a prominent position, and his cave could easily be ranked among the top 50 within the entire Danqiu Mountain. If Hu Yao lingered there for 4 or 5 days, the amount of spiritual energy she absorbed would likely equate to that of 2 or 3 spirit stones. Given this, it was reasonable to surmise that Hu Yao's cultivation was not merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Her foundation establishment path held promise. Upon calculating the frequency of Hu Yao's visits to Elder Lu's and other cultivators' cave abodes within the market district, Wei Tu was somewhat astonished. According to his calculations, he discovered that the spiritual energy Hu Yao gleaned from these caves each year, combined with the spirit stones she earned through her part-time endeavors, surpassed his own gains as a talisman master. It was indeed a testament to her potential for foundation establishment. However, indulging in such thoughts proved futile. It was best to concentrate on his own path, as everyone had their own journey to pursue. Wei Tu quelled the distractions in his mind, repositioned the cushion he had just uncovered atop the small gathering spirit array, and then sat cross-legged upon it, commencing his focused cultivation. Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Wei Tu finally sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. He summoned all of his innate true qi and the essence of Earth's spiritual energy, directing it toward his dantian. The 2 intertwined forces gradually became inseparable. Simultaneously, Wei Tu felt a tingling sensation at his brow, as if a force was on the verge of breaking free. 1 day passed, then 2, and several days elapsed. As Wei Tu's consciousness transcended the confines of his mind, he found himself in the outer world. He gazed around, discovering that his entire being emanated a soft yellow aura. Under the influence of this aura, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards his dantian at a speed more than twice that of before. At 51 years of age, he had achieved the 4th level of qi cultivation. Not bad. A smile graced Wei Tu's face. However, at that moment, he also sensed a throbbing discomfort in his brow, prompting him to hastily retract his released consciousness and restore it to his sea of consciousness for nurturing. With his consciousness intact, he could then refine the silver hairpin artifact. Wei Tu retrieved the silver hairpin, seized from the masked woman, and began to infuse it with spiritual power, erasing the internal imprint of her consciousness. 2 months later, having solidified his cultivation, Wei Tu emerged from the secluded cave. Congratulations, third brother. Ko Liang was the first to offer his felicitations. As Wei Tu broke through to the 4th level of qi cultivation, he sensed a faint oppressive aura emanating from the closed chamber, a manifestation of the consciousness of a 4th level cultivator, imposing a sense of intimidation upon those in the early stages of qi cultivation. Congratulations, Wei Tu returned the greeting with a cupped fist. Uncle Wei. In the next moment, a young female cultivator, adorned in a light blue gown and exuding an elegant and ethereal charm, entered the courtyard. Cousin Hongying. Wei Tu nodded in acknowledgement, remaining composed, with no trace of the astonishment he had felt upon first encountering this niece. Over half a year ago, he had been utterly taken aback when he saw Ko Hongying, once youthful and innocent, blossom into a breathtaking beauty in the realm of cultivation. He had nearly embarrassed himself in his surprise. It was only later that he learned the techniques practiced by the female cultivators of the Jing Shui Pavilion possessed remarkable beautifying effects. Every female cultivator of the Mirror Water Pavilion embodies exquisite beauty in myriad forms. "Uncle Wei, have you made proper use of the cave abode?" Ko Hongying inquired, her voice light and melodious as she performed a graceful bow. This cave abode was bestowed upon her by Master Qin after she became his disciple, least in his name. "It is well," Wei Tu replied with a nod, returning the key to the cave abode to Ko Hongying, expressing his gratitude. The realm of cultivation is unlike the mundane world. It values the capable above all. Although Ko Hongying is his niece, Wei Tu refrains from asserting his seniority, maintaining a humble demeanor. Upon receiving Wei Tu's thanks, a flicker of surprise glimmered in Ko Hongying's eyes, eliciting a newfound fondness for him. She had previously heard her father mention the alliance of the four brothers, yet without personal experience, her feelings remained superficial. Thus, while she held respect for Wei Tu and his companions, she did not feel an overwhelming closeness. However, at this moment, Wei Tu's acknowledgement as an elder, devoid of any airs of superiority, genuinely overturned her preconceived notions. As the decade-long term neared its conclusion, she pondered whether Uncle Wei might invite her to join. With a shift in her thoughts, she inclined her body in a respectful gesture and uttered her desire. Initially, she had been indifferent to the cultivation alliance formed over 30 years ago by Wei Tu and the others. Yet, upon learning that this alliance had rejected her application, she felt an increasing sense of exclusion. Nevertheless, during the past 6 months spent in Wei Tu's company, she recognized his potential and discerning character. Instinctively, she sensed that joining this cultivation alliance could be advantageous for her. Apart from her father, Ko Liang, the other 3 members were individuals of impeccable virtue. While high-level cultivators are not difficult to find, the quality of character is paramount. Yet, a monk capable of genuine empathy and mutual trust, if devoid of fortuitous circumstances, may spend a lifetime without encountering such a companion. The notion of a cultivation alliance? Upon hearing this request from Ko Hongying, Wei Tu's expression transformed into one of astonishment. When they returned to the mundane world, despite the 4 of them re-establishing the 3 major covenants, as the sands of time trickled by, they gradually went their separate ways. Instinctively overlooking the once-cherished cultivation alliance, they chose instead to nurture their individual connections. Presently, of the 4 brothers, Ko Liang had forsaken the path of immortality, wishing only to support his daughter, Ko Hongying, in becoming a foundational practitioner, thus fulfilling his lifelong aspiration. Wei Fei relinquished his pursuit of immortality, turning back to the secular realm to revel in the pleasures of the mundane world, seeking to spend the remainder of his days therein. Fu Zhizhou, harboring ambitions of ascending the path of immortality, became a practitioner of the blade, braving life and death. Yet, due to financial constraints, he too abandoned the prospect of progeny, opting instead for a solitary existence. Given this predicament, Wei Tu could not envision the survival of the cultivation alliance. Moreover, regarding the decade-long covenant, he would tacitly acknowledge its dissolution should no one mention it. However, at this moment, Ko Hongying, a descendant of the lineage, unexpectedly revived the idea of the cultivation alliance and expressed her desire to join. This left Wei Tu somewhat perplexed. His niece's intention to join, seeking mutual benefit with her 3 uncles, was assuredly devoid of any notion of exploiting them. This, Uncle Wei could rest assured. Ko Hongying pressed her lips together, offering her assurance. She understood the deeper reasons behind the previous reluctance of Wei Tu and the others when Ko Liang had wished for her inclusion in the brotherhood. They feared she might become a leech. Given that Hongying harbors such thoughts, I shall attempt to persuade your other 2 uncles to consent to your inclusion. Wei Tu pondered for a moment before responding. Meanwhile, Ko Liang, upon overhearing the dialogue between Wei Tu and Ko Hongying, refrained from interjecting. His expression was a tapestry of emotions, tinged with both joy and concern. With the presence of the 3rd brother, there is hope for the reunion of the righteous society. Yet, uncertainty looms regarding whether the other 2 brothers will agree to Hongying's participation. Ko Liang sighed softly, acutely aware that the crumbling alliance of cultivators could only be restored by Wei Tu, the steadfast cornerstone. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that while reunification may be attainable, sustaining it proves to be a formidable challenge. A year later, on June 13th, in Xiujiang Road, in the city of Nanhang, within the Tiansheng Building's private room number 3, under Wei Tu's invitation, Fu Zhizhou and Wei Fei arrived in succession, reuniting with him and Ko Liang once more. 3rd brother, here is a letter from Taoist who, concerning the tribulation cultivator you encountered. Fu Zhizhou, upon meeting Wei Tu, did not hastily rekindle their brotherly affection. Instead, he presented a letter to Wei Tu's Taoist who was thoughtful. After reading the letter, Wei Tu commended Hu Yao. In the correspondence, Hu Yao expressed that, based on his guidance, he had discerned the appearance of the tribulation cultivators who followed him out of Danqiu Mountain. There were two individuals, one male and one female. The male was named Ing Bing, and the female was called Zhui Yan. At this juncture, Hu Yao subtly indicated that these two were often seen in close association with Geng Wen, the second disciple of Master Shu Dan from Danqiu Mountain. I suspect that the recent encounter of the third brother with the rogue cultivators is somehow related to my acquisition of the Earth Origin pills. After reading the letter, Fu Zhizhou and the others displayed expressions of regret, with him offering an apology to Wei Tuesday. Upon returning from the Demon Wolf Mountain range, he learned of Wei Tu's misfortune and was consumed with rage, yearning for vengeance. Subsequently, he sought counsel from Helian Xiong, who opportunistically reminded him that this matter should be connected to him. Had he not become the hired sword and purchased 2 Earth Origin pills in quick succession, he would not have drawn the attention of Geng Wen and others. Consequently, Ing Bing and Zhui Yin would not have been vigilant in observing Wei Tu, subsequently devising a plan to ambush him. After hearing these words, Wei Tu's confusion dissipated. It was during Fu Zhizhou's consecutive purchases of the Earth Origin pills that he first harbored such concerns. Little did he anticipate that Ing Bing and Zhui Yin would exhibit such remarkable patience, only deciding to act against him after 8 years. It is likely that their targets extend beyond just himself. This time, it has merely fallen to him. Or perhaps they intend to fatten him up before striking. Wei Tu's thoughts turned as he speculated about Ing Bing and Zhui Yan's intentions. When he departed from Danqiu Mountain, it had been 3 years since his last purchase of the Earth Origin pills, and he had managed to accumulate a new sum of spirit stones. As for why Ing Bing and Zhui Yan had not targeted Fu Zhizhou, the reasoning was straightforward. The hired sword, navigating life and death, poses a far greater challenge to eliminate. Moreover, hired swords typically travel in pairs, often impoverished, yielding little profit. Attempting to strike them carries a higher risk of retaliation. There is no need for the fourth brother to feel self-reproach. You are merely the executor. If one does not strive to enhance their cultivation, they may face dire consequences. Wei Tu offered a word of encouragement to Fu Zhizhou, showing no concern over the matter. This time, Fu Zhizhou was indeed careless, yet the true malevolence lay with the robbers of the cultivation world and the treacherous nature of its realm. He was able to discern this clearly. After discussing the robbers, Wei Tu proceeded to the main topic, inquiring whether Wei Fei and Fu Zhizhou would agree to the inclusion of Ko Hongying into their alliance of cultivators. What? Hongying wishes to join? Just as Wei Tu had initially reacted, both Wei Fei and Fu Zhizhou were taken aback by this revelation. A decade prior, they had opposed Ko Hongying's admission, fearing that the co-father-daughter duo would take advantage of them. However, times have changed. During the 20-plus years following Ko Liang's entry into the alliance, he had offered little assistance, and although they did not voice it, they were somewhat reluctant to relinquish significant benefits to Ko Liang again. Nevertheless, this concern dissipated with Ko Liang's act of gratitude towards Wei Tuesday. At present, Ko Hongying had become a disciple of the Celestial Gate. Having surpassed the difficult period when assistance was necessary, her joining the alliance would evidently yield greater advantages for them. Of course, this was contingent upon the premise of equality and status. Allowing Hongying to join the alliance was not out of the question. Yet Fu Zhizhou pondered the motives behind her desire to join. He fixed his gaze steadily upon Ko Liang, awaiting an explanation. If Ko Liang had forsaken his own offspring, why would he be willing to toil for the daughter of Ko Liang? Ko Liang met Fu Zhizhou's gaze, refraining from indulging in any emotional platitudes. Instead, he voiced the sentiments harbored by his daughter, Ko Hongying. A moment of silence enveloped the private room. A decade prior, they had reaffirmed the 3 great pacts, the second of which pertained to the foundation-building covenant. The stipulation was clear. Should any among the 4 exhibit the potential to transcend to the foundation-building stage, the others must extend their utmost support. Once successful, they were also obliged to assist the remaining 3. Their talents were closely matched, rendering this agreement mutually beneficial. However, the inclusion of a disciple from a mid-grade spiritual root sect altered the dynamics. Before the other 3 could voice their inquiries, Ko Liang pondered for a moment and recounted Ko Hongying's previous words to Wei Tuesday. Her inclusion would foster a reciprocal relationship among the 3 esteemed brothers. Prior to any undertaking, she would delineate the gains and losses, ensuring she would not exploit them. Should there come a day when Hongying forsakes this pact, her foolish father would willingly take his own life. Ko Liang made a solemn vow. The 4 had supported one another to this day, bound by a friendship as deep as life and death. Although he prioritized his daughter, the 3 brothers held a significant place in his heart. Thus, as the elder brother had spoken, the younger brother, endorsed Hong Ying's admission into their fellowship, forging a united alliance in their quest for cultivation. Upon hearing Ko Liang's oath, Fu Zhizhou, despite harboring considerable discontent, suppressed it for the moment, silently resolving to observe the outcome, and nodded in agreement. I too concur. Wei Fei glanced at Wei Tu and, noticing his calm demeanor, which suggested no intent to disrupt, chuckled lightly and readily assented. After such an extended period of acquaintance, he was well aware of Wei Tu's cautious nature. If Ko Hongying were truly unworthy of cultivation and offered them no assistance, Wei Tu would not have summoned the two of them to discuss this matter. Once their deliberations concluded, Ko Liang exited, ushering Ko Hongying into the private chamber. As Ko Hongying made her entrance, Fu Zhizhou, whose resolve in the path of cultivation was unwavering, initially harbored animosity towards her, resulting in a rather subdued reaction. However, Wei Fei was markedly different. His expression momentarily froze, unable to conceal his astonishment. The girl in the azure dress wore her hair in a single spiral bun and was clad in a deep indigo, narrow-sleeved robe. Though her face was untouched by cosmetics, she radiated a purity akin to that of a snow-capped lotus, captivating and enchanting. 10 years prior, he recalled his little niece as a delicate bud, her appearance rather unremarkable. Yet, as the saying goes, a girl transforms dramatically as she matures. Now, Ko Hongying, in terms of status, cultivation, beauty, and grace, exuded an air of magnificence that felt beyond his reach. After a brief moment, Wei Fei pinched his thigh to regain his composure. Ko Hongying had met her 3 uncles. With a charming smile that evoked the pristine allure of an ice lotus, she inspired no feelings of disdain. The 3 men returned her greeting, not allowing her familial ties to diminish their respect. Shortly thereafter, Ko Hongying took her seat. Having embarked on her path to immortality not long ago, and possessing limited resources, she presented each of her uncles with a portion of the 3 taels of spiritual tea bestowed upon her by her master several years prior, as a gesture of goodwill. She gracefully lifted her sleeve and produced 3 palm-sized tea packets, placing one before each of her uncles. Witnessing this display of courtesy, even Fu Zhizhou, who had harbored animosity, found himself with a newfound appreciation for Ko Hongying. A reunion a decade in the making. The gathering began with discussions on cultivation experiences. Initially, with only Ko Hongying present, Wei Tu and the others felt somewhat restrained and unnatural. However, as Ko Hongying candidly shared her insights on cultivation, and as Master Qin imparted his guidance for each stage of practice, the tension dissipated among the group. Ko Hongying's presence effectively provided them with a foundational mentor to illuminate their path. A few casual suggestions regarding the foundational stage could potentially save them several years, sparing them from years of arduous detours. For Ko Hongying, consulting with a master was a mere matter of conversation, yet for them, it felt as daunting as climbing to the heavens. A few months prior, my nephew had sought advice from the master regarding Uncle Wei's cultivation issues. Ko Hongying, with her crimson lips parting, conveyed, the master indicated that after entering the 4th tier of Qi trainings, it would be best for Uncle Wei to transition to the little spring and autumn technique, integrating it with his spiritual seed to condense an earthwood attribute spiritual body. This approach would allow Uncle Wei to maximize the potential of his wood spiritual root. After offering guidance to Wei Tu, Ko Hongying proceeded to assess Fu Zhizhou's spiritual root condition, providing relevant insights. Although she had not consulted Master Qin regarding Fu Zhizhou's cultivation, her perspective as a disciple of the sect endowed her with a broader vision to share profound wisdom. After half a day of conversation, Wei Tu and the others left enriched by the experience. They realized that while Ko Hongying might not be able to assist them directly with cultivation resources, the esteemed guidance represented by Master Qin in the Mirror Water Pavilion could indeed propel them farther and longer on their celestial journey. All gatherings, however, must eventually come to an end. As the meeting concluded, everyone departed one by one. Brother, as we return to Danqiu Mountain, let us go together to prevent the escape of those rogue cultivators, Fu Zhizhou stated with solemnity. This incident involving Wei Tu is inextricably linked to him. He cannot stand idly by while Wei Tu faces danger upon his return to Danqiu Mountain. Agreed, Wei Tu nodded in affirmation, expressing his acceptance of the proposal. The prospect of returning to Danqiu Mountain alongside Fu Zhizhou certainly felt far more secure than undertaking the journey alone. I will first return home to bid farewell to my family, and then we shall set off together, he added. You too, dear brother, cannot avoid seeing your family forever. On their way, Wei Tu offered this counsel, but Fu Zhizhou merely shook his head, choosing not to respond. Observing this, Wei Tu let out a quiet sigh and resolved not to press the matter further with Fu Zhizhou in the future. Before long, they arrived at the Wei residence. However, as they approached, Fu Zhizhou concealed himself, stepping aside. A cultivator at the fourth level of qi refinement could easily deceive the mundane world with mere illusions. Father, father, I have returned. Wei Yin exclaimed upon seeing Wei Tu, lifting her skirt and rushing inside to call out to Wei Xiaowen, who was practicing martial arts within the inner courtyard. Moments later, Wei Yin and Wei Xiaowen emerged, performing their respectful salutations to Wei Tu's day. A decade had passed. Wei Tu lifted his gaze, taking in the sight of his two children before him, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. At 25, Wei Yin, having mastered the inner family's true arts and consumed elixirs of immortality, still possessed the exquisite beauty of a youthful maiden, showing no signs of aging. At the age of 21, Wei Xiaowen, having practiced stance techniques since childhood, stood in stark contrast to the pampered young masters raised in a life of luxury. Instead, he resembled a wandering knight who had roamed the martial world for many years. The youthful innocence etched on his face was deliberately concealed by the two wisps of mustache he sported. After exchanging pleasantries, Wei Tu began his customary inquiry into the martial training progress of the two. Upon learning that Wei Yin would soon cultivate innate true energy, he nodded and remarked, "After you advance to the innate realm, you should visit the Ko family and seek out your Aunt Ko. She will guide you to the market at Baishir Lake to meet your Uncle Ko and establish your residency there. This matter has already been discussed with your Uncle Ko and Hong Ying. He has been in the Baishir Lake market for over a year and possesses profound knowledge of the differences between Baishir Lake and Danqiu mountain markets. If it were not for the restrictions on relocating after establishing residency, he too would desire to reside and cultivate within the Baishir Lake market. Moreover, with the backing of Ko Hongying, your residency in Baishir Lake will afford you significantly greater safety compared to Danqiu Mountain. As for you, you should follow suit. Like your sister, establish your residency in Baishir Lake." Wei Tu cast a scrutinizing glance at Wei Erlang, his expression turning stern as he spoke in a deep voice. From the family letter of years past, he could discern that Wei Xiaowen lacked the composure and adherence to rules that characterized Wei Yin. Within his mind lay an unyielding ambition that defied reality. While Wei Tu could not condemn Wei Xiaowen's aspirations, he understood that in reality, the line between lofty ambitions and inadequate abilities is often perilously thin. Such matters, he believed, could only be validated by the passage of time. To ascertain whether Wei Xiaowen is a person of practical talent or merely skilled with words, the child has come to understand. Wei Xiaowen stood there, biting his lip in response. From Wei Tu's words, he discerned his father's disapproval and admonition. However, he did not harbor resentment towards Wei Tu, his biological father. Wei Xiaowen acknowledged the kindness his father bestowed upon him, especially in comparison to the three sons of the Fu family. "This is 2 Tsongyue pills and 2 lesser qi gathering pills. Each of you shall take one," he declared, placing the breakthrough pills prepared for Wei Yin and her brother on the adjacent tea table. Just as Wei Yin and Wei Xiaowen were about to reach for the pills, Wei Tu pressed his hand upon the brocade box containing them. "There is something I must clarify for both of you," Wei Tu said, surveying them intently. "We humbly request your admonition, Father," Wei Yin replied, stepping back slightly to adopt a posture of respectful attentiveness. "We humbly request your admonition," Wei Xiaowen echoed, momentarily stunned, before mirroring Wei Yin's actions and standing to the side. "My utmost effort as your father has been to assist you both in entering the innate realm. Once you achieve this, do not nurture feelings of resentment towards me for my inability to further support your celestial endeavors," he cautioned. "The path to immortality is arduous, and as your father, I possess only inferior spiritual roots, leaving me without the means to offer further assistance." Wei Tu did not conceal his thoughts. After careful consideration of his words, he spoke candidly to Wei Yin and Wei Xiaowen. "Some matters are better expressed openly than concealed in secrecy. Father, do not underestimate your child." Upon hearing Wei Tu's words, Wei Xiaowen's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "My sister and I are no longer mere children of 3 or 4 years. We will not rely on you for everything. As the book states, at 20, one dons the cap. At 30, one stands firm. Father, my sister and I are already in our 20s and are capable of forging our own paths." At that moment, Wei Yin also cited a classic, echoing similar sentiments. Their reactions and words did not escape Wei Tu's notice. He nodded slightly and chose not to pursue the matter further. Subsequently, he divided the elixirs on the tea table into 2 portions and presented them to the siblings. After distributing the elixirs, Wei Tu exchanged a glance with Fu Zhizhou, who was concealed in the shadows, and they both nodded, preparing to depart. Having spent an extended period away from Danqiu Mountain, his allowance for descending had long been exceeded. Although there was justification for his extended absence due to encountering a bandit, it was prudent not to linger among mortals any longer. Just as Wei Tu was about to exit the courtyard, he unexpectedly collided with Fu Lin, the eldest son of the Fu family, who was approaching from the opposite direction. "Uncle Wei, where's my father?" Fu Lin halted abruptly upon seeing Wei Tu and inquired. "Your father?" Wei Tu hesitated, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Zhizhou hiding in the shadows. "Your father has not come to Baishir Lake." After receiving Fu Zhizhou's response, Wei Tu shook his head and spoke to Fu Lin. In that case, Fu Lin gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. He lifted the front of his long robe and knelt on the ground, bowing thrice before Wei Tu, imploring, "Uncle Wei, may I borrow 10 spirit stones from you to aid my journey in the celestial realm? I vow to repay your kindness in the future." As his words fell, beside him, Wei Tu was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure and comprehended the implications of Fu Lin's words, his brow furrowed and his expression turned solemn. Although he held Fu Lin in high regard, considering his abilities to be extraordinary and unmatched by ordinary individuals, the request for 10 spirit stones was indeed audacious. Even with his capabilities, it would require several months to procure such a sum. Moreover, for an ordinary cultivator, it would necessitate at least 7 or 8 years of arduous toil to amass that amount. Wei Tu pondered, contemplating a straightforward refusal. Despite his admiration for Fu Lin's talents, in the realm of cultivation, innate potential was paramount. Given that Fu Zhizhou had relinquished his own progeny, he felt no obligation to play the role of a benevolent benefactor. Furthermore, if the scions of the Ko and Fu families were to emulate Fu Lin's approach, even his wealth would not suffice to endure the consequences. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard the voice of Fu Zhizhou beside him. Wei Tu's expression shifted for an instant, and he let out a soft sigh, allowing Fu Lin to rise. "Uncle Wei has consented to your request, dear nephew." Fu Lin felt a surge of anxiety. Earlier, as he knelt and bowed his head, he had not seen Wei Tu's expression, making it difficult for him to gauge his current sentiments. Alas, Wei Tu shook his head and sighed, stating, "I have lent you these 10 spirit stones on behalf of your father, but this is strictly limited to these 10 stones." With that, he produced a small cloth pouch from his sleeve and placed it into Fu Lin's hands. Then, with a light stamp of his foot, he gracefully departed from the Wei residence. "Thank you, Uncle Wei," Fu Lin expressed his gratitude. Upon seeing the 10 spiritual stones within the pouch, Fu Lin's countenance revealed profound emotion. He knelt once more in the direction that Wei Tu had departed, bowing his head heavily to the ground. As he rose, the earth where his forehead had touched was already dampened, soaked by his tears. Outside the Wei residence, "Third brother, here are 7 spiritual stones. 3 remain outstanding. Once we return to Tranquil Mountain, I shall repay you." As they traveled, Fu Zhizhou extracted 7 spiritual stones from his person and handed them to Wei Tuesday. Wei Tu regarded these 7 stones with a gaze tinged with reluctance. "Very well." Wei Tu did not refuse. He nodded and accepted the 7 spiritual stones that Fu Zhizhou offered, stowing them away. Initially, he had no intention of lending Fu Lin 10 spiritual stones, but Fu Zhizhou's sudden mental transmission prompted him to alter his decision. Severing worldly ties. Is it truly so simple? Wei Tu cast a glance at Fu Zhizhou's somewhat desolate silhouette, pondering the implications. 7 days later, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou arrived in the vicinity of Tranquil Mountain. Fu Zhizhou dismounted and followed closely behind Wei Tu, awaiting the appearance of the lone cultivator, Ing Bing. However, fortune did not favor them, as they did not encounter the solitary Ing Bing outside Tranquil Mountain. At the entrance of Tranquil Mountain, the two reconvened. "Next time we encounter Ing Bing in the open, I shall eliminate him," Fu Zhizhou declared with resolve. As he spoke, he divided the bright silver spear, adorned with numerous talismans, into 2 sections and stowed them in his satchel, resting it upon his shoulder. The Fu family's spear technique, the unity of spirit and martial prowess? Wei Tu observed this scene, raising an eyebrow in intrigue, silently acknowledging Fu Zhizhou's confidence in ambushing and slaying Ing Bing. In the nascent stage of cultivation, practitioners possess limited means at their disposal, lacking the extraordinary abilities to shift mountains or part rivers with a mere gesture. Consequently, innate warriors who transition into cultivators often amalgamate mundane martial techniques with ethereal methods to confront their adversaries. This practice is referred to by cultivators as the unity of spirit and martial prowess. Those who achieve this synthesis often overpower their peers of the same rank. However, it is commonly acknowledged that attaining such harmony is no simple feat. The potential for mishap looms large, as the inadequate mastery of either discipline may expose vulnerabilities, leading to tragic demises at the hands of foes. Within a mere decade, Fu Zhizhou has adeptly fused mundane martial skills with celestial techniques, achieving a remarkable unity of spirit and combat. This indeed speaks to his exceptional martial talent. The perils of life and death are profound, and as the 4th brother serves as the blade bearer, Enduring the trials of existence has bestowed upon him the capability to attain this unity, enabling him to dominate within his tier. Wei Tu reflects on the impartiality of the heavens. Both he and Fu Zhizhou share origins as innate warriors. Yet Wei Tu's martial prowess surpasses that of Fu Zhizhou, as he ascended to the innate realm through external cultivation techniques. Nevertheless, circumstances diverge in terms of combat efficacy. Fu Zhizhou has managed to surpass him, establishing a firm superiority through the unity of spirit and martial prowess. Although they have yet to engage in combat, Wei Tu muses that, without the aid of the Rock Shield Talisman and the Premium Earth Spike Talisman, he would likely find himself decapitated by Fu Zhizhou's spear within 10 exchanges. Nonetheless, there is no need for undue self-deprecation. The battles of talisman masters inherently differ from those of blade bearers, relying more on superior talismans for victory. To pursue the unity of spirit and martial prowess as the fourth brother has done would only place me at a disadvantage. Wei Tu shook his head, burying the fleeting thought deep within his heart, and strolled into Tranquil Mountain. After descending last March and returning this September, nearly a year and a half had passed. He had exceeded his allotted time by 7 months. In the office of Tai Xian sect, on the first floor, Deacon Liu received Wei Tu's descent token, glanced at the date, and smiled warmly. Generally speaking, within Tranquil Mountain, as long as a cultivator does not descend without permission or cause any trouble in the mundane world, even if they exceed their allotted time, they would not face severe penalties. At most, a fine of some spirit stones would be imposed. Deacon Liu. I encountered some rogue cultivators on my way down, which forced me to seek refuge in Baishur Lake's market with acquaintances, Wei Tu stated candidly. As he spoke, he subtly indicated the identity of the person from whom he sought protection during his visit to Baishur Lake. This time, Ko Hongying had joined the Righteous Society and explicitly informed Wei Tu and others that they could act under her banner as long as they did not tarnish her reputation or bully others. After the meeting, Ko Hongying also specifically reminded Wei Tu not to hesitate in speaking to others merely because she was his niece. In the realm of cultivation, connections are of utmost importance. Thus, Wei Tu did not decline her goodwill, readily accepting her favor. Ah, so you have such a connection. Having a niece in the Jingshui Pavilion? Deacon Liu remarked, somewhat surprised. He raised his right hand, withdrawing the pen from the penalty section of the ledger. Although a disciple of the Foundation establishment stage may not be a significant figure, extending a courtesy could prove beneficial in the future. Do you know who the bandit is? Fellow Taoist Wei? The elder inquired. I shall summon the enforcement team to deal with this matter. Liu, the steward, pressed for answers. I am not aware, replied Wei, shaking his head and suppressing his intention to report. The true culprit behind the assassination was none other than Geng Wen, the second disciple of Master Shu Dan. While Ling Bing was merely a vexatious annoyance, a mere pawn in this game. With both him and Fu Zhizhou, they were confident that should Ling Bing dare to venture out alone, they could eliminate him and eradicate this threat. Thus, reporting Ling Bing would not only be futile, but would also alert their formidable adversary, Geng Wen. Mere whispers and rumors held no power against someone of Geng Wen's stature within Tranquil Mountain. Master Shu Dan, a highly esteemed second-tier alchemist, was indeed a formidable foundation-building expert. Although Geng Wen's alchemical prowess was not comparable to that of his master, he was still a respectable first-tier mid-grade alchemist. What a pity. Liu sighed, as he had hoped to leverage his authority to secure a significant favor from Wei. After resolving the descent issue, Wei returned to the shed and, leveraging Hu Yao's connections, disseminated the news of his recent advancement to the mid-stage of qi refinement and his status as a low-grade first-tier talisman master. Given his background and strength, announcing his status as a talisman master would not only avert trouble but also enhance his security. A few days later, several independent practitioners visited Wei, eager to leave a favorable impression. The gifts they brought were mostly of little value, with the most extravagant among them barely worth half a spirit stone. In total, he received 2 or 3 dozen gifts, accumulating to a profit of 5 to 6 spirit stones. For Wei Tu, this could be considered a modest financial gain. As a first-tier talisman master, he held a certain standing, enabling him to rent a cave dwelling in the bustling market area. However, after several days of cultivation in the shabby district, he felt his progress was sluggish, prompting memories of his days training in the Baishur Lake market. Transitioning from luxury to frugality is no small feat upon comparison. He found the conditions in the shabby district increasingly intolerable. Yet, his meager supply of spirit stones necessitated that he first create talismans to earn some income. He glanced at his remaining possessions and shook his head in dismay. When he departed from Tranquil Mountain, he had 34 spirit stones, along with 2 rock shield talismans and 5 premium earth spike talismans. However, after battles, exchanges for earth essence pills, and expenses for his children's breakthroughs into the innate realm, coupled with the 3 spirit stones owed to him by Fu Zhizhou. He found himself with merely 8 spirit stones and 1 premium earth spike talisman left. The last rock shield talisman had been sold to Fu Zhizhou at a 10% markup over cost. He resolved to create talismans for profit first, planning to relocate in a year. With renewed patience, Wei Tu retrieved 24 blank talisman papers and a piece of processed beast skin, preparing to craft talismans. After half a month, he had exhausted the blank talisman papers, producing 34 earth spike talismans, one of which was of premium quality. However, despite depleting the processed beast skin, he was unable to produce any rock shield talismans. It seems I have overthought the matter. While crafting exquisite talismans is undoubtedly intertwined with one's mastery of talismanic arts, it is also significantly influenced by a touch of fortune. Or perhaps, this so-called fortune is the advanced knowledge of talismanic arts that currently eludes me. It may also be related to the talisman brush in my possession, which is not a first-tier artifact. Wei Tu delicately pinched the exquisite earth spike talismans on the writing desk, scrutinizing them for a moment before shaking his head. 2 years prior, he had already achieved mastery over the earth spike talismans concerning his golden purple fate, yet the outcome did not align with his expectations. The talismans he produced were merely among the finest. Essentially, he could only manage to create 1 exquisite earth spike talismans out of a dozen attempts. The supply of first-tier talisman paper was depleted. His 4th brother had yet to return. Never mind. I shall seek out my friend Hu to assist me in procuring some. Furthermore, relying on the beast skins obtained by my 4th brother after becoming a first-tier talisman master is utterly insufficient for my daily talisman crafting needs. After half a day, Wei Tu set down the talisman brush, bound a stack of earth spike talismans with hemp rope, and then rose to leave for Hu Yao's residence. For the past decade, Hu Yao had consistently provided him with blank talisman paper at a discount, never raising the price. Thus he had grown disinclined to seek alternative sources. However, this was the first time he sought to purchase first-tier blank talisman paper from Hu Yao. Upon hearing Wei Tu's request, Hu Yao's heart raced, and she promptly nodded in agreement, saying, I shall assist you in procuring first-tier blank talisman paper right away. First-tier talisman paper is costly, and the profit from purchasing it on behalf of others is significantly greater than that from ordinary talisman paper. Half an hour later, upon her return, Hu Yao placed a stack of first-tier talisman papers upon the table. With a gentle pat on her chest, she smiled and said, I have fulfilled my promise. I managed to procure these first-tier talisman papers for Taoist Wei at a price of only 60%. Thank you, Taoist Hu, Wei Tu replied gratefully, offering her the appropriate payment in talismans. After settling the transaction, he also acquired 3 spirit stones from Hu Yao. Departing from her residence, Wei Tu made his way back to his own humble abode. However, as he reached the entrance, he unexpectedly encountered an individual he had not anticipated. Che Chulong. Wei Tu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the talisman vendor with whom he had often clashed in the past. Taoist Wei, there is no need to be so confrontational upon seeing me. Che Chulong chuckled heartily, displaying a basket of seasonal spirit fruits he held in his hand for Wei Tu to see. Upon noticing the fruits, Wei Tu's expression softened slightly. He nodded and opened the door, inviting Che Chulong inside. Once they were seated, Che Chulong glanced at the stack of talisman papers on the table and remarked with a smile, Taoist Wei, you must have just visited Taoist Hu's residence to procure first-tier talisman papers? Wei Tu nodded, choosing not to dispute the statement. Hu Yao served as a broker within their circle. She did not manufacture talisman papers herself, and many of the papers she procured for him originated from Che Chulong. Thus, it was indeed reasonable for Che Chulong to make such an inference. Taoist Hu likely offered you the talisman papers at a 60% discount, did she not? Che Chulong revealed the insider details of Wei Tu's transaction with Hu Yao. What do you mean by that, Taoist Che? Wei Tu narrowed his eyes, his tone growing somewhat curt. Although Che Chulong did not vocalize it, he could easily discern Che Chulong's intentions. It was evident that he had observed the substantial profits Hu Yao garnered from selling first-tier talisman papers and sought to circumvent Hu Yao, the intermediary, to sell directly to him. This was a grave breach of trading etiquette. Engaging in such actions could lead to numerous repercussions and would undoubtedly offend others. Moreover, Hu Yao had been of considerable assistance to him regarding the matter of robbery. This favor was not to be forgotten. Lastly, Wei Tu did not believe that the profits Che Chulong offered him could surpass the connections Hu Yao wielded. Merely for the sake of those connections, he was quite willing to part with a bit more spirit stones to have Hu Yao procure the items for him. Noticing the displeasure etched upon Wei Tu's countenance, Che Chulong remained unfazed and stated, the first-tier talisman paper that Hu Dao Yu just purchased for Wei Dao Yu was acquired from the marketplace. We, as stall owners, did not sell first-tier talisman papers to Hu Dao Yu. This is something Wei Dao Yu must comprehend. The implication behind Che Chulong's words was unmistakable. Choosing Hu Yu meant that Wei Tu had no hope of obtaining first-tier talismans at a lower price. The stall owners had united, refusing to sell the first-tier talisman papers at a reduced rate to Hu Yao, thereby preventing her from seizing the profits that rightfully belonged to them. As his words hung in the air, Che Chulong's lips curled into a slight smirk, awaiting Wei Tu's capitulation. Typically, they would afford Hu Yao, the broker, a measure of respect, but when it came to matters of genuine profit, they would collectively exclude her from the equation. This was the cruel reality of the cultivation world. He trusted that Wei Tu would not intentionally create obstacles in his path as a talisman master simply due to some fleeting camaraderie with Hu Yao, thereby jeopardizing his own journey. Without inexpensive talismans, it is no simple task for a talisman master to stand out. Fellow Daoist Che, your words seem somewhat self-important. Do they not? Moments later, Wei Tu finally responded, yet the content of his words was not what Che Chulong wished to hear. Che Chulong gazed at Wei Tu's cold, mocking expression, his face marked by astonishment, seemingly taken aback by Wei Tu's demeanor and his unexpected remarks. Having known Wei Tu for a decade, Che Chulong had a fair understanding of his character, generally timid and averse to trouble. This was evident from his encounter with Tong Pei Pei when she confronted him. He promptly relinquished the vast market of tranquil talismans, behaving like a turtle retreating into its shell. Why was it, then, that he would not yield in this instance? I kindly ask you to leave, fellow Daoist Che. Wei Tu rose, adopting a posture that indicated he wished to usher his guest out. His cautious demeanor within Danqiu Mountain was not born of fear, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. A reluctance to instigate conflict does not equate to timidity. Furthermore, the threats posed by Che Chulong and his fellow talisman stall owners were indeed of little consequence to him. Wei Tu's talent in talisman crafting far surpassed that of the other practitioners in the shanty town. Thus, he had no pressing need for an abundance of low-priced talismans. Even if the cost of talisman paper were somewhat steep, he could still afford the expenses of crafting. Moreover, should the stall owners in the Danqiu Mountain shanty town refuse to sell him low-priced talismans, he could simply procure them from the marketplace or by Shihu. Che Chulong's threats held insufficient weight to instill fear in him. Good. Che Chulong, witnessing Wei Tu's insistence on dismissing him, was immediately consumed by rage and responded with forced laughter, exclaiming good 3 times. He then grabbed the fruit basket he had brought, storming out with a slam of the door. As the vehicle of Che Chulong receded into the distance, Wei Tu pondered for a moment before departing from the makeshift shelter. He made his way once more to Hu Yao's residence to relay the matters discussed with Che Chulong. Upon concluding his account, Wei Tu assured Hu Yao, offering her a sense of reassurance. As long as you can procure the talisman paper at a 6/10 discount, well, a 7/10 discount would also suffice. I shall consistently rely on you for future purchases, he stated earnestly. The first-tier talismans, compared to the basic ones, occupy a premium market, boasting significantly higher profit margins than the ordinary talismans of yore. Thus, the acquisition cost for the first-tier talisman paper exceeds that of the basic variety by a margin of 1/10, a fact he finds acceptable. After offending Che Chulong and the other talisman vendors, even if he were to seek out low-priced talisman paper at the Baisher Lake Market, it would likely remain at a price above 7/10. Rather than endure such a scenario, he preferred to concede that 1/10 profit to Hu Yao, empowering her to seek new channels for talisman paper with greater confidence. Moreover, Hu Yao's previous assurance of securing a 6/10 discount was contingent upon her relationship with the talisman vendors. Now, with that connection severed, it would be remiss of him to insist on a 6/10 rate, as it could be perceived as adding insult to injury. Having chosen to support Hu Yao over the vendors, he resolved to assist her in establishing this new channel. Thank you, Wei Tu, for your assistance, Hu Yao responded, her eyes brightening. Rising from her seat, she bowed solemnly to Wei Tu's day. Earlier, upon hearing Wei Tu mention Che Chulong, she had anticipated that he might leverage the situation to his advantage, seeking additional benefits for himself. To her surprise, Wei Tu had instead offered her a share of the profits. Within a month, I shall undoubtedly discover a new source for talisman paper. I assure you, I will not delay matters concerning you, my esteemed friend, Hu Yao declared through gritted teeth. 15 days later, Wei Tu received the initial batch of first-tier talisman paper at a 70% discount, presented by Hu Yao. The quality was comparable to that of the talisman paper from the market shops, indicating that Hu Dao had yet to find a new channel. It appeared she was enduring losses to maintain this substantial business relationship with me. Wei Tu scrutinized the 2 stacks of talisman paper on the table, noting that their color and materials were nearly identical, and he could not help but shake his head. The market price for first-tier inferior talisman paper stood at 8 spirit stones per dozen. Thus, it was evident that Hu Yao, through sheer determination, had incurred a loss of at least 3 spirit stones within this brief span, considering the previous batch of talisman paper. Time swiftly passed. A month later, Hu Yao, with a look of apology, lamented, Wei Tu, I have disappointed you. During this period, I have not found a new source for talisman paper. Throughout this month, she had truly experienced the profound ups and downs of life. Those who had previously treated her kindly, such as Che Chulong and other talisman shop owners, now shut their doors firmly against her, denying her even a single opportunity for negotiation. Soon, I shall beseech Che Chulong and the others. They should be willing to collaborate with you once more, putting aside any grievances, Hu Yao added. A month prior, Wei Tu had antagonized Che Chulong and the other talisman shop owners solely in her defense. However, such animosity is ultimately eclipsed by the allure of profit. A humble apology and reconciliation should not prove difficult for the two parties. Instead of seeking channels for purchasing talisman paper, perhaps it would be wiser to explore avenues for acquiring beast skins, Hu Dao suggested. Wei Tu pondered for a moment, articulating the plan he had conceived over the past month and a half. He possessed a method for crafting talisman paper from beast skins, acquired from Tong Pei Pei. Such knowledge is not particularly rare among talisman masters. Tong Pei Pei had gifted him this method as an apology, without stipulating that he could not share it with others. Furthermore, should he secure a source for more affordable first-tier talisman paper, he was confident that he could also draw Tong Pei Pei into the alliance he was forming with Hu Yao. This would undoubtedly serve Tong Pei Pei's interests as well. The channel for beast skins? Hu Yao remarked, somewhat astonished. Yet upon further reflection, she recognized the feasibility of this approach. Beast skins are sourced from the creatures hunted by the knife wielders. In contrast to the stable alliances formed among talisman shopkeepers, the knife wielders are numerous and disorganized, thus making this route considerably more accessible. Wei Tu had faith in Hu Dao's connections and abilities. With a slight smile, he retrieved a prepared note and handed it to Hu Yao. I shall forever remember your kindness, Wei Dao. Hu Yao expressed her gratitude as she accepted the note and glanced at its contents. The idea of usurping the business of the talisman shopkeepers held both promise and peril. Should it succeed, her capacity to earn would significantly increase, liberating her from the struggle of survival in the shantytown and possibly granting her a glimpse into the foundational path of immortality. However, there were also dangers. Each of these talisman shopkeepers was formidable in their own right. Rather than forging enmity, she feared the potential consequences, including a tragic demise outside Danqiu Mountain, or worse, falling victim to treachery within the shantytown itself. Once the matter is settled, I shall grant you, my esteemed friend Wei, a certain share of the profits, Hu Yu stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu nodded in agreement, refraining from any overt rejection, feigning a sense of generosity. After Hu Yao's departure, Wei Tu began to pack his belongings, preparing to relocate to the market today, intending to rent a cave dwelling to avoid the perils of prolonged delay. Initially, he had planned to move to the market cave dwelling after a year of accumulating sufficient funds, but circumstances had shifted unexpectedly. After delivering the talisman paper crafting method to Hu Yao, he had undoubtedly incurred the ire of Che Chulong and his associates, rendering his continued residence in the relatively unsafe shanty area a potential risk. Whether he moved early or late, the outcome remained the same. However, with the limited funds at his disposal, he could only afford to rent a cave dwelling of lesser spiritual energy. Wei Tu sighed quietly. Before long, he arrived at the market and entered a reputable pawn shop. The cave dwellings in the Danqiu Mountain Market are categorized into 4 grades and 3 tiers. The 4 grades are divided into A, B, C, and D, while the 3 tiers comprise upper, middle, and lower. The grade is determined by proximity to the spiritual vein. The closer to the vein, the higher the grade. The tier, on the other hand, relates to the size, scale, and decor of the cave dwelling. As the shop assistant explained, Wei Tu nodded in acknowledgement. Having spent a decade in Danqiu Mountain, he was well acquainted with the differences in grades and qualities among the cave dwellings in the market. When he first settled in Danqiu Mountain, the most affordable cave dwelling, as mentioned by Deacon Liu, was priced at 1 spirit stone every 3 years, which corresponded to a lower grade D-tier dwelling. Such dwellings, in terms of spiritual energy, were scarcely distinguishable from the shanty area, situated at the periphery of the spiritual vein. It is merely a matter of safety and living conditions, which are significantly better than those in the shanty town. Wei Tu, assessing his financial situation, chose a lower-tier Class C dwelling and paid the requisite spirit stones to receive the key. The Class C dwelling is designed for 4 occupants, featuring a training room equipped with a chi-gathering array, which is shared among the 4 individuals on a rotating basis, thus offering little privacy. However, only Class C dwellings possess a chi-gathering array, while higher-tier Class D dwellings despite being individual and standalone courtyards, lack a training room with such an array. The Class C dwelling selected by Wei Tu is located on Lark Street within Danqiu Mountain, nestled in a relatively secluded alley. Upon opening the courtyard door, Wei Tu stepped inside. It was rather pleasant, far cleaner and more organized than the shanty town. As he surveyed the courtyard, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Compared to the shanty town, the air on Lark Street was fresh and the ground was tidy, marking a significant improvement in living conditions. The courtyard comprises 5 rooms in total. Aside from the training room and his own chamber, 3 additional rooms remained. One of these rooms was locked and covered in dust, indicating it had not been occupied, while the other 2 were shrouded in mystery regarding their current inhabitants. As Wei Tu opened his own door, this thought crossed his mind. He entered the room, set down the cloth bag he was carrying, and retrieved several talismans from his sleeve, contemplating a visit to his neighbors. However, before he could rise to open the door, he heard the soft sound of footsteps on the wooden corridor, accompanied by a series of deep coughs. A sorcerer? As Wei Tu opened the door, he was taken aback to see an elderly man clad in a blue robe outside. The figure bore a striking resemblance to the Wuxian master from his memories. He never anticipated encountering the Wuxian master once more within the confines of the small courtyard on Lark Street. The Wuxian master was the first cultivator he had ever met in this lifetime. Had it not been for the master's fierce battle against the cultivators of the Qisongjia family, Wei Tu would never have obtained the secrets of the immortal realm from Xie Yuanshan, thus embarking on his journey of cultivation within Danqiu Mountain. Are you a newly arrived cultivator? The Wuxian master, failing to recognize Wei Tu, scrutinized him for a moment before inquiring. Wei Tu nodded in affirmation. They then exchanged their names. At this juncture, the Wuxian master revealed the purpose of his visit, sighing. The cultivation chamber within the courtyard is of great importance to me in the coming 6 months. Would it be possible for you to wait until then to practice? Wei Tu had already consented to this arrangement. As they spoke, the Wuxian master hesitated for a moment, retrieving a spirit stone from his waist and placing it on the table in Wei Tu's room. Since it is the request of a fellow Taoist, I shall comply. Wei Tu replied, a smile gracing his face upon seeing the spirit stone as compensation. He had recently broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, and his cultivation would likely see little advancement in the next few years. Thus, the 6-month period without access to the cultivation chamber would not significantly impact him. Additionally, according to Ko Hongying, it would be best for him to shift his focus to the Shao Chun Xiao Gong during his Qi refinement journey to cultivate an earthwood attribute spiritual body. However, he currently lacked access to this particular technique. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Wuxian master took his leave. It appeared that the rumors from years past held true. The Wuxian master had indeed lost an arm to that Jia surname immortal. Wei Tu pondered. Just moments ago, during his conversation with the master Wuxian, he had taken note of the latter's right arm, which, despite being well concealed, revealed a flaw. There, he discerned a prosthetic limb. Days later, Wei Tu paid a visit to his neighbors. The master Wuxian expressed his gratitude but did not reciprocate the gesture. Wei Tu paid little heed to this. Within the confines of the master's abode, he observed a considerable accumulation of empty elixir bottles and residual herbal refuse. He surmised that the master had likely exhausted his resources in seeking to heal his injuries. Otherwise, given the master's advanced cultivation in the later stages of Qi training, one would expect a dwelling far superior to that of Young Street. Conversely, another neighbor, the one referred to by the master as fellow Taoist Wei Qi, extended a far more courteous demeanor towards Wei Tu's day. Not only did she return the greeting, but the following day, she invited him to her quarters for a tea tasting. The tea was of a spiritual variety, its flavor and essence only slightly inferior to the one gifted to Wei Tu by Ko Hongying. Should you wish to procure elixirs in the future, you may approach me. I am acquainted with Gung Dan, the second disciple of Master Shu Dan. Fellow Taoist Wei Qi remarked with a cheerful smile. Gung Dan. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his new neighbor, Wei Qi, had connections to Gung Wan. Should the need arise, I shall seek out fellow Taoist Wei Qi, but I hope for a favorable price, Wei Tu replied, casting a glance at the charming female cultivator before him, suppressing his astonishment and maintaining an unperturbed expression. That is settled then, Wei Qi said with a radiant smile. Safe travels, fellow Taoist Wei. Wei Qi swayed her serpentine waist, accompanying Wei Tu to the door. At the threshold, she deliberately leaned closer to him, lightly teasing his arm. Was she attempting to gauge my awareness of the puppet master behind the scenes, Gungwen? Or was this merely an ordinary exchange? After all, the connections of an alchemist can be formidable. It would not be surprising for Wei Qiyu to know Gongwen. Such a notion is quite reasonable. Upon returning to his chamber, Wei Tu meticulously contemplated each of Wei Qiu's words and actions, drawing pertinent inferences. He could not afford to be complacent. With this thought in mind, Wei Tu wasted no time. A few days later, he visited Wei Qiu's quarters, bearing spirit stones, and requested her assistance in procuring 2 Huanghua pills from Gongwon. The Huanghua pill is a common elixir for those in the mid-stage of qi cultivation, enhancing one's prowess. Each pill costs 3 spirit stones. The following day, Wei Qiu arrived, delivering the 2 Huanghua pills into Wei Tu's hands. He pondered whether these pills had been poisoned by Gongwon or Wei Qiu. Wei Tu shook the vial he held, his expression growing increasingly somber. After a brief moment of contemplation, he rose, locked his door, and proceeded to the shanty town. As Hu Daoyu and Master Wang were well acquainted, he wondered if he could enlist Master Wang as help in examining this vial of pills for any toxic substances. Upon arriving at Hu Yao's residence, Wei Tu took a seat, placing the vial containing the Huanghua pills upon the table, and spoke earnestly. According to his knowledge, Master Wang was a frequent visitor of Hu Yao, and their relationship had endured for quite some time. Upon hearing Wei Tu's request, Hu Yao's expression shifted abruptly, revealing an unmistakable fear upon her countenance. Previously, in a letter delivered by Fu Zhizhou to Wei Tu, she explicitly pointed out the mastermind behind the scenes, Gongwon. Now, as Wei Tu entrusted her with the task of testing the poison pill, she pondered briefly and surmised that this matter must be related to Gongwon, a character she could not afford to provoke. After a moment's hesitation, Hu Yao cast a serious glance at Wei Tu and resolutely declared her acceptance of the task. She was not one to forget kindness or fail to show gratitude. Moreover, it was merely a matter of testing whether the pill was poisonous. This was a newly crafted first-tier talisman paper. Subsequently, Hu Yao opened a 7-foot-long box, retrieved a dozen sheets of talisman paper from within, and presented them to Wei Tuesday. Regarding the dividends for Wei Tu, she had 2 proposals. The first was to calculate based on profits and losses, granting Wei Tu a corresponding share of the profits. The second was to provide Wei Tu with first-tier talisman paper free of charge at regular intervals. She inquired about Wei Tu's thoughts on the matter. Wei Tu contemplated briefly and chose Hu Yao's second suggestion. As a talisman master, his support for Hu Yao to replace the talisman shop owner was motivated by the desire for affordable talisman paper, rendering the need for profit shares unnecessary and avoiding additional complications. With access to low-cost talisman paper, he could transform it into sellable talismans. Furthermore, not taking a profit share meant he would not engage in the business operations, thus saving time and allowing him to enjoy a more leisurely existence. The reason these talisman masters refrained from entering the talisman paper business was not due to a lack of insight into its profitability, but rather because the earnings from talismans far surpassed the meager profits of a small-scale talisman paper venture. Where is the energy to venture into the talisman paper business? The talisman paper trade only yields meager profits. Upon hearing this, Hu Yao nodded, not surprised. She produced a contract written in black ink on white paper and requested Wei Tu to sign it. 2 days later, Hu Yao visited again, returning 2 yellow Huadan pills to Wei Tuesday. No poison? Was I merely overthinking? After seeing Hu Yao off, Wei Tu gazed at the 2 Huadan pills, his brow slightly furrowed. A few days later, he deliberately discarded the Huadan vial in the outdoor trash heap, placing it in a conspicuous spot. Indeed, something was amiss. Days later, as the market began to clean up the refuse on Lark Street, Wei Tu picked up the vial and inhaled its scent, pondering. Tianxiang Luo Gong, 56 100 practice 7 times a day, mastery in 5 years. After killing the bandit cultivator Zhuang Yan, he acquired not only a silver hairpin artifact and 3 spirit stones, but also this technique for capturing the essence of cultivators. This method was not particularly profound. Apart from enhancing one's sense of smell with the fragrant Luo nose, it held little significant value. In due time, he would seek an opportunity to relocate and sublet the place. While he could not confront them directly, he could certainly evade them. Wei Tu contemplated, devising his plan. Although there had been no recorded incidents of someone being killed in their home within the Danxiu mountain market, he preferred to remain vigilant against potential threats. As time passed, 6 months later, Hu Yao's talisman paper business was finally uncovered by Che Chulong and other stall owners, leading to a confrontation that disrupted the internal gathering. That night, after the meeting concluded, Wei Tu observed Hu Yao entering a mid-tier B-class cave dwelling. 2 days later, upon their next encounter, Wei Tu noticed that Hu Yao appeared wan and pallid, adorned with several dark bruises. As a friend, Wei Tu refrained from inquiring about the events that transpired in the cave she had visited, leaving behind a few calming talismans before departing quietly. Another 6 months passed. The small market in the Shed district was bustling once more. Wei Tu arrived at the inner market, only to find no trace of Che Chulong among the crowd. Suppressing his surprise, he waited until the market concluded to inquire about him, only to learn that Che Chu Long had succumbed to poison 2 months prior. This revelation instilled a sense of awe within Wei Tu towards Hu Yao, prompting him to intentionally distance himself from her in their daily lives. Where's my friend Wu Dao, and where is Wei Qi? He pondered, realizing he had not seen her in over half a month. Inside the small courtyard on Lark Street, Wei Tu pushed open the door and glanced at the tarnished copper lock on Wei Qi's door, now covered in a fine layer of dust, astonished. A year had elapsed since his arrival on Lark Street, and unlike when he first moved in, he was no longer financially constrained. He had the means to seek a different cave dwelling. Before leaving, he wished to ascertain Wei Qi's whereabouts. She moved out half a month ago. The Wuxian master replied casually. Moved out half a month ago? Wei Tu remarked, slightly perplexed, struggling to comprehend Wei Qi's intentions. Oddly enough, she had always cherished the flowers she nurtured in her garden. Why had she left the purple violets behind? The Wuxian master seized Wei Tu's arm, engaging him in conversation. Purple violets? Wei Tu gazed in mild astonishment as he approached the flower bed, casting a glance at the cluster of purple flowers within. To his dismay, he discovered that this particular bunch had long since withered, leaving behind only a few blossoms that clung to life. At that moment, he was struck by the thought that the Wei Qiyu he had encountered in the small courtyard on Lark Street might not be the same Wei Qiyu he had known over the past year. The individual he had met was perhaps a mere impostor, bearing a disguise. It seemed that the master Wu Xian had only hinted at this after witnessing Wei Qiyu's departure, once the danger had subsided. With his mastery of the heavenly fragrance Luo technique, he had discerned the anomaly surrounding Wei Qiyu, and one could only surmise that an esteemed elder like Master Wu Xian, who had reached the latter stages of qi cultivation, would possess similar acumen. Contemplating this, Wei Tu felt a stirring in his heart. He smiled and said, "Friend Wu, I have recently sold a batch of talismans and found myself with some surplus coin. Would you join me for a drink at Jingyan Pavilion?" With Wei Qiyu gone, there was no need for him to seek another abode. As far as he knew, Master Wu Xian had been preoccupied with finding a clever disciple to pass on his legacy, having neglected his own healing for some time. Wei Tu held no covetousness for Master Wu Xian's wealth. Rather, it was the elder's accumulated experiences in the realm of cultivation that he sought. Upon hearing the name Jingyan Pavilion, Master Wu Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he involuntarily swallowed hard, his throat moving with anticipation. Ever since he had sustained grave injuries, this once mighty cultivator had fallen from grace, moving from the esteemed upper-tier residence to reside in the modest confines of the Lark Street courtyard. It had been many years since he had set foot in a celestial establishment like Jingyan Pavilion. A month passed, and Wei Tu and Master Wu Xian gradually grew more familiar with each other, often visiting one another and fostering a burgeoning friendship. Due to the bleak prospects of his path, the witch and immortal master candidly expressed to Wei Tu, after enjoying several sumptuous banquets, that he could freely occupy the small courtyard's cultivation chamber without concern for his sentiments. In response, Wei Tu expressed his gratitude by gifting the remaining tea infused with spiritual essence to the master. Through this exchange, the two formed a bond transcending generations. However, during their companionship, Wei Tu refrained from mentioning his escape amidst the chaos of the battle in the valley, abandoning the immortal master. Nevertheless, he did not forget about transitioning to the little spring and autumn technique. Once his resources became ample, he ventured to the marketplace's technique pavilion to procure this rather obscure earthwood attribute cultivation method, which cost him a significant 20 spiritual stones. In truth, during his time in the inner sect, Wei Tu had already learned that some loose cultivators possessed this technique. However, for the sake of his journey and safety, he opted to purchase it from the technique pavilion directly affiliated with the Taishan sect. The essence of the little spring and autumn technique lies in the gathering of earth and wood spiritual bodies, facilitated by the use of spiritual seeds as a medium. Utilizing such seeds, one can nurture and solidify the earthwood spiritual bodies. As Wei Tu perused the preface of the technique, he noted that the quality of the chosen spiritual seed significantly influences the potential of the earthwood spiritual body. The text also enumerated the 5 superior spiritual seeds commonly found during the qi refinement stage. Among them, he was particularly drawn to the geomagnetic wood spiritual seed. Compared to the other 4, the geomagnetic wood spiritual seed was the easiest to obtain, with a moderate growth potential that was not disappointing. Wei Tu held little expectation for his celestial destiny, having squandered over 20 years in the mundane world before finally entering the realm of cultivation. "Dear Wei Daoyu, you have received a letter." At that moment, the voice of the Wu Xian master resonated outside the cultivation chamber. Wei Tu stepped out, graciously accepted the letter from the Wu Xian master, and expressed his gratitude. Communication between the mundane world and Danqiu Mountain was not possible directly. It could only be facilitated through acquaintances. However, correspondence was feasible between Danqiu Mountain and Baishir Lake, two prominent marketplaces. The letter contained 3 missives from Ko Liang and his 2 children. Wei Tu first opened Ko Liang's letter. In the beginning, Ko Liang engaged in some pleasantries with Wei Tu, and after this exchange, he took pride in his daughter's cultivation achievements. Over the past year, Ko Hongying had successfully advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement, rising from an outer disciple of the Jing Shui Pavilion to an inner disciple, with her status and treatment accordingly elevated. At the conclusion of the letter, Ko Liang mentioned Fu Lin, stating that he would assist Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou in taking good care of Fu Lin, the eldest son of the Fu family. After reading this letter, Wei Tu shook his head. From the words conveyed within, it was evident that Ko Liang had misunderstood his attitude toward Fu Lin. Wei Tu held no grand expectations for this nephew. However, he had no intention of correcting Ko Liang on this matter. Given Ko Liang's capabilities, he would likely provide only practical assistance to Fu Lin in daily life, without extending much support in terms of cultivation resources, especially considering that the Ko family itself was not abundant. As for mere daily care, Wei Tu felt no need to intervene. Following this, Wei Tu proceeded to open the letters from his 2 children. The initial sentiments expressed in both letters were similar, extending greetings and recounting minor occurrences from home. However, the latter parts revealed distinctions. In Wei Yan's letter, she elaborated on a particular matter. In a letter, Wei Yan expressed that she had recently transcended the innate realm and was now faced with the choice of her path. She hoped that her father, Wei Tu, could offer more insights to help her avoid unnecessary detours. After reading her letter, Wei Tu pondered briefly and compiled his understanding of talismanic arts into a manuscript, which he enclosed within the letter. He also included the methods for crafting the water talisman, the tranquility talisman, and the thorn cage talisman. The water and tranquility talismans were fundamental symbols detailed in an introduction to talismanic arts. The thorn cage talisman was obtained after a transaction with Tong Pei Pei, and it included the crafting methods for 2 first-tier talismans. These 3 talismans resonated with Wei Yan's water and wood spiritual roots. Wei Tu aspired for Wei Yan, if possible, to inherit his legacy and pursue the path of a talisman master. For those with inferior spiritual roots seeking to establish their foundation, one must either possess unique opportunities, possess a particular skill, or risk life and death to learn from Fu Zhizhou, becoming a ghostwriter. After replying to the letter, Wei Tu visited the treasure pavilion in the market to purchase a geomagnetic with spiritual seed and began his practice of minor spring and autumn technique. After 2 weeks, with the enhancement of spiritual energy in the training room, Wei Tu finally made his initial breakthrough in the practice, transitioning to the earthwood spiritual body. Minor spring and autumn technique, geomagnetic spiritual body, 100 practice thrice daily, and it will be perfected in 15 years. The words of his golden purple fate emerged before him. 15 years? Upon seeing this time frame, Wei Tu could not help but display a look of astonishment. He never anticipated that transitioning to a new technique would require such a lengthy duration. According to his inquiries, most practitioners transitioning their techniques generally complete the transformation within a few years. Could it be that there were profound mysteries within this that eluded my understanding? Wei Tu pondered deeply. He settled into a cross-legged position and began to circulate the spiritual energy within him according to the techniques of the little spring and autumn skills, while simultaneously observing the unusual manifestations of the golden purple fate. Soon, he discerned a clue. With each cycle of his technique, the golden purple fate flickered, releasing a wisp of faint golden aura that fused into the earth magnetic with spirit seed residing in his dantian. After several rounds of the technique, Wei Tu examined the earth magnetic with spirit seed again and noticed its surface gleaming with spiritual light, revealing a fleeting layer of mysterious patterns. Could it be that the late-blooming fate possesses such remarkable effects? Perhaps the reason for the emergence of the faint golden aura altering the spirit seed is that this spirit seed has become one of my roots? After a moment of joy, Wei Tu deduced. He instinctively felt that this earth magnetic wood spirit seed would be the key for him to surpass cultivators of medium and high-grade spiritual roots. Just as Wei Tu intended to stay indoors and refine himself until the completion of his transformation, Wei Fei visited after half a month, temporarily interrupting his cultivation process. The Witch Immortal Master? Upon arriving at the small courtyard on Lark Street, Wei Fei was taken aback upon seeing the Witch Immortal Master. When the governor's office selected the military officials for the battle in the valley, he had not been chosen. However, afterwards, he learned about the Witch Immortal Master's appearance from Wei Tu and the others. The individual before him bore an almost identical resemblance to the description provided by Wei Tu and the others, and they shared the same surname, Wu. Noticing Wei Fei's slight loss of composure, Wei Tu furrowed his brow and pulled him into his room to explain. Having known Wei Fei for many years, he understood that Wei Fei was the least skilled among their four brothers in cultivating vital energy. How remarkably coincidental. Wei Fei smacked his lips and remarked. Over a decade ago, the witch immortal nearly brought ruin upon the four brothers. Yet, unexpectedly, after the passage of 10 years, Wei Tu found himself living in the same small courtyard as the witch immortal, sharing a roof and forming a friendship that transcended age. After clarifying the situation, Wei Tu led Wei Fei back out to continue conversing with the witch immortal. However, it was evident that the atmosphere among the three had grown tense. Lacking the previous warmth, Wei Tu quickly discerned that the astute witch immortal harbored suspicions towards him. In response, Wei Tu cleared his throat, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face, and recounted the events of years ago. He had fled the valley alongside Fu Zhizhou and Ko Liang. Although their actions were somewhat justifiable and had minimal impact on the broader conflict, the witch immortal had subsequently lost an arm at the hands of a practitioner surnamed Jia, suffering serious injuries. Naturally, in the presence of the witch immortal, he found it difficult to speak candidly about this matter. It was a trivial affair. The witch immortal shook his head with a smile and waved his hand, indicating that he had forgiven Wei Tu's day. Let us drink, let us drink. Wei Tu, suppressing his reluctance, procured fine wine from Jingyun residents to treat the witch immortal. A few days later, a peculiar expression crossed Wei Fei's face as he glanced at Wei Tu and said, I hope that what I am about to say does not anger you, third brother. What is it? Wei Tu inquired, somewhat bewildered. Well, Wei Fei scratched his head, feeling a bit uneasy. It is that the senior witch has expressed a desire to take me as his disciple and pass on his teachings to me. However, he stipulated that before he transmits his legacy, I must not disclose his teachings to you. Upon hearing these words, Wei Tu was instantly rendered speechless, caught off guard. In the realm of the mundane, he sensed that Wei Fei possessed a celestial connection, particularly since both cultivation techniques had been discovered by him. For over 2 decades, he and his companions, Ko Liang and Fu Zhizhou, had searched in vain for even a single method. However, he never anticipated that Wei Fei's fortune would be intertwined with his own. Today should rightfully be a day of celebration. Why did Taoist Wu choose your elder brother as his disciple? Could you elucidate the reason? Wei Tu inquired. Not long ago, Master Wu had expressed a desire to find a young disciple with commendable aptitude and a lively disposition to become his successor. Yet, Wei Fei, by all accounts, seemed far removed from the attributes of youth and exceptional talent. Among the 4 brothers, Wei Fei lagged behind both him and Fu Zhizhou in terms of innate potential and, due to excessive consumption of blood food pills, his prospects were rather limited. Presently, at 54 years of age, Wei Fei's cultivation remained stagnant at the second layer of qi refinement, with the successful condensation of his spiritual body still a distant dream, likely requiring another 2 or 3 decades. No comment, Wei Fei replied, shaking his head. However, I suspect, after a moment of contemplation, he articulated his insights. This matter likely pertains to you, third brother. When Master Wu spoke to me, his words reflected a certain dissatisfaction towards you. A few days prior, Master Wu had claimed indifference towards your departure, which I suspect was insincere. It is possible that Master Wu initially wished for you to be his chosen heir, but that incident may have altered his decision. As the words fell, Wei Tu's confusion was somewhat alleviated. It seemed that Wei Fei had intercepted the potential legacy that Master Wu might have bestowed upon him. Wei Fei and Master Wu Xian share neither kinship nor acquaintance, and his aptitude is merely average. Without this layer of connection, it is evident that Master Wu Xian would find it challenging to bestow the inheritance upon Wei Fei, treating him as his chosen disciple. However, there may be an additional factor at play, Master Wu Xian's immediate affinity for Wei Fei, recognizing his potential at first glance. Upon grasping the situation, Wei Tu finally comprehended why Wei Fei's opening words upon seeking him were a plea for him not to be upset, had it not been for Wei Fei's unexpected intervention. Exposing events from over a decade ago, the inheritance from Master Wu Xian might have very well fallen into the hands of his longtime friend, who resides under the same roof as Master Wu Xian. Had circumstances unfolded differently, if his elder brother had been chosen by Governor Liu to join the expedition into the valley, such an opportunity might not have been his to claim. Reflecting on this, Wei Tu could not help but marvel at the whims of fate. He glanced at the slightly anxious Wei Fei before standing up, approaching him, and gently patting him on the shoulder. With a smile, he remarked, "Our bond is not one that can be swayed by a mere inheritance. Given my nature, If Master Wu Xian truly intended to pass on his legacy to me, I would feel morally compelled to disclose the events of that time. I am not so selfish as to believe that the inheritance from Master Wu Xian is simply mine to possess. The decision of whom to bestow the legacy upon is ultimately Master Wu Xian's prerogative. As long as you are not upset, dear brother, rest assured that once I receive the inheritance, I shall share it with you. Hearing Wei Tu's nonchalance, Wei Fei felt a sense of relief wash over him and promptly declared, I already possess a cultivation method, and my path is set. The inheritance from Master Wu Xian would hold no value for me. Wei Tu shook his head, declining Wei Fei's proposal. One should adhere to the principles of trust and integrity. Since the Wu Xian master had openly expressed his reluctance for Wei Fei to divulge his legacy, to insist upon it would undoubtedly place Wei Fei in a difficult position, compelling him to act against his own principles. Furthermore, his words were indeed truthful. With a clear path ahead, as long as he proceeded methodically, he could foresee the prospect of establishing his foundation. The Wu Xian master's legacy was merely that of the late stage of qi refining and did not reach the level of foundational establishment. Thus, it would be of no use to him. When he initially formed a rapport with the Wu Xian master, he held no covetousness toward the master's wealth, wishing only to inquire about the master's experiences in traversing the realm of cultivation. Consequently, he resolved to inform the esteemed Wu that he would forego the inheritance. Wei Fei gritted his teeth. While he would certainly feel elated at the prospect of acquiring a legacy without cost, he deemed it not worth the potential ruin of his friendship with Wei Tuesday. A legacy from the late stage of qi refining, he did not believe, could facilitate his ascendance to the foundational level. After all, the Wu Xian master was himself mired at the 7th level of qi refining, with limited strength. Moreover, there was no significant disparity in lifespan between the early and late stages of qi refining, mingling within the mundane world. He saw no necessity to contend for such an inheritance. Having spoken, Wei Fei did not wait for Wei Tu's counsel and directly exited the room, making his way to the chamber of the Wu Xian master. Brother, he is a man of great integrity. Wei Tu remarked upon hearing the conversation between Wei Fei and the Wu Xian master from the corridor. In truth, during their earlier discussion, there was a sentiment he refrained from expressing. The Wu Xian master offering his legacy to Wei Fei while deliberately articulating those words seemed rather suspect, akin to sacrificing two for the sake of one. It is a deliberate attempt to incite discord between the two brothers, a means of exacting revenge for past grievances. However, the legacy of the witch master is ultimately a matter of opportunity, hence he kept this concern buried within, refraining from voicing it. For if he were to speak of it, Wei Fei, even if he wished to accept the inheritance, would undoubtedly hesitate, reluctant to embrace it. A quarter of an hour later, within the courtyard of Yonk Street, the witch master was steeped in spiritual tea. Once the water reached a boil, he poured a cup for both Wei Tu and Wei Fei. This is my fault. Dear friend Wei, please do not take offense, the witch master expressed apologetically. It is understandable for you to seek a suitable disciple, dear Taoist Wei. Wei Tu accepted the teacup, taking a sip that revealed a smile on his face. Earlier, he had thought that Wei Fei's acceptance of the witch master's inheritance was about to falter. Yet he was taken aback to realize that this was merely a test of Wei Fei's character orchestrated by the witch master. When you abandoned me, dear Taoist Wei, it would be disingenuous for me to claim that it did not affect me, the witch master remarked, casting a glance at his prosthetic right arm. A disdainful expression etched upon his face. Master, please enjoy the tea, Wei Fei said, serving beside him, pouring more tea for the witch master while feeling a touch of awkwardness. By order of seniority, he was Wei Tu's elder brother, yet now, in the presence of Wei Tu and the witch master, he found himself positioned as their junior. Merely sipping this spiritual tea felt somewhat unsatisfactory. It could not compare to the peach blossom brew from Jingyan residence. After a few sips, the witch master still felt unfulfilled, casting several longing glances at Wei Tuesday. One of the reasons for the rapid deepening of the friendship between him and Wei Tu lies in the fact that Wei Tu, as a talisman master, possesses a considerable amount of spirit stones, enabling him to treat him to several meals of spirit wine. Master, I have taken care of the expenses for the journey to Jingyan residence, Wei Fei stated. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu's lips twitched slightly, and he hastily responded to the remark. Not only had he already taken advantage of Wei Tu this time, but he also felt too embarrassed to ask his third brother for another treat. When Wei Fei offered to host, Wei Tu nodded, refraining from playing the role of the affluent benefactor. Although a banquet at Jingyan residence is not particularly extravagant, the cumulative cost of frequent visits had become burdensome for him. Thus, the three of them set off for Jingyan residence. After a short while, Wei Fei, satiated and content, loosened his collar and grinned, saying, Today marks my successful apprenticeship. It is indeed a cause for celebration. Third brother, I shall take my leave now and visit Daoist Yao. Daoist Yao? Master Wu Xian's mind became momentarily bewildered as he glanced at Wei Tu with a curious expression. He could not recall any friend of Wei Tu's named Yao. It seemed to be a female acquaintance. Wei Tu chose his words carefully, not anticipating that Wei Fei, after spending over a decade in the mortal realm, had become increasingly unrestrained in his speech. Daoist Yao? Is she perhaps the object of affection for my disciple? Master Wu Xian suddenly grasped the situation. Observing Wei Fei's demeanor, he sighed and shook his head, saying, I initially considered your single status, not yet married with children, and thought to use my connections to seek out the legitimate daughter of the Qi Yu Zhao family for you. But it appears that will no longer be necessary. The Qi Yu Zhao family? Wei Tu was taken aback, recalling that the Qi Yu Zhao family was one of the 7 prominent cultivation families in the state of Zheng, and also the current royal family of Zheng. If Wei Fei were to marry the legitimate daughter of the Qi Yu Zhao family, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous event. With this thought in mind, Wei Tu intended to offer a gentle reminder to Wei Fei. However, just as he was about to speak, he discovered that Wei Fei had already left, preparing to exit Jingyan residence. Never mind. Observing this, Wei Tu shook his head, relinquishing any intention to pursue Wei Fei. As time passed, as Wei Fei's master, Master Wu Xian would inevitably come to understand Wei Fei's inclinations. Any deliberate attempts to conceal them would hold little significance. The following day, as Wei Fei returned to the small courtyard on Yonge Street, his steps unsteady and his back weary, he inadvertently revealed the truth of his search for clandestine courtesans. Master Wu Xian let out a long sigh, casting several disapproving glances at Wei Tu, as if to say, why had Wei Tu not informed him of Wei Fei's penchant sooner? Helpless, Wei Tu could only feign a demeanor of having made progress in his cultivation and retreated to the training room to seek solace. 5 days later, having completed his training, Wei Tu mused that the small courtyard had quieted down. He thus pushed open the door to the training room. To his surprise, as he opened the door, he beheld Master Wu Xian and Wei Fei animatedly discussing which of their companions, Daoist Yao or Daoist Lan, possessed superior dual cultivation techniques. Could it be that these two truly shared a fateful connection, thus becoming master and disciple? Staring at this scene in a moment of dazed contemplation, Wei Tu soon arrived at this realization. Discarding his distractions, he resolved to return to his own quarters and practice the first-tier talisman, the Thorn Cage Talisman. While inscribing the Earth Spike Talisman, he had already discerned that drawing attribute talismans also slightly benefited his spiritual root aptitude. Hence, he devoted himself to practicing the creation of the first-tier wood attribute Thorn Cage Talisman. His transition to a different path also bears significance. Friend Wei Dao, the master of sorcery, observed Wei Tu emerging from the cultivation chamber and called out to him. Before Wei Tu could inquire, he stated, in a few days, I shall escort Wei Fei away from Danqiu Mountain to explore the secular world. It is possible that I shall select a place within the mundane realm to pass away, concluding my remaining days. Take care, friend Wu. Upon hearing these words, Wei Tu felt a mix of astonishment and understanding. Danqiu Mountain resembled a cage, tightly confining practitioners of qi cultivation like themselves. At the lower levels, these cultivators were revered by mortals as masters of the celestial arts. Yet within the realm of cultivation, their existence was exceedingly bleak, far inferior to the deference afforded to the nobility. This psychological disparity could be overlooked while aspiring toward the foundational path of immortality. However, once that aspiration faded, regret would ensue, accompanied by a lamentation for having settled in the marketplace, squandering precious time that could have been spent enjoying worldly wealth, only to become a mere sustenance for the flourishing marketplace. In that moment, Wei Tu comprehended that perhaps Master Wu's choice of Wei Fei as his disciple was not driven by the various factors he had previously considered, but rather stemmed from the simple truth that Master Wu saw in Wei Fei an alternative life he had not chosen before. This was the true bond between Wei Fei and Master Wu. Upon receiving Wei Tu's blessing, a gentle smile graced Master Wu's face. He retrieved a jade slip, a foot long, from his sleeve and placed it upon the stone table in the small courtyard. This encompasses my life's experiences, a gift for you, friend Wei Dao. I hope you may achieve everlasting success in the celestial path and embark upon the foundational journey of immortality. Master Wu then bowed respectfully. As the discourse concluded, the sorcerer chuckled softly, gathered his bundle, and beckoned Wei Fei to accompany him as they exited the small courtyard of Yonge Street. Had it not been stated that their departure would be in a few days? Why then did they leave so abruptly? Wei Tu felt a twinge of confusion. After securing the door behind him, he stepped out of the courtyard and, employing the keen sense of smell of Xiang Luo, sought to trace the paths of the two individuals. Before long, He found himself halting before the door of Taoist Yao in the makeshift shelter area. Standing outside, he could hear the dissonant and unseemly sounds emanating from within. Returning to the small courtyard, Wei Tu concealed himself in the meditation chamber. Retrieving the jade slip left behind by the sorcerer, he pressed it to his forehead, using his spiritual sense to delve into its contents. The jade slip, a more advanced medium of information compared to mundane paper and ink, indeed contained, as the sorcerer had indicated, merely his observations regarding the realm of cultivation, touching upon methods and secret arts without elaborating further. In the vast realm of cultivation, the righteous alliance of the 7 nations, Zhang, Jing, Liang, Chu, Kong, and others. To the north, beyond the Demon Wolf Mountains, lay the stronghold of the demonic path. The 5 sects of the demonic path. Within the jade slip of the sorcerer, Wei Tu finally gleaned a glimpse into the grand tapestry of the expansive realm of cultivation. Upon entering Danqiu Mountain, he had sought information regarding the geography and history of the cultivation world, yet after an extensive search, had found nothing. Coupled with the system of domicile registration, Wei Tu surmised then that this must be one of the methods employed by sects like Tai Xian to manage rogue cultivators. Akin to how authorities in the mundane world intentionally restrict the dissemination of maps. However, even with an understanding of the vastness of the immortal cultivation realm, lacking sufficient cultivation skills renders one incapable of traversing the various nations depicted on these maps, even over the course of a lifetime. Solely relying on the meager abilities of the Qi refinement stage, Wei Tu shook his head. This was evident from the records left by the Witch Immortal Master within the Jade Tablet. The Witch Immortal Master only chronicled the local customs and specialty products of the Zheng Kingdom, leaving the lands beyond shrouded in obscurity. As time flowed by, 2 years swiftly elapsed. In the small courtyard of Lark Street, since the departure of the Witch Immortal Master, a new neighbor had moved in. This new neighbor was none other than Master Wang Dan, a figure of considerable repute within the slum area. Master Wang's reason for relocating to Lark Street was straightforward. This courtyard, originally meant for 4 inhabitants, now housed only Wei Tu, making it an economically advantageous choice. Wei Tu paid little heed to this development. He was currently transitioning to the Little Spring-Autumn skill, a cultivation that would require 15 years to reach completion. The majority of this time was consumed by the enhancement of the geomagnetic with spirit seed through the golden-purple fate, which did not necessitate an abundance of spiritual energy. In essence, what he required at this stage of his practice was time. To await the geomagnetic with spirit seed's absorption of the faint golden aura emanating from the golden-purple fate, thereby achieving its transformation. However, with Master Wang's arrival, the tranquility of the surroundings was disrupted. While Wei Tu was engaged in drawing talismans, he glanced at the waste talismans spontaneously igniting on the table, and couldn't help but furrow his brow. He opened the window, and outside, the raised voices of Master Wang and his partner, Lu Yun, along with the clattering of pots and pans, immediately escalated in volume. At that moment, the voluptuous Lu Yun, in a fit of rage, plopped down on the ground outside the courtyard, wiping her tears as she lamented, "You heartless wretch! Do you not remember the days when my family barely had food and drink, yet we still supported your cultivation of alchemy? Now that you have mastered your craft and are hailed as a master alchemist, you begin to disdain me, this yellow-faced woman, and spend your days frolicking with that vixen of the Gong family." Master Wang, standing nearby, turned ashen, his lips quivering with indignation, his body trembling with fury. "My dear wife, might you please rise? Do not remain seated on the ground." After a brief pause, Master Wang ceased his protests, his expression one of exasperation as he pleaded, "Please, rise." "I will not," Lu Yun retorted defiantly, "unless you promise to hand over all the spirit stones you earn and cease your associations with those vixens." "Taoist Wei is watching," Master Wang quietly reminded her, feeling a sense of embarrassment at her childish display of defiance in the courtyard. "Let him watch. I have lived long enough to not shy away from being seen," Lu Yun shouted back, turning her body to face Wei Tu's direction, ripping a portion of her garment to reveal a generous expanse of smooth, supple skin. "Look. Go ahead and look. This is not something you have never seen before." With a glare from her phoenix-like eyes, she unabashedly locked her gaze with Wei Tu's, leaving him feeling defeated. He shut the window, waiting for the commotion in the courtyard to subside before stepping out of his room, intending to head to Jingyan residence for some calming spirit food to temper his irritation. Fortunately, such quarrels between the couple were not a daily occurrence. Otherwise, he would truly struggle to endure another day in this small courtyard on Lark Street. A letter awaited me. As I was departing, Wei Tu noticed an envelope addressed to him at the gatekeeper's lodge in the courtyard. The letter bore the signature of Wei Fei. Wei Tu felt a twinge of surprise. This was the first correspondence he had received from Wei Fei since the latter embarked on his worldly travels with Master Wu Xian. He carefully unsealed the letter. In it, Wei Fei inquired about his well-being and shared snippets of his experiences in the mundane realm while accompanying Master Wu Xian. A year ago, my master and I visited the capital of Zhong, the divine capital, where we received the favor of Emperor Jian, who conferred upon me the title of first-class Yongle Duke, along with a fief of 2,000 households. From these succinct phrases, Wei Tu discerned the immense joy that accompanied Wei Fei's elevation in rank. The division of territories was, indeed, the lifelong aspiration of a mundane military leader. He then turned to the next page of the letter and encountered a familiar name. After more than 30 years, Governor, he had successfully ascended from a 5th-rank magistrate to a 3rd-rank official in the capital, attending Wei Fei's banquet for his conferred title. Wei Fei recounted that he initially harbored thoughts of vengeance against Governor He, yet upon hearing the latter's flattering and sycophantic praises, those vengeful sentiments dissipated. Now, Governor He was likely in his 70s. Seeking retribution against a man nearing the end of his days seemed utterly unnecessary. Wei Tu shook his head, reflecting on how much more magnanimous Wei Fei had become. He recalled how, during his time in Qingshan County, Wei Fei had often declared that once he attained power, he would ensure that Governor He faced a gruesome fate. At the conclusion of the letter, Wei Fei informed Wei Tu that the Qiyu Zhao family would soon be procuring talismans from Danqiu Mountain and urged him not to miss this opportunity. Purchasing talismans? Wei Tu felt a stir in his heart. During this time, he had created numerous rock shield and thorn cage talismans, but was now troubled by their unsatisfactory marketability. These first-tier talismans were not the auxiliary ones commonly used by cultivators, thus their demand was limited. They could only be sold to those who frequently ventured into the Wolf Mountain range for battle. However, these warriors were often financially constrained, and aside from acquiring 1 or 2 life-saving talismans, they would not deliberately employ talismans in their daily combat. Consequently, over time, his stock of rock shield and thorn cage talismans remained unsold, accumulating in his possession. It seemed that the conflict between the Qiyue Zhao family and the Qisong Jia family had intensified. Otherwise, the Qiyue Zhao family would not seek talismans from a mere loose cultivator like himself. Wei Tu mused. More than a decade ago, the Xia Mountain King, who occupied the southern path of the mountains, had not been eradicated by the Zheng state as soldiers and continued to thrive, establishing the state of Fengqiao with Qingfeng City as its capital. A few days later, a young lady clad in white ascended to the small courtyard of Yongle Street and knocked on Wei Tu's door. It was Zhao Qingluo from the Qiyue Zhao family. The young woman, possessing striking beauty with her long hair cascading down to her waist, nodded slightly upon seeing Wei Tu and introduced herself. Zhao Qingluo. The adjacent Master Wang Dan, hearing the commotion from the courtyard, stepped out to witness the scene, filled with astonishment. Zhao Qingluo was the pride of the Qiyue Zhao family, with prospects of foundation establishment, and her reputation was considerable within the Zheng State's cultivation community. My humble abode is modest. I would be honored to host you. Princess Qingluo, please allow us to dine in the private room at Jingyan Pavilion. Wei Tu gestured gracefully. Within the jade slip bestowed upon him by the Master of Sorcery, there exists a character dossier that meticulously highlights the prodigious talent of the Qiyue Zhao family. The Master of Sorcery remarked, Zhao Qingluo appears to be gracious and understanding, yet in reality, she harbors a haughty disposition, often looking down upon those of lesser standing, such as the grassroots cultivators. Therefore, in his dealings with the lofty celestial genius, Zhao Qingluo, Wei Tu dared not exhibit any semblance of negligence. Otherwise, not only would his business dealings falter, but he might also offend this formidable figure. No need for that. Let us converse here in this small courtyard, she declared. Zhao Qingluo surveyed her surroundings, her gaze settling upon the stone table within the courtyard. With graceful steps, she retrieved a finely embroidered cushion from her storage pouch and placed it upon the stone bench before taking her seat. Despite her cultivation being at the 4th level of qi refinement, a tad modest, her ability to inscribe a first-tier talisman at this level indicated commendable talent in the art of talismans. Zhao Qingluo spoke in a tone devoid of warmth, her eyes regarding Wei Tu as if he were merely a subordinate. With the Master of Sorcery's jade slip in hand, Wei Tu was well aware of Zhao Qingluo's character and had mentally prepared himself, thus he paid her demeanor little heed. Noticing Wei Tu's lowered gaze, Zhao Qingluo inclined her head slightly, finding him somewhat more agreeable. Before long, their business was concluded, with Zhao Qingluo purchasing all the stone talismans and thorn cage talismans from Wei Tu at a discounted rate of 80. Simultaneously, she placed an order for a total of 200 spirit stones worth of talismans. This served as a deposit. with members of the Zhao family scheduled to arrive 3 years hence to collect the talismans. Zhao Qingluo then clapped her storage pouch, producing an ornate box which she placed upon the table. Upon opening the box, it revealed a neatly arranged collection of 20 attribute-less spirit stones. As the discourse concluded, Zhao Qingluo rose from her seat, preparing to depart. "Princess Qingluo, please hold on," came the voice of Wang Dan, who had been mingling nearby. Approaching with a somewhat shameless demeanor, brandishing several alchemical vials to peddle his concoctions. Observing Wei Tu's recent acquisition of at least a couple of 100 spirit stones, he felt a twinge of envy. These are Yuhua pills and Ninglu pills, both commendable elixirs. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingluo halted her steps. Were these potions truly first tier? A Dan master residing alongside a first-tier talisman master should also be of the first tier. First-tier elixirs would indeed hold significant value in the conflicts involving the Qiyue Zhao family and the Qisong Jiao family. Wang Dan's expression faltered slightly. He stood there, somewhat at a loss. They are merely basic elixirs, but they possess commendable effects. Basic elixirs? Zhao Qingluo's eyes flickered with disdain at his words. She scoffed. Basic elixirs? Even my maidservants would scorn such trifles. It is vital to possess self-awareness. You are not even a first-tier Dan master, yet you dare to obstruct my path? Her face twisted in derision as she gave a dismissive huff, channeling her formidable spiritual energy, and with a swift flick of her sleeve, Wang Dan was abruptly sent flying, spiraling through the air like leaves caught in an autumn gale. It was only after a brief moment that he crashed to the ground. Consider this a lesson. Should you dare to offend me again. Zhao Qingluo's words were sharp and unyielding. Witnessing this spectacle, Wei Tu felt a jolt of surprise. Silently grateful for his earlier humility before Zhao Qingluo, thankful he had not provoked this celestial prodigy. Otherwise, it is likely that the one to be taught a lesson will not be Master Wang Dan, but rather him, Master Wei Fu. The talismans from 3 years hence must not be delayed. Zhao Qingluo lifted her skirt as she approached the courtyard entrance, casting a glance back at Wei Tu, her tone mirroring that which she had used with Master Wang Dan. "Yes, I remember," she stated. Wei Tu felt a jolt of alarm in his heart and hurriedly nodded in response. At that moment, he too was speculating whether Zhao Qingluo's earlier treatment of Master Wang Dan was intended as a warning for him, or if it stemmed from a sheer arrogance that rendered Master Wang Dan insignificant in her eyes. Once Zhao Qingluo departed, Master Wang Dan, who had been sprawled on the ground, finally managed to rise. His complexion was ashen, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained considerable injuries. "Damn woman, just wait until your Qiyue Zhao family declines. I will deal with you then," he muttered, clutching his waist and spitting out a mixture of blood and saliva as he vented his grievances at the now empty courtyard entrance. "Friend Wang, please calm down," Wei Tu consoled, not particularly bothered by Master Wang Dan's insults directed at Zhao Qingluo. However, he was concerned that if Zhao Qingluo had not wandered far and overheard these remarks, it might bring trouble upon him. Gong Shulan is also of the immortal lineage, yet she has fallen to such disgrace, and Zhao Qingluo is so arrogant. It won't be long before. Master Wang Dan huffed, but as he spoke, he became aware of the inappropriateness of his words and lowered his voice. "Gong Shulan hails from a family of cultivators?" Wei Tu inquired, astonished, as he had not anticipated that Gong Shulan possessed such a background. Gong Shulan was the female cultivator residing adjacent to Hu Yao's abode. From the recent quarrel between Master Wang Dan and his companion Lu Yun, it became apparent that Master Wang had forsaken his former love Hu Yao and turned his affections towards the enchanting Gong Shulan. "How has it come to this, my friend Wei?" he inquired with curiosity. "What? You are unaware?" Master Wang replied with a hint of surprise. "The Gong family, to which Gong Shulan belongs, was once renowned 30 years ago at Little Dan Mountain, a distinguished lineage of cultivators. Though not on par with the illustrious Zhao family of Qiyue among the 7 great clans, they did have a foundational expert within their ranks." Wei shook his head. "I have resided in Danqiu Mountain for merely a decade. How could I possibly be acquainted with the events of 30 years past?" He recalled that upon witnessing Gong Shulan's unparalleled beauty, he instinctively understood that such a woman would inevitably attract trouble, and thus he refrained from further inquiry. "Furthermore, I have heard rumors that Gong Shulan may possess a foundational spiritual artifact," Master Wang proclaimed, his voice rising with excitement, causing the pallor on his face to fade, replaced by a flush of enthusiasm. A peculiar expression crossed Wei's face. Considering the earlier exchange of insults between Master Wang and Lu Yun, he could not help but suspect that Master Wang harbored intentions of living off Gong Shulan's fortunes, which explained his excessive eagerness. "I shall take my leave now. If my spouse returns, dear Wei, please assist me by providing a cover story, claiming I have gone to Jingjin residence." Master Wang clutched his chest, limping as he exited the small courtyard of Yonk Street, intending to seek solace from Gong Shulan and vent his frustrations accumulated from Zhao Qingluo upon her. Both women hail from esteemed immortal cultivation families, sharing a commonality in the matter of providing cover. Wei Tu chose to ignore Lu Yun, as he preferred to maintain a normal neighborly relationship with someone as headstrong as her. However, to his astonishment, the following dawn, Lu Yun knocked on his door. Without inquiring about Wang Dan's whereabouts, she sorrowfully revealed the news of Wang Dan's demise. What? My fellow cultivator has perished? Wei Tu exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Just yesterday, he recalled Wang Dan leaving the courtyard on Yonk Street with merely a light injury, nothing grave. Although Zhao Qingluo had struck her fiercely, the wounds were not fatal enough to claim her life. My late husband died last night in Gong Shulan's bed. That vixen. Not only did she cruelly drain my husband's spirit stones, but now she has also consumed his very essence, leading to his untimely end, Lu Yun declared with ire. Unaware of the events from the previous day, she laid the blame for Wang Dan's death squarely on Gong Shulan. May my fellow cultivator find peace in the afterlife. Wei Tu feigned sorrow, opting not to divulge the events of the previous day, choosing instead to keep them concealed. In terms of camaraderie, his relationship with Wang Dan and her husband was merely superficial, a neighborly acquaintance. There was no need to invite trouble upon himself because of this incident. It was evident to anyone that there was something amiss. Furthermore, given Lu Yun's temperament, should he utter Zhao Qingluo's name, this tempestuous woman would likely confront Zhao Qingluo for an explanation, putting his own life in jeopardy. 7 days hence, my departed companion shall be laid to rest. I sincerely hope that you, esteemed Wei, will honor us with your presence at the funeral, thus solidifying our bond, Lu Yun lamented. A funeral? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing these words, he could hardly fail to grasp Lu Yun's intentions. It appeared that Lu Yun sought to utilize the demise of Master Wang Dan as an opportunity to collect gifts and amass wealth. During his time in the world of cultivation, he had rarely encountered a situation where a cultivator's death was followed by a grand funeral. Typically, remains were hastily interred. Moreover, Master Wang Dan had perished in an unsavory manner, leaving him with a rather unsavory reputation. If Lu Yun genuinely cherished her connection with Master Wang Dan, she would not be so ostentatious in organizing this funeral. Rather, she should have opted for a discreet mourning under the cover of night. Nonetheless, Wei Tu was not particularly surprised by this. The relationship between Master Wang Dan and his spouse had long been fraught with discord. And had it not been for Master Wang Dan's relatively esteemed position among the lower-tier cultivators, Lu Yun might have severed ties with him long ago. Lu Yun continued, there are certain possessions that must be sold. I implore you to remember to attend. Frustrated by Wei Tu's lack of engagement, Lu Yun added this line, but is there a legacy of alchemical mastery? Wei Tu's eyes sparkled with interest as he inquired. Master Wang Dan had yet to reach the first tier of alchemy and possessed no particularly valuable items. The only precious possession he had was the legacy of alchemical knowledge he carried, although he did not currently intend to pursue alchemical studies. Acquiring a low-cost alchemical legacy would indeed be a boon, enhancing his foundation. This was only natural. Lu Yun, tears in her eyes, softly replied with a hum of affirmation. Regarding the mysterious circumstances surrounding Master Wang Dan's death, Wei Tu had no intention of probing further. Insufficient strength often leads one to become increasingly aware of matters that ought to remain unknown, thereby inviting calamity and peril into one's life. Although Wang Daoyu's demise was ostensibly linked to Zhao Qingluo's injuries, the true catalyst for his tragic end likely rests solely with Gong Shulan. Wei Tu pondered. He began to deduce the circumstances surrounding Master Wang Dan's death based on the available information. After a brief contemplation, he arrived at 2 conclusions. First, Master Wang's death appeared to be a deliberate act of framing directed at Zhao Qingluo. Second, someone was exploiting Zhao Qingluo's injury to Wang Dan as a means to further their own agenda, ultimately leading to Wang Dan's untimely demise. Presumably to achieve a specific objective, the foundational spirit object, Wei Tu was resolute, having identified the underlying motive of the shadowy figure orchestrating these events. Only a rare foundational spirit object would justify the risk of offending Zhao Qingluo by implicating both her and Gong Shulan in the murder of Wang Dan. Reflecting on this, Wei Tu felt a sense of relief for having resisted temptation and refrained from engaging in deeper discussions with Gong Shulan. Otherwise, it would not have been Wang Dan who perished that day, but he himself. Though Dean Qi Mountain appeared tranquil beneath the surface, tumultuous currents brewed. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Wei Tu reflected on this realization. With that thought in mind, he rose under the cloak of night to inscribe talismans. discreetly stitching the first-tier rock shield talisman into the lining of his robe. With these protective talismans in place, he could sleep more soundly. 7 days later, the funeral for Master Wang Dan commenced as scheduled. The mournful music echoed through the air. Wei Tu opened the door, and his gaze fell upon two familiar figures, Hu Yao and Tong Pei. With Hu Yao present, Wei Tu found some semblance of understanding. Before Wang Dan became enamored with the new companion Gong Shulan, he was a frequent visitor of Hu Yao, having spent many years together. It was inevitable that feelings would develop over time. However, he found it perplexing when it came to Tong Pei. As far as he knew, Tong Pei had a reclusive nature, rarely venturing outside her home. Otherwise, the incident where Master Maofu deceived her would not have occurred. It seemed improbable that she would have had much interaction with Wang Dan. Tong, a friend of the Tao, had taken a liking to the quaint residence on Yonge Street, finding it a worthwhile investment, and thus planned to move in. Hu Yao, possessing a keen intellect, discerned Wei Tu's confusion and offered an explanation. She was aware of the minor grievances that existed between Wei Tu and Tong Pei. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu felt a sense of relief. After Wang Dan's demise, although Lu Yun could profit from the sale of Wang Dan's estate, the absence of subsequent income rendered the rental of a residence in the market rather extravagant. Seeking a more economical dwelling was the rational choice. With Lu Yun no longer present, the residence on Yonge Street was left solely for Wei Tu to lease, making it one of the top 3 in terms of value among the various properties available in the market. Tong Pei's decision to reside there seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how their relationship had grown so amicable. Wei Tu felt a tinge of melancholy. He was well aware that the closeness between Hu Yao and Tong Pei was undoubtedly linked to the talisman business Hu Yao managed. However, witnessing his business partner being so effortlessly usurped by a fellow practitioner, Tong Pei stirred a slight discomfort within him. Nevertheless, after the incident with Che Chulong, he had intentionally distanced himself from Hu Yao. Her astuteness surely made her aware of this. Her approach towards Tong Pei was likely connected to these circumstances. Wei Tu let out a quiet sigh. He then cast a glance at the monetary offerings from the guests attending the funeral, contemplated the depth of his friendship with Master Wang Dan, and retrieved 20 grains of spiritual sand from his pocket as a token of condolence. Half an hour later, under Lu Yun's guidance, the funeral proceedings for Master Wang Dan concluded seamlessly. Subsequently, Lu Yun began to extract Master Wang Dan's estate from within the house, placing it upon a table to initiate an auction. The estate was modest, consisting of only a few bottles of basic elixirs, a damaged first-tier alchemical furnace, and a calming jade used for focusing one's mind during alchemy. The sounds of bidding arose, with the bottles of basic elixirs being claimed by the scattered cultivators from the Shed District one by one. The calming jade was secured by Hu Yao at a high price of 5 spirit stones. However, the first-tier alchemical furnace remained unclaimed, as no scattered cultivator showed interest in purchasing it. Lu Yun, observing this, was not taken aback and proceeded to auction off the legacy of the alchemist, starting at 100 spirit stones. At that moment, a sudden, clear female voice resonated through the crowd, raising Lu Yun's initial bid of 75 spirit stones to 100. As the words fell, the eyes of the gathered cultivators turned toward the source of the voice. Who was this female cultivator? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow, his gaze revealing curiosity as he looked towards Hu Yao. The social circle of Master Wang Dan consisted predominantly of scattered cultivators from the Shed District, and thus, he recognized over 80% of those present. The few he did not recognize were still familiar. Yet, this particular female cultivator was someone he had never encountered in his memory. Hu Yu fixed her gaze on the female cultivator's appearance and communicated to Wei Tu telepathically. Her name is Chu Yin, a subordinate of Gongwen. Gongwen. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu's eyes narrowed slightly. He had not forgotten the calamity involving the bandit cultivator for years ago, nor the presence of Wei Qiyu, who had shared the same courtyard with him 2 years prior. All these matters were intricately linked to Gongwen. Could it be that the recent demise of Master Wang Dan was also connected to him? Wei Tu pondered. Although it was entirely reasonable for Gongwen, as an alchemist, to send someone to acquire Wang Dan's alchemical legacy, his association with the bandit cultivator inevitably led Wei Tu to entertain darker thoughts. With this in mind, Wei Tu shifted his stance and approached Chu Yin, inhaling the fragrant aroma that enveloped her. It bore a striking resemblance to the sin of Wei Qiyu. Could she be Wei Qiyu? A jolt surged through Wei Tu, nearly robbing him of his composure. He had not anticipated that Wei Qiyu, who had departed from the courtyard on Yunkai Street 2 years ago, would return here today. Calm yourself. After Gongwen had tested me, he no longer harbored murderous intent. There is no need for me to place myself before him again. Taking a deep breath, Wei Tu quietly distanced himself from Chu Yin and returned to his previous position. 100 spirit stones. Very well, I entrust this alchemical legacy to you, fair maiden. Upon hearing the figure of 100 spirit stones, Lu Yun's eyes sparkled in surprise. It seemed she had not anticipated such a high value for the legacy left behind by the deceased Master Wang. After a brief pause, during which no one else made a bid, she cheerfully responded to Chu Yin, agreeing to her offer. With the auction concluded, the crowd of loose cultivators began to disperse. Lu Dayu, do you possess a backup of Master Wang's alchemical legacy? Wei Tu inquired as he knocked on the door. In truth, replicating celestial techniques is not a simple endeavor, nor is it easily disseminated. The constraints hindering the widespread circulation of celestial techniques are not solely attributed to the control exerted by the celestial sects, but also to the inherent difficulty in replicating such practices. Take for instance the esteemed alchemical legacy of Master Wang Dan. To achieve a precise duplication, one has only two avenues. First, one could seek out an alchemist of equal caliber, investing considerable time to transcribe the teachings anew. Alternatively, one might locate a foundational cultivator capable of imprinting the knowledge onto a jade slip with their formidable consciousness. Consequently, upon acquiring Master Wang Dan's alchemical inheritance, Chu Yin refrained from warning Lu Yun against disclosing any secrets. Wei Tu's visit was merely a gamble of chance, hoping that Lu Yun might possess other remnants of Master Wang Dan or privately inscribed jade slips. However, Lu Yun shook her head resolutely, stating that the deceased had left behind only this singular alchemical legacy, lacking the prowess in alchemy akin to his. She felt incapable of reproducing the contents etched within the jade slip. Yet, that departed soul did have one treasure that she had not divulged. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yun revealed, in his lifetime, he amassed funds to purchase a breakthrough elixir, intending to utilize it to ascend beyond the third layer of qi cultivation. However, concerned about being overly ostentatious with wealth, I refrained from auctioning this breakthrough elixir. She continued, should Wei Daoist harbor any intentions, I would be willing to part with this elixir for the price of 90 spirit stones. Upon hearing this sum, Wei Tu immediately shook his head, exclaiming, I am utterly destitute, my pockets bare. The resources expended to advance to the fourth layer of qi cultivation have already drained years of accumulated wealth. I am left with no means to procure a breakthrough elixir. The market price for such elixirs hovers around 120 to 130 spirit stones, making Lu Yun's offer of 90 spirit stones quite sincere. Nevertheless, Wei Tu was reluctant to acquire an elixir of dubious provenance for the purpose of breaking through, as alchemical substances are intended for ingestion. What a pity, sighed Lu Yun. She turned around, her gaze sweeping over the items within the room that could be sold. Yet after a lengthy search, she found nothing suitable. At that moment, a thought seemed to strike her, and her eyes sparkled as she turned to Wei Tu and said, Wei, my friend, I have observed your virtuous nature. You never seek the company of temptresses. Coincidentally, my late husband has passed away. I possess a considerable dowry. Why not consider living together and sharing life? As she spoke, Lu Yun cast a glance at Wei Tu, suddenly finding her once despised neighbor somewhat more appealing. She nervously fiddled with the hem of her garment, appraising Wei Tu's physique, and discovered that although he appeared slender, the strength concealed beneath his robe surpassed that of her late husband, Wang Dan, by a significant margin. What do you say, Wei Daoyu? Lu Yun's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. What? Wei Tu, still contemplating a fortunate turn of events, nearly stumbled at Lu Yun's proposition, staring at her in a daze. Lu Daoyu, you speak too boldly. Wei Tu's expression turned cold as he firmly rejected her. To be candid, Lu Yun was of pleasant appearance, and among the female cultivators, she could be deemed attractive, especially in her mourning attire, which lent her an added allure. Coupled with her substantial dowry, any male cultivator would likely be tempted. The inheritance from Wang Dan represented decades of toil saved. Nevertheless, Wei Tu could not shake the memory of Lu Yun tearing the fabric of her upper garment while sitting on the ground. Therefore, it was clear that he could never consider marrying Lu Yun. Reluctant as she was, there was no need for such an outburst. Lu Yun curled her lip. She had been taken aback by Wei Tu's icy demeanor earlier. After escorting him out, Lu Yun cast a glance at his retreating figure, maliciously speculating, is the man surnamed Wei incapable? Having remained a bachelor for so long, he has yet to seek a woman to relieve his frustrations. She held ample confidence in her own beauty. A few days later, Lu Yun moved away. Upon hearing the news, Tong Pei promptly finalized her rental arrangements the following day and took up residence in the small courtyard on Lark Street, becoming neighbors with Wei Tuesday. Although Wei Tu maintained a cold expression towards Tong Pei's arrival, seemingly still harboring resentment over a minor incident from years prior, he secretly welcomed her presence. In comparison to the raucous disturbances caused by the Wang Dan couple and the treacherous intentions of Wei Qiyu, the small discord between him and Tong Pei was trivial indeed. Yesterday, the enforcement team dealt with Gong Shulan for her attempted harm against Master Wang Dan. According to the coroner's examination, Master Wang did not perish from an immediate calamity, yet his demise was undeniably linked to Gong Shulan. She had claimed that Master Wang's injuries were connected to Zhao Qingluo. In the small courtyard on Lark Street, Tong Pei and Hu Yu sat beside the stone table where Wei Tu and Master Wu Xian often gathered, discussing the repercussions faced by Gong Shulan for the death of Master Wang. What kind of prominent figure was Zhao Qingluo that she would be involved with Master Wang? Tong Pei pondered. Hu Yao, deep in thought, gazed towards the room occupied by Wei Tu, sensing that Gong Shulan's testimony seemed to intertwine with their companion. Subsequently, she elucidated that the two prominent immortal cultivation families, the Qisongjia clan and the Qiuezhao clan, were on the brink of war. Not long ago, Zhao Qiluo had journeyed to Danqiu Mountain to procure a substantial quantity of talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts. Presently, Wei Daoyu was thrust into the eye of the storm, and it was anticipated that the law enforcement team would soon seek him out for questioning. Hu Yao remarked as she closed the doors and windows, muffling the conversation with Tong Pei outside. Daoyu, this is a reminder for me to prepare in advance, lest I find myself at a loss when confronted by the law enforcement team, Wei Tu pondered. At this thought, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle bitterly. Several years prior, due to his deliberate estrangement from Hu Yao, she had ceased to visit him. Now, this reminder seemed to be Hu Yao's subtle way of informing him through her dialogue with Tong Pei. Hu Daoyu is truly a kind-hearted person, Wei Tu mused, mentally awarding her a good person card. However, after this mental acknowledgement, he had no intention of mending ties with Hu Yao. His reduced interaction with her did not stem from disdain, but rather from a desire to avoid any appearance of impropriety, particularly to prevent Hu Yao's benefactor from noticing him. The freshly acquired spirit stones were too precious to be squandered on social obligations. Wei Tu pried open the floorboards beneath his bed, casting a glance at the neatly arranged collection of over 130 spirit stones, feeling a pang of reluctance. These spirit stones represented his accumulation over 4 years of talisman crafting, which included the 20 spirit stones given as a deposit by Zhao Qingluo. With a few sighs, Wei Tu took a dozen spirit stones, stowed them away, and set forth to seek out the law enforcement team of Danqiu Mountain. As evening descended, Wei Tu returned. His supply of spirit stones diminished by more than half, accompanied by a lingering scent of alcohol. He drew a bucket of well water to wash his face, regaining clarity before resuming his talisman drawing. However, after a brief period of focus, an overwhelming sense of frustration welled up within him. Consequently, he retrieved a blank ledger that harbored old grudges and inscribed the name Gongwen beneath that of Tong Pei. Although he had not thoroughly investigated whether Gongwen was indeed the perpetrator, it did not deter him from attributing this animosity to Gongwen. As the saying goes, those who engage in wrongful deeds ultimately bring about their own demise. Gongwen, merely a 9th-level chi practitioner and a low-grade alchemist, danced with such exuberance. It was only a matter of time before he met his end. Wei Tu set down his brush with a cold chuckle. Those who frequently tread paths along the roadside inevitably get their shoes wet. The information concerning Gongwen initially reached him through Hu Yao, whom he had doubted. The other practitioners in the Danqiu Mountain market had also overlooked Gongwen's peculiarities. These individuals likely shared his reticence, biding their time for a decisive strike against Gongwen. After noting his grievances, Wei Tu's thoughts gradually settled. He sat cross-legged, clutching 2 spirit stones, slowly absorbing the spiritual energy within. Had there been a transformation in the geomagnetic wood spirit seed? After cultivating for nearly half an hour, Wei Tu was astonished to observe the geomagnetic wood spirit seed within his dantian. The seed, about the size of a soybean, began to emanate a layer of hazy light with each breath he took. Could it be? At this moment, Wei Tu recalled the hints regarding the metamorphosis of the geomagnetic wood in the lesser spring and autumn technique, and his heart raced with excitement. According to the teachings of Shaochu and Xiugong, once he transcends the foundation establishment stage, the geomagnetic wood spirit seed will give rise to geomagnetic primordial light. This geomagnetic primordial light possesses the power of geomagnetism. Beyond its ability to manipulate objects through the cultivator's consciousness, it can also restrain any artifacts containing metal. Should the geomagnetic primordial light reach its utmost potency, it could even counteract the spiritual entities of the other 5 elements. If one could master the abilities of the foundation establishment stage during the chi refinement phase, these 15 years would not be in vain. Wei Tu's face brightened with joy. He composed himself and, employing his consciousness, cautiously drew forth the geomagnetic primordial light surrounding the spirit seed, guiding it outward. After a moment, Wei Tu's fingertips were tinged with a light gray hue. His gaze sharpened as he turned to a few geo-class talismans on the table. Rise. With a flick of his finger, the geomagnetic primordial light abruptly detached from his body and surged toward the talismans. Under his mental command, the talismans rushed toward him. Subsequently, Wei Tu manipulated the geomagnetic primordial light, experimenting with its various capabilities. Remarkable. The consciousness of a qi refinement practitioner can typically extend only to a distance of 10 feet. Yet my geomagnetic primordial light can reach as far as 30 feet, and its control over objects is far more effortless than that of consciousness. Wei Tu retrieved paper and pen, meticulously recording the abilities of the geomagnetic primordial light he had tested. Alas, this amount of geomagnetic primordial light was still too meager. It could lift a maximum of 3 pounds, and anything beyond that was unattainable. Wei Tu sighed. He still aspired to harness the geomagnetic primordial light for prolonged flight during the qi refinement stage. In such circumstances, even a cultivator at the 9th level of qi training, regardless of their formidable prowess, would find it impossible to catch up to him or strike him. Yet, there is no cause for despondency. This initial trickle of geomagnetic essence is merely the beginning. Once the spiritual seed undergoes its true transformation, it may very well enable me to soar through the skies. Wei Tu, with his keen perception, observed the geomagnetic with spiritual seed, noting that it produced a small quantity of geomagnetic essence every hour. Though the amount was limited, merely the size of a sesame seed, the cumulative total over time would prove to be quite substantial. Upon realizing the transformation of the spiritual seed, the frustration and irritation stemming from Gong Wen's machinations dissipated entirely. He began a tranquil routine of drawing talismans and meditating in his courtyard on Lark Street. Time slipped by swiftly, and soon, 3 years had passed. This year, the Qiyu Zhao family honored their commitment and visited the courtyard on Lark Street to acquire the talismans Wei Tu had crafted over the past 3 years. However, this time, the representative from the Zhao family was not Zhao Qingluo, but rather a royal prince named Zhao Quan. After collecting the talismans, Zhao Quan did not engage Wei Tu in a new contract. Wei Tu speculated that the conflict between the two prominent cultivation families might soon reach a conclusion. Or perhaps the Qiyu Zhao family had found another talisman master and no longer required his services. After deducting the cost of talisman paper and spiritual ink, Wei Tu netted a profit of 117 spirit stones from his transaction with the Qiyu Zhao family. However, these spirit stones were soon expended. In the Baibao Pavilion, he spent 163 spirit stones to purchase a first-tier mid-grade talisman brush. Wei Tu understood the wisdom in the adage that to excel in one's craft, one must first hone their tools. The first-tier mid-grade talisman brush would suffice for his use throughout the qi training phase. Purchasing a first-tier inferior talisman pen is considerably more advantageous than it is now. 2 months hence, Fu Zhizhou paid a visit. However, unlike previous occasions, this time he bore an additional item, a bundle the size of a human head, oozing blood, an utterly chilling sight. Third brother, I have avenged your grudge. This is the head of that scoundrel Ling Bing. Fu Zhizhou sat upon a stone bench in the courtyard, unveiling the bundle before Wei Tu, revealing the severed head within. This fellow could no longer contain himself and ventured out of Danqiu Mountain, and I seized the opportunity. A cold smirk graced Fu Zhizhou's face. He had been haunted by this matter, for the incident involving the robbery of the cultivators stemmed from his own past indiscretion. Had it not been for Wei Tu's fortuitous survival, he would have been the one responsible for Wei Tu's demise. Ling Bing is dead? Upon seeing the corpse, although Wei Tu felt a surge of joy, a tinge of unease inevitably surfaced. With Ling Bing's death, Gongwen would undoubtedly take notice. We must exercise caution, brother. Let us not afford him any opportunity, he cautioned. There is no need for concern, third brother. Fu Zhizhou waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Brother Helian has recently ascended to the 8th level of qi refinement. With his prowess, he can adequately protect us. Gongwen, merely an alchemist. How can his combat strength compare to our own as blade bearers? At this juncture, Fu Zhizhou also revealed his cultivation level. 6th level of qi refinement. Wei Tu expressed mild astonishment. He had not anticipated that Fu Zhizhou had advanced 2 small realms in just 7 years, placing him ahead in cultivation. This was largely thanks to the talismans provided by Brother San. Without his assistance, neither I nor Brother Helian would have dared to venture deep into the Demon Wolf Mountains. Fu Zhizhou explained. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu nodded. The talismans he sold to Fu Zhizhou were nearly at cost price, while those sold to Helian Xiong were also at a 30% discount compared to the market rate. With the aid of these talismans, both men felt a surge of courage, emboldening them to hunt in the Demon Wolf Mountains and reap substantial profits. Consequently, if their cultivation did not progress swiftly, it would raise suspicions. Brother San, rest assured, in a few days, Brother Helian will move to Lark Street to live with you. With Brother Helian around, Gungwen would not dare to act against you, Fu Zhizhou added. Helian Xiong is moving in? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow, capturing this crucial piece of information. He had sewn numerous defensive talismans into his robes, ensuring that even if Gungwen were to confront him, he would not be easily harmed. Thus, although he felt indebted to Helian Xiong, he remained largely indifferent. Relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. Brother San, you know that Brother Helian has been away for a long time. Renting an overly expensive cave dwelling seems impractical. Moreover, residing in a shanty town offers insufficient spiritual energy. After much contemplation, Lark Street appears to be the most suitable option. Fu Zhizhou remarked. If you find it suitable, then that is what matters, Wei Tu replied, shaking his head. He reminded, the small courtyard on Lark Street currently accommodates both him and Tong Pei Pei. Adding another person would diminish the cost-effectiveness. His relationship with Helian Xiong was merely superficial. The talisman trade for Helian Xiong was facilitated by Fu Zhizhou, a transaction that had come to fruition through his introduction. Now, Helian Xiong has arrived at Lark Street. After some contemplation, Wei Tu speculated that Helian Xiong might indeed be contemplating bypassing Fu Zhizhou to engage in a direct transaction of talismans. I have faith in the character of Brother Helian. After years of acquaintance, Fu Zhizhou quickly grasped the underlying meaning of Wei Tu's words and offered a faint smile in response. Meanwhile, deep within a beautifully constructed cave in the heart of Danxiu Mountain's marketplace, an elderly man clad in feathered garments sat cross-legged before a Dan furnace. Upon hearing the report from Chu Yin, his brows furrowed in disbelief. What? Ying Bing is dead? Ying Bing was formidable. Should he have employed the explosive blood elixir he concocted, he could have rivaled a late-stage qi refining practitioner, at least for a short duration. How could it be that he perished shortly after leaving Danxiu Mountain? Could it be connected to Wei Tu? Gungwen searched his memories, his expression darkening as he inquired. 7 years prior, he had dispatched Yu Yan and Ying Bing to assassinate Wei Tu, hoping to uncover the opportunities that Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou had obtained. He suspected that these opportunities might be linked to the legacy of the Gong family, with Gong Shuan reduced to the slums. It was a curious coincidence that Fu Zhizhou had recently acquired a sum of mysterious spirit stones to purchase the Earth Elemental Dan. However, unexpectedly, Shui Yin had tragically met her demise. Later, as Chu Yin completed her probing, Wei Tu remained secluded. Gungwen gradually forgot about Wei Tu, dismissing him as a low-tier talisman master. It was only after Ying Bing's death that he recalled Wei Tu as a potential adversary, alongside Fu Zhizhou. Chu Yin, with a respectful demeanor, produced a communication talisman and extended it towards Gungwen. On the blank piece of paper, the name Fu Zhizhou was starkly inscribed. Fu Zhizhou. A murderous intent flickered in Gungwen's eyes as he glanced at Chu Yin, contemplating that once Fu Zhizhou exited Danxiu Mountain, he would hire someone to eliminate him. And then there was Wei Tuesday. Gungwen's gaze turned icy. This individual possessed an uncommon temperament and had likely sensed Chu Yin's probing last time. Choosing to remain silent, just as he spoke, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Master, a man named Helian Xiong, claiming to be a blade-bearer, has brought you a letter of greeting. He wishes to discuss a matter with you, announced the maid standing at the door. Helian Xiong? Gungwen raised an eyebrow, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Is he not the cultivator who recently broke through to the 8th level of qi refinement? It seems he seeks my assistance, likely wanting to procure some elixir. A surge of confidence coursed through Gungwen as he instructed the maid to invite Helian Xiong inside. Observing this exchange, Chu Yin felt an urge to speak up, but after a moment's reflection, she suppressed her words. Moments later, under the maid's guidance, a man clad in white training attire, with a long beard and a robust frame, entered the alchemy chamber. Upon seeing Helian Xiong's martial demeanor and slightly wild aura, Gungwen's expression soured slightly. However, considering the man's 8th level qi refinement, he stifled this displeasure, allowing it to remain unexpressed. Greetings, fellow Taoist Helian, Gungwen said with a smile, stroking his beard. What brings you here in search of a particular elixir? He was accustomed to encountering strangers seeking alchemical solutions, and with the knowledge that Helian Xiong had come to him, he instinctively categorized him among those seeking elixirs. However, it was not a request for an elixir. Helian Xiong shook his head. Without waiting for Gungwen to continue his inquiry, he directly stated his purpose. I have heard that there is some discord between Master Gung Dan and Master Wei Fu. Master Wei and I share an old acquaintance, and I am willing to act as a mediator between the two of you. I wonder if you, Taoist Gung, would be amenable to this? Upon hearing the familiar name, Gungwen's smile abruptly vanished, and his expression darkened. With his discernment, he could easily grasp the underlying implication of Helian Xiong's words. It was a veiled warning not to harbor ill intentions towards Wei Tuesday. This was a blatant threat. Gungwen narrowed his eyes and glanced at Chu Yin beside him, silently inquiring about the relationship between Helian Xiong and Wei Tuesday. Noticing his gaze, Shuyin promptly elucidated the connections among Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and Helian Xiong. A few moments later, armed with this intelligence, Gongwen felt a newfound clarity. He flicked his fan and remarked with a smile, "To offend me, a mid-tier alchemist, over a mere low-tier talisman master seems rather unwise, my friend Helian. In the grand hierarchy of cultivation arts, alchemists hold a superior status compared to their counterparts, such as weapon masters, talisman masters, and formation masters, particularly at the same rank. Moreover, as a mid-tier alchemist, he far surpassed Wei Tu, who was merely a low-tier talisman master. The disparity between the two was unmistakable. At this moment, Gongwen surmised that Helian Xiong's visit to his abode was not merely to support Wei Tu, but rather to use this pretext to curry favor with him. After all, it was illogical to offend a late-stage qi practitioner like himself for the sake of a casual acquaintance. Seeing Helian Xiong remain silent, Gongwen became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Helian, my friend, should you require anything, do not hesitate to voice your needs. As long as the price is reasonable, I have an abundance of elixirs for your selection." However, to Gongwen's astonishment, upon presenting his potential offerings, Helian Xiong still refrained from responding. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a few breaths, Helian Xiong finally spoke. "I have long heard of the arrogance of alchemists. Today, I have finally witnessed it for myself." A mocking smile appeared on Helian Xiong's face as he spoke dismissively. "What do you mean, Helian?" Gongwen, upon hearing Helian Xiong's ungracious remarks, understood his true intentions, even if he was not particularly astute. "You must remember the saying, words can bring calamity," Gongwen threatened coldly. Within Danxiu Mountain, his skills in alchemy granted him a status second only to the foundation-building masters and a few disciples of the Taishan sect, earning him considerable respect. Furthermore, he was the second disciple of the second-tier alchemist, Master Shu. By virtue of this title, even some foundation-building masters treated him with utmost courtesy. In response to Gongwen's threat, Helian Xiong merely snorted derisively and promptly retrieved a token from his robe, slamming it onto the table in the alchemy chamber. The token bore the engraved characters Blade Bearer. "We, the Blade Bearers, have duties beyond hunting beasts in the Demon Wolf Mountains. We are also tasked with accepting missions from the market. I recall a bounty posted in the market for capturing a rogue cultivator." At this juncture, Helian Xiong's lips curled into a smile. Did Geng Daoyu truly believe that his clandestine actions had gone unnoticed? Had no one ever discerned his schemes? For the sake of a mere satellite map, he certainly would not risk offending a first-tier mid-grade alchemist at the 9th level of qi training. After all, while alchemists may be easily slighted, the connections they wield are not to be trifled with. Yet, with this undeniable evidence of wrongdoing, Helian Xiong was convinced that Gongwen would choose to swallow his pride and endure this humiliation. Conflict, beyond the extremes of life and death, also encompasses the option of compromise. To oppose him would incur a cost far greater than Gongwen was prepared to pay. Helian Daoyu had indeed conducted a meticulous investigation. Gongwen's countenance darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter a single phrase. "However, Helian Daoyu, are you truly willing to confront me over a mere first-tier low-grade talisman master?" The threat having failed, Gongwen felt a sense of helplessness. After a moment's hesitation, he reiterated his earlier attempts to entice Helian Xiong. He found it incomprehensible that Helian Xiong would be so foolish as to engage in such a losing venture. Hearing this familiar sentiment, Helian Xiong shook his head, casting a glance at the aged Gongwen, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Did Geng Daoyu truly not realize his own age? If he was unaware, he could inquire of this fairy beside him. Having spoken, Helian Xiong lingered no longer. With a flick of his sleeve, he exited the alchemy chamber and departed from Gongwen's dwelling. Age? Within the confines of the alchemy chamber, upon hearing this remark, Gongwen initially froze, his expression swiftly contorting into one of profound distress. In that moment, he finally grasped the rationale behind Helian Xiong's apparent indifference to forging an enmity with him. He was simply too old. His potential had long since waned. In this lifetime, if he does not break through, the remaining 40 years will see his rank as a Dan Master forever confined to the first tier of medium quality. In contrast, Wei Tu, although currently only a first-tier inferior talisman master, has the potential, given time, to reach the first-tier superior level at his age. Better to provoke an old man than to underestimate a young one. How dare you, Helian Xiong, bully me so? Gongwen, filled with rage, ironically chuckled. He had thought this saying was merely a legendary proverb, never imagining it would one day apply to him. I must contact the blood-old demon and eliminate this Helian Xiong. Seeing Gongwen's fury, Chuyin promptly stepped forward and inquired softly. The blood-old demon she referred to is a master at the pinnacle of qi refinement, known for having simultaneously slain 3 late-stage qi refinement cultivators. However, unlike Zhui Yin and Ying Bing, the blood-old demon has a cooperative relationship with Gongwen. No need for that. The immediate priority is to pressure Gong Shulan into producing the Gong family's foundational spiritual artifact. Gongwen waved his hand dismissively. Summoning the blood-old demon comes at a significant cost. It would be unnecessary to pursue such a personal vendetta. After the demise of the one surnamed Wang, she now finds herself in dire straits. If I push her further, she will surely yield the Gong family's foundational spiritual artifact. With this artifact, I can collaborate with others to refine the foundational elixir. By then, it will not be too late to avenge this grudge. Gongwen murmured, already envisioning himself standing before Helian Xiong after achieving foundation establishment. With successful foundation establishment, one could extend their lifespan by 200 years. At that moment, he would rejuvenate, regaining the appearance and vitality of his youth. When that time comes, the distinction between age and youth may well blur. Helian Xiong was not one to operate in the shadows. After leaving Gong Wendu's residence, he made his way directly to Lark Street, where he relayed the incident of coercing Gong to Wei Tuesday. Thank you, fellow Taoist Helian, for your assistance this time, Wei Tu expressed, albeit with some hesitation. Although Fu Zhizhou had informed him in advance that Helian Xiong would offer him protection, he was still unprepared for Helian Xiong's direct confrontation with Gongwen. At this moment, he even harbored malicious suspicions regarding whether Fu Zhizhou had orchestrated the death of Ying Bing, perhaps with Helian Xiong's covert encouragement, to ensure that he owed a significant favor. Without Ying Bing's interference, Gongwen might not have taken notice of him again. Contemplating this, Wei Tu lowered his head, deciding that once Helian Xiong departed, he would add Helian's name to his ledger, maintaining a vigilant heart towards him. He could discern that Helian Xiong was not a reckless individual. Therefore, such actions must have been taken after considerable reflection. However, the fact that such deliberation had not involved him raised suspicions. It was entirely possible that Helian sought something more from him, and certainly not something trivial. Since you have spoken so, I shall be candid, Helian Xiong chuckled softly. I observe that your rock shield talisman is somewhat superior to those of ordinary talismans. I wonder if you possess any exquisite rock shield talismans at hand. Other fine talismans would suffice as well. I am willing to purchase a few. Exquisite rock shield talismans? Wei Tu furrowed his brow. I do possess 2 exquisite talismans. Yet these 2 are typically reserved for life-saving purposes. However, considering Brother Helian's request, Wei Tu pondered for a moment and replied, it would not be unreasonable to part with them for Brother Helian. I shall purchase them at market value. Helian Xiong raised an eyebrow, inwardly acknowledging the expected outcome. The customary discount of 30% shall suffice. Wei Tu smiled, retrieving the 2 premium rock shield talismans from his sleeve and placing them upon the table. Over the past 7 years, his progress with the rock shield talisman on the golden purple fate had reached a significant level. Within a few more years, he would attain perfection. Therefore, although his stock of premium rock shield talismans was limited, he still possessed a handful. This marked the first occasion he revealed his talisman-making prowess to an outsider. Brother Wei, you are quite generous, Helian Xiong exclaimed. Upon hearing this, he produced a brocade box from his bosom and placed it on the table as well. Inside the box lay 4 pale blue, translucent spirit stones. Medium-grade spirit stones? Wei Tu was taken aback. A single medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for at least 10 low-grade spirit stones. The efficacy of the premium rock shield talisman is comparable to that of a first-tier medium-grade talisman, with similar pricing. Thus, the value of his 2 premium rock shield talismans, sold to Helian Xiong at a 30% discount, would amount to a maximum of 30 spirit stones. Helian Xiong had indeed offered him a generous sum. As for the remaining spirit stones, Brother Wei, you may keep them in your account for future purchases of talismans. Simply deduct them when the time comes, Helian Xiong said, waving his hand graciously. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu felt some of his reservations toward Helian Xiong dissipate. While Helian Xiong may have ulterior motives, that was a matter for the future. He would remain vigilant. At least now, his interactions with Helian Xiong have been relatively harmonious, devoid of any discomfort. 2 days later, Helian Xiong moved to Yunqiao Street. Wei Tu extended a warm welcome, hosting a gathering at Jingjin residence to celebrate Helian Xiong's housewarming. Life returned to a state of tranquility. 6 months later, Wei Tu stepped out of his door alongside Tong Pei, where they encountered one another in the courtyard. Tong Pei took the initiative to broach a topic. Wei Du, I heard you are acquainted with the Zhao family of Qi Yue. Might you facilitate an introduction? I would like to engage in business with them as well. Wei Tu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Tong Pei too aspired to follow in the footsteps of Master Wang Dan, who had suffered grievously at the hands of Zhao Qi Luo. Thus, he kindly cautioned her. The Zhao family of Qiyue exclusively acquires first-tier talismans. Upon hearing this, Tong Peipei's expression shifted to one of indignation. Wei Tu, do not look down upon others. Although my talismanic skills may not rival yours, I became a first-tier talisman master 2 years ago. This revelation genuinely surprised Wei Tu, for he had seldom interacted with Tong Peipei. Their relationship could only be deemed a nodding acquaintance. Very well, should someone from the Zhao family of Qiyue arrive, I shall call for you, Wei Tu agreed. The Zhao family primarily engaged in bulk acquisitions of talismans, and they would not likely be impacted by the first-tier talismans in Tong Peipei's possession. Seeing Wei Tu's affirmation, Tong Peipei's face brightened. In a few months, I anticipate news of a conflict between Feng Zhao and the Zheng court will reach Danqiu Mountain. Wei Tu, it would be prudent to prepare early and stockpile some talismans for sale. What? These two mundane factions are on the brink of war? Wei Tu exclaimed in astonishment. To his knowledge, these two mundane powers have been at a stalemate for nearly 2 decades, having yet to engage in a significant conflict. I have heard from fellow practitioners outside that the Zheng court has been mobilizing grain from various regions in recent months. As the saying goes, before the troops advance, provisions must be secured. The prospect of war between the two nations seems almost inevitable. Tong Peipei felt a sense of satisfaction. Tong, my friend, you possess an uncanny foresight. Wei Tu remarked in praise of Tong Peipei. One can discern the autumn from a single leaf. A glimpse can reveal the whole. The Zheng court's preparations for provisions leave little room for doubt regarding their intentions to engage in battle against Feng. Moreover, the impending clash between the two factions, coupled with the Qiyu Zhao clan's large-scale acquisition of talismans at Danqiu Mountain, has become an expected development. Yet, one wonders why the Qiyu Zhao clan has altered their battle strategy. Upon returning indoors, Wei Tu furrowed his brow. Conventionally, one would expect that the outcome of the contest between the two great immortal families would determine the fate of the mundane world. After all, the confrontation between these two illustrious families has yet to yield a victor, rendering the struggles of mortals rather insignificant. Perhaps there are factors at play that elude my understanding. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell further on it. Sometimes, what appears unreasonable may simply be beyond one's current comprehension. Tong Peipei's predictions were indeed accurate. 3 months later, Wei Tu once again beheld the graceful figure of Zhao Qingluo in her white dress as she stepped into the small courtyard on Lark Street. A premium rock shield talisman? Zhao Qingluo's brows arched slightly upon seeing the exquisite talismans Wei Tu presented, and her gaze towards him bore an added hint of admiration. At such a tender age, the ability to craft a first-tier talisman of exquisite quality already marks Wei Tu as a prodigy in the art of talismans. What level of qi cultivation do you currently possess? Zhao Qingluo inquired after a moment of contemplation, casting a glance at Wei Tuesday. To discern the cultivation realm of another practitioner, one must be at least one major realm higher. With her current level of spiritual awareness, she could only vaguely sense that Wei Tu's cultivation was at the mid-stage of qi refining. Why do you ask about my cultivation? Wei Tu questioned, puzzled. Yet he candidly disclosed his level of mastery. Qi refining, 4th layer? Zhao Qingluo exclaimed incredulously. How can your cultivation be so lacking? The spirit stones I provided you should have elevated your prowess by several minor realms. She was taken aback, recalling that Wei Tu had also been at the 4th layer of qi refining several years ago. How had time passed, yet his cultivation remained stagnant? Wei Tu sighed. Offering an explanation, I have been redirecting my efforts towards a new cultivation method and delving deeply into the art of talismans, which has impeded my progress. Typically, a practitioner could successfully transition to a new cultivation method within 3 to 4 years. However, under the influence of his late bloomer fate, the earth magnetic wood spirit seed underwent a new transformation, thereby delaying his cultivation speed. He speculated that once he successfully transitions to the earth magnetic spirit body, his aptitude should rival that of a mid-grade spiritual root. Thus, for the sake of his future cultivation, Wei Tu was willing to invest 15 years to solidify his foundation. Quick progress does not guarantee sustained advancement. True mastery lies in the accumulation of experience over time. What a pity that is. Upon hearing Wei Tu's explanation, Zhao Qingluo sighed. Given your proficiency in talismanic arts, you are indeed qualified to join the Qiyue Zhao family and become a son-in-law. However, your cultivation level is regrettably insufficient. Her expression remained serene, yet her gaze towards Wei Tu bore a hint of indifference, as if implying that he had squandered a significant opportunity. In her eyes, sacrificing time for cultivation merely to enhance his talismanic skills did not signify true genius in the art. Thus, there was no longer a need for further persuasion. As her words lingered in the air, Wei Tu found himself momentarily speechless. It seemed that Zhao Qingluo's inquiry regarding his cultivation was driven by the intention of considering him as a potential son-in-law for the Qiyue Zhao family. This Zhao Qi Luo was rather presumptuous and arrogant, he mused inwardly. For a casual cultivator to join a prestigious family like the Qiuyue Zhao and become a son-in-law was indeed a remarkable opportunity. Yet this did not extend to someone like him, a skilled talisman master with a considerable reputation. Wei Tu contemplated whether his humble demeanor upon understanding Zhao Qingluo's nature had led her to mistakenly believe he sought to affiliate with the Qiuyue Zhao family, prompting her to speak in such a manner. Fortunately, after delivering her remarks, Zhao Qi Luo returned to the main discussion, initiating the transaction regarding talismanic business, sparing Wei Tu from further embarrassment. After concluding the transaction, Wei Tu introduced Zhao Qi Luo to Tong Pei, a first-tier talisman master. A change of personnel? Zhao Qi Luo remarked with mild surprise, her memory still tethered to Master Wang, who had approached her 4 years prior to promote basic elixirs. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu felt a stirring in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he shared with Zhao Qi Luo the unfortunate news of Master Wang's demise on Yonge Street. Princess Qi Luo, Wei believed that someone intended to frame you for the death of Master Wang Dan. He clasped his hands and remarked, times have changed. The present is not like the past. Years ago, in front of Lu Yun, he refrained from disclosing that Wang Dan had been gravely injured by Zhao Qi Luo. Nor did he inform Zhao Qing Luo afterward. The reason was simple. He was of lowly status and knew that entangling himself in such troubles would not only yield no benefits, but could also invite peril upon his life. Yet now, the circumstances were different. First, he had the backing of Helian Xiong, a formidable practitioner in the late stage of qi refining. To withstand the pressure from Gongwen, he was unafraid of Gongwen. Second, he stood just one step away from becoming a mid-tier talisman master, which had elevated his status. Otherwise, Zhao Qi Luo would not have contemplated winning him over. Third, today Zhao Qi Luo had inquired about this matter, and he seized the opportunity to speak, which was both reasonable and devoid of any suspicion of deliberately dragging the Qiuyue Zhao family into the mire. After all, Gongwen was already his open enemy. If he had the chance to strike, he would certainly take it. The princess has just punished someone with the surname Wang, and now that same Wang has met his end. It's evident, even without your input, Zhao Qi Luo scoffed. By your demeanor, you must know who is behind this attempt to frame me. Speak freely without reservation. Zhao Qi Luo cast a glance at Wei Tu and said in a low voice. Gongwen. Wei Tu's expression grew serious as he replied, that old man with no hope of foundation establishment? Zhao Qi Luo was taken aback. Memories of Gongwen surfacing in her mind. The last time she visited Danqiu Mountain to procure a batch of elixirs, magical tools, and talismans. Gongwen had been one of the alchemists she considered for the elixirs. Thus, she was not unfamiliar with him. I understand now. Zhao Qingluo's gaze was as frigid as ice, and she slightly inclined her head. Although she would not readily believe Wei Tu's one-sided account, she also did not think that he would deceive her regarding this matter. After Zhao Qi Luo departed, Tong Pei, her eyes filled with concern, cautioned, Wei Daoyu. Gongwen is, after all, a mid-tier alchemist of the first rank, holding a considerable position. Having shared the same roof for 4 years, Wei Tu had even introduced her to Zhao Qingluo. Deep down, while she did not regard Wei Tu as a close friend, she perceived him as someone trustworthy. Thus, upon sensing the impending crisis, she felt compelled to offer a word of warning to Wei Tuesday Daoyu Tong. You may be unaware, but the relationship between Gongwen and myself has long been akin to water and fire. Wei Tu carefully chose his words to elucidate the nature of his interactions with Gongwen and the origins of their enmity. Why did you not mention this sooner? Tong Pei lamented. Initially drawn to the small courtyard on Lark Street, not only for its value, but also for Wei Tu's reputation of avoiding conflicts. She had not anticipated that Wei Tu had already entangled himself with Gongwen prior to her arrival. Wei Tu neither refuted her nor elaborated on the fact that it was due to Helian Xiong's presumptuous actions that his feud with Gongwen had become public. After all, for years ago, his relationship with Tong Pei had not been so amicable, and there had been no necessity to inform her in advance. May I inquire whether Daoyu Tong possesses any higher-tier earth or wood talismans? Wei Tu shifted the conversation. He had now acquired the capability to challenge the first rank of mid-tier talismans and was reluctant to remain at the level of lower-tier talismans any longer. Indeed, there exists such a thing. However, upon hearing these words, the melancholic expression on Tong Pei's face dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile as she observed the spirit stone pouch that Wei Tu held. She had witnessed the transaction between Wei Tu and Zhao Qingluo with her own eyes. This pouch contained over 100 spirit stones given to Wei Tu by Zhao Qingluo. If my esteemed friend possesses a commendable inheritance from the talisman masters, I would certainly not let you suffer any loss, Wei Tu stated gravely. Before long, their negotiations concluded. Tong Pei sold Wei Tu, a first-tier superior, would attribute talisman crafting method for a total of 89 spirit stones, alongside 3 first-tier mid-grade crafting methods for earth and wood attributes. This time, Tong Pei refrained from any tricks. Among the first-tier mid-grade talismans she provided, there was one auxiliary talisman rather than solely offensive or defensive types. After finalizing the transaction, Wei Tu visited the front office to collect several letters. At this time each year, Wei Yin and Wei Xuan would send him family correspondence. As per tradition, Wei Tu first opened Wei Yin's letter. Gradually, a smile spread across his face as he read the contents. Over the span of 6 years, she had managed to master the basic water attribute talisman. Although her talent in talisman crafting was not exceptionally remarkable, it was indeed commendable. Once she became a first-tier talisman master, there remained hope that she might glimpse the foundation establishment stage within her lifetime. Wei Tu felt immense satisfaction in his eyes. While Wei Yan's talent in talisman crafting could not rival his own, which was characterized by late-blooming potential, it was not significantly inferior to that of Tong Pei. As for Tong Pei, as long as she adhered to her path diligently, reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement before her 2 decades would not pose a challenge. With a stroke of fortune, acquiring a foundation establishment pill could lead her to successfully establish her foundation, transforming her into a true practitioner of the foundation establishment stage. Uncertain. The letter from Xiaowen this time, what did it convey? After carefully storing Wei Yan's correspondence, Wei Tu glanced at Xiaowen's letter, his expression darkening with concern. Xiaowen, possessing only a golden spiritual root, was somewhat superior in aptitude compared to Wei Yan, who had water and wood spiritual roots. Alas, Xiaowen was rather wayward. According to Wei Yan, upon entering the Baishir Lake Market, she frequently observed Xiao when mingling with a group of lowly cultivators, even engaging in flirtations with female cultivators on the streets. In response, Wei Tu had previously penned a letter to counsel Xiaowen, but regrettably, there had been no discernible improvement since then. With a sigh, Wei Tu tore open the letter. This lad is no ordinary individual. After perusing the letter, Wei Tu was astonished, his perception of Xiaowen undergoing a significant transformation. In the letter, Xiaowen disclosed a remarkable piece of news. He was to be wed, forging a partnership with none other than Mei Zhan, the daughter of the esteemed pavilion master of the Baishir Lake Market's 100 Weapons Pavilion. Although Wei Tu's knowledge of the 100 Weapons Pavilion was limited, he recognized it as a venerable establishment known for its spiritual artifacts. Those who could establish a shop in the market were either of considerable prowess or possessed extraordinary backgrounds. Like him, despite being a first-tier talisman master, he lacked the capability to open a talisman shop. Over the years, the business he managed consisted solely of private commissions. This lad, could it be that he deliberately mingled with others to draw closer to the pavilion master's daughter, seeking to gather intelligence? Wei Tu pondered in silence. One's character is evident from childhood. Xiaowen was already in his 20s when he entered the world of cultivation. He found it hard to believe that in just a few short years, Xiaowen's temperament could undergo such a profound transformation. There exists but a singular answer. Wei Xiaowen deliberately acted thus to seize the opportunity for his resurgence. At this moment, Wei Tu recalled the correspondence from yesteryears, wherein Wei Xiaowen had assessed Li Xingyi. Wei Xiaowen deemed Li Xingyi's folly not in serving the rebels' advisor, but rather in his lack of meticulousness in handling affairs. At that time, he believed that Wei Xiaowen had the potential to become Li Xingyi's successor. However, his perspective on Wei Xiaowen has since evolved. A child is not necessarily a reflection of their parent. Wei Tu felt a wave of introspection. He preferred to proceed in a steady and methodical manner, for such an approach, even if it did not lead to great heights, would spare him from catastrophic falls. Conversely, individuals like Wei Xiaowen and Li Xingyi thrived on risk, wagering small for significant gains, thereby transforming their fates. These two paths cannot be deemed right or wronged. They are inextricably linked to timing and destiny. Were it not for the fortune of late bloomers, given his talents, should he continue down this path, he would likely perish without laying a foundation, becoming but a mere relic on the arduous journey to immortality. Contemplating this, Wei Tu penned a reply to Wei Xiaowen. In his correspondence, he inscribed but a single sentence, to act as if in a game of chance may allow for one attempt, but not a second. He hoped that Wei Xiaowen would grasp this principle. Wei Tu shook his head. With the pen's descent, he carefully placed the letters from his children into a wooden box, safeguarding them. The realm of cultivation diverges significantly from the mundane world, fraught with unpredictable fortunes. Should his children falter on their path, these letters would serve as a memento of his reflections. Days later, Tong Pei conveyed Hu Yao's words, informing Wei Tu that Zhao Qing Luo had visited Geng Wen's cave dwelling, causing quite the uproar. Gungwen not only sustained severe injuries, but was also compelled to issue a public apology, surrendering a significant portion of his fortune to Zhao Qingluo. Furthermore, he agreed to serve the Qiyue Zhao family by concocting elixirs without compensation for a decade to quell this enmity. Despite his master being a second-tier alchemist, the Qiyue Zhao family is a renowned sect in Zheng country, second only to the three great clans, boasting formidable golden core cultivators within its ranks. Tong Peipei could not help but feel envious. In their world of loose cultivators, Gungwen, with his lineage, was akin to a colossal entity, even harboring grievances. They dared not voice them and were forced to swallow their indignation. Yet, to the Qiyue Zhao family, Gungwen was merely a trifling figure, easily extinguished and utterly inconsequential. Everyone is bound by fate. Tong, a fellow cultivator, was born in Danqiu Mountain, with a lineage of talismanic masters in his family. This fortuity had already placed him ahead of many, rendering Zhao Qingluo's fortunes unworthy of envy. Upon witnessing this, Wei Tu offered a comforting remark, affirming that Tong's fortunes were indeed quite commendable. After regaining her composure, Tong Peipei smiled and nodded in agreement. Gungwen's injuries were, in fact, fortuitous news for Wei Tu's day. In 2 years' time, the date of their promised gathering would arrive. Had Zhao Qingluo not intervened, resulting in Gungwen's grievous state, he had intended to forego the meeting altogether, opting to remain concealed within Danqiu Mountain. While the gathering held significance, preserving one's life took precedence. He hoped that the Qiyue Zhao family and the Qisong Jia family would remain embroiled in their conflicts for a considerable duration. Months later, upon observing Zhao Qingluo once again seeking to acquire talismans, Wei Tu could not suppress a burgeoning thought. Despite the turmoil of the secular world, which brings about untold suffering and wails of despair, the war has nevertheless bestowed upon him a bountiful harvest of spiritual stones, essentially for every first-tier talisman he can inscribe. The Qiyue Zhao family reaps an equivalent reward, allowing them to earn in a single year what would typically take 5. A year and a half later, within the talisman workshop, Wei Tu was engaged in crafting a mid-tier first-tier talisman, the revitalization talisman. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a surge of spiritual energy from within his dantian, still as tranquil as a serene pond, which unexpectedly escalated momentarily. In that instant, his spiritual pressure also ascended a level. The 5th layer of qi refinement. This familiar scene was not new to Wei Tu. It was a distinct characteristic of a minor realm breakthrough. It appeared to be the culmination of years of diligent practice. After a decade of arduous training, although his focus had been solely on transitioning his cultivation method, the enhancement of his spiritual power had been a continuous process. Contemplating this, Wei Tu reflected on his shift to the minor spring and autumn technique. Although he was currently at the 4th layer of qi refinement, the technique did not stipulate that his realm would forever remain stagnant at this initial state during the transition. Now, having reached the 5th layer at the age of 60, it seemed plausible that he could attain the 9th layer before the century mark, thus allowing him an additional 20 years to strive for the foundation establishment stage. He mused that conventional wisdom in the realm of cultivation suggests that practitioners should ideally seek to break through to the foundation establishment stage before reaching the age of 120. Exceeding this age would significantly diminish the likelihood of success, rendering one a figure of hopelessness in the eyes of others regarding foundation establishment. With the remaining time, he resolved to stabilize his realm, no longer needing to inscribe talismans. Wei Tu stepped out of the talisman chamber and made his way to the cultivation room in the small courtyard, initiating a period of seclusion. Half a year later, upon completing his retreat, he retrieved the descent token and departed from Danqiu Mountain. An hour later, at Gungwen's cave dwelling, the servant announced, "My lord, Wei Tu has taken the descent token today and left Danqiu Mountain." Chu Yin knocked on the door, casting a glance at Gungwen, whose complexion was pale as he toiled to repay debts to the Qiyue Zhao family through alchemy. She spoke up, aware of the deep-seated animosity Gungwen harbored towards Wei Tu's day. Had it not been for Wei Tu, Helian Xiong and Zhao Qingluo would not have followed closely behind. The former had publicly humiliated Gungwen, while the latter not only struck him but also inflicted injury and demanded a substantial portion of his wealth. Seeing Gungwen remain silent, Chu Yin tentatively inquired, "Shall I seek someone to pursue and eliminate Wei Tu, avenging my lord? Vengeance? Whose vengeance?" Gungwen raised his head, pausing his alchemical incantations. He glanced at Chu Yin, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Do you think so little of me? That I would involve Wei Tu in my vendetta against Zhao Qingluo?" He perceived Chu Yin's repeated mention of Wei Tu as a slight against his resolve to confront Zhao Qingluo. Chu Yin's lips twitched slightly. "What does my lord imply? Killing Wei Tu would serve no significant purpose for me. My objective is to establish a foundation. Once I achieve that, Wei Tu and his ilk will be inconsequential." Gungwen's cold laughter echoed through the room. He understood well that haste and impatience were the enemies of alchemy, having lived for many years. The servant withdrew, and Chu-Yin comprehended Gungwen's intent. She bowed slightly and prepared to exit the alchemical chamber. Wait, Gungwen called out to Chu-Yin. Does the master have any further instructions? Chu-Yin inquired, somewhat perplexed. Contact the blood old demon, Gungwen replied, raising his eyelids slightly and conveying through his consciousness. This time, let us undertake something grand. I can no longer wait. Upon hearing these words, Chu-Yin's body trembled slightly, visibly startled by Gungwen's audacity. Master, it would be wiser to seek the foundational spiritual item from Gong Shulan. It is a more prudent approach, she advised. However, Gungwen remained silent in response. Understood. I shall take my leave. Chu-Yin nodded and departed from the alchemical chamber. Meanwhile, in the market of Baishur Lake, as the decade-long agreement approached, one could not help but envy Sister Hongying for her opportunity to join the Brotherhood. In a small courtyard, 2 young men and a girl in a yellow dress were seated together. Among them, one youth bore a striking resemblance to Wei Tu, with a pair of wispy mustaches adorning his lips, reminiscent of a wandering rogue. He cast a glance at the tightly shut door of the training room and spoke with a hint of envy. Xiao1. If your cultivation reaches the mid-stage of Qi training, you could also ask Father for permission to join the Brotherhood. The girl in the yellow dress, serene in demeanor, glanced at Wei Xiaowen and smiled softly. Sister, I have only condensed my spiritual body for a few years. It is still too early for that. Wei Xiaowen replied with dissatisfaction. Noticing Wei Xiaowen's reticence, Wei Yin turned her gaze to the other young man beside her. Brother Fu, during this decade reunion, if the opportunity arises, I could inquire with my father regarding your father's matters. Regarding my father, I have no desire to pursue that topic any further. Fu replied, there is no need for you to mention it again, fellow Taoist Wei. Dressed in the attire of a martial artist, Fu Lin brushed his fingers over the old scar on his face, a shadow of somberness flickering in his eyes. He shook his head and spoke. Since my friend Ko has yet to emerge from seclusion, I shall take my leave. With a respectful bow, Fu Lin stood and bid farewell. The siblings, Wei Yin and her brother, were not taken aback by this scene. After exchanging a few polite words of retention, they allowed Fu Lin to depart. They had come to an understanding of Fu Lin's reclusive nature since he entered the world of cultivation. As he reached the entrance of the courtyard, Fu Lin paused momentarily, glancing back at Wei Yin before shaking his head again and stepping away. He did not see the phoenix hairpin he had gifted her adorning her hair. Shortly after Fu Lin's departure, Ko Hongying emerged from the cultivation chamber and settled into the seat he had vacated. Sister Hongying, avoiding Brother Fu is not a solution. He seeks you out without any ulterior motives, Wei Yin advised. It was evident to any discerning observer that Ko Hongying was using her training as an excuse merely to evade Fu Lin. It is not the same. Ko Hongying replied after a moment's contemplation. Fu Lin is too harsh on himself. Such a person is difficult to engage with. Difficult to engage with? Wei Yin replied in surprise, exchanging glances with her brother Wei Xiaowen, realizing this was merely a euphemism for Ko Hongying's disdain for Fu Lin. There might be deeper reasons at play. 7 days later, on the 13th of June, in the city of Nanhang, Xujiangdao, within the Tiansheng Tower. In the prestigious box number 3, the group gathered once more. Compared to their last reunion, the passage of 10 years had brought notable changes to each of them. Ko Liang has grown notably more robust than before, sporting a general's belly. When seated, he resembles a wealthy landlord rather than a cultivator of martial origins. Wei Fei, perhaps due to his elevation as Duke Yangla, adorns himself with a golden crown and a jade belt, resembling the attire of secular nobility. Fu Zhizhou's appearance and attire remain largely unchanged, yet his aura has become more formidable, akin to a humanoid beast of prey. As Wei Tu shifted his gaze, it fell upon Ko Hongying, a disciple of the celestial sect. After a decade, Ko Hongying has blossomed into an even more exquisite beauty, her garments flowing gracefully, exuding a chill elegance reminiscent of a fairy stepping forth from a painting. Following the customary procedure, the four began to recount their current levels of cultivation and insights. I have long since relinquished my obsession with cultivation. My current level remains at the second layer of Qi training, and I have little to share, Ko Liang stated. Shaking his head and directing his gaze towards the golden crowned Wei Fei, jesting, brother, it is your turn to speak, Duke Wei. He assumed that Wei Fei, like himself, was still at the second layer of Qi training, which is the innate realm. To his astonishment, Wei Fei's subsequent words left him flabbergasted. With a flick of his folding fan, Wei Fei proclaimed, my cultivation has recently broken through to the fourth layer of Qi training. In terms of realm, I should not surpass the third and fourth brothers. Hence, I have little in the way of insights to offer. As his words settled, the group, though intrigued by Wei Fei's fortunes, turned their attention to Wei Tu's day. This included Ko Hongying, who initially joined the Righteous Society drawn by Wei Tu's proficiency in talismans. She trusted that with the financial prowess of talisman crafting, Wei Tu must have experienced a new wave of breakthroughs in his cultivation over the past decade. In the fifth layer of Qi cultivation, Wei Tu spoke briefly, his tone somewhat subdued. Ko Hongying silently mused upon hearing this. After a decade, Wei Tu had only made a minor breakthrough. In terms of speed, he was certainly swifter than the average cultivator, yet when compared to the enhancement of his talismanic prowess, his progress seemed rather sluggish. Had Uncle Wei wasted time by transitioning to the minor spring and autumn technique? Suddenly, this thought crossed her mind, and she felt a sense of relief. Transitioning to a new technique typically required 3 to 4 years. Excluding this time, he had spent 7 years to elevate his cultivation by 1 layer, not particularly fast, yet not excessively slow either. Wei Tu nodded, affirming that he had indeed changed his technique. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall felt reassured regarding Wei Tu's pace of cultivation. Moreover, I am now capable of crafting low-grade first-tier talismans, Wei Tu revealed, sharing his advancements in talisman making. His progress in this art was already known to Helian Xiong and Zhaoqi Luo, and there was no need to conceal it from Kuliang and the others. So does this mean my younger brother is about to become a first-tier mid-grade talisman master? Kuliang exclaimed in astonishment. As his words fell, a collective gasp echoed through the room. A first-tier mid-grade talisman master held a status equivalent to that of a late-stage Qi cultivator and could even surpass them. Indeed, I did not misjudge Uncle Wei. Ko Hongying sighed in relief. Over the years, she had frequently consulted her master, the esteemed Qin Jinren, regarding the cultivation of Wei Tu and the others. As time passed, her inquiries could not help but become a source of annoyance for him, adding to her unspoken pressure. Now that Wei Tu was on the verge of becoming a first-tier mid-grade talisman master, she felt a sense of obligation to present this achievement to her master, Qin Jinren. Upon realizing it was his turn, Fujizhou hesitated for a moment before revealing that he had attained the 6th level of Qi cultivation several years prior. He had already reached this stage and had hoped that by consuming the breaking stage pill, he could ascend to the 7th level. However, to his dismay, he had failed to achieve this breakthrough. With a sigh, Fujizhou lamented the ineffectiveness of the pill. Ko Hongying, surprised by this revelation, noted that the breaking stage pill was specifically designed to assist practitioners in transitioning from the mid-Qi stage to the late stage. Could it be that Uncle Fu had encountered the legendary bottleneck? She inquired. The Qi cultivation phase consists of 3 stages, each presenting its own minor bottleneck. A practitioner with a solid foundation can easily bypass these minor obstacles, while one with a feeble foundation might find them quite detrimental. It must be due to my excessive consumption of pills, and also, I once ingested the blood food pill, a potion of the demonic path. Fujizhou nodded in agreement with Ko Hongying's assessment. Over the years, he had contemplated various methods to overcome this bottleneck and had sought to understand the roots of his affliction. The blood food pill was a potion he had taken during his initial breakthrough into the innate realm. At that time, he had been inexperienced and unaware that it was a potion of the demonic path, leading him to consume it without hesitation. Had he only taken 1 blood food pill, Uncle Fu, during the mid-Qi stage, could have spent more time solidifying his foundation, which would have greatly diminished the lingering repercussions of the blood food pill. Ko Hongying sighed softly. In her perspective, Fujizhou was excessively eager for immediate results, both before and after entering the realm of cultivation. Such rapid advancements in cultivation might yield quick results, yet they often lead to a lack of sustained progress, ultimately becoming self-imposed shackles at a certain level, followed by years of stagnation. At this moment, Fujizhou found himself ensnared at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Unable to break through to the 7th level even with the assistance of a breakthrough elixir, a predicament intrinsically linked to the hidden dangers he had previously overlooked. Every action and consequence is predetermined. Reflecting on this, Ko Hongying instinctively glanced at Wei Tu, pondering. Conversely, Uncle Wei exemplified a different approach, steady and methodical, with a focus on foundational strength. After their last gathering, she had indeed sent a letter, suggesting a more suitable cultivation technique for Fujizhou based on his circumstances. However, a decade had passed, and upon their reunion, only Wei Tu had adhered to her advice, adopting the minor spring and autumn technique. The two had made starkly contrasting choices. Ko Hongying was resolute. Although Fujizhou's current cultivation surpassed Wei Tu's, in another decade or two, Fujizhou would surely be left far behind by Wei Tu's day. After a moment of contemplation, Ko Hongying proposed a solution. Within the Mirror Water Pavilion, there resided a pharmacist who could assist her nephew in alleviating Fujizhou's lingering troubles. Unlike alchemists, pharmacists were well-versed in pharmacology, focusing more on healing and regulating the balance of yin and yang within the human body. adept at addressing the intricate ailments prevalent in the cultivation world. For instance, the toxicity resulting from excessive consumption of elixirs had created a bottleneck in Fu Zhizhou's advancement, a common affliction in the realm of cultivation. Such ailments are not easily remedied with ordinary elixirs. The most economical and effective approach would be for the pharmacist to administer targeted remedies tailored to these specific ailments. Thank you, Hongying. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhizhou felt a weight lift from his shoulders and graciously expressed his gratitude to Ko Hongying. Eventually, it was the turn of the younger Ko Hongying to share her cultivation experiences among the 5 members of the Righteous Society. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "Earlier this year, I have just transcended to the 7th level of qi refinement, surpassing my 3 uncles by a considerable margin." The 7th level of qi refinement? Upon hearing this, even Wei Tu, who had been somewhat prepared, could not help but feel astonished. It is worth noting that he and Fu Zhizhou had entered the 4th level of qi refinement several years prior to Ko Hongying. Fu Zhizhou's breakthrough to the 6th level was considered hasty and somewhat impetuous. Yet, Ko Hongying had managed to ascend from the mid-stage of qi refinement to the late stage in such a short span, crossing 3 minor realms. What could this signify if not the manifestation of a superior spiritual root, a disciple of the celestial sect? Wei Tu silently marveled. Despite lacking both talismanic arts and fortuitous encounters, Ko Hongying possessed a medium-grade spiritual root and had entered the celestial sect, becoming a disciple of a foundation-building master. In the realm of qi refinement, this destiny inevitably set her apart from them. Or perhaps, her acceptance into the Jingshui Pavilion was the true stroke of fortune, far exceeding any gains they had made during this period. "Congratulations, dear niece Hongying," they offered, regaining their composure. At that moment, whether it was Wei Tu, Wei Fei, or Fu Zhizhou, all 3 believed that admitting Ko Hongying into the Righteous Society a decade ago was an exceedingly wise decision. After sharing her insights on cultivation, Ko Hongying paused for a moment, casting a glance at the 3 before earnestly stating, "I have a humble request regarding my foundation-building endeavors. I wonder if you 3 uncles would be willing to oblige?" As the words fell, the atmosphere in the private room momentarily froze. "Hongying, if you have something to say, do not hesitate to speak directly." Wei Tu broke the silence, taking the initiative to address the matter. He was the backbone among the 4 brothers and had been the first to agree to admit Ko Hongying into the Righteous Society, a fellowship of cultivators. Thus, it was his responsibility to initiate this conversation. "If there is something, my dear niece, just say it plainly. There is no need for pretense." Wei Fei smiled, recalling that when Ko Hongying joined the Righteous Society, she had vowed to clarify any gains and losses before undertaking any actions and would never exploit the 3 of them. "Feel free to speak." Hongying. Fu Zhizhou nodded in agreement. He needed to rely on Ko Hongying's connections to heal his injuries and would not refuse her at this moment. Seeing Wei Tu and the others nod in affirmation, Ko Hongying took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. "My cultivation has now reached the 7th level of qi refinement, and soon I will face the critical juncture of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Unlike loose cultivators, we disciples of the Mirror Water Pavilion find it easier to obtain foundation establishment pills. We merely need to complete sect tasks to earn enough contribution points to exchange for them. Based on my own efforts, obtaining a foundation establishment pill would take at least 40 years, but if I could have the assistance of my 3 uncles, this time could be reduced by half." Her voice was calm. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wei Tu and the others varied. For an ordinary person, planning for a foundation establishment pill at the 7th level of qi refinement might seem like a fool's dream, yet for a disciple like Ko Hongying, it was merely a prudent preparation. If one follows the timeline, in 20 years, Ko Hongying estimates that she will have just reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, or that only a few years will have passed since her breakthrough. At this juncture, should she embark on the foundation establishment, if successful, she would essentially have squandered no time in her cultivation. In this manner, upon becoming a foundation establishment true person, her potential would significantly enhance, placing her ahead of her contemporaries. However, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that such an endeavor would undoubtedly impact the cultivation of the 3 of them. 20 years is not a trivial span. Even a slight assistance, when stretched over 2 decades, would transform this minor aid into a considerable expenditure. Once Hongying establishes her foundation, she will also assist her 3 uncles in their own foundation establishment endeavors, as she promised. Upon hearing this vow, the suppressed spirits of Wei Tu and the others lightened somewhat. If Ko Hongying can fulfill her commitment, then 20 years hence, having the support of a celestial sect true person would undoubtedly ease their path to foundation establishment. This is a foreseeable outcome. Hongying, since you have mentioned sect tasks, I presume you have already contemplated the tasks to be undertaken at the Mirror Water Pavilion. Please present them, and after we review, we shall decide whether to acquiesce." Wei Tu stated solemnly. 20 years essentially represents a tenth of his lifespan. Now at 60 years of age, he has another 60 years until the age of Tujia. This 20-year period is far more precious than the ordinary span of 20 years. Should the sect tasks proposed by Ko Hongying prove excessively demanding, he would have no choice but to decline. It is always preferable to huddle together for warmth than to face the challenges alone. However, this does not imply that in order for one individual to thrive, others must perish from hunger or cold. Cooperation must be founded upon mutual benefit, a principle explicitly articulated in their covenant. Dear uncles, please take heed. Without hesitation, Ko Hongying produced 3 jade slips from her sleeve and handed them to Wei Tu and his companions. Upon receiving the slips, Wei Tu's expression softened slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. Within these jade slips, Ko Hongying had inscribed numerous tasks, yet only 2 were designated for him to complete. Remarkably, these 2 tasks were identical: the crafting of talismans. The first required the creation of 100 inferior-grade earthquake talismans, while the second entailed 50 medium-grade illusory wood talismans. Should Uncle Wei agree to undertake this task, the young nephew would graciously provide him with the methodologies for crafting these 2 types of talismans. Observing Wei Tu's intrigue, Ko Hongying promptly added this statement. As for this matter, Wei Tu pondered, hesitating to immediately consent. The combined value of 100 inferior-grade talismans and 50 medium-grade talismans amounted to no less than 1,500 spirit stones. Even considering only the cost of materials, excluding labor, he would still need to invest at least 400 to 500 spirit stones. This implies that for Ko Hongying's foundation establishment, his uncle would be required to contribute 400 to 500 spirit stones and sacrifice several years of cultivation time. Despite Wei Tu considering himself a person of deep loyalty, the enormity of this commitment left him somewhat reluctant. I cannot agree. At this moment, Wei Fei was the first to voice his thoughts. He placed the jade slip on the table and, crossing his arms, candidly declared, I seek a life of leisure. I may accept small tasks, and though I assist Hongying once, the assigned task is too time-consuming for my taste. Unlike Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, he harbored no aspirations of foundational cultivation, thus viewing Ko Hongying's words as mere empty rhetoric, devoid of any real value. If Uncle Wei is unwilling, then I shall not impose on him. Ko Hongying pressed her lips together and retracted the jade slip that Wei Fei had placed on the table, seemingly unfazed by his refusal. Third brother, what are your thoughts? After Wei Fei finished speaking, Fu Zhizhou glanced at Wei Tu and inquired. His injury necessitated the assistance of the apothecary from the Mirror Water Pavilion, making him reliant on Ko Hongying's connections. Therefore, he lacked the resolve to dismiss her. Beside them, Ko Liang began to feel anxious about Wei Tu's response. He understood that among the tasks within Ko Hongying's jade slip, Wei Tu's was the most demanding and would yield the highest contribution points to the sect. Should Wei Tu decline, Ko Hongying's aspirations would be cast aside. Furthermore, if Wei Tu were to refuse, the indecisive Fu Zhizhou would likely follow suit, leading to Ko Hongying's isolation. She would then have no choice but to pursue the conventional path of foundational cultivation like any ordinary disciple of the Mirror Water Pavilion. I may agree, but only on one condition that Hongying must accept. Wei Tu pondered for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. The world of cultivation is unlike the mundane. Practitioners tend to be rather self-serving. Moreover, Ko Hongying is not Ko Liang. His trust in her is limited. While he is willing to assist, what if she fails to acknowledge his help afterward? As he laid the foundation, he thought it cumbersome to assist him in acquiring the foundational resources. Instead, he directly bestowed upon him 1,500 spiritual stones, thereby repaying this favor. He had no recourse to seek justification. Uncle Wei spoke frankly. Ko Hongying's expression turned serious. Wei requested that Ko write a contract, and it must be a spiritual contract. The stipulations of the contract were as follows. Upon Ko's successful foundation establishment, she must repay Wei within 20 years with a foundational spiritual item. Wei spoke earnestly. 100, I am willing to shoulder this responsibility. The market value of a foundational spiritual item hovers around 3,000 to 4,000 spiritual stones, and it is scarce, often unattainable. Of course, this is true for cultivators like them, who are scattered and at the qi refining stage. However, should Ko Hongying succeed in her foundation establishment, given her status as a foundational true immortal of her sect, acquiring such an item within 20 years would not pose a significant challenge. For the portion that is lacking, Wei expressed his willingness to supplement it with spiritual stones, ensuring that Ko would not suffer any loss. Wei added, this transaction may appear as though he invests 1,500 spiritual stones to gain a foundational spiritual item, thereby earning double the profit. However, in reality, he remains the party at a disadvantage. This is due to the potential risks Ko Hongying may encounter during her foundation establishment, such as failure, demise, or breach of contract. Should any of these unforeseen circumstances arise, it would mean that the spiritual stones he invested would go to waste. At this moment, he proactively sought to cover the price difference for the foundational spiritual item, aiming to minimize the chances of Ko Hongying reneging after her successful foundation establishment. Spiritual stones are relatively easy to acquire, yet foundational spiritual items are rare. The latter necessitates not only financial resources, but also a certain level of status. Father's words ring true. Although Uncle Wei is deeply sentimental, he delineates boundaries and clarifies mutual interests before undertaking any endeavor. He discusses benefits prior to action. Upon hearing Wei Tu's words, Ko Hongying's somewhat rigid countenance gradually unfolded into a smile. When she heard Wei Tu refer to her as Fairy Ko, her heart skipped a beat. She momentarily feared that he intended to sever ties with her. Uncle Wei's reasoning is sound. Such significant matters indeed warrant the establishment of a spiritual contract. Ko Hongying nodded with a smile. Rather than feeling any aversion towards Wei Tu's approach, she found herself in complete agreement, recognizing the wisdom in it. Brotherhood-style loyalty does not endure. It is particularly challenging to maintain in the treacherous realm of cultivation. This is a spiritual contract, which my nephew had already prepared before attending the gathering. As she spoke, Ko Hongying retrieved a piece of blue vine paper from her person and placed it on the table. She then channeled her spiritual energy and inscribed the contents of the contract upon the blue vine paper. Upon completion, Ko Hongying pricked her fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the paper. Witnessing this, Wei Tu wasted no time. He reached out and grasped the blue vine paper into his palm. After scrutinizing the contract's content, he noticed that Ko Hongying had not included his earlier suggestion regarding an additional payment, which caused him to raise an eyebrow slightly, fostering a deeper trust in her character. The spiritual contract is a unique artifact within the cultivation world, and at the Qi refinement stage, one lacks the ability to forge a counterfeit. Like Ko Hongying, after reviewing the contract, Wei Tu also let a drop of his own blood fall upon the blue vine paper. With the contract duly signed, the agreement was complete. The azure vine paper shimmered momentarily, splitting itself into two portions, which gracefully descended into the palms of Wei Tu and Ko Hongying. In light of this, I am willing to assist my niece Hongying this time. Fu Zhizhou seized the opportunity to declare. Very well, Ko Hongying nodded, retrieving another sheet of azure vine paper to forge a corresponding spirit contract with Fu Zhizhou. However, the compensation offered by Ko Hongying was considerably diminished. She did not promise a foundational spiritual artifact, but merely a condensation pill as remuneration. The condensation pill is one of the essential elixirs that practitioners at the peak of Qi refinement must consume when striving to break into the foundation establishment stage. Although not as rare and precious as the foundation establishment pill, it still holds significant value among the loose cultivator community. After Fu Zhizhou completed the signing of the spirit contract, Ko Hongying cast a glance at Wei Fei, who remained indifferent, and shook her head, secretly pondering that Wei Fei would not achieve great things. As the gathering concluded, the five emerged from the private room. Outside the door, Wei Yan and Wei Xiuan, having heard the commotion, approached and both bowed respectfully to Wei Tu, calling him father. Observing the reunion of the Wei family from behind, Fu Zhizhou's lips quivered for a moment before he sighed. He did not see his eldest son, Fu Lin, among the Wei family's offspring. 10 spirit stones should suffice for Fu Lin to embark upon the path of immortality. Father, since you have come to the Baishir Lake Market, you might as well stay a little longer. In half a year, it will be the day of my wedding with Xiaomei, Wei Xiuan remarked as he paused, glancing at Wei Tu's back. Moreover, I have a surprise in store for you and mother, he added. What surprise? Wei Tu inquired, slightly taken aback. Since the birth of Wei Xiuan, he has never received a gift from him. His eldest daughter, Wei Yin, has occasionally crafted a few garments and knitted socks for him. In half a year, you shall understand. Upon your return, do spend more time with mother. She is aging. Wei Xiuan murmured, aware that life's completeness is a rare fortune. His father, Wei Tu, having sought the path of immortality, would find it increasingly difficult to return to the mundane world, and thus, his neglect of their mother was inevitable. This, he could not blame Wei Tu for. After all, since entering the realm of cultivation, he seldom returned home unless for significant matters. Your mother did not love you in vain. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Wei Tu's lips as he approached Wei Xiuan, affectionately ruffling his hair. He recalled that during his previous visits to the secular world, he had not been able to establish a firm foothold, compelling him to hastily return to the realm of cultivation, ever striving for a better future. Now, with the prospect of foundational cultivation on the horizon, a brief indulgence of half a year to accompany the blooming apricot flowers and witness the marriages of his children seemed quite agreeable. Yinner, have you found someone special? Contemplating this, Wei Tu's gaze turned towards the serene young woman in a yellow dress before him, curiosity piqued. Wei Yin, being 4 years older than Wei Tu, would have long been betrothed by the customs of the mundane world had it not been for cultivation. Although he did not press her for marriage as a father, it was only natural for him to be concerned about her romantic prospects. No, Wei Yin replied succinctly, articulating merely those 2 words. Fu Lin did pursue my sister, but she turned him down, Wei Tu added. Fu Lin? Wei Tu mused, immediately recalling the eldest son of the Fu family, who, 10 years prior, had bowed before him seeking a loan of 10 spirit stones. What has happened to him? Wei Tu inquired. In Fu Lin, he perceived the same fervent quest for knowledge as in Fu Zhizhou. From this perspective, Fu Lin indeed resembled his father. Upon entering the Baisher Lake Market, Fu Lin, like Uncle Fu, became a facilitator of others' endeavors. However, it is peculiar that Sister Hong Ying holds a disdain for Fu Lin prior to their arrival in Nanhang City. She had deliberately avoided him. Sister Hong Ying remarked that Fu Lin is harsh on himself and is not an amiable person to engage with. Wei Tu understood that Wei Tu was inquiring about Fu Lin, and thus he recounted Fu Lin's recent circumstances in their entirety. Not easy to deal with. Wei Tu pondered. In his view, Ko Hongying was not one to curry favor or lack compassion. Upon witnessing Fu Zhizhou's injuries, she had promptly proposed a solution. Listen to Sister Hong Ying. Henceforth, minimize your interactions with Fu Lin. After a moment of reflection, Wei Tu paused, glanced at his children beside him, and solemnly advised. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind Ko Hongying's aversion to Fu Lin, he trusted her judgment. From their 2 gatherings, it was evident that Ko Hongying's character, abilities, and methods were nearly impeccable. Indeed, Father, Wei Yin and her brother nodded in agreement. After walking for a short while, the 3 arrived at the Wei residence in Nanhang City. Inside, the silver-haired Xinghua was embroidering garments. Upon hearing the familiar footsteps outside, she turned her head and called out softly. Perhaps age had dulled her hearing. Wei Guer has sought the path of immortality. How could he possibly return today? Xinghua murmured to herself. It was incorrect. This year marks a decade later. On June 13th, Wei Guer should have arrived in Nanhang City. This thought suddenly crossed her mind. With age, one might still enjoy teasing me. Xinghua shook her head, glanced back over her shoulder, then feigned indifference as she continued her needlework. Wei Tu revealed his presence. The siblings, Wei Yin and her brother, also appeared alongside him, with another embroiderer at home. You ought to sew less, lest you wear yourself out, Wei Tu remarked as he observed the densely stitched summer garment in Xinghua's hands. Although he had used his spiritual energy to nurture her health, overexertion would inevitably shorten her lifespan. It's not for you. I'm sewing for my dear grandson, Xinghua huffed. Is my grandson really that old? Wei Tu responded with surprise, glancing around. The summer garment she was stitching was evidently meant for a 13-year-old boy. He could not recall Wei Yin and her brother having born children before marriage. The only explanation was that during his absence over the past decade, Xinghua had taken in a foster grandson. Mother is sewing clothing for Xiuwen's future son. He would need 3 sets of clothing by the age of 1. This is the 37th set. Wei Yin quietly reminded. Mother fears that before her passing, she may not witness 3 generations together, nor see Xiuwen's child, she added. At this point, Wei Yin felt a pang in her heart. It was precisely because she had witnessed her mother's desolate solitude that she resolved never to marry, seeking instead the path of immortality. The realms of the celestial and the mortal, after all, are 2 distinct worlds. Beside him, Wei Tu remained silent, seated next to the bed. His gaze wandered momentarily before he retrieved the clay pipe from the half-table against the wall. After igniting it, he took 2 deep puffs. Upon his initial entry into Danqiu Mountain, Hu Yao had informed him of a talisman known as the Ice Mystic Locking Spirit Talisman, which could spare him the anguish of losing a loved one. This celestial talisman could encase a mortal in ice for a century, ensuring that during this period, their life essence would remain intact. Upon being freed from the talisman, their spirit would be whole. However, it was only after Wei Tu had spent 2 decades navigating the realm of cultivation as a talisman master that he came to realize that the so-called Ice Mystic Locking Spirit Talisman was merely a beautiful illusion. While the talisman could indeed encase a mortal for 100 years without damaging their spirit, should they remain without the divine rebirth pill to restore their corporeal form post-encasement. Once released from the talisman's power, they would age rapidly, ultimately leading to death. This method offered no escape from the inexorable passage of time. Moreover, the divine rebirth pill was a second-tier elixir, and even those in the foundation establishment stage found it difficult to procure a single one. The notion of encasing the apricot blossom for a century was, in truth, an unrealistic fantasy. Wei Tu found it challenging to reach a resolution on this matter. The pain of death is a shared experience for both mortals and cultivators, with the vast majority opting to accept it, while only a select few choose to resist. Wei Tu was uncertain whether he would become one of the former or the latter. With half a year remaining, he resolved to discuss the matter with her after the wedding of Xiu to see if she would be willing. Wei Tu set down the pipe and sighed. 100 spiritual stones, though precious to him now, were not yet indispensable. In those years, when he renounced his status, he utilized the funds from Xinghua. Now that he has embarked on the path of immortality, how could he possibly be stingy with a mere 100 spirit stones? Time flows inexorably, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. On this day, Wei Xiuwen arrived at the Wei residence with his future partner. Father, Meijin, sweet of tongue, addressed Wei Tu even before crossing the threshold. Good daughter-in-law. Wei Tu, not one to be parsimonious, responded with a smile and presented 2 talismans to Meijin as a token of their first meeting. One was a low-grade demon wood talisman, and the other was a superior rock shield talisman. Upon witnessing Wei Tu's generosity, Meijin's eyes sparkled with delight, and her fondness for him blossomed. She had presumed the Wei family to be impoverished due to Wei Xiuwen's modest means, only to discover that Wei Tu was, in fact, a skilled talisman master with considerable wealth. Go pay your respects to your mother. Wei Tu gestured towards the room where Xinghua resided. Wei Xiuwen nodded, gently tugging at the somewhat reluctant Meijin, leading her to the chamber at the opposite end of the corridor. To marry is to choose wisely. He pondered about Meijin's temperament, glancing at her retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowed. While he did not mind her plain appearance, what truly concerned him was her character. Yet, in such a short time, he could not discern her nature. Well, children will find their own fortunes. It is not my place to meddle, he thought, shaking his head, resolving not to concern himself with such trivial matters. After the wedding, he would depart from Baishur Lake and return to Danqiu Mountain. Knock, knock, knock. That evening, Wei Xiuwen rapped on the door. Father, I told you 6 months ago that I wished to surprise you and mother. With a radiant smile, Wei Xiuwen inquired, what surprise? Wei Tu, taken aback momentarily, soon recalled the words spoken by Wei Xiuwen half a year prior. At that time, Wei Xiuwen had promised a surprise for him and Xinghua 6 months later. He had thought it merely a jest, dismissing it lightly, having heard countless playful remarks from Wei Xiuwen throughout their lives. Little did he anticipate that Wei Xiuwen would indeed revisit the past and deliver upon that promise of surprise. Father, this is my gift for you and mother. Wei Xiuwen closed the doors and windows, retrieving a talisman box from his bosom and presenting it to Wei Tuesday. He then urged Wei Tu to hasten and open the box. Ice mystic locking talisman. Upon the box's opening, Wei Tu's gaze sharpened as he beheld the talisman within. He was genuinely astonished that Wei Xiuwen shared his intention to use the ice mystic locking talisman to preserve that cherished sentiment. This talisman cost 100 spirit stones. Where did you acquire such funds? Wei Tu furrowed his brow, casually placing the talisman box on the tea table beside him as he inquired. Logically, given Wei Xiuwen's capabilities, it would have been impossible for him to gather such wealth in merely a decade. He feared that Wei Xiuwen had strayed onto a darker path, perhaps becoming a rogue cultivator. I received some pocket money from Xiaomei, and my sister contributed some spirit stones as well. Wei Xiuwen offered a brief explanation. Following this, he knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Wei Tuesday. Mother has cared for her child so dearly. I truly do not wish for her to face death after 100 years. Father, you are willing to support me and my sister in our pursuit of the immortal path. Why then, do you hesitate to support Mother? If you choose not to assist her, then I shall bear this responsibility. His eyes were red, tears streaming down his face. The successful condensation of the spiritual body was comparable to that of a medium-grade spiritual root. The moonlight outside the hall pierced through the gaps of the doors and windows, mingling with the warm glow of the oil lamp, casting a pale and dim light within the room. Upon hearing Wei Xiuwen's words, Wei Tu fell into a brief silence. At that moment, his mind was filled with myriad thoughts, gratitude for Wei Xiuwen's filial piety, joy at the prospect of family reunification. Yet, overshadowing these sentiments was the melancholic expression of his master, Shan Wuju, upon witnessing Shan Fang's abrupt departure decades ago. From Shan Wuju's final moments, it was evident that he did not believe the father and daughter had ever been at odds from the very beginning. Mortal desires for wealth had led to enmity between them. However, cultivators were not exempt from such shackles. Without the essence of humanity, immortals become mere cold, unfeeling mountains. Wei Xiuwen's devotion to Xinghua was certainly a source of pride for him as a father, yet he pondered whether, in a decade or two, Wei Xiuwen would come to regret today's decision. After all, it was a sum of 100 spiritual stones, not an insignificant amount. Please rise, Wei Tu sighed and said. Yes, father, Wei Xiuwen replied, rising and wiping the tears from his face with his sleeve, standing with hands clasped. Your mother is immortal, aging, and has not trained in martial arts since childhood. Even with the ice mystic locking spirit talisman, she will forever be barred from the path of immortality. Moreover, should the talisman be used without the spirit rebirth pill to reshape your mother's physical form and soul, she will meet her end in a century. Wei Tu carefully considered his words and articulated the various shortcomings of the ice mystic locking spirit talisman. Xinghua, now merely 63 years of age, could easily live another 2 to 3 decades with proper care. However, should the ice mystic locking spirit talisman be employed at this moment, a century hence, without the aid of a spirit forging pill, it would not only squander precious spirit stones, but also render the last 2 to 3 decades of Xinghua's lifespan into mere vapor. It was precisely this concern that caused him to hesitate in deciding whether to purchase the ice mystic locking spirit talisman to freeze Xinghua's essence. Was there truly such a thing as a spirit forging pill? Wei Xiaowen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Observing this exchange, Wei Tu could not help but shake his head. As he suspected, Wei Xiaowen had been in the realm of cultivation for too short a time and had not yet learned of the flaws associated with the ice mystic locking spirit talisman. The spirit forging pill was a second-tier elixir, and even for a foundation establishment practitioner, acquiring one was a formidable challenge. Wei Tu cast a glance at Wei Xiaowen and spoke gravely. To take a step back. Even if fortune smiled upon them and they obtained a spirit forging pill a century later, supporting a mortal in their 60s to embark on the path of immortality would not be a trivial endeavor. This time, you have spent a considerable amount of spirit stones. I shall reimburse you half, treating it as a lesson learned. Henceforth, do not act with such recklessness. Wei Tu closed the talisman box and retrieved his pouch of spirit stones from his waist. Father, I have a differing perspective, Wei Xiaowen interjected, interrupting Wei Tu's actions. Is it so simple to suggest that my mother should embark on the path of immortality merely because the difficulties of mortal cultivation, along with the inevitability of aging and illness, can be brushed aside with a few words? If there were no immortals in this world, would a child sit idly by, using the excuse that everyone has their fate, while their parents suffer from ailments? Upon hearing such words, the officials and neighbors would undoubtedly point fingers at me, branding me as a disloyal son. With a self-deprecating sigh, Wei Xiaowen stepped forward, took the talisman box from the table where Wei Tu had placed it, and strode out. He then called out from a distance, "If the father is unwilling, let the son bear this responsibility." A few days later, Wei Xiaowen and Mei Zhen held their wedding in the city of South Hangzhou. After the ceremony, Wei Tu had the opportunity to meet Mei Yuanfeng, the esteemed head of the 100 Arms Pavilion and father-in-law of Wei Xiaowen. Mei Yuanfeng spoke highly of Wei Xiaowen, stating, "Your adopted son is well raised, given time. He is bound to achieve greatness." Wei Tu, taken aback, inquired why Mei Yuanfeng held such a high opinion of Wei Xiaowen. "He is diligent and responsible," Mei Yuanfeng replied. "During his apprenticeship at my 100 Arms Pavilion, he was always the last to leave, demonstrating both dedication and competence." "Is it merely for these reasons?" Wei Tu asked, slightly perplexed. He had assumed that Wei Xiaowen's talent in artifact forging had earned him the admiration of the pavilion master. To his surprise, Mei Yuanfeng's esteem was solely based on Wei Xiaowen's character. Sensing Wei Tu's confusion, Mei Yuanfeng chuckled heartily and remarked, "My 100 Arms Pavilion is filled with talented artisans. It is not solely on the basis of this that Wei Xiaowen stands out to me." Wei Tu nodded in understanding and refrained from rebuttal. From the letters Wei Xiaowen had sent him, he could discern that marrying Mei Zhen was not as effortless as he had imagined. There were undoubtedly matters of which he remained unaware. However, it would be inappropriate to mention Mei Yuanfeng, Mei Zhen's father. After the wedding concluded, Wei Tu had no intention of lingering in the city of Nanhang for long. Before parting, he adhered to his original plan and conversed with Xinghua, inquiring whether she would be willing to be frozen in time for a century, awaiting a fleeting chance at immortality. Xinghua shook her head in refusal. She approached the offering table and presented a handful of incense before the spirit tablet of Shan Wujiu, then said, "In this lifetime, being able to marry you, this man, is already enough for me. To seek further blessings may invite divine retribution." A few days prior, Xiaowen had also broached this subject, but I had declined. A smile graced her lips. Observing this, Wei Tu sighed deeply and ceased his persuasion. He understood that Xinghua did not lack the desire to embark on the path of immortality. Rather, she feared that such a pursuit might burden him and Wei Xiaowen. After all, who among the world does not envy the immortal? After spending 3 more days at the Wei residence, Wei Tu took his leave. Unlike the previous occasion, he was not accompanied by Fu Zhizhou this time, nor did he need to lay ambush for the bandit Xiaoyingbing. To avoid drawing attention, he disguised himself as usual and deliberately steered clear of the main roads along his journey. After 7 or 8 days, he returned safely to the Danqiu Mountain Market. Surprisingly, Gengwen had not sent anyone to pursue him. Upon returning to Yonge Street, Wei Tu removed his robe, which was adorned with talismans, and let out a quiet sigh. Although he had known that Geng Wen had been grievously injured by Zhao Qingluo when descending the mountain, he had prepared for the worst, anticipating an ambush. However, to his astonishment, he had encountered no dangers from the moment he left the mountain until his return. Had he encountered Geng Wen, with his 9th level of qi cultivation, he would have felt no fear. Wei Tu cast a glance within his dantian, where a magnetic essence, akin to the size of an infant's fist, had taken form. For several years, his magnetic spirit seed had been continuously generating magnetic essence, accumulating over time. Now, his magnetic essence was sufficient to sustain him in flight for several hours. With the ability to soar through the skies and adorned with numerous talismans, Wei Tu mused that his strength during the qi refinement stage was no longer insignificant. Even if he were to face defeat, he could still escape with ease. At this rate, it seemed unnecessary to wait the full 15 years. In 2 or 3 years, his magnetic spirit transformation would be complete. Wei Tu collected his thoughts and glanced once more at the progress of his spirit transformation, contemplating. The timeline associated with the late bloomer destiny was primarily based on his circumstances at the time, with some degree of deviation. Now, having reached the 5th layer of qi refinement, the efficiency of his spirit transformation had increased significantly compared to before. 2.5 years swiftly passed. One day, within the training room of the courtyard on Yonge Street, a formidable wave of spiritual pressure suddenly surged forth, sweeping the surrounding earthy spiritual energy into a frenzy. Had Helian Xiong broken through to the 9th layer of qi refinement? Inside the room, Tong Pei sensed this surge of spiritual pressure and pondered. Such overwhelming spiritual pressure typically emanated only from someone in the late stages of qi refinement. However, she soon sensed the violent upheaval of earthy spiritual energy nearby. How could this be? Was it Wei Tu who had achieved a breakthrough? Tong Pei was utterly astonished. As far as she knew, Wei Tu was still in the mid-qi refinement stage and could not possibly possess such spiritual pressure indicative of the late stage. The depth of his foundation was truly remarkable, as his breakthrough reached a level equivalent to the late stage of qi cultivation. Tong Pei's face revealed a look of envy. For a cultivator, possessing a solid foundation in their practice signifies the potential for greater achievements. At this moment, Wei Tu had transcended the mid-stage of qi cultivation. Yet his spiritual pressure was akin to that of the late stage, a realization she grasped all too well. Meanwhile, Helian Xiong, resting within the confines of his chamber, sensed the commotion caused by Wei Tu's breakthrough. Such a significant disturbance at the 6th level of qi cultivation? This talisman master is even more enigmatic than I had anticipated. Helian Xiong's gaze turned towards the direction of the training room, his expression contemplative. He had previously believed that Wei Tu lagged behind Fu Zhizhou due to limitations in talent, considering the ease with which a talisman master could procure breakthrough elixirs. Yet now, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. At this moment, not only had Wei Tu caught up to Fu Zhizhou in terms of cultivation, but his foundation was also far more solid than that of Fu Zhizhou. Once Wei Tu reaches the late stage of qi cultivation, he might very well possess the ability to become a first-tier high-grade talisman master, capable of inscribing the family talismans passed down through generations. Helian Xiong's eyes darkened with thought. 63 years old, at the 6th level of qi cultivation. In the training room, Wei Tu's consciousness transcended his physical form. After casting a glance at his own magnetic spiritual body, which radiated a greenish-yellow hue, a subtle smile graced his lips. During his 4th level of qi cultivation, he had fretted over the possibility of stagnation over the next 15 years, fearing the waste of precious time and lifespan. Little did he expect that, 13 years later, he would not only transform his solid earth body into a higher-tier magnetic spiritual body, but also break through 2 levels to reach the 6th level of qi cultivation, far exceeding his expectations. Subsequently, Wei Tu calmed his mind, meticulously attuning himself to the absorption of surrounding spiritual energy by the geomagnetic spirit. Under his divine perception, the earthy spiritual essence surged towards him like a dragon returning to the sea, arriving at a speed 3 to 4 times greater than his previous experiences. As he had anticipated, upon coalescing, the geomagnetic spirit elevated his aptitude to that equivalent of a mid-grade spiritual root cultivator. The breakthrough from the 4th to the 5th level of qi training was a result of his accumulated efforts, a flourishing born from profound preparation. However, the transition from the 5th to the 6th level seemed to be influenced by the geomagnetic spirit itself. A mid-grade spiritual root harbors the potential to reach the foundational stage, rendering the bottleneck of the qi training realm almost inconsequential for cultivators of such caliber. Wei Tu pondered the reasons behind his recent advancement in cultivation. 102, brother has departed. Having contemplated these thoughts, Wei Tu felt a surge of excitement. Ko Hongying was poised to achieve a complete mastery of qi training within 20 years. While his circumstances were not as favorable as hers, Even if he extended that time frame to 30 years, he would still be ahead of a considerable number of loose cultivators. After all, over 90% of foundational stage loose cultivators only succeeded in establishing their foundation after reaching a century of age. Nonetheless, all of this hinged upon the condition that he could obtain a foundational pill immediately after reaching complete mastery of Qi training. Wei Tu regained his composure. For loose cultivators, the path of Qi training was relatively straightforward, yet obtaining a foundational pill proved to be a significant challenge. Even if he, like Ko Hongying, achieved complete mastery within 20 years, it would be of no avail without the foundational pill. The Taishan sect stipulated that any loose cultivator possessing 2 foundational spiritual items could visit the office to exchange for a foundational pill. I have entered into a spiritual contract with Ko Hongying, through which I shall receive a foundational spiritual object within 20 years of her establishing her foundation. Now, only one remains. Wei Tu pondered quietly. The reason he had requested Ko Hongying to sign the spiritual contract during the gathering, promising a foundational spiritual object in return, was precisely for this purpose. At that time, he had already begun to strategize his path to foundation establishment after achieving the completion of his Qi training. As for the other foundational spiritual object, Wei Tu shifted his gaze towards the Shanty district several miles away. He recalled Master Wang Dan mentioning that Gong Shulan possessed a foundational spiritual object. It was precisely due to this foundational spiritual object that Master Wang Dan later met his demise at the hands of Gong Wan. Should the opportunity arise, I shall seize it. Wei Tu made his resolution. He was no longer the innate warrior who had just stepped into Danqiu Mountain. There was no longer a need to fear the potential calamities that might arise from engaging with Gong Shulan. Days later, Wei Tu emerged from his seclusion. The 2 neighbors of Yonge Street stepped out of their doors, bearing gifts to congratulate him. Besides Helian Xiong and Tong Peipei, there was also Fu Zhizhou, who had evidently come upon receiving a message from Helian Xiong to convey his congratulations. Congratulations, third brother, on attaining the 6th level of Qi training, Fu Zhizhou said with a smile. The chorus of congratulatory voices filled the small courtyard of Yonge Street with warmth and joy. Today, I shall host you all at Jingyan residence. Wei Tu smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. Having said this, he placed the 3 gifts inside his house, locked the door, and led the 3 of them towards Jingyan residence. Friend Helian, this sweet and sour carp is quite delightful. You should have a taste. At the banquet, Tong Peipei unexpectedly lifted her chopsticks and served a piece of fish to Helian Xiong. Nearby, Wei Tu raised an eyebrow at this gesture. As an old hand who had traversed the mundane world into the realm of cultivation, he immediately discerned Tong Peipei's unusual affection for Helian Xiong. Alas, it was a case of unrequited love. The woman harbored feelings, while the man remained indifferent. Wei Tu glanced at Helian Xiong again, noticing a hint of impatience on his face, and shook his head in dismay. Soon, as the guests became merry and the banquet came to an end, Wei Tu approached Fu Zhizhou, who had lingered behind, and patted him on the shoulder, inquiring, "How did the prescription from Master Chen work for you?" Having observed Fu Zhizhou's dejection earlier in the courtyard, Wei Tu had refrained from probing due to the inappropriateness of the moment. He could surmise the cause of Fu Zhizhou's dismay. After all, for over 2 decades in the realm of cultivation, Fu Zhizhou had consistently outstripped him in terms of advancement. When Wei Tu was at the 4th stage of Qi refinement, Fu Zhizhou had already reached the 6th stage, mere steps away from the latter part of Qi refinement. However, 5 or 6 years had passed, and now their levels of cultivation were equal, with Wei Tu even on the verge of advancing to the later stage first. Reflecting on this, Wei Tu mused that if he were in Fu Zhizhou's position, he too would feel a tinge of frustration. As for Master Chen, he was an esteemed alchemist from the Mirror Water Pavilion, called upon by Ko Hongying through her connections to assist Fu Zhizhou. Master Chen has prepared elixirs for me, and with their aid, after another 4 to 5 years of diligent practice, I should be able to overcome this bottleneck. Fu Zhizhou managed a forced smile. His breakthrough in the realm of Wei Tu was devoid of any jealousy, for he had always been acutely aware of Wei Tu's diligent efforts. Ultimately, it was his own avarice for immediate success that led him to encounter a bottleneck. That as well, Wei Tu nodded. At this juncture, after a moment of contemplation, Wei Tu offered some words of comfort. "Fourth brother, you are 2 years my junior. Perhaps in 3 or 4 years, you may surpass me, advancing to the later stages of Qi cultivation." "What my third brother says is indeed wise," Fu Zhizhou replied, regaining his confidence, a smile gracing his face as he declared, "As brothers, let us both progress to the later stages of Qi cultivation." The 2 conversed as they walked, soon arriving at the small courtyard on Lark Street. Upon entering, Wei Tu's gaze shifted, and he was taken aback by the unexpected visitor at his door. "Master Wei, you return now. making this princess wait a considerable time. Zhao Qi Luo remarked, her brows furrowed in impatience. She recalled that Wei Tu had been secluded in the small courtyard for his training and, having not received prior notice, had come directly to find him. However, she had not anticipated being met with disappointment. Wei Tu had grown accustomed to Zhao Qingluo's lack of decorum and, with a respectful gesture, inquired, "May I ask what brings Princess Qi Luo to my humble abode?" 2 years prior, while en route to Danqiu Mountain, he had gathered intelligence regarding the specific military engagements between the two prominent mundane powers, Feng Dynasty and Zhang Kingdom. The conflict had ceased, with Feng Dynasty suffering defeat and being compelled to cede a territory. Given that these two mundane powers had reached a cessation of hostilities, Wei Tu surmised that the Qi Yue Zhao family and the Qisong Jia family must have also come to some form of agreement, refraining from further conflict. After all, even the most formidable Golden Core families could not sustain the prolonged depletion of resources caused by years of warfare. Thus, when Zhao Qi Luo sought him out this time, Wei Tu found himself somewhat perplexed. In previous instances, Zhao Qing Luo had personally visited to acquire his talismans because the Zhao family, mobilized for war, was too numerous to spare anyone else, which led to her being sent in their stead. A few days prior, an official who had defected from Fengchao, named Shan Xinqiu, was said to be connected to him. Zhao Qingluo's brows furrowed in displeasure as she retrieved a letter from her storage pouch and magically delivered it into Wei Tu's hands. Shan Xinqiu? Wei Tu was momentarily taken aback. As he searched his memories, he recalled that Shan Xinqiu was the grandson of his master, Shan Wujiu, and the legitimate son of Shan Yangong. After Shan Wujiu's passing, Shan Yangong had moved to Sanyuan Township, taking residence in the Shan family compound, never to return to the capital. When the rebel forces threatened to besiege Qifeng City, Wei Tu had contemplated relocating the Shan family along with his own kin. However, Shan Yangong was reluctant to abandon his ancestral estate and declined his offer. Subsequently, after entering the realm of cultivation, due to the establishment of Fengchao and the ensuing isolation, he gradually lost contact with Shan Yangong. Over 2 decades had elapsed. Wei Tu had not anticipated that he would come across a letter from Shan Xinqiu, delivered by Zhao Qi Luo, within the cultivation world. This individual was a descendant of Wei Tu's mundane martial arts master. He requested that Princess Qing Luo instruct the court to pardon him. After briefly perusing the letter, Wei Tu inclined his head in gratitude towards Zhao Qing Luo, expressing his appreciation. At this moment, he regarded Zhao Qing Luo with a newfound perspective. She was not as aloof and unapproachable as he had initially perceived. Although delivering this letter was merely incidental for Zhao Qi Luo, her willingness to do so was commendable in its own right. In the eyes of many cultivators, mortals are scarcely regarded as more than beasts, let alone someone like Zhao Qing Luo, a prodigy from a family of immortal practitioners. This matter is trivial. Zhao Qing Luo nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to depart, preparing to lift her skirt and leave. Have you broken through to the 6th layer of Qi cultivation? Zhao Qi Luo paused, casting a careful glance at Wei Tu. Her tone tinged with surprise. She recalled that just a few years prior, Wei Tu's cultivation had merely reached the 4th layer, showing no signs of advancement. How is it that after several years, you have managed to progress 2 layers in your cultivation? I had transitioned to a different technique a few years ago. Focusing on the path of talismans, which caused some delays, Wei Tu replied evasively. He suspected that his cultivation base still lacked stability, which allowed Zhao Qi Luo to discern his current level of proficiency. What I said years ago still stands. If Master Wei is willing, given your current cultivation and status as a talisman master, you would qualify to join my Qi Yue Zhao family as a son-in-law. Zhao Qi Luo reiterated the matter from the past. Her tone was calm, as if she genuinely believed that becoming a son-in-law of the Qi Yue Zhao family was a commendation for Wei Tuesday. After all, while the status of a son-in-law may be lowly, it greatly depends on the family. The son-in-law of the Qi Yue Zhao family, though not on par with the legitimate sons and grandsons, certainly holds a position superior to that of collateral branches. In terms of external standing, it is only second to disciples of the immortal sections. I appreciate the princess's kindness, but I must decline. Wei Tu responded succinctly, rejecting the offer outright. What a pity. Zhao Qi Luo sighed, turning away to depart without further persuasion to wait Tuesday. Once Zhao Qi Luo had left, Wei Tu collected his thoughts, returned to his chamber, and sat cross-legged to continue consolidating his 6th layer of Qi cultivation. He has now become quite an experienced figure in the realm of cultivation. Well aware of the fortuitous opportunity presented by Zhao Qi Luo regarding the matter of the son-in-law, the Qi Yue Zhao clan is a prominent Golden Core family, operating under a system akin to that of the celestial sections. By fulfilling a requisite number of contribution points, one may exchange for a foundational pill from the clan, a golden opportunity to ascend. However, Wei Tu has his own considerations. He does not believe that the foundational pills of the Chiyue Zhao clan are easily obtainable, particularly for someone of his foreign status. Furthermore, becoming a member of the Zhao family would strip him of the freedom he currently enjoys as a lone cultivator, as a portion of his earnings from talisman crafting would need to be surrendered to the Chiyue Zhao clan. Once his cultivation was stabilized, Wei Tu began to complete the first sect task assigned to him by Ko Hongying, to craft 100 inferior-grade earth-shaking talismans. The earth-shaking talisman is classified as inferior grade. With Wei Tu's current proficiency in talisman crafting, he could master this skill after a few months of practice. Over the course of 3 months, Wei Tu managed to draw 15 earth-shaking talismans. He bundled these talismans neatly and placed them in an envelope, preparing to send them to the Danxiu mountain station en route to the Baisher Lake marketplace. Fellow Taoist Wei, fortuitously, you have arrived just in time. There is a letter for you. The station attendant called out to Wei Tu with a smile, handing him a letter. A letter? Upon receiving it, Wei Tu noticed the emblem of the Jingshui pavilion stamped upon it, causing his expression to stiffen. Ko Hongying seldom sends him letters. Elder brother has departed? Upon opening the letter, as soon as he read halfway, a look of regret surfaced upon his face. The cause of Ko Liang's death. The exquisite use of fragrant luonos, life, akin to the moon, waxes and wanes, fortunes and misfortunes befall individuals without warning. More than 20 years ago, when Wei Tu first entered the realm of cultivation, he understood well that it was improbable for all 4 brothers to successfully establish their foundations and live to the end of their days. After all, the world of cultivation was perilous beyond measure compared to the mundane one. Someone was bound to fall behind, or even perish. Yet, he had not anticipated that the first to succumb would be Ko Liang. After carefully stowing the letter, Wei Tu departed from the post station and made his way to Fujizhou's residence. Coincidentally, Fujizhou had not ventured to the Yaolang mountain range that day. Eldest brother has died? Fujizhou exclaimed in shock upon hearing Wei Tu's words. As the gravity of the news sank in, he seemed to lose all his strength, collapsing heavily into his chair. After a prolonged moment, he slowly regained his composure. How did he die? He croaked, his throat parched, his gaze fixed on Wei Tu's day. Their friendship had spanned over 40 years. Ko Liang was not merely a brother by blood, but one whose bond transcended familial ties. Fujizhou had always believed that as the one wielding the sword, he would be the first to fall in the journey of immortality, but unexpectedly, Ko Liang had departed before him. The letter revealed that Ko Liang had met his end while assisting Hongying with a sect mission in the secular world, where he encountered a first-tier Qingye snake that inflicted grievous wounds upon him, leading to his untimely demise. Wei Tu produced the letter, extending it toward Fujizhou as he spoke. He perished in Guishan Prefecture? Upon reading the letter, Fujizhou's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. Ordinarily, one would not encounter monsters in the mundane world. In the Zheng Kingdom, such creatures were confined to the Yaolang mountain range and other treacherous locales, hidden realms. Guishan Prefecture, being densely populated and lacking in spiritual energy, should not harbor wild beasts. Thus, it was evident that the creature responsible for Ko Liang's death must have been a spiritual pet of a certain cultivator. This enmity, Fu would assuredly avenge. Fujizhou clenched the letter tightly, gritting his teeth. Despite the entanglements of interests among the 4 brothers, their bond was genuine. After so many years, they had become inseparable as life and death companions. They would first proceed to Baisher Lake's market to seek out Hongying and inquire about the specifics. In contrast to Fujizhou's fury, Wei Tu remained considerably composed. After all, among the 4 brothers, the second brother, Wei Fei, was rather erratic. And now that Ko Liang had passed away, it was up to him to shoulder the responsibility. Days later, in the Tsujiang Road of Nanhang City, at the Ko residence, when Wei Tu and Fujizhou arrived, the Ko household was draped in white silk and banners of mourning. Inside and outside the main hall, a multitude of Ko family descendants knelt in grief. Behind them knelt the descendants of the Wei and Fu families, all clad in mourning attire. As Wei Tu and Fujizhou descended, amidst the silent weeping of the crowd, they approached the altar, took a handful of incense, ignited it, and bowed 3 times before the spirit tablet of Ko Liang, placing it into the incense burner thereafter. With tears streaming down her face, Ko Hongying, dressed in mourning garments, rose and deeply bowed to Wei Tu and Fujizhou. This time, her uncle's death was due to her own actions, and she felt a profound sense of guilt towards her father and her 3 uncles. Since the establishment of the E-Society Alliance, the Ko, Wei, and Fu families had cultivated a close kinship. Externally, she was a revered disciple of the celestial sect, yet within her family, she was obliged to heed the counsel of her 3 elders, including Wei Tu's day. There is no need for self-reproach, Wei Tu remarked, glancing at Ko Hongying's haggard visage. Shaking his head, this was merely an unfortunate accident. He understood that the tasks Ko Hongying had assigned to Ko Liang were all simple and safe. devoid of any life-threatening risks. For instance, the mission undertaken by Ko Liang at the time of his demise merely involved seeking a rare herb known as the crystal jade grass in Guangxuan Prefecture. Unfortunately, misfortune struck along the way, an occurrence unforeseen by all. One could only blame the cultivator who raised the first-tier green leaf serpent. Had it not been for her nephew, her father would not have neglected his cultivation over the years. Ko Hongying wallowed in self-reproach. Her father, Ko Liang, hailed from a martial official background during his mortal years and possessed commendable skills. If not for his relentless efforts to accumulate spirit stones for her cultivation, which diverted his focus from his own practice, he might not have succumbed to defeat and severe injury upon encountering a first-tier green leaf serpent. Ultimately, the fault lay with her. It was her presence that caused Ko Liang to neglect his cultivation, rendering him ill-equipped to face such unforeseen calamities. Witnessing this scene, Wei Tu ceased his attempts at consolation. This was a personal struggle for Ko Hongying, one that no amount of advice could alleviate. Only the passage of time could facilitate her self-discovery. During their conversation, Wei Fei arrived at the Ko residence. Upon seeing Ko Liang's spirit tablet, he displayed a look of melancholy and offered a handful of incense. Third brother, I find myself somewhat fortunate for the choices I made in the past, Wei Fei quietly reflected as he approached Wei Tuesday. In his earlier days, he had boldly proclaimed that he would not marry or have children until he achieved immortality. However, upon entering the realm of cultivation, he regretted that decision. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou each faced their circumstances. Although the eldest, Ko Liang, possessed mediocre talent, he had a daughter with a mid-grade spirit root. Yet, Wei Fei found himself in a precarious position, lacking the audacity to act as a surrogate, and without any exceptional skills or capable descendants to help him fulfill his aspirations for immortality. Alone, he stood in solitude, adrift. However, upon witnessing the demise of Ko Liang, who perished while assisting his daughter in completing her foundational task, any remnants of regret he harbored vanished without a trace. Wei Fei understood that should he be blessed with offspring, he might very well follow in Ko Liang's footsteps, exhausting himself in tireless efforts for his children until his last breath. Each individual possesses their own fated path. Wei Tu shook his head, refraining from passing judgment on the choices made by Ko Liang and Wei Fei, whether right or wrong. He believed that in Ko Liang's final moments, he would not lament the decisions he made over 2 decades prior. Who among the 3 of us shall be the next to meet their end? This thought unexpectedly arose in Wei Fei's mind as he gazed at the coffins arranged within the mourning hall. For the first time, a sense of urgency enveloped him. Among the trio, it appeared that Fu Zhizhou, as the appointed executor, was in the most perilous situation. Yet, in truth, his mastery of both spirit and martial prowess rendered him overwhelmingly powerful against peers of his level, and with life-preserving talismans at his disposal, his demise would be unlikely unless confronted by a formidable foe. Wei Tu, as a talisman master, may not possess great combat strength, yet the abundance of protective charms he wielded made his fall equally improbable. As for Wei Fei, though he generally led a carefree life devoid of danger, should he encounter a crisis akin to that faced by Ko Liang, his abilities would likely prove insufficient for survival. As night fell, the families gradually departed, retreating to their respective quarters for rest. At that moment, at Wei Tu's request, Ko Hongying approached the coffin and revealed Ko Liang's remains. Wei Tu stepped closer to the coffin, casting a glance at Ko Liang's lifeless body, and carefully extracted some darkened blood from the wound in his abdomen. He employed a spell to draw this dark blood into a pill bottle, inhaled its scent briefly, then tucked the vial securely into his bosom. Witnessing this scene, Ko Hongying's gaze towards Wei Tu softened considerably. In the past, regarding the matter of the Duyuan Dan, I had quarreled with my father, believing that he should not have reciprocated with such grand gifts. Now it appears I was mistaken, she mused quietly. The venom of the Qingye snake is not a rare commodity. Wei Tu's collection of this dark blood serves little purpose beyond exacting revenge on his enemies. Observing Wei Tu's actions, Fu Zhizhou and the others, belatedly realizing the significance, began to gather some of the dark blood in a similar manner. After paying their respects to Ko Liang, the 3 of them dispersed once more. Wei Fei returned to the divine capital, intending to accompany Master Wu Xian in his final journey, for in a few years, it would be the day of Master Wu Xian's demise. Fu Zhizhou had initially planned to return to Danqiu Mountain with Wei Tu, but after meeting with Fu Lin, his eldest son, he became entangled in family matters and allowed Wei Tu to proceed alone. Upon leaving Nanhang City, Wei Tu pondered for a moment, deciding against returning to Danqiu Mountain just yet. He veered off course, heading towards Guangxuan Prefecture. After years of cultivation, his Tiangxiang Luo Gong had reached perfection. Similar to the influence of the geomagnetic spirit body, under the auspices of the late bloomer fate, his Xiang Luo nose, upon achieving completion, exhibited an extraordinary prowess. Its ability to detect scents extended beyond the 3-mile range documented in the techniques, reaching 5 miles. Within a 1-mile radius, even if concealed by a breath-concealing talisman, his Xiang Luo nose could still discern the corresponding scents. Hence, Wei Tu's journey to Guangxuan Prefecture was to utilize his Xiang Luo nose to track down the Qingye snake that had slain Ko Liang, as well as the cultivator who had raised the serpent. The reason for not inviting Fu Zhizhou to accompany him lies in Wei Tu's profound confidence in his own abilities. With the presence of geomagnetic yuan light, even if he were to be overpowered by his foes, he could effortlessly soar into the skies and make a graceful escape. Since his entry into the realm of cultivation, he had only vanquished a rogue cultivator named Zhuo Yin and had yet to engage in a genuine battle with anyone. This time, he sought to hone his combat skills to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances in the future. 2 days later, Wei Tu arrived at the location where Ko Liang had encountered the green leaf serpent. The serpent's aura had nearly dissipated. Wei Tu took a few light sniffs, opened a pill bottle to inhale its contents, and then meandered through the surrounding underbrush. After a quarter of an hour, he pinpointed a direction and sped off. After traversing several miles, he veered into a secluded valley and halted his steps. Here, the scent of the green leaf serpent grew increasingly potent, suggesting that the cultivator was hiding nearby. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before retrieving 2 talismans from his person. These talismans were the foundational concealment talisman and the mid-tier Earth Escape talisman. The Earth Escape talisman was one of the talisman-making techniques sold to him by Tong Pei during their last encounter. After affixing the concealment talisman to his body, he pinched the Earth Escape talisman between his fingers and recited a few incantations. Soon, the ground beneath his feet turned as soft as quicksand. Witnessing this phenomenon, Wei Tu clasped the talisman in his palm, took a deep breath, and channeled his spiritual energy to immerse himself in the yielding earth. After traversing several hundred meters underground, Wei Tu came to a halt. He retrieved the mid-grade with spirit stone given to him by Helian Xiong and absorbed its spiritual energy for a while. Once he felt his spiritual power replenished, he carefully nestled several attack talismans between his fingers and stealthily advanced. When he was approximately 3 meters from the surface, he paused once more. His consciousness extended outward, cautiously surveying the commotion within the valley. Before long, Wei Tu spotted an elderly man clad in a blood-red robe standing before a cave. The old man, with hair and beard as white as snow, held a majestic golden eagle on his left shoulder while a slender green snake coiled around his right arm. The sight of the green snake, a Qingye snake, ignited a murderous intent within Wei Tu, for he recognized it as the very creature that had slain Ko Liang. However, he refrained from acting impulsively, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. From the aura emanating from the blood-robed elder and his 2 spirit beasts, Wei Tu surmised that the elder's cultivation level must be at the late stage of qi refinement. Concealing himself, he activated the rock shield talisman and crept closer to the blood-robed figure, stopping 5 zhang away. This distance was the maximum range within which a late-stage qi refinement cultivator could extend their consciousness. As he drew nearer, Wei Tu discerned the reason for the elder's presence outside the cave. Inside, a female cultivator, having fallen victim to the elder's ambush, was hiding. She wielded a blue spirit bracelet to block the cave entrance, thwarting any further pursuit from the blood-robed elder. The blue bracelet emitted a shimmering azure shield, resembling an inverted jade bowl, sealing off the cave's mouth. Princess Qi Luo, there is no need for you to stubbornly resist any longer. You have sustained this spiritual shield for approximately 4 days. In half a day, your spiritual energy will be utterly depleted. At that point, not only will you be unable to fend me off, but you will also incur damage to your very foundation. If you agree to become my blood servant and follow my commands, I assure you, I shall not take your life. The blood-robed elder spoke with a chilling certainty. Princess Qingluo, Wei Tu's face reflected a profound astonishment. He never anticipated that the female cultivator concealed within the mountain cave was Zhao Qingluo. With this realization, Wei Tu found himself wavering in his resolve. If this blood-robed elder could vanquish a prodigy of the immortal Zhao Qingluo's caliber, he, despite possessing the magnetic elemental light, would likely find himself at a disadvantage. After all, he had observed the elder nurturing a golden eagle spirit beast. With such a fierce creature present, his aerial advantage would be rendered futile. Blood old demon, your delusions are in vain. When the foundational cultivator of the Qi Yue Zhao family arrives, you might want to contemplate how to plead for mercy, so that this princess might spare your life. Zhao Qingluo's slightly weakened voice echoed from within the cave. Although Wei Tu could not see her countenance from his vantage point, he could easily envision her eyes blazing with fury, barely restrained. Wait, blood old demon? Wei Tu seized upon this critical piece of information from Zhao Qingluo's words, drawing a sharp breath. His inclination to retreat grew ever stronger. The title Blood Old Demon referred to a notorious figure ranking among the top 3 on the must-kill list within the Danqiu mountain market. Rumored to originate from the Blood God sect of the 5 demonic schools. Within the borders of the Zheng Kingdom, numerous heinous acts were committed, including a day when 3 formidable late-stage cultivators met their demise at the hands of a single individual. Yet, at that moment, a familiar yet unrecognizable figure approached from the opposite side of the valley. Zhao Qingluo, are you waiting for your family's people to receive the talisman message you sent? It has been 4 days, and you still have not realized that this message has been intercepted by me, Gong. Gongwen moved closer to the blood old demon, a cold smirk gracing his lips. With a flick of his palm, a luminous orb resembling a spirit pigeon appeared in his hand. He then crushed it with force, causing the radiant orb to vanish into nothingness. Gong, it is you? Zhao Qingluo exclaimed in shock, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Are you not afraid of being executed by the Qi Yue Zhao family? Even your master would face death should he provoke us. In the valley's fierce battle, amidst the cycles of retaliation and counter-retaliation, Zhao Qingluo remained as arrogant as ever, unyielding even in the face of imminent death. Yet, I find your defiance rather appealing. Gong remarked. I hope that when you lie beneath me soon, you maintain this same haughtiness. Gongwen laughed maniacally. As his laughter faded, Wei Tu observed the blue protective barrier upheld by Zhao Qingluo beginning to falter, teetering on the brink of collapse. He then heard her faint, labored breaths, accompanied by alluring sounds typically reserved for moments of intimacy. What is Zhao Qingluo's condition now? Wei Tu felt a surge of urgency. Should she possess even a semblance of strength to retaliate? Perhaps he could communicate with her covertly, and together they might evade the relentless pursuit of the blood old demon and Gongwen. However, observing Zhao Qingluo's current condition, should they attempt to escape together, she would only serve as a burden, providing no assistance whatsoever. If possible, he still harbored the desire to rescue Zhao Qingluo. After all, aside from her sharp tongue, she had proven to be tolerable during their interactions. Moreover, should he successfully save her, he might uncover a lead on another foundational spirit item he sought. It seemed that Gongwen had sensed Wei Tu's unspoken thoughts and promptly addressed his concerns. He remarked, Zhao Qingluo, cease your struggles. When you were bitten by the green leaf serpent, it injected not only venom but also an aphrodisiac that I painstakingly concocted. After uttering this statement, Gongwen felt a wave of exhilaration and burst into laughter. He was not particularly interested in matters of romance, nonetheless. The fact that this was Zhao Qingluo, the noblewoman who had once humiliated him, added a certain satisfaction. You. Zhao Qingluo in the cave seethed, rendered speechless. Zhao Qingluo, you need not regard me with such disdainful eyes. Are you wondering how I dare to act against you? Gongwen sneered, unleashing the resentment that had festered within him. He Lianxiong and you have both taken turns to humiliate me, believing that I, Gong, am too old to have any hope of foundation building. Do you think this white-haired old man is an easy target? Let me assure you. Although I may be advanced in years, there are certain advantages to my age. I am unrestrained in my actions, for if I do not cultivate, my lifespan is already limited. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu inwardly lamented that if Zhao Qingluo had been more circumspect in her treatment of Gongwen back then, perhaps he would not be risking so much to confront her today. After all, Gongwen's attempt to seize the foundational spiritual artifact from Gong Shulan was a gradual and calculated endeavor, devoid of any ruthless measures. Presently, Gong Shulan remains alive and well within Danqiu Mountain. Gongwen has likely surpassed 2 decades of age, rendering his hopes of establishing a foundation exceedingly slim. A few years prior, Zhao Qingluo had coerced him into providing 10 years of alchemical services to the Qi Yue Zhao family without compensation. How could he not harbor resentment? This was indeed a grave enmity that obstructed one's path. Wei Tu contemplated for a moment and deduced the reasons behind Gongwen's desperate actions. However, given Gongwen's circumstances, it seemed unlikely that mere hatred towards Zhao Qingluo for thwarting his foundational aspirations would drive him to risk assassinating her, unless the foundational elixir. Wei Tu's eyes narrowed as he grasped this notion. As a prodigy of the Qi Yue Zhao family, Zhao Qingluo would have little difficulty acquiring the foundational elixir. And being in the late stages of Qi training, she likely carried it with her. This, perhaps, was the true impetus for Gongwen's determination to eliminate Zhao Qingluo. Zhao Qingluo, after all, was still quite young. Wei Tu shook his head. Were he in her position, he would either avoid offending others or strike decisively to prevent retaliations, never indulging in trivial gains that could lead to future peril, as Zhao Qingluo had done. Yet, did Gongwen not fear that Zhao Qingluo might destroy the foundational elixir in her final moments? Wei Tu suddenly considered this point, but soon found clarity. He noticed a women's storage pouch embroidered with the Zhao character on the golden eagle's claw perched upon the shoulder of the bloodthirsty demon. This golden eagle was formidable and must have snatched the storage pouch from Zhao Qingluo's waist, which explained her current predicament. Wei Tu pondered in silence. The storage bag, while a convenient tool for cultivators, becomes a source of vulnerability during combat should it be easily snatched away. It would render one's abilities significantly diminished and leave them helpless. Observing this, Wei Tu activated a teleportation talisman, intending to make his escape and disregard Zhao Qingluo's fate. Had he arrived a couple of days earlier, he might have sought assistance from the Qiyu Zhao family. However, with Zhao Qiluo under the influence of an aphrodisiac, it would not be long before the protective barrier of the blue spirit bracelet dissipated. Seeking help from the Qiyu Zhao family now would not only fail to rescue Zhao Qiluo but could also entangle him in considerable trouble. Yet, at that moment, the situation began to take an unexpected turn that Wei Tu had not anticipated. Observing the unfolding scene, he hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to remain in place. If the subsequent developments unfolded as he suspected, the rewards could significantly impact his life-ish journey. After mocking Zhao Qiluo, Gongwen shifted his gaze towards the blood-old demon, speaking in a measured tone. Friend Blood, now that Zhao Qingluo has been captured by the two of us, surely the storage bag can be entrusted to Gong? The mere mention of the storage bag created a palpable tension between them. They stood in a standoff. When the blood-old demon chuckled softly, gesturing towards the storage bag hanging from his golden claw. This bag has remained untouched since it was seized by the golden eagle, as I intended to give it to you, my friend Gong. After all these years of cooperation, I would not jeopardize our friendship over such trivial gains. Trivial gains? Gongwen couldn't help but scoff internally. If the Foundation establishment pill were merely a trifling benefit, what then could be considered a true boon for practitioners like them? Though such thoughts flitted through his mind, Gongwen maintained a facade of nonchalance, nodding slightly as he smiled and said, "Then I kindly request that Blood Daoist deliver this storage bag to my side." The blood-old demon nodded in acknowledgement. He retrieved the storage bag from beneath the claws of the golden eagle and, employing his spiritual energy, gently levitated the bag towards Gongwen. Could there be a trick afoot? Observing how effortlessly the storage bag was being presented to him, Gongwen felt a swell of suspicion. He feigned an intention to grasp the bag, using the moment to scrutinize the blood-old demon's expression. Just as the storage bag was about to fall into his grasp, Gongwen abruptly leaped back, increasing the distance between himself and the blood-old demon. In an instant, the storage bag hit the ground, from which several blood-red venomous snakes emerged, flicking their tongues as they lunged towards him. Indeed, to conspire with a tiger for its skin is not a wise endeavor. Cursing under his breath, Gongwen wasted no time and summoned a small azure shield, defending against the serpent's assault. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Gongwen's retreat, the blood-old demon chanted a spell, commanding the two spiritual beasts at his side to launch a fierce attack against Gongwen. With the golden eagle above and the green leaf snake below, Gongwen found himself in a perilous predicament. Blood-old demon, do you truly believe that I did not anticipate today's circumstances when we entered this partnership? Gongwen sneered coldly from behind his azure shield, then swiftly struck the storage bag, extracting a black elixir vial from within. Without hesitation, Gongwen poured forth a handful of black elixirs from the Dan bottle and cast them aside. As the elixirs struck the ground, they instantly captivated the circling golden eagle in the sky and the green leaf snake slithering below. The two magnificent spirit beasts greedily devoured the black elixirs, disregarding their assault on Gongwen and even ignoring the commands of the blood-old demon. Despite the blood-old demon's fury and the incantations he uttered, utilizing his essence blood, the two spirit beasts remained beyond his control. Very well, I possess more than one method to confront my adversaries, the blood-old demon declared, his expression darkening as he summoned a blood-colored scythe. He spat several mouthfuls of fresh blood towards it. The blood splattered upon the surface of the scythe, igniting it in a blaze of crimson flames, which he then directed toward Gongwen. Crack! The blood-colored scythe struck the azure shield with precision, dimming its spiritual radiance until it clattered to the ground. The scythe, fueled by its momentum, aimed directly at Gongwen's neck for a decisive blow. Just as Wei Tu believed the battle was settled, a golden shield suddenly materialized around Gongwen, successfully blocking the advance of the blood-colored scythe. Golden light talisman? Wei Tu was taken aback, realizing that Gongwen's resources were indeed substantial, capable of affording such a top-tier first-grade talisman. A top-tier first-grade talisman is considered an exquisite rarity among superior first-grade talismans. Its cost-effectiveness is rather low, priced around 300 to 400 spirit stones, comparable to a mid-tier magical artifact. Although talismans are not rendered useless after a single use, most can only be employed 2 or 3 times at most. Thus, utilizing this top-tier golden light talisman represents a truly extravagant strategy on Gongwen's part. Blood-old demon, do not be hasty in your intent to slay me. First, cast your gaze upon yourself. After narrowly evading a strike from the blood-red scythe, Gungwen retreated several hundred paces, then called out to the blood-old demon from a distance. What? The blood-old demon was momentarily taken aback by his words, instinctively channeling his spiritual energy to assess his own condition. Upon doing so, he immediately spewed forth several mouthfuls of rancid, black blood, staggering backward a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. How is it that you, a practitioner of the dark arts, have never considered that an alchemist might poison their elixirs? Gungwen declared triumphantly from 1,000 paces away. Having collaborated with the blood-old demon for over 40 years, he had lost count of how many spirit pills the demon had consumed, each devoid of poison, save for a peculiar drug concealed within. The accumulation of these peculiar substances, combined with the colorless and odorless powder he had previously scattered in the valley, transformed into a lethal toxin. Earlier, when he mocked Zhaoqing Luo, it was not merely to alleviate his own grievances, but also to await the poison's effects. Once the toxin entered the blood-old demon's body, as long as he received timely treatment, he would not perish immediately. Yet, at this moment, the blood-old demon was intent on attacking him, channeling all his spiritual energy. You will not die a good death. The blood-old demon glared at Gungwen with fury, yet he was helpless, the poison wreaking havoc within him, rendering him barely able to move. Clinging to life, he could still muster one final strike. However, Gungwen, cunning and astute, offered him no opportunity, remaining safely distanced outside the valley. Time passed slowly, and half an hour later, the Blood Elder's body decayed, transforming into a mere skeleton and a pool of blood. Fool! To challenge me? Observing the demise of the Blood Elder, Gungwen approached with a cold smile. He rummaged through the Elder's robes for a moment, retrieving a storage pouch and 2 jade tokens. The effect of the Ziyuan pill lasts for 3 hours. There is no rush. Once I have taken care of Zhaoqing Luo, I shall refine the beast control token to dominate you. Gungwen moved to the side of the golden eagle and the green leaf snake, casting a glance at the 2 spirit beasts that appeared somewhat drowsy. He chuckled softly to himself. At this juncture, he swallowed several times, unable to resist rubbing his palms together in anticipation of the superior Zhaoqing Luo, wondering what enticing demeanor she would possess under the influence of the aphrodisiac. He approached the cave entrance and, with a casual strike, shattered the precarious blue barrier that obstructed the entrance. As the barrier crumbled, Gungwen immediately beheld Zhaoqing Luo's condition within the cave. At that moment, she appeared dazed, her clothing disheveled, her ample form partially concealed, and her delicate legs gently parting. Truly a captivating beauty. Gungwen licked his lips, beginning to loosen his garments, preparing to step forward and share a passionate night with Zhaoqing Luo. However, just then, the ground of the mountain cave surged upward, erupting with numerous spikes. A dark green wooden prison cage plummeted from above, aiming directly to topple onto Gungwen. Additionally, a silver hairpin hurtled through the air, piercing towards his heart. Who dares? Witnessing this scene, Gungwen was instantly taken aback, hastily employing the golden light talisman he had not fully utilized, affixing it to himself. In the next moment, multiple assaults converged upon him. The golden light shield formed by the golden talismans shimmered slightly, successfully deflecting the incoming attacks. Observing this, Gungwen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze sharpened as it fell upon Wei Tu, who stood before Zhaoqing Luo. Youngster, it is you? Gungwen recognized Wei Tu's identity at a glance, a cold smile escaping his lips as he remarked, Do you really think you can contend with me? Given your mid-stage, chi refinement cultivation? Wei Tu remained silent, his fingertips deftly maneuvering several spirit talismans. Chanting a spell, he unleashed an onslaught identical to the previous one, targeting Gungwen once more. This time, under the barrage of attacks, the brilliance of Gungwen's golden shield began to wane, appearing as though it might shatter at any moment. I shall not engage with you now. Gungwen shot a resentful glance at Wei Tu, then with a flick of his sleeve, retreated towards the cave's exit. He had already obtained Zhaoqing Luo's storage bag containing a foundation-building pill, rendering any further pursuit of her unnecessary. Witnessing this scene, Wei Tu let out a quiet sigh of relief. He retrieved a ground escape talisman, concealing Zhaoqing Luo 3 yards underground, and then activated his fragrant talisman to pursue Gungwen. Earlier, he had intended to ambush Gungwen, hoping for a swift victory. Yet he had not anticipated how formidable Gungwen's golden talismans would prove. Even 6 first-tier attack talismans failed to breach Gungwen's defenses. Youngster, you can fly? Gungwen dashed out of the valley, racing forward. However, after covering several dozen miles, believing himself safe, he looked ahead and was immediately struck with astonishment. Wei Tu, who he had thought far behind, now stood directly in his path, suspended in midair. Wei Tu paid no heed to Gungwen's astonishment. With his left hand, he grasped a mid-grade spirit stone to replenish his mana, while his right hand deftly flicked several talismans towards the ground where Gungwen stood. How to counter this? Gungwen furrowed his brow, raising a verdant shield to deflect Wei Tu's barrage of attack talismans, all the while contemplating a strategy to repel his adversary. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he struggled to devise a method to vanquish Wei Tu's day. Had he known, he would have refined the beast-controlling talisman of the Golden Eagle beforehand. Gungwen lamented bitterly. Had he had the Golden Eagle by his side, facing a flying practitioner like Wei Tu would not have been so insurmountable. As time slipped away, an hour later, with the verdant shield before Gungwen shattered, he, hidden behind it, uttered a lament about his youth, regretting not heeding Chu Yin's counsel to eliminate Wei Tu sooner. Immediately thereafter, he fell victim to a talisman of demonwood, struck down completely. Such a pity. Wei Tu approached Gungwen's lifeless form and retrieved 3 storage bags. Casting a glance at Gungwen's own storage bag, he shook his head with a sigh. Due to his inability to deliver a fatal blow, Gungwen had, in his final moments, destroyed most of the contents within his bag. Fortunately, Zhao Qingluo's and the Blood Old Demon's storage bags remained intact. A smile graced Wei Tu's face. In comparison to Gungwen's possessions, he placed greater value on the foundation-building pill concealed within Zhao Qingluo's storage bag. After a brief recovery of his spiritual energy, Wei Tu harnessed the geomagnetic essence and soared back into the valley. The old fellow mentioned that the purple orchid Dan could only last for 3 hours. I took over an hour to slay him, and there was nearly another hour spent battling the blood old demon. Wei Tu stood before the mountain cave. Casting a wary glance at the green leaf serpent and the golden eagle, 2 formidable spiritual beasts lying on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. Retrieving a silver hairpin talisman to pierce through the serpent's head, annihilating it. He then sat cross-legged, beginning to refine the Golden Eagle's beast control token with his spiritual consciousness. Both the green leaf serpent and the golden eagle were high-grade, first-tier spiritual beasts. Given his current condition, unsealing either beast after an hour would pose a significant risk. Following his battle with Gungwen, he had expended nearly 80% of his talismans, and his magical energy and geomagnetic essence were nearly depleted. An hour would only suffice for him to roughly refine 1 beast control token. Thus, he was compelled to make a choice, eliminate 1 spiritual beast and refine the token of the other. For Wei Tu, this decision was not particularly challenging, as the green leaf serpent bore a deep-seated grudge against him. It was responsible for the death of his brother, Ko Liang. Moreover, in comparison to the golden eagle, the green leaf serpent was decidedly inferior. Among the spiritual beasts, avian types ranked highly in value within the realm of cultivation. An hour later, Wei Tu successfully refined the golden eagle's token and gleaned some information about the beast. Its name was the Rending Wind Eagle, a creature of the Xian-tier bloodline, captured and tamed by the Jinghua beast control sect. Similar to humans, demon beasts were categorized by their cultivation levels, which paralleled the human stages of Qi training, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, classified as yellow tier, Xin tier, earth tier, and heaven tier, respectively. On the beast taming token of the Wind Rift Eagle, it is inscribed that it possesses a profound bloodline, indicating that this Wind Rift Eagle holds the potential to ascend to the equivalent of a human foundational realm during its lifetime, thus becoming a profound beast. However, it is generally more common among cultivators to categorize beasts alongside talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts by their ranks, delineated as first, second, and third tiers. Given that this is a beast taming token from the beast taming sect, there is no need to worry about its origins while in the Zheng Kingdom. Wei Tu let out a slight sigh of relief. When he was refining the Wind Rift Eagle, he had been apprehensive that it might have been a spiritual companion snatched from the Zheng cultivators by the nefarious blood old demon. Now, with the emblem of the beast taming sect, he could rest assured about the eagle's provenance. He had no desire to unwittingly become embroiled in conflict with the formidable powers of the Zheng Kingdom over a mere spiritual beast. He instructed, monitor the surrounding mountains for any approaching cultivators. If any are detected, inform me immediately. Wei Tu was concerned that the recent battle might have attracted the attention of nearby cultivators, prompting their curiosity to investigate. This was a situation that could not be taken lightly. The Wind Rift Eagle, having received its orders, unfurled its golden wings and soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. Were it not for the beast taming token allowing him to sense the eagle's location, Wei Tu would have been anxious, fearing that the golden eagle had slipped from his grasp and fled. What lay ahead was the most challenging task of all: how to deal with Zhao Qingluo. Wei Tu carefully stowed the beast taming token and cast his gaze toward the depths of the mountain cave, feeling a profound headache. Had he rescued Zhao Qingluo before she was affected by the aphrodisiac, everything would have been far simpler. Zhao Qingluo sought to repay the life-saving grace, while he demanded compensation. aspiring for another foundational spiritual object, or perhaps a foundational elixir. Either would suffice. A win-win situation. Yet, just before Gongwen and the Blood Old Demon could turn against one another, Zhao Luo had already fallen victim to an aphrodisiac, rendered dazed and disoriented. He was unwillingly forced to witness Zhao Luo in a state of disgrace. This fact proved to be perilous. If Zhao Luo were a person of gratitude and loyalty, this incident would be of little consequence. However, should that not be the case, having his eyes gouged out would be a mere trifle. The more likely outcome would be Zhao Luo eliminating him to prevent any scandal from surfacing, subsequently bestowing favors upon his descendants. Such actions are the typical modus operandi among the esteemed figures of the cultivation realm. Wei Tu was not inclined to place his life in the hands of Zhao Luo's benevolence. Moreover, he considered himself not significantly nobler than Master Wang Dan. Zhao Luo's amiable demeanor towards him was likely a mere reflection of his commendable talent in talismanic arts, an endeavor to forge a casual bond. Furthermore, the notion of killing Zhao Luo to avert future troubles was even more unthinkable. Wei Tu shook his head. Unlike Gongwen, who was nearing the end of his lifespan and thus acted without reservations, he could not afford such recklessness. Zhao Luo was a prodigy from a prominent Golden Core family, potentially carrying the spiritual imprint of a foundational cultivator or an ancestral Golden Core master from the Qiyue Zhao clan. Should Zhao Luo perish, that spiritual imprint would awaken, transferring to him and recording the visage of the murderer, subsequently relaying it to the foundational cultivator and the Golden Core ancestor. Furthermore, Wei Tu was not particularly inclined to take Zhao Luo's life. Firstly, they were acquaintances with a degree of camaraderie, and he was not a person of malice or bloodlust. In the matter concerning Zhao Luo, the malevolent actions attributed to him are merely conjectures in his current line of thought. Furthermore, regarding the incident with Shan Xianqiu, Zhao Luo had previously extended assistance to him. If he truly intended to eliminate Zhao Luo, he would have allowed Gongwen to infringe upon her without intervention. After all, at that moment, Gongwen was at his most careless and vulnerable, presenting a prime opportunity for a fatal strike. Overthinking serves no purpose. It would be prudent to examine Gongwen's storage pouch for any tomes documenting the effects of the aphrodisiac. Should the aphrodisiac take effect, causing confusion of consciousness and obliteration of the senses, Zhao Luo would remain oblivious to my presence, freeing me from inner turmoil and indecision. Wei Tu retrieved Gongwen's storage pouch from his waist and began to rummage through the array of belongings within. Although Gongwen had destroyed much of his possessions before his demise, the majority consisted of medicinal pills and jade slips containing recorded information, which, due to their robust material, were largely intact. Soon enough, Wei Tu unearthed 7 jade slips from the pouch. He pressed each slip against his forehead, probing their contents with his spiritual awareness. Eureka! Upon examining the 4th jade slip, he finally discovered pertinent information regarding the aphrodisiac. After perusing the relevant details, a wave of relief washed over him. The effects of the aphrodisiac aligned with his expectations and even surpassed them. This aphrodisiac was specifically concocted by Gongwen to counteract the spiritual imprint on Zhao Luo. The aphrodisiac's primary effect was merely ancillary. Its mechanism involved leveraging the emotional fluctuations of offspring to gradually erode the spiritual imprint residing within the sea of consciousness, thereby facilitating its dissolution. Within the jade slip, Gongwen exuberantly inscribed, "With this single medicine, surpassing my master shall be a trifling matter." How profound Gongwen's cunning is, Wei Tu could not help but exclaim. Previously, he had pondered why Gongwen mixed an aphrodisiac with the venom of the Qingye snake. Had he chosen to blend it with another lethal poison, Zhao Luo would scarcely have endured for 4 days. It was likely that a mere bite from the Qingye snake would have led to her swift demise. Analyzing Gongwen's lasciviousness alone seemed unreasonable, for both of them had conspired to ambush Zhao Luo, and even a moment's delay could spell fatal danger. Yet, this process had consumed a full 4 days. However, with an explanation for the aphrodisiac's effects now at hand, the previously perplexing aspects suddenly fell into place. Like him, Gongwen feared the potential presence of a spiritual mark on Zhao Luo. Thus, he opted for the aphrodisiac, a chronic drug, rather than other deadly poisons. After securing the jade slip, Wei Tu rose and entered the cave. He recited the spiritual incantation, summoning Zhao Luo, buried 3 yards underground, back to the surface. At that moment, the Earth Escape talisman nestled between his fingers dimmed, disintegrating into ash and vanishing without a trace. This battle, had it not yielded another reward, would have drained my 20 years of savings. Wei Tu mused quietly. With a flick of his sleeve, he dispelled the spiritual shield that had encased Zhao Luo, then bent slightly to assess her current condition. However, at that instant, the dazed Zhao Luo unexpectedly lunged towards Wei Tu, embracing him and collapsing into his arms. At the same time, Zhao Luo embraced Wei Tu's shoulders, pulling his upper body down with surprising force. Wei Tu, astonished, attempted to evade to the side, only to discover that Zhao Luo's strength surpassed his own. In that moment, he found himself unable to escape her grasp. After all, Zhao Luo was a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining, 3 minor realms above him. With a single tug from her, Wei Tu stumbled and fell into her embrace, their bodies entwined in a tangled mess. Amidst this chaotic interaction, Wei Tu felt a surge of emotions. Since entering the world of cultivation, he had maintained a sense of purity, never mingling with female cultivators like Hu Yu or Yao Daoyu. Thus, his inner young fire surged. And even the slightest provocation became difficult to resist, making it nearly impossible to maintain his composure. Moreover, akin to Gongwen's thoughts, witnessing this noble woman demean herself with him stirred a peculiar desire within Wei Tu's day. The two momentarily lost themselves in the moment until Zhao Luo began to tear at Wei Tu's garments. At last, clarity returned to him. He bit his tongue, using the pain to regain his composure, and recoiled from Zhao Luo's body as if it were venomous. It was perilously close to a grave mistake. Wei Tu retrieved a calming talisman from his sleeve, affixing it to his body to harness its power and steady himself. The interplay of feminine essence and masculine vigor could influence the foundation of cultivation. Should he tarnish Zhao Luo's purity, not only would her path be irrevocably altered, but his essence would also linger upon her. Such an imprint would be nearly impossible to erase. In that event, even if an aphrodisiac were to seal Zhao Luo's consciousness and senses, he would not escape the pursuit of the Qi Yue Zhao family. The distinction between taking advantage and causing harm is indeed significant. Furthermore, Wei Tu did not believe that after damaging Zhao Luo's body, she would faithfully follow him. The aphrodisiac? Her body is currently detoxifying? No wonder I felt so abominable earlier. At that moment, Wei Tu glanced at Zhao Luo, who lay on the ground. And upon observing the white mist emanating from her, he suddenly comprehended the nature of his previous actions. It was not that he had faltered in his resolve, but rather that he, like Zhao Luo, had been influenced by the aphrodisiac. After confirming Zhao Luo's physical condition, Wei Tu pondered for a moment before exiting the cave. Seating himself at the entrance, he began to channel his spiritual energy to erase the spiritual imprint on Zhao Luo's storage bag. He was indeed loyal and righteous. Yet he was not a fool. Given Zhao Luo's current disheveled state, he certainly could not expect her to repay him later with foundation establishment pills or spiritual items. Such a notion was perilously naive. To entrust one's life to another is not the act of a wise individual. Moreover, this time, Zhao Luo's storage bag had been seized from Gongwen, which did not constitute a forcible robbery of Zhao Luo. Not to mention, he had saved her life. Fortunately, it seemed that the blood-old demon had previously diminished a portion of the spiritual imprint left in Zhao Luo's storage bag. Thus Wei Tu expended little effort. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he effortlessly opened Zhao Luo's storage bag. Was this the foundation establishment pill? Within the bag, Wei Tu discovered a zeatonwood box, deliberately placed in a corner. Upon opening it, he found a single pill, no larger than a broad bean. The elixir, enveloped in a violet hue, emanated a subtle yet enchanting fragrance, appearing rather unremarkable at first glance. However, upon taking a delicate whiff, Wei Tu was instantly struck by a sensation of burgeoning spiritual energy within his dantian, unmistakably indicating the presence of a foundation establishment pill. He carefully resealed the purple sandalwood box, a flicker of excitement igniting in his heart. Beyond the foundation establishment pill, no other concoction could induce such fervor in his inner energy. Contemplating the other items within Zhao Luo's storage pouch, Wei Tu hesitated, uncertain whether to return them to her. After a brief moment of reflection, he resolved resolutely. Wei Tu retrieved the beast-taming token, summoned the wind-splitter eagle, and set forth with Zhao Luo to a valley 20 miles away. Upon their arrival, he inscribed a message upon the rocky wall. Junior, I have ties with your Zhao family. Passing through this area, I vanquished 2 demonic entities to save your life. As a token of gratitude, I shall claim a foundation establishment pill. The foundation establishment pill is a rare treasure, sought after in any realm, not merely confined to the qi refinement stage. Thus, inscribing this statement in the tone of a senior should not raise any suspicions. As for his name, Wei Tu chose not to leave one. The absence of a name rendered any potential exposure difficult. Saving your life and claiming a foundation establishment pill, surely this is not too excessive. Casting a glance at Zhao Luo, who lay on the ground, he let out a quiet sigh. Subsequently, Wei Tu returned to the original valley, utilizing several earthquake talismans to thoroughly obliterate any traces he had left behind, and sprinkled a special pill powder concocted by Gongwen to erase any lingering aura. After managing the aftermath, Wei Tu returned to the valley where Zhao Qingluo resided and placed the embroidered storage pouch, marked with the character for Zhao, beside her. Within Zhao Qingluo's storage pouch, aside from a foundational cultivation pill, there were 2 magical artifacts, over 30 mid-grade spirit stones, more than 200 low-grade spirit stones, and various miscellaneous items. The total value amounted to no less than 1,000 spirit stones. However, Wei Tu harbored no desire to seize these remaining possessions for 3 reasons. Firstly, taking the foundational cultivation pill could be seen as a repayment for a life-saving act, falling within the bounds of gratitude. However, absconding with the entire storage pouch would amount to exploiting Zhao Qingluo's misfortune. Should she awaken, it might easily drive her to extreme measures, resulting in a relentless pursuit of vengeance against him. Some of the miscellaneous items, while not valuable, held personal significance for their original owner. It is wise to leave a thread of connection for future encounters. Having already taken the most urgent and precious foundational cultivation pill, there was no need to invite further trouble or risk by coveting the pouch's other valuables. Secondly, as a talisman master, the spirit stones he earned through his craft were sufficient for his daily cultivation needs. Within the chi refinement realm, the only thing he lacked was a solitary foundational cultivation pill. Resources that could not be promptly liquidated, in his view, would only serve to heighten his risks without offering any tangible benefits. He possessed a destiny of late-blooming greatness, which would allow him to grow stronger steadily. Thus, there was no reason to complicate his path or endanger himself for trivial gains. Lastly, the storage pouches and magical artifacts of major factions are not easily acquired. Their interiors often contain positioning arrays left by powerful organizations. At present, with Zhao Qingluo having been covertly harmed, the cultivators of the Qiyu Zhao family had not moved swiftly to seek her out or provide assistance. The brevity of 4 days is indeed a constraint. Should Zhao Qingluo remain absent for an extended duration, the circumstances would become precarious. Furthermore, there is an additional point to consider. The so-called markings left on the rocky walls of the valley serve as a diversionary tactic, shifting suspicion onto others. To stage a performance, one must commit to the entirety of the act. A cultivator capable of vanquishing the blood old demon in Gungwen would, by all logical deductions, possess a cultivation level at least above the chi refinement stage. Such individuals would not be tempted by trifling gains. In other words, those at the chi refinement stage rarely possess the resolve to forsake a substantial fortune. Therefore, opting solely for the foundation establishment pills while relinquishing other treasures is, for Wei Tu, the safest and least perilous choice. After emptying the storage bag, Wei Tu did not immediately withdraw. Instead, he utilized a ground escape talisman to conceal himself 5 zhang beneath the earth, vigilantly observing Zhao Qingluo's reaction upon awakening. Should she be consumed by indignation and fury, Wei Tu would be compelled to take decisive action for his own safety, at which point any hesitation would become irrelevant. As time elapsed, a day later, Zhao Qingluo awoke in the valley under Wei Tu's watchful gaze. She first surveyed her surroundings, relieved to find her attire intact and her body free of any unexpected intrusions. Her breath steadied. Subsequently, her gaze fell upon the storage bag beside her and the inscription etched into the rocky surface. After a moment of astonishment, she uttered a quiet expression of relief, then seated herself in meditation to restore her mana, seemingly unconcerned with the loss of the foundation establishment pills. Wei Tu subtly nodded, restraining his presence as he cautiously emerged from the valley's depths. After traversing several miles beyond the gorge, he finally revealed his whereabouts. Due to the presence of the Rift Sky Eagle, Wei Tu chose not to head directly to Danqiu Mountain. Instead, he entrusted the eagle to the Demon Wolf Mountain range, advising it to conceal its traces well before returning to Danqiu Mountain himself. The beast pouch, akin to a storage pouch, is a spatial artifact. However, due to its capacity to harbor living creatures, it often commands a price several times that of a typical storage pouch. Generally speaking, only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage possess the financial means to acquire such an impractical beast pouch for their spirit beasts. Upon returning to his small courtyard on Yonge Street, Wei Tu securely locked the door and retrieved 2 storage pouches from his embrace. One pouch was obtained from the blood old demon, while the other belonged to Gungwen. As Wei Tu's consciousness infiltrated Gungwen's pouch, he noted the gradual collapse of the space within and lamented the loss. He hastily urged his consciousness to extract the items one by one. Although storage pouches are artifacts not easily destroyed, Gungwen had self-destructed his consciousness imprint before his demise, resulting in irreparable damage to the pouch's interior. Wei Tu estimated that the space within Gungwen's storage pouch would only endure for another month before it crumbled entirely. Yet, there was an upside. Gungwen, in his final moments, had chosen not to leave behind any spoils for Wei Tu, opting instead to self-destruct his consciousness imprint. Ironically, This allowed Wei Tu to access the pouch with almost no effort at all. A smile graced Wei Tu's face. This time, Gongwen's cunning had led to his own downfall. Had it not been for the self-detonation leaving behind the spiritual imprint within the storage pouch, with his current prowess, it would have taken him several days to unlock it. By that time, it would be too late. Unaware of the aphrodisiac's effects, he might very well resort to killing Zhao Qingluo and absconding with the treasures, thus becoming a hunted wretch. The likelihood of death was exceedingly high. Gongwen's self-detonation of the spiritual imprint, however, granted him another opportunity. Aside from these 7 jade slips and 63 spirit stones, Gongwen possessed no other valuable possessions. Indeed, in his final moments, he had sought to ambush Zhao Qingluo in a desperate gamble, leaving no spirit stones idle. Wei Tu meticulously arranged the 7 jade slips he had previously selected from the valley upon the table. Only then did he have the leisure to examine the contents of these slips closely. The 4 jade slips belonged to a set of first-grade superior alchemist inheritance, presumably bestowed upon Gongwen by the second-grade alchemist, Master Shu. Wei Tu set aside the 4 uniformly pale yellow slips and turned his gaze towards the remaining 3, which bore distinct designs. One contained a collection of self-developed medicinal formulas for the aphrodisiac. Another was the recipe for the Ziyuan pill. Of the 3 slips, Wei Tu had already investigated 2 while in the valley. After a brief contemplation, he picked up the last uniquely shaped black jade slip. Qimian Huangong. Wei Tu's gaze sharpened as he read the first line of golden characters inscribed on the slip. To his astonishment, this black jade slip turned out to be a manual for a cultivation technique. After thoroughly examining the entire technique, Wei Tu was immediately reminded of an experience from over a decade ago, when Shuyin transformed into Wei Qiyu and stealthily infiltrated the small courtyard on Yonge Street. At that time, he had been perplexed, wondering how one could disguise oneself with such finesse, leaving almost no trace of the transformation. However, upon encountering this technique, all his doubts dissipated entirely. The thousand-faced illusion technique, a remarkable skill within the realm of cultivation, allows one to alter their appearance and form once mastered to the second level, enabling transformation into another person. The only limitation of this technique is its inability to alter one's aura. It merely facilitates a disguise. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly an extraordinary art. Wei Tu carefully stored the black jade slip, intending to practice this technique in due course. His cultivation of the heavenly fragrance technique had already exceeded the limits of the method, granting him an exceptional sense of smell. Perhaps, upon achieving mastery in this technique, he too would uncover a few miraculous effects akin to the heavenly fragrance. Unlike Gongwen, the blood old demon's storage bag was intact. This old demon, having been pursued for so many years, must possess considerable wealth. Wei Tu picked up the blood old demon's storage bag and began to obliterate the spiritual imprint left upon it. In comparison to the imprint on Zhao Qingluo's storage bag, the one on the blood old demon's was remarkably potent and resilient. Wei Tu spent nearly 2 days painstakingly erasing the spiritual imprint from the storage bag. As he probed within, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. This blood old demon was somewhat lacking in riches, contrary to his expectations of abundant rewards. The Blood Elder's 2 storage bags contained an exceedingly meager amount of spirit stones, merely surpassing those of Gongwen by a slight margin, with just over 140 stones. While 100 stones may not appear insignificant, in comparison to the formidable prowess of the Blood Elder as a demonic cultivator, it was pathetically scant. However, Wei Tu soon found some solace in this realization. The Blood Elder kept 2 spirit beasts, both of a high first rank, equivalent to 2 cultivators at the late stage of qi refinement. Spirit beasts are notoriously extravagant in their consumption. It could be deemed prudent that the Blood Elder had managed to retain over 100 spirit stones within his storage bag. If he were truly affluent, why would he resort to becoming a bandit? Wei Tu mused. Bandits, much like those who wield blades, would strive to convert any spirit stones into strength, rather than allow such an excess to remain, awaiting others to seize the spoils. Yet, what truly captivated Wei Tu's attention was not the spirit stones within the Blood Elder's bag. Artifacts, jade slips, and spiritual materials of that ilk held far greater value. His gaze shifted to the collection of jade slips, elixir bottles, and several bloodstained packages piled together. After half a day's efforts, Wei Tu meticulously identified and organized all items, excluding the spirit stones. In terms of jade slips, although the quantity was considerable, their quality paled in comparison to Gongwen's. Most were merely techniques from the realm of cultivation, such as Golden Yuan technique and Fire Essence skill. There were, however, 2 blood-colored jade slips of commendable rank, but they were of no use to Wei Tu, as they contained the Blood Elder's demonic cultivation methods. In regard to artifacts, a delightful surprise awaited Wei Tu's day. Apart from the exquisite blood-red scythe wielded by the Blood Elder Demon, he also discovered a versatile heavy water orb and a defensive purple iron shield. Both of these artifacts are of medium grade. As he cautiously opened a jade box, Wei Tu's heart raced with excitement at the sight of a 3-foot-long crimson ginseng. Foundation-building spiritual herb, Dan Yuan ginseng. He murmured to himself, astonished that the Blood Elder Demon concealed such a treasure. Although this foundation-building herb is considered one of the lesser materials among the 13 required for crafting a foundation-building pill, its worth is indisputable, valued at least around 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. Initially, he had been concerned that consuming this foundation-building pill might draw unwanted attention, especially since he lacked a proper channel to acquire such a pill. However, with this Dan Yuan ginseng in hand, coupled with the promise of a foundation-building spiritual herb from Ko Hong Ying in the future, he realized he could exchange it for a foundation-building pill in the market. Its origin would withstand scrutiny. At that point, possessing 2 foundation-building pills would make his breakthrough into the foundation-building realm a certainty. Wei Tu was overjoyed. Although he currently possessed a geomagnetic spiritual body, equivalent to a medium-grade spiritual root, this was merely reflected in his daily cultivation. If he were to reach foundation establishment within a century, he would still be considered a low-grade spiritual root at that time. The slow progress of a late-blooming fade in enhancing spiritual roots meant that the probability of a low-grade spiritual root successfully establishing a foundation, even with the aid of a foundation-building pill, was less than 50%. However, with 2 foundation-building pills, the odds would rise significantly to at least 70%. After organizing his gains, Wei Tu concealed all the ill-gotten goods within the storage bag acquired from the Blood Old Demon, securing it closely to himself. Subsequently, he departed from the small courtyard on Lark Street to gather information. At this moment, it had been more than 4 days since Zhao Qingluo had been freed from her predicament. As he walked through the streets, Wei Tu initially intended to investigate near Geng Wendong's residence. However, he was apprehensive about encountering Zhao Qingluo, fearing that such a meeting might arouse her suspicions. Thus, he altered his course and made his way to Hu Yao's dwelling in the shantytown. It has been over a decade since you last graced this humble abode, Wei Daoyu. What brings you here with such sudden interest today? Hu Yao remarked, her demeanor warm and inviting as she cast a glance at the somewhat reserved Wei Tuesday. It is nothing of great significance, Wei Tu replied, shaking his head and refraining from directly inquiring about Geng Wen's recent developments. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while. Once Hu Yao had brewed and poured tea for him, Wei Tu finally broached the subject, saying, Hu Daoyu, I heard from the recently departed Wang Daoyu that Gong Shulan possesses a foundational spiritual artifact. He intended to steer the conversation towards Geng Wen by leveraging the topic of Gong Shulan, thereby making his inquiry into Geng Wen's subsequent movements appear more reasonable and less suspicious. Oh, does Wei Daoyu also harbor intentions to seize this opportunity for foundational cultivation? Hu Yao replied, taking a seat and placing the teapot on the table. She lowered her head slightly, and when she lifted it again, her expression bore a curious mix of amusement and restraint. Seeing Hu Yao's expression, Wei Tu felt perplexed. It seemed as though her demeanor had transformed upon the mention of Gong Shulan, instilling in him a sense of her newfound aloofness. Could it be that they were rivals? Wei Tu pondered for a moment and arrived at a fitting conclusion. Wang Dan has forsaken his old flame, Hu Yao, and turned his affections towards Gong Shulan. Merely inquiring. Wei Tu offered a casual explanation before steering the conversation towards Geng Wen. I have heard that Geng Wen has been plotting to seize the foundational spirit artifact from Gong Shulan. Should he succeed, I fear my demise is not far off. Hu Yao was already aware of the enmity between him and Geng Wen. The last time Zhao Qingluo caused a ruckus at Geng Wen's cave abode, it was Hu Yao who relayed the tale through Tong Pei. So that is how it is. Upon hearing Wei Tu's explanation, Hu Yao's expression softened considerably. Subsequently, she divulged the information that Wei Tu was most concerned about. You need not worry about Geng Wen seeking vengeance against you. Just a couple of days ago, Geng Wen's cave was razed to the ground by the foundational cultivators of the Qi Yue Zhao family, including his master, Xu Dan, who also faced retribution from the Zhao clan. Hu Yao spoke gently. What could have caused this? Wei Tu feigned surprise and pressed for more. Fortune favors me. The trials of foundational cultivation are not without their own tribulations, Hu Yao chuckled lightly, explaining, Geng Wen, emboldened by some audacity, dared to conspire with the Blood Old Demon to ambush Princess Qingluo and seize the foundational elixir from her. Princess Qingluo? What has become of her? Wei Tu interjected. Zhao Qingluo is, of course, unharmed. Hu Yao glanced at Wei Tu with a sidelong glance. According to the rumors circulating in the market, an elder of foundational cultivation happened to pass by and saved Zhao Qingluo's life. Her curiosity about Wei Tu was evident, as Geng Wen and Zhao Qingluo both shared connections with him. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu let out a sigh of relief. Grateful that events were unfolding in a manner most favorable to him. Everyone was convinced that the one who rescued Zhao Qi Luo was a foundation-building practitioner, rather than a mere qi-refining novice. With a foundation-building expert intervening, it seemed that Gongwen, who had attempted to murder the Princess Qi Luo, was likely facing dire consequences. Wei could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. He chuckled lightly, bidding farewell. After some idle conversation, Wei Tu concluded their discussion, rose to leave, and was escorted to the door by Hu Yao. Strange, fellow Taoist Wei. Why would you inquire about Gongwen's information today? Hu Yao paused at the entrance, casting a few contemplative glances at Wei Tu's retreating figure. It had been over a decade since he last visited. Yet today he had suddenly come to her home to seek information about Gongwen. Coincidentally, Gongwen had perished after attempting to kill Zhao Qi Luo. Perhaps I am overthinking this. It must be mere coincidence. Hu Yu mused for a moment and shook her head. Wei Tu was merely a mid-level qi-refining cultivator, a talisman master who had always remained ensconced in the market, lacking in combat experience. Given his strength, encountering the blood-old demon would likely result in his immediate demise. He could not possibly be involved in the conflict between the blood-old demon, Gongwen, and Zhao Qi Luo. Feeling reassured about his safety, Wei Tu returned to his small courtyard on Lark Street. He resumed his daily routine, eating and drinking as usual. Each day proceeded unchanged, filled with meditation and talisman crafting. When good fortune struck, he would treat himself to a spiritual feast at Jingyun residence. Of course, behind the scenes, Wei Tu would discreetly gather information about the movements of the Qi Yue Zhao family. Under the pretense of selling charms, he discreetly inquired about the Zhao family of Qi Yue, raising no undue suspicions. Days passed, turning into weeks, and 3 months later, Wei Tu confided to Tong Pei Pei and Helian Xiong his intention to relocate his cave dwelling. His reasoning was quite straightforward. The spiritual energy concentration in the cultivation chamber of the small courtyard on Lark Street was far too low. His neighbors were not taken aback by Wei Tu's decision. Instead, they accepted it with alacrity. 2 years prior, Wei Tu had ascended to the rank of a first-tier mid-grade talisman master. Although his earning potential could not quite match that of his counterparts in alchemy, array formation, or weapon crafting, he still surpassed the vast majority of late-stage qi refinement practitioners. The late-stage practitioners of Danqiu Mountain typically resided in exclusive, self-contained cave dwellings. Given his wealth, it was entirely reasonable for Wei Tu to seek a more opulent environment for his cultivation. His actions were swift. Within a few days, he secured a superior grade C cave dwelling and moved in. This new residence boasted a higher concentration of spiritual energy than that of Lark Street and was also a solitary estate. He did not squander the opportunity to pass on his previous abode, choosing instead to rent it out to Fujizhou. The name Falling Snow Courtyard was rather appealing. Wei Tu glanced up at the plaque hanging at the entrance of his new cave, a glimmer of satisfaction lighting his eyes as he stepped inside. This change of residence was motivated not only by the desire for greater spiritual energy, but also due to the inadequate privacy of the small courtyard on Lark Street. Times had changed. Ever since acquiring the storage bag of the blood demon, Gongwen, the origins of certain spiritual materials and techniques could not withstand scrutiny, and he no longer maintained the same level of cleanliness as before. Moreover, it pertains to you as well. Wei Tu lifted his robe, revealing the sky-splitting eagle concealed within his sleeve. The sky-splitting eagle had essentially become his third significant acquisition following the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Foundation Establishment Spirit Artifact. Its combat prowess far surpassed that of an average late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Had it not been for the assistance of this magnificent beast, the blood-old demon would not have easily brought Zhao Qi Luo to the brink of death after seizing her storage bag. Wei Tu could not afford to be negligent with this spirit beast. He feared that if he left the sky-splitting eagle in the Demon Wolf Mountain range for an extended period, his beast-controlled token might gradually lose its influence over it. Thus, 3 months later, upon relocating to a secluded cave dwelling, he promptly brought the sky-splitting eagle to Danqiu Mountain. Once the eagle emerged from Wei Tu's robe, it spread its wings and soared, circling within the beast house he had specially prepared for it, letting out a series of piercing cries. The Falling Snow Courtyard was equipped with soundproofing formations, so Wei Tu did not worry about the eagle's calls being overheard by outsiders. A letter? At that moment, Wei Tu approached the entrance and noticed an additional letter in the mailbox. With a flicker of thought, he commanded the sky-splitting eagle to retrieve the 2 letters. A missive from Hong Ying? Upon receiving the letter, he recognized the familiar emblem of the Mirror Water Pavilion on the envelope. This was good news for Hong Ying. However, he wondered whether she had truly moved past her past grievances. After reading the letter, Wei Tu couldn't help but reflect. Within it, Ko Hong Ying mentioned only one matter concerning vengeance. Following the conclusion of the funeral, She had issued a quest within the Mirror Water Pavilion to locate the severely injured first-order green leaf snake that had harmed Ko Liang. The quest was soon met with promising developments. Crucial information lies hidden within the blood-soaked essence of the malevolent practitioner, known as the Blood Old Demon, in Zheng State, where a green leaf snake also resides. Upon learning of this revelation, Ko Hongying, after extensive inquiries, finally uncovered the incident involving the Blood Old Demon's massacre of Zhaoqi Luo. She reached out to Zhaoqi Luo and discovered that the Blood Old Demon had already been vanquished by a foundation-establishing master. The vengeance for her father was thus avenged, and her heartache found resolution. She reassured her elders, including Wei Tu, that they need not worry for her. In the conclusion of her letter, Ko Hongying expressed her gratitude to Wei Tu for pursuing the culprit, affirming her intention to repay the Foundation elder should an opportunity arise. Little did Hongying realize that the one who avenged her brother was none other than me, her third uncle. Wei Tu shook his head. He refrained from disclosing the matter concerning the slaying of the green leaf snake to Ko Hongying, as it was closely linked to the Blood Old Demon, opting instead to keep it concealed. Unexpectedly, Ko Hongying announced a sect mission. After much effort, she discovered that the green leaf snake had indeed been slain and the Blood Old Demon was no more. By a stroke of fate. Had it not been for the inscription on the rock face, Hongying would have remained oblivious to her father's revenge, leaving her heart burdened. Wei Tu pondered. At that moment, his inscription on the rock face, stating the killing of the two demons, was meant to absolve himself of suspicion as a mere qi practitioner. He had not considered this dimension. Fortune favored me, as well as Hongying, he thought to himself. The path to establishing a foundation is fraught with difficulty. Practitioners require not only a foundation establishment pill for transformation and ascension, but also must surmount 3 significant thresholds. These 3 thresholds encompass the physical, the magical power, and the spiritual consciousness. The physical threshold necessitates that the practitioner possesses a robust physique, abundant vitality, and be devoid of hidden injuries. This threshold is also referred to as the age threshold. In general, as long as a cultivator's age does not exceed 2 decades, they can effortlessly surmount this trial. The trial of magical energy requires the transformation of the spiritual power cultivated during the qi refining stage into the magical power of the foundation establishment stage. This challenge tests the cultivator's foundation and the extent of their spiritual energy. A slightly weaker foundation may lead to the risk of failure. The final challenge, the trial of consciousness, proves to be far more arduous. Unlike magical power, the transformation of consciousness magnifies the cultivator's various thoughts, making them susceptible to inner demons. Should Ko Hongying remain troubled by unresolved issues, she is highly likely to encounter inner demons during this trial, potentially leading to the failure of her foundation establishment. In such a case, the reward she promised to Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou would be difficult to fulfill. The investments made by Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou would also be rendered futile. Thus, Wei Tu's remark about fortune favoring both him and Hongying carries significant weight. A year after moving into the Snowfall Courtyard, in mid-April of the following year, Helian Xiong and Tong Peipei arrived together to pay a visit. Wei Tu instructed the wind-splitting eagle to remain hidden before stepping out to greet his guests, welcoming these 2 former neighbors into the living room. After they took their seats, Wei Tu was taken aback when Helian Xiong presented him with a red wedding invitation. He recalled that 2 years prior, during a banquet at Jingyan residence, Helian Xiong had shown little interest in Tong Peipei's affections. The sentiment was unreciprocated. She harbored feelings while he remained indifferent. Could it be that my departure has made a difference? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether the absence of his presence as an unwelcome neighbor had allowed Helian Xiong and Tong Peipei's relationship to progress rapidly, reaching the stage of discussing marriage in just a year. As you can see, Taoist Wei, Tong Taoist, and I will soon be united as partners. Helian Xiong elucidated that Wei would undoubtedly attend as promised. Wei Tu nodded and took the invitation card. He refrained from inquiring about the swift progression of the couple's relationship, for the realm of cultivation was far from mundane. Speaking out of turn could invite calamity. A quarter of an hour later, Helian Xiong took Tong Peipei's hand, bid farewell to Wei Tu, and departed from the Snowfall Courtyard. Days later, in Jingzhen residence, Wei Tu reunited with Fu Zhizhou, who had just returned from the Demon Wolf Mountains. Through Fu Zhizhou's casual chatter, Wei Tu learned the reason behind Helian Xiong's union with Tong Peipei. Several months prior, Helian Xiong had ventured into the Demon Wolf Mountains with the intent of hunting a first-tier superior demon beast, the Thunderhorn Tiger. However, due to erroneous intelligence, he found himself confronted by a mother tiger residing in the cave. Helian Xiong, unable to retreat in time, sustained severe injuries from the Thunderhorn Tiger. Upon returning to Danxiu Mountain, it was only through Tong Peipei's diligent care that he managed to recuperate. Consequently, feelings blossomed between the two, prompting Helian Xiong to propose marrying Tong Peipei. Were it not for this incident, Helian would not have taken the step towards matrimony so soon. Fujizhou sipped his drink and remarked. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu nodded. Helian Xiong's prowess and aptitude placed him among the elite practitioners in the late qi refinement stage, marking him as a contender with potential for foundation establishment. If Helian Xiong were to share a skill akin to that of a talisman master, akin to Wei Tu, then marriage would pose no significant issue. However, Helian Xiong was a blade bearer, frequently risking his life in the perilous Demon Wolf Mountains. Once married, and with familial responsibilities, his actions would inevitably become constrained, leading to diminished spiritual stone income and significantly reducing his chances of successfully establishing his foundation. A month later, the wedding of Helian Xiong and Tong Peipei proceeded as promised, taking place in the quaint courtyard of Lark Street. Wei Tu, after careful consideration of his relationship with these former neighbors, as well as his own status and identity, conferred with Fu Zhizhou before presenting a first-tier low-grade talisman and 2 basic talismans. The total cost of these 3 talismans was approximately equivalent to 1 spirit stone. Yet they could be sold for 3 spirit stones, thus constituting a generous gift. Upon witnessing this, Helian Xiong invited Wei Tu to the main table. As Wei Tu approached the main table, he observed several cultivators fawning over an elderly gentleman seated among them. His brow arched in curiosity as he scrutinized the old man's features, recognizing a striking resemblance to a foundational cultivator recorded in the Chronicles of Immortals, Ren Yifeng, one of the 32 scattered cultivators residing within Danqiu Mountain. Wei Tu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Helian Xiong maintained a connection with Ren Yifeng, even managing to invite him to the wedding. After taking his seat, Wei Tu pondered for a moment and chose not to approach Ren Yifeng. Instead, like the other cultivators present, he maintained a composed demeanor and focused on his meal. He did not believe that ingratiating himself would elevate his standing in Ren Yifeng's eyes or lead to future patronage. As the wedding banquet drew to a close in the evening, Ren Yifeng approached Helian Xiong. He placed a hand on Helian Xiong's shoulder and, from his sleeve, produced a pill bottle, placing it in Helian Xiong's palm. In the past, your father bestowed kindness upon me, allowing me to escape with my life from the Demon Wolf Mountains. Today, I gift you a foundation establishment pill as a token of my gratitude for that past favor. Ren Yifeng's expression remained indifferent. As the discourse concluded, Ren Yifeng flicked his sleeve, transforming into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into the courtyard of Yonk Street. The words lingered in the air, leaving the assembled guests exchanging bewildered glances. Among them, those who had recently courted favor with Ren Yifeng felt a stinging embarrassment. If this foundational cultivator remained so indifferent towards Helian Xiong, it was hardly likely that he would be swayed by their recent flattery. The condensation foundation pill? Was that truly the condensation foundation pill? Soon, the cultivators realized, casting envious glances at the pill bottle in Helian Xiong's possession. The condensation foundation pill, esteemed as the second most valuable elixir after the foundation establishment pill during the qi refinement stage, has always commanded a high price. At that moment, they could not discern whether Ren Yifeng's demeanor towards Helian Xiong was one of indifference or deep-seated loyalty. After all, the bonds of past kindness were difficult to quantify. While the benefits of the condensation foundation pill were undeniably tangible, the wedding banquet thus came to a close, with the guests dispersing like startled birds. Friend Wei, please remain. Just as Wei Tu was preparing to depart, Helian Xiong called out to him. What matter weighs upon you, Helian Daoyu? Wei Tu paused, surprised by the summons. I invite you, Wei Daoyu, to enter and converse further. Helian Xiong gestured respectfully, offering an invitation. The 2 men entered the room, where the newlywed Tong Peipei, adorned in bridal attire, served tea and water to both Wei Tu and Helian Xiong. Are you aware, Wei Daoyu, of why I once intruded upon Gongwen's abode, incurring his ire, and sought refuge with you? After a brief exchange, Helian Xiong set down his teacup and suddenly posed this poignant question. Without waiting for Wei Tu's response, Helian Xiong answered himself. It is due to Wei Daoyu's overly reclusive nature. Apart from Brother Fu, he seldom interacts with others. Wei Tu comprehended the implications behind Helian Xiong's words. Helian's meaning suggested that, because of his solitary disposition, he was compelled to engage with him through the matter concerning Gongwen. What does Helian mean? Wei Tu's eyes narrowed slightly. Ever since Helian Xiong decided to move into the small courtyard on Yonk Street, Wei Tu had suspected that Helian harbored ulterior motives merely constrained by circumstances, and had not confronted him directly. Later, when Helian generously approached him to purchase talismans, the matter was temporarily set aside. I possess a foundational cultivation method that allows one to establish a foundation without relying on foundational pills. Helian Xiong murmured softly. This time, Helian employed a transmission of divine consciousness. What? A method for establishing a foundation without the aid of foundational pills? Wei Tu's expression revealed astonishment. 108. An alternative method for foundation establishment, by Baoge auction. Strictly speaking, foundational pills are not an absolute necessity for cultivators during the foundation establishment phase. However, the likelihood of a cultivator succeeding in breaking through to the foundation stage without the aid of foundational pills is exceedingly small. This is especially true for cultivators with inferior spiritual roots. Without the assistance of foundational pills, one might find it challenging to achieve even a 1 in 100 success rate. The realm of cultivation is perpetually advancing. For cultivators with inferior spiritual roots, this era represents a fortuitous time. It is precisely due to the existence of foundational pills that the foundational stage is not solely the domain of those with exceptional aptitude. Thus, when Helian Xiong speaks of a method to establish the foundation without relying on the foundational pill, it can be understood that there exists an alternative approach that significantly enhances the chances of those who lack the foundational pill to successfully break through. After a few moments, Wei Tu regained his composure, a contemplative expression gracing his features as he hesitated, pondering whether to further inquire of Helian Xiong regarding the mysteries of this enigmatic foundational technique. However, in truth, despite his interest in Helian Xiong's words, Wei Tu felt little desire in his heart. After all, he already possessed a foundational pill within his storage pouch and saw no need to rely on an obscure method to ascend to the foundational realm. The foundational pill has been a well-trodden path, validated by countless predecessors in the realm of cultivation. Wei Tu reasoned that, were Helian Xiong to possess a foundational pill, he would undoubtedly not entertain thoughts of any so-called ancestral foundational techniques but would patiently await the completion of his qi refining, after which he would consume the foundational pill and choose an appropriate location to break through. The alternative approach to establishing the foundation is a choice only made by those who have lost hope in acquiring a foundational pill. Wei Tu, aligning with Helian Xiong's intent, took the initiative to inquire about the peculiar foundational method mentioned. Noting the flicker of desire in Wei Tu's eyes, Helian Xiong silently acknowledged him. Although Wei Tu's financial resources surpassed his own, they were still limited, and given his current strength, it was reasonable to deduce that he would struggle throughout his life to obtain even a single foundational pill. In conventional terms, there are typically two methods to acquire a foundational pill. First, by holding 2 portions of foundational spiritual materials and seeking to exchange them with the 3 sects for 1 foundational pill. Second, by preparing spiritual materials and collaborating with others to seek out a second-tier alchemist for refinement. The second method, while less demanding than the first, still necessitates a foundational spiritual object and a substantial amount of spirit stones to engage a second-tier alchemist for the crafting of pills. Each second-tier alchemist holds a status far superior to that of an ordinary foundation establishment practitioner, making it arduous for qi refinement stage cultivators to interact with them. As for resorting to violence for treasure, that is decidedly an improper approach. Contemplating this, Helian Xiong's face broke into a smile. After a moment of reflection, he spoke. This alternative method of foundation establishment is known as the Demon Soul Foundation Establishment Technique, which utilizes the essence of second-tier demon beasts to aid us qi refinement stage cultivators in reaching the foundation establishment threshold. In my Helian family's ancestry, 3 individuals have successfully achieved foundation establishment through this technique. Noticing a hint of skepticism on Wei Tu's face, Helian Xiong hastily continued, seeking to gain Wei Tu's trust. Today, my friend Helian has stopped you, Wei, inviting you to be a guest and revealing this Demon Soul Foundation establishment technique. Surely there is something I seek from you. Wei Tu set down the teacup in his hand, his expression shifting to one of composure as he calmly replied. I would appreciate it if you could articulate your request, Helian, as well as the reasons for seeking me out. He pondered what unique qualities he possessed that would catch Helian Xiong's interest, and the only distinction he could discern was his commendable proficiency in talisman crafting during the qi refinement stage. Yet, he found it perplexing how the Demon Soul Foundation establishment technique could possibly relate to talisman crafting. Observing Wei Tu's calm demeanor, Helian Xiong couldn't help but admire his mastery of composure, given that this was a method of foundation establishment. Helian Xiong then began to elucidate further. He remarked, the method for cultivating the demon essence, while not necessitating the use of talismans, is nonetheless a formidable challenge for us to seize the essence of a second-tier demon beast. As you well know, Wei Tu nodded in acknowledgement. The second-tier demon beasts are on par with foundational cultivators, and for us, who are still in the qi refining stage, attempting to obtain the essence of such a creature is akin to chasing a fantastical dream. My ancestors once befriended a second-tier talisman master, who aided them in creating a top-tier first-tier talisman known as the Demon Refining Talisman. This talisman allows one to temporarily elevate the essence of a first-tier demon beast to the level of a second-tier. At this juncture, Helian Xiong paused, explaining the rationale behind selecting Wei as an ally. The first reason is Wei's expertise in talismans. He is currently a mid-tier first-level talisman master, and I believe that in a few decades, he shall ascend to a high-tier first-level master, thereby gaining the capability to inscribe this exceptional demon-refining talisman. The second reason pertains to Wei's temperament and approach to matters. Wei possesses a solitary disposition, characterized by his ability to keep secrets. Even if he is reluctant to assist me, he would refrain from divulging this matter and thus avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Helian Xiong spoke softly. While high-tier first-level talisman masters are not overly difficult to find, discovering one who shares a history with him and is not prone to easily revealing secrets is indeed a rare feat. Therefore, he has specifically invited Renifeng, a foundational cultivator with whom he shares a past, not only to repay a familial favor, but also to test Wei Tu's character. If Wei Tu were to flatter Renifeng during the gathering, he would undoubtedly be overlooked for revealing the method of cultivating with the demon soul. After listening to Helian Xiong's explanation, Wei Tu fell into a brief silence. Subsequently, he posed two inquiries based on Helian Xiong's remarks. First, why does Helian Xiong not invite a foundational cultivator like Renifeng to directly hunt second-tier demon beasts and extract their essences for cultivation? Second, given the significance of the demon refinement talisman to the Helian family, why is there no substantial stockpile of such items at home for emergencies? Should Helian not clarify these 2 points, then Wei would not accept this task. His tone bore a hint of coldness. In truth, this rhetoric was merely a strategic retreat to gain Helian Xiong's trust. He could easily concoct suitable reasons for his 2 questions upon a moment's reflection. Having recognized the reliability of this unusual method of cultivation with the demon soul, Wei Tu was resolute in seizing this opportunity. After all, the foundation pill was only sufficient for his own use, and he had a pair of children to consider, necessitating prudent preparation. When his sister and brother, Wei Yin and Wei Jia, embarked on their path to immortality, he had made it clear that he would no longer assist them, as his own cultivation was strained and resources scarce. To help too would jeopardize his own journey. However, the method of foundation cultivation was different. It represented a legacy of knowledge and wealth. In the small courtyard of Yonk Street, within the room, Helian Xiong let out a bitter smile and said, "Wei, you overestimate the bond between me and Uncle Ren. My father merely extended a helping hand to him once. And that small favor is hardly enough to persuade Uncle Ren to assist me in hunting second-tier demon beasts. The second-tier demon beasts are predominantly endowed with innate bloodline abilities, making them far more formidable than their first-tier counterparts. The reason behind my Helian family's limited stock of demon-refining talismans is indeed justifiable. Although talismans possess a longer shelf life compared to medicinal pills, their efficacy is not infinite. Over time, their potency gradually diminishes. Should the power of a demon-refining talisman weaken, it would be nearly impossible to cultivate the essence of a first-tier demon beast to the level of a second-tier creature. Both of these reasons are quite reasonable, particularly the latter. As a talisman master, Wei Tu is undoubtedly aware of the critical implications of a talisman's diminishing power. First-tier talismans are classified into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. The demon-refining talisman is recognized as a top-tier first-grade talisman, akin to the golden light talisman previously utilized by Gong Wan, representing the pinnacle of first-grade demon-refining talismans. Only a superior first-grade talisman possesses sufficient power to approach the foundation-building stage, enabling the essence of a first-tier demon beast to evolve into that of a second-tier. Such talismans are not only challenging to inscribe, but also difficult to preserve over the years without losing their potency. Should Wei Daoist be willing to delve into the study of these demon-refining talismans, I would gladly bestow upon him my family's talisman inheritance. At this juncture, Tong Peipei interjected, expressing concern that the research on demon-refining talismans would be laborious and time-consuming, fearing that Wei Tu might decline the proposition. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of interest appeared on Wei Tu's face. He nodded in agreement, signifying his consent. A quarter of an hour later, as Wei Tu departed from the courtyard on Yonk Street, he found himself in possession of 2 jade slips, one containing the ancestral talisman inheritance from Tong Peipei, and the other detailing the methods for crafting demon-refining talismans. As for the method of cultivating demon essences, Helian Xiong did not bestow the talisman upon Wei Tu, but rather promised him that he would grant it once Wei Tu successfully crafted the demon-summoning talisman. Returning to the falling snow courtyard, Wei Tu briefly glanced at the crafting method of the talisman before setting it aside, choosing not to pursue it further. He understood the importance of prioritizing tasks. His immediate goal was to cultivate to the peak of qi refinement and subsequently establish a foundation, rather than to enhance his mastery of talisman crafting. Even when drawing talismans, he preferred to focus on the sect mission entrusted to him by Ko Hongying, rather than the demon-summoning talisman. 3 years later, Within the cultivation chamber of Falling Snow Courtyard, Wei Tu beheld the substantial increase in his spiritual power, a smile gracing his features. At 67 years of age, he had reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. Unlike Fu Zhizhou, who faced challenges due to a failed transition in his cultivation method, Wei Tu's foundation was robust and solid. Consequently, he did not experience the minor bottleneck typically encountered when progressing from mid-qi refinement to late qi refinement. The difficulty he faced in advancing to the 7th layer was comparable to that of progressing from the 5th to the 6th layer. After solidifying his spiritual power for several days, Wei Tu exited his seclusion. At that moment, the windsplitter eagle let out a sharp cry, delivering an invitation card into Wei Tu's palm, perhaps aware of his status as a captive. The windsplitter eagle refrained from displaying any airs of a high-grade spiritual beast while in Falling Snow Courtyard, often engaging in small tasks to curry favor with Wei Tuesday. The invitation was for the Baibauge auction. Upon reading the content of the invitation, Wei Tu felt a stir within. He realized that he was indeed a notable figure within Danqiu Mountain, having received an invitation to the Baibauge quinquennial auction. Baibauge, within the market of Danqiu Mountain, is regarded as the preeminent large merchant association, hosting an auction every 5 years. At each auction, the Baibauge sends out numerous invitations to prominent figures within the Danqiu Mountain. During his residence at the small courtyard on Lark Street, Wei Tu had never received an invitation from Baibauge. It would be worthwhile to attend. Upon opening the invitation, he noted that the auction was scheduled for 7 days hence, igniting a fervent desire within him. After acquiring the treasures of the Blood Old Demon and achieving a level of mastery in qi cultivation, he possessed the necessary protective talismans and had no need to spend money on adornments. The only items he truly lacked were the Foundation Establishment Pills and the breakthrough elixirs sought by late-stage qi cultivators. The Foundation Establishment Pills, essential for transcending the foundation building stage, could be procured. However, the breakthrough elixirs were another matter entirely. Wei Tu closed the invitation, pondering the lingering unease he felt regarding Geng Wen's treachery in poisoning the Blood Old Demon. The formidable strength of the Blood Old Demon was well acknowledged, yet he had succumbed to the poison crafted by Geng Wen, leading to a most humiliating demise. Had the outcome of their internal strife years prior resulted in the Blood Old Demon's survival, Wei Tu would have never dared to confront him. 7 days later, the auction commenced as scheduled. On this day, the once closed doors of the various caverns throughout Danqiu Mountain swung open. Hundreds of cultivators emerged, converging into a throng making their way towards Baibauge, nestled midway up the mountain. Wei Tu was among them. As the crowd surged forward, he observed noble youths riding spirit steeds, galloping with abandon, alongside Foundation Establishment masters soaring through the air. Yet, the majority of cultivators, like him, traversed the path on foot, neither hurried nor sluggish. Upon entering the grand entrance of the treasure pavilion, Wei Tu traversed through the hall and corridor, ultimately arriving at the venue of the auction, a jade-hued, 3-story edifice. The entrance of this jade building stood ajar, and Wei Tu followed the maid inside. The interior of the jade tower featured interconnected levels. The second floor boasted an open balcony adorned with several Zeton wooden chairs, while the third floor consisted of a series of private boxes. As a first-tier mid-grade talisman master, Wei Tu had received an invitation from the treasure pavilion, yet he had not been granted a complimentary box ticket. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he chose a secluded corner to settle down. Although this spot was somewhat isolated, it afforded him a view of the auction stage on the first floor and the bustling crowd coming and going. As time passed, Wei Tu observed several well-known foundation building practitioners from Danqiu Mountain. Just then, a voice, tinged with surprise, reached his ears. Lifting his gaze, he recognized Fu Zhizhou and beckoned him to join. "Have you come to the auction with something in mind to purchase?" he inquired with curiosity. The Treasure Pavilion's auction typically only invited cultivators at the late qi refinement stage and above. Other cultivators wishing to attend the auction needed to purchase tickets. Thus, unless one had the intent to buy, lower-tier practitioners would seldom venture into the Treasure Pavilion's auctions, preferring not to squander their resources. From the aura emanating from Fu Zhizhou, Wei Tu discerned that he still languished at the 6th layer of qi refinement, yet to make a breakthrough. However, compared to his unstable foundation 3 years prior, Fu Zhizhou's current foundation appeared significantly more solid, with a restrained aura approaching the 7th layer of qi refinement. At the auction, there was a qi-dispelling pill. Chen Yaoshi once remarked that with the assistance of a qi-cleansing pill, the impurities from the blood food pill within me could be entirely eradicated. Fu Zhizhou replied as he took his seat. While the two were engaged in casual conversation, a young lady clad in white, guided by her maid, gracefully soared through the air and arrived at the private box on the 3rd floor. Upon witnessing the beauty of the girl in white, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou were momentarily entranced. Zhao Qingluo, Has she broken through to the foundation establishment stage? Fu Zhizhou remarked with a hint of envy. Although he had long been aware that Zhao Qingluo, a celestial prodigy, would soon reach this milestone, seeing it manifest before his eyes was an entirely different experience. Nearby, Wei Tu observed this scene and felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had taken Zhao Qingluo's foundation establishment pill and felt a tinge of guilt, worried that this act might hinder her path. While it was reasonable to repay a life-saving grace with the pill, he had taken it without her consent. Now, witnessing Zhao Qingluo's successful breakthrough, the weight of his guilt began to dissipate. Soon, the purple sandalwood chairs in the hall of the Baibaoj on the second floor were filled with cultivators, including several mysterious figures cloaked in robes that obscured their faces. According to Wei Tu's observations, there were at least 7 foundation establishment masters seated in the private boxes on the 3rd floor. Could it be that there were valuable items of interest for these masters at this auction? Wei Tu discreetly retrieved the invitation from his sleeve and turned it over to examine the list of items for auction. Similar to previous events, there seemed to be nothing particularly rare, suggesting that the final 3 treasures might hold some deeper significance. Wei Tu pondered silently. Aside from this reason, he truly could not fathom what other treasures at the auction could entice the 7 foundation establishment masters to attend. After all, the Baibao Pavilion held its auctions once every 5 years, and the treasures offered were largely similar each time. A quarter of an hour later, a captivating young woman, elegantly attired and possessing a striking figure, approached the jade table on the auction stage. With a graceful bow, she smiled and said, "I am Lu Hong, responsible for presiding over this auction. On behalf of the Merchant Association, I extend a warm welcome to all esteemed guests." Having introduced herself, Lu Hong wasted no time. She unveiled the red cloth covering the jade table, revealing the first auction item, a deep black mineral the size of a walnut. This was a mid-grade iron essence of the first rank, weighing 3 pounds and 6 ounces, an indispensable material for forging magical artifacts. Today, it commenced bidding at 13 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 2 spirit stones. With a smile gracing her lips, Lu Hong announced, 17 spirit stones. Immediately, cultivators within the hall began to raise their bids. Iron essence is a commonly sought spiritual material in the cultivation realm, with prices clearly defined. This particular piece, weighing 3 pounds and 6 ounces, fluctuated slightly with the market, generally hovering around 30 spirit stones. Should it sell for less than 30 spirit stones, it would be a boon for them. This was a deliberate strategy by Baibao Pavilion to attract patrons, offering a small concession to the cultivators. I bid 21 spirit stones. 23 spirit stones. The bidding voices rose and fell, invigorating the atmosphere of the auction. Among the bidders were Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, both of whom also placed their bids on this iron essence. They would not shy away from the spirit stones offered freely, pretending to be high-minded. 27 spirit stones. Ultimately, this piece of iron essence was claimed by an elderly figure draped in gray, who secured it within his possession. The profit from reselling it would amount to little more than a meager sum, rendering the endeavor rather unappealing to the assembled cultivators. Increasing the bid would likely lead to a loss. The second item up for auction was a pair of fireberry fruits produced by the esteemed He family of Xinjiang. These fruits not only boast an exquisite flavor, but also offer significant benefits to one's cultivation, making them an unparalleled choice for both training and entertaining distinguished guests. Their effects are roughly equivalent to that of a chi-boosting pill. As a beautiful young woman unveiled the crimson cloth draped over the jade table, a wave of fragrant aroma enveloped the entire venue. Fireberries? Several cultivators subtly shifted, swallowing hard. Beyond merely satisfying one's palate, spiritual fruits possess the added advantage of delivering effects comparable to medicinal pills, enhancing one's cultivation. Furthermore, consuming spiritual fruits alleviates concerns about the potential residual toxins often found in pills. However, the price of such fruits is frequently exorbitant, often surpassing that of pills of equal efficacy. For instance, the starting bid for this batch of fireberries was already 10% higher than that of a chi-boosting pill with similar effects. Consequently, despite the relatively low opening price for the fireberries at this auction, bidders remained scarce. Wei Tu felt a flicker of interest. Currently at the 7th level of chi training, he believed that consuming these 2 fireberries could enable him to break through to the 8th level within a decade. However, breakthroughs in the later stages of chi training are far more challenging compared to the earlier phases, with cultivators often languishing in minor realms for decades, a common predicament. Yet ultimately, Wei Tu refrained from bidding. The high cost of the spiritual fruits and their questionable value for money made them more suited for affluent cultivators. Purchasing such fruits would inevitably draw attention to him, and he preferred to quietly amass his wealth. Before establishing a solid foundation, he preferred to maintain a low profile. Furthermore, the Baidao Pavilion auction is held once every 5 years, and he anticipated that similar spiritual fruits like the fire essence berry would be auctioned next time, making any premature purchases unnecessary. Additionally, he needed to accumulate spirit stones to prepare for the acquisition of Foundation establishment pills, and he was unwilling to squander his resources here. This time at the auction, Wei Tu merely intended to observe and expand his horizons. After a brief moment, the fire essence berry was taken away by someone else. One by one, items were extracted from Lu Hong's storage pouch and brought forth for auction. Many of these items, like the previous iron essence and fire essence berry, held the potential for fortunate discoveries. As the auction progressed to its midpoint, Fu Zhizhou's long-awaited qi-dispelling pill finally made its appearance. He expended 14 spirit stones to secure this precious elixir. Ignoring the foundational aspects for a moment's gratification often led to greater cost in the long run. Wei Tu sighed inwardly. Since his breakthrough to the 6th layer of qi cultivation, Fu Zhizhou had lingered in this realm for 7 long years, during which he had squandered over 100 spirit stones. The qi-dispelling pill was merely one of the many elixirs Fu Zhizhou procured during this period. Following the qi-dispelling pill, several rare elixirs emerged at the auction, eliciting a wave of excitement among the cultivators. The earlier items were merely appetizers for the auction, while these last 3 treasures were the true highlights of the event. Lu Hong gently lowered her jade hammer, and the atmosphere among the assembled cultivators shifted, thickening with tension. They understood that the previous items alone could not attract so many Foundation establishment practitioners to attend. The first grand item is none other than the renowned second-tier elixir of beauty, the youth-preserving pill, within the realm of cultivation. Upon consumption of this pill, one's appearance remains eternally fixed, and even at the end of one's life, no signs of aging shall manifest. As Lu Hong spoke of the youth-preserving pill, her tone became fervent, and a glimmer of envy flickered in her gaze as she looked at the vial resting upon the jade table. Though the youth-preserving pill holds no practical utility and offers no enhancement to one's cultivation, it is, for the beauty-conscious female cultivators, a treasure of immeasurable worth. This youth-preserving pill is a prize that this princess must possess, and I implore my fellow cultivators to grant me this favor. As the bidding reached its midpoint, Zhao Luo suddenly raised her voice within the private chamber, uttering this statement. The moment her words fell, the other cultivators exchanged glances, while the auctioneer, Lu Hong, furrowed her brows, a trace of displeasure crossing her features. Yet, the cultivators refrained from speaking further, mindful of the formidable influence of the Chouyue Zhao family. It seems that Princess Qi Luo has short memories. Has she so quickly forgotten the incident of the assassination? Fu Zhizhou and Wei Tu exchanged thoughts through their consciousness. Years prior, Ko Hongying had avenged her father's grievances and sent him a letter, through which he gleaned some insights regarding Zhao Qingluo's ambush by Geng Wen and the blood-old demon. However, just as Fu Zhizhou finished his sentence, Zhao Qingluo interjected with her bid, raising the price of the youth-preserving pill from 400 spirit stones to 700 spirit stones. At this, the other cultivators were rendered speechless. Lu Hong, in charge of the auction, exhibited a slight softening of her expression upon hearing this declaration. A rejuvenation pill, valued at 700 spirit stones, although slightly lower than her expectations, still fell within a reasonable range. The treasure pavilion remained profitable. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu revised his opinion of Zhao Qi Luo. Her previously domineering demeanor had somewhat abated, though not significantly. Yet, as he pondered further, he found himself somewhat reassured. The reputation of the family was not to be dismissed lightly. By leveraging the influence of the Chouyue Zhao family, Zhao Qingluo managed to save several hundred spirit stones in her bid for the rejuvenation pill. Such infamy clearly could not fundamentally undermine a golden core family. No sect of cultivators has ever been annihilated solely due to a mere blemish on its reputation. Geng Wen, driven to desperation by his old age and the hopelessness of attaining Foundation establishment, resorted to the drastic measure of attempting to kill Zhao Qi Luo. That incident was merely an anomaly. Moments later, Zhao Qingluo successfully acquired the rejuvenation pill. Subsequently, the auctioneer, Lu Hong, began to present the remaining 2 exquisite items. These treasures included a second-tier middle-grade fire scale sword and a longevity pill that could extend life by 10 years. The bidding for the fire scale sword attracted few competitors. But when it came to the longevity pill, the Foundation establishment practitioners, aside from Zhao Qingluo, seemed to lose their senses, fervently driving the price up to 3,000 spirit stones. For those in the Foundation establishment stage, 10 years of lifespan equated to merely 2 or 3 sessions of secluded cultivation. Yet, they fervently bid for this longevity pill. It appeared that the Foundation establishment stage was not as carefree as he had anticipated. Witnessing this scene, Fu Zhizhou felt a profound shock, his resolve wavering. The arduous journey of seeking immortality was already a daunting endeavor during the Qi refinement stage. How would he navigate the trials of the foundation establishment stage? The path ahead loomed shrouded in darkness, almost devoid of any glimmer of light. Initially, before encountering the foundation building practitioners, he was filled with imagination about the foundation stage, believing that once he transcended it, he could relax and indulge in a carefree life. However, witnessing so many foundation-building masters engaged in fierce conflict over a single longevity pill compelled him to confront the harsh realities of existence. After exiting the treasure pavilion, Fu Zhizhou shared his worries and concerns with Wei Tu, seeking the latter's perspective. Wei Tu was the most composed and insightful among the four brothers, possessing a keen sense of the bigger picture. Do you still remember the time when the four of us stood together against Prefect He in the government office? Wei Tu pondered aloud. Prefect He? At the mention of the name, Fu Zhizhou's mind was instantly transported back over 40 years. He recalled Wei Tu's words, expressing that he was merely a stable man, yet even a lowly military officer was better than his previous life. At that time, Fu Zhizhou hailed from a prominent military family, and despite facing oppression, his future was still promising. In contrast, Wei Tu and the others were not afforded the same privilege. Times had changed. Now, his circumstances in the world of cultivation bore a striking resemblance to those of Wei Tu and his comrades. The third brother speaks wisely, regardless of the situation. Moving forward is better than stagnation. There is no need for excessive worry, Fu Zhizhou mused, a smile gracing his lips. He straightened his posture, adjusting the gleaming silver spear slung over his shoulder, and the weathered lines on his face transformed, once again reflecting the confidence of an 18-year-old champion of martial examinations. However, as Fu Zhizhou continued on his way, an overwhelming surge of spiritual pressure suddenly erupted from within him, as if gathering strength that was about to be unleashed. Recognizing this, Fu Zhizhou immediately understood the significance of the moment. Disregarding the curious gazes of the onlookers, he promptly settled himself on the ground in a meditative posture, retrieving a qi-clearing pill obtained from the auction and swallowing it whole. Nearly half an hour elapsed, and a pressure of spiritual energy, indicative of the seventh layer of qi cultivation, began to emanate from Fu Zhizhou. At last, he had broken through. Raising his gaze to the side, he found Wei Tu, who had been guarding him, and tears welled up in his eyes, staining his collar. A man of honor weeps not lightly, for tears are reserved for moments of profound sorrow. After 7 years of arduous training, the toxicity from the pills he had consumed had long since dissipated, and the accumulated spiritual power lay dormant within his body. Yet, he had been unable to achieve a breakthrough for an extended period. Ultimately, the root of the issue lay in his state of mind, a malady beyond the remedy of medicine. Had it not been for his earnest inquiry to Wei Tu and the invaluable insight he received, he might have needed an additional 2 to 3 years to emerge from the shadow of his past failures. I had once believed my resolve to be far superior to that of my emotionally bound brother. Yet, in truth, my brother's steadfast and methodical approach to his path far surpassed my own, a man who has forsaken his family. Fu Zhizhou sighed in regret. Years ago, when Wei Tu urged him to return home to visit his family, he had not only declined, but had also dissuaded Wei Tu from offering assistance to the next generation. In retrospect, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. Contemplating this, Fu Zhizhou repeated his name thrice, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Though named Zhizhou, he had not drifted through life like a boat upon the vast waters. After parting ways with Fu Zhizhou, Wei Tu returned to the snowfall courtyard. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 2 more years had slipped away. In that year, under the condition of not disrupting his cultivation, Wei Tu finally completed the first sect task entrusted to him by Ko Hongying, which was to draw 100 earth-shaking talismans. Wei Tu journeyed to the Danqiu mountain post, carefully bundled these talismans, and sent them off to Baishir Lake. In April of the same year, Wei Tu reunited with the long-absent Wei Fei. The master has passed away, he said. In the mundane world, fallen leaves return to their roots. Upon arriving at the falling snow courtyard, Wei Fei's face bore a sorrowful expression as he conveyed this news to Wei Tuesday. During their last gathering of the Righteous Society, Wei Fei had mentioned that he wished to accompany Master Wu Xian through the final years of his life. Therefore, upon hearing of Master Wu Xian's demise, Wei Tu was not taken aback. You were not this grief-stricken when your adoptive father passed away, Wei Tu thought to himself. Back when he and Wei Fei served as martial officials in the mortal realm, the reaction of Wei Fei at the death of the Qinglong gang's leader, Wei Jinghai, had been far less pronounced than today. In terms of time, Master Wu Xian had only shared about a decade with Wei Fei, which paled in comparison to the years Wei Jinghai had spent with him. Of course, Wei Tu understood the reason behind it. The so-called adoptive father and son of the gang did not share genuine familial bonds. The act of adopting a son was merely a tactic employed by Wei Jinghai to maintain his rule over the Qinglong gang. In contrast, the relationship between Wei Fei and Master Wu Xian was one of profound mutual understanding, with no tension in their master-disciple bond. Before he passed, the master instructed me to give you this jade slip, my third brother, Wei Fei said, as he retrieved a pale blue jade slip from his storage bag and placed it upon the table. The master mentioned that he had only imparted to you the knowledge of cultivation because his time was limited, and there was no need to foster further ties. He left a final message before departing, instructing me to pass on a portion of the inheritance to you, his third brother, intending for me to bear this favor. Without any hesitation, Wei Fei revealed the calculations that Master Wu Xian had previously devised. In comparison to his relationship with Master Wu Xian, his acquaintance with Wei Tu was far more long-standing. They were true sworn brothers, bound by the deepest of ties. I have acknowledged the intentions of the esteemed elder. Wei Tu did not decline and accepted the jade slip that Master Wu Xian had bestowed upon him. Although his current cultivation was already on par with that of Master Wu Xian, the allure of the inheritance held little sway over him. However, as his consciousness penetrated the jade slip, the nonchalance on Wei Tu's face was swiftly replaced by a grave demeanor. In 10 years, we shall reconvene, each transformed. The cultivation method recorded within the jade slip was merely an ordinary technique for the qi refining stage, unremarkable in its nature. Yet, it contained the blueprint for crafting a unique magical artifact known as the One Qi Bag, a flesh and blood artifact. Upon refining this artifact, a cultivator effectively gains an additional dantian, allowing them to store spiritual energy and nurture the artifact within. This blood and flesh artifact can hold up to 40% of the cultivator's spiritual energy. The depth of one's spiritual energy significantly influences the outcome of battles among cultivators of the same rank. However, what Wei Tu valued was not the combat effectiveness of the One Qi Bag, but rather its capacity to store spiritual energy, providing support to cultivators during the pivotal moment of breaking through the foundation establishment stage, particularly at the crucial juncture of magical energy. The 3 hurdles of foundation establishment, the physical body, magical energy, and consciousness, present the most formidable challenge, especially in terms of the quantity of magical energy. A weak foundation or insufficient spiritual energy would render one incapable of meeting the requirements for condensing magical liquid. However, if one possesses the spiritual energy stored within this air sac, then even a slightly inferior foundation would not pose a problem during the foundational breakthrough. This air sac, with its ample spiritual energy, is sufficient to assist cultivators in transforming their spiritual essence into magical power. Of course, the efficacy of the air sac is not diminished for those with a robust foundation. Rather, the greater the quantity of spiritual energy during the condensation of spiritual essence, the more solidly the foundation is established during the transformation. A strong foundation is indeed advantageous for future cultivation within the foundational realm. Furthermore, this air sac is not difficult to refine, as the required materials are readily available. The most elusive of these materials is merely the stomach of a high-quality beast of the same attribute. As Wei Tu meticulously examined the refining method and necessary materials for the air sac, a look of delight crossed his face. Had the air sac been exceedingly challenging to create, the acquisition of its crafting method would have been a mere trifle. The late Elder Wu had instructed his second brother to pass this legacy on to him, presumably with the intention of fostering a sense of obligation. This air sac is indeed beneficial to me. I am willing to trade 50 spirit stones along with 2 mid-tier talismans of the first rank in exchange for this crafting method. Wei Tu pondered briefly, then turned to enter the living quarters, retrieving a pouch of spirit stones and 2 talismans, which he placed before Wei Fei. Within the jade slip of techniques that Wei Fei had provided, the method for crafting the air sac was outlined with clarity. However, Wei Fei's unguarded disposition towards Wei Tu did not imply that Wei Tu would accept the jade slip without offering Wei Fei any semblance of benefit in return. Even among brothers, it is essential to maintain clear accounts. This principle serves as a reminder not only to others, but also to oneself. One must conduct oneself with integrity. This is overwhelming. Wei Fei gazed in astonishment at the spirit stones laid before him, hastily waving his hand in refusal. Wei Tu shook his head, firmly holding down the pouch of spirit stones that Wei Fei attempted to push towards him. Second brother, the crafting method for this Qi Bag artifact, if truly appraised, could serve as the paisi to our assistance at the 100 Weapons Pavilion auction. I exchanged 50 spirit stones and 2 medium-grade talismans for this method, and in truth, it is I who have benefited, indebted to you, second brother. What Wei Tu uttered was both truth and deception. The Qi Bag, a flesh and blood artifact, could comprehensively enhance a cultivator's foundation. If its crafting method were presented at an auction house, it it would undoubtedly fetch a valuation in the thousands of spirit stones. By offering 50 spirit stones and 2 medium-grade talismans for this method, he had indeed secured a considerable advantage. However, for an individual, a chi bag would not be worth thousands of spirit stones. The valuation of the chi bag's crafting method reaching 1,000 spirit stones stemmed from its allure to cultivation factions. Once a cultivation faction acquires this artifact's crafting method, they not only gain a continuous source of spirit stones, but also significantly bolster their foundational strength. Naturally, such factions would readily part with 1,000 spirit stones to bid for this chi bag artifact's method. Setting that aside, the chi bag's utility during a cultivator's foundation establishment and combat can be supplanted by corresponding elixirs. Yet, the price of these elixirs does not exceed the 50 spirit stones that Wei Tu proposed. Moreover, what Wei Fei provided was merely the crafting method. To produce a chi bag, one would need to invest no less than 100 spirit stones. Thank you, third brother. Wei Fei is no fool. He comprehends the true significance of the 50 spiritual stones that Wei Tu has bestowed upon him. Firstly, it signifies that he does not seek to take advantage of him, serving as a model of integrity. Secondly, the offering of these 50 stones conveys an intention to lend him assistance. Upon accepting the spiritual stones, Wei Tu pondered for a moment and remarked, "As I previously suggested during our time in the mortal realm, I advise you, my second brother, to disclose the manufacturing method of this air pouch to our fourth brother and Hong Ying. Mutual benefit will not only aid them on their paths, but will also assist you in advancing further on your own journey." Their camaraderie is profound, as he has gifted Wei Fei 50 spiritual stones and 2 mid-grade talismans. The compensation offered to Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou would undoubtedly be no less than the value of 50 spiritual stones. With a total of 150 spiritual stones at his disposal, Wei Fei would be well equipped for his needs during the chi refining stage. "I will heed your counsel, third brother," Wei Fei responded joyfully. During their last reunion, he had harbored concerns of lagging far behind. Yet he did not anticipate that the legacy left to him by the Witch Immortal would be so bountiful. After selling the manufacturing method of the air pouch to the other members of the Righteous Society, he could utilize these spiritual stones to catch up, which should not pose a significant challenge, considering Fu Zhizhou has struggled at the 6th layer of chi refining for so long. When you provide the method of the air pouch to Hong Ying, remember to have her sign a spiritual contract, pledging not to sell the method privately. Wei Tu reminded him at an opportune moment. Unlike the 3 brothers, Ko Hongying is not a rogue cultivator. She has a background in a celestial sect and a foundation building master. Thus she need not worry about the potential repercussions and dangers that might arise from selling the method of the air pouch. Treasures stir the heart. The gains and losses of 1,000 spirit stones are sufficient to influence Ko Hongying's foundational journey. This matter has not escaped my notice. Wei Fei chuckled softly. He felt no apprehension towards Wei Tu, for their friendship spanned over 40 years, and he was well aware of Wei Tu's character. However, he would not naively offer Ko Hongying his techniques without caution, for he remained vigilant. 2 months later, Wei Tu received letters from both Wei Fei and Ko Hongying, one after the other. The contents of both letters pertained to the crafting of a chi pouch. Wei Fei stated that Ko Hongying had agreed to sign a spiritual contract and had provided him with 80 spirit stones as payment for the acquisition of a chi pouch. Wei Tu was not surprised by this development. From Ko Hongying's previous request during their last gathering for assistance in advancing her foundational cultivation, it was evident that she harbored considerable ambition in her practice. Indeed, her aspirations might even be aimed at the loftier stage of the golden core. While certain elixirs could yield effects comparable to that of a chi pouch, the advantage of a chi pouch lies in its cumulative effects, which would significantly enhance Ko Hongying's potential. For this reason alone, she would not easily overlook the method of crafting a chi pouch. In her letter, aside from mentioning her transaction with Wei Fei, Ko Hongying also expressed her desire to craft a chi pouch. She indicated her intention to approach Wei Tu to seek the assistance of his esteemed father-in-law, Mei Yuanfeng, the master of the 100 Armory Pavilion, in creating this flesh and blood artifact. Each craft has its own expertise. Mei Yuanfeng is a renowned first-tier master craftsman in Baisher Lake, celebrated far and wide, with a commendable reputation. More importantly, Ko Hongying could establish a connection with Mei Yuanfeng. After some contemplation, Wei Tu composed a reply to Ko Hongying. He advised her to bide her time and, during this interval, to gather the necessary spiritual materials for crafting the magical artifact. When they convened again, they would solicit Mei Yuanfeng to forge this particular airbag device. After all, the next decade reunion was but a few short years away. Merely 2 years remained. In the blink of an eye, those 2 years swiftly elapsed. During this period, aside from Tong Pei Pei's occasional inquiries regarding Wei Tu's progress on the demon summoning talisman, little else transpired. After packing his belongings, Wei Tu departed with Fu Zhizhou from Danxiu Mountain, heading towards the Baishe Lake Market. They first arrived in the city of Nanhang. Fu Zhizhou halted abruptly. "Third brother, you should return home. I shall not accompany you any further," he stated. Wei Tu was taken aback, recalling that last time, after his fourth brother had met Liner, he had resolved some matters. He remembered that during Ko Liang's funeral, Fu Zhizhou and his son Fu Lin had finally come face to face, and, following their meeting, Fu Zhizhou had excused himself, citing family affairs as the reason for his early departure. Fu Zhizhou shook his head, sighed softly, and did not pursue the conversation. Observing this, Wei Tu refrained from pressing further. He nodded and turned to enter the city of Nanhang. It is often said that even the most astute officials struggle to adjudicate familial matters. Although he and Fu Zhizhou were sworn brothers, it was not appropriate to pry into his family affairs. Upon returning to the Wei residence, after greeting his family, Wei Tu seized an opportunity to inquire with Wei Yin and her siblings about the Fu family. After Uncle Ko's funeral, Fu Lin, along with the second and third members of the Fu family, had departed from Nanhang City, their whereabouts now unknown. Wei Xiaowen spoke in a hushed tone. Why did the three of them run away from home? Wei Tu raised his eyebrows, feeling somewhat perplexed. Back then, when Fu Lin knelt before him, he discerned the steadfastness of the Fu family's eldest son's resolve, comparable to that of his father. Fu Lin had first registered at the Baishe Lake Marketplace, and now he had fled, clearly jeopardizing his own path. The reasons must extend beyond the conflicts between father and son. It was because Fu Lin had practiced demonic arts. Wei Xiaowen whispered, "Demonic arts?" Wei Tu's gaze sharpened, silently acknowledging the revelation. During their last gathering, Wei Xiaowen had informed him that Ko Hongying held disdain for Fu Lin, even using the excuse of seclusion to avoid meeting the visiting Fu Lin. At that time, he had wondered why Ko Hongying would act in such a manner. After all, he did not perceive her as one who would seek favor or betray her peers. However, if Fu Lin had already been practicing demonic arts at that time, everything became explicable. During the previous gathering, Ko Hongying had already disclosed her cultivation level, which was at the 7th layer of Qi training. With such a level, it would not be difficult for her to detect the signs of Fu Lin's practice of demonic arts. Her disdain for Fu Lin was likely merely a precaution to avoid suspicion, rather than a judgment against a fallen peer. In the Zheng Kingdom, practitioners of demonic arts were nearly universally reviled. 5 days later, on June 13th, the members of the Righteous Society gathered once more. Yet this time, compared to a decade ago, Ko Liang was absent. A look of sadness appeared on Ko Hongying's face. Wei Tu and the others also sighed, pouring a cup of rice wine onto the ground as a tribute to Ko Liang's spirit in the afterlife. Subsequently, the four shared their respective advancements in cultivation and the insights they had gained over the past 10 years. Wei Fei discreetly cast a glance at Fu Zhizhou, her face beaming as she revealed her recent advancement to the 6th level of Qi training. 2 years prior, when she journeyed to the Snowfall Courtyard where Wei Tu resided, her cultivation had already reached the 5th level. With the assistance of the spirit stones from Wei Tu and Ko Hongying, she procured a Baishui Dan and effortlessly ascended to the 6th level. Subsequently, following the sequence, she approached Wei Tu, who had now attained the 7th level of Qi training. Wei Tu's words were succinct. As his voice faded, both Wei Fei and Fu Zhizhou, having previously met Wei Tu and well prepared, were taken aback, though not excessively so. In stark contrast, Ko Hongying, who had remained within the sect, diligently practicing, visibly displayed her astonishment upon hearing Wei Tu's new cultivation level. At the last gathering, Wei Tu had managed to break through only one minor realm over a decade, reaching the 5th level of Qi training. Yet, this time, a decade had passed, and Wei Tu's pace of advancement had remarkably accelerated, allowing him to surpass 2 minor realms. It is important to note that the transition from the 6th to the 7th level signifies a progression from the mid to the late stages of Qi training, a feat not easily accomplished. Presently, she had only reached the 8th level, merely 1 minor realm ahead of Wei Tuesday. Congratulations, Uncle Wei. Ko Hongying suppressed her distractions and expressed her felicitations to Wei Tuesday. What? Fourth brother, you've broken through to the 7th level of Qi training? Upon hearing Fu Zhizhou declare his own cultivation level from behind, the previously composed Wei Fei was rendered speechless, unable to restrain her exclamation. She had anticipated that with her recent breakthrough to the 6th level, she would no longer be at the bottom. However, she was taken aback to find that Fu Zhizhou had once again outpaced her, not lingering at the 6th level any longer. Fu Zhizhou, observing Wei Fei's demeanor, remained unconcerned and chuckled lightly, thus dismissing the matter with a casual air. During mundane times, he was well aware of Wei Fei's dissatisfaction towards him. Initially, this discontent had the potential to impact their relationship. However, as time has progressed, it It merely serves as a minor embellishment on their journey of cultivation. Lastly, it was Ko Hongying's turn. After sharing her insights on her cultivation and experiences, her enchanting gaze shifted to Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou as she broached the subject of crafting a chi bag, a particular magical artifact. If the opportunity arises, Uncle Fu might consider attempting to forge this artifact. With its assistance, the challenges stemming from insufficient foundational strength during your foundation establishment would be alleviated, she advised. Fu Zhizhou, however, shook his head in response. Following his recent recovery, the spiritual stones he possessed had dwindled significantly. He lamented the lack of resources to pursue the creation of a chi bag to reinforce his foundation. After the banquet, the group departed the private room. Ko Hongying, lifting her skirt, trailed half a step behind Wei Tu, initiating a silent conversation regarding the specifics of crafting the chi bag. I have gathered a considerable amount of spiritual materials, with some collected in pairs. I wonder if Uncle Wei has made any preparations on his end? She inquired. Wei Tu nodded in acknowledgement, producing a meticulously organized list of spiritual materials from his sleeve and handing it to Ko Hongying. After a thorough comparison of their collected materials, they found that the total slightly exceeded the two sets. Subsequently, they evaluated the value of the spiritual materials each required, leading Ko Hongying to supplement Wei Tu with 4 spiritual stones. Having gathered sufficient spiritual materials, Wei Tu did not hesitate and immediately called upon Wei Xiaowen, instructing him to take him and Ko Hongying to meet Mei Zhan. Mei Yuanfeng was a first-tier high-grade artifact craftsman. His status within the chi refining stage was exceptionally distinguished, second only to that of a foundation establishment master. To establish contact, it would be more advantageous to leverage the connection through Mei Zhan. Half an hour later, Mei Zhan agreed to Wei Tu's request without much hesitation. Their previous meeting had left a strong impression on her, as Wei Tu's generous demeanor had spoken volumes. This was significant. It indicated that Wei Tu was not the type to seek unfair advantages from their 100 Armories pavilion. My father is a high-grade artifact craftsman, and many cultivators seek his services for crafting magical tools. Should one attempt to cut in line, it may necessitate the expenditure of additional spirit stones. Mei Zhan cautioned Wei Tu and Ko Hongying in advance, clearly outlining the fees associated with Mei Yuanfeng's crafting services as well as the costs incurred for priority access. I shall cover the extra spirit stones, Ko Hongying remarked, her beautiful eyes glancing at Wei Tuesday. She was no more than 10 years away from achieving full chi refinement and needed to expedite the crafting of a chi bag to cultivate her spiritual energy. In contrast, Wei Tu would require at least 20 years to reach full chi refinement. Thus, it would be unnecessary for him to squander resources merely to forge a chi bag ahead of schedule. Therefore, the additional spirit stones incurred from cutting in line should rightfully be her responsibility, rather than be divided with Wei Tuesday. Wei Tu nodded in agreement, refraining from assuming the role of the affluent patron, insisting on sharing the costs. In this instance, Ko Hongying was effectively utilizing the familial ties between the Mei and Wei families to gain priority access for crafting a chi bag artifact. Throughout this process, it was the goodwill of the Wei family that was being consumed. In the future, Wei Tu may have to repay this favor. Therefore, even though he urgently requires a place in line to forge magical artifacts, just like Ko Hongying, the additional spirit stones should primarily be provided by Ko Hongying. The following day, under the guidance of Mei Zhan, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying arrived at the forging workshop behind the 100 Weapons Pavilion, where they met Mei Yuanfeng. A chi bag? Mei Yuanfeng expressed surprise upon hearing that the artifact they wished to forge was of this nature. Clearly, he had previously encountered the description of such an artifact in the jade slips documenting the techniques of the witch immortal master. Might we alter the confidentiality agreement concerning the method of crafting this artifact? I wish to incorporate the crafting technique of this item into the legacy of the Mei family. After a moment of contemplation, Mei Yuanfeng fixed his gaze upon Wei Tu, who was in charge, and inquired. Generally, when a craftsman undertakes the forging of a unique artifact commissioned by a client, a confidentiality agreement is signed, stipulating that the crafting method must not be disclosed or replicated for others. Such agreements vary in form, based on the client's preferences. Some require the craftsman to keep the crafting method entirely to themselves, while others restrict the craftsman from forging this unique artifact for a set period post-completion. In this instance, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying opted for the most stringent form of confidentiality agreement, which stipulated that after forging the chi bag, Mei Yuanfeng could not forge this item again nor disclose its crafting method to others. At this moment, Mei Yuanfeng's implication was that he intended to lower the confidentiality level of this agreement, allowing the crafting method of the chi bag to be included in the legacy of the Mei family. Do you know the origins of this chi bag, Taoist Mei? Wei Tu did not respond immediately, but instead shifted the topic. The airbag, a unique artifact from the Hori sect located in the Zheng state, vanished after the sect's demise 10,000 years ago. However, it is not entirely certain that its crafting methods are completely lost. Perhaps the three major sects still harbor its secrets. Mei Yuanfeng stroked his beard and explained. The Hori sect? Wei Tu nodded subtly. Committing the name of the sect to memory, he speculated that the witchcraft master might have significant ties to this Hori sect. The crafting method of this artifact was obtained from an acquaintance of mine. If fellow Taoist Mei is willing to offer a modest price, I would be amenable to facilitating the acquisition of this method from my acquaintance, Wei Tu responded. The spiritual contract merely serves as a commercial certificate, lacking absolute binding power. Should Mei Yuanfeng truly incorporate it into the Mei family's legacy, even if discovered, there would be limited means to impose restrictions. Thus, Mei Yuanfeng's decision to inform him in advance and his willingness to sign a new spiritual contract reflects a commendable level of integrity. Of course, Wei Tu was uncertain whether Mei Yuanfeng's choice was influenced by their familial connection. His current objective was to maximize profit for Wei Fei. 200 spirit stones. Mei Yuanfeng stated decisively, providing a specific figure. I assure you that the crafting method will only circulate within the Mei family, and the artifacts produced will solely benefit the descendants of the Mei family. Without any intention of sale, he added. The price of 200 spirit stones was already considerable, and with Mei Yuanfeng's assurance, Wei Tu pondered for a moment before agreeing on behalf of Wei Fei. The Qi bag is a superior magical artifact, not easily crafted from flesh and blood. Each one requires a fee of 50 spirit stones from both of you. After signing the spirit contract, Mei Yuanfeng briefly perused the crafting method of the Qi bag and disclosed the cost of its creation. Wei Tu and the others submitted their spirit stones. The parties agreed to collect the goods from the 100 Arms Pavilion in 3 months. This amounted to 200 spirit stones. Upon concluding his words, Mei Yuanfeng retrieved 2 high-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to Wei Tuesday. A single high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing these 2 high-grade stones, Wei Tu couldn't help but admire Mei Yuanfeng's integrity. After placing the materials down, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying did not linger in the artifact workshop and took their leave. Time flew by, and 3 months later, Wei Tu met with Ko Hongying to collect the Qi bags that Mei Yuanfeng had crafted for them at the 100 Arms Pavilion. Wei Tu noticed that his Qi bag was slightly superior in quality compared to Ko Hongying's. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the reason. There are nuances in the crafting of magical artifacts. Mei Yuanfeng, having an acquaintance with him, had favored Ko Hongying by crafting her Qi bag first as a trial. However, upon observing that Ko Hongying did not mind this discrepancy, Wei Tu relegated that thought to the recesses of his mind and chose not to dwell on it further. As they departed from the 100 Arms Pavilion, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying strolled together, engaging in conversation. After the passing of Ko Liang, Wei Tu noticed that Ko Hongying spoke to him significantly more than before. In the past, she would send him a letter only once every 2 or 3 years. However, thereafter, she would send him a letter every few months, sharing her recent experiences at the Mirror Water Pavilion. Uncle Wei, I have nearly gathered enough contributions for the sect. In another decade, I may finally commence my foundation establishment. At that time, I might be unable to attend the next gathering. As the two conversed about the matter of foundation establishment, Ko Hongying paused, expressing her concerns. She feared that if she were to miss the next gathering of the Righteous Society, Wei Tu and the others might harbor discontent, believing that once her cultivation advanced, she would regard them, her less fortunate elders, with disdain. There was no need for Hongying to worry about such matters. I shall elucidate this to my second brother and fourth younger brother, Wei Tu reassured her. The path of immortality becomes increasingly solitary, with Ko Liang still present. There was no need for Ko Hongying to fret. As a father, Ko Liang would ensure that everything was arranged for her. Alas, with Ko Liang now departed, Ko Hongying must confront these trivialities alone. Thank you, Uncle Wei. Upon hearing his words, the sorrow on Ko Hongying's face dissipated, and she bowed gracefully to Wei Tu, a smile illuminating her features. The two then bid farewell. Wei Tu departed from Baisher Lake's marketplace, vanishing into the dense fog. For some reason, whenever I conversed with Uncle Wei, I always felt a sense of tranquility. Perhaps this is why Uncle Wei became the backbone of the four in the Righteous Society. Ko Hongying cast a glance at Wei Tu's broad silhouette, pondering. She was uncertain when it was that she began to increasingly value Wei Tu's insights and sought his opinions through letters. Everything seemed to unfold subtly and imperceptibly. 7 days later, Wei Tu returned to Danqiu Mountain. Upon arriving at his cave dwelling, the first thing he did was to commence the refinement of a Qi pouch. In the palm of his hand lay a small air pouch, no larger than a walnut, emanating a deep green glow. After refining the Shao Chun Qiu Gong and condensing the earth magnetic spirit body, Wei Tu's spiritual power attributes lean more towards wood rather than earth. Consequently, for the creation of this air pouch, he opted to utilize the stomach of a wood attribute beast as the primary material. After a rough refinement, Wei Tu did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed the air pouch artifact. Under the catalysis of his spiritual power, the pouch swiftly took root near his dantian, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy within. The walnut-sized, shriveled air pouch gradually became plump as it received nourishment from the spiritual energy in his dantian. It could carry a maximum of 3.5 portions of his spiritual energy. After a month and a half, Wei Tu finally filled the air pouch with his spiritual energy. He estimated that the amount it could hold was roughly equivalent to 3.5 portions of spiritual energy at the 7th level of Qi training. By the time he reached the 9th level of Qi training, the air pouch would only be able to accommodate about 2 portions of his spiritual energy. Yet, even at this diminished capacity, the enhancement was considerable, sufficient to elevate his foundational potential. A smile graced Wei Tu's face, following the refinement of the air pouch. Aside from meditative practice, he began to inscribe the first-tier mid-grade talisman, the illusory wood talisman. This talisman was the final task entrusted to him by Ko Hongying among the 2 assignments. 3 to 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. And during this time, Wei Tu effortlessly completed the task for the illusory wood talisman. Hongying had broken through to the 9th level of Qi training. Was she about to establish her foundation? After delivering the talismans, Wei Tu received a letter from Ko Hongying the following month. In her correspondence, Ko Hongying informed Wei Tu that she had successfully transcended to the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and, after 2 more years of honing her spiritual energy, she would be ready to embark on her breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Wei Tu replied, preemptively congratulating Ko Hongying on her anticipated advancement to a foundation establishment practitioner. 5 years have elapsed since the foundation establishment celebration. Once again, the Baibaoj auction was upon them. After sending the letter, Wei Tu noticed an invitation to the Baibaoj at the entrance and pondered its significance. Days later, he attended the auction. This time, there were fewer foundation establishment practitioners present, with only 2 in attendance. The auctioneer remained Lu Hong. When the bidding for spiritual fruits commenced, Wei Tu did not conceal his skills. He competed fiercely and acquired a first-tier premium spiritual fruit known as the silver wand fruit. The other cultivators, surprised for a moment that this somewhat renowned talisman master had secured the item, soon disregarded him. The financial acumen of talisman masters is not to be underestimated. At this point, Wei Tu was over 70 years old, nearing 80, with limited potential. His acquisition of the spiritual fruit seemed to suggest that he had consumed an excess of elixirs, and thus sought the silver wand fruit to mitigate the risk of pill toxicity. 5 years is a significant turning point. A cultivator in their 60s at the 7th layer of Qi refinement is considered to possess commendable potential, while one in their 70s at the same level is viewed as having considerably diminished prospects. Upon returning to the falling snow courtyard, Wei Tu consumed the silver wand fruit. Valued at 25 spiritual stones, and fueled by its spiritual energy, he made a vigorous breakthrough to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. A few days later, Tong Pei visited as per routine, inquiring about Wei Tu's progress in researching the demon refining talisman. A few days ago, I managed to sketch a demon refining talisman, albeit with an exceedingly high failure rate. After nearly 100 attempts, this one finally emerged. Wei Tu retrieved a dark red talisman from his sleeve and placed it upon the table. At this moment, it had been 8 long years since Helian Xiong entrusted him with the task of crafting the demon refining talisman. 8 years, a span neither too short nor too long. He could not continue to delay Helian Xiong and his wife, offering them no tangible results. The talisman masters of Danqiu Mountain were not limited to him alone. If he failed to produce results for an extended period, Helian Xiong and his wife might abandon this avenue and seek a more reliable talisman master elsewhere. Wei Tu was quite invested in the method of establishing a foundation with demon souls and had no desire to lose the opportunity to acquire this unique pathway. Thus, after completing the sect mission for Ko Hongying, he devoted nearly all his energy over the past couple of years to the creation of the demon refining talisman. Aside from his cultivation, did you succeed in crafting the demon refining talisman? Tong Pei inquired with surprise, as she had already prepared herself for another fruitless endeavor. As a talisman master herself, she could easily discern the difficulties associated with creating the demon refining talisman. This particular talisman was among the higher-grade talismans, known for its considerable complexity. When Wei Tu accepted Helian Xiong's commission, he was merely a mid-tier first-level talisman master. Given his rank, even creating high-grade talismans was a formidable challenge. let alone the more intricate demon-refining talisman. Contemplating this, Tong Pei Pei felt a chill run down her spine. Wei Tu's success in crafting the demon-refining talisman implied that his mastery of talismans had approached or solidified within the realm of a first-level high-grade talisman master. Only with a stable output of talismans at a certain level can one be deemed a talisman master of that rank. It is merely a stroke of luck, Wei Tu humbly stated. I, Wei, have yet to reach the pinnacle of a first-tier talisman master. This statement is, in essence, truthful. With the fate of great talents emerging late, he differs from ordinary talisman masters, as long as he dedicates himself to mastering a specific type of talisman. He can achieve proficiency with time. In other words, once he grasps the fundamentals of drawing a particular talisman, he can, through the influence of his auspicious fate, gradually master its intricacies and ultimately create it with finesse. However, over the past decade, as his geomagnetic spiritual essence solidified, his focus has shifted from enhancing his talisman-making skills to cultivation. The two pursuits cannot coexist harmoniously. His cultivation has reached the 8th level of Qi training, which has resulted in stagnation in his talisman skills, progressing at a sluggish pace. Currently, he remains a mid-tier first-tier talisman master, yet to ascend to the upper tier. In a few years, it is certain that Wei will achieve the status of a superior talisman master. Tong Pei Pei smiled, her gaze toward Wei Tu imbued with a newfound respect. The reason she had been willing to apologize and make amends during their altercation in the shantytown years ago was largely due to Wei Tu's innate talent for talismans. Yet, she had not anticipated that decades later, Wei Tu would have surpassed her by such a margin. She still lingered as a low-tier talisman master, while Wei Tu, predictably, would soon ascend to the ranks of superior talisman masters. I shall take this demon-summoning talisman with me, she declared, as she gently collected the talisman into her palm, offering a graceful bow before taking her leave. This demon-summoning talisman, while of superior quality, had yet to reach the pinnacle of first-tier talismans and could not be utilized to catalyze demonic spirits. She took away the talisman merely to convey her congratulations to Helian Xiong. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, 8 years have passed. Wei Tu has reached the age of 83. It has been 5 years since Hongying entered seclusion, and one wonders, has she succeeded in her foundation establishment? Or has she failed? Within the training chamber of the falling snow courtyard, after feeding the sky-splitting eagle its spiritual nourishment, Wei Tu calculated the time and pondered. 5 years ago, Ko Hongying had sent him a letter, expressing her intent to enter seclusion for a breakthrough in foundation establishment. Initially, he had anticipated seeing her as a foundation establishment practitioner at the cultivation gathering 3 years hence. However, upon arriving at the Baishir Lake Marketplace, he learned that she remained within the Mirror Water Pavilion, still in seclusion and yet to leave her sect. Now, 3 more years have elapsed, and Wei Tu could not help but feel concern for Ko Hongying's current situation. This concern, beyond familial affection, was significantly influenced by considerations of profit. Should Ko Hongying fail in her foundation establishment, it would mean that the investments he and Fu Zhizhou had made would amount to naught. Over the past 20 years, his investments in Ko Hongying have not been insignificant. At that moment, the sky-splitting eagle seemed to sense something. It took flight from Wei Tu's shoulder, heading towards the door. With a series of sharp cries, the eagle delivered a letter sealed with the emblem of the Mirror Water Pavilion, gently placing it in the palm of Wei Tu's hand. A foundation establishment practitioner, she has finally passed this critical juncture. As Wei Tu opened the letter, the worry etched on his face dissipated into thin air, replaced by a faint smile. Ko Hongying's success in foundation establishment signifies that his investments over these 2 decades are poised for a fruitful return. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door. It must be the arrival of the 4th brother. Wei Tu harbored suspicions in his heart. After ensuring that the sky-splitting sculpture was well hidden, he rose and walked to the entrance of the cave dwelling. Hongying has successfully established her foundation. Outside, Fu Zhizhou spoke with palpable excitement. The 4 brothers, since their humble beginnings in the pursuit of immortality, had witnessed the passage of 60 years, a full cycle of a decade. At last, someone had truly embarked upon the path of immortality and achieved the status of a foundation establishment practitioner. Although Ko Hongying was not one among their 4 brothers, she was the daughter of Ko Liang and a member of their righteous society, thus representing a continuation of their early alliance in the pursuit of immortality. Wei Fei's techniques, as well as the cultivation insights of Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, had all contributed to this pivotal moment. Without these serendipitous occurrences, even with her mid-grade spiritual root, Ko Hongying would have inevitably faded into the mundane world, finding it nearly impossible to attain the status of a foundation establishment practitioner. Her achievement in this regard could be seen as the first blossom born from the trials and tribulations faced by their alliance over the years. Upon hearing Fu Zhizhou's words, Wei Tu's tranquil state of mind rippled with a hint of emotion. He mulled over the phrase repeatedly, and his tone gradually turned to one of contentment. With the foundation establishment pill and the fate of late blooming in his possession, he held no unrealistic expectations for reaching the foundation establishment stage. Thus, upon learning of Ko Hongying's success, he felt far less exhilarated than Fu Zhizhou. However, after being immersed in Fu Zhizhou's words, he suddenly realized the profound significance of Ko Hongying's achievement for the four brothers. After 60 years of cultivation, Ko Hongying's attainment as a foundation establishment practitioner signified not only her individual success but also the triumph of their righteous society's four brothers. The seeds sown in their youth had finally borne fruit in the present. We, too, shall witness such a day, the foundation laid, not merely by Hongying. After a surge of excitement, Fu Zhizhou cast a glance at Wei Tu and uttered these words. A few days later, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou prepared their belongings and set off for Baisher Lake Fosher to attend Ko Hongying's foundation-laying ceremony. Before their departure, each had prepared a gift. Pray, do stay your course. As they passed through Yulong Mansion, a carriage suddenly approached, obstructing the swift steeds ridden by Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. Sir, do you have urgent matters to discuss with my brother and me? Wei Tu tightened the reins, his consciousness sweeping through the carriage's interior, revealing an elderly gentleman clad in an official robe, his countenance marred by displeasure. In the mundane world, he was aware that certain high-ranking officials were cognizant of the existence of cultivators. At this moment, it seemed this official had discerned their identities and sought something from them. Such encounters were not uncommon. They transpired occasionally within the realm of cultivation. Typically, when mortals sought assistance, they would offer some treasures in return. Hence Wei Tu maintained a modicum of patience and approached to inquire. Is your surname Wei? The official lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing half of his form, and gazed intently at the leading Wei Tu, his voice trembling. Indeed, my surname is Wei, but may I inquire how you came to know this? Wei Tu responded with a hint of surprise, his tone softening. The official's knowledge of his surname suggested a certain connection between them. Yet he could not ascertain the official's true identity. He held no recollection of this individual. Brother Wei, it has been over 60 years. The elderly gentleman in the official robe sighed, revealing his identity. I am Shizhen, the second place in the civil service examination of the 27th year of Qing'an in the Shannan province. Upon hearing this name, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou exchanged glances, their expressions betraying astonishment. The reason was simple. Wei Tu had also achieved success in the same examination that year, earning a military title. You are the Shizhen who was outshone by Yu Hong for the top position? Wei Tu pondered for a moment before finally recalling who Shizhen was. Back then, in an effort to remain inconspicuous, he had deliberately relinquished the top spot, allowing others to excel, ultimately securing 7th place. Initially, he had assumed Shizhen would emerge victorious. But unexpectedly, Yu Hong, leveraging his family's influence, seized the first position from Shizhen. 60 years had elapsed, and Wei Tu could hardly believe he had encountered Shizhen once more. 60 years apart, we were once reckless youths. Now, Shir has grown old and frail. Shizhen lamented. Having served in official capacities for many years, he had acquired some knowledge of the ways of cultivation. Yet he never anticipated that the immortal he would meet would be a fellow examinee from 60 years ago. At that moment, Wei Tu, despite no longer possessing the youthful visage of his earlier days, appeared as a vigorous man in his 30s. In stark contrast, Shizhen had become frail, his skin marked with age spots. This juxtaposition, even for someone as seasoned as Shizhen, evoked a deep sense of nostalgia and regret. Brother Shir, after so many years, how is it that you still remember my appearance? Wei Tu voiced his curiosity. Though he and Shizhen were of the same age, they were merely acquaintances. He found it perplexing that after all these years, Shizhen still remembered his visage and recognized him instantly amidst the crowd. Brother Wei, back in the competition. Your deliberate defeat was performed so convincingly that it deceived most, yet it could not fool me, the one who truly faced you. Upon hearing Wei Tu's inquiry, the melancholy on Shizhen's face diminished significantly. With a gentle stroke of his beard and a smile, he elucidated that Wei Tu's feigned modesty during the competition was insufficient for him to be remembered. What truly etched Wei Tu in Shizhen's memory were the 2 decades of bureaucratic oppression he endured after being usurped by Yu Hong. Had Wei Tu not concealed his prowess back then, Shizhen surmised that his own life experiences would likely have mirrored those of Wei Tu's day. Given such a shared fate, how could he not indelibly remember Wei Tu? In those days, although I could distinguish between enmity and friendship, I harbored a semblance of resentment towards you, Brother Wei, believing you had hindered my official career. However, that sentiment has since faded. In the twilight of my years, encountering both you and Brother Fu has become a joyful occurrence in my life, Shizhen remarked, shaking his head with a smile. He then instructed his old servant to drive the carriage aside, unfurling a mat upon the ground, and seated himself. He invited Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou to join him in a shared reminiscence of the past. The openness displayed by Shizhen, Wei Tu believed, was genuine, especially considering Shizhen was nearing his end. Those who approach death often speak kindly. After a moment of contemplation, both Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou dismounted and took their seats before Shizhen. Shizhen understood the nuances of propriety. He refrained from inquiring about the secrets of the immortal realm from Wei Tu. Instead, he primarily focused on recounting his experiences over the years. Through Shizhen's narration, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou came to realize that the rebellion in Shannon-Dao over 40 years ago was not only an opportunity for them, but also a pivotal moment for Shizhen, a chance to alter his fate. Following the conclusion of the Dao examination, Shizhen faced suppression from the Yu family, a prominent clan in Shannon-Dao, relegating him to the remote outskirts as a county lieutenant. However, it was precisely this circumstance that prevented the rebel forces from immediately seizing Baihua County, where Shizhen was stationed. Sensing the impending crisis, he rallied the local militia and initiated a campaign to rescue the beleaguered capital of Qingfeng. Whether it was due to favorable or adverse fortune, upon Shizhen's arrival, he discovered that Qingfeng had already succumbed to the enemy's grasp. Eventually, Shizhen found himself in Luonan-Dao, where he distinguished himself in the protracted conflict between the kingdom of Feng and the kingdom of Zheng, gradually ascending the ranks. Today, he holds a distinguished position as a fourth-rank military official, overseeing military affairs in both provinces. Had he not encountered his brothers, Wei Tu and Fu, he might have considered his life satisfactory. Yet, upon seeing them, a hint of melancholy crept into his otherwise open demeanor. From a humble martial artist to a fourth-rank military officer, his life, indeed, possessed a remarkable touch of legend amidst the mundane. Local records and even official histories might document his exploits, securing his name in the annals of history. However, in comparison to Wei Tu and Fu, he felt considerably diminished. Cultivators inhabit a realm far removed from that of mere officials. They do not exist in the same world. Brother Wei Tu, I shamelessly approach you, in hopes of seeking a fateful connection for my descendants. Might it be possible? Before parting, Shizhen deeply bowed to Wei Tu and spoke earnestly. Wei Tu nodded in agreement. This request was a trifling matter for him, one that required no refusal. Shizhen, being of the same generation as him, could be considered a companion of sorts. Wei Tu instructed Shizhen to fetch paper and ink. Subsequently, he channeled his spiritual energy and inscribed the celestial technique titled 5-Element Spirit Body, obtained from the Martial Fortune Pavilion, onto the parchment. After completing the transcription of the technique, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou did not linger any longer. The two mounted their swift steeds and rode towards the direction of Baishur Lake. One could only hope that a future disciple might one day elucidate the mysteries of the immortal path to the old man. Shizhen gazed intently at the receding figures of Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou and let out a deep sigh. 7 days later, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou arrived at Baishur Lake, where they met with Wei Fei, who had already arrived. The trio traversed Baishur Lake and ascended the mountain path behind it. Unlike the separate location of the Taishan sect's gate, the entrance to Jingshuegu was situated at the back of the Baishur Lake market. Upon reaching the gate of Jingshuegu, Wei Tu retrieved the invitation given by Ko Hongying and presented it to the disciple on duty. Please wait a moment, Taoist friend Wei. Upon seeing the respectful words penned by Ko Hongying on the invitation, the disciple's demeanor transformed from casual to respectful. A quarter of an hour later, a woman clad in pink, gliding gracefully on a magical artifact, descended before Wei Tu and his companions. The esteemed Ko Jinren is currently unavailable, so I shall escort the 3 Taoist friends to the Golden Jade Pavilion, the woman said, bowing slightly. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhizhou, who had just been elated about Ko Hongying's foundational progress, immediately lost his smile, a subtle change crossing his face. The 3 individuals were esteemed elders of Ko Hongying, and her successful foundation establishment was undoubtedly aided by their support. Ko Hongying's failure to personally welcome them could be perceived as a slight. Observing this scene, Wei Tu shook his head slightly, discreetly patting Fu Zhizhou on the shoulder as a signal to not take offense. He then respectfully requested the lady to guide them. With a gentle nod, the woman in pink stepped forward to lead the way, serving as a guide while elucidating the origins of the scenic views along the path to Jingshui Pavilion. Unlike the orderly and densely packed structures of the market, the architecture of Jingshui Pavilion harmoniously blended with its natural surroundings. The buildings were scattered amid the peaks, serving as picturesque embellishments. Along the route, beautiful female cultivators congregated like a vibrant sea of blossoms, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. After a moment of admiration, Wei Tu, like Fu Zhizhou, reined in his thoughts and focused on the path ahead. He intended to remind Wei Fei to be mindful of his demeanor, wary of any potential embarrassment. The matter of Wei Fei and Wu Xianshi seeking Taoist friend Yao still lingered in his mind. However, when Wei Tu glanced at Wei Fei, he was relieved to see that Wei Fei, much like himself and Fu Zhizhou, had comported himself well, his face slightly pale, but maintaining his composure. It seemed that his elder brother understood the gravity of the situation. Before long, the trio arrived at the Jinyu Tower, the sacred venue of Ko Hongying's master, the revered Qinjinren. This celebration for Ko Hongying's foundation establishment was to be held here. Nestled near the lakeside, the 7-story tower soared to several dozen zhang in height. Under the sunlight, the Jinyu Tower, constructed with golden wood beams and exquisite jade bricks, radiated a golden brilliance akin to a crystal tower, shimmering resplendently. The three of them entered the tower. As the moment of entering the tower arrived, the gazes of dozens of cultivators waiting on the first floor were instantly directed towards them. Their eyes were predominantly filled with curiosity, interspersed with a hint of disdain. From their attire, it was evident that Wei Tu and his companions were not members of the Mirror Water Pavilion. Although the Mirror Water Pavilion is predominantly female, there exists a notable presence of male cultivators within its ranks. Just as the crowd on the first floor was poised to voice their inquiries, a strikingly beautiful girl in a blue dress gracefully descended from the staircase connecting the floors. The cultivators immediately fell silent, lowering their heads and displaying expressions of deference as they uttered a respectful greeting. Kojinren. This individual was none other than Ko Hongying. She nodded and remarked, "No need for formalities. Uncle Wei, Uncle Fu, and Uncle Wei." Ko Hongying approached, offering a slight bow to Wei Tu and his companions, greeting them warmly. To their astonishment, she was revealed to be a senior relative of Kojinren. Previously, despite not harboring any hostility towards Wei Tu and his companions, the cultivators had felt a degree of condescension, considering the external cultivators to be of lesser status compared to disciples of the immortal sections. With Ko Hongying's appearance, she ushered Wei Tu and his companions to the 4th floor of the Golden Jade Tower, which was indeed the venue for Ko Hongying to entertain her close friends and relatives. Earlier, upon hearing of her 3 uncles' arrival, she had intended to personally greet them. However, an elder brother's visit had prompted her to avoid that encounter, thus delegating the welcoming to junior sister Gong. After arranging seats for Wei Tu and his companions, Ko Hongying seemed to realize that her arrangements for the day were rather inadequate, and she conveyed an explanation telepathically. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu and his companions visibly relaxed. Shortly thereafter, several more guests arrived on the 4th floor of the Golden Jade Tower. These individuals are all acquaintances of Ko Hongying, most of whom are at the later stages of qi refinement. During the banquet, Wei Tu overhears a few guests subtly discussing him, Fu Zhizhou and Wei Fei. However, their remarks are not mocking. Rather, they reveal a deep admiration for Ko Hongying. According to common reasoning, it would take at least 2 or 3 decades for junior sister Ko to establish her foundation, even with the assistance of her uncle. This remarkable achievement is largely due to the support of her esteemed seniors, who have undertaken tasks on her behalf to earn contribution points for the sect. How I wish I had such reliable elders to rely on. Each word flowed into the ears of Wei Tu and his companions. Upon hearing this, their previous wariness towards Ko Hongying diminished significantly. If she were truly a heartless individual, using them and discarding them afterwards, she would certainly not publicize this matter among her friends at the Mirror Water Pavilion. Half an hour later, the banquet concluded. Ko Hongying rose to personally escort Wei Tu and his companions from the Mirror Water Pavilion. Today, my nephew has successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage. I shall not go back on my word made over 20 years ago to my 2 uncles, so please rest assured, Uncle Wei and Uncle Fu. As she spoke, Ko Hongying took a jade slip from her sleeve and handed it to Wei Tuesday. This contains some insights from my breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Though it may not be of great value, it is a token of my sincerity. Should Uncle Fu or Uncle Wei desire to have a copy of this experience, please feel free to ask Uncle Wei to replicate it. She continued, moreover, Uncle Wei, I still possess some unutilized spiritual herbs for foundation establishment. Allow me to gift them to you. After a moment's hesitation, Ko Hongying tapped her storage bag and produced a jade box, which she handed to Wei Tuesday. Inside the jade box lay a section of a millennium-old snow lotus, a precious gift from my master. It possesses remarkable efficacy for foundation building. Uncle Wei, you must remember not to disclose this to others, lest it bring unforeseen misfortune upon yourself. Ko Hongying conveyed discreetly. Subsequently, she retrieved some remaining qi-refining pills from her possession and distributed them to Fu Zhizhou and Wei Fei. However, the distinction of intimacy was evident. The pills given to Fu Zhizhou were of rare and invaluable quality, while those for Wei Fei were of a more ordinary nature, merely adhering to the conventions of propriety. Wei Fei harbored no dissatisfaction and accepted the pills with a cheerful demeanor. Over 20 years ago, at a gathering, he had declined to assist Ko Hongying in completing her sect's mission. Now, with her consideration towards him, he felt he had indeed gained an advantage. As the four conversed, Suddenly, a pale blue light of escape surged toward the direction of Wei Tu and the others. Koshimi. The light halted, revealing a slender male cultivator clad in black. The dark-clad cultivator greeted Ko Hongying and then cast a cold glance at Wei Tu and the others, his expression betraying displeasure. Yet, he quickly recollected himself, forcing a smile onto his face. My fellow Taoists have come to my mirror water pavilion, and as Ko-Shimi Sr., I failed to extend a timely welcome. My sincerest apologies. The black-clad cultivator feigned laughter, deliberately placing emphasis on the term senior. This, combined with Ko Hongying's earlier remarks, hinted at an underlying tension. Wei Tu suddenly understood that this male cultivator with the surname Zhu must be the senior brother who had been troubling Ko Hongying. The reason Ko Hongying had not personally welcomed them was to avoid this Zhu senior brother. From the tone of Zhu's speech, it was evident that he regarded Ko Hongying as already within his grasp. At this moment, his words served as a warning to the three of them, urging them to maintain their distance from Ko Hongying. A 56-year-old female cultivator at the foundation establishment stage is indeed a rare sight within the Xianmen, and she can be considered a seed for the golden core. Being coveted by others is inevitable. Wei Tu's thoughts turned rapidly, and he soon deduced the reason behind Zhu's entanglement with Ko Hongying. With a lifespan of 400 years at the foundation establishment stage, Ko Hongying's potential at over 50 years of age is among the higher echelon of cultivators, second only to the prodigies that the sect emphasizes cultivating. She is indeed a golden core seed. If Zhu were to win Ko Hongying's favor, he could not only gain a beautiful partner but also secure a future golden core for himself and his family. Such an opportunity is too tempting to resist. Although it is often said that women fear entanglements, Zhu's ignorance of their identities and his rash warning render such concerns moot. A cold smile flickered in Wei Tu's heart. Setting aside Ko Hongying's own disdain for this Zhu cultivator, the mere fact that he threatened the three of them would certainly lead any sensible person, not blinded by infatuation, to reject Zhu's advances. They were all close relatives of Ko Hongying, with deep ties. Senior brother Zhu, my uncle, and the others are my elders. I kindly ask you to be mindful of your tone. Ko Hongying cast an apologetic glance at Wei Tu, then her demeanor turned icy as she reprimanded Zhu. Uncle Wei? Senior? Upon hearing these words, Brother Zhu's expression shifted slightly, and he instantly realized the gravity of his misstep. He inwardly chastised himself for not heeding Aunt Qin's counsel to temper his overbearing nature, which had regrettably manifested. Uncle Wei, it is the fault of the younger generation. The flood has swept through the Dragon King's temple. Brother Zhu chuckled awkwardly and extended his apologies to Wei Tu, his face radiating sincerity. This is my humble token of contrition. A look of discomfort crossed Brother Zhu's face as he gritted his teeth, retrieving a 7-foot jade box from his storage pouch and presenting it to Wei Tu's day. He discerned that Wei Tu was the principal figure among the three elders related to Ko Hongying. Furthermore, over the years, he had gleaned some understanding of Wei Tu's significant standing in Ko Hongying's esteem. Uncle Wei, please accept it without concern for me, Ko Hongying discreetly conveyed through sound transmission. Thank you, Taoist Zhu, Wei Tu said, accepting the jade box and slipping it into his sleeve before bowing in gratitude to Brother Zhu. A stick of incense later, the three of them departed from the mirror water pavilion. As soon as they stepped beyond the threshold of the mountain gate, Wei Fei, his complexion pale, suddenly buckled at the knees and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The pressure from the foundation establishment stage is exceedingly unbearable. That damn Zhu Renjie, Wei Fei cursed. Moments earlier, Zhu Renjie had not only threatened them verbally but had also unleashed his own foundation establishment pressure to intimidate the trio. To avoid losing face within the mirror water pavilion, he had endured his discomfort. Now, having exited the mountain gate, he could no longer contain himself. Third brother. Fourth brother, why are you both unscathed? After Wei Fei regained his composure, he lifted his gaze to the figures standing beside him, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. Noticing their calm demeanor, he couldn't help but express his astonishment, asking, is it just me who is so inadequate? It's merely the pressure of foundational cultivation. Fu Zhizhou replied indifferently, casting a glance at Wei Fei. Wei Fei understood that Fu Zhizhou was still harboring resentment from their previous gathering when he mocked him for not having made a breakthrough yet. Shifting his attention to Wei Tu, he looked at him with curiosity. Brother, the cultivation of the celestial path is quite similar to martial cultivation. Once the foundation is solidly established, even if one ascends to a higher realm, the pressure merely feels like a gentle breeze brushing against a hillside. Wei Tu explained with a light cough. If the foundational stage could compel Qi practitioners to bow merely through pressure, the realm of cultivation would not be filled with tales of adversity and struggle. The pressure from higher realms is only significantly effective against those with unstable foundations. When Zhu Renjie's pressure enveloped him and Fu Zhizhou, Wei Tu merely felt a slight discomfort, nothing too distressing. Foundation? Wei Fei paused. and then his expression shifted to one of contemplation. He hoped that his elder brother would take note of this point. Observing this scene, Wei Tu let out a quiet sigh. In his view, among the three of them, barring any unforeseen circumstances, only he and Fu Zhizhou held the promise of reaching the next realm and breaking through the foundational stage. The bottleneck from 20 years ago had been both a setback and a stroke of fortune for Fu Zhizhou. Though his speed of breakthrough had stagnated for nearly a decade, and he had only recently reached the 7th layer of qi cultivation, his foundation was now sufficiently strong to rank among the top within the same tier of practitioners. Furthermore, Ko Hongying's successful foundational establishment also signified a successful investment for Fu Zhizhou, heralding promising developments in the near future. He will acquire a foundation establishment pill. With this elixir and the method for cultivating the demon soul to assist him, Fu Zhizhou's chances of successfully establishing a foundation are considerably high. In contrast, Wei Fei possesses neither a foundation nor an investment. Given this predicament, even if he were to reach the 9th level of qi refining smoothly and fortuitously obtain a foundation establishment pill, his success in establishing a foundation remains uncertain. At this moment, although it appears that Wei Fei has reached the 7th level of qi refining and is not far behind them, in reality, the two have already left him far behind. This disparity cannot be compensated by the mere few hundred spirit stones gained from a qi bag. The foundation establishment materials, particularly the foundation establishment pill, are far more valuable than the method of creating a qi bag. Those who toil diligently shall not be forsaken by fate. Every drink and bite is predetermined. Wei Tu recalls these two phrases. In their earlier years, the four brothers all possessed inferior spiritual roots, making the hope of foundation establishment seem nearly unattainable. As a result, Wei Fei abandoned the pursuit early on to enjoy leisure in the secular world. Only he and Fu Zhizhou remained steadfast, diligently treading the path. Time has changed, and both he and Fu Zhizhou now aspire to reach the foundation establishment stage. Yet, Wei Fei's lack of effort in the early stages has rendered it difficult for him to reverse his fate, even if he were to gain opportunities. The choices made over 40 years ago hold no distinction of superiority or inferiority, but rather a discourse of victory and defeat. Should he and Fu Zhizhou fail in their pursuit of dreams, then Wei Fei's choice would appear wise. However, the outcome today stands in stark contrast. 7 days later, Wei Tu returns to Danqiu Mountain. Upon his return, he inventories his belongings and sends some talismans, along with the compensation gift from Zhu Renjie, to the treasure pavilion for auction. Zhu Renjie entrusted his jade box with an artifact known as the Ghost Head Maternal Blade, a first-tier medium-grade magical implement. Had he reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, Wei Tu would have contemplated refining this Ghost Head Maternal Blade for self-defense. However, at present, Wei Tu's primary aspiration is to establish his foundation. The rational decision is to sell the Ghost Head Maternal Blade to amass enough spiritual stones to purchase the foundation establishment pill. In the marketplace, a single foundation establishment pill is approximately priced at 1,200 spiritual stones. Although Wei Tu's current wealth permits him to make such a purchase, it would necessitate the liquidation of some precious and unverifiable treasures. 2 years later, at the Baibao Pavilion auction, the Ghost Head Maternal Blade that Wei Tu sold fetched 163 spiritual stones. Additionally, the accumulated talismans were auctioned for over 300 spiritual stones. Had these talismans been sold individually, they could have garnered in excess of 100 spiritual stones. However, dispersing them in a short time frame would have proven nearly impossible, as the market for identical talismans would become saturated. Thus, auctioning them was the only viable option. The cultivator who acquired Wei Tu's talismans hailed from the He family of Xinjiang. Wei Tu was familiar with this family, as the fireberry auction by Lu Hong during his first participation in the Baibao Pavilion auction had originated from them. Following the conclusion of the auction, a representative of the Shengjiang He family approached Wei Tu to negotiate the acquisition of additional talismans. In 40 years, the beast tide, which occurs every 500 years in the Demon Wolf Mountain range, will arrive. Our family's spiritual land is adjacent to the Demon Wolf Mountain range, necessitating a greater supply of talismans. The cultivator sent by the Shengjiang He family, named He Junpeng, candidly revealed his purpose for acquiring Wei Tu's talismans, as well as the rationale behind his substantial purchase. The talismans of the righteous, including the Cage Talisman, the Earthquake Talisman, and the Revitalization Talisman, are urgently needed by the He family. I hope that the esteemed Taoist Wei can reduce the price further. If possible, our family is willing to introduce several other families for business opportunities. He Junpeng inquired. The news regarding the beast tide in the Demon Wolf Mountain range caused a subtle shift in Wei Tu's demeanor. As a wandering cultivator, this was a piece of knowledge he had never encountered before, especially considering the 500 years that had elapsed. There are still over 40 years until the beast tide is expected to occur. He Taoist, What price do you wish to offer for the talismans in my possession? If the introductions yield considerable business, then the price for the talismans. Wei Tu would certainly not refuse such an opportunity. After negotiating the terms with Yu Junping, he sold the remaining talismans in his possession for 200 spirit stones. Over the following 5 years, Wei Tu engaged with several small foundational families, akin to the prosperous He family, that were established near the Demon Wolf Mountain range. Through the sale of talismans, he managed to accumulate enough spirit stones to purchase the foundation establishment pills. During this time, as the 10-year gathering approached, Wei Tu made the decision to cancel his attendance. Much like the previous instance with Ko Hongying, since he began selling magical artifacts and talismans at the treasure pavilion, many had taken notice of this coveted opportunity. Leaving Danqiu Mountain now would indeed be perilous. Esteemed Taoist Wei, I have heard that a newly discovered palace has recently emerged in the secret realm of the Carefree Mountains, potentially harboring foundational spiritual treasures. On this day, the steward of the treasure pavilion, Xin Yao, sought out Wei Tu, hoping to invite him on an adventure to search for these foundational spiritual treasures. In recent years, Wei Tu has been liquidating his assets and tirelessly accumulating spirit stones, making it evident to anyone that he is determined to establish a foundation. Hence, the allure of foundational spiritual objects for Wei Tu is easily imaginable. The Xiaoyao Mountain secret realm? Wei Tu was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shen Yao, the astute steward of the treasure pavilion, was also a robber cultivator in disguise. Within the borders of the Zheng Kingdom, aside from the treacherous wilderness Wolf Mountain range, there exist other smaller secret realms ripe for exploration. Among them, the Xiaoyao Mountain secret realm stands as a significant treasure trove, second only to the wilderness Wolf Mountain range. Numerous foundational cultivators often venture into this locale. Had Xin Yao arrived a few days earlier, it would have been difficult for Wei Tu to hastily conclude that he was a robber cultivator. Unfortunately, just days ago, Ko Hongying had sent him a message detailing her fruitless expedition to the Xiaoyao Mountain in search of foundational spiritual objects. Wei Tu acknowledged Xin Yao's goodwill, yet he was timid and averse to adventure. He outright declined. At this juncture, he pondered and remarked, compared to the foundational spiritual objects of Xiaoyao Mountain, I have greater confidence in procuring them at a premium from other cultivators on Danqiu Mountain. Within Danqiu Mountain, there are not just Gong Shulan, but other loose cultivators possessing foundational spiritual objects as well. Very well. Xin Yao's expression stiffened, and with a sigh, he clasped his hands in farewell. Once Xin Yao departed, Wei Tu immediately made his way to Fu Zhizhou's residence, advising him to exercise caution in the coming days and to refrain from venturing outside. He feared that Shen Yao and other robber cultivators might exploit Fu Zhizhou's connection with him to lure him out. While cautioning him, Wei Tu also shared his intention to establish a foundation within the next decade. I understand. Fu Zhizhou understood the gravity of the situation and immediately nodded in agreement, without the slightest hesitation. Although a decade away from Danqiu Mountain would significantly impact his future cultivation, such trivial matters would not weigh heavily among brothers. Since he became the appointed protector, had it not been for the life-saving talisman bestowed upon him by Wei Tu, he would have perished countless times in the Demon Wolf Mountain range. Third brother. Even if Hong Ying has discovered foundational spirit materials during these 10 years and intends to provide you with them, a single foundational spirit material cannot be exchanged for a foundational pill. Fu Zhizhou expressed his confusion and inquired further. It is common knowledge among loose cultivators that 2 foundational spirit materials are required to trade for a foundational pill within the 3 great sections. If only one foundational spirit material is available, one must resort to crowdfunding with other cultivators to seek out a second-tier alchemist to concoct a foundational pill. However, the latter is typically time-consuming and arduous. It is rare to gather the necessary materials for refining a foundational pill within a mere few decades. I already possess one foundational spirit material, Wei Tu softly revealed, producing a jade box containing Dan Yuan ginseng. While foundational spirit materials are indeed precious, they are not so rare as to be kept hidden from others. Fu Zhizhou is also a trustworthy individual. Upon seeing the Dan Yuan ginseng, Fu Zhizhou was instantly enlightened. Third brother, rest assured, I shall keep this secret and will not divulge it to anyone else, he vowed. Subsequently, Fu Zhizhou refrained from further questioning Wei Tu about the origin of this Dan Yuan ginseng. Everyone has their own opportunities. Probing too deeply, even among the closest of brothers, may lead to enmity. Time flew by, and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, with a heart full of intention, Wei Tu approached the secluded chamber of the falling snow courtyard and sat cross-legged in meditation. Half an hour later, a subtle yet discernible aura of spiritual pressure emanated from him. At 92 years of age, having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, Wei Tu opened his eyes, revealing a fleeting glimmer of weariness that vanished almost instantly. He then retrieved a spirit-testing talisman from his sleeve and affixed it to his forehead. In the mirror, Wei Tu beheld the talisman on his brow emanating a dual hue of earthy green and azure, vaguely taking the shape of a fist. He estimated that in another 20 years, his spiritual root would ascend to the mid-quality grade. At that point, the likelihood of successful foundation establishment would increase by more than 10%. Wei Tu pondered. The quality of a cultivator's spiritual root varies, and the probability of successfully establishing a foundation after consuming a foundation establishment pill differs accordingly. For those with low-quality roots, the chance of success remains below 50%. In contrast, those with mid-quality roots can achieve a success rate of around 60% when using the same pill. However, if Hong Ying were to present him with a foundation establishment material, after exchanging it with the Taishan sect, he would possess 2 foundation establishment pills, raising his success probability to over 70%. Moreover, this half-section of Snow Lotus could further enhance his chances by an additional 50%. Wei Tu contemplated his next course of action. He faced 2 choices: to wait for fate's hand to elevate his spiritual root to mid-quality, or to directly attempt a breakthrough, thereby saving 2 decades. He decided to observe the situation further. If Hong Ying delayed in delivering the foundation establishment materials, and the time until reaching mid-quality roots was not extensive, then postponing the foundation establishment until after his roots were improved would not be untimely. Wei Tu mused that if the time difference was merely a few years, enhancing his spiritual root before attempting to establish a foundation would be the more prudent path. Just then, a knock resonated from outside the snowfall courtyard. "Uncle Wei, it is I." The moment the knock echoed from outside the door, the voice of Ko Hongying followed suit. Upon hearing her voice, Wei Tu's heart leaped with joy, quietly exclaiming that double happiness had arrived. At this moment, Ko Hongying's visit to Danqiu Mountain could only signify one thing: the foundational spiritual item promised in the spirit contract. Wei Tu instructed the Liwind eagle to conceal itself and rose from his meditation chamber to open the courtyard door. Before him lay the foundational spiritual item, the cold smoke fruit, promised by his dear niece. After exchanging pleasantries for a brief moment, Ko Hongying retrieved a jade box from her storage pouch and placed it on the table. As the box was opened, a fist-sized ice blue fruit immediately emitted a chilling aura, lowering the temperature in the vicinity by several degrees. Wei Tu accepted the cold smoke fruit and expressed his gratitude to Ko Hongying with a respectful gesture. Through their correspondence, he was aware that for the past 11 years since Ko Hongying's foundation establishment, she had never ceased her efforts in searching for foundational spiritual fruits within the borders of Zhang. For a foundational practitioner of her caliber, such dedication was no small feat. Acknowledging his thanks, Ko Hongying drained the tea Wei Tu had poured for her, then stated, "Uncle Wei, I shall not linger for long. Today, I will also deliver the promised reward to Uncle Fu." Upon finishing her words, she stood, preparing to lift her skirt and depart. However, at that moment, Wei Tu called out to her, "Uncle Wei, is there something else?" Ko Hongying turned with a look of surprise, knowing well that Wei Tu was not one to indulge in familial attachments. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Tu produced the hidden Danyuan ginseng and placed it upon the table. "Now that I possess 2 foundational spiritual items, I would like to ask for your assistance. Hongying, please take me to the Taishan sect's office to exchange for a foundational elixir." He spoke with conviction. A loose cultivator holding 2 foundational spiritual objects could approach the trading office in the market to exchange for a foundational elixir. This was a stipulation clearly outlined by the esteemed Taishan sect, along with the other 2 grand sects, Jingshui Pavilion and Qingzhou Mountain. However, Wei Tu was acutely aware that even the most stringent regulations invariably harbored loopholes. As a lowly loose cultivator, venturing to the Taishan sect's office to exchange for a foundational elixir would attract the covetous eyes of both inner and outer sect disciples, regardless of whether he succeeded in the exchange. Yet, the scenario would shift entirely if his identity as the exchanger were to change. No cultivator would dare to lay hands on a foundational true person from Jingshui Pavilion. Wei Tu had his own reasons for not opting to exchange at Jingshui Pavilion. Ko Hongying had senior relatives within the pavilion, all of whom also lacked foundational elixirs. Should someone circumvent Ko Hongying and seize the foundational elixir under some pretext, he would find himself utterly helpless. Thus, enlisting Ko Hongying as assistance to exchange for the foundational elixir at Taishan sect posed the least risk. It was a mere trifling effort. Upon noticing that Wei Tu possessed another foundational spiritual object, Ko Hongying, surprised yet intrigued, readily agreed. Shortly thereafter, under Ko Hongying's guidance, Wei Tu arrived at the Taishan sect's office located on Danqiu Mountain. "May I inquire who this is?" Lu, the steward, sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Ko Hongying, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead as he rose respectfully to ask. "I am Ko Hongying, a foundational true person from Jingshui Pavilion. She replied succinctly. A true person from Jingshui Pavilion? Lu was taken aback by her words. Bewildered as to why a true person from Jingshui Pavilion would appear at their Taishan sect office without cause. However, he pondered briefly and inquired. Is there someone attempting to deceive True Person Co? Danqiu Mountain serves as a marketplace, where it is a commonplace occurrence for cultivators from the Mirror Water Pavilion to come here to procure spiritual items. Contemplating this, Elder Lu's expression turned slightly cold as he cast a glance at Wei Tu, who was following behind Ko Hongying, and chided, Master Wei. Have the talismans you sold offended Real Person Co? He speculated that perhaps Wei Tu, with his limited discernment, had inadvertently clashed with Ko Hongying. Elder Lu had misjudged the situation. Ko Hongying shook her head and clarified, Master Wei is a senior member of my family. I brought Uncle Wei here with the intention of exchanging for a foundation establishment pill at your esteemed sect to assist him in his cultivation. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall who Ko Hongying truly was. He had indeed heard her name before, several decades ago. After Wei Tu had encountered bandits and returned to Danqiu Mountain, he had mentioned to Elder Lu that he had a niece at the Mirror Water Pavilion. My apologies for my misunderstanding. I hope Master Wei will not take offense, Elder Lu said, lowering himself in humility. Although he held the esteemed position of a marketplace elder, he recognized his relatively low status in the presence of a foundation establishment real person. After instinctively offering his apology, Elder Lu pondered the implications of Ko Hongying's words, and his gaze towards Wei Tu shifted markedly. A foundation establishment pill? Elder Lu was taken aback. He had never imagined that Ko Hongying would be willing to go to such lengths for Wei Tu, proactively offering spiritual items to facilitate the exchange for a foundation establishment pill. However, upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. If Ko Hongying were genuinely assisting Wei Tu in obtaining a foundation establishment pill, it would have been far more advantageous to go directly to the Mirror Water Pavilion. The reason for their presence at the Taishan sect was likely because Wei Tu had gathered sufficient resources for this spiritual item, and Ko Hongying was merely lending her assistance. Lu, the steward, suppressed a myriad of thoughts as he respectfully bowed to Ko Hongying, requesting that both the esteemed Ko Jinren and Master Wei Shufu wait briefly. Lu felt that the matter of the foundation establishment pill was of significant import, one that should not fall upon the shoulders of a mere steward. In the interim, Ko Hongying produced a pill bottle and discreetly placed it into Wei Tu's hands, whispering, Once you exchange for the foundation establishment pill, Uncle Wei, you must commence the foundation establishment immediately without hesitation, otherwise, unforeseen circumstances may arise. This condensation pill was originally intended as a reward for Uncle Fu, but given your urgent need, it is best that you take it for now. Wei Tu nodded, graciously accepting Ko Hongying's benevolence, for even without her prompting, he had intended to seek out Fu Zhizhou to acquire this elixir. Fu Zhizhou still had some time before he needed the foundation establishment pill, making it less pressing for him. Half an hour later, a woman clad in colorful garments descended gracefully like a wisp of cloud at the entrance of the office. Her features were strikingly beautiful, adorned in the Taoist robe of the Taishan sect, exuding an ethereal aura. Ko Daoyu, the woman greeted as she entered, nodding in acknowledgement. Guan Diyu. Ko Hongying clearly recognized the colorful-clad woman and returned the gesture. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ko Hongying said, Uncle Wei, you may now retrieve the spiritual materials for your foundation establishment. Wei Tu nodded, placing 2 jade boxes containing the spiritual materials upon the table. This is the foundation establishment pill, the woman of the Guan surname declared, revealing a pill bottle from her palm and using her magical prowess to deliver it into Wei Tu's hands. Upon opening the vial, he was relieved to find it identical to the foundation establishment pill he had received from Zhaoqing Luo. Guan Daoyu, please hold for a moment. Ko Hongying called out to stop the departing female cultivator, surnamed Guan. Is there anything else you require, fellow Taoist Co? The female cultivator paused, curious. I would be grateful if you could assist my elder in arranging a secluded cave dwelling, suitable for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Ko Hongying articulated her request. That is a trivial matter, Guan replied with a nod, showing no reluctance. She retrieved a token from her sleeve and handed it to Ko Hongying, stating, This is a cave-dwelling token for the core area of Danqiu Mountain, located near a second-tier spiritual vein. It is sufficient for your breakthrough. With that, the female cultivator transformed into a streak of light and departed from the Taishan sect's office. Subsequently, Ko Hongying personally escorted Wei Tu to the core cave-dwelling of Danqiu Mountain, under the watchful gazes of the other cultivators. Wei Tu utilized the token to unlock the cave's entrance and stepped inside. No one dared to act, nor did anyone obstruct his path. The journey was safe. This humble one shall reside at Danqiu Mountain for several years. Should anyone disturb Uncle Wei during his breakthrough, Do not blame me for being merciless, Ko Hongying declared, casting a glance at the surrounding Danxiu mountain cultivators before departing. The onlookers exchanged glances, realizing that with Ko Hongying, a Foundation establishment master, personally safeguarding Wei Tu, they would not dare entertain thoughts of seizing his Foundation establishment pills. They were merely eager to stay out of trouble. How could Wei Tu possess Foundation establishment spiritual items? Could it be that the items belonging to Gong Shulan had changed hands? The cultivators made reasonable deductions. Wei Tu was a talisman master, having remained within Danxiu Mountain, rarely venturing out. It was improbable that he could acquire Foundation establishment spiritual items from the secret realms. The only possibility was that the items he possessed had been taken from other cultivators, with Gong Shulan being the most likely source. It seems there is no longer a need to monitor Gong Shulan. The cultivators sighed in unison as they entered the training chamber of the cave. Wei Tu did not hastily consume the Foundation establishment pill. Instead, he chose to meditate, adjusting his internal state first. Although at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he could directly break through to the Foundation establishment stage by consuming the condensation pill and Foundation establishment pill. He preferred to delay his breakthrough for a few years to perfect his Qi refinement cultivation. A year passed, 2 years passed, until the 4th year, Wei Tu's essence, energy, and spirit reached a state of perfection. With a soft exhalation, his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he formed the seal for the little spring and autumn skill. In an instant, strands of spiritual energy from the gathering spirit array beneath the lotus mat were drawn to him, flowing into his dantian. The fusion of his blood and qi began to cleanse his entire meridians and limbs. Under the immense pressure of his qi and blood, the gaseous spiritual power within his dantian began to slowly transform into a liquid state, coalescing drop by drop. At that moment, Wei Tu no longer hesitated. He bit into the wax seal of the condensation pill beneath his tongue, harnessing its power to solidify his foundation and condense qi into liquid. After swallowing the condensation pill, a surge of qi and blood erupted from within him. Instantly, the world outside the cave underwent a transformation. The surrounding spiritual energy, drawn by his incantation, rushed frantically towards Wei Tu's training chamber, forming a funnel that continuously poured into his body. With the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, the previously stagnant process of foundation establishment within Wei Tu's dantian accelerated. The conversion of gaseous spiritual power into liquid state, under the influence of the condensation pill's potency, increased dramatically, speeding up severalfold. Days later, the spiritual energy within Wei Tu has already transformed 70% into a liquid state, leaving only 30% in the core region of his dantian, yet to be converted. The efficacy of the foundation establishment pill is ultimately limited. Relying solely on it for successful foundation establishment presents a formidable challenge, Wei Tu pondered. At this moment, the potency of the foundation establishment pill within him was nearly depleted. Yet the spiritual energy in his dantian was far from complete conversion, not to mention the 20% stored in his energy reservoir. If he were to rely solely on a single foundation establishment pill to break through, he would likely find himself on the brink of failure at this stage, risking becoming incapacitated. Fortunately, he still possessed 2 foundation establishment pills, sparing him from desperation. Wei Tu felt a surge of relief. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and took the foundation establishment pill placed before him, swallowing it whole. The foundation establishment pill shares a degree of overlapping efficacy with the foundation pill. However, the latter only solidifies a cultivator's spiritual energy, facilitating its liquefaction, lacking the comprehensive effects of the foundation establishment pill. Upon ingestion, the potency of the foundation establishment pill erupted within him, igniting a sensation of itchiness throughout his limbs and bones, causing his blood to boil, his bones to shatter, and the marrow to expel dark impurities in a continuous metamorphosis. Pain. A pain emanating from the very marrow. This agony nearly caused Wei Tu to lose consciousness. In the throes of unbearable suffering, he consumed the half-segment of a millennium-old snow lotus gifted to him by Ko Hongying. The millennium-old snow lotus significantly alleviates the torment experienced by cultivators after taking the foundation establishment pill. After a brief moment, suffering gives way to sweetness. Following the excruciating ordeal of marrow cleansing and bone refining, the gaseous spiritual energy in his dantian, which had not yet fully transformed, began to undergo a metamorphosis once more. 30%, 20%, 10%. All the gaseous spiritual energy has been transformed into a liquid state, imbued with a faint azure luminescence. 1 pouch of spiritual energy remains untransformed. There is still a little more to achieve. Wei Tu pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth as he withdrew another foundational pill he had concealed on his person. He has already transcended the blood vitality barrier and now merely awaits the metamorphosis of liquid spiritual energy into magical power to surpass this magical barrier. At this juncture, It could be said that his chances of breaking through to the foundational realm have risen to over 90%. The final hurdle, the consciousness barrier, poses little difficulty for him. As a talisman master who has been inscribing symbols for decades, his consciousness is considerably more robust than that of ordinary cultivators. However, the spiritual energy contained within his pouch has yet to be fully transformed. It is evident that his spiritual root is somewhat lacking. Otherwise, a single foundational pill would suffice for him. A hint of reluctance crossed Wei Tu's face as he hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved to swallow the second foundational pill he had obtained from Zhaoqing Luo. The spiritual root not only influences a cultivator's efficiency in absorbing the world's spiritual energy, but also affects the efficacy of medicinal pills they consume. This latter aspect is one of the reasons that cultivators with different spiritual roots experience varying success rates when consuming foundational pills. For instance, Ko Hongying, like Wei Tu, refined a pouch of spiritual energy before her foundation establishment to augment her potential and reserves. Yet, upon her foundation establishment, a single foundational pill provided sufficient potency to refine both the spiritual energy within her body and that contained in the pouch, negating the need for an additional pill. Although foundational pills are expensive, they pale in comparison to the potential one gains during the foundational period. A single misstep leads to a series of setbacks. The breakthrough into the foundational stage represents a singular opportunity for ordinary cultivators to alter their intrinsic foundations throughout their lifetimes. Thus, Wei Tu is willing to expend an additional foundational pill to, at this moment, transform his innate qualities and elevate his potential. Upon ingesting the foundational pill, the 20% of spiritual energy stored within his dantian began its transformation, merging into the liquid spiritual force within. 3 days later, the liquid spiritual force in Wei Tu's dantian swelled by 20%, and he finally stepped into the foundational stage. Half a year later, as he witnessed the liquid spiritual force within him metamorphose into a dual-hued energy of azure and yellow, a smile gradually graced Wei Tu's face. In that moment of successful foundation establishment, he could sense the profound transformation of his life essence, distinguishing it from his former mortal body during the chi refining stage. It was akin to the vigorous vitality of youth, an inexhaustible spirit. At 97 years of age, he had reached the foundational stage. Wei Tu contemplated his age, a satisfied expression emerging on his face. Initially, when he embarked on the path of immortality, he had estimated that even if he were fortunate enough to establish a foundation, it would be at least 2 decades hence. Although reaching foundational status at a century of age might seem significantly older in comparison to the foundational practitioners of the immortal sects, he found himself among the younger cohort within the ranks of loose cultivators. Moreover, his spiritual root had also benefited from the residual efficacy of the foundational pill. Attaining a mid-tier status a full 15 years in advance, Wei Tu retrieved a spirit root assessment talisman, affixing it to his forehead. Upon witnessing the manifestation of a luminous aura, nearly the size of a fist, on the talisman, he silently mused. Before entering seclusion, his spiritual roots had been elevated to the pinnacle of inferior quality due to the late bloomer destiny, merely a step away from transforming into mid-grade spiritual roots. The foundation-building elixir inherently possesses the efficacy of marrow cleansing and bone refining. This time, he consumed 2 pills, under the influence of the medicine. He thus broke through the confines of mid-grade spiritual roots ahead of schedule. With mid-grade spiritual roots and a foundation established by the chi pouch, among the myriad of scattered cultivators in Danqiu Mountain, my potential could be considered the highest, comparable to that of ordinary sect foundation builders. Wei Tu exhaled a breath of turbid air. At that moment, he felt an immense sense of relief in his chest, believing that the seemingly unattainable golden core was no longer an insurmountable challenge for him. 5 years had elapsed. The entrance to Wei Tu's secluded abode was already sparsely populated, with birds leisurely flitting about. No cultivator would squander their energy on the affairs of a stranger's foundation building. Therefore, when Wei Tu emerged from his cave, he found no one waiting at the entrance, including Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou. He was not surprised by this. After all, he had spent a considerable amount of time, 5 full years, in seclusion, and it was unreasonable to expect Ko and Fu to remain at his door all that while. He soared through the skies towards the Taishian sect's office, returning the cave token to Steward Liu, before making his way back to the falling snow courtyard. Along the way, when the scattered cultivators of Danqiu Mountain saw Wei Tu soaring through the air, they instantly understood that this Master Wei had successfully broken through to become a lofty foundation-building true person. Thus, the news began to spread rapidly, reaching every corner of the market. They disseminate information not for any ulterior motives, but rather to avoid provoking the foundational cultivator Wei Tu, thereby steering clear of potential calamity. Congratulations to Uncle Wei on successfully establishing his foundation. Shortly after Wei Tu returned to the falling snow courtyard, Ko Hongying, who was temporarily residing on Danqiu Mountain, came to pay her respects and offer her congratulations. She was accompanied by Fu Zhizhou, and together they presented gifts of celebration. Curious about Uncle Wei's future plans following his foundation establishment, Ko Hongying took a seat and inquired about Wei Tu's next steps. After articulating her thoughts, she noticed a look of confusion on Wei Tu's face, as if he did not grasp the implications of her words. She paused for a moment, then elucidated. Although the status of a loose cultivator is significantly elevated after establishing a foundation, allowing for unfettered migration beyond the constraints of one's origin, and being honored as a guest of distinction among immortal sects and cultivation families, this elevation pertains solely to status. In terms of cultivation resources, foundation cultivators are, in fact, at a disadvantage compared to qi refinement practitioners, those who diligently cultivate for over 100 years in the markets. 70% of them have the potential to reach the late stages of qi refinement. However, the scenario is quite different for foundation cultivators. The spiritual materials, legacies, and elixirs required for foundation establishment are predominantly monopolized by immortal sects and cultivation families. Acquiring them necessitates a far greater cost than during the period of qi refinement. At this juncture, Ko Hongying glanced at Fu Zhizhou and remarked, "Of course, if Uncle Wei intends to follow in Uncle Fu's footsteps and become a scribe, then procuring resources would indeed become somewhat easier." As her words settled, a contemplative expression emerged on Wei Tu's face, limited by his previous strength and status. His understanding of the cultivation world remained rather scant. Upon acquiring the jade slip from the witch sage, he learned that this realm was known as the Great Song Immortal Cultivation Realm, which boasted a righteous alliance of 7 nations and 5 demonic sections. However, the witch sage was merely at the qi refinement stage and could not comprehend the higher echelons of the foundation establishment stage. Consequently, he found himself almost entirely uninformed about the myriad intricacies that followed the establishment of a foundation. The blade bearer. Wei Tu shook his head, acknowledging his lack of combat aptitude akin to that of his fourth brother, rendering him ill-suited for the role of a blade bearer. In any endeavor, one must capitalize on their strengths while avoiding their weaknesses. He possessed a destiny of great achievements coming late, and to assume the perilous position of a blade bearer would be an unwise choice. Furthermore, the reason Fu Zhizhou repeatedly navigated life-threatening situations with success as a blade bearer was largely due to the assistance of his talismans. Were he to take on the role of a blade bearer, he could hardly expect to enjoy the same ease as Fu Zhizhou. Listening to this, Ko Hongying slightly nodded her head and began to elucidate the specific immortal cultivation factions within the Zheng Kingdom to Wei Tu's day. The Zheng Kingdom harbored 3 grand sects and 7 prominent immortal cultivation families. The 3 grand sects represented nascent soul powers, with hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators, possessing complete lineages and not lacking in talisman masters, though their offered rewards were often limited. In contrast, the 7 immortal cultivation families, while they had golden core ancestors, regarded foundation establishment cultivators as their backbone. Thus they ardently sought talented individuals among them, offering favorable remuneration. Among these, the Qiyue Zhao family, the Heshan Huang family, the Xiefengzheng family, and the Qisong Jia family consistently recruited foundation establishment talisman masters. Ko Hongying spoke softly. If Uncle Wei harbors aspirations of joining a cultivation family as a vassal, my humble suggestion is to steer clear of the Qiyue Zhao family and the Qisong Jia family. These 2 clans have harbored deep-seated animosities for centuries, and the likelihood of conflict arising within the next 100 years is considerable. In such circumstances, the toll of exertion and peril would be trivial. However, should one become embroiled in warfare, the risk of sustaining injuries is all but inevitable. She added, providing her insights on the impending strife between these 2 formidable cultivation families. Wei Tu, possessing a modicum of understanding regarding their conflicts, nodded in acknowledgement. Moreover, there exist several lesser cultivation families, each with their own legacies. These smaller clans have been meticulously compiled by my nephew into a comprehensive record. As she spoke, Ko Hongying retrieved a jade slip from her sleeve and presented it to Wei Tuesday. Upon receiving the jade slip, Wei Tu employed his spiritual sense to peruse its contents. Within the slip, Ko Hongying had cataloged 17 families that possessed the inheritance of second-tier talisman masters, along with a thorough analysis of the advantages and disadvantages associated with joining these foundational families. Among these clans, Wei Tu recognized the Ziyamei family, where his own kin, Mei Yuanfeng, resided. With Uncle Wei having established his foundation at the age of 100, he is indeed a person of great potential. Prior to this, he had already crafted first-tier high-quality talismans, making it unnecessary for him to deliberate on which family to join at this moment. After Wei Tu had finished examining the jade slip, Ko Hongying added this remark. With that, she gracefully bowed and took her leave from the falling snow courtyard. Initially, her journey to Danqiu Mountain was solely to deliver rewards to Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou. However, upon discovering that Wei Tu was establishing his foundation, she was compelled to remain at Danqiu Mountain for 5 years to safeguard him on his path. Over the course of these 5 years, although she has not significantly delayed her cultivation, she has inevitably postponed numerous matters. After the departure of Ko Hongying, Wei Tu carefully tucked away the jade slip and assured Fu Zhizhou that he would repay the foundational elixir within 5 years. Thank you, third brother, Fu Zhizhou responded, his previously anxious heart finally finding solace. His trust in Wei Tu's character was not in question. Rather, the foundational elixir held immense significance for him, as it encapsulated his lifelong hope for foundation establishment. After a brief moment, Fu Zhizhou took his leave, leaving Wei Tu alone in the falling snow courtyard. Alas, I lack the inheritance of a second-tier talisman master. Otherwise, emulating Master Shu and others by residing in the Danqiu market would not be a bad option. Wei Tu mused as he caressed the jade slip gifted by Ko Hongying. Beyond joining a cultivation faction, there existed another pathway for foundation cultivators, remaining in the market and becoming a true artisan, thus evading the major cultivation sections. Take, for instance, Gungwen's master, Master Shu, who, as a second-tier alchemist, has yet to definitively align with any cultivation faction, yet his wealth surpasses that of ordinary foundational families. However, the prerequisite for becoming a free-spirited alchemist like Master Shu is possessing a second-tier cultivation skill inheritance. Nevertheless, compared to Master Shu, the option of joining a cultivation faction is not necessarily inferior. One finds comfort under a large tree, Wei Tu pondered. He did not perceive the freedom of a figure like Master Shu, unbound by constraints, as true freedom, wandering beyond the influence of the great powers and lacking absolute strength. One could charmingly be regarded as a distinguished guest by these factions, yet unflatteringly, one might be seen as a figure who skillfully navigates relationships, incurring no one's ire. In the past, when the incident of Gungwen slaying Zhao Qingluo came to light, Zhao Qingluo sought revenge from Master Shu Dan, who found himself utterly powerless. Subjected to humiliation by the younger generation, had Master Shu Dan possessed the backing of the 7 esteemed families of cultivators, Zhao Qingluo would have never dared to offend such a seasoned second-tier alchemist. Furthermore, I carry no secrets. My path to advancement withstands scrutiny. Joining a sect of cultivators and becoming a vassal would not attract undue attention. Wei Tu, putting aside his inner turmoil, resolved to seek an appropriate sect to join and become a vassal. The only aspect of his past that could not bear investigation was the spoils he had obtained from the blood-old demon and Gungwen, as well as the foundational pill he had taken from Zhao Qingluo. However, these risks have become trivial in light of his recent success in foundation establishment. With a different status comes a different treatment. Zhao Qingluo might dare to impose her will upon a mere qi cultivator, yet she would never retaliate against a foundation cultivator who had saved her life. A foundation cultivator commands a certain degree of authority within the Zheng country's cultivation community. Moreover, there are pragmatic considerations at play. Wei Tu not only lacks the inheritance of a second-tier talisman master, but also requires a second-tier technique for his post-foundation cultivation. After tending to the sky-splitting eagle, which had gone 5 years without sustenance, Wei Tu proceeded to the talisman workshop, entering seclusion to craft talismans. He aimed to utilize this time to create the top-tier first-level talisman for demon refinement, as entrusted to him by Helian Xiong, before breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Although he had spent several years crafting talismans, the symbols he created were primarily for offensive and defensive purposes, exchangeable for spirit stones, and did not encompass the specialized talismans for refining demons. Furthermore, the refining talismans were indeed intricate to draw, while ordinary talismans could be created with relative ease. Producing exquisite ones capable of nurturing demonic spirits was a challenge. However, times have changed. Now, with Wei Tu's elevated cultivation level and the enhancement of his spiritual consciousness during the foundation establishment phase, the task of drawing the refining talisman has become exponentially more manageable. After half a month, Wei Tu finally succeeded in creating a premium refining talisman. He sent a talisman message to inform He Lianxiong and Tong Peipei, the couple. The following day, He Lianxiong paid a visit. Unlike his previous casual demeanor, he now appeared somewhat reserved upon arriving at the falling snow courtyard. "Senior Wei, have you truly crafted a premium refining talisman?" He Lianxiong stood in the hall, his head slightly bowed, his tone laced with tension. He harbored concerns that Wei Tu's claim of having created a premium refining talisman might be a ruse to lure him in, only to subsequently coerce him into revealing the method for cultivating with demonic spirits. As he spoke, He Lianxiong found himself inwardly regretting his earlier decision to choose Wei Tu for the study of refining talismans. At that time, It was evident that Wei Tu did not seem to possess the potential to reach the foundation establishment stage. Now, he could only hope that Wei Tu's character remained intact and that after revealing the method for cultivating with demonic spirits, he would be granted mercy. Friend Lian, please take a look. Unaware of Lianxiong's apprehensions, Wei Tu offered a gentle smile as he retrieved a premium refining talisman from his sleeve and placed it on the tea table beside him. Upon witnessing this scene, Lianxiong's expression shifted to one of both joy and astonishment. The exquisite demon refining talisman. Wei had already assisted fellow Taoist Lian in successfully drawing it. Now, it was time for Lian to fulfill his promise. As for the method of establishing a foundation with the demon's soul, Wei's tone grew slightly solemn. The method was of no use to him, a cultivator who had already established his foundation, but it held significant value for his friends and family. Please examine it closely. Senior Wei. Lianxiong did not hesitate and retrieved a blood-colored jade slip from his storage bag, handing it to Wei Tuesday. Upon receiving the jade slip, Wei Tu meticulously perused the contents of the Demon Soul Foundation establishment method before Lianxiong, carefully contemplating the potential impact of this technique on the foundation establishment process. After half an hour, Wei Tu shook his head and sighed softly. This unconventional method of foundation establishment was indeed, as Lianxiong had mentioned in the past, capable of slightly enhancing the probability of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Yet, this probability was minimal at most. It could only increase by 20%, which paled in comparison to the efficacy of a foundation establishment pill. Moreover, even if a cultivator succeeded in establishing their foundation using this unorthodox method, there would be subsequent repercussions. The consequence was that cultivators who established their foundation through this means would only enjoy a lifespan of 350 years, resulting in a loss of 50 years of life. Fellow Taoist Lian, you did not inform me in advance about the repercussions of this Demon Soul Foundation establishment method. Wei Tu remarked with a hint of displeasure. Before establishing his foundation, he had contemplated creating an exquisite demon refining talisman to urge Lianxiong to honor his promise and obtain the Demon Soul Foundation establishment method. Had it not been for Ko Hongying bringing the foundation establishment spirit item, prompting him to alter his plans, he would have inevitably wasted time researching this exquisite talisman. He could hardly accept the idea of squandering time only to receive a foundation establishment method that diminished his lifespan without achieving the foundation. Senior Wei, as wandering cultivators, we lack the extraordinary fortune you possess to acquire a foundation establishment pill. Merely having this unique method for foundation establishment is already commendable. Lianxiong, with a bitter smile, explained his deceptive actions. Zhao Qi Luo's visit signifies an elevation in status. It is indeed a rarity for wandering cultivators to possess such an unconventional method for foundation establishment. Why would one concern themselves with the potential loss of 50 years of lifespan? Wei Tu's expression softened. For most wandering cultivators, obtaining a single congealing foundation pill is a formidable challenge, let alone a foundation establishment pill to aid in their cultivation. When compared to the twofold increase in the probability of establishing a foundation, the 50 years of lifespan sacrificed by the demonic essence method appears trivial. Although Lianxiong's failure to inform him in advance about the repercussions of this unconventional method does raise suspicions of deceit, it is not an egregious oversight, as everyone harbors their own secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Tu retrieved 2 exquisite demon refinement talismans and, along with the one resting on the tea table, channeled his spiritual energy to present them to Lianxiong. 3 exquisite demon refinement talismans should suffice for your needs, fellow Taoist Lian. Wei Tu sipped his tea. Sufficient, indeed. Upon seeing the 3 talismans, Lianxiong's face lit up with joy. In the past, he had merely provided Wei Tu with the methodology for crafting the demon refinement talismans, along with the first-tier talisman inheritance passed down from his companion, Tong Pei. The subsequent resources required for drawing the talismans had all been borne by Wei Tuesday. The expenses involved, even with Wei Tu being a talented talisman master, they were likely substantial. At the very least, several hundred spirit stones were needed, if not exceeding 1,000. In the present day, Wei Tu finds himself in a position of privilege, fortunate to receive 3 exquisite demon refining talismans for trade, far exceeding his expectations. Contemplating this, Lianxiong gritted his teeth and produced a jade slip from his possession, extending it to Wei Tuesday. Senior Wei, he said. The potential repercussions of the demon's foundation building method have been the subject of considerable research by my ancestors. This jade slip contains strategies to mitigate those repercussions. I implore you to accept it. The foundation building method for demon souls is divided into 2 parts. The upper portion focuses on the foundation building technique, while the lower portion addresses the elimination of potential consequences. The crimson jade slip he had previously given to Wei Tu contained only the upper portion of this method. As for the lower portion, should Wei Tu attempt to coerce him through force or guile, Lianxiong would resolutely refuse to divulge it. Strategies to mitigate consequences? Upon hearing Helian Xiong's words, Wei Tu couldn't help but silently express gratitude for his own fortune. Had he not adhered to the principle of integrity in his dealings, he might have missed the opportunity to acquire the latter half of this peculiar foundation-building technique. Just as he bid farewell to Helian Xiong, a middle-aged man dressed as a merchant appeared at the entrance of the falling snow courtyard. Congratulations, Senior Wei, on achieving a century of foundation building and becoming an exemplary figure among the loose cultivators of Danqiu Mountain. The newcomer was none other than Xin Yao, the steward of the treasure pavilion, bearing a congratulatory gift and offering his heartfelt felicitations to Wei Tuesday. This is all thanks to Fairy Ko's support. Wei Tu graciously accepted the gift, attributing his success in foundation building to Ko Hongying's assistance. He believed that the majority of the loose cultivators in Danqiu Mountain would recognize that his achievement was inseparable from her help. Nevertheless, he was pleased with this arrangement. This matter poses no harm to Ko Hongying, yet is significantly advantageous to him. Wei Tu invited Xin Yao to enter and take a seat, offering him fragrant tea as a gesture of hospitality. It appeared that Wei Tu was unaware of Xin Yao's previous invitation to venture to Xiaoao Mountain, which was intended for an ambush against him. Observing the warmth on Wei Tu's face, Xin Yao felt a sense of relief wash over him. He feigned composure and, after sipping his tea a few times, produced an invitation card. Leaning forward slightly and bowing his body, he presented it to Wei Tu with both hands, saying, "Esteemed Senior Wei, in half a month, the 5-year auction at the Baibauge will commence. This is the invitation for the auction, along with a ticket for a private box on the 3rd floor." Private box? Wei Tu responded with mild surprise as he accepted the invitation and the accompanying box ticket from Xin Yao. Initially, he had thought that Xin Yao was merely testing his resolve, gauging whether he held a grudge. To his astonishment, Xin Yao had come specifically to deliver the invitation to the Baibauge auction. This exemplified the status of a foundation establishment practitioner. Wei Tu mused quietly to himself. Prior to reaching this foundational stage, Xin Yao's position as the manager of Baibauge far surpassed that of a mere talisman master like himself, marking him as a person of considerable repute within Danqiu Mountain, not one to engage in menial tasks. After a brief conversation, Xin Yao steered the discussion towards the overarching power of the Jiuyun Chamber of Commerce. Although the Jiuyun Chamber did not rival the 3 great immortal sects or the 7 prominent cultivation families, it possessed considerable financial resources. If you wish to join a cultivation force, esteemed senior, you might consider the Jiuyun Chamber of Commerce. I would be pleased to recommend you, Xin Yao remarked with a smile. Wei Tu nodded in acknowledgement, withholding his response. He was acutely aware that if the Jiuyun Chamber of Commerce intended to recruit him, the envoy they dispatched would certainly not be someone like Xin Yao, a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator, without substantial conditions. How could he be easily persuaded to express his intentions? Xin Yao's remarks were merely a habitual attempt to drum up business for himself, after all. Enticing a foundation establishment master to join the Jiuyun Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly yield significant personal benefits for him. As for the Jiuyun Chamber, Wei Tu had gleaned some insights through the jade slip provided by Ko Hongying. The Jiuyun Chamber of Commerce was a medium-sized trading organization founded collaboratively by 3 prominent foundation establishment families, boasting shops in various markets such as Danqiu Mountain. Generally, the benefits offered to wandering cultivators seeking foundation establishment were quite favorable. However, Wei Tu harbored no intentions of joining this chamber. The next realm after foundation establishment was the Golden Core stage, and in the past few centuries, no wandering cultivator who joined a foundation establishment family had ever achieved the Golden Core realm. They all languished in the foundation establishment stage until their demise. In contrast, 2 wandering cultivators who affiliated themselves with Golden Core families had successfully attained the Golden Core stage and had become esteemed ancestors of those families, enjoying a life of leisure. This information was hardly a secret within the cultivation community of the Zheng Kingdom. Naturally, looking back in time, there have been instances where wandering cultivators who joined foundation establishment families reached the Golden Core stage, but Wei Tu was unwilling to gamble on such a minuscule probability. Although the benefits of joining a Golden Core family might not be as substantial as those from a foundation establishment family, and the influence might be less pronounced, the advantage lay in the broad platform that offered a glimpse of the potential to attain the Golden Core. At this juncture, observing Wei Tu sipping tea with an air of disinterest, Xin Yao tactfully took his leave and departed, distinct from the manner in which he had sent off Helian Xiong. Wei Tu did not send a greeting to the visiting Xin Yao. He considered Helian Xiong a friend, while his relationship with Xin Yao was merely superficial. Personally escorting Xin Yao to the door would be beneath his dignity as a foundational practitioner. Xin Yao bent down as he exited the falling snow courtyard, only straightening up and taking a deep breath when he reached the entrance of the cave. However, just as he lifted his gaze, a girl in a white dress suddenly appeared before him. Instinctively, Xin Yao bent at the waist again. I pay my respects to Senior Zhao, he said, suppressing his discomfort. This sudden encounter nearly caused his aged back to give way. Wei Tu has emerged from seclusion? Zhao Qi Luo observed Xinyao with a detached tone. 6 months prior. News of Wei Tu's foundational advancement had spread from Danqiu Mountain to the Qiyu Zhao family. Due to her prior acquaintance with Wei Tu, the family entrusted her with the task of recruiting him. However, circumstances had changed. Her visit was intended to entice and recruit Wei Tu. Thus she could not recklessly barge into the falling snow courtyard. Instead, she patiently awaited outside the cave. Senior Wei has exited seclusion, Xinyao affirmed promptly. Once Xinyao departed, Zhao Qi Luo pondered for a moment. Rather than immediately knocking to request an audience, she retrieved a talisman and sent it into the falling snow courtyard. After the talisman entered, a quarter of an hour later, Zhao Qi Luo saw Wei Tu emerge to greet her. Only then did her concealed form reveal itself. Standing before Wei Tuesday, it seemed the princess had arrived at a fortuitous moment, coinciding perfectly with Master Wei's emergence from seclusion. A smile graced Zhao Qingluo's face. In my humble abode, I extend my invitation to the esteemed Princess Qingluo to dine in the private room at Jingyun Pavilion. Wei Tu made a graceful gesture. Within his dwelling, he harbored the concealed presence of the Rift Sky sculpture, which had once stolen Zhao Qingluo's storage bag. Wei Tu was uncertain whether Zhao Qingluo possessed the same abilities as he did, capable of discerning scents to track down her foes. Thus, it was prudent to exercise caution. Although he felt confident that even if Zhao Qingluo were aware of the events from years past, she would not pose a significant threat to him. It was still wise to avoid any confrontation if possible. Zhao Qingluo found Wei Tu's words somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the first time he had laid eyes on her several decades ago. Please, Master Wei Fu. Zhao Qingluo inclined her head slightly and stepped forward to lead the way, asserting that she would take the role of host this time, relieving Master Wei Fu of that responsibility. This humble self? Upon hearing Zhao Qingluo's modest words, Wei Tu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, recalling how, decades ago, Zhao Qingluo had addressed him with an air of superiority, frequently referring to herself as this princess. Now, she had voluntarily adopted the title of this humble self. This stark contrast reminded Wei Tu of the various scenes where Zhao Qingluo had lost her composure after consuming an aphrodisiac. The two arrived at the private room at Jingzhen Pavilion. Zhao Qingluo ordered an exquisite feast. Master Wei Fu, I shall not beat around the bush. I have come to seek your collaboration, to join the Qiyu Zhao family. Once seated, Zhao Qingluo directly articulated her intentions. Should the Master of Talismans express a willingness, the Qiyu Zhao family would not hesitate to bestow upon him an entire set of second-tier talismanic heritage. This would encompass an array of essentials for cultivation, including techniques, artifacts, and various other necessities. Zhao Qingluo presented these terms, which were indeed generous. It could be said that upon joining the Qiyu Zhao family, Master Wei would possess all that the realm of immortality has to offer in terms of partners, wealth, and land. However, Wei Tu maintained a calm demeanor. Even without the reminder from Ko Hongying, he would have instinctively excluded the Qiyu Zhao family and the Qisong Jia family, two prominent clans of the Golden Core lineage, from his considerations. He had no desire to become ensnared in the conflicts between these two families. The more lavish the offer from the Qiyu Zhao family, the more resolute his refusal became. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. With his mediocre aptitude, he felt fortunate merely to have established a foundation and was unwilling to become a burden to the Zhao family. Wei Tu carefully chose his words to decline politely. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qingluo seemed to misinterpret his intentions. With a slight furrow of her brow, she remarked, Master Wei, having established your foundation at the age of 100. While your aptitude may not rival that of certain prodigies, you still possess considerable potential within the Golden Core families. She waved her hand dismissively as her words hung in the air. Wei Tu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to speak more plainly. The princess's family has been embroiled in conflict with the Qisong Jia family for many years, making it a perilous place. Not only for myself, but for other foundation-building loose cultivators as well. The first families to be excluded when seeking to join a sect are precisely the princess's family and the Qisong Jia family. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingluo's expression shifted, revealing a newfound contemplation. So that was the case. After a long moment, Zhao Qingluo let out a sigh. Prior to her arrival, she had been puzzled as to why the clan leader had offered such substantial conditions to Wei Tuesday. Now, it became clear that the Qiyu Zhao family was perceived as being on the brink of peril in the eyes of the scattered cultivators. Wei Fushi contemplated which clan to join in the future. She could assist Wei Fushi in strategizing. Zhao Qingluo's gaze shifted as she recalled the clan leader's instructions before her departure. While she could not persuade Wei Tu to join the Qiyu Zhao family, she could convince him to ally with a clan that maintained good relations with them. Wei had not yet made a decision. Wei Tu shook his head. unwilling to disclose his true intentions. It is a grave taboo to speak deeply with shallow connections. As for the Heishan Huang family, this Golden Core clan has maintained a harmonious relationship with the Zhao family for many years without any conflict. Zhao Qi Luo stated candidly. This Golden Core clan is certainly worthy of consideration, Wei Tu replied dismissively. Their conversation soon rendered the atmosphere within the private room rather chilly. The two sat in silence, consuming their meal. After a quarter of an hour, Zhao Qi Luo took the initiative to speak. Wei Fushi, as long as you do not align with the Qisong Jia family. In the future, I can persuade my family to procure more of your second-tier talismans. Upon hearing the potential benefits, Wei Tu relaxed his demeanor, saying, I have known Princess Qi Luo for some time, and I would not wish to stand opposed to you. If I were to join a cultivation family, I certainly would not choose the camp of the Qisong Jia family. After receiving this response, Zhao Qi Luo did not linger in the private room of Jingzhen Pavilion and left with satisfaction. After her departure, Wei Tu encountered several other envoys sent by prominent cultivation families. The prominent cultivation families presented conditions to Wei Tu, which, although not as generous as those offered by the Qi Yuzhao family, were still quite substantial. The urgently needed second-tier talisman inheritance and second-tier cultivation techniques were merely the basic propositions from these notable families. However, without exception, Wei Tu refrained from providing a definitive response to any of them. Instead, he chose to bide his time, waiting for a particular cultivation family to present him with more favorable and superior terms. As time progressed, the much-anticipated auction held by the Baobao Pavilion arrived once again, occurring every 5 years. At this event, the coveted Ningji Dan, which Wei Tu had long yearned for prior to his foundation establishment, was to be auctioned as the centerpiece of the event. The starting bid was set at 1,100 spirit stones. Within a private booth on the third floor, Wei Tu eagerly placed his bid. Upon witnessing a foundation establishment master also participating in the bidding, a palpable silence fell over the second-floor hall. The gathered cultivators exchanged glances, and several bidding practitioners showed signs of hesitation. Should they continue to bid after the foundation establishment master, they would undoubtedly risk offending him. If this master were to take offense, it could potentially lead to dire consequences for them. The practitioners lamented internally. How could this esteemed foundation establishment master, Wei Tu, disregard his status and contend with them, mere Qi practitioners, for the precious breakthrough elixir? After all, there was a possibility that another Ningji Dan could be available at the next auction in 5 years. It seemed unnecessary to provoke a foundation establishment master. Following a period of internal conflict, many cultivators ultimately decided to withdraw from the bidding. Wei Tu, being a newly ascended foundation establishment master, was unpredictable in temperament. And given his current prominence, the potential repercussions of competing with him for the Ningji Dan were too uncertain to contemplate. 1,100 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher bid? As the final 9 breaths of time ticked away, 9, 8, 7, the fleeting moments passed swiftly. Lu Hong surveyed the assembly of Qi refining cultivators in the second-floor hall, and upon noticing the silence, she let out a quiet sigh as her jade hammer descended lightly. This transaction, it seemed, was a loss for the treasure pavilion, an opportunity squandered. In the third-floor private box, Wei Tu witnessed this scene with a smile gracing his face. Today, he had asserted his dominance, acquiring the coveted foundation establishment pill at a bargain price. Although this might have offended the Jiuyun Merchant Association, he had only recently established his foundation and was thus a sought-after asset among various factions. Unfamiliar with the rules, he could afford to push the boundaries slightly, as most would overlook his transgressions for the sake of maintaining goodwill. The competition for the foundation establishment pill, a highly sought-after item among Qi refining cultivators, was ordinarily governed by auction house conventions that forbade such rivalries. Had a group of Qi refining cultivators been vying for the pill today, its price would have soared to no less than 1,300 spirit stones. Yet, due to his intervention, the treasure pavilion could only auction it off for 1,100 spirit stones. However, such a maneuver could only be executed once. Repeated actions would surely engender animosity with the treasure pavilion. Wei Tu decided to withdraw from the ensuing competition for the remaining Qi refining items. Given his status today, he was not particularly concerned about a mere 200 spirit stones. Nonetheless, the foundation establishment pill was essential for him. He needed to procure it swiftly to repay Fu Zhizhou, ensuring that he did not hinder Fu Zhizhou's opportunity to establish his foundation. As the auction concluded, Wei Tu made his way to the back of the Jade Pavilion to settle the transaction for his acquired items. Wei Dao's companion had recently established his foundation and perhaps was not yet familiar with the customs of the treasure pavilion. This time, Wei Dao had acquired the foundation establishment pill at a surprisingly low price, which seemed to contravene the regulations. Nevertheless, The discounted price shall be considered as a congratulatory gift from me to Wei Tu for his successful foundation establishment. On this occasion, the individual attending to Wei Tu was not the auctioneer Lu Hong, but rather the foundation establishment master Chai Ping, who oversees the treasure pavilion within Danqiu Mountain. After handing over the vial containing the foundation establishment pill to Wei Tu, Chai Ping gazed at him intently and gently remarked that it was Wei's eagerness in seeking the pill that led him to overlook the rules of the pavilion. Wei Tu graciously accepted this observation. 200 spirit stones, while a considerable sum for a foundation establishment cultivator, were not such a burden as to cause them deep concern. His visit to the treasure pavilion was not solely for the purchase of the foundation establishment pill. He had also consigned a significant number of first-tier talismans, aside from a few exquisite ones, during this auction. Thus, there was a balance of entry and exit. In fact, the treasure pavilion stood to gain from this transaction. Noticing Wei Tu's lack of self-satisfaction and his earnest demeanor, Chai Ping subtly nodded in approval. She then retrieved an invitation card from her bosom and offered it to Wei Tuesday. The treasure pavilion hosts an auction every 5 years, primarily attracting qi refining cultivators. For those at the foundation establishment level, our Jiuyun Trading Association holds a separate auction. This is an underground auction that occurs once every 20 years, where rare and exquisite items, seldom seen in the outside world, are available. Chai Ping spoke softly. An underground auction? Upon hearing this, Wei Tu raised his brows slightly. Given that this auction is characterized by the term underground, one can surmise that it possesses a considerable degree of confidentiality. Had he not been a verifiable foundation-level cultivator, it is unlikely that he would have received an invitation from Chai Ping. Accompanying the invitation was a catalog of auction items. Should Wei, a fellow cultivator, express a desire to join our Jiuyun Chamber of Commerce as a patron, he would be entitled to acquire one item free of charge from each underground auction. Aside from the grand prize, during every 3 sessions, observing the flicker of interest on Wei Tu's face, Chai Ping felt an inner delight and swiftly seized the opportunity to entice this foundation-level cultivator. The prospect of receiving an auction item without charge every 3 sessions was indeed astonishing. Wei Tu, upon hearing this, was taken aback and could not help but marvel at the opulence of the Jiuyun Chamber of Commerce. From his observations, every item listed in the catalog was of considerable value, rare in the outside world, with worth amounting to at least several thousand spirit stones. Such treatment would not be lightly offered even by families of the Golden Core stage. Wei acknowledged Chai's goodwill. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and respectfully declined. He possessed a clear understanding of his own worth. As a foundation-level cultivator with experience in talisman crafting, he would garner the attention of cultivation families, albeit within limited bounds. This attention, however, would not extend to the generous terms proposed by the Jiuyun Chamber of Commerce. His intent was to seek a suitable Golden Core family to join within a reasonable scope, rather than recklessly pursuing benefits at the expense of his safety and well-being. He suspected that the high rewards offered by the Jiuyun Chamber might conceal traps akin to those of the Qi Yuezhao family, albeit less overtly dangerous. A month later, after diligently gathering intelligence and weighing the pros and cons, Wei Tu resolved to accept the invitation from the Hishan Huang family, agreeing to become their honored guest. Although the treatment offered by the Hishan Huang family was not the most generous, they possessed an undeniable advantage that set them apart from other Golden Core families, a third-order array master among their ancestors. This unique distinction had ensured that for centuries, the Yishan Huang family had remained untroubled by demonic cultivators, robbers, or other rival sects, thus enjoying a period of tranquility. Wei Tu valued this assurance of safety above all else, deeming it more precious than any other form of compensation. With his destiny favoring late bloomers, he needed not engage in conflict. A steady and methodical approach to cultivation would grant him the opportunity to achieve the Golden Core stage. After careful consideration, he ceased to hesitate and sent a talisman message to the Hishan Huang family, expressing his willingness to join them as an honored guest. The message was dispatched in the morning, and by afternoon, a reply had arrived. In a few days, he would vacate the Luo Shui courtyard and journey to the Hishan Huang family. Wei Tu contemplated the situation. The spiritual energy concentration in the Luo Shui courtyard was merely equivalent to that of a mid-grade first order. Remaining there was insufficient for his cultivation needs. Furthermore, he had a sky-rending eagle to care for. Each additional day spent there was a day wasted in terms of his life's potential. However, just as Wei Tu was packing his belongings and preparing to depart from Danqiu Mountain for the Hishan Huang family, a letter unexpectedly arrived at the Luo Shui courtyard. The letter was signed by Wei Xiuwen. Xinghua had passed away. Upon opening the letter and reading its contents, Wei Tu's expression shifted dramatically. 119. Xinghua's lifespan had come to an end. All beings have their time to depart. Concerning the passing of the apricot blossom, Wei Tu had long since prepared himself psychologically. Yet, When he truly confronted the reality of this death, he realized how burdensome this seemingly light page truly was. In the letter, Wei Tu mentioned that the apricot blossom departed quietly during the night, without enduring the torment of illness, leaving this world silently. A century, it was a joyous farewell, akin to that of his master. There was little to grieve over. Wei Tu reassured himself. He approached the desk in the talisman room, as was his custom, and carefully placed the letter from his children into the book box for safekeeping. Subsequently, he activated the formation of the cave dwelling, allowing the moonlight from outside to filter through the window, casting its glow upon his face and illuminating one side of his body. The desolate moonlight added a touch of sorrow to his visage. The Lycong eagle soared in, landing on Wei Tu's left shoulder, tilting its somewhat flattened head, its dark yellow eyes curiously observing him. In the decades since it had been captured by Wei Tu, it had never witnessed such an expression on his face, nor had it persisted for so long. Caw, caw. Upon seeing the dawn, the Lycong eagle called out to Wei Tuesday. It squawked before leaping out of the window, flying from the entrance of the courtyard to its corner, circling several times before folding its wings and alighting on the desk in the talisman room. Half a day later, Wei Tu departed from Tranquil Mountain. However, unlike previous times, this time he was accompanied not only by Fu Zhizhou but also by a red-faced elder. This elder, in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, was tall and slender, with a sunburnt complexion, dressed in a blue scholarly robe, resembling an ordinary teacher rather than a cultivator. I am grateful to Taoist Huang for accompanying me on this journey. Emerging from Tranquil Mountain, Wei Tu respectfully saluted the red-faced elder, his expression imbued with gratitude. The elder was none other than Huang Changkong, the envoy dispatched by the Huang family of Hashan to cultivate a rapport with Wei Tuesday. In light of the recent bereavement, Wei Tu resolved to don the mourning attire for his late wife and observe a year of mourning. Given this, he had preemptively sent a missive to the Huang family, informing them of his intentions and indicating a possible delay in his arrival. However, upon receiving Wei Tu's message, Huang Changkong, who was lingering in Tranquil Mountain, not only expressed his understanding of the situation but also proposed to accompany Wei Tu on his journey to the mundane world. Although Wei Tu could surmise that Huang Changkong's motives for accompanying him were likely to investigate his background and extend a gesture of goodwill, he remained sincerely appreciative of such a generous offer from a distinguished foundational practitioner. Dear Taoist Wei, you are too modest. Once you join the Huang family, we shall be as close as kin, and this matter is but a trifling concern. Huang Changkong waved his hand, signaling for Wei Tu not to dwell on it. Subsequently, Wei Tu, disinterested in continuing pleasantries with Huang Changkong, conveyed a few words to Fu Zhizhou before hastening his pace. The atmosphere among the three was somber. Wei Tu and Huang Changkong soared through the skies, while Fu Zhizhou pursued them on his ethereal steed. In a mere 2 days, Wei Tu arrived at the city of Nanhang, 5 days swifter than before. Father, I have been unfilial, failing to care for mother, allowing her to depart in the night. Wei Tu was keeping vigil in the hall. Upon seeing Wei Tu's return, he shifted his kneeling posture slightly, bowed several times in Wei Tu's direction, and wept. Father, mother has departed. Wei Yin knelt beside him, wiping away her tears. Father, third uncle, third uncle. Other younger relatives in the hall began to greet Wei Tu as well. Among them were Meijin, along with some second-generation descendants from the Ko and Fu families. There is no need for excessive formalities. Wei Tu addressed the gathering as he approached the front of the hall. He then moved to the spirit tablet of Xinghua, took a stick of incense, ignited it, and placed it in the incense burner on the table. The rites can commence. After a brief silence, Wei Tu glanced at the coffin resting in the hall and sighed. After a person passes away, the vigil is traditionally held for 7 days before the rites are concluded. However, due to his distant journey to Tranquil Mountain, this process had already been delayed by several days. As his words fell, the funeral band prepared by the Wei household began to play. The sounds of gongs, drums, and suona filled the air, performing 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. A piece of joyous music. Xinghua had lived for a century, a remarkable achievement in the mortal realm. Half a day later, outside the city of Nanjing, in a serene and picturesque location, a solitary grave emerged. The tombstone bore the inscription, Grave of the Deceased Wife Xinghua. Beside the solitary grave, 3 newly constructed thatched cottages appeared, one for Wei Tu and the other 2 for Wei Yin and her brother. The loss of a spouse requires a year of mourning, while the loss of a mother necessitates 3 years. Such are the customs of the mortal world, though cultivators transcend ordinary life. The Wei family, father and sons, initially lived in the mundane world before embarking on their journey into the realm of cultivation. After the 7-day mourning period, Wei Tu encouraged Wei Yin and her brother to depart. His reasoning was straightforward. He has now successfully established his foundation for him. A year passes in the blink of an eye and holds little significance. Furthermore, during this year, he may delve into studies beyond the realm of talismanic arts, such as the complete first-tier alchemist inheritance left by Gungwon. If possible, he aspires to explore the alchemical path while still in the foundational stage. Engaging in the business of alchemy may be impractical, yet he aims to achieve self-sufficiency in production and sales to avoid repeating the mistakes of the blood-old demon. However, for Wei Yin and her brother, this year must not be squandered lightly. Moreover, they are bound to observe a 3-year mourning period. While propriety must be upheld, excessive adherence to ritual can lead to pedantry. Wei Tu admonished, understanding the filial piety that Wei Yin and her brother exhibited towards Xinghua during her lifetime. The Ice Xian locking spirit talisman, valued at 100 spirit stones, had once represented a significant expense for him, let alone for Wei Yin and her brother. Now, the 3-year mourning period seems unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Wei Yin and her brother displayed hesitation. Father, if you believe that a 3-year mourning period is too long, then I shall comply and observe it for 1 year. During this time, I can also seek your guidance on talismanic arts. Wei Yin pondered for a brief moment before responding. Very well. Wei Tu nodded in agreement. Over 30 years ago, upon discovering Wei Yan's talent for talismanic arts, he frequently offered her instruction through letters, hoping she would inherit his legacy. Now, years later, Wei Yin has become a first-tier lower-grade talisman master. Having previously succeeded in crafting a first-tier middle-grade talisman, she is merely a half-step away from attaining the status of a first-tier middle-grade talisman master. Learning from books alone can feel shallow. Throughout the past year, he has largely been idle, dedicating his time to instructing Wei Yin in the art of talismans, which could be considered a worthwhile endeavor. Father, that child. I shall take my leave for now, Wei Xiaowen expressed as he requested to depart. Possessing only a golden spirit root, he has chosen the path of a weaponsmith, a pursuit in which his father, Wei Tuxian, evidently finds himself lacking in guidance. I recall that during his first week of life, when he grasped a brush, it inspired me to name him Xiaowen. Little did I anticipate that he would take on the craft of blacksmithing. As Wei Tu reflected upon this scene, memories flooded back, and he couldn't help but indulge in self-deprecating humor. Is that so? Wei Yin, hearing of Wei Xiaowen's past misdeeds for the first time, covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her laughter momentarily dispelling the sorrowful atmosphere left by the departure of the apricot blossoms. Under Wei Tu's personal tutelage, Wei Yan's progress has been remarkably swift. Within a mere 2 months, she has become adept at drawing a mid-grade talisman of the first tier. Yinner, while the art of talismans is merely a minor skill, one's cultivation is of the utmost importance. One must never allow their cultivation to lag too far behind. Wei Tu cautioned. Prior to his seclusion to break through to the foundation establishment stage, Wei Yin had maintained a relatively balanced pursuit of both talismans and cultivation. However, after several months of instruction, he noted that her cultivation had scarcely advanced compared to the time before his retreat. Currently, Wei Yan's cultivation stands at merely the 6th layer of qi refinement. It is worth noting that she is now 71 years of age. This progress in cultivation pales in comparison to his own journey. He embarked on the path of immortality at the age of 43, breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refinement by 63. At the age of 67, he attained the 7th level of qi refinement. Meanwhile, Wei Yin and her brother embarked on their path to immortality before the age of 30, surpassing him by over a decade. Although he had not provided them with substantial resources throughout the years, his guidance in talismanic arts and cultivation had undoubtedly spared them from numerous missteps, particularly in the realm of qi refinement. It is imperative that each generation surpasses the last. Father, I understand, Wei Yin murmured, lowering her head and pressing her crimson lips together. Days later, Wei Xiaowen paid his customary visit to Wei Tu and his daughter. However, this time, he arrived bearing not only food but also an additional gift box. Father, this is a token of condolence from Fu Lin for Mother-S funeral. It was delivered to the residence last night, he whispered. Fu Lin? How did he come to know of this? Wei Tu inquired, astonished. It had been over 20 years since Fu Lin departed from Baisher Lake Market, and since then, he had vanished without a trace. The news of Xinghua's passing had not been widely circulated. It was not a matter of great public concern. Could it be that he had eyes and ears in Baisher Lake? Or perhaps the second generation of the Fu family still maintained communication with Fu Lin? Wei Tu furrowed his brow, contemplating. Ultimately, he decided that such musings were futile. Shaking his head, he accepted the gift box from Wei Xiaowen. Upon opening it, he discovered a high-quality spirit stone, a first-tier superior spirit apricot, and a letter. He first unsealed the letter, in which Fu Lin updated him on his recent circumstances and urged Wei Tu to reassure everyone not to worry about him. He and his brother and sister were doing well. After sharing his news, Fu Lin mentioned that this precious spirit stone was used to repay Wei Tu for the 10 spirit stones he borrowed many years ago. A superior grade spirit stone is worth 100 inferior grade spirit stones, thus he returned tenfold. The first-grade superior spirit apricot contained within the gift box was a token of condolence for the recent bereavement. In his letter, Fu Lin also expressed his sorrow for the passing of the apricot flower, stating that his aunt had cared for him greatly during her lifetime. He hoped that his uncle would not hold it against him for being unable to return home in this time of mourning. Fu Lin concluded his letter with this sentiment. Wei Tu, upon finishing the letter, sighed with contemplation. Despite his repeated admonitions to his children to limit their interactions with Fu Lin, akin to his advice regarding co-hongyings, it was merely a precaution and did not indicate any genuine disdain for Fu Lin. In truth, he had always held Fu Lin in high regard. Fu Lin's abilities could be deemed the strongest among the second generation of their four brothers, yet it was regrettable that he possessed only inferior spirit roots, making his path to enlightenment arduous. It is already a challenge for an ordinary individual to seek the Tao, yet Fu Lin also supports two younger brothers and a sister, nurturing them quite well. From this perspective, Fu Lin's capabilities are indeed remarkable. Your mother, during her lifetime, always wished to unite Fu Lin with your sister. Though he did not specify to whom the spirit apricot was intended, I believe it would be more fitting for your sister. Xiaowen, what do you think? Wei Tu turned his gaze toward Wei Xiaowen, inquiring. Although Fu Lin's heartfelt elegy for the apricot flower was moving, Wei Tu was aware that his family treated Fu Lin just as they did with other second-generation members, fulfilling their elder responsibilities without any special favoritism. Fu Lin's gift of a first-grade superior spirit apricot is likely connected to two specific reasons. Once, he had assisted Fu Lin, who, grateful for the favor, returned the kindness with a superior quality spiritual apricot. Secondly, the saying a mother's worth is measured by her son holds true. Fu Lin has always harbored feelings for Wei Yin, his childhood companion. With Wei Yan's mother having passed, it was only natural that her gifts would be generous. The child raised no objections. Wei Xiaowen nodded in agreement and responded with a respectful gesture. He was well aware of his brother's unrequited affection for Wei Yan, knowing far more than their father, Wei Tuesday. Thus, he had no desire for the spiritual apricot himself. During their conversation, Wei Tu observed Wei Xiaowen's expression, and upon noticing his calm demeanor devoid of resentment, he felt a profound sense of relief. Of all his pride in his children, it lay in their character. A first-tier superior quality spiritual apricot is indeed a treasure for practitioners in the qi refining stage. Furthermore, you both must understand this. The 10 spirit stones I lent to Fu Lin were borrowed on behalf of your Uncle Fu. When you next meet Fu Lin, ensure you clarify this matter directly. Wei Tu spoke earnestly. During the morning ceremony for Ko Liang, he had believed that Fu Zhizhou and his son had reconciled their grievances, and that Fu Lin was aware of the origins of those 10 spirit stones. However, upon reading this letter today, he realized that Fu Zhizhou had not disclosed the truth to Fu Lin. This revelation did not surprise him. Like father, like son, both Fu Zhizhou and his son were rather stubborn. It was quite rare for them to have an open conversation. Understood, father. Wei Yin and her brother acknowledged this minor task. Following this, Wei Tu advised Wei Yin on the timing of consuming the spiritual apricot in the future. When breaking through from the mid to late stages of qi refining, one should strive to avoid taking any breakthrough pills or spiritual fruits during the process. Thus, it is beneficial for your foundation. Upon reaching the 7th layer of qi cultivation, consuming the spiritual apricot will enable one to use this treasure to strive for the 8th layer. He earnestly instructed. Establishing a solid foundation before breaking through is a common principle in the realm of cultivation, yet few adhere to it. This is because not everyone, after consuming elixirs, encounters a bottleneck in the mid-stages of qi cultivation like Fu Zhizhou, who languished for 7 long years. Fu Zhizhou represents a mere unfortunate fraction. The majority harbor a sense of complacency, believing that the poison from overindulgence in elixirs and a weakened foundation will not afflict them. Slow progress at times does not equate to true slowness. It is the essence of accumulating strength gradually that bears fruit. Wei Tu shared his cultivation experiences with his children, Wei Yin and her brother, who appeared to grasp the wisdom imparted. Unlike other cultivators, they had witnessed firsthand the decades of cultivation changes in their father, Wei Tu, and their uncle, Fu Zhizhou. Today, their father Wei Tu has reached the foundational stage, while Uncle Fu Zhizhou remains entangled in the realm of qi cultivation. The distinction between success and failure is glaringly evident. The remaining half-year of mourning passed swiftly. Those who were absent from Wei Fei and Ko Hongying at the funeral, such as Wei Fei, arrived one by one at the Apricot Blossom Cemetery to pay their respects. This time, Wei Fei was not as composed as he had been at Ko Liang's funeral. When he arrived at the thatched cottage to speak with Wei Tu, he initially appeared listless and demoralized, only to suddenly burst into tears, wailing uncontrollably. Wei Tu understood the grief that afflicted Wei Fei. Although they were close friends through thick and thin, Wei Fei's bond with Apricot Blossom was not as profound. Wei Fei, like Apricot Blossom, was 3 years her senior. At this moment, Wei Fei has reached the venerable age of 100, which is precisely half the lifespan typical of those at the qi cultivation stage. While a 100-year-old individual in the mundane world is often regarded as a rare gem of longevity, Wei Fei's situation is markedly different. At this advanced stage, he has only attained the 8th layer of qi cultivation, placing him among those in the realm of cultivation with little hope of establishing a solid foundation. Once a practitioner surpasses the age of 2 decades, the likelihood of successfully forming a foundation, even with the aid of a foundation establishment pill, becomes exceedingly slim. Now, Wei Fei aspires to maximize his chances of a breakthrough in foundation establishment, which hinges on fulfilling 2 crucial requirements. He must achieve complete mastery of qi cultivation within 20 years and procure a foundation pill to facilitate his ascension. These conditions, while not overly demanding, present the formidable challenge of being accomplished concurrently. "Oh, my younger brother, I am filled with regret," he lamented, tears streaming down his face. "I rue the day I did not choose to settle in Danqiu Mountain, devoting myself wholeheartedly to cultivation like you and our 4th brother. Had I made the same choice as Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou, forsaking momentary pleasures, I could have saved at least a decade of cultivation time. With an additional 10 years, I would have easily fulfilled those 2 requirements. Yet, tragically, he had succumbed to the fear of hardship, retreating from the path of rigorous training, opting instead for a life of leisure in the mundane world. It can be said that he himself has buried his own path to enlightenment." Listening to Wei Fei's expressions of regret, Wei Tu couldn't help but reflect on how, over a decade ago, during Ko Hongying's foundation establishment celebration, he had foreseen the current predicament. The absence of investment in his cultivation and a lack of earnest effort had inexorably led Wei Fei to his present circumstances, a fate seemingly sealed by his own choices. Thus, he contemplated the weight of a century's worth of experience. Wei Fei is arguably the most fortunate among the 4 brothers, second only to himself. He possesses 2 celestial martial arts, the blood food pill, in the favor of the witch immortal master who bestowed upon him a legacy, along with the benefits derived from the method of crafting qi bags. These 4 celestial fortunes have elevated Wei Fei from the mundane realm to the world of cultivation, advancing his prowess to the 8th level of qi refinement. However, lamentably, these celestial fortunes are merely minor ones, insufficient to alter one's fate dramatically. Although it appears that Wei Fei has grasped these 4 celestial opportunities, in reality, he has missed them one by one. Conversely, his companions, though devoid of celestial fortunes, have consistently seized opportunities, swimming against the tide and leaving Wei Fei far behind. "Second brother, this is the method of foundation establishment using demon souls that I obtained from Helian Xiong. I can assist you with the exquisite demon refining talismans and the essence of demon beasts required, but for everything else, you must rely on yourself." After Wei Fei finished lamenting, Wei Tu pondered for a moment, retrieving a jade slip from his sleeve and handing it to Wei Fei. Throughout their journey, Wei Tu has always remembered the trust Wei Fei placed in him. However, constrained by his own abilities, the assistance Wei Tu can provide to Wei Fei is limited. The expenses incurred during his own foundation establishment have nearly exhausted all the resources he accumulated during his qi refinement stage. Of course, even if he had the capability, Wei Tu would not offer his utmost support to Wei Fei. What he can do is akin to how he once aided Ko Liang during a crucial moment. Ultimately, the outcome of Wei Fei's endeavors will depend solely on him. The method of foundation establishment using demon souls? Upon hearing Wei Tu's words, Wei Fei was momentarily taken aback. He pressed the jade slip against his forehead to investigate its contents. After perusing this unconventional method of foundation establishment, Wei Fei immediately cast aside his previous dejection, his countenance now radiating excitement. The method of Demon Essence Foundation could augment his foundational success probability by 20%. Although this probability paled in comparison to that of the foundation pill, it was significantly superior to that of the condensation pill. With this extraordinary method of foundation, even if he were to remain devoid of the condensation pill for the next 20 years, he would not find himself in a state of complete helplessness regarding his foundational progress. Wei Tu's promise of providing him with exquisite demon refining talismans and the essence of catalytic demon beast was akin to bestowing upon him a condensation pill. His elder brother, now a century old, had less than 20 years remaining before reaching the age of 2 stages. Thus, it was imperative that he not become complacent in his cultivation during this time. Otherwise, his foolish younger brother could only offer temporary assistance, not lifelong support. While the Demon Essence Foundation method could substitute for the condensation pill, it would be prudent to have one on hand during the breakthrough for added safety. Noticing Wei Fei's return to his previous whimsical demeanor, Wei Tu inwardly frowned and offered a gentle reminder. "Third brother, rest assured, in these next 20 years, I shall diligently pursue my cultivation, ensuring that I do not disappoint your expectations." Wei Fei patted his chest in assurance. "And what of Daoist Yao?" Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. For decades, whenever Wei Fei sought him out, it was invariably to visit Daoist Yao, to exchange and refine techniques. At times, He questioned whether Wei Fei's visits were truly to see him or merely an excuse to indulge at Danqiu Mountain, with a side glance at him. 3 years, no. 5 years. I vow not to visit Daoistiao in these 5 years, Wei Fei declared through clenched teeth, swearing an oath. Listening to this, Wei Tu pondered for a moment and reminded, cultivators can gain additional benefits from the Yuan Yang, enhancing the chances of foundation establishment. Although my second brother is not a pure maiden, the past 20 years of nurturing the essence and solidifying the foundation have also contributed to the process. Very well, I shall heed my third brother's advice. For the next 20 years, I shall shun all romantic entanglements, Wei Fei promptly declared. Initially, he dismissed Wei Tu's counsel, believing that romantic distractions would not impede his foundation establishment. Any slight enhancement seemed trivial. However, upon noticing a flicker of disappointment in Wei Tu's gaze, his reluctance transformed into a firm commitment. He could not bear to let Wei Tu down. Not long after Wei Fei departed, Ko Hongying gracefully descended from the skies, her skirt billowing as she landed before Wei Tu's humble abode, standing beside a solitary grave. Her unadorned beauty resembled pure snow, her slender waist and flowing hair swaying gently in the breeze, akin to an ethereal fairy detached from the mortal realm. Redding. My sister, Wei Yin greeted warmly. In the realm of cultivation, strength commanded respect, and lower-tier cultivators were obliged to address their superiors as predecessors. However, this was a formality reserved for those with whom one had no intimate relationship, having known Ko Hongying since childhood. It was perfectly acceptable for her to refer to her as Redding. Moreover, her own father, Wei Tu, was currently a foundation establishment practitioner. After presenting her offerings, Ko Hongying returned to reality, casting a glance at the mournful Wei Yin garbed in mourning attire. With a gentle sigh, she expressed her condolences. She had experienced the profound sorrow of losing a parent and understood the agony it entailed. Not long ago, her young nephew had ventured to the Howling Wolf Mountains and was unable to return in a timely manner. She hoped Uncle Wei would not take offense. Upon reaching the thatched cottage, Ko Hongying bowed respectfully to Wei Tu and explained her absence from the funeral. After speaking, she retrieved a spiritual item from her storage pouch to contribute to the memorial rites. Unlike ordinary mortals, cultivators perceive time differently in the mountains. Missing an occasion is not a grave matter. Wei Tu shook his head in understanding. Unlike her time in the Qi refinement stage, since achieving foundation establishment, Ko Hongying found herself busier than ever. Over the past decade, she had tirelessly traversed the realm, not only to repay debts owed to him and Fujizhou, but also to advance her own path. As a foundation establishment cultivator without any particular skill, she could only acquire additional resources by fulfilling sect missions, a situation reminiscent of Fujizhou, the one who wielded the blade. With little time to spare, after exchanging a few casual words, Wei Tu invited Ko Hongying to sit within the cottage. Standing nearby, Wei Yin took the initiative to brew tea, pouring fragrant cups for both Wei Tu and Ko Hongying. Soon, their conversation shifted to the Huang family of Crane Mountain. Uncle Wei's choice of the Huang family was prudent. They possessed a third-tier formation master, a golden core ancestor, making it one of the safest havens in Zhang Nation, aside from the 3 major sections. Ko Hongying praised this decision, valuing Wei Tu's steadfast and cautious nature, which avoided reckless ventures. For a foundation establishment cultivator, choosing the wrong sect could irrevocably alter the course of one's path in life, barring unforeseen circumstances. Wei Tu's ability to make a discerning choice without succumbing to greed is sufficient to surpass the majority of monks. Mid-conversation, Ko Hongying learned that Wei Tu and Zhaoqi Luo had met 6 months prior, prompting her to change the subject with a sense of urgency. Uncle Wei, when you spoke with Zhaoqi Luo, did she mention who the foundational cultivator was that saved her back then? Ko Hongying inquired eagerly. Over 30 years ago, after Ko Liang's death, she had identified her enemy as the blood sorcerer possessing the azure leaf serpent. Shortly thereafter, she heard of the blood sorcerer's defeat at the hands of a foundational cultivator, who had also rescued Zhaoqi Luo. Upon receiving this news, she promptly wrote to Zhaoqi Luo, seeking details about the incident in hopes of finding the benefactor who could aid her in avenging her father. However, Zhaoqi Luo's account of the events was vague. She only knew the savior was a foundational cultivator, but not their true name, origin, or identity. Nevertheless, more than 30 years have passed, and Zhaoqi Luo may have uncovered new leads. As Ko Hongying broached the topic, Wei Tu suddenly became alert, realizing the oversight he had inadvertently made. As sworn brothers with Ko Liang, if he were truly concerned, he should have inquired about the benefactor just as Ko Hongying did, rather than remaining indifferent and neglecting to mention it altogether. After all, having witnessed Zhaoqi Luo's disgraceful demeanor back then, how could he have intentionally brought it up in her presence? Wei Tu sighed inwardly, never having anticipated that he too would one day be ensnared in the inexorable net of fate. Contemplating this, he pondered for a moment before deciding to disclose the long-held secret from that time. He was concerned that if he refrained from speaking, Ko Hongying might seek clues from Zhao Luo, which could potentially lead Zhao to uncover the suspicions surrounding him. At that point, should he attempt to explain himself, he would undoubtedly find himself in a more passive position. Moreover, the circumstances had changed. After his foundation establishment, this secret no longer posed a fatal threat to him. Ko Hongying, being a trustworthy individual, would benefit everyone if he revealed this secret sooner rather than later. It was I who, years ago, slew the Qingye snake and saved Zhao Luo. Upon uttering these words, both Ko Hongying and Wei Yin in the thatched cottage were momentarily taken aback. Lost in thought for an extended period. Instinctively, they found it hard to believe that Wei Tu, with his mid-stage qi cultivation, could have defeated two demons, an accomplishment typically reserved for those who had attained foundation establishment. Yet, upon deeper reflection, they began to find this assertion credible. As Wei Tu's daughter and niece, Ko Hongying and Wei Yin understood that Wei Tu was always dependable, never one to boast frivolously. My benefactor was actually Uncle Wei once they regained their composure. Ko Hongying's expression was a blend of complexity. Her tone carried both surprise and a sense of relief. She did not believe Wei Tu was deceiving her. For at this moment, there was no advantage for him in doing so. If he truly intended to deceive, it would have been far more effective to do so before his foundation establishment. As a fellow foundation establishment practitioner, she found it difficult to offer Wei Tu any additional support at present. Did Father truly slay the blood demon while still in the Qi realm, accomplishing feats only achievable by those who have established their foundation? Wei Yin beside her was equally astonished. It seemed she had glimpsed an entirely different facet of her father, one distinct from the usual demeanor she had known once the two women settled their nerves. Wei Tu cleared his throat and recounted the details of the time he vanquished the blood old demon. He did not seek to take credit for the deed. Instead, he candidly disclosed that it was Geng Wen who had poisoned the blood old demon, rather than through combat. After sharing this, Wei Tu produced the remains of the green leaf snake, which he had preserved in his storage pouch for over 30 years. Given that the blood old demon had conspired with Geng Wen to ambush Zhao Luo, it was unlikely that he would cause further disturbances, particularly in the grievous wounding of my father. The demise of my father, inflicted by such grievous wounds, must have been provoked by the sudden ferocity of the green leaf snake. Ko Hongying meticulously analyzed the situation. Although the green leaf snake was a familiar of the blood old demon, she did not believe that it was the blood old demon who had grievously injured Ko Liang. If it had indeed been the blood old demon who assaulted Ko Liang, her father would not have escaped to Baishir Lake only to succumb to his injuries there, leaving behind a complete corpse. Previously, she had identified the blood old demon as her enemy due to the necessity of avenging her father, and to vent her fury on a mere green leaf snake would not suffice. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the significance of slaying the green leaf snake. The benefactor who avenged her father's death for her young nephew was indeed Uncle Wei. She earnestly hoped he would not evade responsibility in this matter. Ko Hongying rose and offered a respectful bow to Wei Tu, her demeanor sincere. After her father's death, it was Wei Tu who had proactively suggested exhuming the body to extract blood, using it to identify the adversary for revenge. Considering the subsequent encounters between Wei Tu, the blood old demon, and Geng Wen, it became evident that Wei Tu's actions were not mere faids but were genuinely motivated by a desire to assist her in avenging her father. For this reason alone, she felt deeply indebted to him. And let us not forget that Wei Tu subsequently killed Geng Wen and the green leaf snake, truly avenging her father. So be it. Upon hearing Ko Hongying's words, Wei Tu let out a soft sigh and nodded, acknowledging the debt of gratitude. Over 30 years ago, when he vanquished the Qingye serpent, he had no intention of eliciting a favor from Ko Hongying. Rather, he was motivated solely by brotherly affection and the desire to avenge Ko Liang's blood feud. Thus, he had never perceived it as a matter of indebtedness. To this day, had it not been for Ko Hongying bringing up the incident, revealing the oversight in his actions, he would not have revisited this old matter for the sake of precaution. Zhao Luo, the aphrodisiac. Unlike Ko Hongying, Wei Yan's focus was not on avenging Ko Liang, but rather on the implications following Zhao Qingluo's involvement with the aphrodisiac. As a daughter, she was far more intrigued by her father's romantic history, particularly pondering, if someone were to rescue me and also happened to be quite admirable, I might consider offering myself in return. Wei Yin mused. Despite Zhao Qingluo's esteemed status as a prodigy of the celestial clan, she harbored no doubts about her father Wei Tu's worth. After all, both were foundational cultivators of equal prowess, and it was uncertain whether Zhao Luo would ever attain the Golden Core stage. The elites of the Golden Core lineage often find their peak cultivation limited to the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, without fortuitous opportunities. Achieving the status of a Golden Core ancestor remains elusive. It seems that Zhao Luo might very well become the second mother to me and Shouwen in the future. Wei Yin contemplated. Following the loss of her mother, she harbored no aversion or resentment towards Wei Tu, seeking new affection. As a devoted husband, Wei Tu has nearly perfected his role over the years, never forgetting his humble wife and refraining from taking a concubine. After the passing of his wife, he even honored her memory by observing a year of mourning. Despite his esteemed status as a foundational figure, Wei Tu remains oblivious to Wei Yan's feelings. He harbors no romantic sentiments towards Zhao Qi Luo. Even if he did, Zhao Qi Luo would willingly marry him. However, her naivety and brash demeanor might dissuade him, prompting him to retreat. Nevertheless, he does not intentionally shy away from the prospect of remarrying. After all, human emotions are inevitable. On the lengthy path of immortality, should he find a companion to mutually provide solace, the idea of remarriage would not be dismissed outright. Over 80 years ago, when Grand Lady Li Tong arranged his marriage to Xinghua, he had already awakened to the great potential of late bloom within his destiny. Yet, he chose to marry Xinghua because she had been kind to him since childhood, being the person closest to him in the world. His heart is not so callous. Additionally, he holds a belief that one should not aspire to lofty ideals but rather focus on the present, striving to excel at each stage of life. This he considers the essence of truth. Time swiftly passes, and a season changes. Wei Tu's year of mourning concludes. This place is designated as the ancestral ground of the Wei family, where all descendants who pass away shall be interred. Beneath the 9 springs, his mother would surely find joy in witnessing her descendants. Standing before the gravestone, Wei Tu glanced at the inscription before shifting his gaze to the Wei Yin siblings behind him, imparting a gentle admonition. Children, understand this. Wei Xiaowen stood with his hands clasped, a look of shame crossing his face. The final aspiration of his mother was to witness 3 generations for generations, and even 5 generations living under one roof, as the Wei family flourished and expanded. Regrettably, he was unable to fulfill this ambition. Throughout the decades of his marriage to Mei Zhen, he had yet to father a single child. This was not due to any inadequacy on his part. Rather, it was because Mei Zhen, as a cultivator, would suffer significant depletion of her vital energy should she bear offspring, thereby jeopardizing her prospects of achieving foundational immortality. Consequently, the matter of procreation was persistently postponed. Furthermore, there was another reason. His marriage to Mei Zhen, the esteemed daughter of the Xiaoya Mei family, was one of betrothal rather than traditional union. Any children born to Mei Zhen would bear her surname, Mei, and not his, Wei. Should the in-laws be amenable to joining the Xiaoya Mei family as honored patrons, allowing Wei Xiaowen to take concubines and remarry, such an avenue was not entirely closed off. The matter of betrothal could indeed be negotiated. Meanwhile, as Mei Yuanfeng bid farewell to Wei Tu, he was stirred by Wei Tu's words and seized the opportunity to interject. Times have changed, now that Wei Tu has achieved foundational cultivation. The current state of the Wei family, if one overlooks the absence of spiritual land, could barely be classified as a foundational family. Thus, the attitude of the Mei family towards Wei Xiaowen, their son-in-law, was gradually shifting. A portion of the clan elders had already resolved to permit Wei Xiaowen to decide the future names of his offspring. Whether they bear the surname Wei or Mei would be left to his own discretion. If Wei Tu were willing to become a patron of the Xiaoya Mei family, Mei Yuanfeng believed that the family would be inclined to make even greater concessions. I have already promised the Hishan Huang family to serve as their patron. This matter will not change, Wei Tu replied with a faint smile. Shaking his head, the fortunes of one's descendants are their own. Wei Xiaowen is resolute in marrying Mei Zhen, thereby becoming a son-in-law of the Mei family. This decision was entirely his own, and he shall not interfere with it, nor shall he bear any consequences that might impede his future. Moreover, even if he has not yet joined the Xiaoya Mei family, given his current standing, it would not be a daunting task to pay a certain price for his offspring to adopt the Wei surname. There is no necessity for him to align himself with the limited prospects of the Xiaoya Mei family. Mei Daoyu, it is unseemly for you to poach from the He Mountain Huang family, Huang Changkong suddenly interjected, standing before Mei Yuanfeng with a smile that held an air of mockery. The elder of the He Mountain Huang family, Huang Changkong? Upon seeing the elderly man with a ruddy complexion, Mei Yuanfeng felt a sudden tightening of his spirit. As if facing a formidable foe, the He Mountain Huang family, being one of the 7 prominent families of Zheng, had its foundational elders well known among other clans. Mei Yuanfeng had not anticipated Huang Changkong would personally arrive to court Wei Tu, taking such a bold step. Moreover, it was rather unfortunate that while attempting to undermine the He Mountain Huang family, he was caught in the act by Huang Changkong, a foundational cultivator. A cold sweat broke upon his forehead. Brother Huang, since Mei Daoyu is my esteemed in-law, there is no need for concern over this matter. Wei Tu stepped forward, attempting to mediate the dispute. Since Brother Wei has said so, I shall grant him a favor and refrain from further contention, Huang Changkong remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at Mei Yuanfeng, then with a subtle gesture, he withdrew his oppressive aura. Such is the demeanor of a foundational cultivator. Meijin, standing behind Mei Yuanfeng, also appeared somewhat pale. Previously, she had little understanding of Wei Tu's achievement in establishing his foundation as a cultivator. However, upon witnessing it today, she realized the extraordinary status of a foundational cultivator. Her father, Mei Yuanfeng, a first-grade master refiner of high standing, felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of Wei Tuesday. Henceforth, she thought it would be necessary to yield some ground to Xiaowen at home. Although Meijin was not inherently domineering and conducted herself with a degree of humility, she often exercised her familial authority over Wei Xiaowen. Dear friend Wei, the year has come to an end. Shall we embark today? Huang Changkong inquired, indifferent to the reactions of the Mei family. After reprimanding Mei Yuanfeng, he directly sought to know Wei Tu's intentions. A year prior, he had accompanied Wei Tu to Nanjing City, and now it was indeed time to depart. Wei Tu said little, casting a glance at his reluctant children before nodding. Safe travels, my in-laws. Mei Yuanfeng was astonished by the Huang family's regard for Wei Tu, but quickly collected himself to bid farewell. Mei Yu, find longevity on your path to immortality. The siblings, Wei Yin and her brother, knelt in reverence as they took their leave. Now in their advanced years, despite residing in the tranquil Baishur Lake Market, where conflicts were absent, they knew that once separated, their opportunities to meet Wei Tu would be significantly diminished. This was an inevitable outcome: fewer gatherings and even fewer encounters. Do not act like foolish children. Once you establish your foundations, there will be ample time for reunions with your father, Wei Tu admonished sternly. The method of establishing a foundation for the demon spirit was not only bestowed upon Wei Fei and Fu Zhizhou, but was also generously shared with the siblings Wei Yin. At this juncture, there remained a span of 50 years before the Wei Yin siblings would reach the age of dual excellence. In this half-century, it would pose no great challenge for him to acquire 2 foundation condensing pills. Initially, when he guided the Wei Yin siblings into the innate realm, he did so without the means to support them. However, the circumstances have changed. Although he lacks the capacity to seek out 2 foundation pills post-foundation, procuring 2 foundation condensing pills is but a trivial matter for him. These pills are of paramount importance to the Wei Yin siblings. As their biological father, he possesses the ability to assist them in this endeavor. With the aid of the foundation condensing pills and the method for establishing a foundation for the demon spirit, the probability of the Wei Yin siblings successfully establishing their foundation, while not as high as his own when he undertook the process, will nevertheless far exceed that of ordinary loose cultivators. Departing from Nanjing City, Wei Tu and Huang Changkong journeyed westward. After nearly a month of travel, they finally beheld a majestic mountain range, towering and ethereal, amidst the clouds near the border of the Zheng Kingdom. This was indeed Yunk Mountain, the ancestral abode of the Huang family, with the family name intrinsically linked to the mountain's designation. Beneath Yunk Mountain lies a mid-grade spiritual vein of the 3rd tier, which is precisely why the Huang family has flourished as a golden core lineage. As Wei Tu and his companion halted their flight, Huang Changkong began transmitting a message to their family while proudly elaborating on the abundant qualities of this spiritual land. During their conversation, a beautiful woman emerged from the mist-laden mountains, holding a white jade formation disc. Third uncle, fellow Taoist Wei, she greeted them with a slight bow and a warm salutation. This is the 2nd young lady of the Huang family, Huang Xiyu. Decades ago, she married into the Zheng family, but due to an incompatibility in temperament with her husband, she eventually divorced and is now widowed. Huang Changkong transmitted his thoughts with a smile. Over the past year, he accompanied Wei Tu to the city of South Hang, where he assessed Wei Tu's character and discovered that he is a man of deep emotions. Now that Wei Tu has lost his wife and Huang Xiyu is likewise bereaved, it seems providential, and he is eager to facilitate their union as companions on the path of life. Dao friend Changkong, you jest, Wei said, shaking his head, gently declining Huang Changkong's well-meaning intentions. He had no desire to rush into a new relationship. However, as they conversed, Wei Tu instinctively cast a glance at Huang Xiyu. She appeared to be in her 30s, her hair elegantly styled, her beauty striking yet imbued with a mature allure that rendered her captivating. Dao friend Wei, my Huang family has established a 3rd-tier protective formation. Without the guiding array disc, one cannot enter the ancestral grounds. Huang Xiyu explained as she infused a surge of mana into the white jade array disc. In an instant, the disc emitted a soft, luminous glow, parting the thick fog that enveloped Yunhe Mountain and revealing a broad path. The 3 of them proceeded along the route indicated by the array disc, winding through numerous mountain paths and passing several lakes before finally arriving at the ancestral land of the Huang family. Along the way, Huang Changkong, acting as Wei Tu's guide, began to introduce him to the general circumstances of the Huang family of Heshan. As a prominent Jindan family in the state of Zheng, the Huang family boasts 2 venerable ancestors of Jindan and 15 foundational practitioners. Among these 15 foundational practitioners, 3 are external supplicants, holding status akin to that of Wei Tuesday. The three recruited external offerings each possess a unique skill: a puppeteer, an artificer, and a formation master. Wei Tu is not surprised by this arrangement. The foundational families seek to recruit foundation cultivators, possibly to ensure the safety of their lineage, as having an additional handling strength. However, for the Golden Core families, such measures are unnecessary. As long as the Golden Core ancestor remains, even if the mid-tier members were to perish, there would be no one daring to covet their assets. Thus, the foundation cultivators recruited by the Golden Core families must possess skills that can bring tangible benefits. The Huang family once had a second-tier talisman master, but unfortunately, due to old age, he passed away 80 years ago. Huang Changkong sighed. With Brother Wei's addition, the family would no longer lack for a second-tier talisman master. He smiled, noting that given the foundation of the He Mountain Huang family, nurturing a second-tier talisman master would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, a second-tier talisman master is not an indispensable resource for a Golden Core family. It is far more economical to recruit from outside than to cultivate one internally. Cultivating the next Golden Core true monarch is the utmost priority for these Golden Core families of E Mountain. While in the Qi refinement stage, Wei Tu had already recorded the ability to draw high-grade first-tier talismans. Such a prodigious talisman master, with a modicum of guidance, could effortlessly ascend to the second tier. The Huang family's estate is situated halfway up Yunhe Mountain, resembling a grand city. In terms of scale, it is no less than Danqiu Mountain. Like Danqiu Mountain, the foothills have been transformed by the Huang family into extensive spirit fields, cultivating spirit grains and some low-tier spiritual materials. At the summit, several impressive and opulent caves are scattered, each exuding magnificence. Wei Tu speculated that the cave atop the mountain was likely the residence of the Golden Elixir Master from the Huang family of Crane Mountain. The singular distinction of Yunhe Mountain from Danqiu Mountain lies in the presence of mortals in this realm. As he made his way from the Huang family estate to the Huang family's affairs hall, Wei Tu observed numerous members of the Crane Mountain Huang family bustling along the streets, engaged in their daily endeavors, exuding a palpable sense of mundane vitality. The existence of these mortals did not signify a division between the celestial and the earthly. Rather, they were our blood relatives, as Huang Changkong elucidated. Cousin Wei? Uncle Wei? Following the flow of people across the street, Wei Tu was suddenly called from behind, the voice strikingly familiar. Upon hearing the mention of Uncle Wei, he was unequivocally certain someone was indeed calling for him. He paused and turned to look back. A few paces away, an elderly man, well into his 70s, was hastily approaching him, accompanied by a boy of simple demeanor. Huang Ping? Wei Tu scrutinized the elderly man calling out to him, and, piecing together the man's relationship to him, finally recognized who he was. To his astonishment, the Huang family of Qing Mountain City and the Huang family of Crane Mountain shared a blood connection. Wei Tu silently marveled at this revelation. Huang Pru was none other than the son of his cousin, Huang Yuanshan. During his time as a military official in the mundane world, his second aunt, Wei Hong, frequently brought her grandson Huang Ping to visit the Wei residence, thus forging a significant impression of the young boy in Wei Tu's memory. Now, Huang Ping had appeared in the Huang family of Crane Mountain. He need not speculate. It is evident that Huang Ping is indeed a descendant of the Huang family from Heshan, who has come to Yunhe Mountain for some reason. Cousin, is that truly you? What brings you to the Huang family? Huang Ping inquired, astonished. As far as he knew, the Huang family, a clan of Golden Core practitioners, had always forbidden outsiders from entering, unless they were invited cultivators. However, the only cultivators worthy of such an invitation would be those at the foundation establishment stage. Qi refinement practitioners simply did not qualify. Wei Tu, at a century old, achieving foundation establishment? Upon further reflection, Huang Ping found that rather implausible. When their families had parted ways years ago, Wei Tu was already over 40. It was inconceivable that he could have broken through to foundation establishment in just 60 years. What? Does Daoist Wei have ties with the common folk of the Huang family? Huang Changkong observed this exchange with great surprise. He had been contemplating introducing Huang Xiyu to Wei Tu to solidify a marital alliance that would bind Wei Tu to the Huang family of Heshan. Little did he expect that Wei Tu had already established a familial connection with them. In the mundane world, my second aunt married into the Huang family as a concubine. Wei Tu elucidated the matter. Ah, so that is the case. Huang Changkong responded with a hearty laugh, proceeding to explain why Huang Ping was present at Yunhe Mountain. The reason, quite simply, was connected to the historical conflict between the two prominent families, the Qi Yue Zhao family and the Qisong Jia family. The Huang family of Heshan had maintained a close alliance with the Qi Yue Zhao family to protect the descendants of the Huang family in the southern mountains from potential harm by the Qisong Jia family. The Huang family of Heshan dispatched cultivators to relocate the scattered descendants of the Huang family back to Yunhe Mountain for resettlement. By coincidence, Uncle Huang, the uncle of Wei Tu, is indeed a descendant of the Huang family from Heshan and is included in this list of those who were relocated. The ancestral tablet of my grandmother is situated in our home. If my cousin has the time, he is welcome to come and pay his respects. Huang Ping, suppressing his inner excitement, spoke after Wei Tu and Huang Changkong had concluded their conversation. From Huang Changkong's words, he discerned that Wei Tu's current identity was that of a foundational cultivator, a status he could only aspire to within the confines of Yunhe Mountain. This is only natural. Wei Tu nodded in acknowledgement. He and his second aunt, Wei Hong, had long since reconciled. Paying homage to one's elders is a matter of propriety. This is my family's address. I extend a warm invitation for my cousin to visit. Huang Ping took the opportunity to lean forward, presenting Wei Tu with a small wooden plaque. Wei Tu accepted the plaque, uttering a word of gratitude, signifying his acceptance. Chenfu, quickly call for grandfather. At that moment, Huang Ping nudged the simple-minded youth standing beside him, admonishing, it has been over 60 years since we last met. This kinship has become quite distant. If we do not seize this opportunity to acknowledge it now, we may never have the chance again. Grandfather. Huang Qingfu knelt upon the ground, performing the traditional 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations in reverence to Wei Tu. Witnessing this scene, Wei Tu was deeply moved. Over 80 years ago, his cousin Huang Yuanshan, due to his status as a servant, felt ashamed to acknowledge their relationship, and even after he became a military officer, his recognition was reluctant. Yet now, the son and grandson of Huang Yuanshan were eagerly seeking to acknowledge this kinship, fearing his disapproval. The vicissitudes of life are truly unpredictable, he mused. After a brief moment, once Huang Qingfu had completed his ceremonial gestures, Wei Tu responded affirmatively, thereby formally acknowledging the bond with the Huang family once more. Even setting aside the familial affection from his second aunt Wei Hong, the mere fact that he served as a venerator in the Huang family of Heshan cannot be overlooked. This kinship must be acknowledged. By recognizing this bond, he would no longer be perceived as a stranger in the eyes of the Huang family as cultivators, but rather as a relative connected to them. After many years, the reunion of kin is indeed a joyous occasion. Huang Changkong chuckled softly. Encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land is one of life's 4 great delights. This time, Wei Tu's encounter with an old friend is not merely with an ordinary individual, but with a former relative. After bidding farewell to Huang Ping and his son, Huang Changkong continued to lead the way, guiding Wei Tu to the Hall of Clan Affairs to complete the check-in procedures and other miscellaneous tasks. The Hall of Veneration. Half an hour later, Wei Tu departed from the Hall of Clan Affairs and proceeded to the Hall of Veneration, where he would reside. Like the Hall of Clan Affairs, the Hall of Veneration is located in the core area of Yunhe Mountain, where the concentration of spiritual energy is near the mid-grade second-tier spiritual vein. Just as Wei Tu approached the entrance, a female cultivator clad in a pink dress emerged from the Hall of Veneration and offered him a respectful bow. I am Huang Yuer, the steward of the Hall of Veneration, responsible for managing the daily affairs of Wei Fu Master and several other esteemed seniors, she introduced herself. The Hall of Veneration is structured in a courtyard format, comprising a larger complex. The rear courtyard is divided into 5 smaller courtyards. As Wei Tu glanced up, he noticed that formations had been activated in 3 of the 5 courtyards, indicating that they were already occupied. These must be the residences of the other 3 venerators of the Huang family, he thought. Wei Fu Master is free to choose any courtyard for his stay. Upon settling in, should there be any furnishings or necessities required, you may instruct me. Huang Gui'er paused and remarked. As for the other 3 offerings, in 3 years' time, there will be an exchange conference within the clan, at which point they will emerge from seclusion. And then the Master of Talismans shall have the opportunity to converse with them. Huang Gui'er discerned Wei Tu's curiosity regarding the other 3 offerings. Thus she added this remark. An exchange conference in 3 years? Wei Tu silently noted this date. I shall choose this courtyard. Wei Tu pointed to the most secluded of the remaining 2 small courtyards. Whether it be for crafting talismans or cultivation, a tranquil environment is essential. Since the Master of Talismans has taken residence here, a new name for the courtyard could be designated, Huang Gui'er suggested. A newly chosen name for the courtyard can enhance the sense of belonging for the offerings. This is a time-honored insight gleaned from a millennium of experience by the Huang family of Heshan. No need for that, Wei Tu shook his head, declining the proposal. He gestured towards the plaque of the courtyard, smiling. The name Xinfangju must have been bestowed by the previous Master of Talismans retained by the Huang family. It is quite fitting. And there is no necessity to rename it. The appellation Xinfangju serves as a constant reminder for him. For the consequence of neglecting his cultivation would lead to a fate akin to that of the former Master of Talismans of Xinfangju to wither away and perish. Wei Tu did not entertain the notion that he would reside within the Huang family of Heshan for all his days, ultimately passing away atop Yunjing Mountain. After settling into Xinfangju on the following day, Wei Tu proceeded to the Huang family's library to receive his provisions. During his time at Danqiu Mountain, the Huang family of Heshan had promised him a second-tier cultivation technique and a set of second-tier talisman crafting inheritance. After breaking through to the foundational stage, he was resolute in his pursuit of the second-tier cultivation techniques and would not allow himself to become complacent. Handing his identity token to the elder in charge of the library, he successfully entered the repository of books after verification. In stark contrast to the exterior, the Huang family's repository appeared to have employed spatial formations, resulting in an interior space that was several times larger than the external structure. The repository was divided into 3 levels, categorized by cultivation stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core, each housing various techniques in the myriad arts of cultivation. On the first floor, numerous Huang family cultivators were engrossed in their studies. However, Wei Tu did not linger. After a brief glance, he ascended to the second floor. Compared to the plethora of text on the first floor, the second level housed considerably fewer volumes, with merely 3 sandalwood shelves standing against the walls. And it was entirely devoid of people. Wei Tu approached the shelf designated for techniques and began searching for a suitable second-tier cultivation method. During his Qi refinement phase, he initially cultivated the Wu Yuan Yunsling body of the thick earth form, before transitioning to the minor spring and autumn technique, which allowed him to gather the geomagnetic spirit body. The minor spring and autumn technique was recommended to him by his master, the esteemed Qin Zhenren, who was a foundation establishment cultivator with a broad perspective. He advised Wei Tu to adopt this technique not only for its subsequent foundation establishment methods, but also for the possibility of seeking other earth-based techniques as alternatives. It could be said that in terms of cultivation methods, Wei Tu had little to worry about while transitioning to the second-tier techniques. Could it be that the Huang family possesses the subsequent techniques for the minor spring and autumn technique? It seems I need not pursue other methods after all. After sifting through the shelves, Wei Tu's gaze fell upon a jade slip inscribed with the little spring and autumn technique. Upon examining it with his spiritual sense, a look of delight graced his features. Although transitioning to other cultivation methods was not particularly arduous, discovering a subsequent foundational technique was indeed a stroke of fortune. Subsequently, Wei Tu approached the shelf labeled with various arts of cultivating immortality, selecting a suitable inheritance for a talisman master. However, unlike the abundance of cultivation techniques, the collection of the Heishan Huang family in terms of talisman mastery was rather meager, offering only 4 second-tier talisman inheritances. He decided upon one that contained the Wood Thunder Talisman and the Water Thunder Talisman, both of which were superior second-tier talismans. A commendable talisman inheritance often establishes a connection between low-tier and high-tier talismans, allowing the former to serve as a means of presentation. In other words, if a talisman master learns a system of low-tier talismans, mastering the high-tier talismans within that same system becomes significantly easier. Conversely, if one solely focuses on a high-tier talisman in isolation, the time wasted may far exceed that required to learn both a system of low-tier talismans and the corresponding high-tier talisman. For instance, the Monster Refinement Talisman requires an extensive amount of time to perfect, far exceeding that needed for the creation of several first-tier superior talismans. This discrepancy arises from the fact that the Monster Refinement Talisman does not belong to a broader system, having only its unique crafting method. Among various talismans, the Thunder Talisman occupies a special status, often regarded as unmatched in its tier, wielding immense power. Once Wei Tu advances to the foundational stage, the airborne efficacy of the geomagnetic primordial light will likely no longer restrain fellow practitioners of the same tier. Thus, the selection of the Thunder Talisman as a means to confront adversaries is imperative for Wei Tu's day. Of course, the geomagnetic essence is not without its value. Yet at this moment, it falls somewhat short. Wei Tu contemplated the necessity of the second-tier spiritual material, the ferromagnetic spirit wood, required to refine the geomagnetic essence. The ferromagnetic spirit wood is an indispensable material documented in the minor spring and autumn technique for the advancement of geomagnetic essence. By harnessing this wood, the geomagnetic essence can metamorphose into the primordial weight forbidden law. This natural restriction not only restrains metallic artifacts but also instills an overwhelming pressure akin to 1,000 joule of force upon adversaries in an instant. Such a technique is regarded as a top-tier divine ability within the foundation establishment realm. Upon exiting the library, Wei Tu acquired 2 jade slips that were exact replicas. The transition and cultivation method would necessitate some time. Therefore, Wei Tu resolved to visit Huang Ping's residence first to reconnect with family. He retrieved the wooden token Huang Ping had handed to him the previous day. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this token resembled his identity token, serving as Huang Ping's residence permit in Yunhe Mountain. It bore the address of Huang Ping's abode along with the names of the household members. Stepping out of the inner city of Yunhe Mountain, Wei Tu followed the address to a secluded alley in the outer city. He knocked on the door of a dilapidated and grimy house. "Grandfather, you have arrived," exclaimed Huang Qingfu, who must have been guarding the entrance. Upon hearing Wei Tu's knock, he promptly opened the door and greeted him with respect. "Where is your father?" Wei Tu inquired casually. scanning the interior with his spiritual sense and noting the absence of Huang Ping. My father is a peddler. He has gone out to conduct business during the day and will only return at night. Huang Qingfu lowered his head and replied, although our family has fallen on hard times, our family virtues remain strong. Your family will surely rise again. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu's eyes revealed a glimmer of admiration as he commented, during my time in Qishan County, your uncle, Lord Huang, was a merchant who amassed a fortune. Though the Huang family now faces adversity within Yunhe Mountain, I firmly believe that due to their industrious nature, they will eventually thrive once more. Yesterday, when he encountered Huang Ping and his son, he had used his spiritual sense to assess their cultivation levels. Huang Ping was merely average, still an ordinary mortal. In contrast, Huang Qingfu was remarkable. At just over 30 years of age, he had already reached the second level of qi refinement, nearing the third. This signifies a pivotal choice. Like Ko Liang, Huang Ping had decided to abandon the pursuit of immortality, instead investing the resources he acquired into his offspring. While it is unlikely for Huang Qingfu to become the next foundational cultivator like Ko Hongying, it is entirely feasible for him to attain the mid and later stages of qi refinement within his lifetime. Thus, with successive generations, it is only a matter of time before the Huang family produces a foundational cultivator in the realm of immortality. Please wait a moment, great uncle. I shall fetch my father to host you, Huang Qingfu said, scratching his head. After uttering this, he hurriedly left his home and dashed through the streets. He was not particularly astute and believed it more fitting for his father, Huang Ping, to extend hospitality to Wei Tuesday. Observing this, Wei Tu shook his head, choosing not to pursue Huang Qingfu. Instead, he entered the Huang residence and approached the spirit tablet of his second aunt, Wei Hong, to light a stick of incense. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, Huang Qingfu, breathless, hurried home with a heavy burden, followed closely by Huang Ping and a young girl in a flowing skirt, who appeared younger than Huang Qingfu. Uncle, grandfather. The Huang family greeted Wei Tu with utmost respect. After inviting Wei Tu to sit in the living room, Huang Ping excused himself, pulling Huang Qingfu outside. In the corridor, Huang Ping took a few steps, gritted his teeth, and produced 2 spirit stones, placing them into Huang Qingfu's hands. Shunfu, these are 2 spirit stones. Go to Shangfuzhai and arrange for a splendid feast, along with a fine jug of spirit wine, specifically their signature bamboo leaf wine. He instructed in a hushed tone. Feeling the weight of the 2 spirit stones, Huang Qingfu refrained from questioning his father's unexpected generosity. He merely stammered a few words before nodding earnestly. He understood that his future prosperity hinged upon the events of this day. It was customary to present a feast when seeking favors. The 2 spirit stones represented nearly all of his family's savings, and using them for this banquet was their utmost sincerity. When the staff at Shangfuzhai pour the wine, be vigilant. Ensure they do not dilute it. We must not let your grandfather enjoy his drink half-heartedly, Huang Ping advised as Huang Qingfu prepared to dash out of the house. Just as he was about to leave, Huang Ping grasped his arm once more, patiently reiterating his counsel. The conversation outside did not escape Wei Tu's perceptive awareness. He took a sip of tea and glanced at the somewhat reserved Huang Fong seated beside him, shaking his head slightly. Huang Fong, the young girl clad in a skirt who had previously trailed behind Huang Ping and his son, was distinct from Huang Qingfu. She shared a similar appearance and age, yet her bone age was merely 19, making her Huang Ping's late-life daughter. The phenomenon of having children in one's later years is not considered unusual within the realm of cultivation. Rather, it is quite commonplace. Great-grandfather, allow me to serve you some tea. Noticing that the tea in Wei Tu's cup had been depleted, Huang Fong recalled Huang Ping's prior instructions. After a moment's hesitation, she rose to speak. Although Wei Tu was her great-grandfather, and there existed a familial bond, she was born on Yunhe Mountain and understood the weight of the title Foundation Establishment True Person. In Yunhe Mountain, such an individual stood above all others, second to none. Good, Wei Tu nodded, accepting Huang Fong's kind gesture without reluctance. At that moment, Huang Ping entered the living room and took his seat once more. The two engaged in casual conversation, reminiscing about their mundane pasts. Half an hour later, the living room was set with a sumptuous feast that Huang Qingfu had brought back from Shangfuzhai. Once the dishes were savored and the wine poured thrice, Huang Ping finally broached his request to Wei Tuesday. Uncle, you have come to Yunhe Mountain all alone, and it would be remiss not to have a servant attend to the courtyard. Qingfu, though he may be simple and not particularly astute, he is diligent in his work. I hope you will consider taking him in. Should he falter in his duties, you may dismiss him without hesitation, and I shall bear no grievances. There exists a distinction between a servant and a servant. Even a 7th-rank official stands before a prime minister. A servant of a foundation establishment true person holds a status that surpasses that of an ordinary late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Moreover, Wei Tu is his uncle, and if he were to truly accept his son Huang Qingfu as a servant, would he genuinely limit him to the menial tasks of a servant? At that point, With just a slight assistance from Wei Tu, Huang Qingfu's future would be secure, relieving him of any concerns. Wei Tu's status, which he had inquired about the day before, revealed that he was a newly appointed second-tier talisman master from the Huang family of Hashan. A servant? Wei Tu pondered for a moment, placing the bamboo chopsticks on the dining table, hesitating to immediately agree to this proposition. At this moment, he felt a sense of admiration for Huang Ping's shrewdness. However, there is a limit to opportunism. If Huang Ping were to request that he take Huang Qingfu as a disciple, he would not hesitate to decline outright. After all, a disciple is akin to a child, destined to inherit the master's legacy. Having just established his foundation, he was not in the position to take on a disciple, especially one of inferior aptitude. But a servant is a different matter altogether. As a relative, it would be remiss of him not to consider this. Furthermore, Huang Ping's reasoning held merit. As a solitary individual within the Huang family of Hashan, he indeed required a trustworthy cultivator to assist him in managing his daily affairs. In this regard, Huang Qingfu was the most suitable choice. This child, in my observation, is also quite honest. After a brief pause, Wei Tu finally spoke, expressing his willingness to accept Huang Qingfu as a servant. There exists a distinction between close and distant relationships. With the passing of his second aunt, Wei Hong, his ties with the Huang family had already grown tenuous. By delaying his response to Huang Ping, he intended to convey that while he could agree to this matter today, he hoped that in the future they would carefully consider their words so as not to offend familial sentiments. This action mirrors the attitude his second aunt, Wei Hong, displayed when he sought her guidance for cultivating health. Wei Tu harbored no intentions of revenge. Rather, as his status ascended, the number of individuals seeking his assistance multiplied. If he were to acquiesce to every request, he would find no respite, such is the nature of humanity. Naturally, should the positions of the Wei and Huang families reverse in the future, it is conceivable that his descendants might once again seek favors from the Huang lineage. However, this possibility remains exceedingly slim. Quick, address your elder as master, Huang Ping urged, sighing in relief upon hearing Wei Tu's response. He kicked Huang Qingfu, prompting him for compliance. Unexpectedly, Huang Qingfu did not heed Huang Ping's words. Instead, he knelt upon the ground and, casting a careful glance at Wei Tu, ventured, "Elder cousin, my abilities are limited, and it seems rather inappropriate for me to serve as your servant. My younger sister, being more adept and nurturing, would be a better fit. Might it be possible for her to be your servant instead?" "You rascal!" Huang Ping's countenance darkened at this utterance, and he swung his hand, delivering a sharp slap to Huang Qingfu's face. After the blow, he contemplated striking again, but quickly recalled Wei Tu's presence, thus suppressing his fury, albeit with a venomous glare directed at Huang Qingfu. "Qingfu speaks in jest. I hope you take no offense, dear cousin," he chuckled awkwardly. Huang Fang, his own daughter, would surely thrive more alongside Wei Tu than Huang Qingfu could, yet a daughter can never be equated with a son. Huang Qingfu remains the pillar of their family. However, as they conversed, Huang Ping harbored a glimmer of hope that Wei Tu might remember their past camaraderie and accept one more person. Wei Tu, with an impassive demeanor, observed the scene with a cold gaze. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the disappointment etched on Huang Fang's face upon hearing that Huang Ping would only allow Huang Qingfu to accompany him as a servant. This, however, was of no concern to him. If he were to accept a member of the Huang family merely as a menial servant to tend to the courtyard, then the distinction of one more or one less held no significance. Yet, to accept Huang Qingfu was to take on a disciple devoid of the title or privileges of a true apprentice. Indeed, he had no excess time to spare for such matters. He had no intention of mentoring the entire Huang family in the ways of cultivation. Thus, while his heart was stirred by the sentiments towards the Huang siblings, it was not profound. "You fool, quickly apologize to your cousin," Huang Peng barked at Huang Qingfu, while discreetly signaling Huang Fang with a glance. Seeing this, Huang Fang bit her lip, stifling her tears, and said, "Cousin, I wish to remain at home to serve father. Let my brother take this position of servant." Huang Qingfu ceased his struggle, bowing his head in silent acquiescence to the situation. 5 days hence, come to the offering hall to find me, Wei Tu announced as he rose and placed a token of passage upon the table. He glanced once more at the tearful Huang Fang, contemplating for a moment before producing a jade slip from his sleeve and presenting it to her. He had no desire to take Huang Fang under his wing. He simply lacked the leisure for such endeavors. However, he was not averse to offering a token of knowledge as an additional gift. Replicating such wealth of knowledge was not a daunting task. After Wei Tu departed, Huang Fang tightly clutched the jade slip, cautiously pressing it against her forehead. "Basic talismans. Tranquility talisman," she murmured. This was the only method for crafting basic talismans left to her by Wei Tu, yet within it, she discerned a glimmer of hope for her cultivation. Alas, beside her, Huang Ping witnessed this scene and let out a deep sigh, silently lamenting the misfortune that had befallen them. choosing to disregard the jade slip in Huang Fang's grasp. Today marked a joyous occasion, yet it had irrevocably created a chasm between him and his daughter, a rift that would be difficult to mend in the future. However, he felt helpless, for the chance of divine fate was singular. With his astuteness, how could he be unaware of the tremendous likelihood of failure should he plead for another's assistance? After leaving the Huang residence, Wei Tu returned to the worship hall. He summoned the steward, Huang Yuer, and after discussing matters concerning Huang Qingfu, he entered the cultivation room of the Talisman Heart residence to begin his seclusion. A month later, Wei Tu completed his transition in cultivation techniques, shifting from the Qi refinement chapter of the Little Spring and Autumn technique to the Foundation Establishment chapter. It would take 300 years of cultivation to catch a glimpse of the Golden Core realm. After several days of practice, Wei Tu noticed an additional line of text appearing in his mind's golden purple fate character. Little Spring and Autumn technique. 100 meditate for 5 hours daily, and in 300 years, one shall succeed. Wei Tu observed that unlike the multiple practices per day during the Qi refinement stage, the text on the golden purple fate character had now changed to indicate a daily meditation of 5 hours. With this regimen, after 300 years, he could reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment. It seemed my medium-grade spiritual route had indeed taken effect, Wei Tu contemplated. The potential of a practitioner with inferior spiritual roots is fundamentally limited to the foundation establishment realm. Beyond this point, unless one ingests a substantial quantity of elixirs or encounters fortuitous opportunities, it is exceedingly difficult for them to reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment and touch the golden core realm throughout their lifetime. However, he was different. Upon breaking through to the foundation establishment realm, he utilized a second foundation establishment pill to cleanse his marrow and bones, ultimately transcending the limitations of his spiritual roots and transforming into one with mid-grade roots. As time swiftly passed, 2 more years elapsed. During this period, Wei Tu departed from Yunhe Mountain once, returning to Danqiu Mountain, where he placed the skyrending eagle, which he had left at the Snowfall Courtyard, into a newly acquired spirit beast pouch and brought it back to his residence, the Fushin residence. The skyrending eagle is a mystical bloodline demon beast, equivalent to a practitioner with mid-grade spiritual roots, possessing high potential for growth. Furthermore, it is a rare avian spirit beast, and Wei Tu could not afford to overlook it. He entrusted the care of the skyrending eagle to Huang Qingfu, choosing not to involve himself further in this trivial matter. On this day, after his seclusion, Wei Tu was greeted by the skyrending eagle, which swooped down from the sky outside the courtyard, delivering a letter in its beak to Wei Tu's hand. Displaying a submissive demeanor, after being captured by Wei Tu, the eagle had anticipated preferential treatment, as it was the trusted right-hand companion of the Blood Old Demon. Had it not honed its skills in stealthily pilfering the storage bags of practitioners, the Blood Old Demon would have perished in battle long ago. However, the skyrending eagle was met with disappointment. Wei Tu had initially kept it in the Demon Wolf mountain range for several months before discarding it twice at the Snowfall Courtyard, leaving it to starve for years on end. Upon arriving at Fushin residence this time, Wei Tu regarded the matter with even greater disdain, entrusting the care of it to a mere servant. Ignoring the subtle machinations of the sky-splitting eagle and armed with the Beast Master token, he felt unfazed by any dissatisfaction it might harbor. Upon receiving a letter from Fu Zhizhou, he raised an eyebrow in curiosity. It had only been a year since their brief encounter on Danqiu Mountain, and Fu Zhizhou, being naturally reticent, would not typically correspond with him so frequently. The unusual frequency of this communication hinted at deeper significance. As he opened the letter, he bypassed the customary pleasantries and turned directly to the crucial matter at hand. Had Helian Xiong successfully established his foundation? The letter commenced with Fu Zhizhou's mention of Helian Xiong's foundational achievement. A month prior, Helian Xiong had successfully advanced to the status of a foundation establishment true person. Following this, Fu Zhizhou had inquired about the specifics of Helian Xiong's method of using demonic essences for foundation establishment. Upon learning that Helian Xiong had achieved this solely through the use of foundational elixirs and the demonic essence technique, Fu Zhizhou expressed in his letter that he too was contemplating foundation establishment, unwilling to wait another 20 years in search of foundational elixirs. After all, such elixirs were exceedingly rare. If he spent 2 decades in pursuit without success, it would render those years utterly futile. The disparity in potential between establishing a foundation at 100 years old as opposed to nearing 200 was monumental. Each individual has their own choices, and Wei Tu found himself in accord with Fu Zhizhou's decisions. Some matters cannot be postponed. The sooner one makes a resolution, the more advantageous it becomes for oneself. The letter was lengthy, and Wei Tu continued to read on. This time, Fu Zhizhou wrote to inform Helian Xiong of his successful foundation establishment and his own preparations for the same, while also addressing 2 additional matters. The first was that he would likely be unable to attend the 10-year reunion in 2 years, possibly missing the event altogether. The second matter pertained to the arrangements following his potential failure in foundation establishment, essentially his last will and testament. The Ningji Dan was not a foundational elixir and lacked the efficacy of safeguarding a cultivator's heart pulse and dantian. Should one fail in their foundation establishment, there was a significant possibility that the cultivator would perish. Fu Zhizhou's will was meticulously detailed. At its outset, he expressed gratitude for Wei Tu's years of support. He stated that, in the event of his death, the remaining 300 spirit stones would be bestowed upon Wei Tu's day. The remaining artifacts and belongings would be held by Wei Tu until an appropriate opportunity arose to pass them on to the descendants of the Fu family. At the conclusion of the letter, Fu Zhizhou wrote, "After 8 decades of companionship, having forged a brotherly bond, we have supported each other. Zhizhou has no regrets." Upon finishing the letter, Wei Tu remained silent for a considerable time. Fu Zhizhou's resolve was unyielding, a quality he could not hope to match. Considering the situation from another perspective, had he lacked the foundational elixir, he would undoubtedly have chosen to wait until near the age of 200 to attempt a breakthrough. At that time, whether in life or death, he would hold no regrets. Fu Zhizhou, however, had sacrificed 2 decades of his lifespan in pursuit of the greater potential that foundation establishment could offer. He hoped that his fourth brother would succeed in his endeavor. Wei Tu sighed softly. Folding the letter, he exited the cultivation chamber and proceeded to the front courtyard of the offering hall. There, his great-uncle, Huang Chenfu, approached and bowed respectfully to Wei Tu's day. Upon noticing the perched upon Wei Tu's left shoulder, he hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Recently, the sudden arrival of the sky-splitting eagle, which snatched away the letter and soared directly into the training chamber, startled him considerably. However, being devoid of the authority to enter the core area of the courtyard, he could only remain outside, anxiously awaiting developments. Henceforth, there shall be no need to intercept the sky-splitting eagle when it delivers messages. It possesses the innate ability to sense when I emerge from my seclusion. Wei Tu, discerning Huang Qingfu's inner thoughts, chuckled softly and remarked casually, "The spiritual perception of magical beasts far surpasses that of human cultivators. The aura he exudes after emerging from meditation cannot be concealed from the waiting sky-splitting eagle. Of course, should he choose to deliberately suppress his aura and employ the thousand-faced illusionary technique, the matter would be entirely different." "Yes, great uncle," Huang Qingfu replied, standing with hands clasped. "Is the beast hide you instructed me to tan ready now?" Wei Tu inquired. Unlike Danqiu Mountain, Yunhe Mountain has few shops selling first-tier talismans, and their prices are considerably higher. Thus, after Huang Qingfu began his service at the Talisman Heart Dwelling, he entrusted him with the task of producing talismans. Although second-tier talismans are costly, they do not yield as much profit for him as first-tier ones. Firstly, he has only recently inherited the legacy of a second-tier talisman master, and his ability to craft second-tier talismans remains unstable, resulting in financial losses. Secondly, compared to second-tier talismans, the market for first-tier ones is far more extensive, allowing him to sell consistently. Each talisman he draws earns him the equivalent of a first-tier talisman's worth. Lastly, second-tier talisman paper is not easily obtainable. Even if he possesses the ability to craft second-tier talismans, the lack of materials renders him helpless. "Great uncle, the batch of beast hides was completed a fortnight ago, and I shall deliver them to your talisman workshop shortly." Huang Qingfu bowed respectfully. Wei Tu nodded, a glimmer of appreciation evident in his gaze. As Huang Ping remarked, while Huang Qingfu may lack cleverness, he possesses an abundance of diligence. Every task assigned is diligently completed ahead of schedule, with no hint of negligence. However, Wei Tu offered no commendation. After uttering a brief word of approval, he departed from Fushan residence with his. The craft of refining demon beast hides and creating first-tier talismans may seem trivial to him, yet for practitioners of the lower ranks, it is a viable means of livelihood. Upon leaving Fushan residence, Wei Tu proceeded to the Huang family's ancestral hall in Heshan to report on his progress in talisman crafting. What? In just 2 years, Master Wei would be able to inscribe the fragmentation talisman? The family head, Huang Changshan, was taken aback. The fragmentation talisman is a second-tier talisman of inferior grade from Wei Tu's inherited talisman path. While in the Qi refinement stage, he had previously inscribed the Rock Shield talisman and Earthspike talisman. These talismans share commonalities with the fragmentation talisman. Wei Tu provided a succinct explanation. Bolstered by the fate of great achievements come late, he believed that with perseverance, he could gradually master the creation of second-tier talismans after grasping the fundamentals. Although the fragmentation talisman is challenging, he is no longer the novice talisman master he once was in the Qi refinement stage. He has since evolved into a foundational cultivator with abundant talismanic experience. Hearing this explanation, Huang Changshan expressed no further doubts, erupting into hearty laughter and exclaiming his approval thrice. Wei Tu is not an outsider, but rather a revered member of the Heshan Huang family. His extraordinary talent in talisman crafting is undoubtedly a blessing for them. After today, The remuneration for the talismanic masters will be elevated by another tier, allowing them to acquire 2 pieces of second-tier demon beast hide every 3 years. Additionally, every 50 years, they shall receive a Baihua Dan. The clan leader, Huang Changshun, pondered. The ability to produce second-tier low-grade talismans within 2 years signifies that Wei Tu may, within his lifetime, assist the Huang clan in crafting second-tier, high-grade talismans. Such talismans, even to those at the golden core stage, hold considerable utility and could serve as treasures of the clan. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu felt a surge of joy in his heart. Realizing that his strategy of conserving cultivation time to produce second-tier low-grade talismans ahead of schedule was indeed a wise move. Previously, he had to wait 80 years to receive a single Baihua Dan. Now, that interval has been reduced to 50 years. Simply put, if he remains with the Huang clan of Yishan for the next 3 centuries, the number of Baihua Dan he will receive will increase from 4 to 6. A notable augmentation of 2. The Baihua Dan is a common elixir for enhancing one's magical power during the foundation establishment stage, and each one holds substantial value. Half a year later, the housekeeper, Huang Duer, mentioned that the Yishan Huang clan's exchange meeting is imminent. Wei Tu inquired further about this gathering, which is similar in nature to their Society's decennial reunion, aimed at fostering camaraderie, sharing cultivation insights, and promoting mutual benefit. This gathering occurs every 8 years. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that each Yishan Huang clan exchange meeting not only attracts the clan's foundation establishment cultivators, but also draws participation from practitioners of other clans, making the event a marketplace of sorts for transactions as well. The foreign cultivators varied in status. Some hailed from the 3 esteemed sects and the 7 prominent golden core families, while others were ancient ancestors from foundational families. In preparation for this exchange meeting, Wei Tu had diligently spent the past 6 months crafting talismans, accumulating a collection of first-tier talismans and 3 second-tier inferior-grade stone-shattering talismans. The venue for the exchange was situated at the Jinyu Cliff, just outside the Huang family's ancestral grounds on Crane Mountain, adjacent to Yuna Mountain. Jinyu Cliff was classified as a second-tier spiritual land. Numerous pavilions had been erected atop the cliff, and upon Wei Tu's arrival, he observed several members of the Huang family displaying their wares and trading spiritual artifacts in the pavilions. As a revered artisan and a venerated guest of the Huang family, Wei Tu's designated pavilion occupied a central position within Jinyu Cliff. Upon approaching the pavilion marked with the inscription Guest Hall, Wei Tu noticed an individual already stationed there, displaying an array of uniquely crafted puppets, including humanoid and beast-like forms. Recognizing the identity of the stall owner, Wei Tu, residing in the symbol Heart Abode, promptly greeted him with a respectful bow. The stall owner, Master Yu, an elderly man with white hair, lifted his head in surprise upon hearing Wei Tu's greeting. "Who might you be, friend?" he inquired, as Wei Tu was a stranger to him. Wei Tu briefly introduced himself as the Talisman Master, and upon hearing this, Master Yu's expression shifted to one of realization. He invited Wei Tu to sit beside him, remarking, "I heard from Yuer that a Talisman Master took residence in the symbol Heart Abode 3 years ago, but I never had the chance to meet him. I did not expect the Talisman Master to be so young." He still appeared youthful, his tone laced with astonishment. In the realm of cultivation, once a practitioner reaches the age of dual armor, they rapidly succumb to the ravages of time, making it exceedingly challenging to retain a youthful visage, unless they had consumed longevity elixirs in their youth. Most foundational cultivators achieve their success beyond this age. Attaining foundational status within a century is predominantly the privilege of the golden elixir families and the 3 great sects. At this moment, Yukue was astounded to see Wei Tu, a foundational cultivator, still possessing the appearance of youth. Wei Tu casually explained that he was fortunate to have a niece who apprenticed under the Mirror Water Pavilion and obtained a foundational pill, allowing him to establish his foundation before the age of a century. A practitioner from the Mirror Water Pavilion? Upon hearing Wei Tu's words, Yukue's gaze shifted, his enthusiasm intensifying. Achieving foundational status before the age of a century signifies immense potential, and having a niece from the Mirror Water Pavilion indicates a significant background. Either factor alone warranted a re-evaluation of Wei Tu in Yukue's eyes. After a brief exchange, Yukue assisted Wei Tu in setting up his stall for selling talismans. "Where are the other 2 friends?" After waiting for a moment and noticing only himself and Yukue at the stall, Wei Tu inquired about the absence of the other 2 patrons from the Heishan Huang family. "Xia Qi might have gone to the second miss. I heard she became single a few years ago after parting ways with someone from the Zheng family." As he spoke, Yukue stroked his grizzled beard and exchanged knowing glances with Wei Tuesday. The young-looking Wei Tu was far more appealing than that old cur Xia, and would likely capture the second miss's favor. "Why not? You, as a talisman master, give it a try," he suggested. At present, the He Mountain Huang family comprises a total of 16 foundational cultivators, among whom, aside from the 4 of them who serve as patrons, The rest are members of the Huang clan. Although the Mountain Huang family does not prohibit intermarriage among relatives beyond 5 generations, those capable of foundational cultivation are generally closely related by blood to the main lineage. Thus, these few patrons are the most probable candidates to become companions of Huang Xiyu. Wei Tu immediately shook his head in refusal. Unbeknownst to Yu Kuei, this young talisman master had already caught the attention of the He Mountain Huang family 3 years prior. Elder Huang Changkong had even broached the idea of matching him with Huang Xiyu. Had he truly wished to wed her, he would have seized the opportunity 3 years ago. What about Daoist Si? Wei Tu inquired with curiosity. Daoist Si Qing is the only female patron in the patron hall, and it is unlikely that she, like Master Xia Qi, would seek to win Huang Xiu's favor. Daoist Si is an array master, and among the foundational cultivators of the He Mountain Huang family, the majority are also array masters. Consequently, Daoist Si refrains from setting up a stall at Jinyu Cliff during each exchange meeting to avoid potential conflicts with the Huang family, Yu Kuei explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu was taken aback. He found it perplexing why the renowned He Mountain Huang family would recruit an array master as a patron. It seemed entirely superfluous. Perhaps there are reasons for which I am unaware, Wei Tu pondered. Regarding this oddity, he refrained from probing further with Yu Kuei, suppressing his thoughts as he moved to the side of his stall, patiently awaiting the arrival of customers. The talismans related to earth and construction are quite practical. The talismans displayed by Wei Tu at his stall were swiftly sold out, including the 3 second-tier low-grade stone talismans, which were purchased by several foundational families as treasured artifacts of their clans. After the transactions, Wei Tu's once empty storage bag was once again filled to the brim, now containing over 1,000 spirit stones. Alas, the exchange meeting occurs only once every 8 years. Wei Tu lamented this missed opportunity, resolving to prepare a greater assortment of talismans for sale at the next gathering. The cultivators invited to the Huang family exchange at Jinyu Cliff were predominantly from families closely associated with the Huang family. Influenced by the passing of a second-tier talisman master from the Huang family 80 years ago, these cultivators exhibited a substantial demand for talismans. At least for the next few decades, this market would remain far from saturation. Wei Tu still had the prospect of profit ahead of him. After neatly folding his stall cloth, Wei Tu bid farewell to Master Yu Kuei and leisurely departed from the pavilion that housed the offering hall. Instead of returning to Uni Mountain, he continued to wander around Jinyu Cliff, searching for usable spiritual materials and resources. The area was bustling with vendors, over 100 in total. Among them, aside from the foundational cultivators of the Huang family, there were also practitioners from various other clans. After a while of aimless strolling, Wei Tu procured some beast skins and spiritual ink. Curious about the price of the first-tier alchemy furnaces displayed at one of the stalls, Wei Tu's thoughts drifted to his year of mourning for the apricot blossom. During this time, he had not been idle. He had diligently studied the first-tier alchemist inheritance he received from Gongwen. Although first-tier elixirs held no immediate benefit for his current cultivation level, this was a splendid opportunity for him to delve into the realm of alchemy. The scene where Gongwen poisoned the blood-old demon remains vividly etched in his memory, instilling a lingering fear that someone might have tainted the elixir he consumed. No matter how formidable one's powers or methods may be, they pale in comparison to the threat posed by a single poison pill. At the stall, a familiar voice called out to Wei Tu, prompting him to glance up and realize he had wandered to the booth of Master Xia Qi. However, it was not the burly middle-aged man, Master Xia, who greeted him, but rather the second young lady of the Huang family, Huang Xiyu, who was setting up her own stall beside him. Under the moonlight, Huang Xiyu, adorned with light makeup, appeared even more enchanting than the first time Wei Tu laid eyes on her, captivating him entirely. Second young lady, Wei Tu responded courteously, acknowledging her presence. After exchanging pleasantries, he shifted his gaze and resumed his inquiry regarding the prices of the alchemical furnaces from Master Xia. Master Xia, how much for these first-tier alchemical furnaces? Are there any suitable for me? Upon hearing this, Huang Xiyu raised her eyebrows in curiosity and scrutinized Wei Tu's. It struck her as peculiar that a second-tier talisman master would divert from his craft to seek a first-tier alchemical furnace. If Wei Tu had lingered at the second tier for a longer duration before pursuing alchemy, she could comprehend his intentions. After all, a wealth of skills is never burdensome. Yet, having only inherited the second-tier talisman mastery a few years prior, how could he possibly have the capacity to delve into the intricacies of alchemy? A ploy of feigned indifference, a clumsy tactic indeed. Huang Xiu's captivating eyes sparkled as she made her assessment, noting Wei Tu's earlier disregard for her. Before the master of talismans stood a first-tier mid-grade Ziyun furnace, priced at 270 spiritual stones, while to the left, the Qingyang furnace, a first-tier superior grade, was valued at 450 spiritual stones. The alchemist Xia, slightly slower to react than Huang Xiyu, was not as preoccupied with thoughts. Upon noticing Wei Tu's intention to purchase a furnace, he eagerly began his enthusiastic introduction. The prices of alchemical furnaces often exceed those of comparable magical artifacts by 1 or 2-fold. Securing a deal for a single alchemical furnace would render his participation in this trade fair wholly successful. Upon hearing this price, Wei Tu was taken aback. The cost of a first-tier superior alchemical furnace equated to 2 of his second-tier talismans. However, upon reflection, he found this price reasonable. Creating second-tier talismans could be accomplished in a day, with ample time to spare, whereas an artisan, even one as skilled as Xia, would require over a month to forge a first-tier superior furnace. One was a consumable item, while the other was durable. Thus, the price disparity was understandable. Having recently established his foundation and with limited funds at his disposal, Wei Tu wondered if fellow Daoist Xia might be willing to offer a discount. Emboldened, he attempted to negotiate. He reasoned that given their shared connection as honored servants of the Huang family in Hashan, Xia would likely extend him a concession. In the service hall, those who served together would support one another, and a discount was merely a trivial matter. Today, Xia had offered him a reduction on his magical artifact. Tomorrow, when he sold talismans to Xia, he would reciprocate with a corresponding discount. Through this exchange, they could foster a friendship. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected for Wei Tuesday. Upon hearing his attempt at negotiation, Xia shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum, and promptly dismissed Wei Tu's request for a price reduction. Wei Tu was left momentarily stunned. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Master Yu referred to Master Xia as Old Dog Xia. The mere fact that he refused to negotiate revealed that Master Xia was a rather difficult individual to deal with. Very well, since Master Xia was unwilling, then Wei would refrain from imposing further. Wei respectfully cupped his hands and took his leave. It was Master Xia's prerogative to set his prices, and he had no right to criticize him. However, in comparison to Master Xia's exorbitant rates, there were indeed more affordable alchemical furnaces available at other stalls, and there was no need for him to hang his hopes solely on this one tree. Furthermore, his father-in-law, Mei Yuanfeng, possessed the capability to forge alchemical furnaces as well. Purchasing one from him was certainly a viable option. However, in the next moment, Huang Xiyu obstructed Wei's path. Master Wei, since you find Master Xia's alchemical furnace too expensive, how about I offer you one at a lower price? Huang Xiyu said with a cheerful smile. Yet, there was no alchemical furnace at the second young lady's stall. Wei halted, glanced at Huang Xiu's stall, and shook his head. Wait. Huang Xiyu shot Wei a sideways glance with her almond-shaped eyes and whispered. Wei remained observant. To his surprise, what transpired next was entirely different from his expectations. Huang Xiyu did not retrieve an alchemical furnace from her storage bag. Instead, she coaxed and deceived Master Xia into selling her the Qingyang furnace, which Wei had previously admired, at a bargain price. The second young lady's actions appeared to suggest a deflection of trouble. Wei raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with displeasure, although he was not intimidated by Master Xia. A foundational cultivator of limited potential, he certainly did not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. Had he misjudged? Huang Xiyu began to doubt her own allure. If Wei Tu harbored any affection for her, he would have joyfully accepted the Qingyang furnace instead of reprimanding her at this moment. If the second miss continues to act recklessly, I shall have to consult Chief Huang, Wei Tu coldly remarked, invoking the authority of the clan leader, Huang Changshan. It was astonishing how Wei Tu, seemingly averse to complications, would resort to mentioning her father. Huang Xiyu, upon hearing his words, inwardly lamented. Her intention was merely to utilize Wei Tu to execute a cunning plan to rid herself of the persistent Master Xia by her side. Unexpectedly, Wei Tu evaded her trap entirely, instead seizing upon her vulnerabilities and turning the threat back on her. It was merely a jest on my part, a small joke directed at Master Wei, Huang Xiyu replied with a forced smile. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu's countenance softened slightly. If it was merely the second miss's jest, he would not pursue the matter further. I take my leave, he stated, and with that, he departed, leaving Huang Xiyu and Master Xia in a state of astonishment. Not a trace of hesitation in his stride. Second miss, what was your intent in selling Master Xia's Qingyang furnace to Master Wei? Master Xia inquired, his brows furrowing as he watched Wei Tu leave. Though his response was slightly delayed, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. He understood Huang Xiu's scheme, even if Wei Tu did not expose it outright. Without waiting for her reply, Master Xia let out a cold snort, began to pack up his belongings, and without looking back, walked away from Huang Xiu's side. There are countless women in this world. In his capacity as a second-tier alchemist, seeking out a few enchanting female cultivators was hardly a challenging endeavor. A mere quarter of an hour later, only Huang Xiu remained, standing dazed in the pavilion. Soon after, Wei Tu discovered a somewhat worn first-tier alchemical furnace at another stall. This stall was operated by an elder of the Huang family, a a foundational clan associated with the Crane Mountain. Following the customary haggling, Wei Tu acquired the aged top-grade alchemical furnace for the price of 270 spirit stones. Curious if his friend Lu had any suitable recipes, Wei Tu casually inquired as he stowed the furnace into his storage bag. Even a dilapidated vessel can possess valuable components. Though foundational clans may pale in comparison to Golden Core families, their long-standing lineage often harbors some treasures. Upon hearing the mention of recipes, Lu Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly produced a jade slip and handed it to Wei Tuesday. My ancestors were also a family of alchemists. Were it not for the inability to find a suitable successor, we would not have resorted to selling our furnace. This jade slip contained recipes of exceptional quality. Lu Yang boasted. Wei Tu felt a flicker of joy at this revelation, pondering whether he had stumbled upon a hidden gem. He discreetly placed the jade slip against his forehead to meticulously examine the recipes, assessing whether they truly matched Lu Yang's claims. Regrettably, disappointment soon washed over him. The recipes within the slip were merely inferior first-tier pills, and in terms of quality, they fell short of the inheritance bestowed upon Gungwen by the esteemed alchemist. Realizing this, Wei Tu felt a sense of acceptance. After returning the jade slip to Lu Yang with a shake of his head, he turned and departed from the stall. After browsing the stalls at the Golden Moon Cliff, Wei Tu returned to the pavilion marked with the Hall of Offerings. He set up his stall and inscribed the 4 characters for reservation talisman prominently. The artisans like him have 2 common methods of acquiring their craft. One way is to seek it out themselves, through purchasing from shops, auctions, or trade fairs, or through more nefarious means. The other is to wait for customers to come to them, as he did when he obtained the method for crafting demon-summoning talismans from Helian Xiong. At this moment, by writing the 4 characters for reservation talisman, Wei Tu aimed not only to profit from pre-sales but also to gather more second-tier talisman knowledge from other foundation-building cultivators. The exchange at Golden Moon Cliff would last for a month. In the initial days, Wei Tu's stall attracted no attention. It wasn't until the 7th day that a few casual patrons began to arrive, seeking to reserve talismans from him. However, most of these customers were only interested in first-tier talismans listed in his catalog, lacking the coveted second-tier inheritance that Wei Tu desired. Among the first-tier talismans, he had 73 mid-grade revival talismans, 34 low-grade earth spike talismans, 15 mid-grade earthquake talismans, and 3 high-grade ironwood talismans. Wei Tu glanced over the reservation list and nodded to himself, preparing to close his stall. The talismans he had were sufficient for the 8 years' worth of work he had completed. Any additional items would only hinder his cultivation. He had once advised his daughter, Wei Yin, to maintain a balance between talisman crafting and cultivation, and he could not afford to disregard this wisdom himself. He recognized clearly that resources that cannot be converted into timely benefit are ultimately rendered meaningless. Talisman Master Wei, a familiar voice jolted Wei Tu from his contemplation, drawing him back to the present. As Wei Tu glanced up, he beheld a graceful maiden clad in a white dress, who had ascended to the pavilion and now stood before his stall. This ethereal figure, adorned with a straw hat and a subtle application of powder, was partially concealed by a white veil, enhancing her striking beauty. Recognizing her familiar attire and silhouette, Wei Tu swiftly deduced that this enchanting girl was none other than Zhaoqing Luo, with whom he had engaged in several transactions. It appeared that Master Wei had honored his promise from that day, aligning himself with the Huang family of Hashan. With a smile, Zhaoqing Luo spoke. Promise? Wei Tu was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the words Zhaoqi Luo had spoken during her attempts to persuade him. After he declined to join the Qi Yue Zhao family, she had urged him to ally with their partner, the Huang family of Hashan. At that time, he had not acquiesced, merely assuring her that he would refrain from joining the opposing faction of the Qi Yue Zhao family. His subsequent decision to join the Huang family stemmed from a careful consideration of the benefits, as he deemed the presence of a third-tier formation master within the Huang family to be the safest choice, thus becoming their devotee. This matter bore little relation to Zhaoqing Luo's counsel. However, one should not strike a person's face while sparing the heart. Wei Tu possessed enough emotional intelligence not to bluntly assert that his affiliation with the Huang family was due to other reasons. Since Master Wei had upheld his vow from years past, she too would adhere to their agreement, taking charge on behalf of her family to procure second-tier talismans from her esteemed friend Wei. Zhaoqi Luo cast a glance at Wei Tu's stall, and upon noticing the sign that read reserved talismans, she pondered for a moment before speaking. When enticing Wei Tu, she had previously asserted that as long as he refrained from aligning himself with the Qi Songjiao family, she would be able to take the reins for her own family and procure the second-tier talismans. However, her current procurement of talismans was not solely to honor this verbal agreement. Rather, the Qi Yu Zhao family was indeed in dire need of second-tier talismans. Second-tier talismans are considerably rarer than their first-tier counterparts, And since talismans are consumables, a single battle could deplete years' worth of accumulated resources. I wish to order 10 shattering stone talismans and 15 ironwood talismans. Zhao Qi Luo declared with considerable confidence, initiating a transaction worth several thousand spirit stones. Wei Tu understood the underlying rationale for this. As a premier golden core family, the Qi Yuzhao family had long transcended the phase of earning spirit stones through craftsmanship. Instead, they had resorted to mountain sealing and mining, directly extracting spirit stone ores. Consequently, the Qi Yuzhao family was not lacking in spirit stones, but rather in strategic resources like talismans. Daoist Zhao, first-tier talismans have already been reserved by others, only the shattering stone talismans remain. And they have yet to be booked, Wei Tu responded. Upon hearing of this substantial order, he remained composed and declined Zhao Qingluo's request for first-tier talismans. Spirit stones are infinite in their potential for gain, and there was no need to compromise his cultivation for them, especially since he had intended to close shop anyway. The availability of shattering stone talismans would suffice. Though puzzled by Wei Tu's refusal of business, Zhao Qingluo did not press further and nodded in agreement. During the next exchange meeting, I shall come to retrieve the talismans from Master Wei. With a graceful bow, Zhao Qingluo took her leave from Wei Tu and proceeded to the next pavilion. A month later, the exchange meeting at Jinyu Cliff concluded. Wei Tu returned to the abode of Fu Xin in Yunhe Mountain. Upon entering the cave dwelling, he did not immediately commence the creation of the first-tier talismans. Instead, he chose to retreat to his meditation chamber to engage in introspective cultivation. After several days of diligent practice, during which he felt a significant expansion in his meridians, Wei Tu finally ceased his meditative pursuits and proceeded to the talisman workshop to prepare for his craft. To him, cultivation and talisman drawing represented a balance between labor and leisure, necessitating a harmonious interplay between the two. Apart from consuming medicinal elixirs for enhancement, a cultivator's capacity to absorb spiritual energy within a given time frame is generally finite. This limitation is intrinsically linked to the strength of one's meridians, the foundational groundwork laid during the foundation building phase, and the quality of one's spiritual root. A frail meridian permits only a limited number of spiritual energy transfers each day. The grade of the spiritual root determines the volume of energy a cultivator can transport at any single instance, while the foundational groundwork laid during the foundation building stage dictates the total amount of spiritual energy that can be refined daily. These three factors interact intricately, shaping the potential of a foundation cultivator and the heights they may attain within their finite lifespan. Consequently, apart from consuming elixirs, the daily cultivation time for a cultivator is often quite restricted. Upon arriving at the talisman workshop, the servant Huang Qingfu had already arranged the talisman paper and spiritual ink for Wei Tuesday. He retrieved a talisman brush from his storage pouch and began to draw talismans based on his previous experiences in talismanic arts. The magical energy flowed from the tip of the brush, and intricate patterns began to emerge upon the talisman paper, transforming into a series of enigmatic designs. After several days, the previously blank sheets of talisman paper on Wei Tu's desk had been transformed into a stack of first-tier talismans. However, when it came to crafting second-tier talismans, the process was not as fluid and seamless. The creation of 10 sheets of second-tier talisman paper proved to be a more arduous endeavor. He managed to successfully create only a single fragmentary talisman, the cost of which barely broke even. He mused that in a few years, once his proficiency improved, it would be the time for profit. After completing the second-tier talisman, Wei Tu felt his spirit and magical energy nearly depleted, prompting him to return to the training room to continue his secluded cultivation. The cycle of crafting talismans and refining his skills continued repetitively until the approach of the decade reunion in a year and a half. Wei Tu emerged from his seclusion a month early, experiencing a slight enhancement in his cultivation, although he still fell considerably short of the mid-foundation stage. As he introspected into his dantian, he observed his dual-hued magical energy had increased by approximately 50%, which brought a smile to his face. After organizing his belongings, Wei Tu took the sky-splitting eagle from the beast house and, after notifying the Huang family, departed directly from Yunhe Mountain. Although he had now attained the status of a foundation establishment practitioner, attending the decade gathering held little significance for him. Within the Brotherhood, aside from Ko Hongying, who could offer him assistance, the others were unlikely to provide any substantial benefit. Yet, matters of the world extend beyond mere interests. They also encompass emotions. Had it not been for his past support of his elder brother Ko Liang, he would not have received the return gift of the Earth Origin Pill from him, nor the trust of individuals like Ko Hongying. Investing in Ko Hongying had saved him over 20 years of unnecessary detours. Half a month later, Wei Tu arrived in South Hang City. On the 13th of June, the Brotherhood members gathered once more. However, this time, Due to Fujizhou's seclusion, only Wei Tu, Ko Hongying, and Wei Fei were present. Upon noticing Ko Hongying had not broken her promise, a hint of admiration flickered in Wei Tu's eyes, acknowledging her integrity. Previously, after establishing her foundation, Ko Hongying, in accordance with their agreement, rewarded both herself and Fujizhou with foundation-building spiritual items, the Ningji Dan. This can be attributed to the fact that Ko Hongying was bound by a spiritual contract and had no choice in the matter. However, the current situation is quite different. The members of the Isha, including himself, undoubtedly find it challenging to continue supporting Ko Hongying's advancement to the nascent soul stage. Now, as Ko Hongying has not abandoned this organization and has come to meet them, her character is evident. Subsequently, the three took turns discussing their cultivation progress and experiences over the past decade. Wei Fei, being the second in rank, was the first to speak. After 4 years, Wei Fei had progressed from the 8th level of Qi training to the 9th level. I have a modest request, and I hope that my younger brother and Hongying can grant it. Wei Fei's expression was one of embarrassment as he furtively glanced at Ko Hongying beside him. Uncle Wei, there is no need for such reservations, Ko Hongying replied with a gentle tone. Then I shall speak plainly, Wei Fei said through gritted teeth. Currently, I possess over 300 spiritual stones, but I am still 1,000 stones short of purchasing the Ningji Dan. I hope that Hongying and my younger brother can lend me this 1,000 spiritual stones. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu noticed Ko Hongying's brow subtly furrow, a fleeting expression that revealed her displeasure. If he and Ko Hongying were to split the cost, it would amount to 500 spiritual stones each. For them, as foundation-building cultivators, this sum is neither insignificant nor trivial. However, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that while spirit stones are readily available, it is essential to consider whether the borrower is worthy of such a loan. If today's borrower were not Wei Fei, but rather he and Fujizhou, it is likely that Ko Hongying would not hesitate to part with those 500 spirit stones. After all, these two have toiled for 2 decades on Ko Hongying's behalf regarding her foundational establishment. The 5 years during which Ko Hongying safeguarded him in seclusion alone would be worth 500 spirit stones. In contrast, Wei Fei presents a different scenario. At the gathering of the 40 years ago, when Ko Hongying solicited assistance from the 3 brothers for a task, Wei Fei was the sole individual to decline. Although Ko Hongying typically refrains from exhibiting any animosity towards Wei Fei, extending kindness whenever possible, during critical moments, such camaraderie tends to wane, and she becomes reticent to lend her support. Wei Fei's initial reluctance to contribute should not be a cause for reproach when Ko Hongying later decides to be uninvolved. In essence, it is not that 500 spirit stones are too substantial. Rather, it is that Wei Fei's connection with Ko Hongying does not merit such a sum. Moreover, there is another consideration. Wei Fei stands alone, and without the aid of a foundation-building elixir, the likelihood of failure and death during the process is exceedingly high. Should he perish while attempting to establish his foundation, the spirit stones Ko Hongying lent would be rendered futile. Thus, it is hardly reasonable for Ko Hongying to willingly part with 500 spirit stones as a gift. This sentiment also extends to Wei Tu. Although he is not lacking in spirit stones, he remains uncomfortable with the notion of lending 500 to Wei Fei. This discomfort does not stem from a lack of compassion or an avaricious nature. However, over the years that Wei Fei has embarked on his path to immortality, he has not exerted himself in cultivation, indulging instead in a carefree and leisurely existence. Now, as the end approaches, he contemplates relying on the support of him and Ko Hongying to seize opportunities that come too easily. It would be uncomfortable for anyone in such a situation. If Wei Fei had managed to gather half of the spirit stones needed to purchase the foundation establishment pill, and he and Ko Hongying could contribute the remaining half, that would be acceptable and not worthy of much discussion. In matters of raising funds, one must inevitably bear the brunt of the expenses. One last point at this moment. There remain 16 years until Wei Fei reaches the age of dual armor. He is not yet at the end of his rope. Within the private chamber of Tianqing Tower, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, where even the drop of a pin could be heard. Sitting beside 2 formidable foundation establishment practitioners, Wei Fei felt a twinge of unease in response to the subtle tension. Ko Hongying cast a glance at Wei Tu. Awaiting his words, she was reluctant to sever ties until the very last moment. Observing this, Wei Tu let out a quiet sigh and broke the silence. Brother, this time you seek our assistance in borrowing spirit stones. Have you considered what you might offer as collateral or what you might sell? Wei Tu pondered his words carefully, reminding them, should Wei Fei lack any form of collateral and expect to borrow 1,000 spirit stones from him and Ko Hongying, he might lend 300 to 500, but any future camaraderie would inevitably wane. The spirit stones he had accumulated during his Qi refining period had long been depleted following the trials of foundation establishment. Currently, The mere 400 spirit stones in his possession were remnants from a batch of talismans he had sold at the He Mountain Huang clan exchange. Upon Wei Tu's reminder, Wei Fei immediately grasped the situation. He slapped his forehead in regret and promptly removed the storage pouch from his waist. The sound of clattering echoed as he did so. Wei Fei poured the contents of the storage bag onto the 8 immortals' table. The items were few: 3 magical artifacts, 5 jade slips, and some miscellaneous spiritual materials. Among the artifacts, Wei Tu recognized the verdant lotus leaf previously employed by the Wuxian master in Qingfeng City, which pertained to the technique for crafting a qi bag. Wei Tu reached out to grasp the jade slips, examining each one in turn, finally fixing his gaze upon the previously perused technique for the qi bag. He exhaled in relief and smiled, stating, "This technique for the qi bag has only been shared with my second brother, Hong Ying, and the Mei family. It can undoubtedly be sold again at an auction. Its worth should fetch over 1,000 spirit stones. Thus, my second brother need not worry about acquiring spirit stones for the Foundation establishment pill." Earlier, he had only considered Wei Fei's request for spirit stones from him and Ko Hongying, completely overlooking the fact that Wei Fei possessed the technique for the qi bag. Long before Wei Fei sought him out regarding this technique, he had assessed its value to be over 1,000 spirit stones. However, at that time, since he had yet to reach the Foundation establishment stage, he had advised against Wei Fei selling the technique, fearing unforeseen consequences. But now, circumstances had changed. Both he and Ko Hongying were Foundation establishment practitioners. A technique valued at over 1,000 spirit stones was not considered a rare treasure for them. They could easily assist Wei Fei by facilitating its sale at the auction. "I thought the same," he mused, though his clumsiness in speech had led to an unintended bluntness. He glanced at Ko Hongying and quietly offered an explanation. Since Ko Hongying's ascension to the Foundation establishment stage, their roles had shifted, and he had always felt a twinge of trepidation in her presence. More than 20 years ago, after attending Ko Hongying's foundation-laying celebration, a sense of unease grew within him. At the celebration, the cultivators of the Mirror Water Pavilion were extolling the contributions of Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou to Ko Hongying, and he found himself feeling somewhat out of place among them. Ko Hongying displayed a look of helplessness. With a graceful motion, she collected 2 magical artifacts, leaving the verdant lotus leaf, a defensive artifact, for Wei Fei. She then remarked, "Before long, there will be an underground auction at the Treasure Pavilion. At that time, my nephew will assist Uncle Wei in selling this air pouch and these 2 mid-grade magical artifacts." "An underground auction?" Wei Tu exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Ko Hongying. He had not anticipated that she had also received an invitation from the Treasure Pavilion. He believed that such an underground auction would only extend invitations to loose cultivators like himself, not to disciples of the 3 great sections. After all, the confidentiality of the underground auction was paramount. Inviting disciples from powerful factions would not only risk leaks, but also heighten dangers. "My nephew travels under the alias Yu Luocha," rather than his real name, Ko Hongying subtly conveyed, perceiving Wei Tu's thoughts. "Yu Luocha?" Wei Tu was taken aback upon hearing this moniker. During the He Mountain Huang family trading event, he had learned of Yu Luocha from numerous cultivators, recognizing it as the name of a ruthless demon hunter who had recently emerged from the Demon Wolf Mountains. Little did he know that this Yu Luocha was none other than his niece, Ko Hongying. "I have recently made a breakthrough in talisman crafting and can produce second-tier low-grade talismans, which I can offer to you at a modest price." Wei Tu pondered briefly before responding. One cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Ko Hongying, navigating the treacherous landscape of the Demon Wolf Mountains, would inevitably meet her demise without some means of self-preservation. In his role as a blade bearer, Fu Zhizhou frequently sold her inexpensive talismans. Now, this individual had transformed into Ko Hongying. A soft nod of her head brought forth a wave of warmth within her heart. There remained over a year until the underground auction at the Treasure Pavilion, prompting Wei Tu to refrain from returning to Yuna Mountain. Instead, he rented a cave dwelling in the Baishur Lake Market, finding temporary solace there. Ko Hongying had wished for Wei Tu to stay in her cave, thereby conserving spirit stones. Yet he declined with a remark about the distinction between the genders. During his sojourn in the Baishur Lake Market, Wei Tu did not neglect his training. As he had done at Yunhe Mountain, he balanced work and rest, engaging in talisman crafting to enhance his skills. Time flew by in a little over a year, and his success rate in creating second-tier low-grade talismans, the stone fragment talisman, improved significantly, rising from 10% to 20%. This meant that for every 5 talismans he crafted, he could successfully produce 1 stone fragment talisman. On the eve of his departure from the Baishur Lake Market, Wei Tu and his sister Wei Yin revisited the grave of Xinghua. After paying their respects, they returned to the Wei residence. In stark contrast to the bustling Fu residence next door, the Wei household felt rather desolate. although there were still servants present. The absence of the Wei family's prolonged presence rendered the atmosphere somber. Wei Tu discerned the inner turmoil of Wei Xiaowen and offered words of comfort. Xiaowen, your mother's desire for offspring is entirely natural. Yet since you have embarked on the path of immortality, you must strive to pursue the Tao as long as the path remains open. One does not solely live for others. One must also live for oneself. In Wei Tu's view, Wei Xiaowen's filial piety may very well become the inner demon that hinders his breakthrough during the foundation establishment phase. This is even more daunting than Ko Hongying's loss of her father prior to her own foundation establishment. After all, Ko Liang had hoped for Ko Hongying to assist him in embarking on the path of immortality, to behold the wonders of the celestial realm. Ko Hongying's cultivation was devoid of psychological burdens, fueled solely by her urgent desire for vengeance. Once the bloodthirsty demon perished, the heart's not dissipated along with it. However, Wei Xiaowen's situation is markedly different. In her lifetime, Xinghua fervently wished for Wei Xiaowen to bear children, to carry on the Wei family's lineage, until Wei Xiaowen begets offspring. This emotional entanglement will only grow heavier, ultimately transforming into an inner demon during his foundational breakthrough. The child is aware of this. Wei Xiaowen, deeply pained, forced a smile. Upon witnessing this, Wei Tu shook his head, ceasing his attempts to persuade. A heart ailment requires a remedy for the heart. Mere words of encouragement hold little power. Wei Xiaowen still has at least 2 or 3 decades before achieving foundation establishment, ample time to extricate himself from this emotional knot. Days later, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying set forth together to attend the underground auction at the Baidao Pavilion. Both individuals had taken measures to disguise themselves. Ko Hongying assumed the false identity of Yu Luo Cha, a striking female cultivator clad in red, which she had forged during her time in the Demon Wolf Mountains. Wei Tu, after some contemplation, transformed his appearance into that of a rugged, dark-skinned man. To avoid drawing attention and ensure their safety, they flew in a single file, with Ko Hongying leading the way and Wei Tu following closely behind. This underground auction was not held at Danqiu Mountain or in other markets within the Zheng Kingdom, but rather in the mundane realm at Songlong Mountain. After several days, Ko Hongying and Wei Tu arrived at a town near Songlong Mountain, with Ko Hongying entering first. After a few days of waiting, Wei Tu observed other cultivators entering the Songlong Mountain before he embarked on his journey. He presented his invitation to the guardians of the mountain and proceeded to the auction venue. As the illusionary array at the mountain's entrance dissipated, a wide path materialized before him, leading to an expansive underground chamber measuring several hundred feet in circumference. This subterranean space was supported by over 10 white jade pillars, with the floor adorned by a luxurious carpet embedded with precious gemstones. The dome above was encrusted with dozens of fist-sized luminous pearls, casting a radiant light throughout the underground hall, illuminating it as brightly as day. Upon surveying the area, Wei Tu noted that the hall did not resemble the 3-tiered structure of the Danqiu Mountain auction. Instead, it consisted solely of a grand hall. To the west lay the auction stage, identical in setup to that of the Danqiu Mountain, featuring a jade table draped with several red cloths concealing the items for bidding. The eastern side housed the VIP seating area, furnished with over 100 rosewood chairs. At that moment, around 70 to 80 cultivators were already seated upon these elegant chairs. As Wei Tu entered the hall, the diverse array of cultivators lifted their gazes to regard him. Noticing his unfamiliarity, they quickly returned their attention elsewhere. After exchanging a subtle nod with Ko Hongying, Wei Tu chose a seat at a moderate distance from her. It was evident that more than half of these individuals exhibited signs of disguise, but their efforts were rather unrefined. After settling in, Wei Tu cast his spiritual perception around the hall, pondering the situation. Possessing the extraordinary skill of the Thousand Faces illusion technique, which he had diligently mastered over decades, he had become a veritable expert in the art of disguise. In his discerning gaze, the disguises of many cultivators at the underground auction appeared clumsy and amateurish. Shu Dan, Ren Yifeng, Chen Tang, Huang Shishan, Yukishi. With a fleeting glance, Wei Tu recognized several familiar faces among the 70 or 80 foundation-building cultivators present. Shu Dan, Ren Yifeng, and Chen Tang were renowned foundation-building loose cultivators from Danqiu Mountain. The latter duo, Huang Xiaoshan and Yukishi, were individuals Wei Tu had encountered during his time at the He Mountain with the Huang family. Huang Xiaoshan was one of the 12 foundation-building masters from the Huang family. Wei Tu observed that many foundation-building loose cultivators cast their gazes towards Ko Hongying. Some were aware of her formidable reputation, while others were simply captivated by her beauty. Fortunately, he had not entered alongside Hongying. Otherwise, their acquaintance alone would have drawn considerable animosity, as beauty often begets envy. Wei Tu silently rejoiced. Although foundation-building cultivators tended to possess better temperaments than chi-refining cultivators, there were still those who could be muddled by allure. Arriving somewhat late, Wei Tu found that 2 days later, after several more foundation-building cultivators entered Songlong Mountain, the long-anticipated underground auction held by the Baibao Pavilion, which occurs every 20 years, officially commenced. To Wei Tu's surprise, the auctioneer for this event was none other than the foundation-building female cultivator, Chai Ping, who had previously sent him the invitation to the auction. However, Chai Ping's attire was far more modest than that of Lu Hong. Thank you all for attending the biennial underground auction hosted by the Treasure Pavilion. After the auction concludes, the pavilion will present each of you with a token of appreciation. Additionally, I would like to take a moment to explain the rules of the auction to our newcomers. Standing at the auction table, Chai Ping wore a radiant smile, exuding confidence as she spoke without a hint of nervousness. One particular rule she mentioned caught Wei Tu's attention. After the bidding concludes, the attendees may utilize this platform for free trading. Free trading? It is no wonder that this auction has attracted such a significant number of foundation establishment cultivators. Wei Tu mused to himself. Nearly 100 foundation establishment practitioners gathered here is quite a considerable number, almost 1/3 of the scattered cultivators in the Zheng Kingdom's cultivation community. Of course, excluding those such as Ko Hongying and Huang Xiaoshan, who are disciples of sects and family cultivators. This figure remains impressive within the realm of scattered foundation establishment cultivators. The first item up for bid was a second-tier low-grade magical artifact, the Water Smoke Shield. This defensive artifact not only provides protection but also allows the user to deploy the water smoke formation, making it an excellent choice for both defense and retreat. The starting bid was set at 300 spirit stones, with each increment requiring a minimum increase of 50 spirit stones. Chai Ping's melodious voice resonated throughout the hall. 400 spirit stones. 450 spirit stones, 600 spirit stones. As soon as the bidding ceased, several eager participants immediately placed their bids. Too expensive, Wei Tu thought. Although he felt a slight pull towards the water smoke shield that Chai Ping had introduced, upon hearing the bid surpass 600 spirit stones, he completely abandoned any intention of competing. He had recently established his foundation, and while his financial resources were substantial, they paled in comparison to those of seasoned foundation-building cultivators. Ultimately, the water smoke shield was acquired for the staggering price of 1,050 by a mysterious gentleman clad in a black cloak. Subsequently, the next item for auction was presented, a pinnacle first-tier flying vessel artifact. Although this flying vessel was of a lower grade than the previously mentioned water smoke shield, its price was double compared to that of the latter. An hour passed, and the underground auction successfully sold a dozen items without a single item remaining unsold. Each was a treasure, priced exorbitantly. In this moment, Wei Tu truly felt the weight of his poverty, realizing that even if he were to expend his entire fortune, he would only be able to acquire a single item. He reassured himself that there would be future opportunities. However, as the auction neared its conclusion, a particular item emerged that extinguished this thought. The next item up for bidding was the method for crafting a magical treasure. It is well known that magical treasures are exclusive to golden core true monarchs, representing a tier above artifacts. Possessing a magical treasure guarantees success in any endeavor. Even talismans infused with the power of magical treasures can effortlessly vanquish other artifacts. Remarkably, this particular magical treasure could even be refined by foundation-building practitioners. Chai Ping's words immediately stirred the emotions of the foundation-building cultivators present, who focused intently on the pale blue jade slip on the jade table, their gazes ablaze with anticipation. Yet, the next statement from Chai Ping doused the fervor in the hearts of most cultivators. This magical treasure was named the Ice Serpent Sword, a type of talisman sword. Upon hearing the mention of a talisman sword, the cultivators' enthusiasm waned significantly. The talismanic sword, a renowned pseudo-treasure in the realm of cultivation, can indeed be crafted by foundation-building practitioners. However, for those who are not talisman masters, the cost of creation is exorbitant. Even among talisman masters, not every individual is capable of bearing such immense expenses. The reason lies in the fact that the talismanic sword amplifies the power of the talismans, inducing a qualitative transformation in the base artifact to achieve the strength of a true treasure. This process often requires the utilization of over 100 second-tier talismans, which may not always suffice. Although second-tier talismans are relatively inexpensive, each one still necessitates 200 to 300 spirit stones. Thus, spending tens of thousands of spirit stones to forge a pseudo-treasure seems less prudent than acquiring several talismans directly, which are priced at only a few thousand spirit stones each. Nevertheless, the starting bid for the crafting method of the Ice Serpent Sword, a talismanic sword, is exceedingly high, commencing at 500 spirit stones. The price swiftly escalates to 700 spirit stones. Wei Tu, intrigued, joins in the bidding. The crafting method for the Ice Serpent Sword also encompasses the relevant second-tier talisman crafting techniques, making it worth his while to bid. Moreover, he is unlike other talisman masters. Endowed with the fate of great achievements coming late, his success rate for crafting the same type of talisman reaches 100% once he attains full mastery. Consequently, his expenses in crafting the talisman sword will be significantly lower than those of his peers. Uncle Wei, I still have 800 or 900 spirit stones on hand. Shall I lend them all to you? There is nothing else at this auction that piques my interest. At this moment, the voice of Ko Hongying reached Wei Tu's ears. He realized that his numerous bids had revealed to Ko Hongying his longing for the Ice Serpent Sword. Wei Tu nodded in agreement, graciously accepting Ko Hongying's kind offer. This opportunity was fleeting. If he missed this village, he would forfeit the shop. Although the method of crafting talismans was considered trivial by most foundational cultivators, it did not imply that it was easily obtainable. 1,400 spirit stones. Wei Tu assessed the value of his pledgeable items, adding to it the spirit stones lent to him by Ko Hongying, and boldly announced a high bid. Inside the auction hall, the lively sounds of bidding came to an abrupt halt, plunging the room into silence. After all, the cultivator who had bid before Wei Tu had only offered 1,200 spirit stones, and Wei Tu's bid represented an increase of 200 spirit stones. 1,400 spirit stones? The participating cultivators exchanged glances with Wei Tu, etching his appearance into their memories. Such actions did not imply that these cultivators harbored intentions to rob Wei Tu, but rather, due to the considerable power of the talisman sword. Recognizing Wei Tu's visage would enable them to prepare adequately for future encounters. As the countdown from 9 breaths by Chai Ping reached its conclusion, and seeing no further bids, she let her auction hammer fall decisively. Soon, the second half of the auction commenced, featuring 3 highly prized treasures. The quality of these items was remarkable. Wei Tu observed several familiar cultivators discreetly communicating, gathering spirit stones. The first of the featured treasures was the Fire Dragon Halberd, crafted by the esteemed true monarch Yin Guang. After the intermission, Chai Ping produced a jade box from her storage bag, carefully levitating a pale yellow talisman paper into the air using her magical power. Was this the talisman treasure? Wei Tu felt an intense curiosity. As a talisman master, it was his first encounter with the legendary talisman treasure, an entity that exists independently from the talisman system. The talisman treasure is a unique creation wherein a portion of the power of a true monarch's magical artifact is sealed within a piece of talisman paper. Most talisman treasures circulate within the families of cultivators and seldom find their way into the outside world. Under the watchful eyes of many cultivators, the pale yellow talisman paper gradually revealed its true form, imprinted with a red halberd that seemed to possess a spirit of its own, occasionally morphing into a fire dragon. As if yearning to break free from the confines of the paper, the flame-light true monarch, a renowned loose cultivator from 7 centuries ago, was a figure of great repute, whose name resonated throughout the Zheng nation's cultivation realm. Moreover, the flame-light true monarch was not an ordinary golden core monarch, but a formidable practitioner of the late golden core stage, as introduced by Chai Ping. The majority of loose cultivators had a meager understanding of the history of the cultivation world, and it was only after hearing Chai Ping's introduction that they erupted with enthusiasm for this Fire Dragon Halberd talisman treasure. The starting bid for this talisman treasure was set at 3,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent raised not to be less than 50 spirit stones. Chai Ping struck the jade table emphatically, calling out, 3,300 spirit stones. At that moment, Shu Dan, who had captured Wei Tu's attention, finally broke his silence and entered the bidding for the Fire Dragon Halberd talisman treasure. Only a talisman treasure could entice someone of Shu Dan's caliber. A second-tier alchemist at the late foundation establishment stage. 3,500 spirit stones, Wang Xiaoshan interjected, beginning a contest with Shu Dan for the coveted talisman treasure. Unlike talisman swords, talisman treasures represent the true heritage of a family. As an elder of the He Mountain Huang clan, Wang Xiaoshan would certainly not relinquish this treasure. Moreover, the talismanic treasure serves as a formidable weapon during the foundational stage. Possessing such a treasure is akin to holding a life-saving trump card. Within a brief span of tea time, the price of the Fire Dragon Spear talisman was inflated to over 5,700 spirit stones by several cultivators at the foundational stage. 7,000 spirit stones. At that moment, a voice, steeped in gravitas, resonated throughout the auction hall, startling all present. It belonged to the cloaked man who had previously acquired the water smoke shield. Wei Tu, following the gazes of the assembled cultivators, turned to see this enigmatic figure placing a bid, which caused his brows to subtly furrow. Earlier, upon witnessing the cloaked man secure the water smoke shield, they had presumed him to be of limited prowess, likely at the early to mid-foundational stage. However, It became apparent that this mysterious figure possessed the financial means to contend with the late foundational stage cultivators for the Fire Dragon Spear Talisman. His strength must be at least at the late foundational stage. Otherwise, he would not dare to bid so boldly. Wei Tu mused. A child bearing gold in the marketplace is undoubtedly courting disaster. Should this cloaked man prove weak, it is likely that over a third of the cultivators present would turn into bandits, seeking to kill and seize treasures. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the realm of cultivation. Jia Laokuai, Master Shu Dan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the somber words, her lips moving instinctively as she whispered the identity of the mysterious cloaked figure, though her voice was but a whisper, imperceptible to the untrained ear. The foundational stage cultivators present were all keenly attuned, instantly catching the three words that slipped from Master Shu Dan's mouth. A clamor erupted among the cultivators, filled with astonished exclamations. Jia Laoguai, known as Jia Yunqing, is the esteemed figure of the Jia family from Qisong, second only to the venerable Jindan Laozu. Unexpectedly, he has clandestinely participated in this underground auction as well. Knowing that Wei Tu has only recently established his foundation and possesses limited experience, Ko Hongying discreetly transmitted a warning to him. The mention of the false Dan true monarch sent a jolt of alarm through Wei Tu's day. Above the foundation establishment realm lies the Jindan realm, yet breaking through to Jindan is no trivial feat. Those who, having narrowly escaped death, find their powers greatly enhanced without achieving Jindan are often referred to as false Dan true monarchs. Although their power pales in comparison to those of true Jindan, they remain a formidable presence within the foundation establishment realm, rarely encountering any rivals. If Jia Laoguai were a false Dan true monarch from another lineage, Wei Tu would not feel as apprehensive. However, the fact remains that Jia Laoguai belongs to the Qisong Jia family. The He Mountain Huang family and the Qisong Jia family may not be outright adversaries, but the Huang family is allied with the Qiyue Zhao family. As a vassal of the Huang family, Wei Tu finds himself in a precarious position should Jia Laoguai become aware of his presence. As a second-tier talisman master, it is certain that he will influence the dynamics between the Jia and Zhao families. Having only established his foundation for a few years and lacking in notoriety, Jia Laoguai is unlikely to recognize his existence. Soon, Wei Tu regained his composure. The technique of Qianmian Huanggong has altered his physical form and appearance at a corporeal level. Even if Jia Laoguai regards him as a thorn in his side, it matters not, for the latter is unable to see through his disguise. Unless Jia Laoguai has encountered him before and captured his aura, there remains little chance of unmasking his true identity. In the present moment, to the likes of old monster Jia and his companions, he is merely a stranger among cultivators. Moreover, the assembly comprises more than just him harboring enmity towards the Qisong Jia family. If one were to analyze the situation, he might not even rank in old monster Jia's eyes. Since everyone is already acquainted with me, I shall not conceal my identity any longer. Old monster Jia chuckled coldly, unveiling his true visage. Contrary to the expectations of the other cultivators, he donned a black fitted outfit, with silver brows and white hair. His complexion rosy and far from fearsome. On the contrary, he bore a gentle and benevolent appearance, reminiscent of an amiable elder enjoying the company of his grandchildren. 7,000 spirit stones. Does anyone wish to raise the bid? Old monster Jia chuckled, redirecting the conversation back to the auction of the Fire Dragon Halberd Talisman. With his skills, mimicking other voices was but a trivial task. Should Master Shu Dan fail to reveal his identity, he would seize the opportunity to disclose it himself, thereby exerting pressure during the competition for the Fire Dragon Halberd Talisman. Naturally, such schemes would remain undisclosed to outsiders. 7,000 spirit stones? Is there anyone willing to increase the bid? After witnessing old monster Jia reveal his true form, the auctioneer, Chai Ping, sighed inwardly and continued to oversee the auction. The underground auction's decision to exclusively invite scattered cultivators, while excluding those from major factions, can be attributed to two primary reasons. Firstly, to maintain confidentiality. Secondly, to prevent powerful factions from leveraging their influence to intimidate others into silence during bidding. However, the latter is often challenging to guard against, and one can only strive to avoid such a scenario. Observing the silence that enveloped the room, after a contemplative pause, Chai Ping delicately reminded the assembled cultivators. Esteemed friends, should you acquire any treasures during this auction and find yourselves unable to transport them, my Baibao Pavilion stands ready to assist with their delivery. Furthermore, Baibao Pavilion guarantees the safety of your lives. Established through the collaboration of several foundational families, Baibao Pavilion, while lacking the strength of the esteemed Jindan family of the Jias, such as the Red Pine Jia family, is not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, Her words fell into silence as no one dared to place a bid. Although the talisman treasures were indeed rare, experience from previous auctions suggested that they would encounter such items again. Thus, the cultivators deemed it unnecessary to offend the old monster Jia at this moment. After 9 breaths, Chaiping brought down the gavel, declaring that the Fire Dragon Spear Talisman had been secured by old monster Jia. His participation in the bidding had not contravened any auction rules. It was merely Master Shu Dan's revelation of Jia's identity that had instilled fear in the hearts of the other cultivators, causing them to withdraw from further bidding. She could gently remind them that there was no need to fear old monster Jia, yet she could not deliberately allow this treasure to go unsold. Doing so would irrevocably sever ties with the Jia family. Such a drastic measure for a mere talisman was unwarranted. However, when it came time for the second highlight of the auction, old monster Jia was escorted out by the true golden core of Baibao Pavilion for violating the identity regulations of the underground auction. The atmosphere of the auction grew markedly serious, alleviating the cultivators' concerns over Jia's scrutiny, allowing them to bid with peace of mind. The subsequent treasures were unveiled. The second item was a trio of second-tier high-quality tiger-shaped puppets, capable of forming formations together and withstanding peak foundational cultivators. The third item was a celestial flower, Tianjingua, which could refine the magical power of foundational cultivators. Half a day later, the auction came to a close. The attending cultivators commenced their free trading. Wei Tu observed that the recently dismissed old monster Jia had returned to his original seat. The first to take the stage for trading was Master Shu Dan. He retrieved several elixir vials from his sleeve and placed them upon the jade table, clearly stating the efficacy of each vial's contents. Without exception, these elixirs were second tier, a rarity in the outside world. The many foundation-building cultivators present were greatly tempted upon seeing the elixirs, and they eagerly approached to trade. After Master Shu Dan concluded his transactions, several other cultivators ascended the stage to trade spiritual items. As the crowd gradually thinned, Ko Hongying stepped onto the auction platform, presenting the method for crafting a chi bag, explicitly stating that it would not be exchanged for less than 1,000 spirit stones. The chi bag method did not incite a frenzy among the cultivators present, receiving a rather tepid response. A few elder cultivators approached, hoping to negotiate with Ko Hongying. But their offers were far too low, and after being rebuffed, they returned to their seats in disappointment. Neither Wei Tu nor Ko Hongying were particularly surprised by this outcome. The methods for enhancing chi cultivation were not limited to just the chi bag. Certain special elixirs could achieve the same effect. Moreover, most of the cultivators present were foundation-building practitioners and had little need for such an item. Ultimately, it was Huang Xiaoshan, a family cultivator from the Heishan Huang clan, who purchased the chi bag crafting method from Ko Hongying. After Ko Hongying left the auction stage, Wei Tu hesitated for a moment before stepping up. Under Ko Hongying's surprised gaze, "I wonder if any of you fellow cultivators possess iron magnetic spiritual wood?" Ma was sincerely willing to acquire the item. And if the ferromagnetic spirit wood was unavailable, other leads could suffice. Wei Tu cast a sweeping glance across the venue and spoke in a solemn tone. Ferromagnetic spirit wood? It seems that Uncle Wei has already given birth to geomagnetic essence within him. Upon hearing Wei Tu's words, Ko Hongying suddenly understood. The ferromagnetic spirit wood was not an exceptionally rare spiritual object. Rather, it required a unique environment for its cultivation, making it rather scarce in the realm of cultivation, and thus valuable. The sole purpose of the ferromagnetic spirit wood for Wei Tu was to facilitate the metamorphosis of the geomagnetic essence within him, allowing the emergence of the Yuan Heavy Forbidden Law. With the Yuan Heavy Forbidden Law at his disposal, Wei Tu's combat prowess would ascend to the ranks of the foremost cultivators of his level. He resolved to pay close attention to this matter when he ventured into the Wolf Demon Mountain range. Ko Hongying secretly mused, "I am indeed aware of the location of this ferromagnetic spirit wood. It remains to be seen what price Taoist Ma is willing to offer in exchange for the information I possess." To Wei Tu's surprise, the first cultivator to respond to his offer was none other than the familiar Yu Kuei master. It was only natural, for Yu Kuei master was an expert in puppet crafting and was well aware of the leads regarding the ferromagnetic spirit wood. Wei Tu felt a sense of relief in his heart. He commenced a telepathic dialogue with Yu Kuei master, and soon, they reached an agreement on the price of the information. Subsequently, several other cultivators engaged in telepathic exchanges with Wei Tu, revealing potential locations for the ferromagnetic spirit wood. Wei Tu conducted transactions with each one, and the leads were not particularly valuable, costing him nearly 100 spirit stones in total. After the free trading concluded, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying, one after the other, paid the spirit stones to complete their transaction with the treasure pavilion. Upon departing from Tsunglong Mountain, the two remained vigilant, exercising even greater caution than during their arrival, ready to activate their magical artifacts at any moment to prevent an ambush from rogue cultivators. After traversing several dozen miles without encountering any peril, it seemed that the revelation of the true identity of the old ghost, Jia, at the underground auction had deterred the rogues, who were wary of provoking trouble. Eventually, they arrived at a mundane city, where Wei Tu and Ko Hongying met at an inn. Ko Hongying shed her disguise and smiled, noting that, in contrast to Wei Tu's understated appearance after his transformation, her identity as the Jade Luocha rendered her considerably more susceptible to rogue cultivators. This was presumably the reason for her caution. Wei Tu nodded in agreement. Although the old monster Jia had disrupted the transaction of the Fire Dragon Halberd Talisman, he inadvertently aided the cultivators by diminishing the likelihood of their encountering rogue attackers. Especially with the presence of the False Dan Realm's cultivator nearby, the rogues would surely hesitate to take such a risk. A few days later, the two returned to the Baishur Lake Marketplace. Ko Hongying handed over 1,000 spirit stones from the sale of a gas bag crafting method to Wei Fei. She also returned 2 mid-grade magical artifacts to him. This was her first experience at an underground auction, and she had been unaware that a first-tier mid-grade magical artifact was considered rather unremarkable in such circles. "Thank you, Hongying," Wei Fei exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he held the 1,000 spirit stones. With this newfound wealth, coupled with his existing spirit stones, the prospect of obtaining a Foundation establishment pill was finally within reach. Sensing the atmosphere, Ko Hongying offered her apologies and excused herself from the private room, allowing Wei Fei and Wei Tu a moment of solitude. Once Wei Fei had composed himself, Wei Tu inquired about his plans, whether he intended to enter seclusion and attempt to break through immediately or to wait until the approach of his dual-horned age before making his move. This, Wei Fei offered a sheepish smile, admitting that he had not pondered deeply on the matter. He was merely anxious, witnessing his fourth brother in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough, and thus felt compelled to prepare in advance. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu silently mused, as expected. Among the 4 brothers, Wei Fei had always exhibited the weakest resolve regarding the path of cultivation. How could he possibly possess the unwavering determination of Fu Zhizhou to risk everything for a breakthrough in foundational establishment? "I plan to journey to the divine capital in a few days, to marry and raise a family," Wei Fei revealed his innermost thoughts. "With 15 years remaining, it is ample time for me to bear offspring." At that moment, a hint of melancholy graced Wei Fei's countenance, for he was acutely aware that the prospect of his own demise during this foundational establishment was exceedingly high. Before embarking on the path of immortality, he resolutely refused to follow the path of his companions, Wei Tu and the others, by marrying and enduring the bittersweet separations brought about by the aging and ailments of loved ones. In this decision, Wei Fei believed he had not erred from the beginning. His only misjudgment lay in succumbing to despair due to the arduous nature of the immortal path, thus squandering his prime years and achieving neither success in cultivation nor in family life. "Third brother, I envy you greatly," Wei Fei sighed. "You are the only one among us 4 brothers who has managed to care for your family while not neglecting your cultivation. I, however, have failed in both pursuits. While our 4th brother has solely devoted himself to cultivation, neglecting familial bonds." As he spoke, tears welled in Wei Fei's reddened eyes, coursing down his cheeks. "To establish a family and a career, I cannot allow myself to lose even in this regard. I must have something to triumph over him, to surpass him," Wei Fei declared through gritted teeth. Since the inception of their alliance, the notion of not yielding to Fu Zhizhou had become an obsession within his heart. This time, both he and Fu Zhizhou managed to break through to the Foundation establishment stage without the aid of Foundation pills. However, it was evident to anyone that Fu Zhizhou had a much greater likelihood of success than he did. Meanwhile, he faced a significant risk of meeting a tragic end. Wei Fei, feeling a sense of unease, thought to himself that his name seemed to weigh him down, preventing him from seizing the opportunities that came his way. Clearly, among the 4 of them, he possessed the most celestial fortune. A faint smile crossed Wei Fei's face as he wiped away a tear. Once he had a son, he vowed to give him a splendid name, one that would not lead him to become a failure in the path of cultivation. 2 years later, upon returning to Yuna Mountain, Wei Tu, having just emerged from seclusion, received the news of Wei Fei's marriage and the birth of his child. The wedding was modest, akin to his union with Helian Xiong, merely a gathering of guests for a small celebration. Wei Fei's bride was a female cultivator from a branch of the Qi Yue Zhao family, named Zhao Ting, with a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Due to his retreat, Wei Tu missed both the wedding and the celebration for Wei Fei's child's first month. As he opened the letter, he discovered the name Wei Fei had chosen for his daughter, and he couldn't help but shake his head. The character skin undoubtedly reflected Wei Fei's hopes for his daughter's cultivation path. However, such a name was far too common in the realm of cultivation, easily found among many. After placing Wei Fei's letter into a jade box for safekeeping, Wei Tu looked up to see the bringing him another letter. Was it from his fourth brother? Upon seeing the signature on the letter, Wei Tu's face brightened with joy as he hurriedly tore open the envelope to peruse its contents. Thankfully, gratefully, after reading the letter, he repeatedly expressed his relief, exhaling deeply. The correspondence from Fu Zhizhou conveyed the joyous news of his successful foundation establishment, rather than the lamentable tidings of failure. Turning the letter over, Wei Tu noted the date. It had been sent a fortnight prior. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to visit Tranquil Mountain. Years ago, he had successfully established his foundation, with Ko Hongying assisting him in planning for the subsequent steps, encouraging him to join a sect of immortal cultivators. Now, with his own foundation established, it was time to extend his support to Fu Zhizhou, aiding him in strategizing his post-foundation journey. Whether Fu Zhizhou would heed his advice was secondary. He felt compelled to offer his assistance. Additionally, he had the intention of collecting magnetic spirit wood during this descent from the mountain. The Earth's geomagnetic essence, when absorbed by the magnetic spirit wood, gave rise to a weighty, forbidden light that could be employed not only in battle, but also to purify his own magical energy through its gravitational pull. With this thought in mind, Wei Tu returned to the cultivation chamber, gathering a stack of talismans and a silver short sword radiating an icy aura that hovered in the air. This silver short sword was crafted using the Ice Flood Dragon sword talisman method. Of course, the current semi-finished talisman sword was far from the prowess of a true magical artifact, as described by Chai Ping. Wei Tu estimated that it should possess slightly greater strength than a full-force strike from a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Armed with numerous talismans and this semi-finished sword, Wei Tu believed he would have the capability to retreat and scathe from the clutches of a late foundation establishment cultivator. Since his strength was sufficient, it was time for him to head to the Demon Wolf Mountain range to acquire the iron magnetic spirit wood without further delay. The clues provided to him by Yukishi and others regarding the iron magnetic spirit wood were primarily located within the spiritual grounds of the mountain range. Half a month later, Wei Tu arrived at Tranquil Mountain. The small courtyard on Lark Street, which had once been his residence, had been rented out to Fu Zhizhou decades ago. Over the years, Fu Zhizhou had not changed his abode, continuing to reside in the Lark Street courtyard, accompanied by Helian Xiong and others. Upon sensing Wei Tu's approaching aura, the cultivators in the courtyard emerged to greet him. As Wei Tu observed, among them were not only Fu Zhizhou but also Helian Xiong and his wife, Rini Feng, along with other renowned foundational cultivators of Tranquil Mountain. After years of absence, Wei Tu's demeanor remained as impressive as ever. Helian Xiong was the first to speak, addressing Wei Tu with a warm greeting. Compared to their last encounter, which had been fraught with apprehension, he appeared far more at ease this time. Daoist Wei, Rini Feng bowed respectfully, failing to recognize Wei Tu as the chi-refining cultivator who had shared a table with Helian Xiong at his wedding. The other cultivators offered their salutations in turn. Third brother, Fu Zhizhou, along with Helian Xiong and the others, approached Wei Tu and enveloped him in a hearty embrace. Although no words were exchanged, the sentiment was unmistakable. Wei Tu remained his closest brother, a bond that no one could ever replace. Since Daoist Wei has arrived, we shall take our leave and not intrude upon Brother Fu's reunion, Helian Xiong suggested. As for the matters we discussed, we hope Brother Fu will consider them earnestly and provide us with a response. As Rini Feng and his companions beheld this scene, they exchanged glances, offered a respectful bow to Fu Zhizhou, and departed. Left behind were Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and the couple Helian Xiong residing on Lark Street. Wei Tu, slightly puzzled, inquired about the purpose of Rini Feng and his companions' visit to Lark Street's small courtyard. He distinctly recalled that during Helian Xiong's wedding, Rini Feng had presented him with a foundational elixir before departing without a backward glance. Now that Helian Xiong had established his foundation, it seemed unlikely that their paths would intertwine closely again. Earlier, Wei Tu had perceived that Rini Feng and his companions had come for Fu Zhizhou's sake. Yet the nature of the relationship between Rini Feng and Helian Xiong appeared somewhat ambiguous. Friend Wei, you may be unaware that aside from joining established cultivation families, foundation-building loose cultivators have another avenue, namely, the Loose Cultivators Alliance, Helian Xiong remarked, recognizing the thought swirling in Wei Tu's mind. He continued, Rini Feng and his companions are part of an organization known as the Shuyan Alliance, with core figures including Master Shu Dan and a certain false Dan True person. I, too, became a member of this Shuyan Alliance several years ago. Wei Tu, possessing some knowledge about the Loose Cultivators Alliance, was astonished to learn of its existence within Tranquil Mountain. Yet, he pondered why he had never received an invitation to join the Shuyan Alliance. Furrowing his brow, he reflected, since establishing his foundation, He had not been approached by the Shuyan alliance. Throughout his time in Danqiu Mountain, he had always exercised caution, avoiding enmity, especially against such a formidable entity as the Shuyan alliance. As for the animosity with Gongwen, Shu Dan and the others were oblivious to the fact that he was the one who had slain Gongwen. The overt animosity would not hinder the Shuyan alliance from extending an invitation to him. Within the Shuyan alliance, there was already a second-tier talisman master. Fujizhou addressed Wei Tu's confusion, and Wei Tu suddenly realized that it was a case of mutual exclusion among peers, which explained why the Shuyan alliance had not sent him an invitation to join. The three conversed as they entered the small courtyard on Lark Street. Tong Pei Pei served tea and refilled their cups. A practitioner like Wei, who possesses a unique skill, easily garners the favor of esteemed cultivation families, who welcome them as honored guests. However, for us, the hired swords, the situation is quite different. We can only join the loose cultivator alliance, seeking warmth in numbers. Helian Xiong's expression revealed a hint of bitterness. The loose cultivator alliance pales in comparison to the well-established golden core families. In the Zhenghua cultivation realm, the three great sects and 7 prominent golden core families hold dominion, while the various loose cultivator alliances can merely subsist on the leftovers that these powerful factions discard. Before Helian Xiong, Wei Tu refrained from commenting on the Shuyan alliance's affairs and instead inquired about Fu Zhizhou's future path. He merely nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate. As evening fell and he found himself alone with Fu Zhizhou, Wei Tu finally began to inquire about Fu Zhizhou's intentions and his views on the Shuyan alliance. This visit to Danqiu Mountain is not only to extend my congratulations to you, my fourth brother, but also to discuss your future plans, Wei Tu stated candidly. Joining the Shuyan alliance appears to offer certain advantages, such as acquiring elixirs from Master Shu Din and accessing various resources of the alliance. However, I perceive that way. The foundation-building cultivators merely serve as pawns for their ambitions, becoming sustenance for their ascension to the golden core stage. Unlike the intentions displayed before Helian Xiong, the expression on Fu Zhizhou's face is now one of cold derision. Over time, one can discern the true nature of a person. By this point, he has recognized Helian Xiong's character. Helian Xiong is not a villain, yet his treatment of Fu Zhizhou is far from sincere. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou discussed this matter until midnight, deciding to further deliberate once Ko Hongying arrives. Presently, Fu Zhizhou's path is not as limited as Helian Xiong suggested, with the Shuyan alliance being the sole optimal choice. He could also consider joining one of the golden core families, the Qisong Jia family or the Qiyue Zhao family. These prominent golden core families not only seek skilled talisman masters but also fighters like Fu Zhizhou. Compared to the Shuyan alliance, the prospects offered by these two families are undoubtedly more promising. The only concern lies in the potential conflict between the two golden core families, which could place external foundation-building cultivators like Fu Zhizhou at great risk. A few days later, Ko Hongying arrived at Danqiu Mountain. The impending clash between the two golden core families poses dangers for Uncle Fu's involvement, yet it also signifies greater opportunities. Matters of life and death are not for my young nephew to elaborate upon. Ultimately, it rests upon your own decision, Uncle Fu. If successful, it is a stroke of fortune. If defeated, do not blame fate. Ko Hongying articulated her thoughts with clarity. Upon hearing these words, Fu Zhizhou's face revealed a flicker of hesitation. During his Qi training stage, he found himself compelled to act as a mere tool, with no other recourse. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, he believed he could revel in freedom, only to be unexpectedly struck by the harsh realities of the celestial path ahead. Should he retreat, he might encounter a predicament akin to what Wei Fei currently faces. Yet, to advance could mean facing peril more daunting than the beasts of the Demon Wolf Mountain range. The pursuit of immortality is fraught with challenges. Fu Zhizhou gazed out the window, immersed in contemplation. He felt akin to a bird trapped in a cage, convinced he had escaped confinement only to find that the outside world was yet another prison holding him captive. Witnessing this scene, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying exchanged a knowing glance, sighing in unison. Fu Zhizhou appeared to be the most beleaguered among the four of them on the arduous path to immortality. Lacking innate talent, celestial affinity, or any particular skill, he could only rely on sheer combat to earn his ticket to foundation establishment. However, it was unfortunate that even after achieving this stage, he remained ensnared in adversity. It seemed that Uncle Fu was on the verge of surrender. In Fu Zhizhou, Ko Hongying discerned a resemblance to the desolate expression of Wei Fei from years prior, a reflection of despair towards the path of immortality. My nephew has matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, she said, recognizing the atmosphere. She rose, preparing to exit the room as before, allowing Fu Zhizhou and Wei Tu to converse in solitude. Yet, at that moment, Fu Zhizhou spoke, his voice weary yet imbued with resilience. I have cultivated for so many years. I shall not yield so easily. Celestial path? Fu Zhizhou exclaimed with a wild laugh, sweeping his sleeve with fervor. Channeling his power, he shattered the window. His cold gaze fixed upon the heavens as he declared four resolute words. So be it, even in death. 132. Journeying to the Demon Wolf Mountain Range to hunt second-tier demon beasts. Alas, her fourth brother. Upon hearing this heartfelt expression from Fu Zhizhou, Wei Tu shook his head. Within the realm of cultivation, there exists no shortage of individuals with mediocre talents yet steadfast hearts, whose tales of reaching the pinnacle are well known. However, in comparison to the vast multitude of cultivators, those who rise to prominence solely through the strength of their character are exceedingly rare. It can be said that to ascend to the zenith, a cultivator must possess three indispensable elements: character, opportunity, and strength. While character may determine one's lower limits, it can never define the upper bounds. Among the scattered cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, many possess a resolute heart comparable to that of Fu Zhizhou. Yet, the majority of these individuals find it exceedingly difficult to establish their foundations, living with lifelong regrets, let alone achieving foundation establishment by the age of 100. The reason Fu Zhizhou was able to establish his foundation at the age of 100 is closely tied to his simultaneous attainment of these three elements during the Qi refinement stage. Although he did not directly encounter celestial fortune at that time, he and Ko Hongying indirectly obtained it, thereby compensating for the lack of opportunity and enabling his successful foundation establishment. Generally speaking, a scattered cultivator who manages to reach the 9th layer of Qi refinement before the age of 120 is considered to possess a certain level of capability. The condensing foundation pill and the unique methods of foundation establishment represent a tremendous opportunity that many scattered cultivators can only dream of. However, once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, the situation changes. It becomes exceedingly challenging for Fu Zhizhou to replicate his earlier success in the Qi refinement stage, as it is evident that he and Ko Hongying are unlikely to provide him with such substantial assistance in terms of opportunity again. The opportunity for forming the golden core is unlike that of establishing the foundation. Fundamentally, it is unlikely for one person to attain enlightenment while others ascend alongside them. Furthermore, he and Ko Hongying regard the prospect of achieving the golden core as merely hopeful, lacking the certainty they had during the Qi refinement stage when establishing the foundation was more assured. After discussing the whereabouts of Fu Zhizhou, Wei Tu mentioned his intention to venture into the Demon Wolf Mountain Range in pursuit of the iron magnetic spirit wood. For many years, he had been peacefully cultivating within Danxiu Mountain and Yuna Mountain, without any experience in the Demon Wolf Mountain Range. Hence, he sought the assistance of Hongying and his fourth brother for this endeavor. Wei Tu spoke earnestly, explaining that the spiritual lands abundant with iron magnetic spirit wood were located deep within the Demon Wolf Mountain Range, where he might encounter second-tier demon beasts. The strength of second-tier demon beasts, barring those with unique bloodlines, generally pales in comparison to cultivators of the same tier. However, in the throes of life and death combat, the primal instincts of demon beasts could bridge this gap, potentially inflicting grave injuries or even slaying human cultivators of equivalent rank. After all, cultivators strive for victory with minimal cost and without injury, while demon beasts fight desperately for survival. Upon hearing Wei Tu's request, Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou did not hesitate to agree. Over the years, Wei Tu had quietly supported and assisted the two of them without ever demanding anything in return. If they were at all grateful, they would not refuse this reasonable request from Wei Tuesday, entering the Demon Wolf Mountain Range alongside Uncle Wei. Our collaboration will surely yield greater rewards for my nephew as well, Ko Hongying remarked with a smile, affirming her agreement while expressing this sentiment. Although she had never witnessed Wei Tu in battle, she was acutely aware of the terrifying potential of a second-tier talisman master. Moreover, like her, Wei Tu was also a foundational cultivator, ensuring that in the perilous Demon Wolf Mountains, he would not become a burden to her. She was there to assist, not merely to serve as his bodyguard. In contrast to Ko Hongying, Fu Zhizhou remained taciturn, silently nodding in agreement to the matter at hand. Over the past decade, Ko Hongying had long since repaid her debt to Wei Tu, while he himself had yet to do so. Thus, even in the face of the mortal dangers that lay within the Demon Wolf Mountains, he felt compelled to throw himself into the fray without hesitation. Of course, Fu Zhizhou believed that Wei Tu would never treat him so lightly, as if his life were a trifling matter. The following day, upon learning of Ko Hongying's arrival, the members of the Shuyan Alliance once again visited the small courtyard on Lark Street, inviting Fu Zhizhou to join their ranks. Resolute in his decision, Fu Zhizhou shook his head, interrupting Helian Xiong's persuasive words, and plainly stated his intention to join the Qiyue Zhao family. The Qiyue Zhao family? Helian Xiong frowned, urging, Brother Fu, forgive my bluntness, but what a perilous choice that is. To join them is undoubtedly to gamble with your life. He glanced around, noting that Wei Tu and Ko Hongying were absent, and boldly added, "It is true that the talisman master and you share a bond. But that should not come at the cost of your own safety. The He family of Heshan has a favorable relationship with the Chiyue Zhao family. Perhaps he stands to gain from sending you there. As the saying goes, distant kin are not as reliable as close ones. Yet, my brother, this is for your own good. Heed the counsel of your elder brother and distance yourself from the talisman master, for he walks a different path from ours. He is a second-tier talisman master, favored by a prominent alchemical lineage, whereas we possess no remarkable skills. If we do not band together for warmth, we shall inevitably be consumed entirely." As Helian Xiong urged, he attentively observed Fu Zhizhou's demeanor. Noticing Fu Zhizhou remained unfazed, he sighed thrice, then withdrew his sleeve and departed. Upon reaching the threshold, Helian Xiong paused, addressing Fu Zhizhou. "Brother Fu, I have said all I can as your elder. Do not allow yourself to be sold, only to assist others in counting their gains." With that, Helian Xiong turned and left. However, his pace was not swift. As if he lingered in hope of Fu Zhizhou's change of heart, it appeared Fu Zhizhou had indeed resolved to join the Zhao family of Chiyue. Later that night, Fu Zhizhou, along with Wei Tu and Ko Hongying, ventured forth from Danqiu Mountain towards the Demon Wolf mountain range. Along the way, Fu Zhizhou recounted Helian Xiong's peculiar demeanor during his persuasion. Helian Xiong, in service to the Shuan alliance, seeks to sow discord between his brothers. There must be a reason behind his actions. Either he stands to gain significantly or faces severe repercussions, compelling him to act thus. Wei Tu made his assessment. Having a certain rapport with Helian Xiong, he understood that unless there were substantial incentives, Helian Xiong would unlikely go to such lengths against 3 fellow cultivators. To offend 3 foundational counterparts for the sake of an organization seemed implausible. Thus, the trio continued their journey, pondering Helian Xiong's motivations. The leader of the Shuyun alliance is Master Shu Dan, who has harbored a grudge against the Chiyue Zhao family due to the death of Gongwen. During the last underground auction, Master Shu Dan inadvertently revealed the identity of Old Monster Jia, causing the cultivators present to tread carefully. The following day, the observant Ko Hongying deduced the true reason behind the Shuyun alliance's obstruction of Fu Zhizhou's entry into the Chiyue Zhao family from the clues at hand. "Hongying, are you suggesting that the Shuyun alliance is secretly in league with the Chisong Jia family?" Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou discerned the implications of Ko Hongying's words. The Shuyun alliance, although a formidable loose cultivator alliance, does not harbor any golden core true monarchs within its ranks. Master Shu Dan has reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and his next step is to strive for a breakthrough into the golden core realm. The Chisong Jia family, on the other hand, can provide him with third-tier spiritual veins and the experience necessary for forming a core, Ko Hongying elaborated. "So that is how it is," Wei Tu remarked, astonished to realize that his seemingly insignificant act of killing Gongwen had inadvertently influenced a portion of the trajectory of the Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world. Had Gongwen not died, and had the incident involving the death of Zhao Qi Luo not been exposed, it is possible that Master Shu Dan would have maintained his neutral stance or allied with another Golden Core family instead of joining forces with the Chisong Jia family to confront the Chiyue Zhao family. Helian Xiong is willing to offend both you and me to sow discord. It seems he has also secretly allied with the Chisong Jia family. Fu Zhizhou's gaze turned icy. Only with this rationale can one comprehend why Helian Xiong initially exhibited a lack of fervor in persuading him to join the Shuyun alliance. However, upon his declaration of allegiance to the Chiyue Zhao family, Helian Xiong exhibited an unprecedented change in demeanor, even resorting to sowing discord between him and Wei Tu, in a bid to convince him to join the Shuyun alliance. For if he were to align himself with the Chiyue Zhao family, the Chisong Jia family would undoubtedly not spare Helian Xiong should they become aware of his failure in this matter. Henceforth, the 3 of us must exercise caution regarding the Shuyun alliance. As the elder brother of the Isha, Wei Tu concluded the discussion with a reminder to the 2. "Indeed. Third brother." "Yes, Uncle Wei." Fu Zhizhou and Ko Hongying nodded in agreement. The Yalang mountain range, straddling the borders of several nations, serves as a natural barrier isolating the 5 sects of the Devil Path from the righteous alliance of the 7 nations. Within its confines lie numerous perilous secret locales, and in the core region resides the Tianyao, a being that both the forces of the Devil Path and the Righteous Path regard with trepidation. Similar to humans, demon beasts possess varying levels of cultivation, categorized into yellow, xian, earth, and heaven tiers, corresponding to human levels of qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. The Tianyao is equivalent to a nascent soul lord among human cultivators, its might immeasurable, representing the pinnacle of martial prowess in the realm of Datsong cultivation. Days later, after a lengthy journey, Wei Tu and his companions finally reached the periphery of the Yaolang mountain range. This range is divided into three distinct regions: the outer region, the inner region, and the core region. The outer region typically harbors only first-tier demon beasts, with the occasional appearance of a second-tier demon beast in the inner region. Along the way, Fu Zhizhou and Ko Hongying, serving as guides for Wei Tu, recounted the various taboos associated with the Yao Wolf mountain range. These prohibitions were hard-earned wisdom derived from the perilous experiences of cultivators and must not be taken lightly. Fu Zhizhou cautioned. Wei Tu nodded, committing these lessons to memory. Not far ahead lay the Yaoquan Mountain Market, a collaborative establishment of the three great sects, presided over by a golden core, true monarch. Should one encounter an overpowering beast, refuge in this place would ensure safety from calamity. As Ko Hongying's words reached him, Wei Tu gazed into the distance, spotting a cluster of human architecture rising majestically amidst the undulating black mountains. The Yao Wolf mountain range experienced a beast tide every 500 years, and there remained over 20 years until the next occurrence. Upon seeing the Yaoquan Mountain Market, Wei Tu suddenly recalled that prior to his foundation establishment, He Peng, a cultivator from the Shengjiang He family, had mentioned the beast tide of the Yao Wolf mountain range. He surmised that the establishment of the Yaoquan Mountain Market by the three great sects was not only for the procurement of beast materials and profit, but also a strategic measure to defend against the impending beast tide. Gliding past the Yaoquan Mountain Market, the trio of Wei Tu directly entered the inner area of the Yao Wolf mountain range, making their way towards the Fire Departure Lake. The clues regarding the iron magnetic spirit wood provided by Yukishi were located near the Fire Departure Lake. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. Under Ko Hongying's guidance, the three of them gradually ventured deeper into the inner region, sensing the presence of beast groups, including two second-tier beasts, which they chose to evade for the time being. At this moment, Wei Tu's expression suddenly shifted, and he hastily called out to the advancing Ko Hongying, urging her to halt and evade the ferocious beasts. In terms of cultivation, Ko Hongying was significantly ahead of both him and Fu Zhizhou, thus making her the scout for their trio, while he and Fu Zhizhou brought up the rear. What? Two second-tier beasts, and a pack of beasts? Ko Hongying was taken aback, for within her spiritual perception, there was no sign of any beast pack. Anxious, Wei Tu disregarded the need to explain to Ko Hongying. He stepped forward, grasped her hand, and activated the earth-escaping talisman, burrowing them underground. Moments later, a massive black wolf, as large as an ox, pounced onto the ground where Ko Hongying had just stood. Sniffing the earth, it was bewildered to find no trace of the human cultivators it had sensed earlier. Awoo! Awoo! The black wolf howled, raising its neck as over 20 smaller wolves, resembling it in form, emerged behind it. Under the command of the black wolf, these smaller wolves began to scour the area for traces of Wei Tu and the others, their howls echoing incessantly. That was close. Hiding 10 or so yards beneath the earth, Ko Hongying, using her spiritual perception, witnessed this scene above and patted her chest, exhaling in relief. The physical prowess of the beasts was formidable, yet their spiritual perception was considerably weaker than that of human cultivators of the same tier. Therefore, concealed in her refuge, she could observe the wolf pack without fear of being detected. Were it not for Uncle Wei this time, although I would not have perished, I would have undoubtedly faced numerous perilous situations. Ko Hongying withdrew her hand from Wei Tu's grasp, stealing a glance at him, her eyes betraying a flicker of gratitude. Since the demise of her father, Ko Liang, Wei Tu has been the sole source of comfort and security in her life. Uncle Wei, how did you sense the approaching pack of beasts? Ko Hongying inquired, her mind filled with curiosity. Her cultivation techniques surpassed Wei Tu's minor spring and autumn skill, and her prowess was also superior to his. It seemed illogical that Wei Tu had detected the wolf pack before she did. Scent, Wei Tu replied, gesturing toward his nose. I have practiced the heavenly fragrance technique, which has endowed me with the fragrant nose, allowing me to enhance my sense of smell and detect scents from up to 5 miles away. Unlike human cultivators, demonic beasts generally do not conceal their presence. So once I arrived at the demonic wolf mountain range, I could easily perceive the nearby beast's scents, as if I were swimming in water. Fragrant nose? Ko Hongying exclaimed in astonishment. When Wei Tu previously explained the matter of the Qingye snake, she had heard him mention the fragrant nose. Subsequently, she had attempted to practice the heavenly fragrance technique, but had been unable to achieve the same remarkable ability as Wei Tu in detecting the scents of demonic beasts. Could it be that Uncle Wei possesses a unique constitution? Ko Hongying pondered silently. In the realm of cultivation, a myriad of constitutions exist, in addition to those that enhance cultivation speed, such as precious and Dao bodies. There are also those that augment senses like smell. Although such constitutions are significantly inferior to precious and Dao bodies, their utility can be considerable in specific circumstances. Uncle Wei. The second-tier demonic wolf and the pack have now departed. Half a day later, Ko Hongying scanned the ground with her spiritual sense and noticed that the wolf pack had departed, prompting her to alert Wei Tuesday. However, another second-tier demon beast remained. A wary expression crossed Wei Tu's face. Another one? Upon hearing his words, Ko Hongying raised her eyebrows and followed his indication to gaze northwest. Soon, under her keen perception, she spotted a blazing fire ape demon lurking atop a treetop, stealthily observing their presence. The place where the fire ape demon concealed itself was precisely at the farthest reach of her spiritual sense had she not been entirely focused. It would have been nearly impossible to detect. Nevertheless, with the wolf pack gone, this solitary fire ape demon posed no threat to the three of them, making it a suitable target for elimination. Wei Tu assessed the strengths of both sides and made his judgment. The three of them, being at the foundation establishment stage, were more than capable of handling this isolated second-tier demon beast. All right, let's heed Uncle Wei's advice. Ko Hongying's eyes sparkled with delight as she regarded the fire ape demon. Although she had forged a reputation as the Jade Rakshasa in the Demon Wolf Mountain Range, her hunts had only ever been against first-tier demon beasts over the years. Second-tier demon beasts had always sent her fleeing. She had never dared to hunt them. If they managed to slay this fire ape demon, the profits from its bounty would be enough to sustain her cultivation for a decade, as they would share the spoils equally. A quarter of an hour later, the fire ape demon, which had been hiding in the ancient tree and spying on Wei Tu and the others, was now battered and bruised, glaring furiously at them from the ground, its murderous intent boiling. The forest floor was strewn with sharp ground spikes and shifting sand pits. In the sky, a golden eagle let out a piercing cry, occasionally swooping down with remarkable speed to strike at the vital points of the fire ape demon. "Human, die!" roared the fire ape demon, its crimson eyes fixed upon the figure clad in black, wielding a gleaming silver spear. With a thunderous thump of its chest, it expelled a deep brown demon core, harnessing its immense power to charge fiercely towards Fujizhou. The demon core, a reservoir of the beast's essence, akin to the golden core of a cultivator at the golden core stage, was not something to be used lightly. Yet, when summoned, it often possessed strength surpassing that of its peers, capable of altering the tide of battle. The dark brown demon core emitted a brilliant radiance, and under its influence, Fujizhou, who had previously held the upper hand, began to falter. As he thrust the silver spear towards the demon core, he could only diminish its brilliance slightly. It was not a fatal blow to the fire ape demon. Just as the demon's massive hand came crashing down towards Fujizhou, a curtain of water silently appeared before him. Ko Hongying hovered in the air, chanting incantations, summoning several water-based spells around her, each radiating formidable power. Water prison technique. Water arrow technique. The spells were unleashed in an instant. A pale blue prison temporarily ensnared the fire ape demon, followed by a barrage of hundreds of water arrows raining down upon its corporeal form. However, due to the demon's remarkably tough physique, comparable to that of a magical artifact, the spells merely etched superficial wounds upon its body. "Once I slay this black-clad warrior, I shall deal with you, little girl," the fire ape demon bellowed, breaking through the layers of magical barriers with the power of the demon core, charging once more towards Fujizhou. However, at that moment, a chilling beam of sword light descended from the sky, aimed directly at the fiery brow of the flame ape demon. A mere magical artifact. A trace of disdain flickered in the depths of the flame ape demoness eyes. It had already struck down more than one such sword. Yet, in the next instant, a gaping wound appeared in its forehead, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, the flame ape demon collapsed, its visage still etched with a look of unwillingness. Had it taken precautions, perhaps it could have evaded the blow. The sword light, piercing through the flame ape demon, spun endlessly in midair before ultimately landing in the hands of Wei Tu, who had emerged from the depths below, though slightly damaged. Such losses paled in comparison to the gains acquired. Wei Tu cast a glance at the ice serpent sword talisman in his hand, a faint smile gracing his features. The bloodline level of the flame ape demon was considered above average amongst second-tier beasts, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Moreover, this particular flame ape demon was at the pinnacle of the initial stage of foundation establishment, had it not been for the combined efforts of the three. Slaying this beast without injury would have proven quite a challenge. The ice serpent sword's ability to penetrate armor and deliver a fatal blow to the flame ape demon was not solely attributed to the sword's power, but also significantly aided by my geomagnetic essence. Wei Tu reflected on the battle experience. Unlike other cultivators, when wielding the ice serpent sword talisman, he employed not only his spiritual sense, but also his own geomagnetic essence. The synergy of the two allowed his control over the artifact to reach an intensity equivalent to that of the mid-foundation establishment stage, harnessing the potency of his spiritual consciousness. He employed the talismanic sword for a stealthy assault, resulting in a formidable impact that caught the blazing fire ape demon off guard. Undoubtedly, the contributions of Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou were indispensable during the process of vanquishing the fire ape demon. Their relentless efforts in depleting the creature's stamina rendered his ambush lethal. Had he been bestowed with the Yuan Chong and the advantage of the ice serpent sword, his prowess would have surged significantly. After securing the fire ape demon's corpse within their storage bag, Wei Tu and his companions did not linger at the scene for long. They concealed their presence and swiftly retreated. Only after distancing themselves over 20 miles from the battlefield did they halt to assess their spoils. Although his nephew and Uncle Fu played crucial roles in restraining and exhausting the fire ape demon's strength, the true credit for their victory lay with Wei Tu's talismanic sword. Ko Hongying analyzed the battle, attributing the lion's share of the glory for slaying the fire ape demon to Wei Tu's day. This attribution was not driven by personal ambition, but rather a reflection of reality. Toiling extensively does not equate to commensurate accolades. Any foundational cultivator could have restrained the fire ape demon, but few peers at the same level could wield the talismanic sword with such efficacy to achieve its demise. Furthermore, during this engagement, Fu Zhizhou and she benefited significantly from Wei Tu's talismans. These talismans were instrumental in ensuring their safety from the fire ape demon's wrath. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu nodded in agreement with Ko Hongying's perspective. The bonds of camaraderie and alliances are often fleeting. It is the meticulous delineation of interests that sustains the unity of such partnerships. Although he did not engage directly in the brutal combat, he was, in fact, the principal financier and exerted the most effort in the demise of the fire ape demon. Thus, it was only fair that he claimed the lion's share of the spoils. After a quarter of an hour, the trio successfully divided the loot. Wei Tu received the most valuable ape hide and the demon's blood, while Ko Hongying obtained the demon core and a portion of the flesh. The demon core of the fire ape was somewhat damaged, significantly diminishing its value compared to the hide. As for Fu Zhizhou, he took the remaining flesh of the fire ape. The distribution met with no objections from Wei Tu and the others. Uncle Fu, during his chi refinement stage, was adept at merging spirit and martial arts. Yet upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, his previous prowess had waned considerably. Once he joined the Qi Yue Zhao family, he could choose a second-tier body refinement legacy for further cultivation. At that point, Uncle Fu would be able to maximize the benefits derived from the flesh of these demon beasts. After the division, Ko Hongying cast a glance at the demon flesh that Fu Zhizhou was placing into his storage bag and timely suggested that although the flesh of demon beasts appeared less valuable than their hides or cores, if utilized correctly, these perceived losses could be rendered negligible. Body refinement techniques? Fu Zhizhou pondered upon hearing this. Within their group, Ko Hongying, as a disciple of the immortal sect, possessed the highest level of insight. Wei Tu's smooth journey was undoubtedly linked to Ko Hongying's earlier recommendation for him to switch to the little spring and autumn technique. In contrast, he had faltered during the mid-chi refinement stage by neglecting her advice, refusing to alter his cultivation method, which led him down a misguided path, ultimately forcing him to squander time to overcome his bottleneck. Now, Ko Hongying has proposed a new suggestion regarding his foundational path, which Fu Zhizhou believes merits serious consideration. Cultivating both body and spirit requires substantial financial investment, effort, and time. However, this endeavor could potentially serve as the key to securing an opportunity for advancement amidst the warfare between the two prominent Golden Core families. After distributing the spoils of war, the three took a brief respite before continuing their journey towards Lihua Lake. Nestled deep within the perilous confines of the Demon Wolf Mountain Range, Lihua Lake posed significant dangers. Thus, despite encountering solitary second-tier demonic beasts akin to the fierce fire ape along the way, Wei Tu and his companions refrained from taking risks for the sake of safety. Upon reaching the shores of Lihua Lake, Wei Tu beheld several towering ancient trees of an inky black hue. The appearance of these majestic trees closely resembled that of the magnetic spirit wood he had encountered in the compendium of cultivation techniques, almost indistinguishable. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned forth some grayish geomagnetic essence from his dantian and directed it towards the magnetic spirit wood. The essence, akin to the size of a fingertip, was instantly attracted upon nearing the trees, seamlessly merging into their being. It appeared that this was indeed the magnetic spirit wood. Master Yukue had not deceived him. A look of delight crossed Wei Tu's face. I trouble my fourth brother and Hongying to guard me while I procure these magnetic spirit woods, he conveyed telepathically to Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou. The magnetic spirit wood is not a precious treasure and holds no value for ordinary demonic beasts. Hence, there were no guardians nearby. Nevertheless, during the process of acquiring the magnetic spirit wood, it was inevitable that some demonic beasts might interfere. At such times, the protection of Ko Hong-ing and Fu Zhizhou would be essential. Sitting cross-legged near the iron magnetic spirit wood, Wei Tu severed a section of the trunk with his mystical sword, then channeled his magical energy to exhale a brilliant orange flame. This flame was no ordinary phenomenon. It was the innate, true fire that every foundation-building cultivator was capable of summoning. The principle was quite straightforward, relying solely on the fireball technique and the liquid mana of the practitioner to manifest it. A few years prior, Wei Tu had acquired an alchemical furnace for the purpose of concocting elixirs. Although his attempts had yet to yield successful results, he had become exceedingly adept at controlling the technique of manipulating innate true fire. These iron magnetic spirit woods were colossal trees, far too large to be contained within his storage bag. Thus, he resorted to utilizing the innate true fire to incinerate these woods for the purpose of extracting their essence. The extraction of spiritual material essence was a fundamental skill in the art of alchemy. Under the searing embrace of the orange flames, the trunk, measuring several feet in length, gradually shriveled into a thumb-sized drop of pitch-black spiritual liquid. Wei Tu named it Iron Magnetic Spirit Liquid and stored it in his bag, continuing to repeat the process with the remaining iron magnetic spirit woods. As time flowed gently onward, several days passed. One of the iron magnetic spirit woods had been refined into a jade box full of iron magnetic spirit liquid. After retrieving a medium-grade spirit stone and replenishing his magical energy, Wei Tu proceeded to engage with the remaining 2 iron magnetic spirit woods. During these days, the nearby beasts of the fire lake had also sensed the presence of Wei Tu and his companions, occasionally venturing forth to cause disturbances. However, these creatures were merely first-tier beasts, posing no threat whatsoever to the trio. In the Demon Wolf mountain range, second-tier demonic beasts are a rare breed, often embodying the rulers of their tribes, and encounters with them are exceedingly infrequent. After a fortnight, Wei Tu successfully refined the remaining 2 iron magnetic spirit woods, prompting the trio to depart from the Lihua Lake. A few days later, they arrived at the next spiritual realm harboring the iron magnetic spirit woods. Unfortunately, Wei Tu's efforts were in vain. This lead was not fabricated, but rather, someone had preceded him by several years and claimed the iron magnetic spirit woods from this very location. Undeterred, Wei Tu continued his quest for the iron magnetic spirit woods within the Demon Wolf mountain range. The Yuan heavy method of prohibition strengthens with greater quantity. The iron magnetic spirit woods in his possession could only generate a force equivalent to 500 June. The Yuan heavy method governs gravity. Thus, the measure of its potency is often assessed through power. After another month, Wei Tu finally unearthed the last clue leading to the iron magnetic spirit woods. However, unlike the iron magnetic spirit woods near Lihua Lake, this spiritual realm was accompanied by a plant known as the mystic shadow grass. The spiritual energy emitted by this grass attracted a second-tier scarlet-eyed python as its guardian. The presence of this python was slightly more formidable than that of the flame ape demon, yet its strength was still limited. Wei Tu, sensing the aura, discerned that demonic beasts differ significantly from human cultivators. They do not conceal their presence, but rather intentionally exude their aura to intimidate surrounding creatures. This aura is referred to as demonic energy. The stronger the demonic energy, the more potent the beast. To mitigate the risk of being besieged by the scarlet-eyed python, we must first eliminate the first-tier demonic beasts within a 20-mile radius. Wei Tu extracted 2 jade slips, meticulously inscribing the traces of the demonic beasts he had perceived, and handed them to Fu Zhizhou and his companion. 2 days later, the trio had eradicated all nearby demonic beasts and reconvened at their original location. Wei Tu clapped his beast pouch, releasing the sky-splitting eagle to survey the surrounding area. He then produced a fragmentary stone talisman, employing geomagnetic essence to propel it into the lair of the crimson-eyed python, subsequently triggering an explosion. With a deafening roar, the ground trembled, and the scales shattered as the blood-soaked crimson-eyed python surged forth from its den, its scarlet eyes ablaze with fury, charging towards Wei Tu's position. Water prison technique. Water arrow technique. Ko Hong-ing unleashed a barrage of spells to intercept the crimson-eyed python, thwarting its advance. The python, however, lashed its tail, shattering Ko Hong-ing's spells with ease, and continued its relentless pursuit of Wei Tuesday. At that moment, a piercing eagle's cry echoed from the heavens as the sky-splitting eagle swooped down towards the mysterious Xianyu grass near the iron magnetic spirit wood. Realizing its precious treasure was on the verge of being lost, the crimson-eyed python's eyes bulged with rage, prompting it to retreat towards its lair. Yet, concealed nearby, Fu Zhizhou hurled several talismans at the python. Massive stones cascaded down, crashing upon the python's demonic form. The second-level heavy stone talismans inflicted a grievous blow, causing the python to emit a mournful cry, momentarily hindered in its movements. In that instant, suspended in midair, Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou acted without hesitation, drawing forth the talismans bestowed upon them by Wei Tu and casting them towards the crimson-eyed python. Under the might of the talismans, the python's struggle diminished. Finally, a blade of light shot forth, aiming directly for the python's serpent head. Unlike the fiery ape demon, the crimson-eyed python discerned the icy serpent sword. It concentrated its magical energy upon the scales on its head, intending to block the intimidating radiance of the blade. With a hissing sound, the scale successfully intercepted the sword's brilliance. The icy serpent sword did not immediately pierce the python's forehead, delivering a fatal blow. Exploding forth, Wei Tu remained unfazed. His lips subtly moved, invoking the concealed talismans within the sword. The talisman force descended, and a serpent, a foot long, emerged from the blade, roaring before charging fiercely towards the python's brow. Crack! Crack! The scales of the crimson-eyed python shattered as the talisman sword pierced its head, thrashing about for a moment before falling silent. The loss incurred this time far outweighed that of the fiery ape demon. Wei Tu gazed at the icy serpent sword that returned to his hand, feeling a pang of regret. Although it was not entirely ruined, the sword had suffered significant damage, requiring him to nurture it anew. Third brother, swiftly refine the iron magnetic spirit wood. We cannot afford any delays, reminded Fu Zhizhou. The iron magnetic spirit would lay at the very site where they vanquished the crimson-eyed python, and lingering too long could attract other second-tier beasts nearby. Wei Tu nodded, hesitating not a moment longer, and promptly began the refinement of the iron magnetic spirit wood. Fortunately, during this process, no beasts interrupted them, and they remained unscathed. A month later, the trio departed from the inner perimeter of the Demon Wolf mountain range and arrived at the nearby Yuchuan market. Upon reaching the market, they rented 3 guest rooms and commenced the division of their spoils. As before, Wei Tu, having contributed the most, held the privilege of first selection. He chose the mysterious dark grass, along with the serpent skin and vital essence of the crimson-eyed python. The Xianyu grass is a second-tier spiritual herb that can catalyze the transformation of a demon beast's bloodline. The Liakong eagle has accompanied him for many years and has already reached the pinnacle of the first tier. It now requires this second-tier Xianyu grass to break through its current realm. Additionally, the serpent skin and essence blood serve as materials for talisman crafting. The remaining items from the scarlet-eyed python will be evenly divided between Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou. The trio did not linger long at the Yuling Mountain Market and departed a few days later. Fourth brother, Hongying, we have someone tailing us. Be cautious. After walking for a short distance, Wei Tu, utilizing the vision of the Liakong eagle, spotted the individuals who had emerged from Yuling Mountain and were following them. It was Ren Yifeng and Chen Tang. By extracting the memories of the Liakong eagle, Wei Tu recognized the identity of the pursuers. Robbers? Or perhaps, related to the Shiyun alliance? Ko Hongying narrowed her eyes. As a foundation-building cultivator, she seldom encountered the pursuit of robbers. Typically, such robbers would not target someone of her standing. Moreover, the 3 of them were all at the foundation-building stage. Although Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang were mid-stage foundation cultivators, they were not formidable enough to crush them. No, they are tracking another individual. After a moment, Wei Tu's nose twitched slightly, catching a whiff of a fragrance from several miles behind. Gong Shulan. They are after Gong Shulan. Wei Tu recognized the scent, which belonged to the Gong Shulan he had previously encountered. What surprised him was that Gong Shulan had quietly attained her foundation establishment as well. 134. The Gong family's secret treasure, a demonic cultivator, Gong Shulan? Ko Hongying inquired, puzzled, for she had not heard of any foundation-building cultivator by the name of Gong Shulan within the Danqiu Mountain. Fu Zhizhou offered a brief explanation, revealing that she was indeed a female cultivator engaged in such activities. Ko Hongying's delicate face flushed slightly as she gently huffed a few times. Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang were in pursuit of Gong Shulan, who had successfully established her foundation. It appeared that Gong Shulan possessed something that both of them, or the Shuyun Alliance, coveted. In the past, Gongwen was likely merely a pawn utilized by the Shuyun Alliance. Wei Tu exhibited a hesitant expression. He instinctively felt that Gong Shulan harbored a significant opportunity that could alter the fate of an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. This opportunity was akin to the chance he had when he killed Gongwen and seized the foundation-building elixir. If managed well, it might allow him to circumvent decades or even centuries of arduous effort. However, Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang were mid-stage foundation-building cultivators, while his talismans and swords had been considerably depleted, leaving him in a vulnerable state. Recklessly approaching them could lead to unforeseen peril. There is no need for concern. Uncle Wei, Ren Yifeng and the others would not dare to take action against us. Ko Hongying discerned Wei Tu's unease and chuckled lightly at the Yuhua Mountain Market. There resides a golden core, true monarch from my Jing Shui Pavilion. If I were to shatter the distress signal talisman, the true monarch would be immediately informed and would rush to our aid. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu swiftly made up his mind. He nodded firmly and promptly arranged for Fu Zhizhou to remain in place for support while he and Ko Hongying stealthily approached to investigate the reasons behind Ren Yifeng and Qin Tang's pursuit of Gong Shulan. Since Fu Zhizhou had only recently established her foundation, her aura was not fully concealed, making her easily detectable by the mid-stage foundation building cultivators. Understood, third brother. Fu Zhizhou replied as she accepted the signal talisman handed to her by Wei Tu, nodding in acknowledgement. 15 minutes later, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying concealed themselves at a pivotal location along the path of Gong Shulan, beside a precipice. They lay in wait, anticipating the arrival of Gong Shulan, as well as Ren Yifeng and Qin Tang. As Wei Tu had predicted, it was not long before Gong Shulan was pursued to this cliff by the duo. Upon landing, her complexion was pallid, and a trace of crimson lingered at the corner of her mouth. She coughed lightly and gazed defiantly at Ren Yifeng, demanding, "Uncle Ren, were you not friends with my father in years past? Is this how you treat your niece?" As she summoned a protective barrier of spiritual energy, she sought to sway Ren Yifeng's heart. "If you possessed only the foundational spiritual artifact known to the world, I would not only refrain from coercing you, but would also offer my protection. Alas, my dear niece, you are not merely in possession of a single foundational spiritual artifact." Ren Yifeng replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he scrutinized Gong Shulan. At that moment, Qin Tang arrived at the cliff, and together with Ren Yifeng, they encircled Gong Shulan. "Clever girl, seizing the opportunity to flee from Danqiu Mountain while we attended the underground auction, and secretly establishing your foundation in the Wolf Demon Mountains. But alas, your elaborate schemes have ultimately fallen short," Qin Tang chuckled. Several years prior, he had departed Danqiu Mountain alongside several foundational cultivators from the Shuyun Alliance, not solely for the underground auction, but also to lure Gong Shulan out, allowing them to claim the treasures of the Gong family. "As long as you present the secret treasure of the Gong family to the Shuyun Alliance and agree to become our servants, I, along with Ren Shua, shall grant you mercy and spare your life. The experience of being ruthlessly slaughtered right after establishing your foundation must be quite unbearable." At this juncture, Qin Tang summoned forth a black long knife, channeling its power to strike against Gong Shulan's magical shield. After several exchanges, the shield began to show signs of faltering, teetering on the brink of shattering. However, having forced the situation thus far, Qin Tang refrained from delivering a decisive blow, opting instead to persuade Gong Shulan to surrender and relinquish the Gong family's treasure. Concealed near the cliff, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying exchanged knowing glances, instantly comprehending Qin Tang's intentions. The Shuyun Alliance seemed to be aware that Gong Shulan possessed the Gong family treasure, yet they lacked knowledge of its nature and were uncertain whether it was indeed in her possession. The soul-searching technique could only be mastered by a true monarch of the Golden Core, which explained why the members of the Shuyun Alliance had exerted such effort, refraining from attacking Gong Shulan and allowing her to successfully establish her foundation. "Since both of my uncles desire that treasure, I shall acquiesce to your wishes and surrender it. However, I hope that after relinquishing the treasure, you will allow me to go free." Gong Shulan pressed her lips together, her countenance revealing a sorrowful expression, seemingly imploring Ren Yifeng and the others to grant her request. "Once you hand over the Gong family treasure, sparing you will be a trivial matter," Ren Yifeng readily assented. However, beside him, Qin Tang put forth another request. "Gong Shulan, I have heard that you are quite adept at attending to others. If you ensure Qin's comfort, not only will I allow you to leave, but I shall also bestow upon you generous rewards." He licked his lips, a hint of lasciviousness flickering across his countenance, his gaze lingering upon Gong Shulan's fair neck as it trailed downward, pausing at the more prominent curves for an extended moment. "This is the treasure of the Gong family." Seemingly resolute, Gong Shulan parted her lips and exhaled a glowing green skull jade pendant. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Ren Yifeng exclaimed in delight, waving his sleeve to summon his magical power to retrieve the jade pendant that soared towards him. However, just as Ren Yifeng grasped the pendant, preparing to secure it within his embrace, the skull upon the jade pendant animated as if possessed. Its hollow eyes gleamed with a ghostly light. The skull jade pendant transformed into a life-sized, luminous green skull, which lunged at Ren Yifeng's neck. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Thus, despite Ren Yifeng's caution, he was caught entirely off guard by the jade pendant's sinister intent. He hastily conjured a protective barrier, intending to thwart the advance of the green skull. only to find that his shield was as fragile as parchment, easily pierced by the ravenous entity. The green skull clamped down upon Ren Yifeng's neck, and in an instant his body withered away, his eyes bulging as every drop of blood was siphoned away. A practitioner of the dark arts? Chen Tang's expression shifted at this sight, his gaze fixed upon Gong Shulan as he murmured those 4 words. At this moment, upon witnessing the demise of Ren Yifeng, he should have fled. However, he was resolute in his belief that Gong Shulan, at present, was merely a fading ember, incapable of posing a threat to him. Thus, he overcame his trepidation and remained at the cliff's edge. After the green skull absorbed Ren Yifeng's essence, it sprouted limbs and gradually transformed into a woman of striking beauty, her skin as pale as jade. Who you? This woman was not unfamiliar to Wei Tu, who covered his mouth in astonishment, unable to comprehend the scene before him. The blood demon Jade, a manifestation of the skeleton Jade pendant, had birthed Hu Yao, whose physique closely resembled that of Gong Shulan, and her cultivation was equally on par, both at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Chen Tang, I hear you desire Sister Shulan to serve you? Upon her revival, Hu Yao appeared unclothed, her laughter delicate and enticing, her youthful form captivating and bloodline potent. Chen Tang's countenance darkened. He cast a wary glance at Gong Shulan, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Was this the puppet technique of the ghost puppet sect? Although the ghost puppet sect was not one of the 5 major demonic sects, it was nonetheless a formidable faction within the realm of cultivation, renowned throughout the vast expanse of the Great Song. The puppet technique employed by its members was a peculiar art, using practitioners as material, combined with esoteric, ghostly methods, creating puppets indistinguishable from the living. In that moment, Hu Yao epitomized the various characteristics of the ghost puppet sect's creations. Puppet technique, Wei Tu, concealed beside the cliff, narrowed his eyes, his gaze towards Gong Shulan imbued with a hint of murderous intent. Hu Yu was an acquaintance of his during his time in the qi refining stage. She had provided him with substantial assistance. For instance, the ambush against Ding Bing was forewarned by Hu Yao, granting him a sense of preparedness. You truly possess a wealth of knowledge. Hu Yao licked her lips and, under the manipulation of Gong Shulan's consciousness, surged toward Chen Tang with lethal intent. As she soared through the air, an emerald ghostly flame erupted from her being. Under the searing heat of this ethereal fire, the obsidian long knife wielded by Chen Tang let out a mournful wail. Its spirit diminished significantly, causing it to slow considerably in midair. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Chen Tang was taken aback, hastily producing several dark spheres from his sleeve and hurling them toward Hu Yao. These dark spheres were the coveted thunder pearls, procured at a considerable cost, crafted by artifact masters from collected thunder. Not only were they immensely powerful, but they also posed a significant threat to practitioners of the demonic path. It was these very thunder pearls that instilled him with confidence, allowing him to refrain from fleeing immediately upon witnessing the tragic demise of Ren Yifeng. As the thunder pearls made contact with Hu Yao, they detonated with a sudden explosion. In an instant, flames engulfed the surroundings, and lightning crackled fiercely. The emerald ghostly fire enveloping Hu Yao diminished considerably, leaving her once smooth skin marred with extensive burn marks. Some wounds even penetrated to the bone, presenting a harrowing sight. Gong Shulan, I now question how you intend to contend with me. Chen Tang sneered coldly, once again summoning a magical sword to slash at Hu Yao. He could not believe that Gong Shulan, having only just established her foundation, possessed any further means to counter his assault. Nevertheless, in the next moment, the transformation occurring within Hu Yao far exceeded Chen Tang's expectations. Before my eyes, Hu Yao, once marred by wounds, now appeared as fair as ever, her skin radiant and unblemished. An ethereal green flame surged forth from her, as if she had not been touched by the Thunder Child at all. When Chen Tang's sword of magic came slicing through the air, Hu Yu raised her hand and with a mere flick, the verdant flame consumed the sword, rendering it nearly useless. How could this be? Chen Tang was utterly unsettled. He stole glances at Hu Yao and then at Gong Shulan, his teeth clenched as he resolved to flee, disregarding the Gong family as treasures. No matter how precious the artifacts, they could not compare to the value of his own life. Yet, just as Chen Tang attempted to take flight, Hu Yao soared through the air like a bolt from a crossbow, swiftly closing the distance between them. As their forms converged, Chen Tang's countenance paled in alarm, and he hastily activated the second-tier talisman affixed to his body. However, the protective barrier conjured by the talisman was quickly incinerated by the green flame that enveloped Hu Yao. From her body, bone spikes emerged, piercing into Chen Tang's flesh. Moments later, he lay lifeless upon the cliff, reduced to a mere husk. What should happen next? Concealed nearby, Ko Hongying sent a thought to Wei Tu, uncertain of Gong Shulan's condition, whether it was favorable or dire. After all, The two mid-foundation cultivators had been ruthlessly dispatched by Gong Shulan's puppets, offering little resistance. As for her and Wei Tu, they were merely early foundation cultivators, and against Gong Shulan at this moment, victory was not guaranteed. It was possible that they could face total annihilation. Chen Tang's Thunderchild had indeed been effective, but it had merely transferred the damage onto Gong Shulan herself, Wei Tu remarked with furrowed brows. With his keen sense of smell, he could distinctly perceive the potent aura of blood emanating from beneath Gong Shulan's robes. This sanguinescence was a manifestation of the severe injuries sustained by Hu Yao, which had, upon healing, unexpectedly transferred to Gong Shulan. In other words, it was not that Chen Tang's thunderous strikes had failed. Rather, Gong Shulan had employed a secret technique to shift Hu Yao's afflictions onto herself. Uncle Wei implied that Gong Shulan was now truly at the end of her tether. Ko Hongying raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of confidence in confronting Gong Shulan. Is that certain? Wei Tu replied with a shake of his head, cautioning. Her abilities are too unpredictable. Acting recklessly could result in a fate akin to Chen Tang's. Gong Shulan was no ordinary cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. He stated gravely, "Then shall we abandon this plan?" Ko Hongying inquired, surprised. The treasures of the Gong family piqued her interest, and to relinquish the opportunity seemed a lamentable choice. No, Wei Tu responded, shaking his head once more. We cannot ascertain whether Gong Shulan is indeed at her limit. Thus, we must await the opportune moment to strike decisively. He did not believe that Gong Shulan could perpetually maintain the state of Hu Yao's puppet form. Though her methods were formidable, her magical energy could not be conjured from thin air. With each breath she sustained the puppet, her own power waned. Hongying, you shall venture to the Ichuan mountain market and see if you can rent a formation. We shall utilize its might to ensnare and eliminate Gong Shulan. Wei Tu devised the most prudent course of action. While renting such a formation may not be inexpensive, one must not hesitate in the face of seizing a significant treasure. Understood, Uncle Wei. Ko Hongying nodded in agreement, preparing to leave the cliff and stealthily head towards the Ichuan mountain market. However, with her movement, Gong Shulan's gaze instantly shifted to Wei Tu and then to Ko Hongying. Fairy Ko? Gong Shulan discerned the aura of Ko Hongying, her cold eyes flickering momentarily as she chuckled softly. How could a distinguished cultivator of the Mirror Water Pavilion stoop to such underhanded deeds? Surely, this tarnishes your sect's reputation. Realizing her cover had been blown, Ko Hongying decided against further concealment. She revealed herself, brandishing her sect's token as she addressed Gong Shulan. Friend Gong, do not misjudge the situation by contemplating an attack on me. Otherwise, I could summon a golden core, true monarch from my sect. Even with the assistance of your puppet, you would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Upon seeing the sect token, a look of wariness immediately crossed Gong Shulan's face, prompting her to retract the puppet she had prepared to ambush Ko Hongying. She furrowed her brows and remarked, Fairy Ko has been eavesdropping for quite some time, yet has not shattered her token. It seems your intentions are not merely to vanquish evil, but rather to covet my Gong family's secret treasures. She continued, however, as you can see, I possess no such treasures, only this puppet. Perhaps you would consider sparing me this once. I assure you that I would repay your kindness in the future. The tokens of the three great sects should not be easily shattered unless in dire circumstances. Yet, if it were to eradicate a practitioner of the demonic path, the situation would be different. Shattering the token to summon powerful cultivators against demonic practitioners would not only spare Ko Hongying from punishment, but might even earn her a reward. Thus, Gong Shulan's demeanor towards the early foundation-building cultivator, Ko Hongying, was not only mild, but also bore a hint of supplication. There is no need for future recompense. Ko Hongying promptly declined, casting a glance at the storage bags tied to the two lifeless bodies. With a faint smile, she remarked, the storage bags of Ren Yifeng and Chen Tang must contain a considerable treasure. I hope fellow Taoist Gong can part with them. Since acquiring the Gong family's secret treasure from Gong Shulan proved exceedingly challenging, settling for the storage bags of Ren Yifeng and his companion seemed a feasible pursuit. The wealth concealed within the bags of two mid-foundation cultivators would undoubtedly bring her immense fortune. However, was the Fairy Ko not being overly avaricious? Upon hearing this, Gong Shulan's expression turned icy. She commanded Hu Yao, preparing to take action against Ko Hongying. The price she had paid to eliminate Ren Yifeng and his companion was substantial. If she were to relinquish these two storage bags, this battle would yield no reward for her. Rather, it would result in a significant loss of her resources. Of course, at this moment, Gong Shulan's control over Hu Yu was not genuinely intended to attack Ko Hongying. She lacked the audacity to do so near the Yichuan mountain market. Instead, she sought to intimidate Ko Hongying into recognizing the precariousness of her position and to refrain from being overly greedy. Relinquishing one storage bag was something she could reluctantly tolerate. Fellow Taoist Gong, what if we include Wei? At that moment, a detached voice emerged from the vicinity of the cliff. Wei Tu. Gong Shulan's countenance subtly shifted upon noticing the sudden appearance of the young male cultivator before her. A second-tier talisman master. A foundation cultivator from a celestial sect. Though their combined strength did not quite match that of Rinny Feng and his companion, the threat they posed to her was indeed greater. After all, the current version of her is far from her former glory. Her methods have been clearly observed by Wei Tu and Ko Hongying, who had been lurking nearby. Friend Gong? Or perhaps friend who? Wei Tu revealed his true self, gazing at Gong Shulan with a slight furrow in his brow. Although he was not well versed in the puppet techniques of the ghost puppet sect, Chen Tang's reaction suggested he was unaware that Gong Shulan could transfer the injuries sustained by Hu Yao through a narrow lens. He speculated that Gong Shulan's puppet techniques were either superior to the commonly known methods or that there was another underlying reason. The fact that Gong Shulan's puppet was her sworn enemy, Hu Yao, compelled him to question the true relationship between the two. Given Hu Yao's cautious nature, she would not easily leave Danqiu Mountain nor allow her nemesis, Gong Shulan, to gain the upper hand and be refined into a puppet. Thus, Wei Tu entertained a bold conjecture. Hu Yao is Gong Shulan, and Gong Shulan is Hu Yao. The cold demeanor exhibited by Gong Shulan during their earlier encounter bore a striking resemblance to Hu Yao's cultivation state he had witnessed in the Shed district. However, he was not entirely certain of this hypothesis. Friend Wei is quite perceptive. You have discerned my true identity, Gong Shulan remarked with a smile, her voice now adopting Hu Yao's tone. To be honest, I am a ghostly spirit, possessing two bodies of one soul. Hu Yao has always been my spare vessel. Upon seeing Wei Tu, Gong Shulan appeared to have found a confidant, and with a soft sigh, she recounted her experiences on Danqiu Mountain in their entirety. Over 2 centuries ago, my grandfather, the foundational cultivator of the Gong family, acquired the blood demon jade. Despite having reached the limits of his potential, he unexpectedly succeeded in his foundational cultivation, astonishing the inhabitants of Danqiu Mountain. Through Gong Shulan's narration, Wei Tu came to realize that the skull jade pendant she had just mentioned was indeed a treasured heirloom of the Gong family. However, this blood demon jade was also a formidable weapon. The blood demon jade not only enables the formation of a human puppet, but also allows this puppet to absorb vital essence, thereby enhancing one's aptitude and increasing potential. Yet, unless one possesses a ghostly physique, those who utilize the blood demon jade to improve their capabilities often find their lifespan diminished. Both my grandfather and father perished prematurely due to the blood demon jade, their lives cut short. Gong Shulan offered a melancholic smile, and Wei Tu grasped the underlying meaning of her words. By recounting past events and kindly informing him and Ko Hongying about the nature of the blood demon jade, she sought to dispel their covetous desires for it. This arcane treasure of the demonic path was ill-suited for both him and Ko Hongying. However, Wei Tu did not readily accept Gong Shulan's assertions. He remained skeptical, including regarding the matter of Hu Yao, whom he only half believed. Following Ko Hongying's revelation, he unveiled his true identity and disclosed that Gong Shulan was indeed Hu Yao, with whom he had previously collaborated, solely for the maximization of their mutual benefits. Once Ko Hongying was discovered, the plan he had devised to encircle Gong Shulan with a formation was immediately rendered obsolete. Time did not permit a visit to the Yuchuan Mountain Marketplace to rent a formation. Had Ko Hongying not been discovered, he could have stealthily tracked Gong Shulan, waiting for Ko Hongying to summon reinforcements through the array. On the precipice, Wei Tu, Ko Hongying, and Gong Shulan faced each other from a distance. The past of Taoist Gong was heart-rending, stirring something within Wei, yet these 2 storage bags would not be easily relinquished by me and Fairy Ko. Wei Tu interjected, halting Gong Shulan's continued lamentation, a hint of frost appearing upon his countenance. Upon hearing his words, Gong Shulan faltered. She furrowed her brow, casting a few glances at Wei Tu before nodding. With Wei and Fairy Ko united, bolstered by the sect's token for protection, she recognized her disadvantage. She could part with these 2 storage bags for Wei Taoist and Fairy Ko. However, she offered to exchange other treasures for one of the storage bags. Inquiring if Wei Taoist would be amenable to such a proposition, she spoke softly, discerning that Wei Tu was the one in command. Wei Tu exhibited a flicker of emotion, seemingly contemplating whether to barter the storage bags with Gong Shulan. To leave a sliver of hope for others ensures future encounters. Gong Shulan smiled slightly, acknowledging Wei Taoist's prudent character. If he were confident in handling her, he would not have hesitated to confront her directly for the storage bags, but would have instead opted to eliminate her outright. She had unveiled Wei Tu's thoughts. Very well. Wei Tu nodded, acquiescing to Gong Shulan's request. He and Ko Hongying lacked the certainty to eliminate Gong Shulan completely. Thus, it was unwise to force her into a corner, leaving no avenue for escape. This was the method of the Wei Tu sect, a legacy of second-tier puppetry. Gong Shulan flipped her palm and produced a black jade slip. Channeling her magical energy to send it towards Wei Tu's day. However, Wei Tu did not accept the black jade slip. Instead, he summoned the sky-breaking eagle to seize the slip and examine its contents. He recalled the tragic fate of Ren Yifeng upon receiving the blood demon jade. Although the sky-breaking eagle possessed limited consciousness and could not discern the entirety of the black jade slip's information, even a fragment was sufficient for Wei Tu to confirm the authenticity of its inheritance. The second-tier puppet inheritance, while valuable, was not something Wei Tu could afford time to cultivate. After confirming the slip's information, Wei Tu raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze back to Gong Shulan. This is a fragment of a third-tier beast's bone, which can be utilized to create a human puppet. I present it to you, my esteemed friend Wei, as you have been of considerable assistance to me during our time at Danqiu Mountain. Gong Shulan raised her hand and sent a faintly oppressive, pale yellow long bone into the air. She displayed no signs of resistance to Wei Tu's opportunism. Seeing this, Wei Tu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he commanded the sky-breaking eagle to retrieve Chun Tang's storage bag, watching as Gong Shulan fled into the distance. Once she had distanced herself, Wei Tu's gaze shifted to Ko Hongying, who promptly understood and shattered the sect token in her hand. Rooting out the source was imperative. Wei Tu was uncertain whether Gong Shulan was indeed Hu Yao. Even if she were, he would not allow her to escape at this moment. Should Hu Yao be genuine, her nature as a practitioner of the demonic path would likely lead her to exploit him. The series of events involving Ying Bing, Zhui Yan's pursuit, and Gong Wen's enmity might all be intricately connected to Hu Yao. Moments passed. In the direction of Yuchuan Mountains Market, a faint blue escape light suddenly emerged, surpassing even the foundational stage cultivators, resembling a radiant rainbow as it surged towards the cliff where Wei Tu and his companion were situated. As the light came to a halt, it revealed a stunningly beautiful female cultivator, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, her brows slanting elegantly. Upon witnessing this enchanting figure, Master Gong and Ko Hongying immediately inclined their bodies in a respectful greeting. Gong Jinjuan cast a glance at Ko Hongying, lingering momentarily on Wei Tu, before inquiring, Hongying, what prompted you to shatter the sect's token? She had sensed the nearby token's destruction, initially fearing that a disciple was in peril, and had hastily arrived, only to find that Ko Hongying was unharmed and everything was tranquil. Earlier, a disciple discovered an individual suspected to be from the ghost puppet sect, who had brutally slain 2 foundational stage loose cultivators from Danqiu Mountain. Ko Hongying succinctly reported. As her words fell, Gong Jinjuan immediately pursued the direction of Gong Shulan. The demonic path was the archenemy of the Zheng nation's cultivation realm. Even if Gong Shulan had not harmed either of the 2 disciples, Gong Jinjuan would not let her off easily upon encountering her. The pursuit of demonic cultivators was a matter of duty for the disciples of the 3 great sects, though loose cultivators were less concerned with such affairs. Wei Tu and Ko Hongying watched as Gong Jinjuan departed, remaining in place to await news. Half a day passed before Gong Jinjuan returned, holding the lifeless body of a female cultivator and shaking her head. This female cultivator was merely a puppet of the ghost puppet sect. She used her puppets to create confusion and deceived you both. By the time I traced her, her aura had already penetrated deep into the Demon Wolf mountain range. Whether she lives or dies remains uncertain. I suspect she intends to traverse the Demon Wolf mountain range to reach the 5 sects of the demonic path. Her breath has lingered in my memory. Should she attempt to flee from the Demon Wolf mountains, evading the pursuit of the 3 great sects would be an insurmountable challenge. Noting the unease etched upon Ko Hongying's face, Master Gong offered a gentle smile, providing words of comfort. Wei Tu retains faith in the operational capabilities of the 3 major sections. Over the years, the 5 demonic sects have refrained from invading the Demon Wolf mountains, not only due to the treacherous nature of the terrain but also owing to the vigilant interception by the 3 sections. For Gong Shulan, returning to the Zheng kingdom from the Demon Wolf mountains is no trivial endeavor. Moreover, venturing deeper into the mountains is inherently perilous. Even Master Gong refrains from delving too far. Gong Shulan's quest is but a desperate struggle for survival, with minimal chances of success. As Wei Tu witnessed Master Gong's departure, he and Ko Hongying hastened to reunite with Fu Zhizhou. After bestowing upon Fu Zhizhou a copy of the second-tier puppet technique, the duo divided the treasures found within the storage bag of Chen Tang. Upon completion of their division, Wei Tu acquired a 3rd-tier beast bone and 800 spirit stones, while the remaining assorted items became the sole possession of Ko Hongying. Among the foundation-building loose cultivators, aside from skilled individuals like Master Shu Dan, most are impoverished. To unearth nearly 2,000 spirit stones worth of riches from the Chun Tang storage bag is considered commendable. In the interim, Ko Hongying bid farewell to head towards the Baisher Lake marketplace, while Wei Tu accompanied Fu Zhizhou to the Chiyue Mountain, the residence of the Zhao family. Much like Yunhe Mountain, Chiyue Mountain houses a third-tier spiritual vein, marking it as a premier haven within the Zheng kingdom. Upon learning of Fu Zhizhou's intention to join the Zhao family, the family patriarch, Zhao Tinghai, promptly welcomed them, inviting both Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou to take their seats of honor. Moreover, he allowed his daughter, Zhao Qingluo, to accompany him. Similar to the Huang family of Heshan, while the Chiyue Zhao family boasted a greater number of foundational cultivators, they did not exceed the count of 20. The inclusion of Fu Zhizhou into the Zhao family was a matter not to be overlooked by the Chiyue Zhao family, which was currently preparing for war. During their casual conversation, Wei Tu highlighted the alliance between Fu Zhizhou, himself, and Ko Hongying, emphasizing their deep bond of friendship and the fact that Ko Hongying was a respected elder within the foundational ranks of their celestial sect. Wei Tu deemed it crucial to express this point, should the Chiyue Zhao family regard Fu Zhizhou merely as cannon fodder in times of conflict. It would lead to irreparable regret. From their humble beginnings as mere mortals to their current path of foundational cultivation and ascension to the celestial realms. The camaraderie between Wei and Fu was indeed enviable. Zhao Tinghai offered a commendation, and at that moment, he had mentally elevated Fu Zhizhou's status significantly, even placing him above several foundational members of other families. In the realm of family foundations, the losses were often trivial. Should one perish, it would not invoke retribution. However, if Fu Zhizhou were to meet his demise, he would undoubtedly offend two formidable foundational cultivators, particularly Ko Hongying, whom Zhao Tinghai recognized as a promising seed for the golden core of the Mirror Water Pavilion, an individual not to be trifled with lightly. Furthermore, the Zhao patriarch was aware of the Shuyun alliance at Danqiu Mountain. Wei Tu pondered briefly before deciding to convey this information to the Chiyue Zhao family, treating it as leverage for Fu Zhizhou's advancement. The Shuyun alliance? Zhao Tinghai raised an eyebrow, clearly unfamiliar with this gathering of independent cultivators, just as he was with the alliance formed by Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and Ko Hongying. As long as there is no public recruitment, who can discern that this group of loose cultivators harbors such an alliance in private? Wei Tu cast a glance at Fu Zhizhou, seated beside him, signaling him to speak. Fu Zhizhou carefully chose his words and revealed the collaboration between the Shuyun alliance and the Qisong Jia family. Such a revelation was unexpected. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tinghai's expression changed drastically. He rose and began to pace restlessly. The Shuyun alliance had never garnered the attention of their Jindan families in ordinary circumstances. However, at this critical juncture, if the Shuyun alliance were to join forces with the Qisong Jia family, the Chiyue Zhao clan would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. Zhao remarked that he would commend Fu Daoyu for this intelligence, allowing him to select an additional second-tier inheritance when the time came. Furthermore, he would bestow upon Fu Daoyu by Huadan. Zhao Tinghai expressed his gratitude. Fu Zhizhou smiled upon hearing this. Unlike Wei Tu, who could select 2 second-tier inheritances upon joining the Chiyue Zhao clan, Fu Zhizhou was limited to 1. This time, Zhao Tinghai's reward for his intelligence allowed him the opportunity to select 2 techniques, enabling him to choose the body refinement method suggested by Ko Hongying. Zhao mentioned he had other pressing matters to attend to. Qingluo, you are responsible for arranging accommodations for Wei Daoyu and Fu Daoyu. A quarter of an hour later, Zhao Tinghai stood, offered his apologies, and departed the parlor. Zhao Qingluo nodded in acknowledgement and escorted Fu Zhizhou to the cave dwelling where the offerings were kept. On the return journey, Wei Tu seized the moment to bid farewell. Wei Daoyu, do you think the Shuyun alliance's allegiance to the Qisong Jia family is due to my influence? Did I pressure Master Shu Dan so much that it compelled her to align with the Jia family? Zhao Qingluo, ignoring Wei Tu's farewell, appeared dejected and confided her concerns to him. Wei Tu was perplexed. His apparent relationship with Zhao Qingluo was not as intimate as it seemed. He surmised that Zhao Qingluo's unappealing disposition, marked by pride and arrogance, resulted in very few individuals being able to coexist with her. Since their acquaintance, he had consistently catered to her whims, harboring private misgivings yet never openly contradicting her, always feigning compliance. Furthermore, the matter concerning Master Shu Dan was also intertwined with his disciple, Geng Wan, and he was the catalyst that sparked the animosity between Geng Wan and Zhao Qingluo. Princess Qingluo, I am also unaware of this matter, for I am not privy to the inner workings of Master Shu Dan, Wei Tu stated, shaking his head. He understood well that, aside from the father-son relationship, even those who are close should refrain from admonishing one another, even if the words are indeed correct. Zhao Qingluo fell silent, choosing not to speak further. The two continued their journey in silence. Upon reaching the exit of the Chiyu mountain clan territory, Wei Tu offered a respectful bow to Zhao Qingluo, then with a flourish of his sleeve, took to the skies. After departing from Chiyu mountain, Wei Tu altered his course toward the nearby first-tier spiritual land, the Zijing Forest. Several years prior, after Wei Fei had married and had children, he relocated his residence to the Zijing Forest, living alongside his wife's family. "Brother, you have arrived." Wei Fei greeted warmly upon seeing Wei Tu, beckoning his wife, Zhao Ting, to prepare a meal in hospitality. As they entered the living room, Wei Tu playfully engaged with Wei Fei's young daughter, Wei Xianer, before revealing the purpose of his visit. "Last time, my foolish brother promised second brother to bestow upon him a demon-summoning talisman, along with the corresponding essence of demon beasts. This is the essence of the second-tier crimson-eyed serpent." Wei Tu pondered for a moment before retrieving a jade vial from his sleeve, placing it upon the table. The exquisite demon-refining talisman catalyzes the essence of a first-tier beast to reach the second tier, yet it remains a mere imitation of the true second-tier essence, with effects significantly inferior to that of an authentic second-tier spirit. The second-tier crimson-eyed serpent that he, Ko Hongying, and Fu Zhizhou had effortlessly hunted bore attributes akin to Wei Fei's own, perfectly aligning with the fire element, making it ideally suited for Wei Fei's foundation establishment. Upon hearing of Wei Tu's generous gift, a warmth surged within Wei Fei, though he was taken aback. The rarity of a second-tier beast's essence is indeed beyond question. Should one encounter fortuitous circumstances, its auction price rivals that of a foundational elixir. However, Wei Tu shook his head, refraining from taking excessive credit. The notion that he would risk danger solely for the purpose of aiding Wei Fei in establishing his foundation was implausible. The hunt for the crimson-eyed serpent was primarily driven by his own path. Even if it were a mere act of goodwill, it was still a rare occurrence. Few would be inclined to assist as readily as you, dear brother. Wei Fei grasped the jade vial tightly, reflecting on the matter. The essence of a beast, if not preserved meticulously, is prone to disintegration. I advise you, second brother, to commence your foundation establishment within these few years. Wei Tu cautioned. And this was also one of the reasons he chose to bestow the essence of the second-tier crimson-eyed serpent upon Wei Fei, even if he were to act a touch selfishly. Retaining the essence for his own use would yield little in terms of high value or utility in a short span of time. Rather than that, it is far better to foster brotherly bonds and assist Wei Fei this time. Wei Fei nodded earnestly, taking Wei Tu's counsel to heart as Wei Tu ascended into the sky, departing from the Wei residence. Wei Fei gazed at the retreating light of Wei Tu, offering a profound bow to him, lingering in reverence for an extended moment without rising. A month later, Wei Tu returned to Yuna Mountain. Upon his return, he embarked on the arduous journey of refining the magnetic spirit liquid. The process of refining this liquid proved to be exceptionally challenging. After 6 months, Wei Tu had only succeeded in refining half a box of the magnetic spirit liquid. Moreover, during the refinement, he discovered that the endeavor was intensely draining, both in terms of his magical energy and mental focus, akin to the intricate task of drawing talismans. However, recalling the myriad benefits of the Yuan Chong magical prohibition, Wei Tu, once rejuvenated, immediately resumed his efforts in refining the magnetic spirit liquid. As time gradually flowed by, 3 springs and autumns passed in the blink of an eye. At last, he succeeded. This was the Yuan magnetic magical prohibition. After completing the refinement of 3 boxes of the magnetic spirit liquid, the geomagnetic essence within Wei Tu's dantian finally underwent a transformation. The previously grayish geomagnetic essence was now imbued with a delicate layer of multicolored radiance. This radiant light flowed like water, responding to Wei Tu's intentions, capable of morphing into any shape he desired. When he stretched this light to its utmost limits, he could discern the intricate array of mysterious runes densely woven upon it. It was these enigmatic runes that constituted the natural magical prohibition of Yuan Chong. Suddenly, a new line of text appeared in the Great Achievements Destiny. As Wei Tu contemplated retracting the Yuan Chong magical prohibition, he noticed that a line of text had manifested on the Jinzi Destiny as well, which was also related to the Yuan Chong magical prohibition. Yuan Chong magical prohibition, 100 meditate for 5 hours each day, and it will be achieved in 500 years. The Yuan heavy method is not a martial art. Rather, it is a phenomenon that could be achieved in merely 500 years. Wei Tu remains uncertain about its true nature, only able to speculate that it may represent a higher transformation of the Yuan heavy method. However, the previous mention of meditating for 5 hours immediately triggered a possibility in his mind. He settled into a meditative position and promptly activated the little spring and autumn technique, drawing in the spiritual energy from the external environment. Indeed, as he had surmised, Each activation of the little spring and autumn technique gradually increased the yuan heavy method within him. Although the amount gained was minuscule and pales in comparison to the yuan heavy method derived from refining the magnetic spirit liquid, the cumulative effect over time could yield a formidable quantity. Wei Tu envisioned a moment when he would wield a power of 10,000 or even 1,000,000 Jun of yuan heavy light in battle. When the yuan heavy light is unleashed, the sheer force of 10,000 Jun would likely crush his adversaries into a mist of blood, reducing them to mere dust. As for the remaining magnetic spirit liquid, he could refine it in a few years. There is no urgency at present. With a flourish of his robe, Wei Tu opened the door to the training chamber and stepped outside. In just a year, the Huang family of Mountain would hold their biannual exchange meeting, and he still needed to fulfill the commissioned orders from the previous gathering. He had already completed a portion of these orders, but during the demon hunting expedition, he had suffered considerable losses. 2 letters? Just as he emerged from the training room, Wei Tu noticed 2 letters resting on a half table at the entrance, covered in a layer of dust. He brushed off the dust and turned his attention to the first letter. It was delivered by Wei Yin. Wei Tu opened the letter and began to read. In her letter, Wei Yin discussed her and Wei Xiuan's progress in cultivation, as well as some minor occurrences in the recent by Shihu Fang market. Regarding her cultivation, Wei Yin has recently advanced to the 8th level of qi refinement after consuming the spirit apricots gifted by Fu Lin. Conversely, due to Wei Tu's foundation establishment, Wei Xiuan has garnered the favor of Mei Yuan Feng. Although he has not ingested the spirit apricots, his cultivation level matches that of Wei Yin, having also reached the 8th level of qi refinement 6 months prior. At the conclusion of the letter, Wei Yin mentioned that Fu Lin had previously sent her a letter inquiring about her romantic situation. The second letter was delivered by Wei Fei, dated a year ago. It appears that her second brother has also been fortunate, successfully establishing his foundation. Wei Tu smiled, filled with anticipation as he opened the correspondence. Without the support of foundation establishment pills, cultivators who fail in their foundation establishment often meet with untimely demise, making it improbable for them to send news. Thus, upon seeing Wei Fei's letter, Wei Tu was convinced that Wei Fei had successfully established his foundation. However, as he opened the letter, the smile on his face gradually faded, eventually transforming into a deep sigh. This time, Wei Fei indeed survived the foundation establishment, yet he did not succeed. Instead, he achieved the rarefied state of the 10th level of qi refinement after an exceedingly slim chance of breaking through from the 9th level. This realm bears a resemblance to the false stand of cultivators, albeit being even more elusive. In that moment, Wei Tu found himself uncertain whether Wei Fei's failure in foundation establishment was a matter of fortune or misfortune. The fortunate aspect was that he did not perish. The unfortunate aspect was that his lifetime of savings had been rendered futile. Furthermore, there was yet another lamentable matter. Thus, for Wei Fei, who has reached the 10th level of qi training, it has become exceedingly difficult to transcend his current realm through the methods of using the foundation establishment pill and the demon soul. If he wishes to establish his foundation, he must rely solely on the efficacy of the foundation establishment pill. Should Wei Fei succeed in establishing his foundation, the injuries to his heart meridian would heal completely alongside his success. However, should he fail in this endeavor, the latent injuries within his heart meridian would remain, and attempting to consume the foundation establishment pill thereafter would be akin to ingesting a lethal poison. The one left behind this time is the second brother. With a sigh, Wei Tu tucked away the letter. Absent unforeseen circumstances, Wei Fei's path would come to a halt at the qi training stage. The rarity of the foundation establishment pill is no mere exaggeration. Even for those who have reached the foundation establishment stage, acquiring such a pill is a formidable challenge. Even if he were to obtain the foundation establishment pill, his foremost consideration would certainly be for his own children, rather than for Wei Fei. 137. The Yunzi Secret Realm, a situation with no clear resolution. A year later, at the Jinyu Cliff Exchange meeting, Wei Tu set up his stall, awaiting customers who had reserved talismans from the previous session. This time, the cultivators manning the stall at the offering hall were not limited to just him and Master Yu Kuei. An additional figure, Master Xia Qi, had also joined. Clearly, Master Xia had abandoned his pursuit of the second Miss Huang Tsayu at this trading event. Wei Tu was unaware that Master Xia's decision to forego his pursuit of the second Miss Huang Tsayu was related to him. He only knew that Master Xia had married a female cultivator from the Huang family, who was at the qi training stage 2 years prior. At that time, Master Xia had even sent him an invitation to visit, which Wei Tu had politely declined, citing his retreat for cultivation as the reason. He had no desire to contribute an additional gift to this unfamiliar individual, as offering a modest gift would only serve to diminish their mutual esteem. After the event, Wei Tu heard Yu Kuei mention that none of the artisans from the offering hall attended the wedding of the summer artisan, except for a few members of the Huang family who, out of a sense of propriety, showed up. This situation left the summer artisan blushing with embarrassment, unable to maintain his dignity. Consequently, he became the subject of ridicule among the fellow cultivators for his poor social connections. Master Wei, my friend, last time, did you not take a liking to my Qingyang furnace? This time, I can offer you a discount of 9/10, or perhaps, how about 7/10? The summer artisan hastily set up his stall, and, noticing Yu Kuei and Wei Tu deep in conversation, he disregarded Yu and approached Wei with a beaming smile, eager to promote his Qingyang furnace, even offering a price reduction on the high-grade alchemical furnace. This scene contrasted sharply with 8 years prior, when the summer artisan had shown no mercy and outright rejected Wei Tu's attempt to bargain. One does not strike a smiling face. Wei Tu ceased his idle chatter with Yu Kuei and glanced at the alchemical furnace in the summer artisan's hands, shaking his head. Friend Summer, I acquired an alchemical furnace at the last exchange meeting. Thus, I do not require the Qingyang furnace. Please seek another buyer. Seeing that Wei Tu's demeanor was sincere, the summer artisan's face flushed with embarrassment as he returned the Qingyang furnace to his storage pouch. However, without this pretext to speak, he found himself at a loss on how to mend the relationship with Wei Tu and Yu Kuei. Old dog Xia, I hear you possess a middle-grade flying boat of the first rank. Why not lower the price and sell it to me or my friend Wei? Yu Kuei grinned, interjecting into the conversation. Others have become astute and can perceive that Master Xia Qi seeks to reintegrate himself into their circle of worship without facing exclusion. Requiring Master Xia to produce a low-priced flying vessel not only provides him a way out, but also offers a profit for himself and Wei Tuesday. A flying vessel? Master Xia raised his brow, initially inclined to decline, yet he was reminded of his father-in-law's disdainful gaze. Thus, suppressing his reluctance, he retrieved a palm-sized yellow flying vessel. This was the yellow wild goose boat, which, when fully activated, could achieve a speed comparable to that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator enduring typical travel. It matched the speed of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This vessel had previously been valued at 1,500 spirit stones. However, Master Xia decided to sell it to the two gentlemen for a mere 1,200 spirit stones. 1,200 spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Wei Tu felt a flicker of interest. The flying vessel had numerous applications. Whether for travel, pursuing enemies, or fleeing, it could prove quite effective. Generally, to operate a flying vessel, one only needed to expend spirit stones and a small amount of spiritual energy. Yet, the price. Wei Tu shook his head. Unfortunately, he was burdened with a surplus of talismans and lacked any excess spirit stones. We could trade with puppets and talismans. At this juncture, Master Xia added this suggestion. He was not unaware that artisans like them could engage in bartering. However, Yu Kuei and Wei Tu were non-alchemists, and having long resided on Yunhe Mountain, he rarely ventured out. The puppets and talismans, which were combat-related spiritual items, were of no use to him. He would not make exceptions or agree to this arrangement. But circumstances had changed. His father-in-law urged him to foster a good relationship with Wei Tu and Yu Kuei, to acquire low-priced puppets and talismans from them for unforeseen contingencies. Although Master Xia Qi was unaware of the unforeseen tribulations alluded to by his father-in-law, he was acutely aware of the Huang family's significance in Hashan. Aside from the Golden Core True Monarch, his father-in-law ranked among the top 5 in the Huang clan, a figure of considerable authority. The three engaged in negotiations, ultimately leading to Master Yu Kuei stepping aside, granting the esteemed Huang Yanzhou to Wei Tu as a favor. Subsequently, Wei Tu acquired the first-tier mid-grade flying vessel for 500 spirit stones and 3 second-tier talismans. Congratulations, Taoist Wei, on your acquisition of the flying vessel. Master Yu Kuei remarked with a respectful gesture. While speaking, he discreetly conveyed to Wei Tu that he already possessed a flying vessel and that this auction was merely to extend a courtesy to him. My gratitude to you, Taoist Yu, Wei Tu replied, raising an eyebrow, resolved to remain vigilant in his future interactions with Master Yu Kuei. Following this incident, Master Xia Qi reintegrated into the circle of the offering hall. On the surface, both Wei Tu and Master Yu Kuei ceased to exhibit any overt signs of exclusion towards him. After a few days of setting up shop, the customers who had previously reserved talismans from Wei Tu began to arrive, settling their outstanding balances and collecting their orders. The talismans ordered by the Fong family had exceeded their previous order by more than double. Other families also experienced an increase in their talisman requests. Could it be that a conflict has erupted within the Zheng nation's cultivation realm? Witnessing this unusual scenario, Wei Tu felt a sense of unease, contemplating the implications. One could discern the changing seasons from a single leaf. The foundational families under the Huang clan of Hashan had indeed been impacted by the passing of their previous second-tier talisman master, resulting in a shortage of talismans. However, the extent of the bulk procurement was perplexing. Although the shelf life of talismans is longer than that of elixirs, it is not infinite. They gradually weaken over time. Otherwise, the various alchemical families would not be so eager to seek out talented talisman masters. He was aware of the conflict between the Qisong Jiao family and the Qiyue Zhao family. Yet he did not believe it would significantly impact the talisman trade in the vicinity of the Heishan Huang family. Perhaps the summer craftsman knew something? Wei Tu's gaze shifted to the summer craftsman at his stall. He did not think the summer craftsman's desire for peace was merely an attempt to integrate into the worship hall circle to avoid ridicule. As a talisman master, even amidst warfare, the Heishan Huang family would not dispatch him to battle unless they were utterly desperate. There was no need to rush. Wei Tu shook his head. He was not well acquainted with the summer craftsman and even harbored a slight grievance against him. To inquire recklessly would not guarantee that the summer craftsman would divulge such confidential matters. Moreover, exposing the summer craftsman's true intentions would undoubtedly be a blow to his pride. And Wei Tu had not sunk to such emotional depths. Daoistly, why have you purchased significantly more talismans this time than last? Wei Tu inquired of the customer who had ordered talismans from him, seeking information. I'm not sure, the foundation-building cultivator named Li replied, shaking his head. I heard that the talismans in the nearby market were recently bought out, so I followed suit and bought a few more. Later, Wei Tu questioned several others. Receiving similar responses, they were all merely following the trend in purchasing talismans. However, the arrival of Zhao Qingluo a few days later brightened Wei Tu's spirits. Compared to other foundation-building cultivators, Zhao Qingluo undoubtedly held a significantly higher status and might possess some insider information. Acquisition of talismans? Upon hearing this statement from Wei Tu, Zhao Qingluo let out a soft gasp. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. If that were the case, it might perhaps be connected to the recent significant purchase of talismans by various cultivators. Later that day, Zhao Qingluo returned to the pavilion where Wei Tu was stationed and shared her conjecture regarding the matter. In my childhood, I heard my father mention that the Huang family of Crane Mountain possesses a secret realm known as the Cloud Marsh Secret Realm. This realm exists in an alternate space and opens once every 200 years, permitting only cultivators below the Golden Core stage to enter. Considering the timeline, it seems that the Cloud Marsh Secret Realm is soon to be accessible. Within this secret realm lie numerous rare spiritual materials not commonly found in the outside world. The foundational spiritual materials used by the Huang family for concocting foundation establishment pills also originate from this realm. Some treasures within the realm may even prove beneficial to Golden Core true monarchs. Zhao Qingluo articulated softly. A secret realm? Wei Tu's heart stirred at this revelation. He was no longer a novice in the cultivation world and understood the significance of such realms. Secret realms are isolated from the world, brimming with spiritual energy, and harboring many extraordinary spiritual materials. Numerous predecessors in the cultivation realm have gained opportunities from these secret realms, soaring to great heights. Although the Huang family of Crane Mountain is formidable, they do not possess the strength to monopolize the Cloud Marsh secret realm. Each time the realm opens, the Huang family extends invitations to allies and cultivators from the three great sects to explore its depths. As a talisman master serving the Huang family, Wei Tu would surely be among those invited, Zhao Qingluo added. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu suddenly realized why the Li family foundation cultivators were unaware of the existence of the Yunzi secret realm. The reason was that the Li family was merely a subordinate clan of the He Mountain Huang family, rather than an ally. The true allies of the He Mountain Huang family were the prominent Jindan clans, the Qiyue Zhao family, and the Xiefengzheng family. However, it was likely that some individuals within the foundation-building families had obtained the qualifications to enter the Yunzi secret realm, which led the Li family cultivators to blindly follow suit in purchasing talismans. Wei Tu mused that cultivators were not significantly more astute than ordinary mortals. Had he not been a talisman master but instead held a similar status to the Li family foundation cultivators, he too might have been led astray by the dwindling number of talismans available on the market, fearing that it would be too late to acquire them once a conflict erupted. After all, if a war were to commence, purchasing talismans at that moment would be too late. Wei Tu continued to inquire about the specific time of the Yunzi secret realm's opening. The He Mountain Huang family was responsible for the formation that accessed the spatial node of the Yunzi secret realm, thus the exact timing could not be determined. However, I speculate it will be within the next decade or so. Zhao Qingluo reflected before responding. Grateful for the answer, Wei Tu expressed his appreciation to Zhao Qingluo, subsequently offering her a discount on the prices listed in the talisman orders. Zhao Qingluo smiled at this gesture and accepted Wei Tu's thanks. From him, she seemed to glimpse a concrete approach to interpersonal interactions. After the exchange meeting concluded, Wei Tu temporarily set aside his cultivation to devote himself entirely to crafting talismans for sale. However, mere months later, the He Mountain Huang family interrupted his plans by sending an invitation to the Foundation Building Conference. The Foundation Establishment Conference is a gathering convened by the Huang clan of Hashan, uniting all cultivators of foundation establishment within the family. Wei Tu speculates that this conference may unveil information regarding the Yunzi secret realm. He steps out of the Fushin residence and makes his way to the clan's grand hall to participate in this significant assembly. As he exits the courtyard, Wei Tu catches sight of Si Qing emerging gracefully from the adjacent courtyard, her skirt swaying elegantly. He pauses to greet her. Unlike Yu Kai and Xia Qi, Si Qing has always lived in seclusion. Having joined the Huang clan of Hashan 11 years ago, Wei Tu has only encountered her twice to date. Si Qing halts her steps, her beautiful eyes appraising Wei Tu for a moment, a hint of a smile gracing her flawless visage as she returns his greeting. You must have also received the invitation to the Foundation Establishment Conference. Why don't we attend together? Si Qing suggests, extending an invitation. Wei Tu is momentarily taken aback, but nods in agreement. Generally, he refrains from accompanying such enchanting women from the cultivation world to avoid inciting jealousy. Together, they proceed to the Huang clan's grand hall. By the time Wei Tu and Si Qing arrive, a significant number of the clan's foundation establishment cultivators, approximately 70 to 80%, are already present. After a short interval, the Foundation Establishment Conference formally commences. As anticipated by Wei Tu, the agenda revolves around matters concerning the Yunzi secret realm. However, the details discussed diverge slightly from what Wei Tu had previously understood. 170 years ago, the esteemed Master Wan Hai of Qingzhou Mountain procured 6 entry tokens to the Yunzi secret realm by trading a segment of purple thunderwood with the clan's ancestor. Yet, decades ago, Qingzhou Mountain unequivocally aligned itself with the Qisong Jia family during the conflict with the Jia and Zhao clans. This time, the Cloud Zhe secret realm is set to open. The ancestor has deduced that the Qing Bamboo Mountain will pose a threat to the foundation building cultivators within the secret realm, and may even compel the cultivators from the Qisong Jia family to intervene. Huang Changshan, the patriarch of the He Mountain Huang family, cast a discerning glance over the foundation building cultivators present and spoke in a grave tone. As his words fell, the cultivators exchanged glances, including Wei Tu, who initially believed that the Cloud Zhe secret realm would present him with an opportunity, given that the cultivators entering the realm were allies of the He Mountain Huang family, thus avoiding any bloodshed. However, with the involvement of the Qisong Jia family, the situation has drastically changed. The dangers of the Cloud Zhe secret realm will escalate significantly. Consequently, for the sake of safety, the ancestor has decided to reduce the number of Huang family cultivators entering the Cloud Zhe secret realm from 15 to 7. As for the remaining 8 spots, the patriarch intends to sell a portion and bestow the rest upon the esteemed guests. At this juncture, Patriarch Huang Changshuan's gaze fell upon Wei Tu and the others, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. Observing the 4 esteemed guests remain silent, he stroked his beard and smiled, stating that the random teleportation within the Cloud Zhe secret realm does not inherently imply great danger. Rather, it is the family's legacy that compels them to exercise caution. The Qisong Jia family, too, would not dispatch all their elite forces into the Cloud Zhe secret realm, at most sending 1 or 2 late-stage foundation builders. Furthermore, Lord Wan Hai also has his own disciples, and would not allocate all the spots to the Qisong Jia family. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wei Tu and the others eased slightly. May I inquire? Esteemed clan leader, what is the price for a spot in the Yunzi secret realm? Wei Tu pondered for a moment, refraining from directly answering clan leader Huang Changshuan's inquiry and instead posing this question. This time, the dangers of the Yunzi secret realm have escalated significantly compared to previous expeditions. However, should one navigate wisely, survival is not out of reach, accompanied by potentially greater rewards than those of earlier adventurers. Within peril lies opportunity. With a heart full of courage and determination, one must tread cautiously. Wei Tu believed it prudent to first gather intelligence and assess the risks before making a decision regarding entry into the Yunzi secret realm. Each spot is priced at 2,000 spirit stones, clan leader Huang Changshan stated. This cost is undoubtedly much lower than the prices from 170 years prior. Yet, the current circumstances differ greatly from the past. Previously, fatalities in the Yunzi secret realm were rare. This time, the outcome remains uncertain. Clan leader, might I request 3 years to deliberate? After this period, I shall provide my answer, Wei Tu replied, clasping his hands respectfully. He intended to inform Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou of this matter, and after their discussion, they would decide whether to proceed. Although 2,000 spirit stones is a steep price, it pales in comparison to the opportunities within the Yunza's secret realm. Very well, clan leader Huang Changshun replied, scrutinizing Wei Tu intently before nodding. Master Wei, these spots will only be available for purchase after 5 years. If you wish to secure them for your companions, it would be wise to decide within this time frame. Masters Yu Kueis and Si Zhen, what are your intentions? Clan leader Huang Changshun inquired further. As his words fell, Master Xia was the first to voice his refusal to enter the Yunza's secret realm. After a brief moment of hesitation, both Yuki Master and Sitsi Master echoed Wei Tu's sentiments, indicating that a decision would be made 3 years hence. Upon leaving the Hall of Clan Affairs, Yuki Master trailed beside Wei Tu, revealing his desire to form a team with him. As a talisman master, Wei Fu Master possessed an ample supply of talismans, while I, as a puppet master, commanded numerous puppets to serve as cover. Together, we would constitute a formidable duo within the Yunza's secret realm. Yuki Master smiled and remarked that although the Yunza's secret realm employed random teleportation, once inside, it was not difficult to regroup with the aid of talismanic faith. Your words hold merit, my friend. However, the cultivators venturing into the Yunza's secret realm are not limited to Wei alone. I must consult with others to ascertain whether they would consent to your inclusion, Wei Tu replied with a shake of his head, adopting a serious demeanor. In that case, I shall await auspicious news from Wei Fu Master. Yuki Master chuckled heartily, offering a respectful bow to Wei Tu before returning to his modest courtyard within the Hall of Offerings. He too harbored the desire to gather a few close friends to form a team, yet regrettably, shortly after achieving the foundation establishment stage, he found himself bereaved of companions. Becoming a solitary figure. Upon returning to the Symbol Heart residence, Wei Tu did not linger in indecision. He promptly penned letters to the Qiyue Zhao clan and the Jing Shui Pavilion, informing Fu Zhizhou and Ko Hongying of the matter at hand. Half a year later, in the Tiansheng Tower of Nanhang City, the trio reunited after 4 years apart. My dear fourth brother, Hongying, what are your thoughts? Will you partake in this endeavor within the Yunza secret realm, or shall you forego it? Wei Tu inquired. In the mysterious realms of Yunza, the presence of late-stage foundation establishment cultivators poses a significant threat. Fu Zhizhou shook his head resolutely. If the 3 of us were at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, entering this Yunza secret realm might be feasible. However, as we are merely at the early stage, it is far too perilous. Wei Tu nodded in agreement, echoing Fu Zhizhou's sentiments. I too believe that our entry into the Yunza secret realm is exceedingly dangerous. The reason I did not immediately decline Huang Changshuan's proposal is that I was considering Hongying's connections. As he spoke, Wei Tu cast a glance at Ko Hongying, pondering whether she might have any close fellow disciples who could lead us into the Yunza secret realm. If we retreat, I could serve as a bridge to communicate with the Huang family of Hashan, trading this information for a favor. Fellow disciples? Ko Hongying was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she mused, I wonder if it would be feasible with my master? She is a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and is precisely in need of an opportunity to condense her golden core.